Huai'an unexpectedly traversed into the realm of martial arts, where he fortuitously encountered the drugged Li Hanyi, thus losing his virginity against his will. To evade her wrath upon awakening, he had no choice but to flee to other dynasties. In this moment of peril, the self-discipline and strengthening system activated, marking the commencement of his ascension to the pinnacle of power. Through self-discipline and perseverance, rewards would inevitably follow. Congratulations to the host for attaining 10 million points in alchemy mastery, advancing to the level of a sacred alchemist, capable of reviving the dead and restoring bones to flesh. Congratulations to the host for reaching 300,000 points in swordsmanship, comprehending the essence of the sword, and grasping the path of sword mastery. Weixiong, big brother, thank you for rescuing my father. Li Hanyi, you promised to marry me after the duel. I wish to be your rightful wife. Weixiong, you saved me and Weixiong in this life. I shall marry no one but you. Zhang Sanfeng, no need for 3 years. This lad can sweep the world clean. Chapter 1. Li Hanyi poisoned, the self-discipline and strengthening system. In the valley on the outskirts of Xiang City, a somewhat unsavory-looking man of modest stature faced a graceful young woman dressed in white. Li Hanyi, today marks your demise. However, before you perish, I may as well indulge myself. Regardless of your formidable prowess, how much can you truly exhibit now? Despite knowing he was outmatched, Chen Ming remained overconfident in his victory. The young woman, merely 16, gripped her listening rein sword tightly, her eyes blazing with indignation as she glared at him. You are aware of my identity, yet you dare to lay hands on me with such feeble strength. Xiang City will not let you go. Are you not afraid of death? Chen Ming dismissed her threats with a self-satisfied smirk. My father was slain by your Xiang City. What have I to fear? I shall simply vanish into the vastness of the Tang or Ming dynasties, where your city will be powerless to track me. Li Hanyi's expression was as cold as ice, suppressing the raging fire within her, fearful that she might succumb to her desires. Had she not been gravely injured and afflicted by love poison, she would have already vanquished him with a single strike. You may be beyond my reach, but a mere girl of your age is a different matter entirely. Should you perish near the Tianxia Association, tracking you down will not be easy. Chen Ming seethed with anger at the memory of his deceased father. At 16, you have yet to become a woman, and your aspirations are quite lofty. Fear not, I shall take advantage of you, allowing you a moment of pleasure before death. The murderous intent in Li Hanyi's eyes intensified, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead, determination flashing in her gaze. Even in death, you shall not lay a finger on me. Her pride would not allow her to endure such humiliation. She resolved to abandon her inhibitions and confront Chen Ming head-on. Chen Ming stood, momentarily stunned, not anticipating her resilience. Just as they were about to engage, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air, creating a vast chasm in the mountain above. Help me! The words barely escaped when a figure plummeted from the sky, landing squarely atop Chen Ming. Am not dead. This sensation feels rather peculiar. A strikingly handsome young man clad in white leisure attire groaned as he rubbed his throbbing head, surveying his intact limbs with relief. System, are you there? As the host successfully traversed through time and space, the self-discipline and self-improvement system began its activation. 1%, 2% upon hearing a response. Huai'an felt a notable sense of relief. In just another hour or two, the system would be fully operational. Surely, he could not be unfortunate enough to encounter danger immediately upon his arrival in this new world. In the next moment, a breathtaking figure captivated his entire attention. With a visage as delicate as peach blossoms and enchanting eyes, her pristine white gown, speckled with traces of dirt, resembled that of a celestial maiden who had inadvertently descended to the mortal realm. He found himself utterly mesmerized, unable to articulate the astonishing beauty before him. However, he quickly sensed something amiss. The gaze of the young woman upon him felt akin to that of one regarding a meal. I was merely passing through. Farewell, he jested, for the system was not yet ready, and he certainly did not wish to become the first protagonist in history to perish immediately upon crossing over. Yet, the unpredictability of fate often renders one powerless. What transpired next surpassed his expectations of peril. What are you doing? I'm not so easily swayed. Even if you are beautiful, you cannot behave this way. Please refrain from any aggression. I could report you for disregarding a gentleman's wishes. You're breaking the law, you know. I apologize. I admit my voice was a bit too loud just now. Could you please lower your sword? Do as you wish with me. I am at your mercy. After more than an hour, the relentless cacophony subsided into silence. Su Huai'an stood numbly against the mountainside, taking a long time to regain his senses. The girl, now slumbering within the cave, bore a peculiar flush upon her fair and delicate countenance. It was evident she had been drugged, explaining the ferocity of the preceding events. Despite her youth, there was an unmistakable naivety in her actions. The bloodstains scattered across the cave floor compelled him to exclaim, "Ah, such a girl is indeed rare to find." In his era, it was unthinkable to encounter a maiden of 16 or 17 best not to dwell on it. The more he regarded her, the more her beauty captivated him even in profile. She remained strikingly exquisite. He had no doubt that, as she matured, she would evolve into an enchanting beauty capable of captivating nations with a single smile. To have fallen from the mountain without succumbing to death, and to have fortuitously encountered a stroke of luck today, truly is a day of great fortune. He instinctively glanced upwards, startled to see the humanoid-shaped hole above him. Goodness, I've pierced a hole in the mountain. Flying through the dimensions at such speed, he had been unable to discern the height of the summit. Now, observing the considerable altitude from which he had descended without injury, he felt profoundly grateful for the system's protection. At that moment, the system's mechanical voice resonated in his mind. The system will naturally ensure the host's safety during traversal. Do you think I brought you here merely to meet your demise? System charging complete. The self-discipline and self-improvement system is now activated. Inputting the current world's background for the host. Residual memories detected nearby are being integrated into the host's consciousness. As vast waves of information surged into his mind, Su Huai'an experienced an overwhelming sense of pain, akin to his head splitting apart. Gradually, the details of this world began to materialize before him. A world of martial arts, where powerful dynasties flourished, heroes arose, and sects thrived. In a lawless region known as Snow Moon City, the heavenly society reigned supreme. Chapter 2, The 36 Stratagems Retreat is the best strategy. This world is a confluence of countless martial arts realms, interspersed with numerous formidable dynasties, which inadvertently leads to certain familiar narratives unfolding somewhat differently. Among these are the Great Qin, Great Song, Great Ming, Great Yuan, Great Tang, and the southern and northernly dynasties. The great nations mutually constrain one another, leaving many smaller states to pay annual tributes in hopes of securing protection, striving to survive in the crevices of power. The martial arts titans include Zhang Sanfeng, the universally recognized master of the Great Ming Dynasty, revered as one of the utmost paragons of martial talent. For decades, he traversed the Jianghu, while the elusive sword demon, Dugu Qiubai, sought only a single defeat. Guojing, the noble hero, isolated himself within a city to shield the common folk from the ravages of war, embodying the essence of chivalry. Li Chugang, the sword god clad in azure, single-handedly opened the gates to the heavens with his blade. Wang Xianji, the self-proclaimed second of Southern Li, has held court atop the martial emperor's castle for decades. The legends of yore are countless, inspiring reverence among posterity. The new generation of prodigies continues to emerge like a relentless tide. The youthful genius from Yihua Palace, the dashing nobleman Hua Wuk, the serene and compassionate Shizify from Cihong Jingzhai, and the eminent figures of the Yinyang family, De Siming and Xiao Siming. The world's union boasts Nie Feng and Bu Jingyun, while the Tong brothers of Shueiyue Dongtian traverse the Jianghu with unmatched prowess. Yet, none of this astonished Su Huai'an until he delved into Chun Meng's memories, his countenance turning ashen. The descendant of the flower-picking lineage, seeking vengeance, had bribed assassins and orchestrated ambushes. The beloved disciple of the Lord of Shueiyue City, Li Hanyi, loomed large in his mind. Is it truly Li Hanyi? Upon his arrival in this new world, he had inadvertently entangled himself with her. Though that seemed incorrect, he had been coerced, and she had drawn her sword in ire at the slightest provocation. Yet, this justification felt insufficient. What does Shueiyue City signify? It is lauded as the foremost city in the Jianghu. If Li Hanyi were not poisoned, it would be one matter. Instead, he found himself mired in a predicament where she had succumbed to toxins, clouding her perception. Was he to confess to Li Hanyi that it was all mere coincidence? That he merely happened to pass by, fortuitously vanquishing her enemy, coincidentally arriving just as the effects of her poison manifested? Was such serendipity even plausible? He found it hard to believe this reality, let alone Li Hanyi. No matter how he pondered, it seemed as if he and Chun Meng had conspired together only to turn against one another in the end. At this moment, he felt more wrong than Do-yi. Should he reveal this to Li Hanyi, she might very well dismember him or peel his skin from his bones. The mere thought of such a scene compelled Su Huai'an to deliver a couple of kicks to the lifeless Chun Meng. As he had fallen, he had fortuitously crushed Chun Meng's head upon impact, rendering him lifeless beyond redemption. I appreciate the benefits you bestowed upon me, but to have me shoulder the blame is quite displeasing. Gazing at the deceased body, his stomach churned violently, a wave of nausea washing over him. After all, in the era he hailed from, murder was strictly Forbes system. You should be able to handle this. Just grant me the powers of an immortal emperor, so that I may dominate the world, Su Huai'an mused, reminiscing about his fondness for invincible novels prior to his transmigration, where protagonists effortlessly crushed their foes. It was either posturing or the journey of posturing itself. Li Hanyi had just been up there, waiting for him to activate his cheat. He would then enlighten her on the true essence of a man. Living between heaven and earth, how could one remain subdued for long? This system is a version of self-discipline and self-improvement. If the host is disciplined, rewards will follow. All rewards are contingent upon the host's level of self-discipline currently. Invincibility cheats are not available. Su Huai'an had already anticipated this outcome. The system's name indicated it was not one designed for cheats. The prospect of earning rewards through personal effort was not without merit, yet his initial circumstances appeared rather unsatisfactory. Flee or eliminate the witness. Two thoughts clashed within his mind. The latter was swiftly dismissed, whether from a public or a personal perspective. It was a poor choice. The most immediate consequence of killing her would be facing her master and her family's formidable power. If he fled, considering her reputation, it was highly unlikely she would spread news of the encounter. At most, it would be Li Hanyi herself seeking him out. Remaining was out of the question, even if fortunate enough to escape death. His reputation would ensure he remained without personal freedom. Thus, he was left with but one option, to flee. It was unlikely that Li Hanyi would fall madly in love at first sight, waking up to insist on marrying him and allowing him to indulge in his long-desired leisurely life. Indeed, fleeing seems the most pragmatic course. She has been poisoned and may not clearly discern my appearance. The vast expanse of the Jojo continent offered countless dynasties where he could hide for a time, and once he became invincible, he would have nothing to fear. Having determined his escape route, Su Huai'an began to rummage through Chun Meng's belongings. Arriving in this unfamiliar world with no resources posed a challenge to his survival. As he opened the small bundle on Chun Meng's back, a satisfied smile crept across his face. Inside was a substantial amount of silver and a set of fresh clothing provisions that Chun Meng had prepared for his own escape, now fortuitously benefiting Su Huai'an. His own attire had been torn in the recent skirmish, so donning garments suited to this era was certainly advantageous. Before departing, he could not resist casting a final glance at Li Hanyi. How splendid it would be if this celestial beauty were truly his. Alas, given his current identity and strength, he was destined to remain a transient figure in her life. This fleeting romance was but a dream, a brief interlude. Regaining his composure, Su Huai'an gently draped her clothing over her, ensuring her modesty. Ultimately, he succumbed to temptation, bestowing a delicate kiss upon her tender lips. With that, he turned and departed from the cave, venturing into the distance. Unbeknownst to him, at the moment he turned away, a flicker of movement graced the corner of Li Hanyi's eye. Drawing upon Chun Meng's memories, Su Huai'an proceeded southward. The valley was thickly forested, and after numerous twists and turns, he finally encountered a main road. This location was unique, situated at the confluence of territories belonging to the Heavenly Society and Shuyue City, not claimed by any single force. However, after much contemplation, Su Huai'an ultimately did not dare to venture into the territory of the Tianxia Society. The notoriety associated with that place was rather disconcerting. It was entirely possible that he would be robbed and silenced by their members before he could even make his escape. While he would not claim to be completely defenseless, he certainly ranked among the weakest in this martial arts world. In contrast, the reputation within the sphere of influence of Shuyue City was considerably more favorable. He ran for over half an hour before finally arriving at a small town, albeit with faltering steps. The system notification chimed. Congratulations, host, for persevering and running 8 kilometers. Your physical condition has improved, gaining 2 to your constitution. A warm surge coursed through his weary body, revitalizing Su Huai'an, who was beginning to feel overwhelmed. He had entirely forgotten that running could also be a form of discipline, deserving of its own rewards. The system of self-discipline and self-improvement promised that as long as he maintained his commitment, he would reap the benefits. Chapter 3. Awakening in a Dying State. The useless one is actually myself. To be honest, upon my arrival in this new world, I was immediately bedazzled by Li Hanyi. Subsequently, I found myself preoccupied with the precariousness of my existence, leaving no time to examine my own system. As I was on the verge of entering the city, it seemed prudent to familiarize myself with the system. With a mere thought, a panel reminiscent of a gaming interface from my previous life materialized before my eyes. Host: Huai'an. Age: 19. Realm: None. In this world, realms are classified from low to high. Postnatal 9 grades to 1 grade. Innate realm: Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster, Earth Immortal. Celestial being. Each realm is further divided into 4 levels: early, middle, late, and peak. Physique: 10, a reflection of overall attributes, encompassing strength, speed, and reflexes. The average score for ordinary individuals in this world is 10. Root bone: 6, the most inferior among the inept. A martial artist with superior root bones finds it easier to grow stronger, whereas a deficient root bone signifies a limited future. Comprehension: 8, regarded as a passable inept. Comprehension reflects the ability to perceive any skill, with stronger comprehension allowing for swifter learning and mastery. Root bone and comprehension evaluation: 1 to 5 points indicate hopelessness. 6 to 10 points signify ineptitude. 11 to 15 points denote the ordinary. 16 to 20 points represent the good. 21 to 30 points classify as a genius. 31 to 40 points as an extraordinary talent. 41 to 50 points as a prodigy. 51 to 60 points as an unparalleled genius. 61 to 70 points as a monstrous talent. 71 to 80 points as a peerless prodigy. 81 to 90 points as an exceptionally gifted individual. And 91 or above as the chosen one of this era. Martial arts mindset: none. Levels of mastery in martial arts mindset: uninitiated, initial understanding, proficient, accomplished, integrated, mastered. Peak, and returning to simplicity. Abilities: none. Mindset: martial arts weapons pills classification: inferior, average, superior, rare, saintly, and unparalleled. Upon reviewing my attribute panel, Huai'an could only feel speechless. I could tolerate being deemed ordinary, but being labeled as inept is utterly perplexing. Was it not said that protagonists possess extraordinary talents, unique among countless others? Is this not the narrative portrayed in dramas? The system's assessment is derived from comprehensive data of all individuals in the current world, meticulously organized and inferred. There is absolutely no erroneous judgment. Please accept the reality, host. In response to his skepticism, the system retorted without hesitation. However, this answer was one that Huai'an truly wished to avoid. His comprehension was merely at a mediocre level among the inept. Furthermore, his root bone was not only inadequate, but was also teetering on the edge of hopelessness. His physique only barely met the average benchmark of this world after a 2-point increase. Before my transmigration, I may not have exercised daily, but I certainly dedicated time each week to running. To think I would fall short of the ordinary individuals in this world. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. In such tumultuous times, not everyone practices martial arts. During the wars of dynasties, even the physically unfit commoners faced dire challenges in fleeing. All things considered, it was better to make a hasty retreat. Time for lamentation has passed, with the modest enhancement of 2 points in my physical prowess. It is prudent to hasten my departure from this tumultuous place. Should Li Hanyi awaken, my fate would be irrevocably sealed. Despite possessing a system, what does it matter if my innate talent is lacking? As long as I maintain discipline, ascending to the pinnacle of strength is merely a matter of time. I must first seek out manuals of martial arts and techniques. Relying solely on running would be insufficient. As I pondered while advancing, I soon arrived at a quaint town. The town was neither large nor small, situated in a chaotic zone where the population was too meager for survival, even under the protection of powerful factions. Given its proximity to the Tianxia Association and Shuiyue City, a constant influx of travelers traversed the area. Unique commodities from both regions were predominantly exchanged here. I first procured provisions, a pack of dried rations, some meat, and an ample supply of water. The fundamental requirements for escape are sustenance and hydration. Otherwise, I might perish from hunger before Li Hanyi could catch me. All my supplies cost a mere 10 coins. As I contemplated, I discreetly handed the innkeeper 3 coins. "Excuse me, kind sir, could you inform me of the quickest route to depart from here to another dynasty?" The innkeeper tucked away the coins, his smile widening. "Dear guest, you are not from around here, are you? Which dynasty do you urgently need to attend to?" 10 coins belonged to the establishment, yet this gratuity was his own. Having labored diligently to earn such an amount, he was more than willing to answer a few inquiries. To which dynasty? I pondered. For the vast expanse of the Jiuzhou continent harbors an abundance of dynasties, and my destination was uncertain. Aside from the Great Yuan, which seemed ill-suited for me, both the Qin and Song dynasties appeared viable. The foremost consideration was safety along the journey, ensuring a route that bore no ties to Huai'an city. Noticing my silence, the innkeeper assumed I harbored some unspeakable concern. Given the adage that one is indebted to those who offer assistance, he felt inclined to elaborate. Regardless of whether you wish to travel to the Ming or the Great Qin, the sole option is to proceed on horseback. Our region connects the two dynasties solely by land. There are no alternative methods. Should you desire to seek the elusive immortal islands overseas, you would need to embark on a large fishing vessel. To be candid, dear guest, the notion of immortal islands is nothing but a ruse. I have never witnessed anyone truly discovering one. The innkeeper provided a thorough explanation, even detailing the expenses associated with horseback riding, thus sparing me from being duped by unscrupulous individuals in this unfamiliar territory. For merely an additional 10 coins, I acquired such invaluable information, an investment that seemed exceedingly worthwhile. Chapter 4. Escape and Cultivation. After expressing his gratitude to Weixiong, Huai'an contemplated before finally determining his destination. The Ming Dynasty. The overseas immortal islands were not worth considering. Such rumored places were unnecessary to pursue. Thus, the only choices left for him were the Ming and Qin dynasties. Subjectively, he leaned towards the Qin dynasty. However, the borders of Qin had considerable trade relations with Huai'an city, which could inadvertently expose his whereabouts. In contrast, the Ming dynasty had interactions with the Tianxia society, providing a relatively more stable option. Time was of the essence. Thus, he immediately hurried towards the location of the escort agency. As he was nearing his destination, his gaze was drawn to a nearby building, a bookstore. Suddenly, he recalled that he possessed neither internal cultivation methods nor weapon techniques. Moreover, he was entirely unfamiliar with the customs of the Ming dynasty, so it would be prudent to prepare in advance. After a moment's thought, Huai'an stepped into the store. The bookstore was not particularly large, yet in an ordinary town, it was undeniably a significant establishment. The journey ahead was long. In addition to acquiring books that described the powers of the Ming, he also purchased several martial arts manuals. However, they were merely the most basic low-grade techniques, which he hoped would provide some assistance. How much for everything? He inquired. With a total of over 10 books. The shopkeeper's eyes sparkled with excitement. He thought he had encountered a lucrative customer. This transaction could equal his earnings for an entire month. 70 taels of silver in total. Esteemed guest. Huai'an's expression became peculiar. It was not that the price was exorbitant, but rather that it was surprisingly low. He began to suspect that he was being deceived. Is that the confirmed price? According to the knowledge imparted by the system, even low-grade martial arts manuals commanded a hefty price, typically in the range of dozens of taels per volume. Having purchased 3 or 4 manuals along with books on elixirs, it seemed implausible that the total was merely a few dozen taels. The shopkeeper, a rather unremarkable little stout man, seemed to understand his concerns. With narrowed eyes and a smile, he explained, "Esteemed guest, as you are from out of town, you may not be aware that the prices of books in our unregulated area differ from those outside. Due to frequent skirmishes among various factions, we encourage everyone to practice martial arts. Thus, the prices for low-grade techniques are quite low, allowing commoners to possess some means of self-defense. Most of the martial arts manuals in our bookstore are widely known and common. Naturally, they would not be this inexpensive elsewhere." Though Huai'an remained somewhat skeptical, he ultimately prioritized his survival. The shopkeeper's explanation was reasonable, and he could not find fault with it. "Very well, I shall trust you this once." He produced the silver and handed it to the shopkeeper, clutching a stack of books as he made his way towards the escort agency. After inquiring with passers-by, he confirmed that the shopkeeper had indeed spoken the truth. The skirmishes among the major factions led many from the lower ranks to sell the martial arts manuals of their fallen opponents, resulting in a saturation of low-grade techniques that everyone seemed to know at least a few moves. Having assured himself of the manual's legitimacy, he quickened his pace towards the escort agency. 2 exceptionally handsome men on the road captured his attention. Their extraordinary appearance and demeanor exuded an aura of power that left him somewhat apprehensive. Even upon their first encounter, he could discern their remarkable qualities. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but consider a possible retreat. Within the valley that separates Huai'an city from the influence of the Tiankong society, Li Hanyi, dressed in elegant white garments that made her resemble a celestial being, gracefully emerged from a cave. Her attire was impeccably arranged, and a faint blush lingered on her cheeks. Her disheveled hair had been meticulously styled, and in her right hand, she was holding the severed head of Chen Ming. No matter where you are, this matter will not conclude so easily. She gazed skyward, as if she could see Su Huai'an's mischievous profile among the clouds. Having committed such an act, that scoundrel would most likely not venture into the domain of Shuiyue City. It was highly probable that he had fled towards the Tiankong Society's territory, and she needed to pursue him without delay. With a clear direction, she utilized her swift movement techniques, transforming into a fleeting shadow as she headed towards the nearby town of the Tiankong Society. Though still youthful, her internal strength was remarkably profound. In no time, she arrived at the town, concealing her identity while searching for information throughout the day. Yet, despite her efforts, she remained oblivious to Su Huai'an's whereabouts, causing her heart to sink. Realizing she had fallen into a trap, she understood that he, fully aware of the dangers, had boldly approached them. Truly a brazen individual. She hastened towards Xiang City. However, during the time she had delayed, he had lost his final opportunity. Meanwhile, Weixiong had already departed in a carriage. With Chen Ming's substantial financial backing, even the seemingly isolated Xiang City was accessible. He had found a passing escort and was seated in the carriage, engrossed in his studies. Just after finishing a volume on internal cultivation techniques, he eagerly commenced his practice. In a world where strength reigns supreme, only the powerful possess a voice. The lives of the weak are scarcely distinguishable from those of ants. Fully aware of the significance of strength, he prioritized the cultivation of his internal skills. The foundation of a warrior lies in mastering internal energy. Through the practice of breathing techniques, he concentrated his energy in the dantian, allowing it to transform into true qi. Only by possessing true qi could one be considered a warrior. After successfully completing a full cycle of circulation, he received a notification from the system deep within his mind. Congratulations to the host for practicing a low-grade cultivation technique once, with slight improvement. Current progress. Low-grade technique not yet mastered, 110. Once, twice, thrice, 9 times. Congratulations to the host for successfully practicing the low-grade cultivation technique 10 times, achieving initial mastery. Reward: a sharp long sword and 5 taels of silver. Simultaneously, a gentle warmth flowed in the lower abdomen, where the dantian resided. He could sense an unstable, subtle energy. Indeed, experiencing a surge of fortune was exhilarating. The joy of continuous success was undeniable. For other warriors of ordinary talent, it would typically require 2 days and nights to attain such proficiency. Note that this refers to those of average talent, unlike his own seemingly inadequate gifts, which would complicate the timeline significantly. His attribute panel underwent certain transformations. Inferior Mind Method. Initial Insights, 0-30. It required merely 30 repetitions to elevate it to a proficient level, igniting a fervent spirit within him. Even though it was an inferior technique, mastering it with increasing finesse could hasten his cultivation progress. 30 cycles of the technique, neither excessively lengthy nor unduly brief, soon led him to accomplish a new minor objective, and he experienced a notable change within himself. Congratulations to the host for successfully cultivating the inferior technique 30 times. The inferior mind method has now reached the proficient level, and his physique has increased by 1 point. Current physique, 11 points. Chapter 5. Continuous breakthrough. Engaging in the practice of inferior martial arts techniques, his ascension was remarkably swift. As his mental discipline reached a level of mastery, an unsettling turbulence arose within him. A faint vortex of energy formed in his dantian, drawing in the erratic flows of his qi. A thread of barely perceptible true energy circulated within, subtle yet undeniably present. The joy in Su Huai'an's eyes was uncontainable, his lips curving upward in an involuntary smile. With the presence of true energy within him, he had finally transcended the realm of ordinary mortals, emerging as a true warrior. Congratulations to the host for demonstrating self-discipline and perseverance, achieving the rank of a 9th-rank warrior. Physical Constitution, 2. Root Bone, 2. Current Physical Constitution, 13 points. Current Root Bone, 8 points, normal waist. The enhancement of his root bone imparted an exquisite sensation, as if every bone in his body were being smoothed by a fine whetstone. The impurities within his root bone were meticulously polished away, instigating a change that was intangible yet palpable. The increase in his physical constitution was anticipated, but the augmentation of his root bone filled him with unexpected delight. Once deemed the lowest of the low, his root bone was now at least at a standard level of a normal waist. Compared to his initial state upon arrival, his physical constitution had increased by 5 points, ascending from 8 to 13. He could distinctly sense an inexhaustible reservoir of power within him. Yet, this was merely an illusion stemming from his newfound strength. Nonetheless, among ordinary individuals, he was undeniably formidable. However, he dared not relax even slightly, for this was a world steeped in martial prowess. Not to mention ordinary people, even fellow ninth-rank warriors like himself were plentiful and hardly remarkable. It was imperative to find ways to enhance both his root bone and comprehension. Without such improvements, he would stagnate. The dilemma lay in the fact that the system provided no guidance on elevating these two aspects. The recent enhancement of his root bone was likely a reward for breaking through a realm rather than a standard achievement. The specifics of the system's rewards would require his own exploration. For now, he resolved to live in the present, striving to grow stronger. Mere words were insufficient. Through sustained discipline and diligence, he would inevitably uncover certain patterns in the rewards he earned. The progress on his attribute panel had also shifted once more. Inferior mental technique. Proficient, 070. What transformations might occur should he elevate the inferior technique to a more advanced level? 70 cycles of practice appeared considerable, yet in reality, it was not an overwhelming amount of training. After all, meditative practice of mental techniques restored one's vitality. Otherwise, eminent practitioners would not spend extended periods in seclusion. The cultivation of martial skills could wait, akin to laying a solid foundation before constructing a building. With insufficient strength, even the most potent martial techniques would yield minimal impact. Time passed swiftly, and by the time he completed 70 cycles of the inferior mental technique, dawn had already arrived on the second day. A ray of sunlight pierced through the carriage's curtains, illuminating his face. Congratulations to the host for successfully practicing the inferior mental technique 70 times. The technique has reached an advanced level, earning 4 points in physical constitution and an additional 2 points in root bone. Current physique, 17, current root bone, 10. Additional reward, low-grade true essence pill, crafted from rare herbs and refined by an alchemist. It can slightly enhance one's true energy upon consumption. Huai'an raised an eyebrow, holding a white pellet in his hand, contemplating its significance. This is the elixir that promotes cultivation. I did not anticipate such a reward. Although I have not yet broken through to the rank of a martial artist, I have merely improved my proficiency. If that is the case, does a higher proficiency yield greater rewards? However, he pondered the fact that he was only cultivating a low-grade mental technique. What kind of rewards might await him if he were to practice mid-grade or even higher-grade techniques? The enhancement of root bones and comprehension, akin to cultivation, undoubtedly becomes increasingly arduous as one progresses. After entering the threshold of mastery, it transforms into a profound level of proficiency. He wondered what kind of rewards might accompany such a breakthrough. His advancement in mental techniques had also resulted in a noticeable increase in his true energy. After all, the breakthrough primarily accelerated his cultivation pace rather than directly enhancing his strength. This progression allowed the true energy within his dantian to thicken slightly, resembling fine threads. The 9th grade strength still felt inadequate. At the very least, he needed to attain the 8th grade. Without hesitation, he consumed the freshly awarded true essence pill, which dissolved instantly and tasted delightful. A warm current surged through his limbs and converged into his dantian. Even the swirling air currents seemed to quicken in their rotation. His inner strength erupted forth in a torrent, rapidly elevating his cultivation. From early 9th grade to mid, then late 9th grade, and finally reaching the pinnacle of 9th grade, he seamlessly transitioned into the ranks of 8th grade martial artists. In this tumultuous world, he was no longer among the weakest. Congratulations to the host for diligent and unwavering cultivation. Achieving the rank of 8th grade martial artist. Physique increased by 7. Root bone increased by 2, comprehension increased by 3. Current physique, 24, root bone, 12, ordinary, comprehension, 11, ordinary. Congratulations to the host for attaining ordinary levels in both root bone and comprehension, reaching the standard of average talent in this world. Huai'an had contemplated the remarkable effects of the true essence pill. Yet, he was still taken aback by the fact that it had propelled him to the 8th grade realm in one breath, though his astonishment was overshadowed by joy. If 90% of the population in this world were ordinary individuals, then at least 80% of martial artists were 9th grade. This served as a threshold that constrained most martial artists. Entering the 8th grade was akin to obtaining the key to strength. The 9th grade merely afforded one a slight increase in true energy, while the 8th grade unlocked the acupoints within the body, enabling martial artists to harness their true energy in combat. His physique had reached 2.5 times that of an ordinary person, and his root bone and comprehension had finally attained an average level. Although he was not considered a genius, he was certainly an improvement over being a mere wastrel. Meanwhile, as he cultivated fervently, Li Hanyi was seething with rage. Upon returning to Xiang City, She hurried towards the inn where she had arranged to meet her senior brother, Li Dongjun. The three of them were direct disciples of the city lord of Shuya City, and she had discreetly notified him of her travels in advance. As Li Dongjun awaited her arrival with growing unease, a sense of apprehension gnawed at his heart. Why had his junior sister not yet arrived? Could it be that some unforeseen misfortune had befallen her? Despite her commendable cultivation, her tender age still left him feeling a lingering sense of worry. Just as he hesitated, contemplating whether to seek her out, a soft exclamation reached his ears. Senior brother. There stood Li Hanyi, whose typically aloof demeanor now bore no trace of a smile, instead emanating an icy chill. Chapter 6. The Reunion of Siblings. What a perceptive individual by Li Dongjun is. He immediately surmised the general course of events. Sister, did you encounter any bandits on your journey here? The unusual expression on his usually composed junior sister's face suggested she had suffered a setback at the hands of others, something that would not typically elicit such a response from her. Li Hanyi did not deny it, merely nodding gently. It's nothing serious. It has already been resolved. She would never disclose the events that transpired in the cave, for such unsavory matters are best kept hidden from others. In truth, she was no longer a child, soon to turn 17. According to the customs of the Jiuzhou continent, it was common for girls to marry by the age of 14 or 15. However, she was no ordinary girl. She was the proud swordsmanship prodigy, Li Hanyi. Having gained some renown as a young hero in the martial world, she could hardly be expected to act like a typical woman. At the very least, she should not have surrendered herself under such circumstances. Do you require my assistance in dealing with the aftermath? Li Dongjun's words were calm, yet his tone bore an undeniable authority. Given his significantly greater age and profound strength, Li Hanyi hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. No need, I can handle it myself. As one of the foremost swordsmanship talents of her time, her clarity of mind and exceptional wisdom were beyond compare. Huai'an had made one miscalculation. The drug administered by Chun Ming was indeed a peculiar one. Despite the overwhelming desires it incited, she maintained a clearer mind than usual, thus imprinting his features deeply in her memory. His unusual attire immediately confirmed to her that he was not from the vicinity of Shuya City. Such garments were unfamiliar to her, compounded by the realization that Huai'an was not a martial artist. In this lawless border region, it was improbable for one to venture too far alone. Thus, she concluded that Huai'an would most certainly seek refuge in a nearby town, utilizing a dock or a security agency to escape. Therefore, her search in the territory of Tianxia Hui primarily focused on the docks and the caravan security agencies. Since there were none in that area, he must be in Xiang City. If she personally investigated, she would ascertain his whereabouts. At that point, not even the ends of the earth would spare this scoundrel from her grasp. Li Dongjun observed her thoughtfully, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. He sensed a subtle change in his little junior sister, though he could not quite articulate what it was. There seemed to be a hint of womanliness that was previously absent. After their meeting, Li Hanyi diligently searched through every channel leading to other factions within Xiang City. The city was modest in size, hosting only 2 security agencies and a dock. Coupled with Huai'an's distinctive appearance and the clothing of Chun Ming, it was relatively straightforward for Li Hanyi, with her prestigious background as the heir of Shuya City, to uncover Huai'an's whereabouts in less than 2 hours. He has gone to Deming. Indeed, he is not from around here. Li Dongjun silently trailed behind her, keenly observing her unusual behavior throughout their journey. Observing the usually aloof junior sister taking the initiative to seek out a man, I found myself pondering the circumstances surrounding this unexpected event. Witnessing her demeanor, as though she were preparing to embark on a journey to the Ming dynasty, left me in a state of uncertainty. Primarily, our master held a deep affection for this junior sister, and I also had a great admiration for her, both emotionally and logically. It was my duty to ensure her safety. Otherwise, I would not have willingly accompanied her on this expedition. However, given the infrequent interactions between Shuya City and the Ming dynasty, coupled with the influence of the Tianxia society, I was reluctant to let Li Hanyi take such a risk. What? He departed yesterday? The expression on Li Hanyi's face darkened, her sharp gaze fixed intently on Yi Tian, the steward of the escort agency. Indeed, that customer mentioned he had urgent matters to attend to, paid extra, and left with the caravan. Yi Tian felt utterly innocent. What a farce. Initially, he thought it was a minor issue to protect a guest while escorting the goods. How had he provoked such trouble? Although Li Hanyi, as the new disciple of Li Changsheng, the lord of Shuya City, may not have had a resounding reputation, who could forget Li Dongjun? The two of them confronting him in such an accusatory manner caused a chill to settle in his heart. Suppressing her fury, Li Hanyi acknowledged that it was her own misjudgment that had led to this delay. Yet, if the other party slipped into another dynasty, their trail would vanish, making it nearly impossible to track him down again. Observing the current situation, Li Dongjun furrowed his brow and pondered aloud. He had been riding in the cart meant to transport goods, which should not have been too swift. Considering the considerable distance to the Ming dynasty, if they urged their horses to gallop, there was still a chance they could catch up. Li Hanyi's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Yes, there was still an opportunity. Did they take the main road or a smaller path? Without a hint of hesitation, Yi Tian disclosed Su Huai'an's whereabouts. They had taken the main road. Recently, a band of robbers had emerged on the smaller paths, prompting the escort agency to avoid them entirely. There were only 2 routes leading to the Ming dynasty, with no alternative paths. Typically, they had an obligation to keep their guests' travels discreet, but circumstances dictated otherwise, leaving them no choice. Betraying the other party would merely evoke a pang of conscience, but remaining silent could potentially lead to their own demise at the hands of these 2 individuals. Li Hanyi turned on her heel and departed, mounting their respective steeds alongside Li Dongjun as they sped away. Given their prowess, they still had a considerable chance of intercepting Su Huai'an before he reached the Ming dynasty, unless one had achieved a remarkably advanced level of martial arts. Traveling such long distances by horseback would always be swifter. I wonder how far you think you can escape? Meanwhile, Su Huai'an suddenly sneezed. How could one catch a cold in this sweltering heat? Yet, Li Hanyi's exquisite visage flashed through his mind. Could it be that she was pursuing him? He calculated the time. Indeed, she should be closing in on him. With this thought, a relaxed expression spread across his features, showing no concern for his predicament. As he had not taken the main road at all, a voice from outside the cart called out, "Young Master Su, we are about to enter the Weixiong mountains. The road will be rather bumpy." "Very well, I appreciate your efforts," he replied. Su Huai'an replied softly. As a time traveler, he understood the paramount importance of survival. After crossing over, what mattered most was not strength or wealth, but simply remaining alive. The reason he chose this particular escort agency for transporting goods was twofold. Firstly, it had a solid reputation, alleviating his concerns about being ambushed along the way. Secondly, such agencies typically assembled large teams. Not far from Xiang City, he had used a substantial sum of money to persuade the guards of the caravan, while the majority continued along the main road to escort the goods. A third of the guards accompanied him on the less traveled path. He was uncertain whether Li Hanyi would discover his route of escape. Thus he had made this contingency plan. Human intentions are inscrutable. He would not place his life and fortune in the hands of a stranger from a newly acquainted agency. Even if he were betrayed and pursued, at most they would trace him to the main road, where they would likely realize they were mistaken, leaving insufficient time to catch up with him. During the midday rest of the caravan, Su Huai'an munched on his provisions while perusing the medical texts he had purchased. Mere strength was insufficient. Did not the protagonists in novels often possess extraordinary medical skills when descending from the mountains? In this world, one must consider power and connections. It was essential for him to enhance his own abilities while also forging relationships with esteemed individuals. The most effective way to connect with such figures would undoubtedly be through healing the sick. The leader of the group had assigned several men to guard the surroundings, ensuring that no wild beasts approached. Once all arrangements were made, he quickly finished his meal and approached Su Huai'an. "Mr. Su, if we take the small road, we should reach the borders of the Ming dynasty in about 11 or 12 days. Upon hearing this, Su Huai'an nodded, patting the man on the shoulder with a smile. "Thank you for your hard work. Once we arrive in the Ming dynasty, I shall treat you all to some entertainment at the Baiwa Tower." As he spoke, he produced 30 taels of silver and handed them over. "I would appreciate it if you could hasten your pace. I have urgent matters to attend to." Seeing the gleaming silver, the leader's eyes lit up, and he glanced at the medical book in Su Huai'an's hand. "Not at all, not at all. You appear to be a refined scholar. I take it you are a physician, hurrying to save someone in need." It was clear that 30 taels of silver was no small sum. Even if divided, he would still gain a considerable amount. Su Huai'an was momentarily taken aback, but his expression remained unchanged. "I suppose so. I have a modest understanding of medical texts." He had not initially prepared an excuse, but since the other party had misunderstood, he was content to let it be. Chapter 7. Proficient alchemist. The leader collected the silver with a hint of envy in his voice. "Healers are far superior to us warriors. Apart from alchemists, healers are the most revered." He continued, "Who among us can escape illness? Even the mightiest warriors are prone to injury and require the skilled hands of a healer." Upon hearing his words, Su Huai'an paused from his reading, intrigued. "Alchemists, you say?" The unintentional reminder made him recall that he had also purchased a comprehensive book on alchemy. Initially, he had thought that alchemists were akin to healers. But it now seemed otherwise. The leader, oblivious to Su Huai'an's contemplations, continued, "Indeed, I initially assumed you were heading to a trading market." Su Huai'an was taken aback. "Is the trading market well known?" Upon hearing the term, he recognized it as a marketplace for exchanging goods. However, in the Jiuzhou continent, every town typically hosted small trading markets. It was hardly remarkable. Having just received his reward, the leader was inclined to elaborate further. "Of course, it is quite renowned. Do not underestimate it. We are bound for Taishan City on the Ming dynasty's border. It is in close proximity to the borders of 2 other dynasties, and a grand trading event occurs every 3 years. The items auctioned there surpass those of smaller locations. I have heard that rare elixirs are unveiled there. Warriors who attend often set up stalls outside to trade their wares, and there are many treasures to be found. Heavenly materials, spiritual elixirs, and martial arts manuals abound." Martial arts manuals? Su Huai'an's interest piqued, for it was precisely what he lacked the most. Observing his reaction, the leader chuckled warmly. "Indeed, in the past, exceptional martial arts techniques and skills have surfaced there, but exchanges are typically made through barter. Very few transactions involve gold or silver, and those that do are exorbitantly priced, beyond our reach." The leader suddenly grinned lewdly, revealing a knowing glint in his eyes. "It is said that the trading market even offers exotic beauties for sale, provided one has the wealth to procure them." Su Huai'an's curiosity was ignited, prompting him to ask eagerly, "When does this market commence?" He was desperate for martial arts manuals. If he could acquire a supreme martial art, combined with the discipline of his system, he would soar to greatness. Even if he could not find an unparalleled art, a sacred or precious one would be significantly better than an inferior one. "It is set to begin in approximately 12 days. We will arrive just in time." As the trading event lasts for 3 days, the leader assured confidently, thumping his chest, "Rest assured, we will reach on schedule, ensuring no disruption to your plans." Once the midday break concluded and he returned to the carriage, Su Huai'an eagerly retrieved the alchemy book. His interests lay not in beautiful maidens, but rather in gaining strength. With the self-discipline system at his disposal, he would inevitably reach the pinnacle of power. One day, he would reunite with Li Hanyi, and he would repay the humiliation he had endured in the cave. He glanced at the silver in his possession and let out a faint sigh. Whether one seeks to acquire martial arts techniques through monetary means or through bartering, lacking the necessary capital renders the pursuit of advanced martial arts manuals nothing more than a fanciful dream. It appears that one must first attain the status of an alchemist to qualify for the coveted knowledge. After all, rarity enhances value. The abundance of healers dilutes their worth. While the elixirs crafted by alchemists are exceedingly rare and thus align perfectly with one's urgent need for substantial wealth, resolute in his decision, he temporarily set aside his aspiration to become a healer and delved into the alchemical texts. Time swiftly slipped away, and soon an hour had passed. "Congratulations, host, on successfully reading the complete compendium of alchemy 10 times, gaining a preliminary understanding of various herbs and their medicinal properties. Alchemist experience, 10. He had hoped for a breakthrough, yet found himself still at a nascent stage. It seemed that the experience required for each skill's advancement varied. He would need to revisit the texts multiple times. Muttering to himself, he steadied his mind and continued his diligent reading. Once, twice, thrice. It was only upon reaching the 5th reading that the system chimed in again. "Congratulations, host, on successfully reading the complete compendium of alchemy 5 times, gaining a preliminary understanding of various herbs and their medicinal properties. Alchemist experience, 5. Reward, 5 chi-boosting pills. Congratulations, host, on successfully entering the beginner stage of alchemy, alchemist, beginner level." At last, he had made progress. A wealth of knowledge flooded his mind, encompassing not only the analyses of various herbs from the compendium, but also essential insights into lower-tier elixirs and other pertinent information. He absorbed details regarding optimal conditions and the compatibility of various herbs. Although he had merely scratched the surface, he grasped the fundamentals. Eager to assess his alchemical prowess, he promptly opened his attribute panel. Alchemist, beginner level 040. However, the experience requirement left him somewhat perplexed. After all, even the martial arts techniques required only 30 experiences to transition from novice to proficiency, while alchemy demanded 40 readings. Did this mean he was to read the texts 40 times? Moreover, practicing martial arts consumed little time, whereas the study of alchemy required painstaking repetition. After a moment of contemplation, clarity dawned upon him. The elixirs crafted by alchemists could significantly enhance one's cultivation, making the difficulty level entirely justifiable. Currently, lacking the means for practical application, he could only rely on rote memorization, which inevitably slowed his experience accumulation. Whether through auctions or bartering, He recognized the necessity of alchemical skills. Even patients with seemingly hopeless conditions could be revived with a single elixir. Once he became an alchemist, the path before him would undoubtedly become less arduous. Rubbing his tired eyes, he wished for eye drops, then resumed his reading. Congratulations, host, on successfully reading the complete compendium of alchemy 10 times, yielding modest gains. Alchemist experience, 10. Congratulations, host, on successfully reading the complete compendium of alchemy 10 times, yielding modest gains. Alchemist experience, 10. Inside the carriage, Huai'an tirelessly immersed himself in the study of alchemy, undeterred by fatigue. He felt an immense sense of relief for having taken the less-traveled path, the rugged journey keeping him alert, preventing him from succumbing to drowsiness. Congratulations, host, on successfully reading the comprehensive alchemy compendium 10 times, yielding slight rewards. Alchemist experience 10. Alchemist proficiency reached the advanced level. Constitution 2, current Constitution, 26. Congratulations, host, on sustaining your reading for 8 hours, yielding slight rewards. Comprehension 2, current Comprehension, 13. Upon hearing this notification, Huai'an immediately felt his body weaken and collapsed onto the seat of the carriage. At long last, he had attained proficiency. Continuously engaging with the same text had been a considerable mental ordeal, yet every effort had proven worthwhile. His understanding of elixirs had deepened, and he had gained a greater insight into the characteristics of various herbs. He had amassed a significant number of low-grade and a few mid-grade elixir formulas, now barely qualifying as a relatively experienced alchemist. In contrast, other alchemists would typically require years of diligent study to reach such a standard. He had accomplished this in less than a day. With his current level of expertise, while he may not be able to concoct high-grade elixirs, he could certainly manage the creation of common low-grade ones with ease. Chapter 8. Mastery of sword techniques. The enhancement of his physique eradicated the fatigue that had enveloped him, restoring his vitality. Prolonged immersion in a single tome had rendered his mind languid, yet with the elevation of his comprehension, clarity returned. Could the study of alchemical texts truly enhance one's understanding? He was astonished to discover that even the pursuit of alchemical knowledge contributed to the refinement of his intellect. The myriad thoughts within his mind crystallized into sharper clarity. It was an extraordinary sensation, indefinable yet unmistakably profound. He felt his analytical capabilities had broadened considerably. Leaning against the carriage, Huai'an absorbed the vast memories of a master alchemist. In retrospect, augmenting his physical form appeared relatively straightforward, with myriad methods available. However, enhancing one's innate potential and comprehension proved to be far more elusive. There had been no indication of any improvement in his innate talent thus far. Following this line of reasoning, if reading could bolster his physique, perhaps acquiring skills in other disciplines, such as chess or painting, might similarly yield benefits. Yet, the prospects for enhancing comprehension and innate talent remained uncertain. As he lifted the curtain of the carriage, he noticed that night had fallen. Unbeknownst to him, 8 hours had slipped by. He opened his attribute panel to assess his progress for the next stage. Alchemist, proficient mastery, 0150. Was the gap truly so vast? The requirement was fourfold compared to the previous level. How long must he read? In the pursuit of cultivation, there existed a delicate balance. Excessive impatience could yield counterproductive results. Moreover, if he continued at this pace, he feared he would become nauseous. This was distinct from the practice of mental techniques, as meditative postures provided inherent benefits. Endlessly poring over the same text was an arduous task indeed. Having mastered the mental techniques, the internal energy of an 8th-tier warrior was sufficient to begin learning martial arts techniques. He procured 2 foundational martial arts manuals, a basic sword technique and a basic spear technique. Though labeled as basic, they were, in essence, the most rudimentary forms available. Superior grades of basic martial arts typically bore distinctive names. The manuals he acquired merely provided simple instruction on various thrusts, stabs, and the techniques of exerting force. As night enveloped the surroundings, the guards of the escort agency rested. He retrieved the long sword awarded to him, recalling the sword techniques that resided in his mind. Thrust, lift, point, withdraw. As it was his first practice, his movements remained awkward. He endeavored to replicate the documented techniques meticulously to avoid any missteps. Repeating the basic sword techniques tirelessly, he seemed impervious to fatigue. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds. The increasing frequency of his practice significantly enhanced his speed. He swiftly completed 10 repetitions of the sword technique. Congratulations, host, for successfully practicing the basic sword technique 10 times. The basic sword technique has achieved initial mastery. Reward: 1 vial of blood qi pills, containing 12 pills, and 200 taels of silver. Basic sword technique. Initial mastery. 0:30. Su Huai'an's expression remained unchanged. He had anticipated the nature of the rewards. Neither his practice of mental techniques nor his studies in alchemy had granted him any attribute points upon reaching initial mastery. It appeared that only mastery at a proficient level in any field of cultivation could yield attribute points for comprehension and innate talent. He consumed a few morsels of dry rations to satiate his hunger and continued his practice of sword techniques. Once, twice, thrice, 30 times. Congratulations to the host for successfully practicing the inferior sword technique 30 times, achieving a proficient level, and receiving a physique boost of 1.5 along with 500 taels of silver. Despite possessing a physique that far exceeds that of an ordinary person, he found himself panting and slightly out of breath after concentrating intensely on practicing the inferior mental technique 30 times. Although it did not enhance his attributes of talent and comprehension, the reward of an additional 1.5 in physique was certainly commendable. Furthermore, the 500 taels of silver proved to be immensely beneficial for him at this juncture. After all, he could not ascertain the level of his alchemist skills upon arriving in Taishan City. Relying solely on rote memorization of alchemical texts was painfully slow, and his experience was wholly insufficient. In contrast, the practice of sword techniques, which could be executed in a more hands-on manner, proved to be significantly quicker. He reached the proficient level in just an hour. In the desolate wilderness, he had no access to alchemical tools, let alone the herbs required for potion making, leaving him with no opportunity for practical application. After a brief respite, he commenced a new round of sword training. Basic sword technique. Proficient, 0:70. The ascent became increasingly arduous, and this time he needed to practice 70 times. Congratulations to the host for successfully practicing the inferior sword technique 70 times, achieving the intra-level realm, and receiving a reward of 3 in physique and 1 in comprehension. Su Huai'an sighed, taken aback that his comprehension had only increased by a mere point. While his physique was temporarily sufficient, his comprehension and innate talent remained at an ordinary level. The night passed quietly, and Su Huai'an enjoyed a rare good night's sleep. The arduous training of the previous day left him too fatigued to practice mental techniques that night. Early the next morning, just as he was preparing to delve into alchemical texts and strive for his next breakthrough, the carriage unexpectedly came to a halt. Out of curiosity, Su Huai'an stepped out to inquire about the situation with the team leader. What had transpired? Young master, it appears there are numerous corpses ahead. We need to assess the situation for safety, the team leader replied in a hushed tone. Su Huai'an's expression hardened as he gazed towards the hillside ahead, where dozens of bodies lay strewn about, the grass nearly soaked in blood. Noticing his grim demeanor, the team leader took a few steps back and explained, "Young Master Su, there is no need for alarm. Such is the way of the martial world. Some gain fame while others meet their demise. It is all quite normal. Personal vendettas, tangled emotions, and the pursuit of fame and fortune. Death is an inevitable part of life. I have dispatched several subordinates to investigate. As long as we ascertain that it is merely a chance encounter and not a trap, there should be no cause for concern." Chapter 9. The Field of Corpses. The exquisite maiden, I hope all is well. Su Huai'an was not frightened. Rather, he was reminded of the bandits. The bandits on the path ahead were formidable, cunning, and ruthless. He feared that they had laid a trap, but the area was still nearly 100 miles away from their usual haunt. Originally, he intended for the escort to take an alternate route before entering their plundering territory. The team leader, sharing his concerns about a potential ambush, had sent scouts to investigate. Before long, the 2 scouts returned with news. It was merely a chance encounter, not an ambush set by bandits. The group set off, and Su Huai'an kept the curtain of the carriage drawn back, scanning the surroundings in hopes of making a discovery. With so many corpses strewn about, it was likely a fierce conflict had occurred between rival factions, perhaps leaving behind valuable relics. As the caravan was about to descend from the hillside, a figure behind a mound caught his attention. The enhancement of his physique had significantly improved his eyesight. With keen observation, he discerned that beside the corpse lay a bundle that appeared to contain a rare medicinal herb. "Brother, could you please pause for a moment? I wish to take a look and will return shortly." The leader waved his hand, signaling the caravan to remain still. Su Huai'an jogged towards the corpse, and with his current speed, he reached it in the blink of an eye. He retrieved the bundle from the lifeless hands and examined it closely. Indeed, it was bloodflower Ganoderma. The herb he had glimpsed earlier was a segment protruding from the package. As he unwrapped the bundle, the contents left him astounded. Inside were various herbs such as grass fruit, water huanglian, and clove water. This seemingly modest package was brimming with medicinal treasures, far exceeding his expectations. With these herbs, he could commence alchemical practices without the need to peruse tomes for experience. Just as he intended to return with his findings, he caught a glimpse of the corpse's fingers twitching slightly from the corner of his eye. Su Huai'an hesitated. The individual appeared to have lost a significant amount of blood and would surely perish without immediate aid. However, upon noticing the jade token around the person's neck, he decided to hoist her onto his back and bring her back to the caravan. The leader was taken aback, never having anticipated that Su Huai'an would return with a half-dead person. He quickly voiced his objections, attempting to dissuade him. "Young Master Su, this person is clad in splendid garments and likely hails from a powerful lineage. It would be prudent to avoid unnecessary trouble." As he spoke, his tone grew hushed, and the coldness in his gaze became apparent, clearly suggesting the intent to silence the girl to evade complications. Su Huai'an understood this all too well. Yet, given the individual's unique status, she might very well be his first true benefactor in the vast expanse of the Jiuzhou continent. Thus, he had no intentions of extinguishing her life. "I comprehend your concerns. However, I shall bear the consequences alone. Let us continue our journey." After a moment of contemplation, he felt compelled to elaborate further. "Her injuries were severe enough that they posed no real danger to us, rest assured." The leader's expression remained somewhat hesitant, but he eventually nodded. The reason was simple. He was merely a hired guard, and the likelihood of any trouble befalling him was minimal. Furthermore, Su Huai'an had been quite generous, rewarding him and his companions handsomely, making him a rare and valuable client. There was no need to offend him over such a trivial matter. "Very well, young Master Su, please attend to your business." As Su Huai'an watched him depart, a sense of relief washed over him. He was grateful he had not sought a transport agency in the towns of the Tianxiao Association, for that would surely have brought him trouble. In the desolate wilderness, one could hardly find anyone, and the discovery of treasures often awakens greed in the heart. However, the reputation of Shuya City had always been impeccable. The transport agencies therein adhered strictly to their principles, forbidding harm to their employers. Failure to comply would result in a lifetime ban from employment and the inability to enter or exit Shuya City's territory, along with the threat of being hunted down. Given this situation, merchants surrounding the area preferred the somewhat pricier transport agencies of Shuya City over those of the Tianxia Association, despite the latter's lower rates. Moreover, having discovered rare herbs, the guards could not discern their type or value, alleviating any concerns. Gazing at the young girl lying in the carriage, her bloodied face obscured her original beauty. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could still perceive her exceptional allure. After scrutinizing her for a moment, Su Huai'an couldn't help but murmur, "Ah, I hope I haven't made a grave mistake." His decision to rescue her was not born of misguided compassion. Rather, he recognized that she was a martial artist of considerable caliber. The token she bore was inscribed with the name of a renowned young lady, suggesting that this individual might very well be one of her trusted confidants. Setting aside the question of whether her backing would assist him out of gratitude for saving her life, given his ignorance of her true identity, her high-ranking martial prowess was undeniable. Su Huai'an found himself in a position of dire poverty. Both his mental and sword techniques were of the lowest grade. The prospect of acquiring superior martial arts techniques seemed bleak, as he lacked sufficient channels to do so in the short term. Should he successfully revive her, it was only reasonable to expect some form of martial training in return. As for the possibility of her repaying his kindness with malice, he preferred not to dwell on such thoughts. Her status alone suggested that she would not likely act in such a manner. In truth, every endeavor carries a degree of risk. Since his arrival in this world, he had found himself powerless and without support, facing the looming threat of Li Hanyi and potentially the wrath of Shuya City. For someone like him, who relied on a system that required time and discipline for growth, the future appeared exceedingly dim. His yearning for strength was profound. Furthermore, as a newly initiated alchemist, coupled with the herbs he had salvaged from her, there existed a glimmer of hope to save her life. Chapter 10. Awakening and Surge of Experience. Without hesitation, Su Huai'an adjusted her position and assessed her injuries. As a time traveler with 9 years of compulsory education, he possessed a fundamental understanding of medical knowledge. There were no indications of poisoning on her body. However, her pale complexion suggested profound exhaustion and unconsciousness, accompanied by persistent seepage of blood from her abdomen. He reluctantly lifted her garments to examine her wound, discovering a makeshift white cloth wrapped around her midsection. It appeared to be her own temporary bandage, yet it had become thoroughly saturated with crimson. After confirming the severity of her injuries, Su Huai'an sought out the leader of the group and requested 2 pieces of gauze for staunching the bleeding. He also asked for some hemostatic powder, knowing that those in their line of work typically carried basic medical supplies. He delicately replaced the cloth, cautious not to apply excessive pressure that might exacerbate the bleeding. Upon unveiling the white cloth, he frowned at the grotesque wound, a deep gash that nearly cleaved the girl in two. Fortunately, it was not excessively deep, otherwise, she might have succumbed to blood loss before he could assist her. During this critical moment, the girl stirred, her eyes fluttering open as if she were weighing her options. Yet, within moments, she succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Su Huai'an retrieved the blood essence pills he had earned as a reward, administering two to the girl. To his astonishment, she swallowed them without question. This alleviated his concerns significantly, for it is rare for a gravely injured individual to accept medication from a stranger. Perhaps she sensed no malice in him, or perhaps she believed that her salvation lay not in her adversary. Without a trace of hesitation, she consumed the pills, only to lose consciousness again almost immediately. Su Huai'an exhaled in relief. He had managed to treat her external wounds. The girl was merely exhausted and suffering from excessive blood loss, making the blood essence pills highly suitable. Now, all that remained was to await her recovery and eventual awakening. A series of notifications echoed in his mind. Congratulations to the host for providing basic treatment to a severely injured patient. Medical experience 30. Medical book reaches the introductory level. Reward: a bottle of wound medicine. Congratulations to the host for administering medication to a severely injured patient. Medical experience 50. Medical book reaches the threshold of understanding. Congratulations to the host for feeding medication to an injured patient. Medical experience 50. Medical book reaches the level of proficiency. Rewards: Constitution 2, Root Bone 1. Reward: 200 taels of silver, a set of special silver needles. Current Constitution: 32. 5. Root Bone. 13. Comprehension. 14. Su Huai'an's mind was suddenly enriched with a wealth of medical knowledge, and his constitution had improved. His initial intention was to save a life. Yet he had inadvertently gained experience in self-discipline and resilience, augmenting his medical understanding in the process. After all, administering medication to the wounded was indeed a physician's duty. In just a brief period, he garnered the equivalent of experience that would typically require reading the same text 130 times. Regrettably, this experience does not count towards his progress as an alchemist. Otherwise, he could have advanced closer to the next realm. The girl beside him gradually regained some color, her complexion no longer pale and devoid of vitality, and her breathing steadied. As he contemplated the herbs within the package, he pondered his next course of action. This was, after all, the realm of martial arts, not a fantastical world of capricious fortunes. Thus, the concept of alchemical flames or remote alchemy was non-existent. In this world, an alchemist merely combined various herbs, achieving results greater than the sum of their parts. For instance, the grass fruit and snow spirit flower, when taken individually, possess no remarkable effects. However, when mixed in precise proportions with a few auxiliary ingredients, they can neutralize most poisons. The ratios must be exact, and even the slightest error in combination could not only fail to detoxify, but potentially exacerbate the toxic reaction. A minor miscalculation could render precious herbs utterly useless. Consequently, the initial stages of this profession are financially draining, and many alchemical formulas remain closely guarded secrets of the alchemists. Most herbs require specific techniques during preparation. Taking the grass fruit as an example, its root is indispensable in the creation of other elixirs, yet in the formulation of the fragrant pill, the root must be excluded, lest the concoction be ruined. With only a limited variety of herbs at his disposal, he might be able to concoct just a single type of pill. This scan experience was wholly insufficient. While he was lost in thought, he suddenly sensed a cold gaze scanning him. The girl, who had been lying on her side, had awakened. Seeing this, Su Huai'an's expression brightened. She recovered quickly. It was no surprise, given her capabilities. He had only just changed her bandages and administered a blood vitality pill, and within less than half an hour, she regained consciousness. The recovery and resilience of high-level martial artists were indeed vastly different from those of lower realms. The girl's eyes reflected scrutiny and confusion as she surveyed him. "You must know who I am now?" Her voice was soft, yet she exerted herself to support her awakening with her robust physique. The first thing she noticed upon waking was the absence of her jade token, prompting her to ask, without hesitation. Su Huai'an stroked his chin, choosing not to conceal the truth. "Your jade token bears your identity, and given that you are female, it is not difficult to ascertain who you are." As he spoke, he returned the jade token to her. The girl did not dwell on the topic, her tone laced with complexity. "You possess medical skills. How rare." She was fully aware of Su Huai'an's actions in administering medicine and bandaging her wounds during her brief moments of consciousness. Su Huai'an cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. I know a little. Your wound required attention, or you risked excessive blood loss, which is why I rebandaged it. This was his first experience saving another, and having seen her in such a vulnerable state, he could not invoke the empathetic heart of a healer. Well, I owe you my life. If you ever need anything, you may seek me in Weixiong. The young girl refrained from further inquiries, nodding slightly to indicate her understanding of the favor bestowed upon her. She was acutely aware of her own state at that time, thus she harbored no doubts. Do the people outside know my identity? Su Huai'an shook his head. I have not disclosed it to them. What is your name? Su Huai'an. Having distanced herself from Shuiyue City, she felt no need for subterfuge. With no ties to bind her, her name remained the sole testament to her identity. You may call me Weixiong. For the sake of safety, Su Weixiong resolved to conceal her true identity. Although the youth before her appeared to harbor no ill intentions, the members of the escort agency beyond were an entirely different matter. As the second daughter of the North Liang king of the Nanli dynasty, her status was not to be taken lightly. Now severely wounded and situated at the borders of the Great Ming, should her identity be revealed, countless individuals might seek to exploit it. The possibility of being captured was far from negligible. Chapter 11. The First Alchemy and the Ascension of the Alchemist. Su Huai'an felt a twitch in his face before regaining his composure. Very well, Su Weixiong. While there may be many called Su Weixiong in the Jiuzhou continent, the identity token inscribed with Su Weixiong's name left no room for doubt. The individual before him was indeed the second young lady of the Weixiong royal household, Su Weixiong. Initially, he had presumed her to be a trusted confidant wielding her token to undertake some task. To discover that it was she herself, inadvertently revealing her identity, left him uncertain whether to deem himself unfortunate or exceedingly fortunate. Despite the fleeting expression on his face, it did not escape Su Weixiong's keen gaze. You appear quite astonished, she remarked. Upon learning her identity, Su Huai'an felt a surge of excitement within. It seemed his martial prowess had found a promising avenue. No, I simply did not expect you to acknowledge it so readily. Yet, deep down, he pondered what matter could warrant her personal pursuit of adversaries at the border of a foreign land. Moreover, the renowned talent Su Weixiong was said to possess the beauty capable of captivating nations. Yet, the lady before him, while undeniably lovely, with her exquisite features unmarred by the bloodstains on her face and her graceful figure, did not quite reach the astonishing heights of the Jiuzhou beauty rankings. He prudently chose to bypass this potentially perilous topic. Su Weixiong, however, seemed unperturbed by such trivialities. As she placed her delicate hand against the carriage window in an attempt to rise, Su Huai'an quickly pressed her down, advising against any sudden movements. Your injuries are quite severe. It is best to rest for a while. Any vigorous activity may exacerbate your abdominal wounds. Under normal circumstances, Su Weixiong's prowess would have rendered her impervious to his restraint. Yet, in her current state of diminished vitality, she found herself lacking the strength to resist, her abdomen throbbing painfully and causing her brows to furrow. How long must I remain incapacitated? She inquired, vexed by the prospect of being absent for an extended period following her unexpected and grievous assignment. Su Huai'an contemplated for a moment. At the very least, it will require 7 days. For an ordinary martial artist, full recovery from such injuries could take a month or more. He observed her delicate frame trembling slightly, an indication of her discomfort with such intimate contact. Upon hearing his response, Su Weixiong's expression softened marginally. Very well, I can afford to wait that long. A few days' absence should not stir any significant turmoil. During their conversation, she learned from him that they were en route to Tyne City. This knowledge eased her mind somewhat. The relationship between Daming and Nanli was amicable, alleviating her concerns. As for the team of guards leading them, what formidable experts could a small-town escort bureau possibly provide? They were merely lower-tier martial artists, and once she regained a modicum of strength, she could easily vanquish them. From her, Su Huai'an also received unexpected good news. The bandits on the minor road had been entirely dealt with by Su Weixiong and her companions. Thus, there was no need for a detour, and he could arrive in Tyne City a day earlier than anticipated. Su Weixiong engaged in conversation with him for a while, discerning from their exchange that Su Huai'an harbored no ill intentions towards her. Unable to resist the overwhelming fatigue any longer, she succumbed to a deep slumber. Su Huai'an, not having the opportunity to request any martial arts techniques, refrained from waking her upon observing her face contorted in pain as she slept. Sitting cross-legged in the carriage, he diligently practiced his heart method over and over. Before long, an entire day had elapsed, during which Su Weixiong remained in a deep sleep. The fruits of his unwavering discipline were soon evident. Congratulations, host, for successfully practicing the lower-grade heart method 200 times, achieving a state of integration. Reward, Constitution 2. 5. Root Bone 2, Comprehension 2. Current Constitution, 35, Root Bone, 15, Ordinary, Comprehension, 16, Good. Through a day of relentless perseverance, coupled with a breakthrough in his heart method, he ascended to the pinnacle of an 8th grade warrior. He was but a step away from entering the ranks of 7th grade warriors. His attribute panel had also undergone a transformation. Lower grade heart method integration, 0600. Even though he was already aware of the system's mysteries, Huai'an could not suppress the smile that tugged at the corners of his mouth. Finally, he had achieved a commendable level. His root bone had reached the highest standard of ordinariness, and with one more enhancement, he could enter the realm of excellence. When Weixiong awakened, she was met with an astonishing sight. In the morning, she had been a novice 8th grade warrior, and now, a day later, she had reached the peak of 8th grade. Was this a cheat? Although the distinction between 8th grade and its pinnacle was trivial to him, the speed of her advancement was indeed extraordinary. It had taken him several days to progress from a novice 8th grade warrior to its peak, and even then, he was lauded as a new generation genius, outpacing the majority in terms of breakthrough speed. What had transpired during her slumber? You're awake. Have something to eat, Huai'an said with a warm smile, offering her the provisions he held. Weixiong was about to decline, claiming she wasn't hungry, but the rumbling of her stomach silenced her protest. After a prolonged battle and depletion of her vitality, she was ravenous. Reluctantly, she accepted the food and began to nibble. As night approached, their encampment was conveniently situated near a dense forest. After a day of recuperation, Weixiong had begun to heal from her injuries. She did not rush to leave the confines of the carriage, but instead borrowed a piece of clothing from Huai'an. Her attire was soiled, stained with the blood of their foes. By the light of the campfire, Huai'an retrieved a collection of over a dozen herbs he had gathered. Relying on his memory, he set about concocting the only elixir he could manage. He meticulously removed the roots of the grass fruit and ground the weeping spirit leaf into powder. After a laborious half-hour, he finally completed the preparations. Upon Weixiong's return, she chanced upon him, engrossed in the careful formulation of his first elixir. Medium-grade elixir, barrier-breaking pill, for use by warriors of 3rd grade and below to break through their realms. Congratulations, host, for successfully concocting a medium-grade elixir for the first time. Experience 200. Reward, Comprehension 1. Congratulations to the host, the alchemist, for reaching the realm of mastery. Rewards include an increase of 1 in physique and 1 in comprehension. The initial success of his first practice greatly bolstered Huai'an's confidence, completely oblivious to the astonished expression of Weixiong standing behind him. Congratulations to the host for successfully concocting a mid-grade elixir, earning 200 experience points. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the realm of integration. Rewards include an increase of 1 in physique, 2 in bone quality, and 2 in comprehension. After successfully refining 6 elixirs in one go, Huai'an finally ceased his actions. The exhilarating surge of experience points was utterly delightful. It was not that he wished to stop, but rather that the herbs had been completely utilized. His mind was now filled with numerous mid-grade formulas and a dozen high-grade elixir recipes. His attribute panel had also experienced a significant enhancement. Current physique, 37. Bone quality, 17, good. Comprehension, 20, good. At last, both attributes had reached a satisfactory level. Regrettably, the increase in physique was rather minimal. However, he could comprehend that the advancement in the realm of an alchemist, being more specialized, would naturally not confer as significant benefits to physique as it would for a martial artist. Chapter 12. The 7th-ranked warrior. Upon turning around, he beheld Weixiong standing behind him. Just a glance left him momentarily frozen in place. Though she had merely changed into her own attire, she appeared utterly transformed, as though she were an entirely different person from the one he had encountered earlier that day. At this moment, Weixiong, despite her already admirable beauty, radiated an unmistakable aura of refined elegance, characteristic of a cultured scholar. Merely standing there, without uttering a word, one would readily assume she was a young lady of nobility from a royal lineage. The nature of one's demeanor is enigmatic, akin to the way certain breathtaking beauties exude either a seductive charm or an innocent purity. Yet, Weixiong was distinctly different, her exquisite features harmoniously complemented by her extraordinary poise, elevating her overall allure to an unparalleled level, evoking an impression of absolute beauty. Even Huai'an could not help but mutter in admiration. Truly, Weixiong was deserving of her reputation. As one of the sovereigns of the Jiuzhou continent and the sole daughter of the Weixiong king, who held significant military power within the southern Li dynasty, her acclaim was not derived from wealth or beauty, but rather from her remarkable intellect. She was celebrated as the foremost talented woman of the Southern Li dynasty, her wisdom rivaling that of any man. It was no wonder he had initially dismissed her beauty as lacking. He had focused solely on her outward appearance while neglecting her inner qualities. Thus, he had underestimated her allure, especially considering she had been bloodied and pale, resembling a lifeless corpse during their first encounter, which hardly allowed for any appreciation of her true essence. Your alchemical skills are quite impressive. If I am not mistaken, this is a mid-grade medicinal pill, is it not? After a brief moment of astonishment, Weixiong swiftly regained her composure. With her extensive experience, she had encountered countless prodigies. However, Huai'an was the first she had seen who could ascend from the initial stage of the 8th rank to its pinnacle within a single day. Furthermore, he possessed the art of alchemy. Who, she wondered, was this remarkable individual? Huai'an, not one to withhold the truth, smiled and admitted, "Indeed, unfortunately, I had limited materials, so I could only successfully concoct 6 mid-grade breakthrough pills." He was taken aback that Weixiong could discern the quality of the pills he had prepared. Her knowledge truly lived up to her title as the first talented woman of the Southern Li dynasty. As previously mentioned, most alchemists tend to be possessive of their formulas, rarely sharing their recipes. Thus, apart from fellow alchemists, few are privy to the materials and methods involved in the crafting of various pills. Yet, she could determine the nature of the herbs he used simply by observing them, recognizing that his creation of mid-grade pills was no small feat. What? Mid-grade breakthrough pills? Are you saying you succeeded in all of them? Weixiong could no longer maintain her innate composure, gazing at him in astonishment. The lower-grade breakthrough pills could be utilized by warriors below the 6th rank, while mid-grade pills were intended for those below the 3rd rank, and the upper-grade ones were effective for those beneath the master level. Among the various pills designed to assist in overcoming bottlenecks in cultivation, they were notoriously challenging to produce. The market scarcely saw lower-grade breakthrough pills, let alone mid-grade ones. Even with lower-grade pills, the success rate for typical alchemists rarely exceeded 50%. Moreover, if she was not mistaken, Huai'an seemed to have achieved success without a single failure. The youth before me is remarkably talented, yet it is merely luck, just luck, Huai'an humbly remarked. On the surface, alchemy appears to be a simple amalgamation of various herbs. However, the actual process proves to be far more challenging than one might imagine. Not only does the order of herb addition vary, but different parts of the same herb are required for the creation of distinct elixirs. Furthermore, the entire process must be executed seamlessly without the slightest pause. Otherwise, the medicinal properties fail to fuse perfectly, resulting in utter failure. Weixiong harbored a lingering doubt, for the quality of alchemical creations is often indiscernible until one consumes them. Only then can one ascertain whether success has been achieved. Such circumstances have led to numerous deceitful alchemists attempting to pass off their substandard concoctions for profit, disappearing at the first opportunity. Upon witnessing Huai'an return to the carriage and swiftly ingest a barrier-breaking elixir, his aura surged once more. And only after stepping into the ranks of a 7th-tier warrior did Weixiong genuinely believe his words. Congratulations, host, for successfully entering the realm of a 7th-tier warrior. Reward: Constitution 3, Comprehension 2, Root Bone 2. Huai'an sat cross-legged on the ground, quietly channeling his inner energy to solidify his cultivation, and after a considerable time, he finally rose. Weixiong, observing him, furrowed her brow. Is your martial arts technique of low quality? To her, this was a perplexing notion. How could a master alchemist capable of crafting mid-tier elixirs be reduced to practicing only basic techniques? Surely, one of such caliber ought to possess at least mid-tier or even superior techniques. Huai'an let out a wry smile, thinking it implausible to divulge that his alchemical skills had been acquired only recently. My master taught me that one must strive for what they desire. I have only recently begun my journey as an alchemist after leaving my sect. In a bid to provide a plausible explanation for his alchemist status, he boldly invoked the narrative of a former life, that of a skilled alchemist descending from the mountains. The truth of the matter was inconsequential. In the vast expanse of the Jiuzhou continent, who could truly fathom the number of reclusive alchemists? Weixiong, perceptive as she was, harbored no further suspicions, understanding that he wished to refrain from discussing this topic in depth. Regrettably, the technique I have learned cannot be imparted to you for certain reasons. Moreover, which alchemist would willingly share their secret formula with someone who is not their direct disciple? Huai'an waved his hand dismissively. That is of no concern. If you cannot teach it, then so be it. A glimmer of intrigue crossed Weixiong's eyes as she chuckled softly. Is that so? I seem to have yet to inquire why you chose to save me. Huai'an shrugged, exuding an air of helplessness. Initially, I believed you to be a skilled individual who might impart some techniques to me, But that was a miscalculation. Since I've already saved you, let it be a bond of goodwill. Perhaps someday, you may assist me in return. His words were a blend of truth and fabrication. Should Li Hanyi ever discover him, he might indeed require Su Weixiong's aid. As for cultivation techniques, he had ample means to procure superior ones at the trading fair. Su Weixiong's expression remained composed, yet a spark of curiosity danced in her eyes. You are quite intriguing. Her identity and status had exposed her to numerous individuals who feigned sincerity while harboring ulterior motives. It was the first time she had encountered someone like Su Huai'an, who boldly articulated his intentions. As twilight began to descend, Su Huai'an stepped out of the carriage and resumed his relentless practice of swordsmanship. Whenever fatigue set in, he would consume medicinal pills to rejuvenate his energy, perpetually honing his skills. His limitations were evident, as he possessed no firearms and had not acquired any agility-based martial arts. Su Weixiong's gaze remained fixated on his retreating figure, a sensation stirring within her that this youth was unlike anyone she had previously encountered. Yet, she could not pinpoint the source of this distinction. As he concluded his practice, night enveloped the surroundings. Observing him seated in meditation, preparing to cultivate his mental techniques, she offered her insights. Your swordsmanship is commendable, yet it is overly rigid and mechanical. Your fixation on practicing techniques, combined with the ordinary nature of your longsword, may hinder your adaptability in the heat of battle. Consider borrowing a light or heavy sword from the guards. The experience of practicing fundamental sword techniques with different weapons will yield profound revelations. Moreover, frequently interrupting your mental cultivation is inadvisable. Each session should ideally last no less than an hour. Additionally, mental training necessitates a tranquil environment. It is prudent to avoid practicing in a carriage, which is susceptible to unforeseen disturbances. Should you find yourself in a critical moment of practice, an external attack or significant jolting could lead to backlash or, in severe cases, a descent into madness. Chapter 13. The astonished Su Weixiong in an instant. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Su Huai'an's eyes, and he nodded in agreement. Though he relied on his self-discipline and self-improvement system to grow stronger, there were numerous intricate details in his cultivation that he overlooked. Without Su Weixiong's guidance, who knows how long it would have taken him to grasp these pivotal points. Practicing in the carriage was indeed a desperate measure, a fact he was well aware of, yet he found himself with no better alternatives. The system's notification sound chimed in unison. Congratulations, host, for receiving Su Weixiong's guidance on the foundational mental technique, earning 30 experience points. Congratulations, host, for acquiring Su Weixiong's instruction on the foundational sword technique, earning 50 experience points. Su Weixiong then inquired, why do you not practice a form of movement technique? You must understand that in battles between warriors of equal rank, the application of movement techniques often determines the outcome. Su Huai'an offered an awkward smile. I do not know how. You do not know even the fundamental movement technique. Su Weixiong was taken aback, his astonishment surpassing his expectations. He had never anticipated such a reason. As a direct disciple of an alchemist, it was fundamental for him to learn the mental technique of lower grade and the sword technique, also of lower grade, during his training, and it was rather understandable that he needed to strive for these. However, the complete absence of guidance in movement techniques made him question whether she truly was a devoted mentor. At this point, she no longer doubted Su Huai'an's identity as a reclusive alchemist disciple. After all, without a good teacher, one could scarcely acquire even the most basic alchemical formulas, let alone concoct elixirs. Yes, I do not know. Back in Xiang City, he had been preoccupied with fleeing, ensuring he had sufficient funds to hire the escort agency. He had only chosen to focus on the mental techniques and 2 martial arts, momentarily neglecting the significance of movement techniques. Su Weixiong pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. In that case, I can teach you the basic movement technique. Oh, truly? That would be splendid. Su Huai'an exclaimed with delight. Although it was merely a rudimentary movement technique, having it was certainly better than lacking it altogether. The basic movement technique was commonplace. Any warrior of 5th rank or above could readily instruct him. Su Weixiong candidly informed him without reservation, in a couple of days, once my injuries have healed somewhat, I will be able to demonstrate for you. At that moment, her wounds had yet to heal, and any exertion could cause them to reopen and bleed profusely, necessitating a couple of days of rest. Su Huai'an readily agreed. Initially, he had contemplated purchasing several martial arts manuals from the escorts, but he quickly abandoned that idea. They hailed from a small escort agency and possessed limited prowess. The martial arts they would offer were not of high caliber, rendering them ineffective even if he were to buy them. Thus, he had refrained from broaching the subject during their journey. Soon, his gaze fell upon the outer garment worn by Su Weixiong. The intensity of his stare caused her pupils to constrict, prompting her to instinctively lean back. "What do you intend to do?" Su Huai'an averted his gaze and explained. "You must change the dressing on your wounds regularly, and the linen should be replaced with fresh material. Furthermore, if you wish to recover swiftly, it would be best for me to administer acupuncture to invigorate your blood circulation and dispel any stagnation." He paused briefly before continuing. "Rest assured, it is merely a matter of changing the dressing on the abdomen, requiring no disrobing of other areas. The injection is solely administered on the back." Su Weixiong is acutely aware of his own body and knows that what he says is true. However, facing a man while clad only in undergarments is an unprecedented experience for him. Noticing her lack of protest, Su Huai'an swiftly removed her garments. The process was remarkably smooth. Given his current medical texts, intricate acupuncture techniques were out of the question. Simple methods for invigorating blood circulation and resolving bruises posed no difficulty. And the freshly bandaged wound was treated with a reward from the system, a golden salve. "Congratulations, host, on treating a severely injured martial artist. Medical experience increased by 40. Su Weixiong felt a mild, tingling sensation in his abdomen, but dismissed it without concern. Su Huai'an then resumed his meditative practice, adhering to his own advice of dedicating no less than an hour to each session. Indeed, his efficiency markedly improved, and his vital energy gradually increased. For the first time in his life, he shared a chamber, the carriage, with an adult male, and Su Weixiong found it difficult to sleep. Observing Su Huai'an's relentless dedication to his training, he could not help but sigh inwardly. What a pity! His perseverance and cultivation is commendable, and his aptitude as an alchemist is truly extraordinary. Yet, his innate talent and comprehension seem rather lacking, compounded by his age. Fortunately, these thoughts remained unvoiced, for had Su Huai'an overheard, his confidence would surely have been shaken. Su Weixiong's innate talent is quite satisfactory, and his comprehension has reached a level of genius. Yet it is still deemed insufficiently impressive. However, comparisons can be cruel. Talent is not uniform, and those of exceptional ability vary in caliber. When juxtaposed with the new generation of renowned figures within the dynasty, such as Su Weixiong, even the most gifted alchemist pales in comparison. Ultimately, having personal strength surpasses the connections one may forge. Early the next morning, Su Huai'an sought out the leading guard and procured some game from them. His rations were insufficient for the two of them, especially with Su Weixiong being unwell. Mere provisions would not suffice. With the addition of Su Weixiong, a beautiful martial artist, their subsequent days became far less tedious. 2 days later, Su Huai'an ceased his cultivation of the basic mental technique. The pinnacle of strength achievable through such a technique is that of a 7th grade martial artist, rendering any advancement to the 6th grade unattainable. To break through, one must seek higher level techniques. Otherwise, one remains trapped within this realm for a lifetime. Fortunately, Su Weixiong's condition had improved, allowing him to personally instruct Su Huai'an in the basic body technique. Chapter 14. The intent of Su Weixiong for several days. Su Huai'an immersed himself in the study of alchemical texts during the daylight hours, while honing his swordsmanship and agility in the evenings. With Su Weixiong's occasional guidance, his progress was remarkably swift. "Congratulations, host. Your basic agility technique has reached the threshold of initial comprehension. Reward, Physique 0. 5. Congratulations, host. Your basic agility technique has achieved proficiency. Reward, Physique 1. 5. Congratulations, host. Your basic agility technique has entered the realm of mastery. Reward, Physique 2. Root Bone 1. Congratulations, host. Your basic swordsmanship has reached the stage of integration. Reward, Physique 3. Root Bone 1. Comprehension 2. However, his progress in alchemical arts remained stagnant. Despite his daily review of the texts, the accumulation of experience was painfully slow. He remained in the stage of integration, still far from advancing to the next level. The attributes panel also exhibited significant changes. Host, Su Huai'an. Age, 19. Realm, peak of 7th rank martial artist. Physique, 47. Your physique has entirely surpassed that of a 7th rank martial artist. Root Bone, 21. Genius. Comprehension, 24. Genius. Martial arts mind techniques. Basic mind technique. Mastery. Cannot be improved further. Basic swordsmanship. Integration 51,000. Basic agility technique. Mastery 2300. Abilities. Alchemist. Integration 150,5000. Medical skill. Mastery 18400. The experience required for advancing in various martial arts was markedly different, and the difficulty of progressing as an alchemist was significantly greater than that of other martial disciplines. His medical skills had benefited greatly from Su Weixiong's influence. with experience accrued through prolonged bandage changes. After several days of interaction, Su Weixiong found herself repeatedly astonished. Su Huai'an was like a puzzle. His speed of mastering agility and sword techniques surpassed her comprehension. His martial prowess advancing from 7th rank to its peak within mere days was truly unfathomable. She even suspected that had it not been for the stagnation in his mind technique, Su Huai'an would have already broken through to 6th rank. Such a talent. How could it be that at this age he remained merely a 7th rank martial artist? The only explanation she could fathom was that Su Huai'an's master had previously prioritized his progress as an alchemist, leaving him little time for martial training. You are truly a marvel, your cultivation advancing at such a rapid pace. Luck, merely luck, Su Huai'an chuckled. He would not allow himself to become arrogant, for in the martial world, there were countless practitioners of similar strength. Take Su Weixiong as an example, had she not been saved by him by chance. His own abilities would not have been worthy of even carrying her shoes. The relationship between the two had grown somewhat complex, as frequent bandage changes necessitated intimate gestures. Moreover, as both were experiencing prolonged interaction with the opposite sex for the first time, their bond began to shift subtly. Just as they were about to reach Taishan City, Su Weixiong's injuries had fully healed, allowing her to move freely once more. Are you returning to Weixiong next? Su Huai'an inquired curiously. After all, she was his first friend in this world. Su Weixiong's eyes were deep and clear, reflecting an earnestness within. No, I must first return to the Xiang Academy of the Nanli dynasty. Her whereabouts are not to be disclosed to outsiders. Yet she has long since acknowledged Su Huai'an in her heart and wishes not to deceive him. Is that so? Then, should you encounter any martial techniques or mental cultivation methods suitable for me, do not forget to procure a couple of volumes. Su Weixiong merely smiled, tacitly agreeing to this matter. If one were to truly find martial techniques, I would advise you to choose mental cultivation methods in the long run, especially if you can only obtain one. Su Huai'an understood her implication and nodded in agreement. Indeed, I comprehend. The cultivation of mental techniques is the essence of a martial artist. Even the most extraordinary martial technique bestowed upon you by a 9th-grade warrior would be of little use. Conversely, if one's cultivation is advanced, even inferior swordplay or body techniques can wield unfathomable power in the hands of a skilled martial artist. It is best to acquire both mental techniques and martial skills. If that is not feasible, one must prioritize wisely. Suddenly, Su Weixiong's gaze bore into him with an intensity that was hard to articulate, tinged with suspicion. I have one more question. Su Huai'an responded lightly. Speak. A hint of inscrutable significance flickered in Su Weixiong's beautiful eyes. Is your golden wound ointment particularly rare, something unattainable in the marketplace? After several days of recuperation, her abdominal wounds had healed completely, and the grotesque scars had almost vanished entirely, leaving only a faint trace that was barely discernible upon close inspection, filling her with unexpected joy. The desire for beauty is inherent to a woman, and she is no exception. She had encountered precious ointments that could mend scars before, but they were usually unattainable, requiring prolonged use. A wound that would typically take her at least a month to heal had, in merely a week, not only healed but also rid itself of scars. Su Huai'an did not understand the purpose of her inquiry, but replied honestly, well, it's not too bad. I only possess one bottle, which should indeed be unavailable on the market. The exquisite golden wound ointment provided by the system is extraordinary, and it is a reward that has been granted only once thus far. Su Weixiong smiled knowingly, no longer probing further. This meant that the only precious golden wound ointment he possessed had all been applied to her, solely to minimize her scars, causing her to involuntarily smile in delight. I must take my leave now. Here is a token for you. The journey through the martial world is long. We shall meet again in due time. Her smile, radiant and enchanting, could rival the beauty of a fish sinking or a bird alighting, leaving a profound impression on Su Huai'an's heart. Tossing the token that represented her identity to Su Huai'an without awaiting his response, she stepped away gracefully, akin to a butterfly fluttering towards the horizon. Su Huai'an did not anticipate that his words would be misconstrued by Su Weixiong. He pondered whether there was something amiss in her previous statement. Shouldn't it have been the journey is long, and we shall meet again if fate allows, or until we meet again? Why did she say we shall meet again in due time? Gazing at the magnificent city not far away, a sense of ambition surged within him. This is my first stop upon entering the martial world. I too shall seek my own fortune. Taishan City, here I come. Chapter 15. Selling medicine at the stall, I find myself pondering whether my current proficiency as an alchemist will suffice for the upcoming trading fair. Through recent discussions, I have gleaned valuable insights from Su Weixiong. In the realm of martial arts, the high-ranking warriors are often well-versed in the intricacies of human relationships. while the average fighters are preoccupied with conflict and combat. There is an old adage that captures this sentiment. In the world of martial arts, one cannot escape the blade. Taking a life is a simple matter, a flash of the sword, and a head rolls. However, saving a life is a far more formidable challenge. The majority of physicians possess only modest skills, with few demonstrating exceptional medical expertise. My own medical abilities are modestly developed, primarily bolstered by my alchemical skills. Both disciplines share a common origin, yet there is one aspect that physicians cannot replicate. Alchemists possess the unique ability to concoct pills that enhance cultivation and facilitate breakthroughs. As I bid farewell to the guards of the escort agency, I bestow upon them several dozen taels of silver as a token of gratitude. Seizing the opportunity, I inquire about their return timeline. The head of the guards, feeling pleased with his reward, responds cheerfully, "Indeed, young Master Su. We shall wait another couple of days to see if we can escort any additional travelers back." He reflects on the disparity between us. While young Master Su regards dozens of taels with indifference, he himself must toil for such a trifling sum. This response brings a measure of comfort to my heart as I calculate the logistics. Their delay of 2 days, coupled with a journey of over 10 days, means that by the time they reach Xiang City, it will be half a month later. Even if Li Hanyi were to learn of my whereabouts through them, by that time, I would have already concluded my business at the fair and departed from Taishan City. Nevertheless, for the sake of caution, I procure a popular mask to conceal my identity. I anticipate that Taishan City will be bustling with activity. Yet, the scene before me exceeds my expectations, with countless vendors shouting their wares along the streets. As a nexus between two great dynasties, the city naturally attracts a substantial flow of visitors. With the trading fair being a triennial event, the excitement is further amplified. In my own words, 6th-tier warriors are abundant here, and 4th and 5th-tier practitioners are not uncommon. The convergence of skilled individuals increases my chances of discovering numerous martial arts techniques. Esteemed guest, I sincerely apologize, but our inn is fully booked, the innkeeper's assistant says apologetically, eyeing me with regret in a moderately sized tavern. I produce a silver ingot and place it upon the table. Surely, there must be a way to accommodate me. Your benefits would be assured, I suggest. The assistant's eyes gleam with desire, yet he hesitates to accept the silver, gritting his teeth to refuse. I truly apologize, but I advise you to seek another establishment. He yearns for the silver, but the thought of offending a martial artist is too daunting for him. To relinquish a reserved room would be tantamount to courting disaster. Silver may be precious, but life is of greater value. With a resigned shake of my head, I depart from the inn, having already visited 3 establishments. Given the current circumstances, it appears that every inn in the city is fully booked. Even if I were to continue my search, finding a room now seems an insurmountable challenge. A surge of hunger enveloped him, compelling him to abandon the search for shelter and prioritize filling his stomach. He sought out a humble vendor and purchased a few buns to satiate his hunger. As he consumed his meal, he made his way towards the trading assembly, situated at the outskirts of Taishan City. The trading assembly occupied a central location, divided into inner and outer tiers. The outer tier served as the marketplace for martial artists of lower realms, while entry to the inner tier required a minimum rank of 3rd-tier martial artist. Despite his elevated status as an alchemist, he could not enter the inner trading streets without sufficient cause. There were, of course, those of modest strength but exceptional alchemical skills, who were esteemed guests of the major factions. Their renowned reputations naturally afforded them access. Freshly embarked on his journey, who would believe in his alchemical prowess? After a considerable time, he finally reached the entrance of the trading market. The crowd was a colorful tapestry of attire, ranging from the opulent to the humble, and even to the bizarre. The array of goods for sale was equally diverse, with everything from miraculous elixirs and an assortment of weapons to rare medicinal herbs. Martial arts techniques and various martial arts manuals were also available. One modest stall displayed over 10 martial arts manuals. Medium-grade martial art, Battle Heaven Spear technique. Exchangeable for equivalent sword techniques or superior elixirs or weapon materials. Medium-grade martial art, Storm Nebula Claw technique. Exchangeable for equivalent manuals or medium-grade elixirs to enhance strength. Superior martial art, ever-changing Misty 13 forms. Exchangeable for equivalent manuals or 2 or more equivalent elixirs or weapons. Medium-grade martial art, Chaotic 7 Fingers. Exchangeable for equivalent manuals or the mature Immortal Fragrance Flower. So Weixiong found himself dazzled by the offerings, yet none were within his means. All transactions were barter-based, and he possessed no suitable elixirs. The stall owner, an unremarkable yet portly man, scrutinized him as he lingered at the stall. Detecting that he was merely a 7th-tier martial artist, the man nonetheless inquired, "Young brother, do you see anything you fancy?" After a moment's hesitation, Huai'an decided against pursuing any trades. If pressed, he could indeed exchange for a manual or two. However, he deemed the martial arts manuals less vital than the foundational techniques. Opting to retain some leverage, he observed that a staggering 99% of the martial arts manuals required barter. The few that could be purchased at a premium were all martial techniques, with not a single manual available for outright purchase. Even the unique weapon techniques, such as the shadow-tied ghost whip or rabid dog-like technique, were not suitable for him. With no choice left, he proceeded to the organizers of Tai'an City to acquire a vendor's permit. This permit would allow him to legally set up a stall at the outer trading assembly, protected by the authority of the city lord, safeguarding against coercive practices and ensuring the safety of vendors during the assembly. Finding a secluded corner, he fashioned a sign from white cloth. 1 grain of elixir transforms the mundane into the martial. 1 grain of medicine elevates the martial into the master. He arranged the remaining 5 barrier-breaking elixirs prominently before him. He resumed outlining his exchange requirements. Any inferior-grade elixirs may be refined. Medium-grade martial skills may be exchanged, up to a maximum of 10 pieces. Any medium-grade elixirs may be refined. Medium and superior-grade martial skills or precious herbs may be exchanged. Superior-grade elixirs, superior techniques, or rare martial arts may be exchanged, alongside precious herbs. Rare elixirs, rare techniques, or sacred martial arts may be exchanged. The specific items available for exchange depend on the varying grades of the elixirs. He surveyed the terms and mused. Indeed, the tone was rather audacious. In truth, he possessed the knowledge to refine nearly all superior-grade elixirs, yet he preferred not to be ostentatious. A young man proficient in all methods of refining superior-grade elixirs would undoubtedly attract undue attention. Without absolute strength or a formidable background, one risks becoming an object of scrutiny. Chapter 16. The first guest. In the interest of safety, he decided to merely state that he would be capable of refining middle and lower-grade elixirs. This approach would prevent him from attracting excessive attention. His aspirations, however, extended beyond this. The outer trading market only offered high-grade cultivation techniques at best. He yearned to explore the realm of rare cultivation methods, believing that establishing a reputation would not be an arduous task, and gaining access to the inner circle would follow suit. His signboard indeed captured the attention of many passers-by, who could not resist stealing a glance or two. Yet, upon noticing his youthful demeanor and considering the prevalence of deceitful alchemists in the martial world, skepticism arose. Given the audacious claims on his stall's sign, even seasoned alchemists would hesitate to assert mastery over all middle and lower-grade elixirs. The sheer multitude of low-level recipes made it nearly impossible to master them all. Who would dare to make such a bold proclamation? Many instinctively regarded him as a charlatan, presuming that a young man would choose to engage in trickery rather than genuine study. If he could indeed refine high-grade elixirs at his age, what would that render the rest of their lives but servitude, let alone high-grade? If he could merely produce middle-grade elixirs, he would eat his own words. Initially, he dismissed such remarks with disdain. However, with transactions at a standstill, he found it prudent to shift his strategy. To the individual who boldly proclaimed he would eat his own words if he could refine middle-grade elixirs, would you care to place a wager? Regardless of the world, keyboard warriors abound, and the continent of Jiuzhou was no exception. Upon calling out, the middle-aged man who had spoken earlier halted, his brow furrowed in disdain. What? Do you take issue with my words? Age alone does not determine worth. Since you doubt my claims, I possess elixirs here to validate my abilities. Unperturbed, Huai'an remained seated on the stone steps. The most effective way to attract others to his trade was to garner attention. The confrontation between the two drew a crowd eager to witness the unfolding drama. Onlookers, upon hearing the terms of his trade, erupted into a cacophony of discussions. What? He claims to master all middle and lower-grade elixirs? Is he jesting? Even renowned alchemists would hesitate to assert knowledge of every recipe in that category. The ambition to pursue high-grade cultivation techniques seemed utterly delusional, especially considering the scarcity of such texts in the outer trading market. Young and oblivious to his own limitations, he aspired to attain a status reserved for high-grade alchemists, who were esteemed even within major sects, rather than descending to barter over cultivation techniques. When faced with a choice between a high-grade alchemist and a first-grade martial artist, everyone would naturally favor the esteemed alchemist. Their connections, bolstered by their mastery of elixirs, were formidable. If Huai'an possessed genuine prowess, he would not find himself in such a place, openly seeking high-grade cultivation techniques. Observers noted that his abilities seemed to plateau at the pinnacle of the 7th tier, evidently hindered by his cultivation method. Nevertheless, The intrinsic value of cultivation techniques and martial skills differed significantly. High-grade martial skills and high-grade cultivation techniques were not comparable. Mastering a high-grade cultivation method would lay a solid foundation, enabling a martial artist to pursue any martial skill they desired. However, possessing superior martial skills without the support of an excellent mental technique to expedite one's cultivation progress renders them nearly useless, especially when one's inherent strength is insufficient. At trading fairs, those who propose to exchange superior martial skills for superior mental techniques are merely gambling on fortune, hoping to encounter a practitioner whose martial style harmonizes with their own and who possesses mental techniques of greater value. To exchange for superior mental techniques, one must at least offer a substantial quantity of superior elixirs. Under the scrutiny of so many, Su Huai'an remained composed, clasping his hands in greeting. Esteemed guests, here lie my trading offerings. Those in need may come forth and test them. The authenticity of my wares will soon be revealed. If you possess the qualifications for trade, you may first sample the elixirs to ascertain their efficacy before proceeding with an exchange. Should they prove ineffective, you shall owe me nothing. His words prompted a notable silence in the vicinity. The offer to sample the elixirs hinted at a certain level of confidence. A burly man, his brows furrowed, pointed at a breakthrough elixir and inquired, "Young man, can you indeed allow us to sample the elixirs first?" His voice was rough, yet commanding, emanating the unique pressure characteristic of martial artists. The individual before him appeared to possess at least the strength of a 6th-tier martial artist, likely even a 5th tier. Su Huai'an smiled and nodded. Indeed, as long as you possess suitable martial techniques and mental methods, you may sample the elixirs first to confirm their efficacy before trading your items. The burly man wasted no time, pulling a manual from his robes and tossing it towards him. Superior martial technique, Starry Steps, when executed, grants ethereal and agile movement at the highest level. It can manifest in illusory form to confound opponents. Thanks to the system's discernment, Su Huai'an swiftly assessed the authenticity of the martial technique, feeling a flicker of surprise. Such strength could yield a superior martial skill, defying first impressions. He had anticipated merely a medium-grade martial skill. Very well, I can offer 3 breakthrough elixirs in exchange. Or I can provide other elixirs. Generally, the value of superior martial skill surpasses that of comparable elixirs. However, breakthrough elixirs, being special concoctions aimed at overcoming bottlenecks, hold a value that often exceeds that of standard superior elixirs, despite being classified as medium grade. The burly man scoffed, glancing disdainfully at the stall. You only have 1 vial of medium-grade breakthrough elixir. Can you offer any other elixirs? Su Huai'an smiled faintly. What elixir do you wish to concoct? You provide the materials, and I shall handle the refinement. A single superior martial technique is worth 1 vial of superior elixir, under your provision of materials. I can assist you in refining 2 vials. He had no intention of providing the materials himself, having planned this strategy in advance. Only by doing so could he maximize his own benefits while ensuring that the other party did not face a loss. Alchemists were already scarce. Even if one gathered the necessary materials, the cost of locating an alchemist willing to assist was significant, and success was never guaranteed. In contrast, he could assure a 100 success rate, creating a win-win situation. The burly man clearly harbored skepticism, lifting the breakthrough elixir from the stall and inspecting it closely. Forget about the other elixirs. I will exchange for 3 breakthrough elixirs, but I wish to sample 1 first. Su Huai'an had no objections. The burly man randomly selected 1, tossed the martial technique towards him, and then departed. He had lingered at the pinnacle of the 5th rank for an extended period, regardless of the truth. He was determined to attempt a breakthrough. Upon his departure, the onlookers not only remained but increased in number, all eager to discern whether Su Huai'an possessed genuine skill or was merely a charlatan. With martial arts firmly in hand, Su Huai'an was unperturbed by the possibility of the burly man fleeing. As for himself, escape was not an option. The law enforcement officers from Taishan City had already set their sights on him, as fraudulent activities were strictly prohibited at this trading event, lest they tarnish their reputation. While other forms of deception might be excused as the buyer's lack of discernment, fraudulent elixirs were specifically outlawed. In recent years, the proliferation of fraudulent alchemists had left most martial artists jaded, having been deceived, leading to a profound animosity towards the purveyors of counterfeit elixirs. An hour passed without a single individual stepping forward to engage in trade. Just as Su Huai'an began to feel a tinge of impatience, the burly man returned, his face aglow, having shed the earlier scowl to offer a respectful apology. It was my folly not to recognize the stature of your abilities. I apologize. The breakthrough elixirs are indeed authentic. The delight in his tone was palpable, having shattered a long-standing bottleneck, lifting his spirits immensely. Su Huai'an had anticipated this. He was well aware of the efficacy of his elixirs. Ineffectiveness was simply not an option. Very well, you may take 2 more breakthrough elixirs, and our transaction shall be complete. The crowd erupted in murmurs of astonishment. The burly man's aura was undeniably genuine. Previously a 5th-rank warrior, he had now ascended to the 4th rank. In this era, locating a trustworthy alchemist was no simple feat. Those deemed reliable were often renowned grandmasters, far above the aspirations of lowly warriors. The cost of even a single refining session from such individuals was exorbitant, and their willingness to assist was never guaranteed. The availability of genuine elixirs had dwindled, with barely 1 in 10 capable of enhancing one's cultivation, let alone those meant to break through barriers. The burly man hesitated as he accepted the 2 elixirs, his expression resolute as he addressed the crowd. This young master is not a mere swindler. I, Li Lei, vouch for him as a disciple of the Blade sect. The crowd collectively gasped, taken aback by his declaration. Such a statement was not made lightly. It implied that should anyone fall victim to deception at Su Huai'an's stall, they could seek recourse from Li Lei. Internally, Li Lei was unsettled, yet he deemed the potential friendship with Su Huai'an worth the risk. This was the only means he could conceive to strengthen their rapport. Su Huai'an, upon hearing this, smiled faintly and replied, "Very well, I shall accept you as a friend." Li Lei's intentions were unmistakable. The most challenging part of any endeavor is the beginning, and what he lacked most was recognition. With his endorsement, future dealings would undoubtedly be smoother. Upon hearing this, a hint of eagerness flickered across Li Lei's previously fierce visage. "I shall not intrude upon your trading any further. Should you require assistance, merely call for me. My stall is not far away." A 20-year-old prodigy in alchemy, he felt fortunate to have successfully ingratiated himself. From disdain to being sought after, Su Huai'an had merely acquired an additional layer of prestige as a senior alchemist. If given the choice, Li Lei would not feel the need to curry favor with the experts of the 1st and 2nd tiers. However, in his pursuit to gain the approval of the esteemed alchemists, he may find himself lacking opportunities. For instance, at present, no transactions are taking place at Su Huai'an's stall, as onlookers remain hesitant. Yet, in less than half a day, once his alchemical skills are acknowledged, should he express disdain for someone, numerous individuals would eagerly step forward to rectify their relationship with him. This exemplifies the formidable allure of an alchemist, a power that martial artists utterly lack. Chapter 17. The reminder from by Li Dongjun and Li Hanyi's determination with Li Lei's promotion. Many in the crowd gradually came to believe in his identity as an alchemist. At that moment, another voice emerged from the throng. Could this be a ruse? Such deceptive tactics have not been uncommon among alchemists in the past. Many have feigned severe poisoning, claiming that a single antidote pill cured them instantly, thus gaining trust to deceive others. However, with Li Lei's genuine breakthrough in cultivation, such allegations lacked credibility. Before Su Huai'an could defend himself, someone stepped forward to refute the doubts. "Is there any doubt about a 5th-grade breakthrough from the 4th? We are not blind." A young man, unremarkable in appearance yet possessing an extraordinary aura, emerged from the crowd, smiling as he inquired, "I truly require some specific elixirs, and I happen to have the materials. I wonder if you can concoct them?" Su Huai'an replied with confidence, "If I accept the task and fail to produce the elixirs, I shall take nothing and will compensate you double for the materials." The prospect of receiving materials without effort was enticing. It promised invaluable experience. "If I had a continuous supply of materials, I could refine elixirs incessantly, and with the support of my self-discipline and self-strengthening system, reaching the pinnacle of alchemy would not be insurmountable." "Have you heard of the spirit-stabilizing pill?" the young man asked with a carefree smile, directly stating his needs. The spirit-stabilizing pill is a superior-grade elixir, renowned as the favorite among practitioners of the demonic path. Most of these practitioners, steeped in slaughter, inevitably succumb to the erosion of their inner demons as their cultivation deepens over time. This can hinder their ability to concentrate during practice, and any forced breakthroughs or careless training may lead to disastrous consequences. The primary function of the spirit-stabilizing pill is to quell the violent energies within one's spirit. Without raising his head, Su Huai'an replied, 2 bottles of the spirit-stabilizing pill, totaling 10 pills, can be exchanged for either a superior martial technique or a combination of a medium-grade mental method and a medium-grade martial technique. You may collect the pills within an hour. I shall remain here." The young man furrowed his brow and countered, "Oh, what guarantees do you offer?" Pointing behind him, Su Huai'an responded, "There is a trading house right here. You need not worry about my departure. After our transaction, I will return to my stall." His stand was situated against the backdrop of a trading house, which contained private rooms specifically designed for discreet transactions. After all, some individuals dealt in excessively valuable items and preferred to keep their dealings hidden from prying eyes. Who would dare to publicly trade a precious martial technique obtained by chance? That would simply invite unwanted attention. Thus, the trading house was established, constructed with soundproof materials to ensure a high degree of secrecy and security, forbidding any violence, lest one provoke the ire of Taishan City. The young man scrutinized Su Huai'an's expressions carefully, yet discerned no hints of deceit, prompting a hearty laugh from him. Very well. 1 hour it is. Being a straightforward individual, he promptly produced the herbs, 13 primary ingredients, along with 21 auxiliary ones. The trading house of Taishan City had but one entrance, with no other exits, giving him confidence that Su Huai'an would not abscond. Su Huai'an lifted his leg and stepped forward, entering the room with an air of unhurried confidence. Outside, a throng of people had gathered, swelling from dozens to hundreds, comprising nearly half the market. This was a rare opportunity to witness a master alchemist crafting superior-grade elixirs, an event that was nearly unparalleled, especially in Taishan City, which could not compare to larger capitals of mighty nations like the Ming or the Qin. The presence of an alchemist capable of producing such esteemed potions was indeed a rarity, particularly at a trade fair in this border town, making it a spectacle not seen in a decade. Who wouldn't wish to behold such a sight, perhaps to acquire the very elixirs they sought? Some among the crowd felt a twinge of regret for having missed the chance. They were the earliest to arrive, hesitating out of fear of being deceived when they first witnessed the genuine barrier-breaking pill. Yet, if Su Huai'an succeeded in his endeavor this time, no one would dare question his abilities again. Conversely, the number of individuals willing to trade with him would be staggering. Whether their martial arts techniques would gain his favor remained uncertain. An hour can feel both long and short. Amid the agonizing wait, Su Huai'an emerged with a smile. Here are your elixirs. On his personal attributes panel, which only he could perceive, the alchemist's status had undergone a notable transformation. Alchemist Mastery, 7,000, 10,000. He was but a step away from reaching the next level of mastery, where his skills would be consummate. He tossed 2 vials of elixir to a man, who caught them and examined one closely, even taking a moment to inhale its fragrance. Without hesitation, he produced a tome, Superior Sword Technique, Blood Refining Sword Method. To slay 1 is a swordsman, to slay 100 is a swordsman of renown, to slay 10,000 is a sword demon. The sword strikes, the enemy perishes. There is only the sword. Su Huai'an felt a surge of joy. This was indeed a superior sword technique, perfectly complementing his foundational swordsmanship. Are you not concerned about the efficacy of the elixir? The man chuckled, a smile gracing his lips. To be honest, I have consumed the spirit-settling pill multiple times before. Otherwise, I wouldn't know its precise ingredients. Other elixirs may remain a mystery to me, but I can discern the authenticity of the spirit-settling pill. The crowd erupted into excitement once more. Those closest could even catch a whiff of its faint aroma. Just inhaling it brought a clarity to their minds. What? It's the spirit-settling pill, truly a superior-grade elixir. They marveled. This elixir was reputed to be among the most challenging to concoct within the realm of superior-grade potions. There was no need for verification. Aside from the process of ingestion and refinement, most elixirs were difficult to assess by mere sight or scent. However, exceptions do exist, and the spirit-settling pill was one of the few that could be identified through its aroma. Now, the crowd surged forward, eager to engage in trade with Su Huai'an. I seek the Hollow Heart pill. I have materials to exchange. How dare you request a low-grade elixir from Master Su? Step aside. Indeed, at the very least. It must be a mid-grade. I possess superior martial arts. I wish for you to concoct a superior-grade Xian Yuan pill. I have a mid-grade mental technique. I only seek 3 superior-grade barrier-breaking pills. The momentum has shifted, and the titles have transformed. On one side, his dealings flourish, filling him with elation, while on the other, Li Hanyi finds herself in a rather dismal mood. After enduring numerous hardships, she and Bailey Dongjun have finally caught up with the escort team's convoy, only to discover that Su Huai'an, the lecherous man she had planned to confront, has not accompanied the group. Instead, he has taken an alternate route, leaving no indication of his destination. In this vast world, how is she to locate him? Li Hanyi stands quietly by the stream, lost in thought as she gazes at the lively fish swimming beneath the surface. Bailey Dongjun, clad in a long robe, after a moment of contemplation, speaks up. Junior sister, I suspect he has made his way to Taishan City, perhaps to evade us by avoiding the main road. Li Hanyi, her mind elsewhere, responds absently. He wouldn't be foolish enough to head to Taishan City after revealing his direction and deliberately separating from the main group. Bailey Dongjun lets out a wry smile. Perhaps he thinks just that, intending to mislead you by taking the opposite path. He reflects on how his junior sister, who has been infatuated with swordsmanship since childhood and possesses remarkable intelligence, could fail to see through such a simple strategy. What kind of profound loss has she suffered at the hands of this unknown man to leave her so restless? Li Hanyi's exquisite features momentarily falter as she contemplates deeply. Once her resolve solidifies, her expression turns cold, and she turns to leave. Bailey Dongjun is taken aback and quickly inquires, "Where are you going?" Without glancing back, Li Hanyi strides purposefully towards her horse. "I shall not let him escape, no matter how far he may flee. If I capture him, he will surely learn of my strength." "How intriguing," Bailey Dongjun murmurs quietly, hastening to follow her. Chapter 18. Weixiong in the bustling trading market of Taishan City. Su Huai'an prioritized the refinement of the Xianyuan pill due to time constraints. This decision stemmed from two primary reasons. Firstly, the mid-grade mental cultivation method was ill-suited for him. Its low tier rendered it virtually useless for trade. Unlike martial arts, which one can practice in various forms, mental cultivation methods require singular focus. Secondly, with his rising reputation, it would not be difficult to refine a few more pills and gain recognition to enter the inner trading circle. By then, he would not be limited to mediocre methods. Rare and superior ones would likely be within his reach. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to waste time trading for a low-grade method of no value. The chosen girl, brimming with excitement, eagerly squeezed through the crowd. "Little master, hello? I don't have the materials for the Xianyuan pill." Upon seeing her innocuous smile, Su Huai'an couldn't help but smirk with a hint of mockery, chuckling lightly. "No worries, I will write them down for you. Just ensure you gather them before the trading event concludes." Conducting trades in this manner bore many advantages, the most significant being that, aside from acquiring martial arts methods, he could also utilize others' materials to elevate his own alchemical prowess. However, every advantage comes with its drawbacks. Requiring others to prepare their own materials inevitably risks revealing the formula for the pills. The girl felt as though her thoughts had been laid bare. Her cheeks flushed as she tilted her head defiantly. Su Huai'an was unperturbed and promptly jotted down a list of herbs. The girl took the list without a word and left the throng. Su Huai'an found it amusing, thinking how naive she was. She seemed to believe that possessing the list equated to holding the formula, which was a misconception. The specific use of each ingredient was known only to him, and the order of refinement was equally crucial. Most importantly, he would never provide anyone with a genuine list. He had intentionally included several superfluous herbs to mislead other alchemists while omitting a few essential ingredients. Though these were common herbs easily obtainable, he had already procured many generic types of herbs in preparation. Thus, no one could derive the precise formula from the list he provided. In just half a day, he had acquired 2 volumes of superior martial arts texts, which filled Su Huai'an with elation. However, reality swiftly dealt him a harsh blow. While his stall was bustling with activity, all the mental cultivation texts available were of mid-grade quality, and the martial techniques predominantly followed suit. Aside from the ones he had previously obtained, only one remained in the trading pool, an obscure martial art pertaining to the 9-section whip, which was entirely unsuitable for him. He soon came to terms with the situation. Martial arts methods are not akin to gold or silver. They are the very foundation upon which sects are established, and few would readily exchange them. In other words, only the leaders of various sects could casually offer profound martial arts for trade. Otherwise, one might find only rogue practitioners or bandits willing to barter their eclectic skills, gained through a life of violence. Despite the mismatched suitability of the martial arts, he accepted trades from 3 individuals, recognizing that enhancing his alchemical skills remained of paramount importance. Congratulations to the host for demonstrating self-discipline and resilience, successfully refining a mid-grade elixir, earning 30 points of alchemist experience. After a day of relentless dedication, the host has ascended to a higher level of alchemist mastery. The knowledge of various recipes for superior elixirs has been fully acquired, along with several rare formulas. Most significantly, both the root bone and comprehension have experienced an elevation, with comprehension increasing by an impressive 5 points. Such an unexpected delight, as advancements become increasingly challenging, the substantial benefits of progressing in alchemist mastery were unforeseen. Current physique, 49. Root bone, 24. Genius. Comprehension, 29. Genius. A further enhancement in comprehension will enable the host to reach the level of prodigies. The desire to immediately practice the newly acquired martial arts fills his heart. However, his hands remain diligently engaged. Rationality reminds him that this is a rare opportunity to accumulate greater depth of knowledge. Unlike disciples from prominent sects with their own legacies, He must seize this chance to acquire martial arts without hesitation. Moreover, without mastering the mental techniques, he cannot fully unleash the power of superior martial arts while confined to the 7th-tier warrior realm. Big brother, you may now enter the inner trading market. A charming young lady, possessing an exquisite and gentle countenance, infused with a hint of heroism from the martial world, remarked with a radiant smile. Despite having encountered the renowned beauties Li Hanyi and Weixiong, Huai'an felt an instinctive surge of protectorate instinct upon seeing this young lady. Really? I am qualified to enter? He mused, surprised by the promptness with which the news of his presence had reached the organizers of Taishan City. He had anticipated at least waiting until the following day to be informed of his eligibility. The service is commendable. The reception for a trading market features such remarkable beauty. Yes, big brother, let me guide you inside. The young lady, though youthful, exhibited remarkable poise and familiarity in her demeanor. Huai'an clasped his hands in a gesture of respect toward those around him. My apologies, everyone. I must take my leave for now. Sure. My home is right in Taishan City, on the street. Do come visit when you have time. Frustration brewed among the onlookers. Unable to see her face, yet captivated by her remarkable figure, yearning to possess her. They pondered when they might encounter another capable alchemist. Regrettably, they had allowed her to seize the opportunity. The murmurs among them reflected the age-old truth. As individuals ascend, water flows downward. Only within the inner sanctum can superior goods be traded. Why barter with lower-tier warriors in the outer realm? You resemble someone I know, the young lady remarked. Her smile is radiant as a blooming flower, glancing at him with a light-hearted demeanor. Huai'an instinctively inquired, resemble whom? The young girl stuck out her tongue playfully. Big brother just like you. She exclaimed. My name is Weixiong. What is yours, big brother? Huai'an felt a thunderous shock. That name was not unfamiliar to him. You can't possibly be the daughter of Weixiong, the great hero, can you? He quickly dismissed his speculation. The vast expanse of the Zhou continent made it entirely plausible for someone to share the same name. In the past half-month, he had encountered Li Hanyi and Weixiong. It was improbable that he would also meet Weixiong. It was no wonder he thought so. Considering Weixiong was from the southern Song dynasty, how could his daughter traverse such great distances to arrive in the Ming dynasty? Chapter 19. The schemes of Chao Zhengchun and the arrival of Li Hanyi. You are indeed acquainted with my father. The young maiden turned her gaze back, a mischievous smile illuminating her countenance. Huai'an found himself at a loss for words. She truly resembled the daughter of Weixiong. He had been pondering how the reception staff at the trading fair could be so enchanting, and now it all made sense. The girl seemed to peer into his thoughts and playfully smiled. Are you curious how a person from the southern Song dynasty came to be here? Huai'an merely smiled in silence, for he did harbor such a question. However, it was their first encounter. Probing into another's privacy felt improper. A taboo in the martial world. It is better to avoid actions that might be deemed bothersome. It's no matter to tell you. I am merely here to enjoy a respite. At the mention of this, her mind conjured the image of a tall, handsome young man, her elder brother, the renowned hero Yanghua, whose visage bore a mask akin to Huai'an's. Both exhibited extraordinary grace, yet their temperaments and approaches to life differed profoundly. Her elder brother imparted a sense of melancholy and wistfulness, while Huai'an radiated warmth and cheerfulness reminiscent of sunlight. Both harbored their own thoughts, remaining silent throughout their journey. Previously, Huai'an's perception of the Zhou continent had been limited to a mere amalgamation of martial arts. He had not considered other dimensions until he encountered Weixiong. Weixiong was still in her youth, while Zhang Sanfeng had already reached an age of 100, invincible in the world. The characters and timelines of this martial realm diverged significantly from the world etched in his memory. One could not interpret this reality through the lens of former recollections. Under Weixiong's guidance, Huai'an obtained his entry token, signifying his formal qualification for the inner trading circle. Weixiong did not hasten to depart, but quietly trailed behind him, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she scrutinized him. Huai'an, in turn, observed the inner circle. Unlike the exterior, the number of martial artists here was scarce, merely a handful scattered about. Yet, each individual exuded a subdued yet piercing aura, far removed from the ordinary warriors outside. Moreover, he noticed a few eunuchs. Eunuchs? He suddenly realized the peculiarity of the situation. What business did eunuchs have at the borders of a dynasty? Particularly the chief eunuch, who, despite his gentle smile, emanated a commanding presence that eclipsed the surrounding martial artists. Seeing the shock on his face, Weixiong's lips curled into a slight smirk as she stifled a laugh. It is Chao Zhengchun from the Ming dynasty's eastern factory. The esteemed eunuch Chao. What brings him here? A murmur rippled through the crowd as some recognized his identity, whispering in astonishment. When discussing the pinnacle of Ming martial artists, one could not overlook Zhang Sanfeng, the unparalleled master. Yet, in the realms of court and martial arts, the Eastern Factory and Hulong Villa were undeniably the two titans of the current Ming dynasty, wielding immense power over life and death within the empire. It was said that eunuch Chao's Tiangang Tongzi's skill was unbreakable, his martial prowess unmatched. Such a master-level expert had also graced the city of Tai'an. It seems there are significant movements afoot. Perhaps it is best for you not to concern yourself with certain matters. It would be wise to say little. A companion swiftly interrupted the latter part of his sentence. Indeed, the martial artists within the inner circle possess formidable skills, yet when compared to the powerful Chao Jingchun, they are merely akin to a larger ant. Crushing them would require little effort. Weixiong gently patted his back, biting her lip in contemplation. Do you wish to know his purpose here? You already know. Su Huai'an pondered for a moment, realizing it was quite reasonable. After all, as a resident of Taishan City, she would have the means to facilitate her entry into the inner circle, making it understandable for her to be privy to certain secrets. Weixiong playfully poked her chin with her delicate, pale fingers, her youthful nature unmistakable. I could share that information with you, but you must first remove your mask so I may see your true visage. Very well. Su Huai'an anticipated a more daunting request, and revealing himself was not a concern. Primarily, he too was curious as to why someone of Chao Zhengchun's stature would be present there. He intended to linger for a few days, and should the situation turn unfavorable, it would be prudent for him to make an early exit. Weixiong tugged at him, and they stepped back a few paces. I've heard he intends to personally fund a martial arts tournament. The top 5 participants will receive substantial rewards, with the first prize being a rare martial arts technique. Su Huai'an nodded in understanding, quickly grasping the implications. It was merely a means to garner allegiance. Chao Jingchun's Eastern Factory and the Ironbone Monkey's Hulong Villa were locked in a fierce struggle. Naturally, he sought to attract more skilled fighters, for in this realm, what is valued? It is profit. Who would risk their life without reward? By offering a rare martial technique, he could not only acquire an exceptional martial artist, but also bolster his own influence. Weixiong, oblivious to his thoughts, continued to muse aloud. It's strange. Why does he choose this moment? The power struggle between the two major factions of the Ming court had been ongoing for quite some time, yet he had never engaged in such activities before. As an outsider, Su Huai'an found little reason to ponder further. Ultimately, it did not concern him. Setting aside the issue of his insufficient strength, he had no desire to become embroiled in the conflicts of power. Although he coveted the rare martial arts techniques, he was not inclined to take unnecessary risks. Meanwhile, Taishan City welcomed a new visitor, Li Hanyi from Shuiyue City. Although she had taken a wrong turn, all paths led to Taishan City, so there was no need for detours. Upon entering the city, Li Hanyi made her way directly to the outer trading market. She was acutely aware that Su Huai'an lacked martial prowess, rendering him unqualified for the inner circle. Searching in the outer area would suffice. Unfortunately, the vast crowd made her quest anything but simple. There were not merely thousands, but potentially 8,000 martial artists present. Where could that damned scoundrel have gone? Li Hanyi felt her anxiety mount with each passing moment, her facade of calm crumbling away. In a territory not her own, combined with the lack of established relations on the Ming border, both donned cloaks to conceal their identities, wary of attracting unnecessary trouble. Junior sister, do not be anxious. Logically, he cannot have gone far. Exercise some patience. Li Dongjun remained preoccupied with pondering what had transpired between the two. The junior sister is acting rather strangely. Regardless of the reasons, be it familial affection or enmity, I have never witnessed her invest such earnest concern in a man. Little do they realize, Su Huai'an is merely 100 meters away from them. Chapter 20. Hostility in the shadows. The two individuals inadvertently missed each other for the time being. Su Huai'an casually selected a spot within the inner chamber and set up his small stall once more. However, the nature of his transactions was entirely altered. He no longer advertised the refining of low to mid-grade elixirs. This decision stemmed primarily from the presence of Chao Jingchun. If he were to attract too much attention, it would be troublesome indeed if that individual took notice and sought to draw him into his faction. Surely, he did not wish to end up in the Eastern Depot, a haven for eunuchs. Setting aside other considerations, one would inevitably offend the iron-boned divine monkey. Just dealing with Li Hanyi of Snow Moon City was already quite troublesome. He hoped to live a few more years. Hey, you promised to show me your true face, Weixiong pouted, clearly displeased as she noted his distraction. Failing to mention her earlier request, Su Huai'an smiled widely and removed his mask. A handsome and masculine visage adorned with a subtle smile emerged, his eyes sparkling with a gentle, jade-like warmth. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, It seemed as if little stars flickered in Weixiong's gaze. How handsome! Was her elder brother beneath the mask also such a striking figure? Hearing her repeatedly reference another man stirred something within Su Huai'an. Are you speaking of the legendary hero Yanghua? He inquired. To capture the heart of the northern hero Guijing's beloved, it could only be the exceptional Yanghua. Upon hearing his name, Weixiong's lips involuntarily pursed. Indeed, I cannot find my elder brother. My father sent me out to ease my mind. Since being rescued by Yanghua many years ago, she had been unable to forget him. She had longed to discover the true face behind the mask. This time, her request to see Su Huai'an's appearance was coincidentally prompted by the identical masks they wore. As Su Huai'an's thoughts raced, he quickly pieced together the sequence of events. It was evident that Guijing was aware of his daughter's lingering feelings for Yanghua and, given the relentless assaults from the Yuan dynasty, had deemed Xiang no longer safe. Thus, under the pretext of allowing Weixiong to find solace, he had sent her to the distant safety of the Ming dynasty. Such a thoughtful plan. As evening approached, Chao Zhengchun made another appearance, accompanied by several little eunuchs in attendance. We are fortunate to be here and wish to host a martial arts competition for the talented, he succinctly stated, echoing Weixiong's earlier words. His voice was not loud, and with few individuals present in the inner chamber, the space seemed vast. Yet, his words resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present, even reaching Su Huai'an, who stood 100 meters away. This revelation caused his expression to shift as he became acutely aware of the disparity among martial artists. Was this the prowess of a master? To be able to project one's vital energy while speaking was almost a hallmark of the master realm. Of course, those in the innate realm could achieve similar feats, but not with the effortless ease displayed by Chao Zhengchun. This world truly teemed with extraordinary talents. If one individual like Chao Zhengchun possessed such capabilities, one could only wonder at the strength of the extraordinary woman by his side. Guoxiang's cultivation was at least at the third rank, but beyond that, her level remained elusive to discern. In the future, Li Hanyi will be celebrated as the Snow Moon Sword Immortal. Yet, what is her current realm? Upon this reflection, the excitement and elation he felt upon acquiring martial arts dissipated entirely. Even though he had mastered superior martial techniques, what could he achieve with his mere 7th-tier cultivation? A long journey lay ahead, and he could not allow himself to be complacent over a trivial opportunity. Big brother, are you envious of Chao Zhengchun's cultivation? Weixiong observed the resolute gaze in his eyes and discerned his thoughts without hesitation. Without waiting for his response, she candidly expressed her views. Unfortunately, big brother, your cultivation is too low, merely at the 7th tier. Perhaps the path of the alchemist is better suited for you. At the age of 20, a 7th-tier martial artist stands out among ordinary folk, yet within even moderately reputable sects, he would only be considered an outer disciple. Far from the qualification to be a direct disciple of the sect leader or an inner disciple. Su Huai'an could only manage a bitter smile and shifted the topic. Aren't you busy? Are you planning to follow me like this? Having only traversed into this world for a little over 10 days, he was still hindered by the mental cultivation techniques. Otherwise, he would have already reached the 6th tier. If this little girl knew, she would surely be astonished. It was impossible to compare himself to those prodigies who began their training from the womb. What? You mean a certain individual who fell off a cliff and quickly ascended to the ranks of masters? That's just luck, heaven feeding them with opportunities. No one can envy that. Weixiong turned her rosy face away, feigning bravado. I don't know what to do. I just want to see how to refine pills. Indeed, she had nothing to occupy her time with. She lacked neither money nor other necessities, living a life akin to that of a princess in Tian City. In truth, even she was unaware of why she wished to spend more time with Su Huai'an. Was it because of the mask he wore, reminiscent of her big brother Yanghua, or was it that his appearance aligned with her imagined visage of Yanghua? Su Huai'an casually inquired, and he could not help but acknowledge that Guixiong's neighborly charm made it hard for anyone to harbor negative feelings towards her. If you wish to follow, then so be it. It does not affect me in any way. As he prepared to close his stall and depart, the girl who had previously traded for the Xianyuan Dan unexpectedly appeared, presenting all the necessary materials in one breath, hoping to obtain the elixir by tomorrow. Su Huai'an advised her to return to this familiar place the following day to await his arrival, having encountered no other suitable patrons throughout the day. Just as he was about to exit the inner trading market, a sudden chill enveloped him, akin to being plunged into an icy abyss. He abruptly turned, scanning the surroundings. Yet nothing appeared amiss. Is it merely my illusion? In that fleeting moment, he sensed an uncanny feeling of being watched. In simple terms, it was his sixth sense, a phenomenon well known within the martial arts community, albeit its accuracy remained questionable. Could it be that someone had set their sights on him? With this thought, he hastily exited the market. Wandering aimlessly through the city, Weixiong trailed behind him, occasionally purchasing local delicacies to cradle in her arms. Huai'an observed with curiosity, noting the peculiar attitude of the vendors towards her. As if fearing to provoke her, every gesture and word was deliberately tailored to please. What on earth has this girl done? Big brother, where are you headed? You've been wandering around the city for nearly half an hour. Chapter 21. Ascending to the 6th rank after meandering for a while, Weixiong soon lost interest and refused to continue wandering aimlessly with him. I am searching for a place to stay, yet I have yet to find an inn. Why didn't you say so earlier? I have a place, Huai'an remarked casually, not truly expecting her to possess a solution. To his surprise, upon hearing this, Weixiong seized him and led him into a modest courtyard. It resembled a simple house typical of a village and was completely vacant inside. What is this? He inquired. An uncle gifted it to me. Fearing I would have nowhere to reside, Weixiong replied languidly, reclining comfortably in a rocking chair. Observing the waning daylight, Huai'an realized he had no time to seek an inn. He resolved to stay in her courtyard for the time being and devise a plan in a couple of days. Are you not afraid of being alone with a man? What if I am not a good person? Huai'an questioned. Weixiong chuckled, her figure vanishing a few meters away, her right index finger playfully poking his forehead. Big brother, you are not that kind of person. I believe you are a good soul. Besides, even if you wish to do something, you wouldn't be able to unless I consent, for your cultivation is far too low. Her words were rather piercing, yet they held a grain of truth. She had already reached the pinnacle of the 2nd rank, rendering Huai'an no match for her. He fell silent, feeling somewhat wounded by her remarks. It appeared that, in Weixiong's presence, the notion of a villain did not truly exist. Based on his previous encounters with television dramas, Weixiong resembled a harbinger of fortune. Even the notorious female villain, Li Hanyi, could not bring herself to harm her and even took care of her for a time. It was as if she possessed a certain charm that unconsciously drew people to her. Very well, you make a valid point, he conceded. The courtyard was indeed quite spacious, encompassing at least 300 square meters, with ample rooms to prevent them from sharing close quarters. He had merely intended to tease the young girl, not realizing he had underestimated himself. Ultimately, he chose the room at the far end, organized the medicinal herbs he had acquired, and sat cross-legged on the bed, retrieving the mid-grade mental cultivation method, Huai'an heart method. This was a technique exchanged during a trade for mid-grade elixirs with another martial artist. Embracing a mindset of not being overly ambitious, he agreed to the trade. The ideal exchange would have been a rare mental cultivation method, yet reality proved harsh, and he ended up with only a mid-grade technique after a day's efforts. Fortunately, it would suffice for the time being, as the upper limit of a mid-grade method reached the pinnacle of the 4th rank, allowing him ample time to seek a superior technique. After dedicating some time to memorizing the method, he consumed one of the 2 remaining breaking barrier pills. Focusing intently on his cultivation, his true energy circulated continuously within him. In a remarkably brief period, he shattered the bottleneck that had confined him at the pinnacle of the 4th rank. 6th rank, he had achieved it. Congratulations to the host for their discipline and relentless cultivation. Your realm has successfully reached the 6th rank. Rewards: Physique 8, Root Bone 2, Comprehension 2. Current Physique, 57. Root Bone, 26, Genius, Comprehension, 31, Extraordinary. In comparison to the smooth breakthrough of his realm, the increase in his root bone and comprehension left him even more exhilarated. The enhancement of his physique invigorated him, endowing him with boundless energy. His thoughts on martial arts became increasingly lucid, and the further development of his foundational roots allowed the true energy within him to flow with greater ease. Not far away, Weixiong was wide awake, perceiving his breakthrough in cultivation. At last, her elder brother had reached the 6th rank. Unaware of her thoughts, Huai'an diligently practiced the Huai'an heart method. The difficulty of cultivating a medium-grade heart method was significantly greater than that of a low-grade one. With every advantage comes a disadvantage. The different grades of heart methods not only determine a martial artist's potential, but also, crucially, the magnitude of power they can unleash. The inner strength gained from practicing a medium-grade heart method far surpasses that obtained from a low-grade one. Moreover, as the grade of the heart method increases, the inner strength cultivated becomes increasingly refined. The power unleashed in each technique is incomparable to that of a low-grade heart method. With each cycle of the heart method, the true energy previously accumulated from the low-grade method was gradually tempered and solidified anew. Twice. Congratulations. The host has successfully practiced the Huai'an heart method 10 times, achieving the initial understanding stage, earning 1,000 taels of silver and 1 medium-grade body refinement pill. Huai'an heart method, Initial understanding, 040. As he anticipated, the higher the grade of the heart method, the more arduous the path to advancement. The low-grade heart method required only 30 repetitions to reach proficiency, whereas the medium-grade heart method demanded 40. However, he remained undeterred. The sensation of continuous enhancement was utterly addictive. He focused his mind and immersed himself earnestly in the indispensable journey of self-improvement. Congratulations, the host has successfully practiced the Huai'an heart method 40 times, achieving proficiency, with physique increased by 2. Current physique, 59 points. Huai'an heart method, proficient, 090. Indeed, the rewards of the Huai'an heart method were far superior to those of the low-grade techniques. In the past, practicing a low-grade heart method had only yielded a slight increase in physique. Life is a ceaseless struggle, and one must persistently strive for improvement. As the night gracefully passed, nearing dawn, Su Huai'an experienced yet another breakthrough. Congratulations, the host has successfully practiced the Huai'an heart method 90 times, achieving the entry-level mastery. With physique increased by 5 and foundational roots by 1. With the 2 breakthroughs in his heart method, his cultivation soared to the pinnacle of the mid-6th rank, just a step away from the late stage. After a night of arduous practice, as Su Huai'an stepped out of his room, he felt not an ounce of fatigue. Rather, he radiated vitality and vigor. His aura had undergone a noticeable transformation, astonishing Weixiong, who had been awake all night. Initially, she had dismissed the significance of his breakthrough, but reality proved her youthful naivety. Su Huai'an had not only ascended to the 6th rank, but had also advanced by a half-tier. What astonishing speed of progression! Upon their morning encounter, she felt an uncanny sense that Su Huai'an had undergone further changes. Brother Huai'an, have you been granted some sort of extraordinary boon? Beyond the elevation of his rank, the martial artist's breakthrough in martial arts also bore evident transformations. In the span of a single night, a significant breakthrough was achieved, accompanied by a minor advancement in martial arts. Such a prodigy, reaching this level in their 20s, prompts the question, did my elder brother only practice for a minute each day? She had never considered the innate aspects of talent and comprehension, for these qualities are fundamentally inherent and almost impervious to enhancement through effort. Moreover, given her own cultivation and perspective, she was unable to perceive any transformation in the essence of talent or understanding. Chapter 22. The bustling trading market. Su Huai'an made swift progress in his martial arts. Yet for Li Hanyi and himself, their journey had begun poorly. Not only could they not locate his whereabouts, but they also struggled to find suitable lodgings. However, where there are people, there exists the world of martial arts. With a subtle display of skill, Li Dongjun managed to secure 2 guest rooms without revealing his identity. Otherwise, they would have been left to spend the night on the streets. To their astonishment, even Chao Zhengchun had arrived, indicating that this place was far from peaceful. Despite her irritation towards Su Huai'an's previous actions, she could still discern the unusual undercurrents that others failed to notice. On the surface, Taishan City appeared calm, yet beneath it lay turbulent tides. A sudden image of Su Huai'an flashed through her mind. Given his prowess, if he were to become embroiled in trouble, it could only lead to his demise. No, that's not quite right. It isn't concern for him, but if anyone were to end his life, it must be me. Women are peculiar beings, and in a certain light, Su Huai'an was her first man, even if the circumstances were less than ideal. She couldn't help but harbor a unique sentiment towards him. Li Hanyi involuntarily recalled his figure and appearance. How infuriating that he would choose to engage in such matters. Proud as she was, her standards for a partner were exceedingly high. Yet, it must be said, in terms of looks and demeanor, Su Huai'an had no flaws to be found. Were his martial arts talent a touch greater and his strength a bit more formidable, he might have had a chance at pursuing her. Li Dongjun smiled quietly, yet remained silent. Ever since arriving in Tian City, this aloof junior sister had often gazed into the distance, as if contemplating a certain individual. If the person she sought remained elusive, it would be wise to leave sooner rather than later. Although there was no direct connection with the eunuchs, nor any enmity, their identities were inherently special. Should any unforeseen events occur, or should they be used as a pretext for war, the consequences would be beyond their capacity to bear. The region surrounding Shuiyue City, a territory of no man's land, was rich in resources and had long been eyed covetously by the neighboring dynasties. Were it not for the exclusionary stance of their own faction and several other major powers, they would have been subsumed by these dynasties long ago. The delicate balance of power among the dynasties prevented any one of them from making reckless sacrifices, fearing that others would reap the benefits. While their faction boasted skilled masters, the martial world of the dynasties was not devoid of grandmasters either. Moreover, no matter how strong a warrior might be, Could one truly withstand the onslaught of hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands? Li Hanyi's gaze remained as calm as a still pond as she turned her head to glance at him. Li Dongjun chuckled, but chose not to speak further. This junior sister was admirable in every regard, her beauty, her aptitude for swordsmanship, yet at times, she could be rather single-minded. Meanwhile, Su Huai'an had already set up a small stall in the inner circle, and the day slipped away in the blink of an eye. He still had not managed to acquire any precious martial arts techniques, nor even a superior one. Instead, he traded for one medium-grade and one high-grade martial skill. The rarity of exceptional martial arts techniques far exceeded his expectations. Even in the inner trading market, where high-level warriors congregated, he had yet to come across a single precious martial arts technique. The distinction between superior and rare items may seem but a single word apart, yet in reality, they are worlds apart. Even the martial skills of rare items are elusive, let alone the mental techniques. Nevertheless, he remains undeterred. There are still a few days left, and opportunities may yet arise. After a day's effort, he successfully concocted 3 batches of elixirs, leading to a remarkable surge in his alchemical expertise. Alchemist, mastery achieved, 8,010,000. The experience required to advance to the next level of alchemy is merely 10,000. Yet he has elevated himself tenfold to the pinnacle of his craft. At this rate, it is unlikely he will achieve a breakthrough before the conclusion of the trading market. Brother, why did you trade away the last breakthrough elixir? Weixiong inquired, seated beside him, observing as he bargained for the necessary martial arts. Oh, I have already consumed 2. The last one is of no use to me now, Su Huai'an replied, shaking his shoulders lightly. Elixirs such as the breakthrough potion possess a unique limitation. Only the first of its kind can guarantee a martial artist's complete breakthrough of their bottleneck. The efficacy of the second is halved, while the third is rendered ineffective. Is that so? I noticed you purchased a considerable amount of herbs from the apothecary. Will you also be able to concoct superior breakthrough elixirs? Weixiong's delicate visage lit up with curiosity, her eyes twinkling like playful kittens. Not breakthrough elixirs, but other potions. Su Huai'an sidestepped the question, redirecting the conversation. Given his current cultivation, he felt no urgency for a superior breakthrough elixir. At the very least, he must reach the peak of the 4th tier first. His gaze swept over the remaining herbs available for trade. He had nearly gathered all he required. He had previously mentioned that to prevent the list of elixirs from leaking, he would include some herbs that were unnecessary. This tactic yielded him a surplus of herbs, sufficient to support the concoction of the elixir he so eagerly desired. He planned to commence his alchemical endeavors upon returning home tonight. The number of martial artists participating in today's inner trading had increased compared to yesterday. Besides the natural influx of participants as the market progressed, the martial arts conference convened by Chao Zhanshan was also a contributing factor. He often overheard discussions among those nearby regarding this matter. Did Lord Chao truly offer a rare martial skill as a reward for the first place? I heard so. Given his status, it seems plausible. Who can say? The court is filled with treachery, we cannot be sure. Regardless, I intend to give it a try, for wandering martial artists like us. This may be our only opportunity in a lifetime. Su Huai'an sighed silently, harboring little faith in their chances. There exists a harsh truth that, while difficult to accept, is nonetheless real. Some are born into privilege, and one's fate is inextricably linked to their origins. Apart from a few exceptional individuals, it is rare for one to transcend the chasms of social class. The foundational strength of a wandering practitioner cannot possibly compare to that of martial artists from noble families or sections. Chapter 23. Superior Bone Refining Pill. At this moment, it remains uncertain how many disciples from various sects have arrived. As an independent cultivator, his chances of winning the championship are virtually non-existent. Weixiong, swinging her legs beside him, expressed her disinterest, saying, "Big brother, what type do you suppose that exquisite martial art is?" It's hard to say. It is most likely some form of boxing or an obscure technique, Su Huai'an pondered before offering his conjecture. Rare martial arts are indeed exceedingly precious, and among those of the same rank, they generally fall into 3 categories: movement, offense, and defense. Martial arts of the boxing variety are the least challenging to cultivate within the same tier, and their damage is typically inferior to that of weapon-based techniques. Furthermore, as most warriors favor swords, swordsmanship tends to be somewhat more costly than other martial disciplines. It is improbable that Chao Zhanshan would relinquish his finest techniques. He is likely to present something of mediocre quality among the rare arts. After a brief pause, he added, "Thank you for your assistance today." A martial artist attempted to cause trouble. Had it not been for Weixiong's presence, I would have found it quite difficult to manage. Although transactions within the city are ostensibly protected by the authorities, having a formidable ally often alleviates numerous troubles. It's just a trivial matter, Huai'an Gij, Weixiong giggled mischievously, her dimples charmingly prominent. As Su Huai'an finished tidying up his stall, the two made their way back. Passing by an inn, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Is it possible to feel cold in the middle of summer? He dismissed the thought quickly, casting it aside. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, Li Hanyi was seated in a room on the second floor of the inn, enjoying her meal. Where has that scoundrel gone? Could it be that I was mistaken and he truly hasn't come to Taishan City? Another day passed without any clues, leaving her at a loss regarding Su Huai'an's whereabouts, which made her question her instincts for the first time. Yet, she soon reaffirmed her resolve. For reasons unknown, she felt he was indeed present in Taishan City. Her intuition had always proven reliable. Perhaps I should search the underground trading market, she mused. The outer layer of the city was not extensive, and having scoured it thoroughly, the only conclusion was that Su Huai'an must be absent from that realm. Taishan City's trading market, aside from the officially protected inner and outer layers, also harbored a concealed underground bazaar. This subterranean realm was populated by various outlaws, trading in all manner of illicit goods, such as the lives of disciples from powerful factions and exotic enslaved beauties, entities that were best kept in the shadows. Li Dongjun resided next door, seated alone at a table, savoring fine wine. Ah, Chao Zhengshun has arrived, and so has Zhu Wushi. What a troublesome season this is. Numerous spies from the court have infiltrated Taishan City, tasked with investigating the more notable martial artists within. Strangely, they would deliberately avoid the courtyard where Su Huai'an resided, as if shunning something. At this juncture, Su Huai'an remained oblivious to these developments, as he was engrossed in the alchemical process of crafting a new pill. After spending over an hour processing the herbs, he commenced the refinement. Congratulations, host, for successfully refining the superior bone refining pill. Alchemist experience gained, 800. Gazing at the unassuming black pill in his hand, Su Huai'an could hardly contain his excitement as he hurried back to his room. With a single gulp, he swallowed the elixir and channeled his mental discipline to assist the medicinal potency as it coursed through his body. Congratulations, host, on successfully refining the bone-tempering pill. Root bone, 5, constitution, 4. Yet he remained unsatisfied and consumed the obtained body-refining pill. Congratulations, host, on successfully refining the body-refining pill, constitution, 8. The two types of pills seamlessly merged within him, and he felt an overwhelming surge of strength erupting throughout his being, significantly enhancing his constitution. His bones felt exquisitely invigorated, prompting a soft moan to escape his lips. Current constitution, 74 points, root bone, 32 points, prodigy, comprehension, 31 points, prodigy. Truly, the superior bone-tempering pill had added 5 points to his root bone. Su Huai'an felt increasingly fortunate for possessing the self-discipline and resilience system. The long-lost formula for the superior bone-tempering pill had miraculously been bestowed upon him. As the name suggests, the bone-tempering pill is designed to enhance one's root bone. Moreover, the lowest grade of bone-tempering pill is superior. There are no inferior grades. Coupled with the enhancement from the body-refining pill, his physique ascended to an entirely new pinnacle. Although his cultivation had not undergone a breakthrough, his strength had notably increased. Upon reaching the prodigious level of root bone, practicing the mixed origin heart method felt significantly more effortless. With renewed zeal, he diligently practiced, his internal aura growing increasingly profound. Congratulations, host, for your self-discipline and resilience. You have successfully practiced the mixed origin heart method 230 times, achieving a state of mastery, granting you 2 points in constitution and 1 point in comprehension. He officially broke through the peak of the 6th grade mid-stage, advancing into the 6th grade late stage. The following morning, as Weixiong awoke with bleary eyes and stepped outside her room, she was taken aback by his cultivation, her eyes widening in astonishment. You've broken through again, she exclaimed. What a stroke of luck. Su Huai'an gazed into the distance, not turning his head, and replied, relying solely on the breakthrough of my mental discipline makes it increasingly difficult to elevate my cultivation. To strengthen more rapidly, I must find suitable herbs to concoct a batch of refining pills. If these thoughts were to be divulged to others, it would likely infuriate them to the point of exasperation. While ordinary warriors take a year or more to advance a major realm, he had ascended to the late 6th grade in less than a month. Yet he lamented his slow progress, leaving little hope for others. In the subsequent 2 days, Su Huai'an continued trading pills as usual, with Weixiong closely following him. She was increasingly astonished by his alchemical prowess, deeming him a master of the craft. She was immensely curious about how he had achieved such mastery at such a young age. As time passed at the trading market, Huai'an still had not found a suitable rare technique for himself. Fortunately, his alchemical skills were steadily improving. He was just a step away from reaching an unparalleled level of mastery. At that point, his alchemical abilities would be deemed transcendent, and he was confident he could obtain advanced techniques. In truth, he speculated that his current level of alchemy was sufficient to rank among the best in the world. After all, during his days spent with Weixiong, he had gathered some insights. Aside from those who resorted to deceit, most genuine alchemists were only capable of concocting mid to low-grade pills and seldom made public appearances. A master alchemist, even amidst the grand sects and influential clans, is a rare acquisition. Yet, I possess a considerable array of high-grade elixirs and formulas, not to mention my treasured secret recipes. My prowess has seen remarkable advancement. I have honed my leg techniques through the mid-grade martial art, illusory cloud steps, and have made my initial forays into the high-grade sword technique, blood refinement sword art. During this period, another significant occurrence unfolded. The royal uncle of the great Ming dynasty, the iron-boned divine monkey, Zhu Wushi, personally arrived in Taishan City. His underling, the Dragon Protection Manor, is directly under the emperor of the great Ming, holding a position that is second only to the emperor himself. Most importantly, there are rumors circulating in the martial world that Chao Zhengchun and Zhu Wushi have long harbored animosity towards one another. Their convergence in Taishan City likely heralds trouble. Neither of them is a foe to be trifled with, known for their ruthless and cunning natures. Huai'an has no desire to entangle himself with them. Once the trading market concludes, he intends to seek refuge in a tranquil place, where he can fully absorb the martial arts he has acquired, aiming to attain at least a third-grade strength before re-emerging. However, the unpredictability of fate shattered his aspirations of seclusion the moment they took form. Chapter 24. Ascendant alchemist Li Hanyi searched in vain for him, scouring both the outer trading market and the black market. A notable figure once proclaimed that when all possibilities have been eliminated, what remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. How could an ordinary individual, devoid of martial prowess, gain entry to the inner circle? Her curiosity was piqued. What was the key to this enigma? Or perhaps Huai'an had experienced some fortuitous encounter over the past fortnight. On the final day of the trading market, Huai'an opened with great success, successfully trading for a martial arts technique. With the completion of this alchemical concoction, he experienced yet another breakthrough in his alchemist's journey. Congratulations, host, for successfully refining a mid-grade elixir, earning 300 experience points. Congratulations, host, for successfully refining a mid-grade elixir, earning 300 experience points. Congratulations, host, for self-discipline and perseverance, elevating the alchemist level to ascendant, rewarding 10 in physique, 10 in comprehension, 10 in root talent, and the physique of an elixir vessel. Additional rewards include a rare chi blood elixir, complete formulas for mid and low-grade elixirs, and numerous formulas for sacred elixirs, including heavenly fragrance cardamom, celestial pill, and forgetting dust elixir. Current physique, 86 points, root talent, 42 points, heaven S chosen, comprehension, 42 points, heaven S chosen. Gentle reminder, as one progresses, increasing root talent and comprehension becomes increasingly arduous. Physique of an elixir vessel, a body permeated with refined medicinal essence due to long-term elixir consumption, emitting an invisible and odorless medicinal effect without detriment to oneself. Prolonged exposure to this physique promotes longevity, beauty, and immunity to most poisons. Fresh blood can substitute for certain herbal properties in elixir refinement, enhancing the potency of elixirs by 30% when produced from this physique. As soon as the guest departed, Huai'an could no longer contain his elation. A smile graced his lips, and his eyes narrowed in delight. What a bountiful harvest! The 10-point boost to his physique was commendable enough, but the direct increments of 10 points to both root talent and comprehension represented an extraordinary breakthrough. Previously, his root talent and comprehension had only increased by 2 or 3 points at a time, sometimes even incrementally. Many perplexing martial arts dilemmas that had once eluded him suddenly unraveled in that moment. The transformation in his root talent and comprehension even influenced his aura. It was not a mere change in appearance. Rather, his inner self was undergoing a profound enhancement, bestowing upon him an inexplicable charisma. Why did it seem that Brother Huai'an appeared even more handsome? Weixiong wondered if she was imagining things. Could a single instance of refining an elixir yield such significant change? Was it possible he was growing more charming each day? In a rare moment of levity, Huai'an jested with her, reveling in his elevated mood. He realized that even among the talented, he now stood out as exceptionally remarkable. He had previously speculated on the magnitude of improvement that would accompany reaching the pinnacle of alchemical mastery. Anticipating a substantial reward for being the first to achieve such a feat, however, he was astonished by the extent of his enhancement. Congratulations, host. For acquiring the physique of an elixir vessel, would you like to fuse immediately? Without hesitation, Su Huai'an eagerly responded, fuse. At first glance, this medicinal vessel appears unremarkable, seemingly offering little more than the promise of longevity and beauty enhancement, with minimal utility for its bearer. However, its significance is profound, serving as a formidable weapon in its own right. The capacity to neutralize common toxins is merely the beginning. The ability of its own blood to substitute for numerous herbal concoctions is invaluable, alleviating the frequent predicament of sourcing suitable herbs. Furthermore, the enhancement it provides to elixirs is nothing short of extraordinary. For the ordinary individual, high-quality elixirs are rare and elusive, often difficult for alchemists to procure. Elixirs of exceptional quality require not only the skill of the alchemist, but also exceedingly rare ingredients, making them nearly unattainable even for established sections. With this capability to augment effectiveness by 30%, a given set of materials effectively yields nearly one-third more elixirs. In less than a minute, the integration of this medicinal vessel's essence is complete, and the bone refinement technique activates automatically. The tripartite enhancement of his physique, foundational strength, and comprehension, coupled with the unique attributes of his constitution, creates a ripple effect throughout his being. His cultivation surges dramatically, advancing from the late phase of the 6th tier to the pinnacle of the 6th tier. His aura intensifies, startling Weixiong, who is momentarily taken aback. Just seconds before, they had been engaged in conversation, and now his cultivation has escalated astonishingly. Have you experienced a breakthrough? During the days they spent together, she had witnessed Su Huai'an's progression firsthand. Were it not for her own eyes, she would scarcely believe that someone could ascend in cultivation as effortlessly as taking a sip of water in merely 6 days. Achieving a transition from the peak of the 7th tier to the pinnacle of the 6th tier is beyond human capability. Initially, she had approached him in the inner sanctum due to the absence of official personnel, yet she found herself unwittingly spending several days in his company. To speak of him, Brother Huai'an is strikingly handsome, possessing an admirable demeanor and a gentle temperament. Yet, he perpetually dons a mask, never removing it even within the confines of his residence. Su Huai'an, having little time for conversation, is engrossed in this significant breakthrough, disregarding the bustling atmosphere of the inner market. He stands still, eyes closed in meditation, absorbing the rewards of his endeavor, as waves of warmth occasionally surge through him, invigorating his bones with an unprecedented strength. When he finally opens his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickers within. Unintentionally, Weixiong locks eyes with him and feels an overwhelming pressure, instinctively taking a half-step back. Could it be? Setting aside her mastery of various martial arts, her realm alone should easily surpass Su Huai'an's. How could he exert such immense pressure upon her? She overlooks a crucial detail. Despite Su Huai'an's relatively modest martial prowess, his alchemical mastery stands unrivaled. A consummate alchemist, when compared to martial practitioners, would at the very least possess the stature of a grand master. Chapter 25 Encounter. Su Huai'an felt a stir in his spirit and summoned his attribute panel. Host, Su Huai'an. Age, 19. Realm, late 6th rank pinnacle. Physique, 86. Talent, 42. Heavenly prodigy. Comprehension, 42. Heavenly prodigy. Martial arts mind techniques. Huai'an heart method, entry level 110-400. Blood refinement sword technique, proficient 3200. Mid-grade martial arts illusory cloud leg, proficient 050. Low-grade body technique, entry level 30-150. Low-grade sword technique, entry level 60-150. Ability, alchemist, peak mastery 05, 000. Special physique, medicinal vessel, a new attribute, medicinal vessel, appeared on his panel. The thought of being immune to most toxins brought him a sense of reassurance. As a mere 6th rank martial artist, it was unlikely anyone could harm him with deadly poisons in a short time. However, the ascent to the pinnacle of alchemy was daunting, with the experience required skyrocketing to 5 million. Considering that a typical high-grade elixir yields 800 experience points, he would need to refine over 6,000 elixirs. The relentless endeavor of alchemy would be a long and arduous journey. Moreover, the higher-grade elixirs, known only to the elite, required materials worth a fortune. Nevertheless, he resolved to face challenges as they came. Over the past few days, he had been engrossed in the trading market, diligently working to enhance his experience as an alchemist. Only at night could he devote time to refining his mind techniques and martial arts, and with the moderate difficulty of the mid-grade body technique. He had managed to reach this level. The rarity of superior mind techniques had exceeded his expectations. He had not acquired a single volume. Initially, he worried that the presence of superior mind techniques and martial arts would overshadow his alchemical capabilities. He had yet to encounter either superior mind techniques or martial arts. Now, at the peak mastery level, he could easily trade for elixirs in exchange for superior mind techniques. The only solace was that he had essentially achieved his primary objectives. With mid-grade mind techniques sufficient for the time being, he possessed high-grade palm techniques, mid-grade body techniques, and high-grade sword techniques. Once the trading market concluded, he would have time for rigorous training, propelling his strength to new heights. He had also gathered several rare herbs, and with a few more materials, he would be ready to refine elixirs. Yet, a sense of unease lingered within him, as the familiar figure of Li Hanyi haunted his thoughts. Fortunately, today marked the final day. After its conclusion, he could find a moment of respite. Just as his thoughts raced, a cool figure came to a halt before him, scrutinizing him with a gaze that fluctuated between confusion and inner turmoil. Clad in white, her countenance was elegant, exuding an air of unattainability. Su Huai'an's heart quivered slightly, a subtle tremor coursing through him. Li Hanyi had finally arrived. In their reunion, he found himself at a loss for emotions. Was it fear, joy, or something else entirely? Confronted by the first woman he had ever cared for, he was beset by inexplicable feelings. Li Hanyi stood before him, motionless, as time seemed to stretch endlessly. Su Huai'an was acutely aware that continuing in this manner, especially while masked, might prevent her from recognizing him. "My lady, may I inquire what elixir you seek?" he asked. "I do not urgently require any elixirs. It is merely that you bear a striking resemblance to a departed acquaintance." Li Hanyi did not disguise her thoughts, for she was not adept at the insincerity and flattery prevalent in the martial world. She acted according to her impulses. She would not forget all that Su Huai'an had done for her, his form and demeanor etched firmly in her memory. Su Huai'an felt a sense of foreboding and feigned nonchalance. "Oh, is that so? It seems we are indeed fated." Escape was certainly out of the question. Given his current capabilities, fleeing would be tantamount to courting disaster. The inner realm was not vastly different from the outer one, making their encounter rather unsurprising. Li Hanyi gazed intently at him, a hint of melancholy gracing her features. "Perhaps I have mistaken you. My departed friend was not a martial artist. Farewell." With that, she turned on her heel and strode away without a backward glance. Weixiong stood nearby, quietly absorbing their exchange. Only when Li Hanyi had completely vanished from sight did Su Huai'an exhale, a cold sweat unconsciously beating on his forehead. He thought to himself how perilous that had been, relieved to have evaded detection. "Brother Huai'an, you must be the person she seeks, are you not? Is she an enemy?" Weixiong's abrupt question caused his recently eased heart to race once more. Their prolonged companionship had afforded her some insight into Su Huai'an. It was evident they were acquainted. "Why would you think that?" Su Huai'an replied, maintaining an impassive demeanor, neither confirming nor denying. "Because when you saw her, your body trembled." Weixiong's martial prowess was considerable, and in close quarters, every nuance was hard to conceal. Even though Su Huai'an feigned composure, his body's instinctive reactions betrayed him. Do not all men exhibit a heightened response upon seeing a beautiful woman? Then, Brother Huai'an, do I not appear attractive to you? Weixiong found herself inexplicably asking this question, feeling a twinge of discomfort at Su Huai'an's reaction to another woman. "Indeed, little Weixiong is the most beautiful," he affirmed with conviction. "Then why is it that you never react this way when we are together, only in her presence?" Weixiong pouted, hands on her hips, her curiosity insatiable. Su Huai'an fell silent. When a woman poses a perilous question, the most prudent course is often to remain unresponsive. Li Hanyi and Bai Li Dongjun had not wandered far, finding a secluded corner to halt their conversation. Bai Li Dongjun, well acquainted with his junior sister, discerned her perplexed expression and surmised the situation. "Do you believe he is the individual you seek?" Li Hanyi did not answer but posed another query. "Senior brother, how long did it take you to ascend to the 6th rank in martial arts?" Bai Li Dongjun pondered for a moment. "Less than 3 months. "Indeed. Less than 3 months. Do you think an ordinary person could reach the 6th rank in merely half a month?" Li Hanyi murmured, as if questioning him, while simultaneously reflecting on her own thoughts. Su Huai'an was acutely aware of her own martial prowess, the intimate contact of that day still vivid in her memory. How could one attain such a realm in just a brief period of absence? The world is vast and full of wonders. I have heard tales of a great scholar who, in a single day, ascended to the level of a grandmaster. The vicissitudes of life are indeed unpredictable. Li Dongjun offered a wry smile, shaking his head, reluctant to make any definitive claims. He had once encountered a youth for whom the breakthrough was as effortless as drinking water. In the early stages, cultivation progressed rapidly, yet in the latter stages, the momentum faltered. It was as though one had laid a solid foundation through steady effort. Such swift breakthroughs were already remarkable. Moreover, most exceptionally gifted martial artists began their training in childhood, and as they matured, their innate potential solidified, making further cultivation increasingly challenging. Or perhaps you believe he is not the person you seek. No, it is undoubtedly him, Li Hanyi asserted with unwavering conviction. Even with a mask obscuring her features, she remained steadfast in her intuition. Should we eliminate him? Li Dongjun's demeanor grew serious, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Taishan City was unsafe, and he preferred to conclude matters swiftly and depart. No, do not kill him. I wish to take action personally. Li Hanyi turned her gaze towards the market stalls. Li Dongjun chose a tavern, ordering a fine wine to savor. He remarked, he is not easy to eliminate. The individual beside him, if I am not mistaken, should be Weixiong, daughter of the northern hero Guijing. Humph, that second-rate girl. Li Hanyi snorted, her brows arching in discontent. It appeared he had been living quite freely during this time. Once the opportunity presented itself, she intended to teach him a severe lesson before dispatching him. Indeed, I have heard that Weixiong shares a rather extraordinary relationship with the one from Taishan City. Li Dongjun resumed his languid demeanor, reclining in his chair. Li Hanyi lifted her teacup, taking a delicate sip. In the worst-case scenario, we could kill him within the city and return immediately to Huai'an City. That will not do. The trading market concludes today, and tomorrow marks the martial arts conference hosted by Xiang. The guards within the city will undoubtedly increase. Should we fail, neither of us would escape unscathed. Xiang is not a troublesome matter. Disregarding Li Dongjun, even Li Hanyi has the opportunity to eliminate Su Huai'an under her protection. The issue lies in the execution. Should we be exposed, it would ignite a conflict between Huai'an City, Taishan City, and even the Ming dynasty. I will seek an opportunity. For now, you must remain in the shadows. Li Hanyi nodded in understanding, her right hand gently caressing her sword. That is well. I shall take a few days to rest peacefully. Li Dongjun readily agreed, recognizing that as the foremost disciple of Li Changsheng, the esteemed lord of Huai'an City, many were familiar with his name. The likelihood of being discovered was high. Li Hanyi, being younger and a newly accepted disciple, had been seen by few. With both the Eastern Depot and the Dragon Guard Manor present, her solitary actions would be safer. Meanwhile, Su Huai'an remained oblivious to the speculation surrounding his identity, contemplating the dangers of the location and the necessity of a swift departure. Indeed, the best strategy was to flee. Chapter 26. The arrival of Chao Zhengchun, a gentleman, does not stand beneath a precarious wall. When the situation turns dire, it is prudent to flee. Although I possess a hidden card, I cannot guarantee that I could deceive Li Hanyi. I hesitated, contemplating whether to attend the martial arts assembly within the city. The conclusion of the trading market coincided with the timing of the gathering hosted by Chao Zhengchun. It seems further contemplation is unwarranted. Delay begets change. Had it not been for the concern that Li Hanyi's visit would heighten suspicion should I hastily depart, I would have made my escape long ago. Finally, as dusk approached and Su Huai'an had just finished packing the stall, a voice, neither clearly masculine nor feminine yet exceedingly polite, reached his ears. May I inquire, young master, if you are capable of refining even the rarest elixirs? Weixiong, discerning his urgency to depart, was poised to decline the transaction. I'm sorry, but we need. Before she could finish, she looked up to see a kind, gentle face, causing her to swallow her words. Su Huai'an paused, internally lamenting, as troubles seemed to arise in waves. Before them stood Chao Zhengchun, attired as a eunuch, his smile directed at the two. Despite his aged appearance, his presence commanded respect and made it difficult to meet his gaze. Yet, he was undeterred, bowing slightly and clasping his fists in greeting. Chao Gonggong, you honor me. Su Huai'an replied. I can only manage a few basic elixirs, to be honest. I wonder how such a distinguished figure of the Ming court has come to find me. If it were regarding my alchemical skills, surely it would not have taken until today. Chao Zhengchun, his demeanor calm, stated directly his intentions. I wish to know if you would be interested in serving His Majesty. Should you desire any rewards, please do not hesitate to express your wishes. Although curious about the young man before him, he deemed it necessary to recruit him first. Su Huai'an's expression remained unchanged, yet he found himself in a quandary. While the proposition was framed as service to the emperor, it essentially meant aligning with the Eastern Depot and becoming a subordinate of Chao Zhengchun. He had never contemplated joining any sect or faction, let alone serving a dynasty. This matter bears great significance. I ask for your understanding as I consider it further. A flat refusal would be unwise. He could only feign acceptance while awaiting an opportunity for resolution. Xiao Zhengchun had approached alone, and his mastery was unmistakable. The disparity in strength rendered any chaotic thoughts futile. Very well, I shall grant you a day to contemplate. After the martial arts assembly concludes tomorrow, I hope to receive a satisfactory response from you. Whether you seek supreme martial arts techniques or rare martial arts manuals, I can accommodate your requests. With a flourish of his fingers, Xiao Zhengchun smiled at the two before turning to take his leave. Su Huai'an sighed deeply, lamenting the lost day. It would have been wiser to depart Tai Mountain City yesterday. Escape was no longer an option. The city was under the dominion of the Ming dynasty, and it was uncertain how many eyes were secretly watching him. Isn't it rather advantageous? You seek a rare martial arts manual, and he offers it to you. Following him could be a favorable path, Weixiong remarked, not dwelling too much on the implications, considering that joining the court could indeed be a beneficial move. After all, the trading market had concluded, and having failed to acquire superior techniques, why not accept this opportunity presented? The minimum requirement to participate in the martial arts conference is to be a second-tier warrior. Brother Huai'an, even if you attend, you are unlikely to seize the championship. Upon reflection, their desperate struggles yield only a rare martial arts tome, while you possess the profound mental techniques. Despite witnessing Su Huai'an's terrifying rate of breakthroughs, she remains skeptical of her chances at winning the championship. It would indeed be a source of ridicule to allow a sixth-tier warrior to emerge victorious. She overlooked a crucial point. Su Huai'an is not merely a warrior. He is also an alchemist. An alchemist can both save and take lives. While a direct confrontation may not be favorable, the outcome of a premeditated ambush using poison pills remains uncertain. Su Huai'an can only smile wryly at this reality. This is the common practice among those in higher positions. First, they wield a stick, then offer a sweet date. They subtly express that one cannot refuse their proposal, followed by a temptation that is hard to resist. Why wouldn't you want to join the Eastern Factory? Even I, a person from the Southern Song dynasty, have joined Wudong. Listening to his veiled disdain for the Eastern Factory, even the astute Weixiong finds it difficult to comprehend the reasoning behind it. No matter how she views it, this situation presents more advantages than disadvantages. With mental techniques and the backing of a powerful faction, joining a force equates to gaining connections, which would only impede her progress. Su Huai'an offers a vague explanation. There is no way to reveal that he possesses a system, for prolonged contact with Xiao Zhengchun would surely expose him. Imagine joining Xiao Zhengchun, only to frequently break through realms in his presence. Wouldn't that blatantly indicate something amiss? Every facet of his existence would be monitored by his pawns. Most importantly, for an alchemist of considerable depth, there is no desire to join any other faction. The reason is straightforward. Joining would entail an endless array of pills to concoct, not to mention the time constraints on cultivating martial arts. The pills he creates to enhance his own cultivation would significantly bolster the overall strength of the Eastern Factory. When comparing the benefits of enhancing oneself versus maximizing his value for the collective strength of the faction, Xiao Zhengchun would find the choice simple. To join would likely mean becoming merely a pill-making machine. Very well, if you prefer not to join, so be it, Weixiong pouted, recognizing his resolve and ceasing her persuasion. If he insists on having you join, I cannot thwart him. Perhaps Xiao Zhengchun would hesitate to take action against him. Yet preventing him from doing so seems impossible. Su Huai'an furrowed his brow, constantly contemplating ways to break free from this predicament. In light of his inadequate circumstances, he could only rely on external forces. But who within Taishan City could withstand Xiao Zhengchuan's status to safeguard him? Upon hearing the name he murmured, Li Hanyi. Weixiong's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 27. The Iron-Blooded Godly Sentinel. Zhu Wushi, just moments ago. She felt as if she had heard of such a woman in the whispers of rumor. Yet, with the other party donning a bamboo hat, she could not immediately recall who it was. It was only when Su Huai'an mentioned the name that she was able to remember, exuding an innate sword intent. Her demeanor was as frigid and pure as freshly fallen snow, with only Li Hanyi among her peers being a match. Could it be that Brother Huai'an is evading none other than Li Hanyi? Are you seeking Li Hanyi's aid? Su Huai'an shook his head once more, dismissing this notion. It was inconceivable for him to seek assistance from Li Hanyi. She was merely the first figure that surfaced in his mind. The current state of their relationship was too awkward. Even if Shuiyue City did not belong to the Ming dynasty, he would not fear the influence of Xiao Zhengchuan's Eastern Depot. However, Li Hanyi lacked the personal strength to extricate him from Xiao Zhengchuan's grasp. Upon hearing his analysis, Weixiong understood that he was walking into a trap. Her small face creased in contemplation, pondering how she might assist him. Qiao Jingquan's influence within the Ming dynasty was overwhelming, and at this moment, only the iron-blooded godly sentinel could rival him in Taishan City. Her seemingly inconsequential remark immediately brightened Su Huai'an's expression. You mean the iron-blooded godly sentinel is also in Taishan City? How come I haven't heard of this news? Weixiong has been by my side all along. How did she come to know? Indeed, I encountered an uncle among the Taishan City guards yesterday, who discreetly informed me. Since Zhu Wushi, the iron-blooded godly sentinel, had not made a grand entrance but rather entered the city quietly, most people were unaware of this development. Even Su Huai'an had fortuitously learned of it through a familiar guard elder. Su Huai'an scrutinized her with increasing curiosity about her identity in Taishan City. However, he quickly set aside his thoughts and, recalling his recent experiences, devised a plan for escape. To drive the tiger and swallow the wolf, to counter poison with poison. To drive the tiger and swallow the wolf. Do you mean to leverage Zhu Wushi's power? Weixiong grasped his intent, but still voiced her concerns. The issue is that we do not know where Zhu Wushi is. How shall we find him? Qiao Jingquan has only granted you a single day. I need not seek him. He will naturally come to find me. Su Huai'an replied with a confident smile, assured of the outcome. Let us not close up shop just yet. We shall remain open for another hour. The rewards I have just acquired can soon be put to use. Not closing up. The sky is darkening. There will be no customers at this hour, and Zhu Wushi is unlikely to seek you out at this time. Weixiong genuinely struggled to comprehend his thoughts. Su Huai'an offered no explanation. Instead, he produced a trading board and began to write and sketch. In a short while, he had crafted a satisfactory template. Beyond the initial trade, he added several additional trading modalities. Precious elixirs, flame fusion pill, soul devouring pill, corpse dissolution pill, heavenly fragrance cardamom pill. Weixiong observed him, engaged in his solitary endeavor, her gaze occasionally sweeping the surroundings. They had long been encircled by the agents of the Eastern Depot. While Su Huai'an managed to evade detection from the 6th rank, she could not. In truth, there have been secret agents lurking in the shadows these past few days, and today, their numbers have merely increased. They likely fear that Brother Huai'an might attempt a hasty escape under the cover of night. Having completed his tasks, Su Huai'an sat idly upon the stone steps, awaiting the arrival of the individual in question. He held over a 90% certainty that he could draw this person to him. Yet, in less than half an hour, a middle-aged man approached with a commanding presence, clad in official robes. His countenance, though not enraged, exuded authority, and his gaze was fixed intently upon Su Huai'an, radiating an overwhelming force despite his advancing age. Su Huai'an's eyes narrowed, recognizing that the awaited individual had arrived. He immediately clasped his hands in greeting, a smile gracing his face. May I inquire what elixir you wish to trade? Weixiong nudged his shoulder and, clearing her throat, introduced herself. I am Weixiong, and I have the honor of meeting the esteemed divine envoy. The newcomer was none other than the formidable divine envoy, Zhu Wushi, a man of great influence in the court. At this moment, he had little desire for pleasantries, offering a brief reply that made his intentions clear. Do you possess the ability to concoct the heavenly fragrant cardamom? In his memory, the heavenly fragrant cardamom was known to bear fruit only once every 30 years and had long been lost to the world. Moreover, it was not merely an elixir. He was uncertain whether this so-called heavenly fragrant cardamom pill bore any relation to the legendary fruit. Weixiong's expression turned skeptical. After all, she had just witnessed Su Huai'an inscribing the name of the elixir. The divine envoy was indeed approaching, and she could hardly believe that Su Huai'an was not involved. Su Huai'an's countenance shifted, and he bowed slightly. It is indeed an honor to have the esteemed divine envoy in attendance. If the heavenly fragrant cardamom you speak of refers to the fabled rare fruit, then I am indeed capable of its concoction. The divine envoy's eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of urgency. After a brief hesitation, he spoke. Regardless of the circumstances, this is not a suitable place for discussion. Please accompany me to a quieter location. Su Huai'an welcomed the opportunity. He was weary of being constantly surveilled by Qiao Jingquan's subordinates. The two followed Zhu Wushi to a modest inn, ascending to the 2nd floor and closing the door behind them. While it appeared unremarkable, the surroundings were brimming with the divine envoy's loyal subordinates, ensuring their safety. With the oppressive gaze of hidden adversaries now absent, Su Huai'an felt a measure of relief. Even the most audacious members of the Eastern Depot would think twice before tracking Zhu Wushi. Upon entering the room, Zhu Wushi's breathing grew noticeably rapid. A detail not lost on Su Huai'an. Is the efficacy of this so-called heavenly fragrant cardamom pill equivalent to that of the true heavenly fragrant cardamom? He cut straight to the point, devoid of any superfluous conversation or pleasantries. The pill could sustain a gravely injured individual, preventing death. though it would plunge them into an eternal slumber. Only upon consuming a second pill could one awaken. With a third, eternal youth could be preserved. Was the divine envoy referring to such a rare treasure, the fruit of heavenly fragrant cardamom? Feigning ignorance, Su Huai'an provocatively inquired. Zhu Wushi nodded in affirmation. Indeed. After a moment of silence, Su Huai'an respectfully replied, to be candid with the divine envoy, the effects can indeed align, though the necessary duration may be considerably prolonged. And how long might that be? It is difficult to ascertain. It could be as brief as a fortnight or extend to 2 or 3 months. Su Huai'an contemplated for a moment and provided a cautious response. Is that truly the case? If your elixir possesses genuine efficacy, I shall not treat you poorly. Zhu Wushi found himself pacing restlessly, unable to suppress the excitement that danced upon his countenance. Weixiong, observing this, was left utterly astonished. The figure before her was none other than the formidable Zhu Wushi, renowned for his iron will. As a prince of the current dynasty, he wielded unparalleled martial prowess and commanded an immensely powerful faction. What event could possibly evoke such an uncharacteristic display of emotion from this shrewd and inscrutable man? After a brief discussion regarding the specifics, Zhu Wushi hastily departed, arranging to meet again at dawn the following day. Chapter 28. A meeting of tension. Upon returning to their courtyard, Weixiong could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "How did you know that Zhu Wushi would seek you out?" Su Huai'an glanced around before remaining silent. Understanding his concern about being overheard, Weixiong reassured him, "Rest assured. They are merely monitoring our movements from outside the courtyard. I can sense if anyone draws too close." Only then did Su Huai'an feel at ease. For the past few days, I sensed someone watching me from the shadows, though I hesitated to confirm it, dismissing it as mere paranoia. It was only when you mentioned Zhu Wushi arriving in Taishan City that I was certain it was his people. Why? Isn't Chao Zhengchun also secretly sending individuals to keep an eye on you? Weixiong replied, perplexed. Indeed, but I can sense the presence of Dongchong agents, even if I cannot ascertain their exact numbers. However, the other party remains entirely undetectable to me. They are evidently not from the same faction, as Chao Zhengchun would not dispatch 2 separate groups to surveil me. Thus, it must be the Iron-Bone Divine Sentinel's men, Su Huai'an concluded, recognizing that their mutual animosity would drive them to sabotage each other's plans. Weixiong quickly grasped the crux of the matter and deduced the reasoning behind it. Su Huai'an silently nodded, replaying his encounter with Zhu Wushi in his mind, analyzing his reactions and demeanor for any potential flaws. After much contemplation, he found no discrepancies, which alleviated his anxiety. Since penning the recipe for Tianxiang Duku, he had been anticipating Zhu Wushi's move to ensnare him. Yet, he had to feign ignorance regarding the utility of Tianxiang Duku to Zhu Wushi, lest he arouse suspicion about his covert investigation. Zhu Wushi, the Iron-Bone Divine Sentinel, harbored grand ambitions and possessed substantial experience in the martial world, rendering him nearly invulnerable. Yet, he was a man of deep affection, with his greatest vulnerability being his beloved, Su Xian. A tragic incident decades prior had left her on the brink of death, prompting him to administer Tianxiang Duku to save her life. To awaken her, he desperately sought a second Tianxiang Duku for over 30 years, yet to no avail. Consequently, Su Huai'an determined that if he hinted at his ability to concoct Tianxiang Duku, Zhu Wushi would undoubtedly seek him out. For Zhu Wushi, Su Xian was the embodiment of his dreams, the very essence of his ambitions. Furthermore, with the means to save his beloved in hand, Su Huai'an felt secure for the time being. He could also leverage Zhu Wushi against Chao Zhengchun, seeking an opportunity to extricate himself from the precarious situation. While he harbored no illusions about whether his plan could remain concealed from Zhu Wushi, one certainty remained. As long as he had not healed Zhu Wushi's woman, his circumstances were relatively secure. Facing 2 formidable adversaries, Su Huai'an would be lying if he claimed he felt no anxiety. However, with the situation having escalated to this point, he had no better options but to take the risk. Unbeknownst to him, a storm was brewing in Taishan City. As the local martial factions were already catching wind of the impending turmoil, Chao Zhengchun sought out the recently renowned Su Huai'an, hoping to enlist him in the Eastern Depot. This swiftly extinguished many clandestine ambitions, for who would not desire to recruit a skilled alchemist into their ranks? The answer is that every faction would covet such an alliance. Yet the involvement of a colossal entity like the Eastern Depot quelled their aspirations. No one cared to trace how the news spread throughout Taishan City, nor would anyone bother to authenticate its veracity. It was evidently a warning from Chao Zhengchun to all, declaring that Su Huai'an was his prey, and no one else was permitted to interfere. Who would be foolish enough to provoke him? However, not all feared Chao Zhengchun. His archrival, Zhu Wushi, promptly followed suit, dispatching his own emissaries to circulate tales of his amicable discourse with Su Huai'an, proclaiming his intention to bring him into the fold of Hulong Villa. This night was destined to be a sleepless one for many. Li Hanyi, too, had heard the rumors, sitting by the window gazing into the distance. "Junior sister, may I enter?" came the gentle voice of Bai Li Dongjun from outside the door. "Elder brother, please come in," Li Hanyi replied softly, her eyes still fixed on the outside world. "The little fellow you are pursuing is indeed extraordinary. Both Chao Zhengshun and Zhu Wushi have set their sights upon him." Li Hanyi remained non-committal, surprised to discover that Su Huai'an was a high-ranking alchemist. "To be frank, if your intention is to eliminate him, tonight presents the last opportunity. Once he joins the Eastern Depot under Chao Zhengchuan's protection, it will be exceedingly difficult for us, given our current strengths, to vanquish him." Bai Li Dongjun spoke and then departed without lingering, for the situation had escalated beyond his expectations. Initially, he believed they could easily handle the pursuit of an unknown individual. Yet Zhu Wushi's interference had thrown everything into disarray. Li Hanyi's tenacity in the pursuit of Su Huai'an astonished him. At this juncture, she was still unwilling to relinquish her quest for his demise. Had the opponent truly inflicted such a minor setback upon her? Conflicted thoughts swirled within Li Hanyi. As she began to doubt herself, Su Huai'an was the first man she had ever cared for. Could she truly bring herself to kill him? A 20-year-old high-ranking alchemist. A prodigy who could ascend to the 6th rank of martial artist in merely half a month. If she did not slay him, she would forever be haunted by this burden. Yet, if she did, it was merely by chance that their paths had crossed in such a fleeting romance. Moreover, should she act now and expose herself, it could very well incite a conflict between the Ming forces and Shuiyue City. The night swiftly passed, with others in the city eagerly anticipating the martial arts conference. After all, compared to the matter of Su Huai'an, the event hosted by Chao Zhengchun promised greater benefits. The conference proceeded as scheduled, overseen by Chao Zhengchuan's trusted confidant. Yet, throughout the affair, Chao Zhengchun himself remained absent, venturing alone to Su Huai'an's lodgings. A few exceptional martial artists and an alchemist capable of producing elite practitioners. Such distinctions were not even on the same plane. Unfortunately, he arrived too late. Upon his arrival, he found Su Huai'an engaged in lively conversation with Zhu Wushi. "Chao Gonggong, what a coincidence. You two have come to seek out young friend Su." Zhu Wushi wore a hint of mockery on his face, his smile devoid of genuine warmth. Chao Zhengshun had already surmised that the two had forged an alliance. Yet he maintained a composed demeanor as he inquired politely, "Having encountered the divine envoy, I did not expect you to also take an interest in Master Su. It seems we are quite compatible at first glance. May I ask what brings you here, Lord Chao?" Zhu Wushi's expression remained unchanged, confident in his grasp of the situation. Dismissively regarding Chao Zhengchun, with an elegant flick of his wrist, Chao Zhengchun cast a sidelong glance at Su Huai'an, his smile unyielding. "Master Su, may I inquire how you have contemplated yesterday's events?" "Lord Chao, I suggest you take your leave. My friend Su will not be considering any affiliations in the near future." Zhu Wushi interjected before Su Huai'an could respond. In that moment, he exuded an overwhelming presence, unwaveringly locking eyes with Chao Zhengchun and radiating his formidable aura. For the sake of his beloved, he would not hesitate to confront not just Chao Zhengchun, but even the entire world if necessary. Chao Zhengchun, unwilling to concede, engaged in an invisible clash of auras that erupted within the courtyard. Fragments of stone flew as dust swirled, making it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. Thanks to Zhu Wushi's foresight in shielding Su Huai'an with his aura, the latter remained unscathed in his position. Without such protection, the confrontation between the two masters would have been enough to shatter his meridians, as he was merely a 6th-tier martial artist, akin to an ant in the presence of such titans. This exemplified the might of the masters. This encounter solidified his resolve to grow stronger. If a master possessed such destructive power, one could only imagine the grandeur of a terrestrial immortal. Chapter 29. The Millennial Ice, the corpse that does not decay moments later. A fierce wind swept through the surroundings, and the two opponents halted their actions simultaneously, exchanging knowing smiles. Indeed, the divine envoy was unfathomable, and Master Chao was no mere empty title. With no advantage gained, Chao Zhengchun felt no inclination to linger any longer. He had suffered a complete defeat. His opponent had been disregarded by Zhu Wushi, and he had not even managed to gain the upper hand in their contest. Observing that Chao Zhengchun had no intention of pressing the matter further, Su Huai'an felt a sense of relief wash over him. If Chao Zhengchun were to hold a grudge, it would pose a significant problem for him at this juncture. "Thank you, divine envoy. No need for such formality, my young friend Su. Should you require assistance, feel free to seek me out." The excitement in the divine envoy's heart was masked as he nodded with a calm demeanor. It appeared that by alleviating the burden of Chao Jingchun, he had garnered Su Huai'an's favor, rendering his intervention worthwhile. As Chao Jingchun inquired whether Su Huai'an desired to accompany him, any response indicating reluctance would inevitably offend him. Even if Chao Jingchun sought the assistance of Su Huai'an's alchemical abilities, he would not hesitate to create obstacles for him in the future. However, if Zhu Wushi were to answer this question, the implications would be entirely different. The reason was simple. The one I desire is Su Huai'an. Should you have matters to discuss, come to me. His words not only revealed his regard for Su Huai'an, but also implied that he had employed other means. This indicated that Su Huai'an was not merely eager to reject Chao Jingchun, but was compelled by Zhu Wushi's pressure to do so. It is not that I do not wish to accompany you. Rather, it is Zhu Wushi who has coerced me. If you can manage him, I would not mind joining you. The remaining matters would pertain solely to their two parties, leaving Su Huai'an largely uninvolved. My young friend Su, I have a small query regarding the Tianxiang Duku pill that I wish to inform you of in advance, so you may prepare accordingly. Su Huai'an's expression grew serious, as he recognized that the true test had arrived. If he could prove capable of saving the woman dear to Zhu Wushi, he would no longer need to fear the majority of future troubles. However, if he failed, his situation would become precarious. Please proceed, divine envoy. A flicker of struggle passed across Zhu Wushi's brow before he calmly explained, my old friend sustained severe injuries 20 years ago due to my inadvertent actions. Although I managed to preserve her life with the Tianxiang Duku to prevent her body from decaying, I placed her within the millennial ice. And it has now been 2 decades. I am uncertain if this has had any effect. Su Huai'an had anticipated this scenario, yet he furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. After pacing the room for a considerable time, he finally spoke. Divine envoy, as you have described, this ailment is indeed troublesome. Why? Do you suggest there is a solution? Experience speaks volumes. Hearing only part of the story, Zhu Wushi understood that Su Huai'an must possess a remedy. After a moment of hesitation, Su Huai'an offered his insight. While the millennial ice can preserve the body from decay, it inherently harbors a cold poison of extreme yin, which has likely long since permeated her being. Nourishing her with fragrant spices alone is no longer sufficient. It is imperative to expel the toxins from her body. Yet, across the vast expanse of the world, methods to eradicate the poison of a millennium-old ice are exceedingly rare. Regardless of the challenges, I shall not relent in my quest. Zhu Wushi's tone was remarkably calm, yet imbued with unwavering resolve. For the woman he cherished, he would brave mountains of blades and seas of fire, unperturbed by the prospect of obliteration. As far as I know, aside from a few elusive rarities, the only current remedy for the millennium-old ice poison is the art of absorption. However, this technique has long since become a lost art, and those who practice it risk succumbing to the very cold toxins they seek to draw out. In simpler terms, it involves drawing the poison into one's own body. Su Huai'an sighed, articulating each word with deliberation. What? If we can locate a practitioner of the absorption technique, her life can be saved? The divine envoy's momentary hesitation hinted at a realization, and a faint smile graced his lips. Indeed, Su Huai'an confirmed with assurance, possessing complete confidence in his ability to cure her. Since the treatment is assured, what of my reward? Weixiong, who had remained silent, was taken aback, staring incredulously at Su Huai'an. Faced with the formidable Zhu Wushi, a master revered in both court and martial realms, he was audacious enough to negotiate terms. Surely, one must at least see the patient to ensure the efficacy of the elixir before demanding recompense. You may choose any one treasured mind technique, be it offensive martial arts or defensive skills. The divine envoy waved his hand dismissively, readily acquiescing. I desire a mind technique. Su Huai'an did not forget that one must be well prepared to forge one's own destiny. Compared to martial arts, a mind technique was his foremost priority. True to his nature, Zhu Wushi exuded confidence and nonchalance, as if the treasured martial arts were of little consequence. Very well, as long as you truly heal her, all terms are negotiable. The divine envoy's smile widened. He harbored no fear of Su Huai'an's demands. On the contrary, he feared that Su Huai'an might shy away from asking. For true skill breeds courage, and boldness is a testament to genuine prowess, not mere empty rhetoric. I shall dispatch someone to fetch her. As for the treatment location, Su Huai'an interjected, offering his own suggestion. I can concoct the elixir right here in this courtyard. Your old friend can also be accommodated here. It is a jest. Zhu Wushi surely intended to bring him to his domain, where he would be under constant surveillance, a prospect he could hardly endure. Weixiong's modest courtyard was quite suitable, being distanced from the bustling city and free from disturbance. After merely 2 seconds of consideration, Zhu Wushi readily consented. For him, nothing held greater significance than the healing of his beloved. Chapter 30. Zhu Wushi's vulnerability. Infatuation. Su Huai'an presented the list for concocting the Tianxiang Dukudan to the divine envoy. It encompassed a total of 38 primary ingredients and 60 supplementary materials. Typically, the components for crafting a standard elixir seldom exceed 15 varieties. His rationale for this elaborate list was that the materials for the Tianxiang Dukudan were exceptional, with most herbs and rare fruits requiring only their most exquisite parts. The divine envoy, non-committal, cast a meaningful glance in his direction before instructing his subordinates to proceed with the task. As Su Huai'an observed Zhu Wushi's retreating figure, his perception of him underwent a subtle transformation. The ruthless ambition that drives him to any lengths to achieve his aims, combined with his remarkable martial prowess and illustrious royal lineage, rendered him seemingly devoid of weaknesses. Yet, paradoxically, his profound infatuation emerged as his singular, potentially fatal flaw. Weixiong, puzzled, gazed at Su Huai'an, sensing an alteration in his regard for Zhu Wushi compared to the previous day. Naturally unable to conceal her curiosity, she inquired, "Brother Huai'an, do you seem to admire him?" "Admire, one could say that," Su Huai'an replied, shaking his head with a rueful smile, his heart burdened by an ineffable sentiment. He had not anticipated that a man could go to such lengths for a woman. He was already aware that Zhu Wushi was adept in the art of energy absorption, capable of drawing the millennium-old cold poison into his own body. What astonished him further was Zhu Wushi's unwavering resolve. When Su Huai'an spoke of extracting the cold poison, which could save a life but would subject the savior to nightly torment from the poison, Zhu Wushi showed no hesitation whatsoever. His sole concern was whether he could save the woman he adored, entirely disregarding his own life. In the realm of dynastic martial arts, he was a man who stood above countless others. To be willing to undergo such sacrifice for the sake of his beloved woman was indeed commendable from a man's perspective. This reflection inevitably led Su Huai'an to think of Li Hanyi, his first love. He pondered whether she had discerned his true identity and if she would seek vengeance against him. He dismissed the thought. For now, there was little cause for concern. With Zhu Wushi as a formidable ally, he felt a measure of reassurance, and thoughts of Li Hanyi no longer stirred undue anxiety about his circumstances. Instead, a different, inexplicable sentiment began to blossom within him, an indeterminate feeling entwined in his heart. Now, all that remained was to see if Zhu Wushi could procure the necessary herbs in a timely manner. Weixiong lowered her gaze slightly, her face etched with worry. He will certainly manage to collect them, she reassured herself, for Zhu Wushi's dragon-protecting villa was lauded as the foremost estate of the Ming dynasty. Coupled with his esteemed status, it was likely that his collection of treasures surpassed all but the imperial family. You require such a plethora of rare herbs. It may well exceed tens of thousands of taels. Are you not concerned he might seek retribution afterward? Weixiong questioned, her skepticism evident. The Tianxiang Dukudan, as Su Huai'an had described, necessitated an extensive array of materials, and her doubts regarding such a perfunctory excuse were palpable. Even without a mastery of alchemy, she could hardly believe it. A single pill is but diminutive in size. Who would accept a demand for 70 different ingredients? It was clear that this was an audacious proposition, one that could not possibly evade the scrutiny of a seasoned figure like Zhu Wushi. In the present moment, he expressed no fear of being disregarded by Zhu Wushi, questioning her perception of Su Huai'an's character. He believed that Su Huai'an was not a person of short-sightedness, thus could not possibly engage in such irrational behavior. Su Huai'an playfully tapped her forehead and, with a composed demeanor, inquired, "Do you know what kind of person is easiest to control?" "Who?" Even the astute Weixiong struggled to provide an immediate answer. There are myriad methods to manipulate an individual. Coercion and temptation always yield results. Su Huai'an gazed skyward and spoke softly. Those with vulnerabilities are the most susceptible to control. For instance, I am quite greedy, wishing to leverage his resources to refine elixirs and enhance my own abilities. At once, Weixiong grasped his intention. You mean, this is all deliberate? Indeed, merely requesting a bit more herbs, regardless of their expense, will not infringe upon his boundaries. By revealing my earnest desire to grow stronger, he will inevitably seek to exploit my weakness to win me over, rather than entertain thoughts of my demise. Though Su Huai'an spoke nonchalantly, turmoil brewed within his heart. He was precariously navigating between the two ravenous wolves, Chao Zhengchun and Zhu Wushi, in search of his fortuitous opportunity, a gamble fraught with peril. Life and death hinged upon a single thought, leaving no room for error. The reason for choosing Zhu Wushi lay in his fatal flaw of infatuation, which, despite unfavorable circumstances, afforded Su Huai'an a sliver of hope. Conversely, he hesitated to approach Chao Zhengchun, for the latter possessed no overt weaknesses to exploit. Weixiong regarded him with admiration, astonished by the depth of Huai'an's foresight. You truly yearn to grow stronger, so your weakness is not merely feigned. Even if Zhu Wushi understands that you intentionally reveal your vulnerabilities, he will still choose to believe, leveraging his advantageous background to fervently court you. This is a stratagem laid bare. I openly disclose my plan. Yet, should he wish to win me over and bolster his power through my abilities, he will have no choice but to engage. Over the past 3 days, Su Huai'an had meticulously calculated every move, yet there was one aspect that eluded his imagination. He presumed that after meeting him, Li Hanyi would at most harbor doubts about his identity, believing that he would remain undisclosed for a time. He could never have anticipated that, after but a fleeting encounter, Li Hanyi had already discerned his true identity, plotting revenge for past grievances. It was not entirely his fault, for he thought that Li Hanyi, having been poisoned at that time, might not recall his appearance. Who could fathom that a substance capable of igniting hormones would impair one's clarity of thought while simultaneously allowing them to retain a vivid memory of another's visage? Especially considering their first meeting, he was merely an ordinary person by the time they crossed paths again in Taishan City. He had ascended to the rank of a 6th-tier warrior or an alchemist, donning a mask and deliberately altering his voice to sound raspy. Both emotionally and logically, he should have gone unnoticed. Yet, Li Hanyi, endowed with a remarkable memory and keen intuition, recognized him nonetheless. This night marked the end for that scoundrel. Li Hanyi gently polished his sword, the blade reflecting his cold, sharp profile. Chapter 31. Promotion to the 5th rank. The increasingly tense situation compelled her to make a resolute decision. With her mind made up, she and Bai Li Dongjun split their paths. Li Hanyi arrived at the venue of the martial arts conference, her eyes concealed beneath a wide-brimmed hat, keenly observing her surroundings. She watched the fierce battles unfolding on the arena, where warriors fought valiantly, blood occasionally raining down from above. The combat on stage was intense. It was common for the defeated to suffer broken bones and damaged tendons, and encountering a particularly ruthless opponent could easily lead to severed limbs. In the arena, life and death were dictated by fate, and fortune was capricious. To show mercy to an adversary was to be cruel to oneself. In contests where strengths were similar, the one who struck with greater ferocity would emerge victorious. The allure of joining the Eastern Depot, coupled with the attraction of rare martial arts, was sufficient to draw in those wandering cultivators or members of small sections. As the martial arts conference approached its conclusion, it was certain that Chao Zhengchun would personally appear to distribute rewards, which would inform her subsequent actions. Unlike Zhu Wushi, who enjoyed a following, Chao Zhengchun had no subordinates in Taishan City, indicating a lack of information sources. She would have to investigate matters herself. To resolve the issue of Su Huai'an, it was imperative to first ascertain whether the 2 grandmasters, Chao and Zhu, were in his vicinity. Zhu Wushi was elusive and disinclined to publicize his movements, making it challenging to trace him. She had entrusted her senior brother with this task. Meanwhile, she focused on observing Chao Zhengchun's movements, and as time passed, anxiety began to gnaw at her. Has that old dog Chao not returned yet? The absence of Chao Zhengchun at this hour suggested that Su Huai'an had likely accepted his invitation, prompting him to delegate the award presentation to his subordinates, a rather unfavorable development for her. It appeared that she would have to let that little thief go for the time being. With Chao Zhengchun at his side, she was powerless to act against him. Just as she was about to turn and leave, a voice of ambiguous gender resonated from the stage. Chao Gonggong has arrived. Subsequently, the crowd flocked to welcome Chao Zhengchun to the highest vantage point, yet Su Huai'an was conspicuously absent from his side. Li Hanyi turned to depart, unwilling to linger any longer. Having confirmed that Chao Zhengchun was not accompanied by Su Huai'an, her attention shifted to the elusive Zhu Wushi. She pondered whether her senior brother had managed to uncover Zhu Wushi's whereabouts. It became evident that Zhu Wushi had recently vacated the courtyard where Su Huai'an resided. Bai Li Dongjun approached her, a bottle of fine wine in hand, swaying slightly as he did so. Where did you obtain this news? Is it reliable? Li Hanyi regarded him with a perplexed expression, clearly skeptical. The difficulty of tracking Zhu Wushi and Chao Zhengchun was markedly different. Investigating Chao Zhengchun amidst the throngs at the martial arts conference, as long as she did not expose herself, made it unlikely for him to detect her presence. This was precisely why they had refrained from visiting Su Huai'an's residence, to ascertain the whereabouts of the 2 grandmasters. If they were still there, being too close would make it challenging to remain undetected. However, Zhu Wushi, ostensibly solitary, presented a different challenge, Trailing a grandmaster-level expert without being noticed was no small feat. Yet Bai Li Dongjun had succeeded. She had always been aware that this senior brother was extraordinary, yet she remained uncertain of the depths of his hidden prowess. Bai Li Dongjun casually flicked his long hair, a smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "My sources are infallible. This is your final opportunity." Li Hanyi fell silent, realizing the moment of conclusion had arrived. While she could manage her own affairs, her senior brother's quest to locate Zhu Wushi would undoubtedly not escape the watchful eyes of the secret agents of the Ming dynasty. Once they became aware, they would certainly enact stringent protection for Su Huai'an, and by then, even if her martial arts improved, she would truly have no chance left. Regardless of the outcome, the two of them had to depart that very night. Meanwhile, Su Huai'an remained blissfully unaware of the impending disaster, seated at the edge of his bed as he diligently practiced his internal skills. In recent days, he had been occupied with alchemical transactions, utilizing his evenings to refine his martial arts. Despite the progress in his mental cultivation being modest, it was indeed time to break through the bottleneck of the 6th rank pinnacle. He chose not to consume any elixirs, instead tirelessly circulating his mental techniques over and over. Once, 10 times, 30 times. Congratulations to the host for successfully practicing the mid-tier mental technique, the Hunyuan Heart Sutra, 130 times. Achieving a state of mastery. Reward: Constitution 5, Root Bone 1, Comprehension 2. The Hunyuan Heart Sutra operated automatically, with strands of true energy circulating within him, impacting his acupoints. His aura surged once more, propelling him into the early stage of the 5th rank. Congratulations to the host for self-discipline and perseverance in diligent cultivation. The realm has successfully reached the 5th rank. Reward: Constitution 10, Root Bone 1, Comprehension 1. Current status: Constitution 101, Root Bone 44, Heavenly Prodigy. Comprehension 45, Heavenly Prodigy. Kind reminder: as one progresses, the difficulty of enhancing root bone and comprehension increases significantly in the later stages. Su Huai'an exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling the surge of true energy. Compared to his 6th rank self, his current reserve of true energy had nearly doubled. It appeared that not only had his root bone and comprehension seen slower progress, but his overall constitution had also experienced a deceleration in enhancement. In his initial estimation, advancing to a 5th rank martial artist should have improved his root bone and comprehension by 3 to 4 points, yet it had only granted him a single point. His constitution had increased by merely 10 points. The pace was indeed sluggish. Nevertheless, he felt no despondency. Having just entered the 5th rank, he would have ample opportunities to enhance his root bone and comprehension in the future. The surge of power within him ignited a desire to seek a sparring partner. He felt that he could now fell a bull with a single punch. Resolute, he stepped out of his room to find Weixiong. "Weixiong, come spar with me." It must be said that Weixiong had been an immense help to him during this time. With her support in transactions, he had avoided considerable hassle. The place he resided was also hers, and she even prepared their meals herself. He was not one to lack gratitude. Regardless of her motivations, her assistance warranted reciprocity. With the medicinal materials acquired from the transactions, he intended to refine a pill tailored specifically for Weixiong. As he reflected on this, he waited for a while. Yet Weixiong did not respond. Was she not present? At this moment, Su Huai'an found himself somewhat bewildered. It was, after all, his first time being alone. In the past, he and Weixiong were almost inseparable, and even when they ventured out, they would always inform one another. Could it be the doing of that wretched Chao Jingchun? He immediately thought of Chao Jingchun, the only one who might possess a vested interest in creating discord between them. Moreover, he was entirely alone, with only Weixiong at his side. It would be reasonable for him to consider that she might be captured to threaten him. However, upon further reflection, this notion felt flawed. If one were capable of abducting Weixiong, it would indeed be more straightforward to seize him instead, rendering such convoluted tactics unnecessary. Furthermore, Weixiong had once uttered a phrase that lingered in his mind: "Brother Huai'an, no one will trouble me." Although he could not fathom the source of her confidence, he harbored no doubts about it. A girl as astute as she would not speak without purpose. Thus, it was likely that Chao Jingchun was not responsible for her disappearance. Rather, she had simply stepped out for some reason. With her safety assured, Su Huai'an ceased his worries and began to practice the blood-refining sword technique in the courtyard, his sword dancing gracefully in his hands. His form was at times elusive, at others remarkably swift, as his swordplay unfolded with a ferocity that emanated a palpable aura of danger. What seemed like a simple thrust belied an intricate web of subsequent moves. Before he realized it, dusk began to descend, and the evening breeze gently caressed his face. Chapter 32. Li Hanyi visits Su Huai'an's speed of attack was increasingly rapid, his sword techniques far surpassing his current level of prowess. At this moment, should he face an ordinary martial artist of the same rank, he could defeat them in less than 3 moves. Just as he began to revel in his martial arts progress, a flash of unassuming yet exceptionally sharp sword light cut through the air. The long sword arrived in an instant, leaving Su Huai'an no time to raise his weapon in defense, and he felt a sudden chill at his neck. Do not move. Before him stood a figure of striking elegance, her skin as smooth as jade, with a pair of clear, penetrating eyes fixed intently upon him. A tremor coursed through Su Huai'an's body, and upon recognizing her, the last shred of hope within him dissipated. Ultimately, one cannot evade what is destined to come. Li Hanyi had indeed sought him out. Observing his reaction, Li Hanyi's final doubt vanished entirely, without even questioning the purpose of her visit. It was evident that he harbored guilt within. Her expression grew increasingly frigid as she raised her hand and tore off Su Huai'an's mask. His handsome visage was laid bare before her, without any semblance of concealment. Gazing upon the face that had become etched in her memory, Li Hanyi's gaze sharpened as if she wished to cleave him in two. That night, the most humiliating of her life, was one she would never forget. A cold smile graced her lips. Your little girlfriend is not by your side today. It seems fortune has truly abandoned you. The heavens seemed to conspire in her favor. Had Weixiong not departed, it would not have been so effortless to subdue Su Huai'an. A bitter smile curled at the corners of Su Huai'an's mouth as he helplessly explained, Weixiong is merely a friend. It is not as you presume. Over the course of more than half a month, his martial journey had soared to new heights, yet before Li Hanyi, he remained utterly powerless, subdued in a single move. Whether she is related to me is of no concern to you, and there is no need for you to justify anything to me. Li Hanyi's face was cold, her brows knitting together in displeasure. Li Dongjun stood silently to the side, choosing to let Li Hanyi handle the situation herself. In the face of imminent danger, Su Huai'an found himself surprisingly unafraid. As long as Li Hanyi did not strike him down immediately, there was room for negotiation. Wasn't his alliance with the tiger merely for this day? Yet, a sense of unwillingness lingered within him, even with an additional month. He would not find himself as defenseless as he was now. What happened that night has nothing to do with me, and strictly speaking, I too was a victim. He believed Li Hanyi had already discerned the truth of that incident, recognizing it as an unfortunate misunderstanding. The crux of the matter was that he had just arrived in this world, utterly ignorant, and had been swept away by the events. Throughout the ordeal, she had been in control, leaving him devoid of any true gratification. With a single statement, Li Hanyi pressed her sword closer to his neck, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. So, I owe you an apology. In truth, she was aware that the incident could not be entirely blamed on Su Huai'an. However, having lost her dignity and bestowed it upon him, there had to be an explanation. Su Huai'an gazed at the shattered remnants of his mask in Li Hanyi's grasp, swallowing hard as he steeled himself to argue. Is it not so? Who was the instigator? Who placed the sword at my throat? In that moment, I cried out in vain. Yet no one came to my rescue. You, however, silenced yourself. Li Hanyi's cold, elegant profile flushed crimson as she quickly covered his mouth, stifling the latter part of his sentence. After a heated exchange, the two locked eyes, neither willing to break the silence. Eventually, it was Li Hanyi who first shattered the stillness. You must provide me with a reasonable explanation. That area is seldom traversed. Why did you happen to be there on that particular day? Why are you silent? Su Huai'an gestured towards his mouth, indicating her continued grip. Unable to retaliate, he could hardly resort to licking her hand to free himself. At last, Li Hanyi realized and released her delicate hold. Su Huai'an had already devised an excuse. Taking a deep breath, he felt assured that his life would at least be spared. I was near Xiang City when a man threw me into that situation. Thrown? Li Hanyi's gaze was filled with skepticism. Indeed, Su Huai'an continued. As you know, I am an alchemist. That day, a man approached me, requesting that I concoct a heartbreaking bone-crushing pill. However, I lacked both the formula and the materials to create it. He insisted my master could do it, and, upon realizing I refused, he hurled me away, claiming he would return. He warned that if I still couldn't master the art upon our next encounter, he would personally escort me to the underworld to reunite with my master. He recounted his fabricated tale in one breath. The subsequent events, of course, involved meeting Li Hanyi. Li Hanyi listened intently, her gaze unwavering on his eyes, yet she could discern no flaws in his story, her heart involuntarily swayed by his words. Should I discover that you have deceived me, you will come to regret it. I speak only the truth. It was indeed an unintentional toss, Su Huai'an replied, maintaining his composure. Is deceit not most easily believed when it is half-truths? He had not lied. He was truly cast here by the system, a fate beyond his choosing. Even if what you say is true, a death sentence may be evaded, but the consequences of living are dire. Accompany me back to Huai'an City or my hometown. I shall find a place for you. Li Hanyi's beautiful eyes scrutinized his profile as she offered her resolution. Without prolonged experience in the world, it is difficult to grow strong swiftly. The gap between us will only widen. Huai'an could never agree to return with her, for both personal and emotional reasons. To accompany her was, in essence, a form of self-imposed confinement, safeguarding their affairs from being exposed. Had Li Hanyi reached her peak, her unparalleled strength would have compelled Huai'an to follow without a second thought, living off her resources while leveraging her influence to bolster his own power. Yet, as it stood, Li Hanyi was still young, her abilities significantly overshadowed by the older generation. What could one possibly gain by returning with her? But a mere collection of rudimentary martial arts techniques that would severely impede the acceleration of one's own prowess? So, what do you intend to do? Continue your cultivation in Taishan City? Li Hanyi scoffed derisively, once again positioning the sword he had just set down against his throat. At that moment, the blade rested a mere 0.01 centimeters from Huai'an's jugular. Yet, within a quarter of an incense stick's duration, the sword's mistress would entirely relinquish her intention to confine me. For Huai'an had resolved to utter a falsehood, despite having just spoken the truth. However, this subsequent fib would be the most exquisite he had ever crafted. Chapter 33. A half-year pact indeed. I shall not accompany you, solely because I am unwilling to accept my current state. Oh, the unwillingness. Li Hanyi prepared to observe what further justifications he could conjure. Undeniably, I am discontented with my inability to match your prowess. I aspire to catch up to your stride and then triumph over you in a most honorable manner. Given the events that have transpired, regardless of the reasons, I cannot accept the notion of you being with another in the future. I shall demonstrate to you that I am your true home. Huai'an's voice was unexpectedly calm, yet it brimmed with unmasked ambition. This was indeed his heartfelt sentiment. No man could bear the thought of his beloved marrying another. Even if their union were born of circumstance, the reality remains. A flicker of surprise crossed Li Hanyi's cold eyes, unanticipated by such thoughts from him. Do you know my current realm of mastery? I do not. Huai'an shook his head, unable to discern her level of cultivation, for high-ranking martial artists do not actively exude their aura, making it difficult for those of lesser ranks to perceive. You are merely a fifth-tier warrior, while your cultivation speed is undeniably swift. It is improbable that you will surpass me. Li Hanyi's tone was 3 parts indifferent, 7 parts proud. As a prodigious female talent of this era, she had yet to fathom the possibility of being outdone by another. But I have reached the 5th tier in less than a month. Who can predict what the future holds? Huai'an spoke methodically, unhurriedly laying out his advantages. Just because I may not measure up today does not imply I will not surpass you in the future. Li Hanyi wavered, gazing at the spirited and confident Huai'an, her expression imbued with an indescribable nuance. Which woman does not yearn for her partner to be a paragon of excellence? She was no exception, hoping her beloved would be a renowned swordsman of the realm. His earnest words resonated deeply. Indeed, it was the desire for a match to her own strength that fueled his reluctance to return with her. She felt no justification in forcibly bringing him back, treating him as a gilded cage. Meanwhile, Li Dongjun remained silent, his brow furrowed, as if shadowed by dark clouds. Their conversation had revealed to him the nature of their connection. It was no wonder his junior sister was adamant about pursuing Huai'an, yet often hesitated in ways inconsistent with her proud character. Were Huai'an of low moral standing, he would have long since dealt with him harshly, regardless of his talent. However, through their interactions, he discovered that the young man was not of ill character, and their circumstances had been accidental. With a 5th-tier cultivation, to stand before them and argue his case with dignity demonstrated extraordinary composure. His martial talent was evident, and while his cultivation had begun later than others, many great talents arose late in the land of the 9 provinces. Most significantly, Li Hanyi herself had begun to feel a stir in her heart, entirely devoid of thoughts of ending his life. Seeing Li Hanyi lost in contemplation, Huai'an seized the moment to continue. Grant me time, and I shall personally challenge you in Huai'an City. If I lose, you may dictate my fate. Should I emerge victorious, you shall become my wife, Huai'an. Li Hanyi sheathed her sword, neither agreeing nor declining. Huai'an mused inwardly that the situation was largely settled. Her silence suggested deep contemplation, and it was highly probable she would acquiesce. However, he overlooked one crucial detail. Li Dongjun was not the Na'vi young girl Li Hanyi was, untouched by the complexities of love, and would not be easily deceived. Then you shall accompany us back to Huai'an City, where we can offer you advanced martial arts techniques. Should you doubt our capabilities, You may seek your master for authentic martial arts manuscripts. There is no need for you to wander outside. Your wager can proceed as planned. His suggestion promptly shifted Li Hanyi's perspective, prompting her to concur. Indeed, you should return to Shuiyue City with me. Su Huai'an inwardly cursed by Li Dongjun for complicating matters, feeling exasperated yet amused by their recommendations. It was too late to discuss such matters. Whether to accompany them was no longer within his purview. Had he known earlier that Li Hanyi would spare his life, he would not have exerted such effort to escape and cultivate connections. The purity of a woman is of utmost significance. After an incident of such gravity, any woman would wish for her own demise. It is akin to inadvertently harming a princess. Even if one is innocent, would the commoner not face execution? A woman of elevated status, preoccupied with her own honor, would scarcely regard the life of an ordinary individual. This indirectly illustrated that Li Hanyi was not a mindless killer. She recognized her own innocence and was willing to grant him a chance at life. Yet, Su Huai'an could not wager his life on the other's sense of morality. Once life is extinguished, all is lost. One possesses but a single life, and it is not to be gambled. At this juncture, if he were to willingly travel to Shuiyue City, would Zhu Wushi permit his departure? The answer was unequivocal, no. Should he escape today, he would surely be hunted tomorrow. By Li Dongjun, discerning the turmoil etched on his face, surmised his plight, and reassured him not to worry. Are you concerned that iron-willed God Envoy has made a pact with you and will be reluctant to let you go? Indeed, fret not. Although I am unaware of the nature of your arrangement, even iron-willed God Envoy Zhu Wushi would not dare offend Shuiyue City for your sake. He is capable of weighing advantages and disadvantages. Bai Li Dongjun dismissed his concerns, asserting that iron-willed God Envoy was not to be trifled with, and Shuiyue City held no fear of him. She could not believe that Zhu Wushi would openly oppose Shuiyue City for Su Huai'an alone. Conversely, had Su Huai'an possessed mediocre talents, she would not risk offending Zhu Wushi by bringing him back. Su Huai'an remained uncertain whether iron-willed God Envoy would antagonize Shuiyue City for the sake of a high-ranking alchemist. Yet, one thing was beyond doubt. An alchemist capable of saving his beloved would not only offend Shuiyue City, but could even instigate open conflict if necessary. My dealings with him are rather unique. Frankly, if I accompany you tonight, Zhu Wushi will pursue us personally tomorrow. There is no need for further persuasion. My mind is made up. His fervent demeanor left Bai Li Dongjun somewhat perplexed. According to the information he received, Zhu Wushi was a composed individual, unlikely to act impulsively. His desire to bring Su Huai'an to Snow Moon City was also driven by personal motives. Perspectives differ based on one's position, leading to varied interpretations of issues. The involved parties may be confused, while the observers remain clear-headed. A senior alchemist in his 20s with decent martial talent is certainly an attractive prospect. Who wouldn't wish to have such a prodigy under their wing? Su Huai'an, as a reliable backing, could significantly accelerate his junior sister's cultivation progress. However, she was particularly fond of the sword path, seeking a partner who was also a genius in swordsmanship. Otherwise, given Su Huai'an's status as an alchemist, he would be more than suitable for her, eliminating the need for any retreat or evasion. Chapter 34. The ambitious Zhu Wushi. Let us not dwell on the future. Rather, let us consider the present. In our flight from pursuers, do you believe you can withstand Zhu Wushi? Su Huai'an, undeterred by the grim expression on his face, pressed on relentlessly. I cannot, Bai Li Dongjun replied candidly, his nature being one of openness. Even though he was exceptionally gifted, advancing in martial arts at a remarkable pace, and faced with few rivals among the younger generation, there was no conceivable way he could stand against the renowned Zhu Wushi, whose decades of experience overshadowed their age difference, a gap not bridged by mere talent. Moreover, who among them was not a genius? Every formidable warrior who commanded respect in their prime had once been a standout in their youth. Su Huai'an's shoulders sagged in resignation. Then it is settled. Once my dealings with him conclude, I shall be free to depart. And when do you intend to arrive at Shuiyue City for our duel? Li Hanyi closed her eyes, her voice tinged with bitterness. In 6 months. That duration is ample, Su Huai'an declared, lifting his chin with a slight smile at the corners of his eyes. With an abundance of martial arts techniques and elixirs at his disposal, surpassing Li Hanyi within that time frame seemed entirely feasible. Li Hanyi was taken aback by his chosen timeline. She had anticipated a span of 3 to 5 years. After all, the disparity in their realms was considerable. She had already attained the late stage of the first rank, while he was several major realms behind her. In the realm of martial arts, the later stages were increasingly arduous to breach. To claim superiority over her in merely 6 months was akin to a fool's dream. You overestimate yourself, she remarked. 6 months it is. Very well. Should I lose after that period, I shall serve you as a slave. If I win, All I require is your warmth and the prospect of children." Su Huai'an laughed, confident in his wager. "You cannot possibly prevail against me." Li Hanyi, typically composed, felt a flush of color rise to her cheeks upon hearing his unabashed jest. This was the first time a man had spoken to her in such a manner. Had it been anyone else, she would have swiftly retaliated with a sword. "Prepare to become my wife in 6 months," Su Huai'an said, a smile gracing his lips as he admired Li Hanyi's beauty up close. Taking a deep breath, he added, "You carry a delightful fragrance that I find quite appealing." Li Hanyi shot him a scornful glance, her previously aloof demeanor shattered. Beneath her exquisite exterior lay a charm that left Su Huai'an entranced. He mused to himself that perhaps a wife like her would not be so bad. Yet, in an instant, Li Hanyi reverted to her usual icy composure. Li Dongjun hesitated, his concerns unvoiced, and ultimately followed Li Hanyi into the shadows, leaving the courtyard behind. Su Huai'an could surmise his unease. It stemmed from the uncertainty of whether Zhu Wushi would truly allow him to depart once their transaction was complete. Who would willingly relinquish a skilled alchemist? Yet, Su Huai'an had his own plans. Once he concocted the Tianxiang Dukadan, opportunities to part ways with Zhu Wushi would abound. Grant him 3 years, and he would surely surpass Zhu Wushi with his own prowess. After their departure, Su Huai'an swiftly returned to his quarters, the smile vanishing from his face, replaced by a look of confusion and uncertainty. Why has he not sent anyone? He gazes at the wall as if attempting to glimpse the courtyard beyond. In truth, it was only a matter of time before Li Hanyi would come knocking on his door. He harbored no concerns, for he knew that Zhu Wushi would act. At this moment, he was, without a doubt, the most valued person in Zhu Wushi's eyes. Thus, he surmised that Zhu Wushi would dispatch his most formidable subordinates to ensure his safety. If anything were to befall him, his woman would be left without salvation. Yet, with Li Hanyi's sword poised at his throat, Zhu Wushi's people had yet to intervene. Could it be that he had not secretly sent anyone to protect him? Impossible. Utterly inconceivable. A person of such stature would possess a depth of cunning that precluded such a fundamental error. Meanwhile, in a neighboring courtyard, Zhu Wushi was intently observing as Li Hanyi and another figure departed into the distance. Was there a conflict with Shuiyue City? Su Huai'an was not mistaken. Zhu Wushi was indeed safeguarding someone in the shadows. However, rather than sending subordinates, he was personally involved, concealed merely a few meters away from Su Huai'an. The prowess of Li Hanyi and her companion could not escape his keen perception, as he had sensed their approach long before they arrived. The reason he refrained from intervening was that he detected no murderous intent emanating from them, thus assuring him that Su Huai'an was not in peril. Additionally, he wished to ascertain the veracity of Su Huai'an's identity, which prompted his continued observation without action. From the shadows, a hoarse male voice inquired, "Divine envoy, shall we apprehend the two?" Zhu Wushi waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for that. Allow them to leave. You are no match for Li Dongjun." Li Hanyi might be formidable, yet her youth was a significant liability. Li Dongjun, being considerably older and having achieved renown early in his life, presented a far greater challenge. Without his most trusted aides by his side, Zhu Wushi knew he could not act unless he possessed absolute certainty of victory. It would be more prudent to utilize Li Hanyi to contain Su Huai'an, lest he abscond after the transaction. The man in the darkness knelt respectfully, seeking further instruction. Zhu Wushi's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he regarded him with an unwavering composure. "I will not permit anyone to undertake actions that could potentially harm Su Xiang. There is no need for extraneous measures." All indications suggested that Su Huai'an was entirely capable of healing his woman. After seeking the counsel of numerous renowned physicians and alchemists, he had finally found one. He was not inclined to complicate matters further. Threatening Su Huai'an to concoct alchemical remedies differed fundamentally from engaging in a fair and mutually beneficial transaction. The results of coercion could lead to Su Huai'an either being unwilling to fully commit to assisting Su Xiang or, worse, losing him altogether. In other circumstances, he might contemplate employing intimidation to compel Su Huai'an's submission. However, when it came to the welfare of his woman, he would not tolerate any elements of uncertainty. The man in the shadows seemed to tremble slightly before reporting on his task once more. "Yes, divine envoy, there has been no further activity from Chao Yan's side." He recognized that he had overstepped, meddling in matters beyond his purview. Any reckless actions could spell disaster for himself. "A mere brigand, Chao, holds no significance in my eyes. You may withdraw." Zhu waved dismissively, signaling him to leave. The man bowed slightly and vanished into the night. Zhu remained in the room, and after a lengthy silence, he smiled quietly. It seems that guarding Su Huai'an personally tonight not only ensured his safety, but also yielded unexpected gains. Li Hanyi, Li Dongjun, Shuiyue City. The Ming Dynasty. My forthcoming plans cannot rely on ordinary spies for execution. Chapter 35. With materials in place, the alchemy begins. Weixiong, indeed, is quite the troublesome young lady. He is confident in his ability to manage Su Huai'an. No matter how meticulous Su Huai'an's thoughts may be, they hold little weight against absolute strength. The only variable is Weixiong. The daughter of the northern hero Weixiong, this identity is not particularly concerning, as the southern Song is far removed from the Ming Dynasty. However, her other two identities are ones that even he must regard with a degree of caution. Unbeknownst to Weixiong, who is situated at the opposite end of Taishan City, Su Huai'an has just endured the greatest calamity since his arrival in this world. At that moment, she is at her desk, engrossed in writing a letter. After sealing it in an envelope, she sends it off through a long-distance courier. This marks her first solo venture into the martial world. Having recently encountered Su Huai'an, she cannot help but think of her parents, wishing to inform them that she is safe and well. Brother Huai'an is doing splendidly. He accompanies me on shopping trips, practices martial arts with me, and even gifts me precious elixirs. Gradually, she finds herself reminiscing less about a figure from years past, replaced instead by the gentle smile of Su Huai'an. By the time she finishes her tasks and returns, it is the hour of the pig, around 10 o'clock at night. Su Huai'an, ever diligent in his training, greets her with a smile, teasingly inquiring, "I thought you had run off in the middle of the night." His words are entirely in jest. After their recent interactions, he harbors a deep trust in Weixiong. Not at all. I simply informed my parents that I am safe. Weixiong sticks out her tongue playfully, affectionately moving to his side to watch him practice. Su Huai'an has no intention of divulging the visit from Li Hanyi. The event has already transpired, and speaking of it serves no purpose. The night swiftly passes, and Weixiong, unable to endure the fatigue, soon drifts off to sleep. The following morning, she awakens in a drowsy state and steps out of her room. To her surprise, she finds a familiar figure engaged in morning exercises in the courtyard. With only two individuals present, it is clear that Su Huai'an is the sole one to rise early for training. Initially, she does not register the scene, heading towards the kitchen to prepare a meal for him. However, after a moment's observation, she halts in her tracks, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Brother Huai'an, why have you removed your mask?" Although Su Huai'an had indeed taken off his mask the previous night, she has never seen him without it during the day. "It's nothing. The mask broke, so I decided not to wear it." Su Huai'an recalls the mask that Li Hanyi had shattered the night before, a shiver running through him at the thought of such a violent woman. The mask was initially a precaution against an unexpected encounter with her, but since he and she had clarified matters, there was no longer a need for it. Xiang scrutinizes him, ensuring he has not sustained any injuries, and refrains from further questioning. The mask cannot have simply broken without reason, especially at the moment she departed. However, since Su Huai'an chooses not to reveal the truth, she decides to let it be, relieved that he is unharmed. One cannot deny that a serious man possesses a certain charm. Su Huai'an, tall and athletic, had always been a fitness enthusiast even before his unexpected journey. He possessed a physique that appeared slender when clothed, yet boasted a more robust form when unveiled. Having attained an extraordinary level of mastery in swordsmanship, he naturally emanated an enigmatic aura akin to that of a venerable master. Xiang, with her fingers delicately intertwined, gazed at him intently with her lively eyes. He was undeniably handsome, yet he had previously concealed his features behind a mask, engrossed in his sword training. Half an hour swiftly elapsed. Sunbeams cascaded upon his face, prompting him to instinctively pause, realizing that it was time for breakfast. "Congratulations, host, for successfully practicing the high-grade sword technique, blood refinement sword art, 15 times. Experience points gained, 15. What shall we eat for breakfast?" He mused aloud, only to discover that Weixiong stood motionless, scrutinizing him, neglecting her culinary duties. "What do you wish to eat?" She replied absent-mindedly, her thoughts adrift. "Anything is fine." Su Huai'an replied, nearly famished and devoid of any particular cravings. Typically, martial artists possess a greater appetite than ordinary individuals, and after a night filled with thrilling escapades, he was considerably hungry. The main draw was Weixiong's exceptional culinary skills, inherited from her mother, Huang Rong. Regardless of the dish, she prepared it with authentic flavors, rendering it irresistible. "All right," Weixiong responded, turning to enter the kitchen, closing the door behind her as she began her preparations. In no time, a feast emerged from the kitchen. The most commonplace of home-cooked meals transformed into a visual delight reminiscent of exquisite delicacies. As Su Huai'an savored the meal, he unabashedly praised her. "Little Weixiong, your culinary skills have improved remarkably. Any man fortunate enough to marry you will be truly blessed." Weixiong's cheeks flushed crimson as she turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. Not at all. My cooking is still lacking, she replied modestly. At home, it was her mother, Huang Rong, who took charge of the kitchen. No matter how proficient her own skills became, they could never surpass her mother's. Since arriving in the outside world, opportunities to cook had been rare. Even when she did, it was typically for familiar elders. This was her first time preparing a meal for a boy of similar age, and the unexpected compliment left her flustered. Although it was not her first experience making breakfast, Su Huai'an had previously been preoccupied with the dangers posed by Li Hanyi, keeping his emotions in a taut state. Now that the peril had subsided, his spirits lifted, and his enjoyment of the meal increased, causing compliments to spill forth effortlessly. Beautiful, skilled in the kitchen, kind-hearted, and exceptionally talented in martial arts. Weixiong appeared to have no shortcomings. She remained blissfully unaware that her shyness had rendered her motionless, her head bowed, too timid to meet his gaze. I will tidy up the room. You go ahead and eat, Brother Huai'an, she stated before hastily escaping, shutting the door behind her and not re-emerging. Su Huai'an found her sudden departure perplexing, but gave it little thought. In his heart, Weixiong was akin to a fated encounter that could alter one's life. With his affections solely reserved for the legendary hero Yanghua, there was no reason for her to harbor feelings for him, as he regarded her merely as a younger sister. Yet Weixiong's thoughts were of an entirely different nature. No sooner had Su Huai'an finished his breakfast than Zhu Wushi arrived. Draped in resplendent robes, with an expression of joy illuminating his features, he was accompanied by a carriage. Su Xiaoyu, we have arrived. Today we shall commence the alchemical process. Uncertain of the divine envoy, the one capable of employing the art of absorption, he wondered if he had arrived. The 1,000-year-old cold poison, if not eradicated, would render any elixir futile. Su Huai'an maintained a facade of composure, yet inwardly he was astounded. The list of materials he had entrusted to the envoy encompassed a plethora of rare herbs. In just over 2 days, the ingredients had been gathered. He had underestimated Zhu Wushi's influence. Naturally, the ancient poison had been extracted. A faint smile played on Zhu Wushi's lips, swiftly vanishing. Su Huai'an merely inquired, fully aware that the absorption technique had indeed been employed, rendering the notion of the cold poison remaining absurd. He collected all the materials from the carriage and placed them in his chamber. Observing Su Huai'an's imminent alchemical endeavor, Zhu Wushi felt a pang of unease and interjected. Su Xiaoyu, shouldn't you first assess Su Xian's condition? When he had extracted her from the Millennium Ice, he had detected no irregularities. However, as he was not an alchemist, it would be prudent for Su Huai'an to inspect her. There's no need. I took a glance, and her condition is stable. Regular medication will suffice, Su Huai'an replied casually. Do not disturb me. The crafting of the Tianxiang Duku Dan is particularly intricate and will require considerable time. The divine envoy cradled the woman from the carriage gently, laying her tenderly upon the bed in the adjacent room of Su Huai'an. Weixiong, eager to assist, was gently rebuffed. Seizing the opportunity, she scrutinized the scene intently, her gaze shifting multiple times. She parted her lips, only to silently close them again, unable to articulate her thoughts. Chapter 36. Zhenggu Dan and Yang Yuan Dan Zhu Wushi and Weixiong found themselves with nothing to occupy their time, so they waited in the courtyard. This waiting extended for over 2 hours, and when the sun reached its zenith, Su Huai'an still had not emerged. Weixiong felt a twinge of unease. In the past, Su Huai'an had never taken longer than an hour and a half to concoct elixirs. Could it be that the complexity of the precious medicinal pills was greater, thus requiring significantly more time than the lower-tier pills? Reassured by this possibility, she settled her mind. Zhu Wushi, on the other hand, displayed little emotional fluctuation. As a seasoned expert of the older generation, his perspective was far broader than that of Weixiong. While he was not entirely aware of the challenges involved in crafting precious pills, it was evident that only 3 alchemists on the Jiuzhou continent were known to possess the ability to create such esteemed elixirs. 3 more hours passed. Yet Su Huai'an remained inside the room. The expressions of both Zhu Wushi and Weixiong shifted subtly. Even the most challenging elixirs should not require such an extensive duration for their creation. A sense of foreboding washed over Weixiong. Could it be that he had failed in his alchemical endeavor? She quickly dismissed the thought, knowing that Huai'an was not one to boast without reason. If he claimed he could succeed, he must have confidence in his abilities. Moreover, should failure occur, she could always seek her master to ensure his safety. Finally, as evening approached, Su Huai'an emerged slowly from the room, his countenance appearing somewhat haggard. I have not failed you, he said softly, as Zhu Wushi's gaze fell upon the vial in his hand. Nodding gently, he accepted it, pouring the contents into his palm. He scrutinized the pill with a sense of admiration. To be honest with you, my young friend, I have only encountered a Tianxiang Duku once many years ago. This Tianxiang Duku Dan is a first for me. I wonder if the method of consumption differs in any way. It can be taken normally, 1 pill per day. After a few days, we will ascertain the duration required for optimal effect, Su Huai'an replied, nodding in affirmation. Thus, Zhu Wushi decided to stay in the courtyard to care for his beloved Su Xinxing. As for how to administer the pill to a person in a comatose state, that was his concern, and there was no need for Su Huai'an to fret over it. Thank you for your hard work, my young friend, Zhu Wushi remarked. Noticing Su Huai'an's poor condition, infused with affection for his partner, he expressed his gratitude before retreating indoors. Seated on the stone steps of the courtyard, Su Huai'an closed his eyes, seeking to recuperate. Is the crafting of precious pills truly so exhausting? Your complexion is quite pallid, Weixiong noted, offering him a bowl of water and gently massaging his shoulders. I am fine. I just need a moment to rest, Su Huai'an replied, keeping his eyes shut as he savored the delicate touch on his shoulders. The process of alchemy was inherently draining. Any lapse in focus could lead to mistakes. Fortunately, his proficiency as an alchemist allowed him to create sacred-grade pills, and crafting a single vial of Tianxiang Duku was not particularly challenging. However, he had pushed himself to produce 4 different elixirs in one go, which explained the prolonged duration. His progress in alchemical mastery had indeed advanced a notch. Yes, in addition to refining the heavenly fragrance cardamom pill, he has also concocted several other elixirs to enhance his cultivation. With the divine tree of wealth at his disposal, he indirectly secures these potions for himself, and why not take full advantage of it? Moreover, having brought a plethora of materials, it would be foolish to waste even a third of them. Zhu Wushi is aware of this exploitation, but what transpires in private is one matter. Bringing it to light is another. After a considerable interval, Su Huai'an's mind regained its composure. He retrieved a tremor bone pill and a nourishing essence pill from his bosom and swallowed them whole. The elixirs dissolved instantly, unleashing a tremendous surge of medicinal power that coursed through his meridians and bones. Su Huai'an felt as though his bones were being hammered by countless small mallets, each strike inflicting unbearable pain. Yet, the subsequent tingling sensation compelled him to continue, caught in an endless oscillation between agony and ecstasy. The turbulent energy within him, combined with the elixir's potency, purged the impurities from his body. To optimize the absorption of this medicinal strength, he resolutely endured the discomfort, diligently practicing his foundational techniques in the courtyard. After 15 minutes, he finally slowed the pace of his movements. Congratulations, host, on successfully refining the tremor bone pill. Root bone, 3, physique, 5. Congratulations, host, on successfully refining the nourishing essence pill. Physique, 15. Current physique, 121. Root bone, 47. Heavenly prodigy. Comprehension, 45. Heavenly prodigy. As Su Huai'an concluded his training, he exhaled a breath of turbid air. Although his cultivation remained at the initial stage of the 5th rank, his overall strength had significantly increased. Most of the herbs used in these 2 elixirs were procured through his intermittent trading endeavors. These were potions he had long desired to refine, but alas, the materials were exceedingly rare, and he had only managed to gather enough for a single concoction. After finishing his training, he decided to take a bath before joining for a meal. Weixiong approached, took a whiff, and stepped back in distaste. The tremor bone pill, being a rare elixir designed to enhance the root bone, also cleansed the body during its refinement. His body, having already undergone a breakthrough and several preliminary purifications, contained very few impurities. Nevertheless, there was still a hint of an unpleasant odor, which was somewhat intolerable for the cleanliness-loving Weixiong. When Su Huai'an emerged from his bath, Zhu Wushi was already seated in the courtyard, awaiting his arrival. Su Xiaoyu, I wonder if this batch of materials will suffice for several concoctions. It should last for about 5 days, Su Huai'an replied without hesitation. 5 days. That will suffice. My people are hastening their efforts to deliver the next batch of materials. Zhu Wushi's previously anxious heart finally settled. His Longhu mountain villa lies within the capital's jurisdiction, far removed from the border city of Taishan. The ability to gather sufficient alchemical materials this time was primarily due to his reputation, which allowed him to collect resources from various families and sects in the vicinity. However, these were all he had at present. He could not procure more. Su Huai'an had already surmised the origin of the materials, but he cared little about how they had come to be. Zhu Wushi remained indifferent to theft or robbery, for he was solely devoted to alchemy, regarding all else as irrelevant to his pursuits. Rest assured, esteemed lord, I possess the utmost confidence in remedying your daughter's affliction. Observing his unwavering confidence brought joy to Zhu Wushi, who responded with a bright smile. I certainly trust in you, Su Xiaoyu. To preempt any underhanded tactics from the treacherous Chow, I shall impose upon you for a time, for your protection. Then I must thank you, esteemed lord, Su Huai'an acquiesced, knowing that refusal would be futile. The notion of safeguarding oneself was but a half-truth. True surveillance was the reality. Moreover, the advantages of this arrangement outweighed its drawbacks, leaving him with no grounds for refusal. After dinner, Su Huai'an practiced martial arts alone in the courtyard. Meanwhile, Zhu Wushi closed the door to his chamber, recounting his experiences to his long-lost beloved. Suxing, do you know? Your salvation is at hand. Over 20 years ago, my royal brother forbade our union, but with his demise, no one can impede our togetherness any longer. The chasms of status are mere prejudices of the mundane world. I have lived my life without concern for the opinions of others. Unbeknownst to him, his thoughts drifted back to years past. Had he not brought her to the palace, his brother would not have disallowed his marriage to an ordinary woman, claiming it would tarnish the dignity of the royal family, and would not have cast her away. Had that not transpired, he and Suxing would have long been united, achieving their destined culmination without the subsequent misfortunes that led to her suffering and decades of slumber. Chapter 37. The Guidance of Zhu Wushi. A surge of experience now, with the demise of his elder brother, the former emperor, who has ascended to the netherworld. None can impede the course of destiny any longer. Reflecting upon the events of yesteryears fills him with profound disdain for the imperial family, who are utterly unworthy. The notion that mortal women cannot be recognized as legitimate wives, relegated instead to the status of maids or concubines, is nothing but absurdity, a sentiment propagated by antiquated minds. Had he not ventured to Taishan City, he might never have encountered Su Huai'an and perhaps would not have had the opportunity to awaken Su Xinxin from her slumber. Fortunately, the summit of Tianshan where Su Xinxin resides is in close proximity to Taishan City. To prevent prolonged uncertainties, he and Su Huai'an decided to concoct elixirs within the city itself. This course of action bore both advantages and disadvantages, the benefit being the elimination of trepidations regarding unforeseen events during the journey, while the drawback confined him to this place, leaving little time to cultivate his own influence. Yet, in Zhu Wushi's heart, every sacrifice is deemed worthwhile. Time passed, and Zhu Wushi reluctantly exited the chamber. Su Huai'an, tirelessly immersed in his training, wielded his sword under the moonlight, his cheeks glistening with sweat from prolonged exertion. Indeed, although his cultivation might not be exceptional, his foundation is remarkably solid. With diligent practice, the future of this young friend, Su, appears promising. Zhu Wushi, possessing considerable prowess, discerned the essence of Su's martial foundation with just a few glances. He offered a word of encouragement. I commenced my martial journey rather late, thus I must invest additional time in my training. Naturally, Su Huai'an would not allow a few compliments to inflate his ego. He had a duel against Li Hanyi in 6 months, and certainly did not wish to find himself pinned beneath her once more. With the revival of his beloved within reach, Zhu Wushi's spirits soared, prompting him to impart a few insights. Young friend Su, the path of martial arts, despite its diverse forms, ultimately originates from the same source. I perceive that you are overly fixated on the minutiae of martial techniques. Why not calm your mind to seek the commonalities among various schools of thought? Life and death struggles differ from mere sparring. Techniques should flow freely from the heart. In truth, you may envision an imagined adversary while training, battling against the heavens, the earth, and ultimately, against oneself. As martial practitioners, we dedicate our lives to the relentless pursuit of self-challenge. As he spoke, the depths of his gaze revealed an enigmatic resonance. Whether he was genuinely guiding Su Huai'an or merely expressing his innermost reflections remains uncertain. The latter part of his statement eluded Su Huai'an's comprehension, serving instead as Zhu Wushi's personal aphorism. However, the former imparted an enlightening clarity, dispelling the fog of uncertainty that had clouded his mind. No wonder he often felt a lingering inadequacy during his training, yet remained oblivious to its source. The myriad techniques in the world, though diverse, do not stray from their fundamental essence. Regardless of how intricate the techniques may be, they invariably bear the shadow of foundational martial arts. Why can some warriors, even within the same realm, confront multiple opponents? Beyond their superior mental practices and the potency of their vital energy, the crux lies in their ability to integrate martial arts rather than merely altering techniques. The movement and eruption of mental techniques intertwine with the trajectories of both the primordial heart sutra and inferior mental practices. The blood-refining sword technique and the fundamental swordsmanship are indeed interconnected. Su Huai'an bent his arm, halting the thrust of his sword and redirecting the force into a horizontal slash. His footwork danced between the illusory cloud leg and the basic movement techniques, at times agile, at others swift. Every pore in his body opened, his feet firmly planted on the ground, delivering a strike as formidable as a thunderclap. In that moment, Su Huai'an resembled a peerless sword demon, exuding an aura so fierce it seemed capable of cleaving the very air. Anything that obstructed his path would be ruthlessly annihilated. Weixiong, who had been practicing martial arts nearby, paused her movements. She turned her gaze in astonishment, looking at him in confusion. Such overwhelming killing intent. How could Brother Huai'an possess such intense bloodlust? If the former Su Huai'an had embodied the gentle and kind neighborly brother, the present version of him was akin to a beast poised to devour its prey, every action radiating boundless ferocity. Congratulations to the host for attaining the level of Grandmaster in martial arts, guided by Zhu Wushi, enhancing his mental state, with comprehension at 8, and receiving 500 experience points in the medium-grade mental technique, primordial heart method. Additionally, 700 experience points in the medium-grade martial art, illusory cloud leg. 1,500 experience points in the superior martial art, blood-refining sword technique, and 1,000 experience points in basic swordsmanship. Congratulations to the host for increasing experience in the primordial heart method, reaching the realm of integration, maximum level attained. With a physique boost of 3 and a root bone increase of 1, current physique at 124, root bone at 48, heavenly prodigy. Congratulations to the host for the blood-refining sword technique reaching the realm of proficiency, 900-1000, rewarding 1 comprehension point, current comprehension at 54, unparalleled talent. Congratulations to the host for the illusory cloud leg experience increasing, reaching the realm of integration, 300-1500, rewarding 3 physique points, current physique at 127. Congratulations to the host for the experience in low-grade movement techniques increasing, reaching the realm of integration, 700-1000, rewarding 2 physique points, current physique at 129. Congratulations to the host for the experience in low-grade sword techniques increasing, reaching the realm of integration, 900-1000, rewarding 1 comprehension point, current comprehension at 55, unparalleled talent. Congratulations to the host for the experience in low-grade spear techniques increasing, achieving breakthroughs from initial understanding to proficiency, reaching the realm of integration, 500-1000, rewarding 3,000 taels of silver and 3 physique points. In Su Huai'an's mind, it felt as if a figure was moving. Unconsciously, he mimicked their actions, his body responding more swiftly than his mind. Regardless of how the silhouette in his mind shifted, he kept pace effortlessly. The primordial heart method surged with an unprecedented speed, the true energy within him soaring. Zhu Wushi and Weixiong both discerned his state almost simultaneously, a moment of epiphany, a condition every warrior yearns for. Throughout history, there have been tales of attaining enlightenment and soaring to new heights in an instant. While such descriptions may be exaggerated, they carry a kernel of truth. Zhu Wushi's mastery in martial arts is well known, and Weixiong, having spent years by her father Guijing's side and later training under a renowned master, possesses an acumen that surpasses that of an ordinary first-tier martial artist. In the moments of their astonishment, he ascended from the peak of the initial stage of the 5th rank, breaking through to the mid-stage, reaching the peak of the mid-stage, and then progressing to the later stage of the 5th rank. It was only upon reaching the later stage that the increase in his true energy began to gradually diminish. The augmentation of true energy within Su Huai'an exceeded 50%, not to mention the advancements in martial arts and the enhancement of his comprehension. While the progress in other martial disciplines was commendable, the experience gained in the blood-refining sword technique and the fundamental sword technique was astonishingly remarkable. Even he himself had not anticipated such significant improvement. Even Zhu Wushi, who was accustomed to seeing young prodigies, momentarily lost his composure, after merely offering a few casual pointers. How could this lad experience enlightenment akin to the clarity of a clear spring? The rapid advancement in martial arts was understandable, but entering a state of sudden comprehension and experiencing a tremendous leap in realm was extraordinary. To elevate 2 minor realms in one breath, what kind of insight was that? If he was astounded, then Weixiong's astonishment was beyond measure. Thank you for your guidance, divine envoy. Su Huai'an closed his eyes and meditated for a while to consolidate his remarkable advancement, before slowly rising and respectfully bowing to Zhu Wushi. Zhu Wushi, having regained his composure, nodded slightly in acknowledgement. You have done well. His initial words of encouragement had been somewhat polite, yet this praise was genuine. Su Huai'an undoubtedly ranked among the elite of the younger generation he knew. I must also train diligently. If I do not strive harder, I shall soon be surpassed by Brother Huai'an. Weixiong, with her legs crossed, gazed at him with sparkling eyes. Su Huai'an could only smile wryly, a hint of awkwardness playing at the corners of his mouth. You have already reached the first rank. How could I catch up to you so quickly? It is worth noting that among the younger generation of geniuses, Weixiong's prowess was not to be underestimated. Had she not previously shunned serious training, her cultivation would likely have been even higher. Nevertheless, she had already stepped into the peak of the second rank. And after recently consuming the high-grade breaking barrier pill he had given her, she had ascended to the first rank. She was also helping to manage the situation while providing culinary services, making it difficult for him to keep accepting her hospitality without contributing. Really? Weixiong stuck out her tongue, non-committally responding. Others might be unaware, but she certainly knew that Su Huai'an's martial path was akin to quenching thirst, breaking through every few days. With Zhu Wushi present, she refrained from being too explicit. Su Huai'an smiled and shook his head, turning his attention to his current attributes panel to assess the overall improvement. Chapter 38. Zhu Wushi's departure and Weixiong's anomaly. Host: Su Huai'an. Age: 19. Realm: late 5th rank. Physique: 132 points. Root bone: 48. Child of destiny. Comprehension: 55. Peerless prodigy. Mental techniques: martial arts. Hunyuan heart method, integrated. Blood refinement sword technique. Entry level: 900-1000. Illusory cloud leg technique integrated. 300-1500. Inferior body technique integrated. 700-1000. Inferior sword technique integrated. 900-1000. Inferior spear technique integrated. 500-1000. Ability: Alchemist realm, pinnacle, 80,500. Special physique: medicinal vessel physique. The enhancement of martial arts experience is one matter. Yet the elevation of comprehension is a rare fortune. It is acknowledged that at his current level of understanding, significant advancements become increasingly elusive. The mere utterance of Zhu Wushi granted him an immediate increase of 8 points, illustrating the magnitude of his gain. Previously, when he practiced ordinary mid-grade or high-grade martial arts, the rewards before reaching entry level consisted solely of physique enhancements or mundane medicinal pills and wealth. He felt immense relief in retrospect, having deliberated thoroughly before opting to engage in trade with Zhu Wushi rather than Chao Zhengchun. Despite their comparable martial realms, in terms of enlightenment and martial arts, Zhu Wushi was far more compatible with Su Huai'an. Chao Zhengchun practiced the ancestral Tian Gang, Tongzi skill of the Eastern Bureau, while Zhu Wushi mastered a plethora of techniques from renowned sects of the Ming dynasty. His knowledge was profound yet concealed, refraining from showcasing his skills as he served as the court's facade in the martial world, preferring to keep his acquisition of other sects' techniques a secret. Upon practicing the blood refinement sword technique for the 10th time, he noticed a shift in his experience. Congratulations to the host for self-discipline and perseverance. Successfully practicing a round of high-grade sword technique, blood refinement sword technique experience 15. It appeared that once his comprehension transcended to the peerless level, his understanding of martial arts significantly surpassed his previous capabilities. This was merely the peerless level. One could only ponder the insight he might attain if he were to reach the monstrous or even the unparalleled levels of comprehension. Impressive understanding, Zhu Wushi chuckled lightly, regaining his composure after a brief moment of astonishment. Indeed, Su Huai'an's performance evoked a measure of surprise. However, the emergence of genius is a rarity, while those who falter midway are all too common. Furthermore, his unintentional actions might very well prove advantageous. Young friend Su, allow me to present you with a small token. Su Huai'an abruptly froze, his sword stance momentarily faltering. A gift? What could this mean, and why did Zhu Wushi suddenly make such a proclamation? Given our fair trade and your guidance, it would be inappropriate for me to accept a gift, he replied, his instincts warning him that this gift might not be entirely benign. Not to worry, it is but a trivial matter. In a few days, you shall understand. Zhu Wushi smiled initially, but his expression shifted dramatically as he gazed meaningfully towards the north. Su Huai'an, though perplexed, chose not to press the matter further, yet it lingered in his thoughts. At least until I have saved Su Xiang, no matter what I do, Zhu Wushi will not harm me. Time is irrelevant in cultivation. A night passes in the blink of an eye. Su Huai'an still felt a lingering desire for more, but the dawn had already begun to break. Thus, he had to commence the new day's alchemical preparations, as Tianxiang Duku needed to be administered to Su Xiang daily. Each time he concocted one, it resulted in only a single pill, necessitating the process to be repeated every day. Congratulations to the host for successfully refining the exquisite Tianxiang Duku pill. earning 5,000 experience points and a reward of 500 taels of silver. Just as Su Huai'an intended to hand over the pill to Zhu Wushi for him to feed to Su Xiang, he discovered that Zhu Wushi was nowhere to be found, leading him to inquire with Weixiong. "Where has Shinho gone?" Weixiong shook her head, replying, "I do not know. He left in a hurry early this morning, saying he would return later." Su Huai'an nodded, unconsciously stroking his chin. After a brief moment, he deduced the reason and did not dwell on it further. He took out the spear obtained during his previous breakthrough and began to examine it. The long and bright silver spear. Could it truly reward one with weapons? There had been so much to attend to after the breakthrough that he had momentarily forgotten about it. If memory served, this weapon was akin to that wielded by Zhao Yun from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The quality was indeed superior, though perhaps not entirely accurate. Nevertheless, he mused, it was not an authentic item. Wielding it with casual flourishes, he noted that its weight and balance were just right. The sensation was entirely different from that of using a sword. A surge of heroic spirit engulfed him. While swords are often hailed as the king of weapons, spears are regarded as their sovereign. The techniques and applications differ greatly. A spear is broad and expansive, embodying the principle that an inch in length corresponds to an inch in strength, which explains why soldiers predominantly favor long spears. After practicing the techniques for inferior-grade spears, Su Huai'an returned the spear to his room. One cannot bite off more than one can chew. He already possessed considerable martial arts knowledge, and there was little time to divert his focus to spear techniques. He decided to prioritize his swordsmanship and mental cultivation, with agility being secondary. As evening approached and mealtime arrived, he finally paused. How swiftly the day has passed. With alchemy in the morning and training in the afternoon, it felt as though he had accomplished little before the day slipped away. "Weixiong, what shall we eat today?" After his inquiry, silence enveloped the room, a stillness akin to death. Xiang continued her practice of sword techniques, entirely disregarding his question. Su Huai'an scratched his head, perplexed about how he had offended her. He had long sensed something amiss with Xiang. Ordinarily, she would chatter around him incessantly. Yet today, she had not acknowledged him at all and seemed to be deliberately avoiding him. He felt as lost as a monk in a fog, unable to grasp the situation, having done nothing to warrant such treatment. "Humph, if you fancy eating out, then go ahead. I have no inclination to cook today," Weixiong retorted, turning away in a huff. The dishes they prepared could hardly compare to the culinary skills of the beautiful Gua. In the past, Su Huai'an would not have minded dining out, especially since in his early days after crossing over, he mostly subsisted on rations. However, things were different now. Weixiong had spoiled his palate, rendering the food at the ends tasteless and insipid. With her back turned to him, Weixiong stifled a soft chuckle, her lips involuntarily curving upward. "Humph, I suppose you have discerning taste. However, I shall not partake. You may seek that woman to assist you." This statement sent Su Huai'an's mind reeling, prompting an instinctive retort. "Which woman? I've scarcely encountered anyone else these past few days, only Li Hanyi, who nearly had a sword at my throat. Weixiong wasn't even present then. You carry the scent of another woman. You ventured to such a place yesterday, did you not?" Upon uttering this, Weixiong mischievously winked and turned to walk away, disregarding Su Huai'an's calls for her to return. She strode into the room of Zhu Wushi, slamming the door with force. Su Huai'an was left bewildered, grappling with the inexplicable situation. The scent of another woman? What nonsense is this? I hardly step outside my door. Yesterday, I was solely immersed in sword practice. Where could I have encountered another woman? Yet, he soon discerned an oddity. Weixiong was indeed angry, but why would she enter the patientess room instead of her own? Based on his understanding of her temperament, Weixiong would usually sulk in silence, not brazenly accuse him of possessing the scent of another woman. Zhu Wushi's departure and her visit to Su Xiang's quarters, coupled with that fleeting glance as she left, ignited a spark of realization within Su Huai'an. He surmised the gist of the entire affair, thus refraining from further persuasion. Instead, he devoted himself to diligently practicing the foundational sword techniques in the courtyard. Congratulations, host, for successfully practicing the inferior sword technique 20 times, gaining 25 experience points and a reward of 50 taels of silver. After an entire day of relentless effort and acute concentration, Su Huai'an felt the weight of fatigue settling in. He raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his brow. Given his current physique and cultivation, he was not overly strained. However, the self-discipline and fortitude system imposed a stringent requirement. One must maintain unwavering focus during practice, as half-hearted effort would significantly diminish the experience gained. Moreover, alchemy was a laborious endeavor, and the cumulative toll of these activities left him not physically weary but mentally exhausted. Leaning against the stone table, he feigned rest while remaining vigilant, his body tense and poised against unseen adversaries. He conjectured that someone was likely watching him from the shadows. The rationale behind this suspicion was straightforward. With Zhu Wushi present, he felt secure. The sudden absence of his protector could only imply one thing: someone intended to do him harm. Zhu Wushi's presence had deterred potential threats. His departure was a calculated move to draw out the hidden foe. Yet, one aspect eluded his understanding. Since his arrival in this realm, aside from the entangled grievances with Li Hanyi, he had not offended anyone. His dealings in Taishan City had been fair. Who would wish him ill? The entire city recognized him as the iron-bold divine messenger. Who would dare disregard such a reputation? Chao Zhenshun was the only one who seemed unperturbed by Zhu Wushi. Su Huai'an swiftly concluded that this was indeed the machinations of Chao Zhenshun, as the likelihood of others being involved was exceedingly slim. He sat in meditation for half an hour, during which both his mind and body returned to their peak state. Yet, the surroundings remained tranquil, devoid of any hint of anomaly. Chapter 39. The emergence of adversaries and the breakthrough of the blood refinement sword technique. To be candid, he truly did not wish to serve as bait. The opponent's cultivation and strength were entirely unknown. A single miscalculation could lead to his untimely demise. However, retreating too far was not an option either. Zhu Wushi likely had other plans in place, and if he were to flee aimlessly, he might find himself in an even more perilous situation. At this moment, Zhu Wushi was his only source of support, and he could only hope that assistance would arrive in time to safeguard him. Yet, he possessed his own trump card. He was reluctant to resort to that unless absolutely necessary. Is my intuition leading me astray? As the hour of Su approached, Su Huai'an began to feel a twinge of uncertainty, as all the outcomes he had envisioned were merely speculative. In truth, he was rather eager for a genuine confrontation. Mere sparring had yielded little advancement in his swordsmanship. The blood refinement sword technique was predicated on the principle of killing to achieve enlightenment. Although he had received rewards from the system that enhanced his swordplay, the world of martial arts encompassed not just interpersonal dynamics, but also the brutal realities of conflict. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse could scarcely withstand the tempest. In the narrow alley on the southern side of the courtyard, several indistinct figures had gathered. The atmosphere was palpably tense, their gazes fixated intently on Su Huai'an in the courtyard. "Master Zhang, shall we not make our move?" a slender figure inquired, her voice barely concealing an undercurrent of fear. The group comprised members of the Xiaoyao sect, who had accompanied their leader. It was only now that they realized their intention to disrupt Zhu Wushi's plans, weighing heavily on their hearts like a stone. In the realm of reputation, who in the Ming dynasty had not heard of the formidable Zhu Wushi, known for his astute mind and unparalleled martial prowess? Zhang Polu gestured for them to remain calm. Do not rush. Although Zhu Wushi has been diverted, he has discreetly dispatched individuals to protect this youth. The Iron-Bold Divine Envoy is renowned both in the court and the martial world. He is certainly not a fool who relies solely on bravery. I do not wish to lose my life due to a hasty mistake. However, if we delay any longer and he returns, we may lose our chance entirely. He is but a lone pawn. We shall easily subdue him in a short time. To be cautious, we shall wait a little longer today. As Zhu Wushi will not be back, their hushed conversation, coupled with their restrained presence, made it exceedingly difficult for passers-by to detect their presence, even if they were nearby. The dynamics were stark. Su Huai'an, in plain view, refrained from acting recklessly, while they remained equally cautious in the shadows. Should Su Huai'an have caught sight of them, he would have recognized a familiar face among the group. It was not until he sensed a formidable aura departing from the courtyard that the leader's expression brightened, prompting him to exclaim softly, "Now?" With the departure of the concealed guards, only Weixiong remained. Any one of them could easily overpower her. Suddenly, Su Huai'an felt a prickling sensation across his skin as an overwhelming aura bore down upon him. Instinctively, he wanted to retreat, to gauge the opponent's level of cultivation. Should they be below the third rank, he could contend with them. Above that, he would stand no chance. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind as his body instinctively sought to react. From the place where a few individuals were hiding to the center of the courtyard where Su Huai'an stood, there was merely a distance of a dozen meters. For Zhang Polu and his companions, it was merely a few breaths' time. In an instant, the distance between both parties was reduced to 3 meters, and several individuals launched their attacks simultaneously, aiming to subdue Su Huai'an with utmost swiftness. The fierce palm strikes and the flurry of flying needles aimed to seal off all of Su Huai'an's escape routes. However, as they intended to capture him alive, they only exerted a fraction of their strength, clearly indicating that this was not their first experience in such endeavors. Su Huai'an retreated, sword raised before him, with no means to evade or retreat further. He was left with no choice but to brace himself for the inevitable injury, mentally preparing for severe harm. The prowess of these individuals far surpassed his own, making it impossible for him to discern their specific realms. Even a casual strike from them was beyond his capacity to withstand. He thought to himself, it was utterly impossible to block their onslaught. Had they not been at a distance, he would have been captured before he could even react. In his palm, he clutched a crimson elixir, and as the situation grew dire, he cast aside any thoughts of its side effects. Just as he was about to swallow it, the palm strikes and silver needles veered past him and flew to the side. Humph, I thought he would send some formidable expert. Turns out, you're merely a bunch of useless fools. Upon hearing this voice, Su Huai'an realized he was safe. Emerging from the dim corner of the courtyard was the figure of a middle-aged man. Zhu Wushi, holding a silver needle, stepped closer to Su Huai'an. Having encountered the divine envoy, Su Huai'an discreetly tucked the elixir into his sleeve, his tense heart finally at ease. Zhu Wushi's lips curled into a smirk as he gestured towards the group opposite them. Young friend Su, I wonder if you are satisfied with this envoy's gift? Throughout the entire exchange, he displayed no regard for the group, barely affording them a glance. Su Huai'an could only manage a wry smile, uncertain of how to respond. The quality of the gift was secondary. The shock had certainly been delivered. Observing the unusual expression on Su Huai'an's face, Zhu Wushi proceeded to articulate his intentions. I perceive that your swordsmanship lacks the intent to kill. A few pinnacle innate realm experts should suffice to refine your sword's essence. Innate realm? Su Huai'an felt that his blood-forged sword technique was indeed lacking a crucial element. He had not anticipated that Zhu Wushi could discern this, cleverly orchestrating a scheme to draw the serpent from its hole. It was even more surprising to learn that these individuals were all adept in the innate realm. After all, he was merely a late-stage fifth-tier martial artist. Despite Zhu Wushi's backing, the array set against him was formidable. The disparity between an innate realm expert and a first-tier martial artist was monumental. Among 100 first-tier martial artists, over 90% would be stuck at the peak of their tier, with only a mere 10% capable of ascending to the innate realm. Upon witnessing Zhu Wushi's appearance, the individuals across from him were struck with alarm, bewildered, and uncertain. Hadn't that esteemed figure stated he would not return today? Without that assurance, even with 10 times their courage, they would not dare to pull teeth from a tiger's maw, willingly courting death. After exchanging a fleeting glance, without the slightest hesitation, several individuals turned and fled. Remaining behind was only a path to death. Escaping offered at least a glimmer of hope. In a life-and-death situation, no one could afford to be concerned about anyone else. The 5 individuals dispersed in different directions, their movements ghostly as they darted away, swiftly covering a distance of 20 to 30 meters. Regardless of Zhu's unparalleled martial prowess, could he possibly apprehend all 5 of us simultaneously? As for who might be targeted, that was left to fate. This was not their first venture into the realm of hostage-taking. They had long anticipated such a day. Their speed was so remarkable that Su Huai'an could barely discern their figures, only catching sight of a few indistinct shadows. Zhang Polu, while fleeing, remained particularly vigilant. With his agility and cultivation, he was undoubtedly the fastest among them. However, he deliberately slowed his pace, neither leading the charge nor bringing up the rear. Chapter 40. The blood-refining sword technique experience soars. The emergence of sword intent, whether one flees too swiftly or too slowly. It invariably draws the particular attention of Zhu Wushi, and one might unwittingly become the foremost target, as long as one is not the first to strike against him. With his semi-master level of cultivation, the chances of escape remain considerable. He has already devised a plan in his mind, intending for a few companions to serve as sacrificial pawns. It suffices to say, if they can merely delay Zhu Wushi for a brief moment, he possesses over 90% certainty of evading capture. Regardless of how formidable the iron-blooded divine watcher Zhu Wushi may be, it is impossible for him to subdue all 5 of them simultaneously. Before this watchman, they are merely foolish to think of escaping. Zhu Wushi let out a cold laugh, spreading his hands wide, fingers exerting force through the air. An indescribable force of attraction erupted, pulling Zhang Polu and the others back uncontrollably. No matter how fervently they attempted to employ their skills, they could not extricate themselves from the mire of suction. They could only watch helplessly as they gradually retreated, inching closer to Zhu Wushi and Su Huai'an. What sort of technique is this? Impossible. Even a grandmaster of martial arts could not achieve such a feat. The urgency of the situation gripped them. Their escape, which had only just commenced, appeared to be concluding prematurely. No, I do not wish to die yet. As they drew ever nearer to Zhu Wushi, a tumult of emotions surged within them. The Dragon Guardian manner, under the iron-blooded divine watcher's command, was notorious for its methods of interrogating adversaries. To fall into his hands would be tantamount to a death sentence. Regret, resentment, and the fury that accompanies the prospect of death flooded their minds. While others might cower before the might of a master, fearing its terror, Su Huai'an possessed a deeper understanding. He might not fully grasp the extent of a grandmaster's strength, yet it was evident that Zhu Wushi wielded the inner power he had cultivated. The absorption technique, renowned for its ability to consume all forms of martial arts. Enough noise. If I have not allowed you to perish, none shall die, Zhu Wushi admonished sharply. Their clamor irritated him, prompting a steady increase in his profound inner strength. Zhang Polu and the others completely lost control over their bodies. Even the slightest movement of a finger became an unattainable luxury. Their inner strength began to dissipate, and within mere moments of inhalation and exhalation, they found their cultivation utterly depleted. Not a trace of true energy remained. They had been reduced to a state of near incapacitation. Decades of arduous training evaporated in an instant. Though their realm remained at the pinnacle of innate mastery, their true energy had been fundamentally drained, rendering recovery impossible for several years to come. The group was discarded like refuse, casually cast before Zhu Wushi. I have rendered them powerless. You pose no threat to me now, Zhu Wushi stated in his usual calm demeanor, treating them as if they were no more than ordinary individuals. Su Huai'an remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the suspended figures. Under Zhu Wushi's control, they were arranged in a line, clearly positioned for his convenience in dealing with them. Due to the absorption of their inner energy, they suffered severe internal injuries. Without exception, the pallor of his face rendered him almost inhuman, with veins protruding all over his body, convulsing uncontrollably from the agony he endured. At that moment, he was akin to meat on a chopping block, subject to whatever fate awaited him. Yet, he remained indifferent, contemplating the intentions of Zhu Wushi. Just as he grappled with the perplexity of why Zhu Wushi chose to display the art of energy absorption before him, a cold voice pierced the air. Su Xiaoyu, mercy towards your enemies is cruelty towards yourself. Su Huai'an understood that it was time to take action. This was Zhu Wushi's warning. He crouched down and removed the mask from one of the bandits, revealing a familiar face, the very girl he had encountered earlier when setting up his stall, who had feigned a transaction to swindle his alchemical formula. The girl's once charming visage was now beyond words, her eyes wide with excruciating pain, pleading for mercy as she lay on the ground. Alas, self-inflicted suffering leads to one's own demise. For a fleeting moment, Su Huai'an hesitated, but his hand reacted instinctively. Employing the initial stance of the blood-refining sword technique, his sword struck without the slightest hesitation. A head rolled to the ground, and the body ceased to convulse. Today, he could remain unscathed only because Zhu Wushi was present. Had he not been there, what fate would have awaited him? Perhaps he would have been captured and reduced to a mere alchemist, imprisoned and exploited. He was not the type to lose himself over a woman. Strangely, as he ended the life of the first person, a surge of impulse welled up within him. Was it excitement? He could not quite articulate the feeling. With a flick of his wrist, he executed the subsequent moves of the blood-refining sword technique, swiftly sheathing his sword after a series of strikes. Each of the assailants bore a subtle wound upon their necks. Congratulations, host, on successfully cultivating the blood-refining sword technique. You have slain 4 severely injured peak innate martial artists and 1 half-step master, earning 2,000 experience points. Congratulations, host, on your self-discipline and strength. The blood-refining sword technique has reached a state of comprehension, granting you a physique enhancement of 5, a root bone increase of 1, a superior quality blood flame sword, 300 taels of gold, and the embryonic form of sword intent to quell violence with violence. Current root bone, 49, son of heaven. Su Huai'an was genuinely astonished. Is killing considered self-discipline? Or was it the peculiar nature of the blood-refining sword technique that aligned with the profundity of swordsmanship, thus being classified as self-discipline and strength? The rewards were exceptionally generous, precisely what he needed in terms of suitable equipment. Most importantly, he had received an additional reward of sword intent. It was known that even among innate martial artists, 1 in 100 might possess their own sword intent, though it was merely the embryonic form. Every journey begins with a single step, and once he grasped this initial form, further comprehension would merely be a gradual process. A faint aura of slaughter emanated from him, lingering around his figure. Zhu Wushi raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips, as his gaze towards Su Huai'an grew increasingly appreciative. How does it feel to personally execute your foes? With his keen insight, he discerned that Su Huai'an had never taken a life before, for he bore none of that ominous aura. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate to strike down several foes, his decisive and ruthless nature filling him with satisfaction. Fortunately, he merely felt the extinguishing of a few lives. As Su Huai'an turned around, the embryonic form of his sword-intense murderous aura had already dissipated, retreating entirely within him. The rewards this time exceeded his expectations, yet he had no intention of becoming a mindless demon slaughtering the innocent. The reason was simple. While it might indeed be true that killing enhances the experience of the blood-refining sword technique, one must remember that it took the lives of 5 peak innate martial artists to amass such a significant amount of experience at once. Had he slain a few 9th-grade martial artists instead, he would have garnered more experience by diligently practicing his swordsmanship. Though Zhu Wushi appeared to handle them with the ease of capturing chicks, it was all relative. These were peak innate warriors. Without Zhu Wushi, a mere slap could spell his demise. Let alone killing them, surviving and escaping would have been a stroke of extraordinary luck. Such opportunities are serendipitous and cannot be sought after. Chapter 41. The Dilemma After the Murder. Zhu Wushi smiled faintly, choosing not to dwell on the topic. Do you know who they serve, Su Xiaoyu? I do not, the young man replied. Since my entry into the martial world, I have yet to make any enemies. Su Huai'an pursed his lips and countered with a question. He had already deduced how Zhu Wushi would respond, undoubtedly indicating that they were followers of Cao Jingchun. According to the intelligence received from my subordinates, the leader is a force cultivated in secrecy by Cao Jingchun. As expected, Zhu Wushi's answer aligned perfectly with his thoughts. Yesterday, the villain Cao secretly dispatched men to attack my subordinates, intending to draw my attention away. He did not wish to act personally, lest you become aware, and thus sent these few individuals. Zhu Wushi pointed at Zhang Polu, continuing, he is a spy for Cao, and the others are his subordinates. Though it remains unclear who their true master is, they presumed that I had fallen victim to a diversionary tactic, daring to intrude upon my courtyard with the intent of abducting you, Su Xiaoyu. Su Huai'an contemplated for a moment. Zhu Wushi's explanation seemed devoid of flaws. This clarified how they had the audacity to provoke Zhu Wushi. If they had the backing of Cao Jingchun, it was hardly surprising. Regrettably, one aspect was miscalculated. Any matter that compelled Zhu Wushi to intervene personally could not be trivial. He was unaware of what Cao Jingchun had done to believe he could force Zhu Wushi's hand. It must have had a considerable impact on Zhu Wushi's influence, prompting the dispatch of several innate martial artists to abduct him. Unfortunately, Zhu Wushi had never left the courtyard, merely waiting for them to take the bait. As long as his beloved remained in peril, even with Cao Jingchun watching closely, he would not depart, for to Zhu Wushi, his woman was his everything. With a firm grip, Zhu Wushi crushed a token that flew from Zhang Polu's lifeless body into his hand. This clever lad had carried a token from the Eastern Depot, presumably for use in a critical moment to safeguard his life. Zhu Wushi's fingers exerted such force that the iron token was deformed and shattered. Su Huai'an marveled inwardly. The destructive power of a grand master truly was extraordinary, capable of such feats merely through grip strength. Zhu Wushi was clearly intent on solidifying Cao Jingchun's guilt and sowing discord between himself and the man. Yet, Zhu Wushi shifted his tone, altering his stance. It is also possible that my intelligence is flawed. Someone may be framing me, aiming to provoke a confrontation between myself and the villain Cao, allowing a third party to reap the benefits from the shadows. The reasoning behind this assertion was not without merit, yet Cao Jingchun remained the primary suspect. At this juncture, Su Huai'an genuinely began to admire Zhu Wushi. It was no wonder he had stood atop the peaks of Daming Mountain for many years. His cunning was unparalleled. Did it truly matter whether they were sent by Cao Jingchun? It did not. As long as suspicion fell upon Cao Jingchun, his guilt was already pronounced. Zhu Wushi's intention was straightforward, to draw Su Huai'an to his own faction, a fact he did not shy away from. Even if it is not possible to make Su Huai'an his subordinate, one must strive to cultivate a good relationship with him, while simultaneously ensuring that he and Cao Jingchun do not align. The value of a distinguished alchemist far exceeds Su Huai'an's own estimations. If he perceives the worth of a rare alchemist to be a mere 100, the actual value is at least tenfold, if not more. Through recent interactions, Zhu Wushi has observed Su Huai'an's actions, recognizing that he is indeed a commendable individual. He does not mind fostering a rapport with Zhu Wushi, fully committing to his side. Otherwise, being caught between two factions would lead to undesirable outcomes. I see that you, young friend Su, have gained further insights into the sword path. I shall refrain from intruding. Zhu Wushi laughed heartily before returning to his quarters. Weixiong, understanding the situation, discreetly stepped out, having previously hidden away to avoid becoming a hindrance to the two. With matters resolved, it would be inappropriate to disturb their intimate moment. Zhu Wushi shed his usual stern demeanor, his gaze softening as he tenderly regarded the beautiful woman before him. Su Xian, Those who have disturbed us have been dealt with. You need not worry any longer. Should outsiders witness this, they would hardly believe that Zhu Wushi, known for his unwavering justice and ruthless power, could display such tenderness. Gazing at his beloved with the innocence of a devoted lover, they had initially refrained from taking action, and he had been disinclined to engage with them. But Su Huai'an's exceptional skills as an alchemist warranted a favor in resolving his troubles. Their constant surveillance could inevitably lead to ill intentions. Even if Su Huai'an had misjudged Zhu Wushi's willingness to act, the primary motivation lay in the desire to protect his cherished woman, for Taishan City was not his domain, and his forces were limited. He feared that a moment's carelessness might result in harm befalling his beloved. Once you awaken, I shall orchestrate the grandest wedding for you, one befitting a genius. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Su Huai'an was preoccupied with the aftermath of his actions. After dealing with the bodies, he sat alone in the courtyard, gazing blankly at the moon for an extended period. Brother Huai'an, what troubles you? Weixiong bounced over, gently nudging his shoulder. Su Huai'an turned his head and asked earnestly, Weixiong, have you ever taken a life? Though he maintained a calm facade, his heart was tumultuous. This was his first true experience of killing. Having extinguished the lives of several individuals, his previous encounter had been purely accidental. He did not believe he had acted wrongly. Regardless of the motivations behind Zhang Polu and his companions' actions, their intent to harm him was indisputable. Yet, he found himself exhilarated during the act of killing. He could sense that this was not merely a side effect of the blood refinement sword technique, but rather a reflection of his own psyche. The frustrations within him seemed to dissipate, leaving him with a profound sense of relief. Deep down, he pondered whether he might be a depraved killer. Indeed, one must kill in the martial world. It is a commonplace affair. If you do not strike first, others will strike you. Weixiong tilted her head slightly, her small hand quietly resting upon Su Huai'an's arm. Brother Huai'an, do not worry. I, too, felt a sense of unease when I took a life for the first time. In the face of an adversary, the distinction between killing and being killed is but a fleeting thought. In the world of Jianghu, one often finds themselves at the mercy of circumstances. There is no need for self-reproach. In her eyes, Su Huai'an seemed troubled, grappling with the emotional weight of his inaugural kill. At a loss for words, he was reluctant to reveal that his true concern lay in the fear of being a latent killer. Furthermore, given the formidable strength of his opponents and the numerous enemies he had made, his predicament was far from simple. Upon hearing her words, Su Huai'an's eyes brightened, and he felt a significant alleviation of his psychological burden. Indeed, he had been ensnared in his own confusion. He was not reveling in the thrill of murder. Rather, he was channeling his pent-up frustrations through the act of killing. Since his arrival in this world, he had been relentlessly pursued, only to find himself ensnared between Chao Zhangchun and Zhu Wushi upon reaching Taishan City. The immense pressure he bore was ever present, and he yearned to grow stronger at an accelerated pace. Having finally resolved the issue with Li Hanyi, he was then targeted by a band of marauding warriors, whose unparalleled prowess rendered him powerless to resist. It could be said that his nerves had never relaxed. He had remained in a state of tension since his arrival. The exhilaration derived from killing stemmed from his need to release the fury that had long been confined within him. With this realization, Su Huai'an's spirits lifted considerably, and he gently stroked Weixiong's silky hair in gratitude. Chapter 42. Promotion to the 4th rank. No need to be polite. Weixiong's petite face flushed, and she lowered her gaze, too shy to meet his eyes. Despite their time spent together, such intimate gestures were rare, filling her with a quiet joy while also inducing a sense of bashfulness. In a few days, I shall introduce you to someone remarkable. Who? Su Huai'an's curiosity was piqued. Anyone who could be described as remarkable by Weixiong was undoubtedly an extraordinary individual. Could it be Guijing? No, Weixiong was still staunchly guarding Xiang. With no time to venture to the Ming dynasty, perhaps it was Huang Rong, but then again, who else could it be? A familiar aged figure surfaced in his mind, and the only one who fit Weixiong's description was undoubtedly the old devil, Huang. I won't tell you. He has matters for which he seeks your assistance. Weixiong made a playful grimace, pridefully refusing to divulge more. Su Huai'an did not press further. She would not harm herself. A few days' wait was merely a trifle. In the days that followed, Su Huai'an devoted 2 or 3 hours to alchemy, with the remainder of his time spent honing his swordplay and mental techniques. His cultivation smoothly advanced to the pinnacle of the late 5th rank, merely a step away from entering the realm of the 4th rank masters. His stock of elixirs had significantly increased, and with the rewards from the alchemical recipes, he had crafted several invaluable potions. He felt assured that selling just a portion would suffice to acquire other rare martial arts. Today marked the 7th day of his alchemical endeavors. and Su Huai'an was examining the condition of the woman, Zhu Wushi. Her state was far better than he had anticipated. Within a month, she would awaken. The divine envoy had ensured that her health was excellent, with all the medicinal potency sealed within her body. In just over 10 days, she would be able to ingest the medicinal liquid and return to normalcy. Originally, the Tianxiang Duku was designed to allow a gravely injured person to cling to life and become a living corpse upon taking a single dose, while a second dose would restore them to normalcy, albeit with a reduced lifespan of merely 1 year. However, the Tianxiang Duku Dan was somewhat distinct. Lacking the overwhelming potency of the genuine Tianxiang Duku, it employed a gradual approach to healing. Thus, during the consumption period, the elixir would remain stored within the patient's body. Once the opportune moment arose, alongside auxiliary medications, the accumulated medicinal force could be unleashed, facilitating the patient's awakening. Su Huai'an had long elucidated the properties of the Tianxiang Duku Dan to Zhu Wushi, who displayed no astonishment. However, the anticipated timeline of 2 to 3 months had now been condensed to less than a month, which brought him immense joy. He had awaited this day for decades. Very well. My young friend Su, the martial arts you requested will be delivered in a couple of days. Even a formidable figure like Zhu Wushi could not conceal the smile on his face. A long-held aspiration was on the verge of realization, and no one could remain indifferent. Su Huai'an exited the room, refraining from disturbing Zhu Wushi. He could understand the man's elation. What does a man desire? Power. He was the Ming dynasty's imperial uncle, standing one person beneath the heavens, yet above countless others. Martial prowess. He was the foremost figure in the Ming court, with no one daring to claim superiority over him, save for the legendary Zhang Sanfeng, who reigned over Wudong Mountain, possessing both power and status, with a harem of 3,000 beauties. He would hardly hold any of these enchanting women in his heart. Given his exalted position, he could have any damsel he desired. Yet he exhibited no interest in any other woman. Throughout his life, his affections were devoted solely to one. Su Huai'an unsheathed the blood flame sword, diligently practicing the blood refinement sword technique once more, time and again. Each move he executed was liberated from rigid forms, flowing freely from his heart. Once, twice, 10 times, 30 times. Su Huai'an immersed himself in his training, his feet continuously in motion as he also employed the illusory cloud leg technique. Congratulations, host, on successfully practicing the superior sword technique, blood refinement sword technique, for 100 times. Experience gained, 130. Blood refinement sword technique. Integration, 2,304,000. Congratulations, host, on successfully practicing the intermediate martial art, illusory cloud leg, for 80 times. Experience gained, 120. Congratulations, host, for demonstrating self-discipline and strength. Illusory cloud leg has reached the integration stage, rewarding you with 4 constitution points and 1 root bone point. Current constitution, 141. Current root bone, 50. Heavenly prodigy. Su Huai'an's constitution had once again ascended, yet advancing his root bone to the level of a heavenly prodigy was increasingly challenging. A mere hint of improvement could elevate his root bone to the level of an unparalleled genius. Though this enhancement seemed modest, the barriers to his cultivation were unexpectedly shattered. A surge of profound, true energy erupted from his limbs and bones, escalating to an extraordinary degree. Congratulations, host, for demonstrating self-discipline and strength. You have successfully reached the 4th rank of martial artist, rewarding you with 20 constitution points and 1 root bone point. Current constitution, 161. Current root bone, 51. Unparalleled genius. At the 4th rank, he had arrived. As he felt the tumultuous, true energy within him, Su Huai'an sensed it was nearly double that of his peak at the 5th rank. Yet, what delighted him most was not merely the breakthrough in cultivation, but the advancement of his root bone from the level of a heavenly prodigy to that of an unparalleled genius. Though both titles bore the notion of prodigies, the distinction was significant. According to the system's analysis, a heavenly prodigy represented the finest individuals of their time and region, while an unparalleled genius was described as one who could dominate an entire era. The disparity was evident. You've broken through again, Brother Huai'an. Weixiong had grown accustomed to this phenomenon. She wondered how he trained, as he seemed to achieve breakthroughs every few days. Fortune, sheer fortune, Su Huai'an remarked. A peculiar sense of déjà vu washing over him, reminiscent of a certain tale from his past life. Don't ask, it's simply luck. Brother Huai'an, I'm stepping out for a moment. When I return, I shall surprise you. With a smile, Weixiong dashed out of the courtyard, leaving Su Huai'an in a state of perplexity. A surprise? Could it be related to that esteemed figure she mentioned? Reflecting on the timeline, he could only think of that individual. His impression of the Eastern heretic, Huang Yaoshi, was one of unpredictable temperament. He was neither a virtuous man nor a villain of great wickedness. Instead, another thought crossed his mind. Huang Rong had expressed a need for his assistance, but what could he possibly help with? Huang Yaoshi's wife had long passed, and he himself was a renowned martial artist throughout the Jianghu. Could it be that one has reached a bottleneck in their cultivation and wishes to concoct some elixirs for themselves? However, for those who have attained such a masterful realm, to be frank, the efficacy of elixirs diminishes significantly, particularly for someone like Huang Laoxia, who, as a solitary figure, possesses little influence aside from a handful of disciples. Elixirs that enhance cultivation hold value at every stage. Otherwise, what purpose would there be for alchemists? Yet, the elixirs capable of advancing their cultivation are not merely a matter of grade. The raw materials are exceedingly rare and invaluable. To illustrate, consider a humble herb. A simple grass fruit may suffice for a low-grade elixir in just a year, while precious or even sacred-grade elixirs demand a minimum of 50 years of cultivation. Where might one find such materials? Is it truly feasible to procure them? Chapter 43. The mysterious visitor. As Zhang Sanfeng pondered his thoughts, Weixiong had already entered the courtyard accompanied by an elderly man who had seen more than 60 summers. The old man donned a simple yet immaculate robe, walking with a steady gait, and his demeanor exuded a gentle smile as he conversed with Weixiong. Upon receiving a playful retort from her, her cheeks flushed, and she turned her head away in a huff. The old man then turned his gaze towards Su Huai'an and spoke in a tranquil tone. You must be the young friend, Su. This little girl, Weixiong, has mentioned you often in her letters. Though Su Huai'an could not discern the depths of the man's prowess, he instinctively knew that this elder was no ordinary individual. He clasped his fists in greeting. Indeed, may I inquire how to address you, esteemed elder? The first impression the old man left on him was of a humble individual, one whose martial prowess he could not sense. Yet, it was precisely this obscurity that filled him with awe. Anyone who could elude his perception of strength must be a martial master. Unlike Chao Zhengchun and Zhu Wushi, who, even when concealing their skills, radiated an undeniable aura of power, Zhu Wushi exuded a dominating presence. While Chao Zhengchun resembled a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, the old man before him appeared as an ordinary elder, his cultivation level indeterminate. Yet his state of mind seemed to resonate with a return to simplicity. I am Zhang Sanfeng, the elder said with a smile, nodding gently as he revealed his name. Su Huai'an felt as though struck by lightning. His astonishment fleetingly gave way to his usual composure. I am Su Huai'an, honored to meet the revered Zhang Zhenren. He could hardly fathom that Weixiong had brought Zhang Sanfeng into his presence. His thoughts, previously confined within the web of Weixiong's associations, had overlooked the divergent trajectory of the martial world, preventing him from envisioning such a meeting. Suddenly, he recalled Weixiong's inquiry days prior about whether he could concoct a pill to dispel cold energy. So that was it. No wonder her demeanor was so transcendent. If it were indeed Zhang Sanfeng, everything fell into place. Zhang Sanfeng waved his hand, inherently dismissive of formalities, and continued, no matter. I have come today seeking the assistance of young Mr. Su. Su Huai'an's reaction elicited a silent nod from him. At his current status, it was rare to encounter a young person who could maintain such poise in his presence, let alone engage with him in a manner that was neither servile nor arrogant. In terms of temperament, he was commendable. Zhongji, step forth and allow Mr. Su a glimpse of you. A boy, perhaps 13 or 14, emerged slowly from behind him. His complexion pale and breath exceedingly erratic, emanating waves of both yin and yang energy, interspersed with a faint chill. Su Huai'an was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Sanfeng was so striking that he had initially failed to notice the boy. However, his eyes brightened as the realization dawned upon him. This was none other than the young Zhang Wuji, who had once been plagued by cold energy. As he opened his mouth to speak, he was interrupted. The esteemed Zhang Zhenren has arrived. I apologize for not welcoming you sooner, said Zhu Wushi, stepping out of the house with a smile, clasping his fists in respect. It is indeed an honor to meet you, revered master. Zhang Sanfeng smiled faintly, yet his expression remained unchanged. Although Zhu Wushi held a high status, he was primarily a figure of the court, which placed him on a different path from Zhang. Uncertain of the purpose behind Zhang Zhenren's visit, Zhu Wushi inquired directly, revealing no hesitation. He could discern Zhang Wuji's unusual condition, and given that his Longhu Mountain Villa was the largest intelligence agency in the Ming dynasty, it was impossible for Zhang Wuji's injuries to escape his notice. It was merely a matter of courtesy. My disciple was harmed by treacherous individuals, and I have heard that young Master Su possesses unparalleled alchemical skills. Might there be a potion capable of healing my disciple's wounds? Zhang Sanfeng articulated his intent. Zhu Wushi and Su Huai'an had long surmised this. So no surprise flickered across their faces. If I am not mistaken, this young brother has been injured by a sinister martial arts technique. Indeed, he had been wounded years ago by the Xianming elders, suffering from their Xianming divine palm. As Zhang Sanfeng spoke of this, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his gaze. It had been far too long since he last engaged in combat, and now there were those audacious enough to target his disciple. Regrettably, by the time he wished to exact revenge, the Xianming elders had long since distanced themselves from the Ming dynasty. Yes, I happen to possess a potion that embodies the utmost yang and rigidity, perfectly suited for his current condition. Su Huai'an had initially contemplated visiting Wudong for Zhang Wuji's sake. Among the alchemical formulas rewarded by the system, there was one named Yin-Yang pill, which was indeed effective for healing. What are the odds of success? A perfect 10 out of 10. Su Huai'an replied confidently and resolutely. What are you saying? You should take a closer look. Weixiong gently pinched his waist, signaling him not to speak too boldly. It would be quite embarrassing if the treatment did not succeed. The main concern was that Su Huai'an had merely glanced at Zhang Wuji before asserting he could surely heal him, which was understandably unsettling. I truly can heal him. At worst, it may only be a matter of needing a few additional pills if one proves ineffective. Su Huai'an chuckled softly, reassuring her with a glance that conveyed his certainty. Weixiong, still believing in him, refrained from saying more. If even the legendary Tianxiang Duku could be replicated through alchemical techniques, healing a wound from the Xianming divine palm should pose no challenge. In this light, saving Zhang Wuji would undoubtedly leave Wudong indebted to him. With Zhang Jinren as their backing, Huai'an would no longer need to fear the predatory Zhu and Chao. His efforts to seek out Zhang Jinren had not been in vain. He had finally managed to assist him. Zhang Sanfeng's expression remained unchanged, rendering others unable to decipher his thoughts. Very well, this little girl Weixiong has mentioned more than once your exceptional skills as an alchemist. Feel free to proceed with your alchemical endeavors. Should you require any materials, do inform me in advance. Regardless of whether you succeed or not, Wudong will remember this favor. He was willing to place his trust in Su Huai'an. There was no reason to doubt him either logically or emotionally. Logically, anyone capable of engaging in transactions with Zhu Wushi must possess their own merits. Additionally, Weixiong had written letters repeatedly praising Su Huai'an's alchemical prowess. This young lady was not one to speak frivolously. Emotionally, it was evident that Wuji had endured years of hardship, and Zhang Sanfeng himself wished for his swift recovery. One must do their utmost while leaving the rest to fate. Chapter 44. Pure Yang Pill and Fiery Yang Pill. While several individuals were engaged in conversation, Zhang Wuji trembled uncontrollably, unable to stave off the chill that enveloped him. Master, I am cold, so very cold, he lamented. In an instant, Zhang Sanfeng swept him into his arms and laid him upon the stone table in the courtyard, channeling his true energy into Zhang Wuji's body with fervor. Su Huai'an understood that it was time for him to take action. After a moment of contemplation, he conceived the most suitable elixir for the current predicament. He closed the door behind him and swiftly gathered the necessary materials. In no time, he emerged from the room. Zhang Sanfeng continued to impart his internal power to Zhang Wuji, and the air within a 3-meter radius of the two was saturated with formidable true energy. Those lacking in strength could not even approach. Not even a 4th-grade martial artist like Su Huai'an could come close. And for someone with 1st-grade cultivation like Weixiong, proximity posed a grave danger. Zhu Wuxi stood a short distance away, observing the duo with keen eyes. Unlike the inexperienced Su Huai'an, he swiftly discerned the crux of the issue. Zhang Wuji was too young and had endured years of torment from the chilling true energy. His meridians were far too fragile to withstand the influx of such overwhelming energy. Otherwise, the backlash from suppressing the Xianming divine palm would have been effortlessly quelled by Zhang Sanfeng's intervention. Fortunately, Zhang Sanfeng had achieved the realm of an earth immortal, mastering true energy to a degree of exquisite control. It was through a steady, gentle infusion that Zhang Wuji was able to balance the incoming energy with the chilling forces afflicting him. Zhang Jinren, before the elixir can be refined, perhaps you could administer this medicine to alleviate my younger brother's suffering, Su Huai'an suggested softly, holding a vial of pills in his right hand. Without a hint of hesitation, Zhang Sanfeng extended his arm, causing the vial to float gracefully towards him. With one hand channeling true energy, he retrieved a pill and, after a cursory glance, placed it in Zhang Wuji's mouth. Wuji, consume this. It will provide some relief, he urged. Zhang Sanfeng's martial prowess was extraordinary, and he understood that all methods, although diverse, share a fundamental essence. His discerning eye had recognized the pill's potent, fiery qualities, perfectly aligning with his disciple's current affliction. Upon swallowing the pill, Zhang Wuji's complexion improved considerably, and the cold that had been radiating from him began to dissipate. Seeing this, Zhang Sanfeng felt a sense of relief wash over him and turned to Su Huai'an to express his gratitude. Thank you, young friend Su. I heard from the little girl Weixiong that your elixirs are exchanged through barter. I wonder what items would be required to procure the medicine that will heal my disciple, alongside the one to suppress his cold. Zhang Zhenren, as a paragon of the martial world, had played a significant role in keeping the nefarious forces at bay. This vial of elixirs is but a token of respect from the younger generation. As for the fiery yang pill that will heal my younger brother, I am prepared to offer a unique cultivation technique or a master-level martial art as barter, replied Su Huai'an, maintaining a composed demeanor. While others might have viewed his offer as excessive, for Zhang Sanfeng, it was of little consequence. He was a living legend of martial arts, the creator of the Tai Chi fist and Tai Chi sword. Regardless of the elixir's grade, Zhang Sanfeng would remember this favor. This is indeed a formula for a pill rewarded by the system, unknown throughout the Jiuzhou continent. And who could discern its grade? Ha ha. Very well, my young friend Su. You shall have the honor of selecting the martial arts techniques. Zhang Sanfeng chuckled heartily, invigorated, showing no reluctance towards the request he had put forth. After years of seeking guidance and knowledge, he had been unable to alleviate the coldness afflicting his disciple, Zhang Wuji. The fact that he could not save Wuji's parents had long weighed on his conscience. If he failed to rescue him as well, it would be a burden too heavy to bear. As for Su Huai'an offering this bottle of elixir to cultivate a friendship, he did not decline. Su Huai'an's demeanor, coupled with his connection to Xiang and her family, led him to feel that forging a bond with him would be of no detriment. I wonder, dear Su, does the pill that Wuji currently consumes have a name? In the past, he had sought pills capable of counteracting the Xianming divine palm, but to no avail. This particular elixir is known as the pure yang pill. Su Huai'an replied with a composed smile, revealing the name of the concoction. Xiang raised her right hand, glancing at Zhang Sanfeng, and quietly inquired, such an imposing name. The grade of this pill must be quite high. Su Huai'an cast her a look of approval, dismissively stating, not at all, it merely sounds appealing. Its actual grade is not particularly lofty. He recalled a line from a film he had seen in a past life. A master need not always be exceptionally handsome, and the handsome need not always be masters. This sentiment also applies to elixirs. While the pure yang pill sounds grand and sophisticated, it is essentially a mid-grade pill, and indeed the least distinguished among them. In contrast, the yin-yang pill, which could effectively cure the Xianming divine palm, might sound like mere street fare, yet it is among the rarest treasures. Were it not for the common materials used and the difficulty in sourcing other sacred pill ingredients, one could easily classify it as a sacred pill. Zhang Sanfeng chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to burst Xiang's bubble of naive thoughts. You little girl, employing your cleverness on me. This is merely a means to leave a favorable impression of Su Huai'an in your heart. Master Zhang, I shall now list the materials required for the yin-yang pill. And once we have gathered everything, we can commence the refining process at any time. Su Huai'an added, rest assured, my esteemed master. The elixir for your beloved will not be delayed. Zhu Wushi, having observed for a while, smiled and nodded, pleased that he had not been overlooked. Very well. I appreciate your assistance, Su. Master Zhang and my young brother have traveled a long distance and must be weary. It would be wise for you both to rest in the guest quarters, he suggested, noting Zhang Wuji's poor condition. Zhang Sanfeng readily agreed. Master Zhang, I shall prepare a meal for you, showcasing my culinary skills, Weixiong volunteered, displaying her thoughtfulness. Excellent. I have not savored your cooking in quite some time. Zhang Sanfeng acknowledged with a slight nod. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhu Wushi, he led Zhang Wuji to the guest room. His arrival had placed considerable pressure on Zhu Wushi, who, feeling the weight of the situation, retreated to his room to contemplate the forthcoming plans. Su Huai'an feigned calmness as he followed Xiang into the kitchen, ostensibly to assist her. Once inside, and ensuring no one was eavesdropping, he shed his facade. A joyful expression began to manifest on his face as he enveloped Xiang in a warm embrace. Chapter 45, Guijing and Zhang Sanfeng. The conspiracy of Chao Zhengchun, all the myriad thoughts in my heart ultimately condensed into two simple words. Thank you. It's quite all right, Brother Huai'an, if you feel embarrassed. Xiang said with a gentle smile, her eyes sparkling. From now on, just stay by my side and provide me with more elixirs. Of course. If it's merely elixirs, I shall provide in abundance, Su Huai'an replied without a moment's hesitation. Upon hearing his response, Xiang puffed her cheeks and glared at him playfully. You usually don't appear to be foolish, yet at such crucial moments, you always utter words that dampen the mood. The key is to concoct elixirs for oneself, but more importantly, to accompany me, you know? Su Huai'an laughed heartily, finding Weixiong irresistibly adorable, even when she was pouting. By the way, how did you come to know Master Zhang? Weixiong asked, her lips pursing in reluctance. Master Zhang holds great admiration for my father and has visited Xiang before. It was during that visit that they struck up an instant rapport, becoming lifelong friends. I also spent several years learning martial arts at Wudong in my youth, though I am not considered a formal disciple of the sect, Su Huai'an explained. Nodding, Su Huai'an found his assumptions confirmed. Despite the divergent trajectories of their respective martial worlds, it was inevitable that two kindred spirits would become companions. Zhang Sanfeng, being a man of genuine character, had gradually withdrawn from the limelight of the martial realm in recent years due to his advancing age. Weixiong, steadfast in her defense of Xiang, embodied the spirit of a true hero, dedicating herself to her nation and its people. In the eyes of someone like Zhang Sanfeng, her character was unparalleled. To some, Guojing's actions might seem foolish, a modern-day hero, not merely the foremost in martial prowess across the land, but certainly among the elite of the Southern Song dynasty. There seemed little reason to sacrifice oneself for a nation on the brink of collapse or for a multitude of ordinary people. Yet, it is precisely the existence of such individuals that affirms the presence of righteousness, wisdom, courage, loyalty, and filial piety in the world. It is no exaggeration to say that he epitomizes the romance of manhood. So, you inquired whether I could concoct a pill to dispel the chilling energies, hoping to summon Master Zhang? Indeed, I do not expect you to cure him entirely. Merely to alleviate Zhu Wusher's injuries would suffice. Who would have thought you could indeed heal him? This way, I need not constantly worry about Zhu Wusher and Chao Zhengchen. Weixiong, holding a potato, deftly peeled it, the skin spiraling down in graceful arcs. Regardless, I am truly grateful, Su Huai'an said, unsure of what else to say, merely reiterating his thanks. It would be inappropriate to declare, the lady's great kindness leaves me with no means to repay, save for offering myself in service. With Zhang Sanfeng and Zhu Wusher by his side, along with the watchful Chao Zhengchen, the three factions formed a stable alliance. Moreover, with Weixiong's connections and Zhang Sanfeng's character, even though they had only recently met, they could already be considered allies. Zhu Wusher would serve as his support in the short term. There was no longer any need to fear conflicts between Chao Zhengchen and Zhu Wusher. For the previous circumstances dictated that regardless of who triumphed, he would be coerced into aligning with the victor. Now, however, with Wudong's involvement, the situation was entirely transformed. In a nearby room, Zhu Wusher was holding his beloved's hand, observing the subtle shifts in the hues of their gaze. It had indeed grown somewhat troublesome. What was once under his control had been unexpectedly complicated by the emergence of Zhang Sanfeng. Wudong, it seemed, would necessitate a revision of future plans. Even he had no desire to offend Zhang Sanfeng, as that would only provide an opportunity for others to exploit. Zhang Sanfeng had made it abundantly clear that after rescuing Zhang Wuji, he and Wudong would owe Su Huai'an a favor. In Zhu Wusher's eyes, Wudong was not particularly formidable. After all, his own subordinates, the four elite spies of Tiandi Xinhuang, could manage. The true threat lay with Zhang Sanfeng, whose depths were inscrutable. Even he could not discern the extent of Zhang's capabilities. As the saying goes, a bench is equally high on both sides, as long as Zhang Sanfeng lived. Regardless of the prowess of other Wudong disciples, the sect would remain the foremost in the Ming dynasty. Fortunately, Zhu Wusher had never intended to act against Su Huai'an. At most, he desired to recruit him into his ranks. Even if that proved impossible, it mattered little. Maintaining a cordial relationship with him was sufficient, and there was no need to resort to extremes. This was his line of thought, yet someone was decidedly dissatisfied with the current situation. In the Lord's residence of Taishan City, Chao Zhengchen sat in the main seat, listening to reports from his subordinates. Once all the intelligence had been delivered, he finally set down his teacup. Are you saying that Zhang Sanfeng, along with Zhang Wuji, is residing in Su Huai'an's courtyard? Indeed, Lord Chao. What should our next course of action be? A man dressed in black knelt respectfully before him. Within the intelligence apparatus of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Wusher's Hulong Villa was regarded as the best in the realm. However, as a favored individual of the emperor and the head of the Eastern Depot, Chao Zhengchen also possessed his own intelligence channels, which were not significantly inferior to Hulong Villa's. Moreover, Zhang Sanfeng had not concealed his whereabouts. They had received word of his arrival in the city almost immediately. Zhang Sanfeng, as far as I know, is quite fond of his disciple Zhang Wuji. It seems Su Huai'an possesses a method to heal him. Chao Zhengchen contemplated deeply, remaining silent for a considerable time. Knowing that Zhang Sanfeng and Zhang Wuji had come, Deducing the cause of their arrival was not particularly challenging. However, this development shifted the competition for Su Huai'an from a duel between himself and Zhu Wushi. One subordinate suggested, it would be prudent to secretly abduct Zhang Wuji. Zhang Sanfeng would be deterred by the potential consequences. As the man awaited his superior's command, he gathered the courage to speak. However, upon hearing this proposition, Chao Xingchun erupted in laughter. Are we not concerned that the old fellow Zhang Sanfeng might come to exact revenge? We need not take direct action. We can simply send our trained assassins. After all, no one knows their identities, nor can they trace the matter back to us. The man in black had already contemplated an escape route, believing that capturing a thief alongside the stolen goods left no evidence. Even if Zhang Sanfeng surmised the Eastern Depot's involvement, would he dare to retaliate against officials of the court? Chao Xingchun nodded, then suddenly delivered a powerful slap, sending the man staggering back several steps, a handprint blossoming on his face. Foolishness, your words hold some truth, yet you overlook the gravest issue. On what grounds do you presume that a handful of assassins could wrest individuals from the grasp of Zhang Sanfeng? One ought to engage their intellect before speaking. However, the number of assassins lurking in our shadows is not to be underestimated. Should one fail, there are 10, and if 10 falter, then 100. The man, trembling with trepidation, knelt down, daring not to touch his injured cheek, murmuring softly, "Humph, for someone of his ilk, such a disparity in numbers bears no significance. He dares to seek the elixir alone, relying solely on his unparalleled martial prowess." Chao Xingchun let out a cold snicker, his words laced with apprehension. There is one truth he refrained from voicing, not to mention dispatching 100 or so assassins, even were he to intervene personally. The likelihood of capturing someone under Zhang Sanfeng's command is exceedingly slim. Is he merely an old man nearing a century? Even if he is a legend within the martial world, he cannot withstand the formidable forces of my Eastern Depot. The man found this hard to accept. Since his induction into the Eastern Depot, he had experienced nothing but smooth sailing. When sent on missions, he faced no obstacles. Most factions, upon hearing the name of the Eastern Depot, offered no resistance whatsoever. When he gained renown, you probably had yet to be born. What do you truly understand? Chao Xingchun chose not to dwell on this matter excessively, recognizing it as a consequence of informational disparity. Chapter 46. A surge of experience, reaching the pinnacle his subordinates. Having never experienced the era of Zhang Sanfeng, naturally lacked understanding of the significance embodied by these three characters. Zhang Sanfeng, originally named Zhang Junbao, hailed from the Shaolin Temple. He achieved fame at a young age and reached the apex of his career without ever tasting defeat. In that bygone era, he was indeed a true representation of his time. As chaos reigned across various dynasties, with demonic forces rampant, the malevolent elements within the Ming dynasty mysteriously vanished. This was largely due to the young Zhang Junbao, who single-handedly eradicated the majority of the demonic practitioners within the Ming. Now, possessing greater cultivation and maturity, his temperament had softened. However, should anyone dare to approach him with ill intentions, they would face dire consequences. Come forth and spread the deeds of Su Huai'an. Disseminate this news swiftly among all powers and dynasties, commanded Chao Xingchun, who had ultimately steeled himself, realizing that one must take risks to reap rewards. This strategy would prevent any conflict with Zhang Sanfeng, allowing the others to engage in their own disputes. Despite his vast influence, he was reluctant to provoke a living deity. Understood, I shall take care of it immediately, the man replied, bowing respectfully before hastening to instruct his subordinates to execute Chao Xingchun's orders. Seated in his prominent position, Chao Xingchun wore a sinister smile, contemplating, "Humph, Zhu Wushi, the things I cannot possess shall remain beyond your grasp as well." Thus, unbeknownst to Su Huai'an himself, he had unwittingly garnered fame. The first to receive this news were the neighboring cities of Taishan, followed by the nearby lawless zones. Within a matter of days, the word reached distant powers such as the Shuiyue city and even the second daughter of the northern Liang king, Su Weixiong, at the Upper Yin Academy. Su Huai'an, a remarkably young alchemist adept in various potions, had even mastered the long-lost Tianxiang Duku. Su Weixiong gazed at the envelope in her hand, a smile blossoming upon her lips. It seemed she needed to seek him out sooner rather than later, rather than waiting until after resolving her own matters. Li Hanyi, having just returned to Shuiyue city, also received this information from the city lord's intelligence network. To heal even those afflicted by the Xianming divine palm, how many potions can you possibly concoct? In an astonishingly brief time, the news spread throughout the land. What captivated attention the most was the alchemy of the Tianxiang Dukudan. This legendary elixir was known to all reputable female martial artists. The reason was simple. The Tianxiang Duku was reputed to extend life, with 2 capsules restoring vitality and 3 ensuring eternal beauty. Eternal beauty, a proposition no woman could resist. Even those aware that Su Huai'an's Tianxiang Dukudan was not the original still yearned to discover if it possessed the same miraculous effects. However, such speculations were matters for another day. At present, Su Huai'an was diligently practicing his fundamental movement techniques, already possessing potions to enhance his cultivation. Previously, he had been hindered by his reliance on mid-tier mental techniques, fearful of advancing too rapidly. Coincidentally, 2 days prior, a visitor had engaged in a transaction with him, providing a high-quality mental technique perfectly suited to him. Weixiong and Zhang Sanfeng stood conversing from a distance, while Zhang Wuji, feeling fatigued, retired for the night after dinner. Zhu Wushi found himself in a room, in the company of his beloved. Possessing commendable innate talent and insight, he had commenced his martial arts training rather late. Nevertheless, his diligence and resilience laid a solid foundation, hinting at the possibility of reaching the pinnacle of the path. Zhang Sanfeng observed the cultivation of Su Huai'an, silently offering his approval. Through systematic enhancements, Su Huai'an's innate abilities and comprehension had ascended to the level of an unparalleled prodigy. Although it could be succinctly described as merely commendable, Brother Huai'an, aside from alchemy, he is devoted to cultivation, but regrettably, he has not encountered any great masters for guidance. Weixiong remarked with a playful twinkle in her eye. For Zhang Sanfeng, receiving a favorable evaluation was already an achievement surpassing that of the majority. You, my dear girl, are only intent on amusing yourself at my expense. Did not the divine envoy offer him some guidance? Zhang Sanfeng replied with a knowing smile, fully aware of her subtle intentions. Indeed, he did receive guidance, but Brother Huai'an has broken through 2 significant realms in just half a month. Furthermore, upon the divine envoy's initial guidance, he entered a state of enlightenment. Weixiong candidly divulged Su Huai'an's rapid progress. Zhang Sanfeng discerned that Su Huai'an's martial arts realm would soon elevate, yet he was taken aback by the swiftness of his advancement. After receiving guidance, he entered a state of enlightenment. Weixiong nodded with a smile. Indeed, with your level of cultivation, even a couple of casual pointers could surely lead Brother Huai'an to enlightenment. I must admit, I am rather curious. It seems I cannot refuse, Zhang Sanfeng mused, unconcerned by her playful provocation. At his level, such matters held little weight. Encountering promising young individuals and offering them guidance was certainly not a burden. Su, your mind lacks tranquility. In the practice of cultivation, restlessness is most detrimental. The same applies to martial arts. One should maintain a heart as calm as still water and actions as clear as a mirror. The path of martial arts, though diverse, ultimately converges. Your swordsmanship is fierce and domineering, while your leg techniques lean towards agility and swiftness. During your training, you are overly fixated on balancing the 2, Zhang Sanfeng advised. At this moment, a flash of insight ignited within Su Huai'an, reminiscent of a past experience when Zhu Wushi had offered him guidance. The interplay of yin and yang, the harmony of hardness and softness, is the essence of martial arts. Do not think, feel. The journey of martial arts exists beyond all techniques. Clear your mind, forget all forms, and allow your body to move with your heart to roam freely. Zhang Sanfeng's every word seemed to encapsulate the profound truths of the martial path. Yet, as Su Huai'an listened, he grew increasingly confused, his long sword's movements becoming erratic. Entirely forgetting the essence of the blood-refining sword technique, his footwork wavered, straying from the flow of the illusory cloud leg. Congratulations, host. On achieving the pinnacle of martial arts, guided by Zhang Sanfeng, you have gained 5,000 experience points. Congratulations, host. On mastering the superior sword technique, blood-refining sword technique, you have gained 5,000 experience points, reaching a level of consummate mastery. Physique 15, Comprehension 1, Current Physique 176, Comprehension 56, Unparalleled Prodigy. Congratulations, host. On mastering the intermediate body technique, illusory cloud leg, you have gained 5,000 experience points, reaching the level of consummate mastery. Physique 8, Comprehension 1, Current Physique 184, Comprehension 57, Unparalleled Prodigy. Congratulations to the host on the elevation of the low-grade swordsmanship level, reaching the pinnacle of mastery, with a physique of 10, comprehension of 1, and root bone of 1. Current physique stands at 194, root bone at 52, a peerless prodigy, and comprehension at 58, a peerless prodigy. Congratulations to the host on the enhancement of low-grade body technique experience, attaining the realm of exceptional mastery, with a physique of 10 and root bone of 2. Current physique is now 204, root bone at 54, a peerless prodigy. Congratulations to the host on the advancement in low-grade spear technique experience, reaching the height of exceptional mastery. With a physique of 10 and comprehension of 2. Current physique has risen to 214, comprehension at 60, a peerless prodigy. Congratulations to the host on the proficiency gained in high-grade heart technique, having amassed 5,000 experience points in the Fierce Forging Heart Sutra, continuously breaking through to achieve a profound understanding, thereby entering the realm of integration. The host physique is 9, comprehension is 1. With the current physique at 223 and comprehension at 61, an extraordinary talent of this era. Chapter 47, Mid-Third Rank. A talent of this era, the transformation of Su Huai'an left Weixiong momentarily stunned. She had merely spoken in jest, questioning whether such a dramatic enhancement was plausible. Yet it had indeed occurred. However, her astonishment extended far beyond this. The true essence within Su Huai'an's dantian surged violently. The Hunyuan heart method operated at an unprecedented speed, accelerating his cultivation level in an unending ascent. From the peak of the early 4th rank, he soared through the mid-4th rank, the late 4th rank, and reached the pinnacle of the late 4th rank. The true essence continued to swell uncontrollably. While Su Huai'an remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events, he fell once more into a state of epiphany, immersed in the vast ocean of martial arts. Congratulations to the host for self-discipline and perseverance, successfully advancing to the mid-3rd rank, with a physique of 25, root bone of 1, and comprehension of 1. Rewards, 5,000 taels of silver and 3 bottles of premium healing ointment. Current physique, 248, root bone, 55, a peerless prodigy. Comprehension, 62, a talent of this era. When he finally regained his senses, he found himself at the mid-3rd rank. He had leaped across an entire major realm, ascending from the early 4th rank to the mid-3rd rank. The reservoir of his true essence was now several times greater than before. His martial arts had also progressed to an extraordinary level, transcending what ordinary individuals could hope to achieve. To articulate the disparity, he felt as though a single strike could annihilate his former self. Indeed, he had experienced genuine enlightenment. Weixiong's mouth hung agape. Despite her awareness of Su Huai'an's remarkable talent, she could hardly believe that he had entered the state of epiphany twice within a mere 10 days. This was a coveted state for all martial artists, where a single moment of insight could save years, even decades, of arduous effort. Even Zhang Sanfeng was taken aback. Although he had imparted his teachings without reservation, he harbored no expectations that Su Huai'an could grasp so much. Their disparity in realms was too vast, and he was prepared to simplify his teachings. Unexpectedly, Su Huai'an's cultivation surged, and he entered a state of enlightenment in one breath. Zhang Sanfeng had spent his entire life and could count on one hand the number of times he had attained such a state. Meanwhile, Zhu Wushi, observing from outside, clearly perceived everything that transpired, elevating his appreciation of Su Huai'an's martial prowess to a new level. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Su Huai'an stabilized his cultivation before rising and bowing respectfully to Zhang Sanfeng. Thank you, Master Zhang, for your invaluable guidance. I, Su Huai'an, am deeply grateful. The fortuitous opportunity had taken him by surprise, allowing him to receive such mentorship from Zhang Sanfeng and transition from the 4th rank to the 3rd rank. It felt like a dream. Zhang Sanfeng gestured toward Weixiong. No need for thanks. It is this young lady who deserves your gratitude. Su Huai'an recognized that it was indeed Weixiong who had secured this opportunity for him. However, Zhang Sanfeng's next words plunged him into contemplation. Young friend Su, how do you define the concepts of good and evil? Zhang Sanfeng's smile faded as he gazed intently into Su Huai'an's eyes. He understood that this was a test, and he chose to speak candidly about his thoughts. As for the definitions of good and evil, I cannot claim to define them. I can only share my personal perspective on human conduct. I believe that one should not impose upon others what one does not desire for oneself. When confronted by adversaries, one must employ formidable measures to eradicate them. In dealings with friends, honesty is paramount. Every strong individual ought to regard the freedom of the weak as a boundary. While I am unable to sacrifice my life for strangers, I am willing to extend a helping hand within my capabilities. Su Huai'an was uncertain whether Zhang Sanfeng would be satisfied with his response. He understood that in the presence of the seasoned Zhang Sanfeng, it would be arduous to conceal the truth with falsehoods. Zhang Sanfeng smiled, not the gentle smile of a benevolent elder, but one of genuine gratification. Very well, indeed. Had Su Huai'an declared that his goal was to become stronger for the sake of the world's populace, even at the expense of his own life, Zhang Sanfeng would have deemed him hypocritical. Such individuals are non-existent in this world. Anyone can speak of lofty ideals, yet when faced with reality, who truly acts upon them? Among those he knows, only Guijing has posed this question before, and not for the first time. He had inquired of many, including Zhang Wuji, but none provided a satisfactory answer, either boasting or hesitating. Su Huai'an was the first to candidly express his true sentiments. Zhang Sanfeng had been observing him, recognizing that his words were indeed sincere. He found himself genuinely appreciating Su Huai'an, not due to Weixiong or his ability to save Tu Sun Wuji, but simply because he was Su Huai'an, whose character and talent resonated profoundly with his own. He showed no mercy to enemies, yet was forthright with his allies, extending aid to the weak without being overly rigid. Having lived nearly a century, he had encountered countless prodigies. Even the most gifted and swift in martial arts would falter if their character was lacking. Otherwise, why would he, in his prime, have taken on disciples of lesser potential? Apologies to Zhang Jinren for the inadequacy of the younger generation's cultivation and insights, such as merely my humble opinion. Su Huai'an displayed neither arrogance nor excessive modesty. Forge ahead, for in the future, the realm of martial arts shall undoubtedly have a place for you. Zhang Sanfeng turned to return to his chambers, intending to check on his disciple and offer encouragement. In his eyes, with such character and commendable talent, it was evident that Su Huai'an would emerge as one of the most outstanding figures of the younger generation. However, soon he would come to perceive Su Huai'an in an even deeper light. At last, Su Huai'an found time to open his attribute panel and assess his current cultivation. Host, Su Huai'an, age, 19, realm, mid-3rd grade, physique, 248, root bone, 55, exceptional talent, comprehension, 62, contemporary genius, mental method martial arts, Huai'an heart method, advanced, forging bone heart method, mastered, 1508,000, blood refinement sword technique, mastered, 2010,000, illusory cloud leg technique, mastered, 2005,000, basic sword technique, peak mastery, 3,608,000, basic body technique, peak mastery, 2,786,000, basic spear technique, peak mastery, 1,808,000. The peak of the Dan Master realm has been attained, with a staggering 110,000 out of 5,000,000 points. His unique constitution, akin to that of a medicinal cauldron, signifies a qualitative ascension in his martial arts prowess, surpassing his wildest expectations. He feels immensely fortunate, had he not acquired the new mental techniques. Forcibly breaking through to the 3rd grade while in a state of enlightenment would have carried over a 90% risk of succumbing to madness, leading to a catastrophic rupture of his bloodline. At present, he is no longer a novice in the realm of martial arts. Martial artists below the innate level are categorized into 9 ranks, which are further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers corresponding to the 1st to 3rd, 3rd to 6th, and 6th to 9th grades, respectively. Only upon reaching the 3rd grade does one enter the ranks of upper-tier martial artists, marking a preliminary understanding of the martial path. Not only does his vital energy far exceed that of the 4th grade, but his overall strength has also undergone an unparalleled enhancement. You are truly fortunate. Master Zhang will not depart for a while, and with a few more days of guidance, you may well surpass me, Weixiong exclaimed, joyfully clapping him on the shoulder, her face radiating delight. Witnessing his progress, she felt no jealousy. Rather, her happiness exceeded even her own breakthroughs. Chapter 48. Trouble knocks at the door. It is not as simple as it seems. Attaining enlightenment is indeed a formidable challenge. Su Huai'an is acutely aware that even with Zhang Sanfeng's guidance, it would be arduous for him to re-enter a state of comprehension. The fact that he achieved enlightenment twice in a short span can be attributed not only to the unparalleled prowess of Zhu Wushi and Zhang Sanfeng, but also to their differing philosophies regarding martial arts. Had their philosophies aligned, it is unlikely he would have garnered such profound insights. Regardless, the willingness of Zhang Sanfeng to offer his guidance is, in itself, a significant opportunity, even if enlightenment eludes him. It's truly wonderful to have you here. A sudden remark caused Weixiong to shyly turn her head away, responding softly. I also think Brother Huai'an is wonderful. Was this a confession? Was Brother Huai'an expressing affection for her? Should she respond affirmatively or otherwise? Time swiftly passed, and after several days, Su Huai'an's progress remained modest. Through relentless diligence and practice, he managed to elevate his cultivation to the peak of the late 3rd rank. Today marked the final day for Zhu Wushi's alchemical endeavors. Tomorrow, he would consume the auxiliary herbs to aid in restoring his beloved from her comatose state. Conversely, Zhang Sanfeng's progress was somewhat sluggish, as the required medicinal materials were not of ordinary quality. Although the quantity needed was minimal, Wudong took several days to gather them all. Now en route to Taishan City, Zhu Wushi had offered his assistance, deeming the herbs trivial, yet Zhang Sanfeng declined, wishing to avoid entanglements with court officials. One cannot be too reliant on others, and despite Zhu Wushi's eloquent assurances, Zhang Sanfeng preferred to forego his resources. With Su Huai'an's pure yang pill to suppress the frigid yin energy, Zhang Wuji could afford to wait a few more days without enduring significant distress. Zhu Wushi did not press the matter further. Nevertheless, a brewing storm loomed over Taishan City, which caught Su Huai'an's attention. He was perplexed by the gathering of numerous martial artists from various sects in Taishan City. Though his cultivation was modest, he could not ignore the influx of warriors in recent days. To what extent? In just one day, no fewer than 5 innate martial artists had passed by his small courtyard. At first glance, 5 innate warriors in a border fortress may not seem excessive. But Su Huai'an harbored a different perspective. The reason was simple. He was merely a third-rank warrior. Innate warriors could conceal their auras, rendering them undetectable to him. On the surface, there were 5, but the true number concealed in the shadows remained unknown. Are you not aware, young Su? They are all here for you. Zhu Wushi remarked with a chuckle upon hearing his words. What? They are coming for me? Su Huai'an was taken aback. After all, he was not a person of great significance. Weixiong approached, her face etched with concern, nodding silently. Your identity as an alchemist has spread, she noted. Recently, Su Huai'an had devoted himself to martial practice, remaining sequestered from the outside world, thus remaining oblivious to the circumstances beyond his door. Is it truly so remarkable to be a distinguished alchemist? Su Huai'an questioned, further perplexed. For he had deliberately refrained from showcasing his true alchemical prowess in order to maintain a low profile. If one were to expose oneself, the ability to refine all types of precious medicinal pills, including even the sacred-grade ones, would naturally attract the attention of the formidable powers of the 9 provinces. However, given my current demonstrated abilities, I can only be considered a fairly ordinary precious pill master. While there are indeed a few esteemed pill masters on the 9 provinces continent, they remain largely concealed. Moreover, with figures such as Zhu Wushi, Chao Jingchun, and Zhang Sanfeng present, who would be foolish enough to come and steal me away? It is rumored that the Tianxiang Duku possesses the effect of preserving one's beauty, which has drawn a multitude of female warriors in several lesser sections. As word spread, many powerful factions became intrigued by the 20-year-old prodigy pill master. Weixiong frequently ventured out to procure vegetables and, utilizing her own channels of information, disclosed the inside story she had learned. Upon hearing this, Su Huai'an reclined in his chair, his tone noticeably relaxed. It seems there is nothing to worry about. A mere group of inconsequential warriors poses no threat to me. Oh, not that they are inconsequential to me, but rather to the 2 esteemed figures beside me. You are rather at ease. Do you not fear that too many people may arrive, making it impossible for anyone to ensure your safety? He was no longer anxious. But Weixiong was in a state of great worry, exasperatedly slapping him. Su Huai'an chuckled. Are you concerned for me, little Weixiong? Observing the girl's cheeks flush with embarrassment, as if she might bite him at any moment, he quickly ceased his teasing. No need to worry. Those who come are unlikely to be significant figures. Do not be overly confident, for a misstep could lead to dire consequences. Su Huai'an sipped his tea leisurely, explaining at a measured pace. In the Ming dynasty, the relationships among the major dynasties are inherently poor, so we shall not see many powerful figures from other dynasties. In the realm of martial arts, who would dare to act rashly with Zhang Jinren's esteemed reputation present? Aside from the emperor, the most influential authority in the Ming court is none other than the divine marquis. With their presence, what is there to fear? Weixiong found his words somewhat perplexing. As the days passed and their time together increased, the relationship between Zhang Jinren and him grew increasingly intricate. To her, it resembled a bond of both teacher and friend, and Zhang Jinren had long assured her that he would protect Su Huai'an's safety before his departure. It was reasonable to assert that Zhang Jinren would safeguard him. Yet the issue remained that Zhu Wushi's transaction was set to conclude tomorrow. Would they still care for his well-being after that? Who would openly declare such a thing? Little did she know that even more astonishing was Zhu Wushi's nod of agreement. Indeed, with me and Zhang Jinren here, there is no need to worry about Su Xiaoyou's safety. Weixiong found it hard to comprehend what kind of spell Su Huai'an had cast on Zhu Wushi. The transaction had concluded, yet he was still willing to protect him. Do as you wish. When they come knocking, we shall see how you handle it. Weixiong grew indifferent, convinced there would be no danger, at most a bit of trouble. Su Huai'an felt secure, yet he still underestimated the allure that the preservation of beauty holds over women. Chapter 49. 3 Women, One stage as noon passed, and the meal was finished. Trouble knocked at the door. A dozen women blocked the entrance of the courtyard, boldly approaching. May I inquire if Master Su is present? I am Lung Wuxiong from the Extreme Sword Sect. I am Chunyu from the Golden Fist Sect. Just as Su Huai'an was about to draw his sword, their arrival interrupted his meditation. Being a guest, he felt it inappropriate to dismiss them outright, so he forced a smile. I am he. May I ask what brings you here? He pondered the names of the sects they mentioned, unable to recall ever having heard of them. We have heard of Master Su's remarkable ability to concoct the legendary heavenly fragrance cardamom pill. We wonder if its effects align with that of the cardamom itself. One of the female martial artists inquired, exchanging glances with her companions, with Lung Wuxiong leading the questioning. Realizing he could not evade the situation, Su Huai'an steeled himself to explain. The heavenly fragrance cardamom pill requires its intended recipient to first consume the heavenly fragrance cardamom fruit as a precursor. Otherwise, it will not yield any effect. I apologize for any disappointment. Upon seeing the group of young female martial artists, he understood he had underestimated the situation. The legendary figures like Zhang Sanfeng and Zhu Wushi held little sway here. This youthful ensemble sought a pill without resorting to force or intimidation. Their esteemed predecessors had no reason to intervene. Lung Wuxiong, mistaking Su Huai'an's insistence for a ploy to raise the price, produced a manual from her bosom. We come with genuine intent, knowing you prefer bartering. Should Master Su require anything, feel free to state your needs. We shall not be stingy if we possess it. Su Huai'an remained clear-headed, resolutely asserting that the heavenly fragrance cardamom pill held no efficacy for ordinary individuals. Even those who had not consumed the cardamom would find it useless. After all, the cardamom had long since become extinct, and he doubted anyone had tasted it. However, the allure of eternal beauty proved too potent, and the women were reluctant to depart. Among them, a strikingly voluptuous and graceful martial artist stepped forward, her every movement radiating the charm of a mature woman. Master Su, must you be so heartless? She implored, stepping closer. I am Li Hanyi from the Harmony sect. If you would be so kind as to concoct a pill for me, I would be yours. Our sect's techniques are unique and can spare you from arduous cultivation. Li Hanyi exuded an enchanting presence, her sultry gaze captivating. She instinctively reached toward his neck, and had it been anyone else, they would likely have lost their senses to her allure. Though Su Huai'an was no paragon of virtue, he had no desire to invite trouble upon himself. Moreover, having traversed through this world, he had already encountered Li Hanyi, Su Weixiong, and now Weixiong. He hardly found common allure in mere cosmetics and charm. Setting aside the potential complications of agreeing, he faced the immediate challenge of three hostile gazes fixed upon him. Weixiong, standing nearby, seemed ready to ignite in fury. He had no doubt that should he engage with Li Hanyi, he would soon find himself engulfed in flames. Before he could push Li Hanyi's arm away, Weixiong stepped forward, positioning herself defiantly between them. Take your hands away and do not place them carelessly. Weixiong, akin to a protective eagle, furiously obstructed several individuals. Su Huai'an exhaled in relief, as he was not adept at navigating such situations, particularly when the cultivations of the women surpassed his own. Moments ago, he detected three ominous gazes. One belonged to Weixiong, but who were the other two? Li Hanyi, not one to linger, exhaled softly and languidly remarked. I merely wish to converse with Master Su. Moreover, our sect's core principles are beneficial for martial cultivation. On what grounds do you hinder our dialogue? Are you perhaps his companion? Weixiong momentarily faltered, desiring to assert her role as such, yet the truth was they were not yet together. At a loss for a rebuttal, she could only shift the topic. What dialogue? Is it not a discussion that leads to the bed? Do you think I am unaware of your Huai'an sect's techniques? Indeed, and so what? Perhaps Master Su would be amenable to it. Li Hanyi, being a disciple of the Huai'an sect, possessed an inherently open disposition and was several years older than Weixiong. In a battle of wits, Weixiong found herself at a disadvantage, swiftly overwhelmed by Li Hanyi's retorts. Su Huai'an sighed, stepping forward to intervene. Miss Li, your remarks are indeed disheartening. The Tianxiang Dukudan cannot preserve one's beauty indefinitely. I must ask you all to take your leave. Not a problem, even if the elixir is ineffective. I have reached an age where I seek a companion, and I find Master Su quite suitable. Li Hanyi, unwavering in her intent, gazed at him with a playful smile. The other women remained steadfastly behind her, unwilling to depart. Su Huai'an felt a mounting headache, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Unbeknownst to him, while he grappled with confusion, two individuals in the shadows were already gnashing their teeth in frustration. Li Hanyi, sword in hand, stood atop the eaves of an adjacent building, observing the farcical scene. How quickly the broken mirror reunites. They lack discretion and invite trouble. She had nearly drawn her sword when Li Hanyi approached, but Weixiong had preempted her. Beside her stood a graceful and poised young lady, none other than Weixiong, who regarded the spectacle with a faint smile. Indeed, it is surprising that young Master Su attracts the affection of so many young women. Alas, his secret was exposed by Huai'an's dog. He likely remains oblivious to the fact that these women have been dispatched to win him over. All this trouble is self-inflicted. Had he heeded my advice and left with me sooner, none of this would have occurred. Oh, it seems Miss Li is also acquainted with young Master Su. Indeed, the two exchanged glances, both understanding the intentions brewing in each other's minds. It appeared that Huai'an's dog had not gained any advantage from the iron gallant-esque grasp and had resorted to disseminating information about young Master Su. Weixiong's words successfully piqued Li Hanyi's interest. What do you mean? In contrast to Weixiong, a paragon of both literary and martial prowess with her own intelligence network, Li Hanyi led a simpler life, her focus solely on reaching the pinnacle of swordsmanship. The flow of information was not robust, leaving her in the dark regarding the intricacies of the situation. This was all part of Huai'an's scheme, patiently awaiting young Master Su to fall into the trap. Chapter 50. A convergence of many. Weixiong recalled a certain matter, unable to suppress a smile. It was not truly a scheme, at most. It merely drew everyone into the fray. Regrettably, it seemed he had miscalculated. Young Master Su was no fool. Even if he failed to obtain any information, he would likely come to a realization shortly. Given the current dynamics, young Master Su maintained amicable relations with both iron-blooded Divine Guardian and Master Zhang. Xiao Yinggu had already removed himself from the contest for his rightful claims, and Su could not confront both adversaries openly. Li Hanyi's eyes flickered with understanding. Are you suggesting that Xiao Jingchun intends to enlist other factions to vie for the fool's influence, fishing in troubled waters? Quite so. Yet I suspect Xiao Yinggu has given up on winning over young Master Su. He likely plans to incite conflict between them. What he cannot possess, he would rather others obtain than allow his sworn enemy, iron-blooded Divine Guardian, to benefit. Even amidst a light smile, Weixiong exuded an air of utmost elegance, appearing remarkably at ease. To be honest, not only the individuals below, but even I was taken aback when I learned that young Master Su had achieved the 3rd rank in cultivation. It must be noted that when we last parted, he was merely a peak 7th rank martial artist, and in the brief span of a month, he had nearly caught up to my level of cultivation. It is no wonder that various powerful factions had dispatched their female disciples to seek matrimonial alliances with young Master Su. Li Hanyi remained silent. Despite her reluctance to admit it, she could not deny that Huai'an was indeed a prodigy. She had once believed she had a guaranteed victory in the wager set for 6 months hence. Yet now, uncertainty clouded her thoughts, and she even questioned whether Huai'an would break through to the innate realm in half a year. Upon their reunion, she sensed an inexplicable familiarity emanating from Huai'an, as though his swordsmanship was on the verge of catching up to her own. Fortunately, she still surpassed him by 2 major realms, and as martial cultivation progressed, advancements became increasingly arduous. Thus, it seemed likely that his rate of breakthrough would significantly diminish. With a gentle demeanor, unparalleled alchemical talent among the youth of the 9 provinces, and martial prowess surging like a tempest, his appearance and aura left nothing to be desired, rendering him the dream companion of any female warrior. Weixiong appeared to find his praises insufficiently stimulating, continuously extolling Huai'an while entirely disregarding Li Hanyi, whose expression was as cold as ice. As he gazed at the individuals below, the question of whether the heavenly fragrance and calyx pill could bestow eternal beauty had long ceased to be significant. Most were skeptical. Otherwise, it would not have been a mere gathering of 1st and 2nd rank martial artists seeking his elixirs. Those grandmasters of the highest tier would have already arrived. The cause of this situation was straightforward. It was common knowledge that consuming 3 heavenly fragrance and calyx fruits would grant everlasting youth. However, no one had witnessed the genuine fruit, as it had long since vanished, relegated to the realm of legend. The authenticity of whether the true heavenly fragrance and calyx fruit could indeed preserve youth remained uncertain, and naturally, few placed their faith in Huai'an's elixirs. While the two continued their subtle rivalry, a resounding shout from Weixiong below abruptly halted their contention. What do I care about his meals, his lodging, or his sleep? What status do you believe I hold in relation to him? Weixiong discerned that without a clear explanation, these women had no intention of departing. Moreover, with Li Hanyi occasionally casting flirtatious glances at Huai'an, an unsettling sensation brewed within her. Summoning her courage, she directed her words towards the group. Upon uttering her statement, a wave of embarrassment washed over her, yet simultaneously, she felt a gratifying sense of venting her frustrations. The women collectively turned their gaze towards Su Huai'an, eager to gauge his reaction. He silently nodded in acknowledgement, tacitly accepting her assertion. It was prudent to appease this gathering of women for the moment, and besides, Weixiong's words held merit. The courtyard was hers, the meal she prepared, and the place he rested was also under her domain. A sudden thought struck him. Would Li Hanyi be enraged if she were to hear this? He quickly dismissed the notion, reasoning that she remained in Shuya City and would be none the wiser. The women exchanged glances, reluctant to retreat without a fitting justification. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward until a steady and authoritative voice resonated from all directions, shattering the tension. Tomorrow, I have urgent matters to discuss with Su Xiaoyu. Ladies, it would be best for you to take your leave. The persistent entanglement had rendered Zhu Wushi unable to remain silent any longer, and he spoke up in a calm manner. Despite the tranquility of his words, none wished to offend this formidable figure of the Ming dynasty. They could only clasp their fists in resignation and withdraw, planning to confer with their sects regarding future actions. They were not solitary in their visit. Most were accompanied by elders from their respective sects, on a mission. Su Xiaoyu, I shall take charge of the subsequent matters. Rest assured, for the next couple of days, no one shall disturb you, Zhu Wushi declared from within the room, his voice echoing through the air. Su Huai'an nodded in gratitude. With Zhu Wushi's stature, commanding a group of young warriors posed no challenge. Seated by the bedside, Zhu Wushi gazed tenderly at his beloved. Su Xin, fret not. I shall ensure that no one interferes with you. Initially, he had no intention of intervening in the affairs of these youthful individuals, but their obstinacy was intolerable. Should they disrupt her thoughts, it could jeopardize Su Huai'an's alchemical endeavors the following day. He raised his hand and dispatched a discreet order to his subordinates outside. The message was straightforward. He would not concern himself with matters beyond tomorrow, but for the next 2 days. He wished for no one or any faction to disturb Su Huai'an. Perhaps it was a tad domineering, yet Zhu Wushi cared little. In this world, the law of the jungle prevailed. It was the strong who dictated the rules. Not long after this information circulated among other factions, news reached Xiang. Master, Zhu Wushi has recently distanced himself from worldly affairs, remaining within Su Huai'an's courtyard. We have repeatedly engaged his clandestine forces, yet he merely instructed his subordinates to handle it. This time, he has gone so far as to prohibit all sects from approaching Su Huai'an. He has lost the public's favor. It seems your grand plan is on the verge of success. In response to his subordinates' flattery, Xiang could not help but smile. The entanglements between us are due for resolution. He dispatched his subordinates to express goodwill towards the external forces congregating in Taishan City, while subtly criticizing Zhu Wushi's excessive domineering approach, aiming to foster comparisons and win the favor of various factions. Zhu, fully aware of the underlying truths, was engulfed in a profound joy, his thoughts consumed solely by the impending revival of his beloved, disregarding all else. As the farce concluded, Li Hanyi and Su Weixiong swiftly departed from the scene. Their unique identities rendered them reluctant to attract attention. One was a disciple of the esteemed lord of Shuya City, and the other the daughter of the formidable Weixiong king. In a crowded setting, remaining in the shadows was prudent, but once the crowd dispersed, their visibility became conspicuous. As they were leaving, Li Hanyi inexplicably cast another glance at Su Huai'an. Having benefited from his hospitality, it was no wonder that he hesitated to leave with her. Could she not afford to provide for him? Was the impending duel in 6 months a matter of concern? A tumult of emotions stirred within her. Witnessing Weixiong's reaction left her somewhat unsettled. A resolute thought took root in her heart. Regardless of the outcome of the duel, she would claim him for herself. He belongs to me. After a lingering gaze, she ceased to hesitate and swiftly soared towards her abode. Chapter 51. A breakthrough in sword intent. Yet incompatible, the various factions dispersed entirely, and Su Huai'an felt a significant sense of relief. Ah, truly, this world holds female warriors of such openness. The Huai'an sect is inherently a cult, relying on cunning and opportunistic cultivation methods. Bai Li Yunxi, a paragon of the younger generation of the Huai'an sect, has yet to find a beloved companion, and it seems he has set his sights on you. Weixiong sighed, covering her head, and cast him a disdainful glance. Day by day, attracting swarms of admirers. To be honest, the beauty and grace of the other party were indeed breathtaking, causing her some concern. Su Huai'an wore an expression of innocence, feeling unjustly accused despite having done nothing. No wonder among that group of women, she was the most straightforward in her comments. He refrained from voicing another thought. Judging by her demeanor, if there were no spectators around, he might well be forcibly taken away. After Weixiong's explanation, he began to comprehend the origins of the Huai'an sect. They only accept female disciples, each possessing exceptional beauty. Moreover, their cultivation methods lean towards the duality of yin and yang, allowing for paired cultivation at night, significantly enhancing the speed of their progress. Many renowned rogue cultivators have married female disciples of their sect, becoming esteemed guest elders of the Huai'an sect. What a tumultuous time it is. Su Huai'an expressed his sentiments and promptly set the matter aside. Troubles are indeed considerable, yet he was no longer the naive newcomer he once was. At least he had the means to protect himself now. What remained was to confront challenges as they arose, to meet force with force, and to conceal oneself in the face of adversity. Su Huai'an continued his practice as usual, first meditating and consuming high-grade elixirs to steadily elevate his realm. He then simultaneously executed the illusory cloud leg and blood refining sword technique, darting and maneuvering in the courtyard. Something felt different, though he could not quite articulate it. Xiang observed him with suspicion, sensing an alteration in Su Huai'an's cultivation methods compared to a few days prior. However, she struggled to pinpoint exactly what had changed. At that moment, it was noon, and Taishan City stood near the dense mountain ranges, with numerous birds soaring high above. Yet, in the courtyard where they resided, not a single bird alighted. While Xiang could not discern Su Huai'an's anomaly, it did not escape the keen eyes of Zhang and Zhu, two masters. Although Su Huai'an appeared to be practicing his swordplay, he was, in fact, honing his sword intent. The sword intent obtained from the system remained in its nascent form, requiring gradual cultivation and refinement to truly shine. Zhang Sanfeng, watching alongside Zhang Wuji, could not help but stroke his beard and smile. Truly, Su is a remarkable young friend, making such rapid progress in just a few days. Zhu, standing nearby, frequently turned his head, unable to conceal his astonishment. How could this be? He was merely at the third-tier realm. How could he possess such prowess? He keenly sensed an ephemeral sword intent emanating from Su Huai'an, lingering yet elusive. Sword intent. One would find it challenging to possess even for innate martial artists, let alone a third-tier warrior. Among those he knew, the fastest to grasp sword intent had only done so at the pinnacle of innate mastery. This was not merely a matter of talent. It was the profound understanding and cultivation that eluded those of lower realms. As Su Huai'an continued practicing, he gradually deviated from the techniques of the blood-refining sword technique. He merely sat there, executing simple yet precise movements such as thrusts and slashes. Each action was devoid of any superfluous motion, every strike aimed meticulously at the imagined foe's vital points. With every attack, it appeared as though he poured every ounce of his strength into it, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead uncontrollably. Congratulations to the host for self-discipline and resilience. Successfully refining a portion of the killing sword intent, gaining 30 experience points, and receiving a bottle of exquisite beauty elixir as a reward. Current level of sword intent, clear sword heart, 200-1000. Su Huai'an wiped away his sweat, unable to endure any longer, and finally came to a halt. It was the first time he felt utterly exhausted, his body on the verge of collapse. Recently, he had devoted most of his time to refining his sword intent, barely reaching the second stage. At this pace, it would take him even longer to advance. In the 9 provinces, sword intent is categorized into 4 stages: sword intent prototype, clear sword heart, profound sword intent, and the other shore of sword path. The same hierarchical division applies to spear and blade intent, given his innate talent and understanding. Attempting to perfect his sword intent at the 3rd rank was indeed quite a challenge. Alas, it seems that sword intent may not be entirely suitable for me. Su, you are being overly modest. Aside from you, there may be no one among the current young generation who has comprehended sword intent, Zhu Wushi encouraged, his mood exceptionally buoyant. His words rang true. Although many on the 9 provinces continent possessed their own sword intent, countless others were undoubtedly stronger than him. Yet, Su Huai'an, at just 19 years old and a 3rd-tier martial artist, had managed to grasp the clear sword heart, one of the most gifted individuals, if not unparalleled in history. Su Huai'an chuckled wryly, shaking his head. Lord Shinho, it is not that I am unfit for sword intent, but rather that this particular sword intent does not resonate with me. Knowing oneself is paramount. His ability to comprehend sword intent was entirely due to the system's rewards. Sword intent is derived from personal insight. Young friend, your yearning for swift resolutions and the carefree nature of the martial world may indeed diverge from your current path. I perceive your sword intent leans towards the path of slaughter, which may not be entirely fitting for you, Zhang Sanfeng offered, providing his candid advice. His tone did not reflect any negative sentiment towards Su Huai'an's comprehension of the killing sword intent, but rather he was intrigued by how such a personality could arrive at such an understanding. Indeed, Su Huai'an mused, gazing at the blood-flamed sword in his hand, his thoughts in a state of flux. After contemplation, he resolved to continue his training, with the self-discipline and resilience system in place. Even if the path did not align with his own, the slow progress was a manageable price to pay. Should he eventually comprehend a more suitable sword intent, he could always make adjustments later. Ah, Brother Huai'an, you have even mastered sword intent. No wonder I couldn't best you in our spar yesterday. You concealed this from me. Weixiong, who had been listening intently, finally grasped the significance of his breakthrough in swordsmanship. Chapter 52. The excitement of Zhu Wushi. Su Huai'an shrugged and deftly tossed the question back. You didn't ask either. In the past, when Weixiong sparred with him, she would always suppress her realm to match his. After comprehending the essence of sword intent, he wished to ascertain the extent of enhancement to his overall combat prowess and requested Weixiong to engage him at the first-grade cultivation level. Once he attained the clarity of sword heart, Weixiong, who was 2 realms above him, would no longer be his opponent. Sparring was meant to be evenly matched. It was the nature of the sword intent that dictated the terms of engagement, not a life-or-death struggle, which would constrain one's full potential. Well then, tell me, what level has your sword intent reached? Weixiong, unperturbed, approached him with a playful smile. To her, merely grasping the rudimentary form of sword intent was already impressive. She held no expectations for Su Huai'an to ascend further. Su Huai'an, intending to tease her, sighed in feigned resignation. Sword heart clarity. Never mind. Sword heart clarity is already quite remarkable. What's this sword heart clarity you speak of? Weixiong, noticing his dejected expression, sought to console him, only to realize in the latter part of her sentence that he was referring not to the rudimentary form of sword intent, but to the second stage of sword heart clarity. This indicated that a swordsman who had yet to comprehend sword intent would inherently be inferior before a duel commenced. It is crucial to understand that the rudimentary form of sword intent merely augments the power of a swordsman's techniques. Sword heart clarity, however, is a different matter altogether. It not only accelerates the learning of swordsmanship, but also enables one to discern the flaws in an opponent's sword techniques. It can be considered a decisive advantage, rendering swordsmen of the same realm unworthy of even facing him with a single strike. That may be so, but if the disparity in cultivation is too vast, even possessing sword intent cannot compensate for the difference in fundamental strength. Su Huai'an nodded in acknowledgement, articulating his own limitations. Indeed, while sword intent is formidable, when confronted by a master-level expert, he remains unequal to the challenge. Based on his estimations, in a scenario where he exerted his utmost effort, he would be nearly invincible against those of lesser innate talent. Against early-stage innate martial artists, he could at most ensure his survival. Zhu Wushi concurred with his assessment, sharing his own insights on sword intent. That is to be expected. Upon reaching the innate realm, the gaps between each level become insurmountable chasms. Gifted swordsmen can often grasp the rudimentary form of sword intent at the master level, yet many find themselves stalling at this stage, with further progression becoming exceedingly arduous. To him, sword intent is a combination of fortuitous circumstances and innate talent. Why is it that one can comprehend their own sword intent upon reaching mastery? Because those who attain the master level are invariably individuals of extraordinary talent. As for himself, he neither practiced swordsmanship nor possessed such an ability. Su Xiaoyu, your focus should be on your cultivation level. While sword intent significantly enhances strength, lacking sufficient cultivation renders it futile. It has been said that in the realm of martial arts, speed is paramount, and there is some truth to that. Zhang Sanfeng shook his head, perceiving Su Huai'an's fixation on the present, and offered a word of guidance. Su Huai'an casually traced a sword shadow before sheathing his sword. The junior understands. He had already intended to abandon his pursuit of sword intent. For the time being, his current capabilities sufficed for his short-term needs. As a mere third-rank martial artist, how could one hope to stand against a master? Even with a clear mind, one might not perceive the opponent's strike, let alone react in time to evade it, ultimately succumbing to a single blow. It is late now. I shall take Wuji to rest. The path of martial arts requires a balance of work and leisure. With this parting remark, Zhang Sanfeng retreated into his abode. Su Huai'an gazed at the moonlight above, reflecting on the events of the day, and felt a surge of relief. Thankfully, his sword intent remained well concealed, eluding the notice of others. Had it been discovered, he might have been burdened with the title of a swordsmanship prodigy, leading to unforeseen troubles. Xiang lay beside him, her eyes fixed intently upon him. What do you plan to do when Zhu Wushi and Zhang Zhenren depart? No one will be left to protect you, isn't there you? Su Huai'an replied cheerfully. You always say you have backing in Taishan City. Indeed. Why don't you stay with me in Taishan City? The sect forces dare not act against me there. I have my own plans. The world of martial arts is vast. I must see it for myself. Su Huai'an declined her suggestion, knowing that only through trials could one truly grow stronger. Weixiong remained silent, and he too ceased to speak. Before long, he heard the soft, steady rhythm of her breathing. Turning to look, he found Weixiong had fallen asleep. Really? I've told you not to practice martial arts with me so late. Reluctantly, he carried her back inside, before returning to the courtyard alone, surrendering to the gentle embrace of the night breeze and drifting into slumber. In the depths of night at the Lord's Manor, the Eastern Depot was engaged in plotting against Zhu Wushi. Chao Jingchun dismissed his subordinate suggestions to harass him the following day. Tomorrow marks the final day of alchemy. If we sabotage Su Huai'an's efforts, Zhu Wushi's woman will be unable to recover. Indeed, even if Zhu Wushi manages to gather the herbs again, the time lost will afford us ample opportunity for other actions. Chao Jingchun's expression was conflicted. A benevolent smile graced his lips, yet his eyes betrayed disappointment. Fools, leave at once. There is nothing to be done tomorrow. His subordinates, sensing the venom in his gaze, reluctantly acquiesced. Yes, we shall take our leave. Chao Jingchun was determined not to miss this opportunity. Direct sabotage was a last resort. Having confronted Zhu Wushi for many years, neither had succeeded in vanquishing the other. This was not merely due to their similar strength, wit, and power, but also because neither possessed a weakness. However, that would change after tomorrow. Zhu Wushi would soon have a vulnerability that could prove fatal. Early the next morning, Su Huai'an awoke with the dawn and entered his quarters. He swiftly prepared the elixir of Tianxiang Duku, and upon emerging, found Zhu Wushi waiting outside. Su Xiaoyu, has the medicinal catalyst been completed? Rest assured, Su Huai'an replied, handing him the potion along with instructions for its use. Excellent. The martial arts you require will be delivered tonight. Without waiting for a response, Zhu Wushi hastily retreated into his quarters. Then I shall trouble you, esteemed one, Su Huai'an casually remarked. Initially, he and Zhu Wushi exchanged insights on mental cultivation. But upon the arrival of Zhang Sanfeng, he shifted his perspective. With a superior source of mental cultivation at his disposal, he deemed it unnecessary to sacrifice the greater for the lesser. Thus, he resolved to acquire a rare leg technique. As his offensive capabilities were already augmented by the murderous intent of his swordsmanship, rendering additional skills redundant. With a high-level leg technique, his agility would significantly improve, greatly aiding both his evasions and combat prowess. It is worth noting that leg techniques and body techniques are fundamentally akin. The distinction lies solely in their emphasis. One leans more towards mobility, while the other focuses on offense. He did not pursue to ascertain Su Xian's condition, having conducted a thorough examination yesterday. After all, he had honed his medical skills to an exquisite level through experience. His ability to diagnose and interpret symptoms was effortless, and he was confident there would be no unforeseen complications. Chapter 53. Venturing out for medicine. Must a hero save the beauty again? He diligently practiced the frenzied Forging Heart Sutra, a formidable technique indeed. Although it was classified as a superior grade, it stood as the pinnacle among such ranks, not falling significantly short compared to ordinary treasure techniques. After a little more than an hour, Zhu Wushi emerged from the dwelling, accompanied by a woman of striking beauty. Though she appeared to be of considerable age, a broad smile adorned Zhu Wushi's face as he introduced Su Huai'an. This is my esteemed friend, Su. Were it not for his timely intervention, who knows if we would have seen this day. I am immensely grateful to you, Su. Such a kindness shall remain etched in my heart forever. Su Xian offered a slight bow, her demeanor radiating warmth. Though Su Huai'an was relatively young, she felt it inappropriate to address him otherwise. Terms like young master seemed unsuitable, and she could not be overly formal, so she settled on calling him Su, my friend. As Zhu Wushi had, Su Huai'an hurriedly returned the gesture, fully aware that Su Xian was much his senior. There is no need for such formality. My dealings with Lord Shunho are merely fair transactions. However, I must excuse myself, as Su Xian and I have matters to discuss. I shall send someone with the martial arts materials later. Farewell for now. Zhu Wushi clearly had no intention of lingering, promptly taking his leave. Su Huai'an did not insist on his stay, escorting the two out of the courtyard. After 2 decades of separation, there would naturally be many past events to reminisce. The courtyard was rather small, and it would be unfortunate if their conversations were overheard by others. Zhu Wushi would certainly prefer to return to his own territory, where he could converse freely into the night. How gentle is the beloved of Lord Shunho, remarked Weixiong, standing beside him, her tone tinged with envy. She felt such tenderness was beyond her own reach. The graceful, serene nature of Su Xian was immediately endearing upon their first encounter. Whether gentle or cheerful, These are merely facets of one's character. There lies no distinction, Su Huai'an replied with a smile. Then, do you prefer a woman to be gentle? Or is my demeanor more to your liking? Weixiong pressed, seizing the moment and gripping his arm, determined to extract an answer. Personally, I find your way of being far more appealing, he teased, playfully nudging her nose before returning to the courtyard. With Zhu Wusher's departure, he sensed an increase in the number of onlookers surrounding him. The last remnants of his reservations vanished entirely. While Zhu Wusher's movements may have eluded others, they certainly did not escape Chao Jingchen. Thus began a tumultuous storm sweeping through both the martial world and the halls of power. Meanwhile, Su Huai'an found himself unexpectedly alone as he exited the courtyard. The reason was simple. The medicinal herbs needed for Zhang Wuji's alchemy had yet to arrive from Wudong. The stock he possessed was insufficient to concoct the pure yang pill, necessitating a venture to procure more herbs. Since he was merely lacking a few common herbs, he could easily acquire them from the apothecary on the adjoining street. He soon procured all the necessary materials and ambled back leisurely. Along the way, he took in the sights, displaying no hint of urgency. Fully aware that he was the object of desire among various factions, he chose instead to clear his mind and enjoy a moment of respite. Recently, his rapid progress in martial arts, coupled with the confinement of his courtyard, has led to a certain restlessness within him. After much effort, he finally ventured outside, reluctant to return home hastily. As he strolled past a narrow alley, he faintly heard the sound of hurried footsteps. Suddenly, a woman dashed out, glancing around nervously before hiding behind Su Huai'an. "Young master, help me. They are trying to take me to a brothel. Please, I beg you, save me, and I will repay you with my utmost devotion." Su Huai'an was taken aback. Was he really being drawn into such a cliché scenario of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress? Was it not a bit too melodramatic? "Kid, don't meddle in other people's affairs. This wretched woman is going to pay." A burly man with a beard emerged from the alley in hot pursuit. As his words echoed, a fierce gust surged towards them, laden with the force of a tempest. Su Huai'an's countenance darkened, without a moment's hesitation. He raised his hand to retaliate, compelled to act. In an instant, the gleaming blade of his sword flickered as the blood-flamed sword was drawn. With a deft twist of his wrist, he stepped forward, parrying the oncoming force with one stroke while thrusting the sword toward the man's chest with the other. The fluidity of his movements was akin to a flowing river, executed seamlessly in the blink of an eye. The bearded man, caught off guard, had no time to evade or defend himself before the sword was pointed perilously at his vital spot. The elegance of Su Huai'an's strike left a deep imprint in the woman's heart, one she would never forget. "Who are you?" Su Huai'an inquired coldly. It was evident that the man had approached him with ill intent. If he could not discern that, he might as well give up his endeavors. The sudden appearance of a beautiful woman was one thing, but the blatant aggression was utterly illogical. Seeing their leader restrained, the other men hesitated to advance, blocking Su Huai'an's escape route. "Little brother, I am the captain of the Wind and Rain Pavilion's guard, and today's events are all a misunderstanding." The bearded man, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent, resorted to invoking his backing. Internally, he grappled with uncertainty. He was a third-tier warrior, and despite the youthfulness of his adversary, he presumed that even a martial artist of this age could not surpass his strength. He had been too dismissive, thinking that his skills were superior, only to find himself subdued in a single exchange. "Misunderstanding? You strike without inquiry, and that too is deemed a misunderstanding?" Su Huai'an retorted with a cold smile, pressing his sword firmly against the man's skin. "My sincerest apologies, little brother. It seems I acted in a moment of fury." The bearded man was at a loss for words, oddly reflecting on his own predicament. "Is that so?" Su Huai'an replied, his laughter devoid of warmth. Time and again, he had been schemed against. Did they truly believe he would remain unperturbed? Even a clay figurine has its limits. How much more so for him? In the next moment, a crimson flash of the sword sliced through the air, and excruciating pain erupted in the man's arm. A hand fell to the ground, blood gushing uncontrollably forth. The bearded man could hardly comprehend how Su Huai'an had executed such a swift strike, as his right hand was severed at the root. With his remaining left hand pressed firmly against the wound, a heart-wrenching howl escaped his lips. "You severed one of my arms as a form of punishment." Su Huai'an glanced at the individuals surrounding him. He sheathed his sword and strode forward without hesitation. The group exchanged astonished glances, their emotions a tumultuous blend of surprise and fear, realizing even their captain was no match for him. Surrounding Su Huai'an had drained their courage, leaving them hesitant to intervene. Paying no heed to the woman behind him, he lost all desire to linger and made his way toward the courtyard. The woman, who had chanced upon him, trailed closely behind, terrified that if she fell too far behind, she would be captured once more. "Do not follow me. I have no interest in you," Su Huai'an remarked coldly without turning back. Chapter 54. Zhang Yuyan. The rescued femme fatale. The young woman bit her lip, took a deep breath to compose herself, and suddenly knelt down. "Your great kindness, esteemed sir, leaves me with no means to repay. I can only offer my body in service." Su Huai'an pressed his forehead, knowing all too well that this would be her response. As the woman observed his prolonged silence, her emotions became increasingly tumultuous. The thought of returning without accompanying Su Huai'an filled her with dread at the punishment she would undoubtedly face. Should the gentleman find no favor in Yuyan, she would willingly become his servant. Upon hearing the name, Su Huai'an abruptly turned his head. "You are Zhang Yuyan?" Zhang Yuyan, puzzled by his intense reaction to her name, quickly affirmed, "Yes." Su Huai'an studied her with a complex gaze. Her bright eyes and radiant smile conveyed an aura of gentleness that perfectly matched the image he held of Zhang Yuyan. This left him in a quandary, and ultimately, he decided to bring the woman back to the courtyard. In the courtyard, Weixiong was diligently practicing. Su Huai'an's recent breakthrough had significantly motivated her, prompting an unprecedented seriousness in her training. With her innate talent, achieving innate mastery at her age should pose little difficulty, yet she remained at the first rank, on par with the 2 years younger Li Hanyi, and perhaps even slightly inferior. The crux of the matter lay in her penchant for frivolity, which had diverted her focus away from cultivation. After encountering Su Huai'an, a realization dawned upon her. If she did not advance soon, she would inevitably be left behind. This spurred her to train earnestly in hopes of a swift progression. However, upon witnessing Su Huai'an return from procuring medicine with a woman in tow, an indescribable discomfort arose within her, prompting a forced smile as she greeted him. Su Huai'an instructed Zhang Yuyan to settle into the guest room adjacent to his own, urging her to tidy up. He then seized Weixiong's hand, pulling her into her own room. "Brother Huai'an, who is she?" she inquired. An undercover agent sent by Chao Zhengchun. Su Huai'an succinctly recounted his recent encounter. Weixiong blinked in confusion and retorted, "Isn't that just a tale of a hero rescuing a damsel? How did you deduce she was an agent of that old rogue Chao?" "Firstly, the likelihood of a hero rescuing a damsel is exceedingly rare. I have not ventured outside for half a month. How could I stumble upon such an event while merely buying medicine? Such coincidences are orchestrated rather than fortuitous. More critically, although she claimed to be pursued by Zhang Yuyan, she acted against me the moment we met, clearly compelling me to rescue her. Even if I wished to remain uninvolved, she denied me that opportunity. Furthermore, despite her adept concealment, I detected anomalies during our close encounter. She bore an unusual fragrance, identical to that of Chao Zhengchun." In summary, Su Huai'an was resolute in his conclusion. This woman was indeed a pawn of Chao Zhengchun, deliberately placed in his vicinity. Had it not been for the familiar scent that linked her to Chao Zhengchun, he would not have acted so decisively. Weixiong cast a peculiar glance at him. "Brother Huai'an, can you truly achieve such a thing?" "After extensive alchemy practice, my sense of smell has become quite acute," Su Huai'an replied with a chuckle, dismissing her inquiry. In truth, it was merely the ability of his unique constitution to discern the varied scents of others. "So what shall we do next? Why not simply refrain from bringing her back?" Weixiong lowered her gaze, contemplating the scale of Zhang Yuyan. "Well, I am still young. I shall grow in time. For now, let her reside with us, for I am somewhat curious about her. It would conveniently allow her to employ Zhang Yuyan as a pawn, relaying some false information to Chao Zhengchun." Su Huai'an was at a loss regarding how to handle Zhang Yuyan. His irresponsible remarks left Weixiong feeling quite exasperated. "Yet you still intend to bring her back. You truly baffle me." Aware of his own shortcomings, Su Huai'an could only manage a sheepish smile. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that Zhang Yuyan was an exceptionally unique woman. His most vivid memory of her was how she obliterated an entire caste, leaving only the title of the play intact. The title still featured the two protagonists. Had it not been for her infatuation, even the title might have perished. From an ordinary individual devoid of martial prowess to an unparalleled master who dominated the world, inadvertently causing the emperor's demise and ascending to the throne as the empress. Meanwhile, on the other side, the chief eunuch Lu Shi was reporting the plan to Chao Zhengchun. "Your Excellency, the plan is proceeding smoothly." The incident of their dispatched agent having his hand severed by Su Huai'an was deemed trivial. The outcome was what truly mattered. They could procure as many subordinates as they desired, including a 40-year-old third-rank martial artist. "Excellent. Now we shall see the capabilities of your esteemed granddaughter." Chao Zhengchuan's smile was amiable, his gaze fixed intently upon Lu Shi. Lu Shi, feeling the pressure, began to sweat profusely, responding in a tone of trepidation. "Rest assured, Your Excellency, Should she fail to complete her task, I shall personally deal with her. The failure of the mission was a minor concern. What he truly feared was the possibility of incurring Chao Jingchuan's wrath. He would rather Jiang Yuyan bear the brunt of the blame. Chao Jingchun waved his hand dismissively, urging Lu Shi not to be overly anxious. The plan originated from me. Even in the event of failure, it would reflect on her incompetence, not yours. Lu Shi finally exhaled in relief, wiping away the sweat. Your Excellency, I am merely concerned that Su Huai'an might see through our scheme. It is also possible that he has no interest in women. Intelligence reports indicate he has numerous female companions. Chao Jingchun expressed disappointment at Lu Shi's response, shaking his head with a sigh. What a fool. Is there a man who does not appreciate women? Though we are not men, we understand this principle. No man would refuse an alluring woman who approaches him, especially one of beauty. As for whether he discerns our plan, that is of little consequence. Whether he sees through it or not, as long as we bring her back, it signifies his interest in Jiang Yuyan. Lu Shi feigned compliance, inwardly cursing Chao Jingchuan's cunning. Just recently, he had claimed that women were nothing but charming skeletons, and now he was devising a strategy to ensnare Su Huai'an with the allure of beauty. Su Huai'an and Chao Jingchun each harbored their own ulterior motives, while Jiang Yuyan, caught in their schemes, found herself engulfed in confusion. Her mind was filled with the image of Su Huai'an effortlessly subduing his adversaries, leaving her seated at the edge of the bed, unable to attain tranquility. Since her birth, she had endured the disdain of others and the humiliation from her own kin. Today marked the first time she experienced the sensation of being protected, stirring profound turmoil within her heart. Had she not been used as a pawn by Lu Shi and others to approach Su Huai'an, perhaps it would not have been so bad to simply remain by his side. Chapter 55. The tragic past of Jiang Yuyan. Jiang Yuyan was lost in her thoughts when the shouts from outside shattered her reverie. Dinner is ready. Unbeknownst to her, evening had descended, and Weixiong had already prepared a sumptuous meal. Upon stepping out of her room, Jiang Yuyan beheld a harmonious scene, with several people gathered amicably around the dining table. Weixiong's face radiated with a blissful smile, and in such moments, she often felt as if she and Su Huai'an were an old married couple. It would have been even more perfect without Jiang Yuyan's presence. Yet, being inherently kind-hearted, she could not disregard the fact that Yuyan was a spy sent by others. Seeing Jiang Yuyan, who appeared disheveled and unsteady, stirred her compassion. Thank you, benefactor, for your willingness to shelter me, Jiang Yuyan said, bowing respectfully and expressing her gratitude to Weixiong and the others. Su Huai'an nodded slightly, indicating that she could partake in the meal. Since you have nowhere else to go, you may stay here for the time being. However, you must assist Weixiong in preparing the daily meals. There is no such thing as a free lunch. If you wish to remain, you must contribute, or it would be unfair to Weixiong. Indeed, while my culinary skills are lacking, I have some experience in tidying up and assisting, Jiang Yuyan replied earnestly, fearful of displeasing him and being sent away. Su Huai'an did not impose further demands. Upon seeing Jiang Yuyan's state, Zhang Sanfeng's eyes shimmered with intrigue. As they dined, Jiang Yuyan voluntarily recounted her harrowing experiences. I lost my father at a young age and lived with my mother, enduring a difficult life but managing to survive. It was only after my mother passed away that I discovered my father was the renowned Zhang Bieha of the martial world. Weixiong, taken aback by the mention of Zhang Bieha, inquired with confusion, I have heard tales of Zhang Bieha, a chivalrous man known for his generosity and righteousness. How could you, as his daughter, find yourself in such dire straits? Surely, a man of his stature would be able to protect his own child. Weixiong could only surmise that Jiang Yuyan had not yet found him before being forced into a life of degradation. However, Jiang Yuyan's response was far beyond her expectations. I thought the same when I went to the Zhang residence, only to discover that my father had married the goddaughter of Lu Shi, the chief eunuch of the Eastern Depot. My stepmother dominated the household and was displeased with my presence, relegating me to live among the servants and perform menial tasks. In ancient times, a stepmother was also referred to as mother after the biological mother's death, unless she was merely a concubine. Weixiong was incensed by the existence of such a stepmother. What of your father? Does he not intervene? My father cannot oppose her, for she is backed by Lu Shi. While being a servant might have been bearable if it meant having food and shelter, my stepmother sought to humiliate me, forcing me to leave the Jiang residence. She commanded the other maidservants to beat me regularly. Not only was I to serve her, but I was also to attend to several other maidens. Ultimately, I had no choice but to escape, only to find myself in Taishan City, where I was captured by the brothel Fengyu Tower. As Jiang Yuyan spoke with heartfelt emotion, her eyes brimmed with tears, glistening with the weight of her sorrow. Su Huai'an remained expressionless. He was already aware of Jiang Yuyan's past. Most of it was the truth, with the sole falsehood being that she was not abducted by a brothel in Taishan City, but rather that Xiao Zhengchun had orchestrated her arrival by his side. Her plight evoked sympathy from Weixiong, who understood that she too was a wretched soul. Su Huai'an had long since informed himself of Jiang Yuyan's tragic circumstances, harboring no doubts about her honesty. "Is your father truly such a scoundrel?" he inquired. "I bear him no ill will. A father is often left with no options." Jiang Yuyan exhibited remarkable magnanimity, even defending her father. Zhang Sanfeng, seldom inclined to speak, hesitantly remarked, "I believe I have heard of Lu Shi, a subordinate of Qiao Zhengshun from the Eastern Depot, and his martial prowess is quite commendable." "What? Even Zhang Zhenren is aware of him?" "Indeed. It seems I've encountered his name before," Zhang Sanfeng replied with a benevolent smile, offering no further commentary. He had refrained from intervening for many years, possessing a fair understanding of the current martial world, though his knowledge of the court was lacking. Jiang Yuyan's fervent performance was designed to portray herself as a victim of oppression, and she succeeded in garnering Weixiong's sympathy. Su Huai'an chose not to reveal the truth, that Jiang Yuyan was a merciless and ruthless woman. Weixiong's lack of experience in the martial world was apparent. Her life had been one of unbroken fortune, and encountering the treachery of mankind would serve her well. Jiang Yuyan's tearful lamentation sought not only to gain the trust of a few, but also to elicit pity from Su Huai'an for her dark fate. Yet, Su Huai'an, having seen through her ruse, remained unresponsive, forcing her to retract her cunning schemes. Weixiong's perspective was far simpler. She believed Jiang Yuyan to be an undercover agent sent by the despicable Qiao. The notion that Jiang Yuyan was a tragic figure did not contradict this. Perhaps she too was a victim of circumstance, and Weixiong felt no inclination to harm such a woman. Meanwhile, Taishan City was abuzz with significant news that swept through all sects and factions. Su Huai'an's ability to defeat a martial artist of the same realm with a single move reset their expectations of him. Now, Su Huai'an was akin to a walking bomb, every action drawing the attention of numerous powers, all eager to recruit him, while countless unseen eyes remained fixed upon him. Upon learning of this news, Li Hanyi's immediate thought was not of Su Huai'an's fearsome prowess, but rather of the woman he had brought back. What a lecherous man! He is not content with Weixiong and seeks to dally with others. She felt as if something belonging to her was being taken away by two other women, who intended to use him. With her aloof and proud nature, she found it intolerable. A deep-seated urge to confront Su Huai'an surged within her. Yet, how could his combat prowess be so exaggerated? The thought of defeating a martial artist of the same realm in one strike was perplexing. Even with her extraordinary talent, it was challenging to achieve such a feat with a single blow. According to the intelligence she received, Su Huai'an had not employed any particular technique. He merely dispatched his opponent with a casual sweep of his sword, swiftly concluding the battle. If she were to unleash her unique skills, Li Hanyi would possess the confidence to effortlessly vanquish ordinary martial artists of the same rank. After all, the disciples of sects and those who cultivate independently differ not only in talent, but also in the resources they receive. However, to achieve such feats with a mere flick of her sword is something she questions her own capability to accomplish. Reflecting on their impending duel, she wonders if she truly has the assurance of victory. Humph, no matter how monstrous your innate talent may be, I will not concede defeat to you. Who among us isn't a genius in their own right? Among her peers, Li Hanyi has never acknowledged anyone in the realm of swordsmanship as her superior. Regardless of the circumstances, she is resolute in her conviction that she will not lose. Yet, once she emerges victorious, he shall not escape her presence. Coincidentally, in the adjacent room resides Su Weixiong, making his temporary abode. Chapter 56, Treasured Martial Arts. Wind-drifting leg Qingyao meticulously recounted the events that transpired with Su Huai'an, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Upon concluding her narrative, a subtle smile graced her lips, indicating her perceptive understanding of the situation. It appeared that someone had succumbed to temptation and resorted to underhanded tactics. Qingyao, however, remained oblivious to any wrongdoing, her expression perplexed by her mistress's words. Yet, reassured by her mistress's unparalleled intelligence, she quickly came to terms with the implication that there was a deliberate orchestration at play. Nevertheless, the previous day's warning from the iron-willed divine monkey lingered in her mind. Who would dare to provoke him by scheming against Su Huai'an today? In her view, Su Huai'an's emergence from the small courtyard today was merely a result of the protection offered by Zhu Wushi the day before. Once tomorrow arrived, with Zhu Wushi no longer intervening, there would be ample opportunities to ensnare Su Huai'an. There was no need for haste. The early bird catches the worm, while the latecomer suffers the consequences. Su Weixiong articulated the crux of the matter with precision. On the surface, it seemed that a mere day would not disrupt the grand scheme of things. However, for Su Huai'an, the implications were vastly different. Possessing a remarkable alchemical talent, his thoughts were not aligned with the court. The means to draw him in were limited to wealth, fame, and beauty, and he had already amassed the first two. What remained was the allure of a beautiful woman, which was precisely why various sects often dispatched their finest female disciples for matrimonial alliances. Although proximity does not guarantee success, it undeniably enhances one's chances. Qingyao did not contest this notion. She wholeheartedly embraced her mistress's perspective. A distinguished alchemist indeed warranted admiration. For any sect, the presence of Su Huai'an could potentially yield several masters, regardless of his martial prowess. Even if a practitioner gained strength solely through consuming elixirs, they could maintain an impressive facade. "Miss, I have a question that puzzles me," Qingyao ventured, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as Su Weixiong gestured for her to proceed. Su Huai'an's ascension in rank is astonishing. I initially assumed it to be a mere result of consuming potions, yet upon witnessing him today, his foundation appears remarkably solid. He must have indeed taken elixirs, but his martial talent is beyond dispute. Su Weixiong had observed Su Huai'an consuming potions, yet she also recognized the profound depth of his vital energy. If his elevation were solely reliant on elixirs, both his combat prowess and vital energy would exhibit a superficial quality. Hence, she could only speculate that Su Huai'an possessed an extraordinary martial talent and did not frequently depend on potions for advancement. "Miss, perhaps." Qingyao glanced at her, but refrained from completing her thought. As a maid, certain sentiments must remain unspoken, regardless of the closeness shared with her mistress. Su Weixiong comprehended her implication and could not suppress a sigh. Within the imperial family, marriages are seldom dictated by personal choice, and she herself served as a prime example. Was Su Huai'an exceptional? Indeed, he was extraordinarily gifted, perhaps too much so. A gentleman is innocent, yet possessing a precious gem incurs suspicion. With their existing army of hundreds of thousands, the emperor had always eyed them with disfavor. Were she to bring home a prodigious alchemist and martial genius, it would undoubtedly exacerbate the royal family's unease. For the sake of the family, one must endure, at least for a few more months, until that matter is resolved. Qingyao refrained from further comment, recognizing the young lady's affections for Su Huai'an, yet constrained by her own circumstances. The repercussions of her suppressed anger were unknown to Su Huai'an, who remained blissfully immersed in joy. Zhu Wusher's subordinates delivered the coveted martial art he sought, the exquisite leg technique, the wind-chasing leg. True to its name, this technique, when mastered, enables one to chase the wind, achieving a speed rivaling that of a tempest. This was his very first precious martial art, and he eagerly commenced his training upon acquiring it. Once, twice, thrice. Congratulations to the host for successfully practicing the precious martial art, wind-chasing leg, 20 times, earning 23 experience points. Congratulations to the host for demonstrating self-discipline and resilience. The wind-chasing leg has reached the initial threshold of mastery, earning a reward of 100 taels of silver. Su Huai'an sighed. Previously, breakthroughs in martial arts would yield physical enhancements. However, as his cultivation advanced, even training in precious martial arts no longer granted him such rewards. Instead, his silver continued to accumulate. Were it not for the self-discipline and resilience system recently activating its storage function, his living quarters would soon be overflowing. He was uncertain of the exact amount of wealth he possessed, certainly in abundance, one he had grown too indifferent to count. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. As long as he pursued the profound realms of cultivation, the rewards of precious martial arts would remain substantial. He immersed himself wholeheartedly in his training, repeating the leg technique. 10 times, 100 times, 150 times. Congratulations to the host for successfully practicing the precious martial art, wind-chasing leg, 100 times, earning 115 experience points. Congratulations to the host for demonstrating self-discipline and resilience. The wind-chasing leg has successfully advanced to the proficient level, earning a reward of 2 in physique. Current physique, 250. Congratulations to the host for successfully practicing the precious martial art, wind-chasing leg, 300 times, earning 345 experience points. Congratulations to the host for demonstrating self-discipline and resilience. The wind-chasing leg has successfully advanced to the entry level, earning a reward of 5 in physique. Current physique, 255. Wind-chasing leg entry level, 38-1200. Su Huai'an's agility increased to such an extent that faint afterimages appeared within the courtyard. Zhang Yuan, hidden within the confines of her dwelling, clandestinely observed his progress in training. The scenes of being protected by him during the day and his indifferent demeanor in the face of adversaries lingered vividly in her mind. Her eyes brimmed with infatuation. How wonderful it would be if such a dashing and unrestrained man were hers. Lowering her gaze, a wave of insecurity washed over her. What worth did a woman like herself have to merit his affection? A paragon such as Weixiong was far more suitable for him, a match of talent and beauty. She understood well that their paths were unlikely to converge, yet the thought of Su Huai'an being with another, protecting them as he had protected her, stirred a discomfort within her heart. Aside from Weixiong and Zhang Yuyan, for reasons unknown, Zhang Sanfeng also refrained from entering the house. Typically, he would have returned indoors to rest by now, yet today he lingered in the courtyard. Chapter 57. The Teachings of Zhang Sanfeng Su Xiaoyu. Every martial arts school possesses its unique strengths, each harboring profound depths. Mastering even one or two forms of martial arts to a high level suffices to navigate the rivers and lakes. To accumulate numerous martial arts does not necessarily lead one to the righteous path. While others may be astonished by Su Huai'an's rapid advancements in martial arts. Who exactly is Zhang Sanfeng? He has long since traversed his own martial arts path and can discern Su Huai'an's predicament at a glance. Although he appears to be making remarkable progress, the underlying consequences are bound to be dire. Su Huai'an's growth is steadily ascending, enduring his seemingly chaotic yet swift movements. A gentle breeze even stirs within the courtyard. Upon comprehending Zhang Sanfeng's words, it felt as though he had received a sudden revelation. There are things the younger generation does not know. I humbly request your guidance, Master Zhang. With a smile, Zhang Sanfeng rose without responding directly, instead posing a question to him. Su Xiaoyu, do you know which type of opponent has proven to be the most formidable in my lifetime? Su Huai'an had to halt and contemplate this inquiry seriously. What kind of martial artist could be deemed challenging enough to perplex Zhang Sanfeng? He was no longer the naive newcomer in this realm. He had taken the time to review numerous significant historical records of this world. One record left a profound impression on him. Each dynasty, each era, would witness the emergence of a batch of talented martial artists. Yet there was one era that stood apart, the Ming dynasty, decades ago. During that time, the entire martial world reverberated with a single name, Zhang Sanfeng. No other contemporaneous genius left their mark. Even someone who suppresses an entire era like him could have opponents he finds difficult to handle. I remain unaware. I humbly ask for your guidance, Master Zhang. Zhang Sanfeng waved his hand and gradually approached Su Huai'an. Young friend, as we part ways, I shall impart my knowledge through personal demonstration. I will restrain my own level to match yours, so do not feel overly tense. Hearing this, Su Huai'an was filled with delight. He was to receive direct guidance through practice. Come at me with all your might. Do not hold back. Zhang Sanfeng assumed a preparatory stance. Su Huai'an immediately recognized it as the foundational fist technique he had recently begun to practice. Please, Master, bestow your teachings. The opportunity to receive instruction from an extraordinary master is a privilege reserved for direct disciples. Such a rare occasion is unlikely to present itself again. Without a hint of hesitation, after a brief contemplation, he moved fluidly, drawing his sword and launching a side slash. Zhang Sanfeng remained unfazed, merely aligning his fingers together as if forming a sword, accurately intercepting the sword's tip. At the instant their blades were about to collide, Su Huai'an's sword changed direction at an astonishing angle, circumventing Zhang Sanfeng's fingers and thrusting directly towards his abdomen. The distance was so minimal that evasion seemed impossible. 3 inches, 2 inches, 1 inch. Mere millimeters separated the blade from Zhang Sanfeng's robe, yet it was deftly caught between Zhang Sanfeng's fingers. Utilizing Su Huai'an's momentum against him, the blade was redirected. Now poised against Su Huai'an's neck, Zhang Sanfeng smiled approvingly and then released his fingers. Well done. The interplay of reality and illusion. The interplay of the void and the substantive. There is substance within the void, and void within the substance. Su Huai'an had thought it impossible to inflict harm upon Zhang Sanfeng. Yet unexpectedly, with just a single move, he found himself vanquished. Please proceed. Zhang Sanfeng encouraged him to continue. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, Su Huai'an shyly raked his fingers through his hair and replied, Senior, this is the strongest move I possess. Weixiong, who a moment prior had been elated for Su Huai'an to receive direct instruction from Zhang Sanfeng, was taken aback when, after just one exchange, the bout concluded. Impossible. You haven't even utilized your blood refinement sword technique. She was acutely aware that Su Huai'an's most formidable technique was indeed the blood refinement sword technique of the highest grade. How could such a supreme move merely manifest as a thrust? Consider the legendary techniques of her father, such as the 18 dragon subduing palms, or the signature moves of various sects, each unleashed with resounding phenomena. Why would I deceive you? The truth in Su Huai'an's words was undeniable. What seemed an unremarkable thrust was, in fact, his most potent strike to date. Though it appeared as a mere jab, he had infused it with his own sword intent. In a state of heightened focus, he executed a blow that transcended his own abilities, embodying the pinnacle of his physical and mental prowess. Zhang Sanfeng nodded in agreement, acknowledging the veracity of Su Huai'an's assertion. Young friend Su, this move can injure a first-grade martial artist with the slightest touch, and for an average innate martial artist, it spells certain doom. Having personally endured that strike, Zhang Sanfeng held the technique in high regard. Not to mention that with Su Huai'an's sword intent enhancing his attack, the speed and force of his strike far exceeded the limits of a third-grade martial artist. The initial side slash served as both a feint and a genuine strike. Should the opponent fail to defend, it would transform from illusion to reality, becoming a full-force assault. Conversely, if the adversary were to guard, it would shift from real to illusory, presenting over a dozen angles to completely seal off their avenues of retreat. In that fleeting moment when he seized the initiative to attack, regardless of whether the opponent chose to defend or retreat, there remained only one path to annihilation. Weixiong, not being a swordsman herself, grasped only fragments of this exchange. Is it truly so formidable? To achieve such prowess at your age, I must confess, I was not your equal in my youth. Zhang Sanfeng did not withhold his admiration, yet swiftly redirected the conversation. Alas, you place too much emphasis on the art of killing. Your hesitation stems from facing an elder like myself, unwilling to direct his subsequent strike at a vital point. He opted instead for a thrust aimed at the abdomen. To his surprise, he could not conceal this shift from Zhang Jinren's keen eyes. Su Huai'an had indeed altered his attack at the last moment. He understood he could not injure Zhang Sanfeng. The optimal strike should have aimed for a more lethal target. Yet he felt reluctant to employ underhanded tactics against someone who was both mentor and friend. That strike had already transcended his own limits, and by the time he recognized the shift in target, he had instinctively drawn back. This unintended act elevated Zhang Sanfeng's assessment of him. This child possesses a candid and open-hearted nature, a rare and genuine spirit. Very well, let us cease with the swordplay and test your leg techniques and spear skills. One by one, Su Huai'an executed his newly acquired wind-chasing legs and basic spear techniques, only to find himself defeated by a single move in each instance. As soon as he launched his attack, Zhang Sanfeng discerned the flaw and subdued him in advance. Strictly speaking, he was defeated in half a move. Young friend, in comparison to your swordsmanship, your prowess with the spear and legs falls woefully short. Your attacks are rife with openings, rendering you unfit to ascend the path of the martial artist. Su Huai'an did not contest this. Being vanquished by Zhang Sanfeng, who shared the same realm, was not a source of shame. Although their levels were identical, the depth of Zhang Sanfeng's century-long experience and insights in martial arts stood in stark contrast to his own. It is no exaggeration to assert that Zhang Sanfeng, at the third-grade realm, could effortlessly dominate all martial artists below the innate level. This applies universally. Regardless of the martial arts one has practiced, unless one has reached the innate level, they are simply inadequate. As Zhang Sanfeng strolled leisurely, he began to practice his fist techniques. Diligence yields rewards, as the saying goes. Dripping water penetrates stone, and the journey of martial arts is no different. Su Huai'an wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. His system of self-discipline and resilience echoed the same wisdom. The path of martial arts resembles rowing against the current. If one does not advance, they will inevitably regress. Young friend, do not fixate on transient gains and losses, for such an obsession will only mar your future journey. Strive to see further, and then even further. As these words resonated, Su Huai'an felt a glimmer of enlightenment. The ultimate destination of martial artists may differ vastly, yet each individual's path is distinctly unique. In my youth, I encountered many exceptionally gifted youngsters, each mastering several unparalleled martial arts simultaneously. They were formidable opponents in the same realm, yet all fell before me. Chapter 58. The unparalleled martial art of Tai Chi. The adversary that left the most profound impression on me was not one of those extraordinary geniuses endowed with exceptional innate talent, but rather an ordinary martial artist of merely innate realm. At that time, I too was at the pinnacle of the innate stage, and after a fierce exchange of several hundred moves, I narrowly triumphed. To reach such a stalemate with Zhang Jinren, the opponent's martial prowess and innate talent must indeed be remarkable. Su Huai'an felt a twinge of curiosity. A martial artist capable of engaging Zhang Sanfeng in such a fierce contest must surely be a formidable force within the martial world now. Despite his extraordinary martial achievements, His innate talent for martial arts was somewhat lacking, preventing him from ever attaining the realm of a grandmaster. Yet, his mastery of boxing was nothing short of sublime. During our duel, I quickly discerned the profound essence of his techniques. Even though the quality of his boxing was not particularly high, he transformed the mundane into the miraculous, momentarily suppressing me. It baffled Su Huai'an that someone utilizing inferior boxing techniques could contend so evenly with Zhang Sanfeng. Who was Zhang Sanfeng? Renowned from a young age. Every discipline he practiced was a supreme art. Zhang Sanfeng recognized his confusion and leisurely elucidated. Indeed, he had employed only his family's traditional superior boxing techniques. Yet for decades, he had diligently refined and perfected the flaws within his craft. He had long since reached a stage where it appeared that formlessness surpassed form, wielding techniques that rivaled those of rare martial arts. What was most remarkable was the seamless transition between his strikes and the force he exerted, exhibiting almost no vulnerabilities. Aside from the clumsy method of suppressing him with true energy, I found it difficult to identify his weaknesses. Practitioners of profound martial arts often possess the ability to counter various opponents effectively. However, it is precisely this dispersion of focus that renders their martial arts less pure. I have never concerned myself with opponents who practice dozens of styles. To master a single martial art through countless repetitions, to steadfastly pursue one's own martial path, is the true way to ascend to the pinnacle of the Tao. Su Huai'an grasped only fragments of his words. Yet he realized another matter. While he was engrossed in absorbing Zhang Sanfeng's teachings, he had not paid particular attention to the boxing techniques being demonstrated. Nevertheless, the movements of this boxing art became indelibly imprinted in his mind. Zhang Sanfeng stepped forward, his hands gradually pushing out in a slow, deliberate manner. From simplicity springs the Tai Chi, giving rise to duality. With softness, one conquers hardness. With tranquility, one controls motion. The late strike arrives first. Su Huai'an silently followed his movements, allowing his body to flow in harmony, as Zhang Sanfeng's true energy resonated in his ears. The 16-character essence of Tai Chi became clear to him, and he had fundamentally grasped this unparalleled martial art. Zhang Zhenren, what is this? The exchange between them had been one of rare martial arts, and Zhang Sanfeng had unexpectedly imparted his self-created Tai Chi to him. Although he was unaware of the classification of Tai Chi, it undoubtedly transcended the realm of rare techniques. No matter, Su Xiaoyu, Zhang Sanfeng offered. An unmistakable satisfaction reflected in his eyes. The timely assistance was far more valuable than mere embellishment. Su Huai'an etched this kindness into his heart. Perhaps you should practice it a bit, and compare its efficacy with the wind-chasing leg you have just acquired. Zhang Sanfeng posed a rhetorical question. In Su Huai'an's view, there was no need for comparison. How could the wind-driving leg possibly rival Tai Chi? Yet, he surmised that Zhang Sanfeng would not speak without purpose, and thus, with a curious mindset, he began to practice. Once, twice, 10 times. Congratulations, host, for your self-discipline and resilience. Having successfully practiced the unparalleled martial art of Tai Chi 10 times. Experience gained, 10. Congratulations, host, for reaching the threshold of understanding and Tai Chi reward, 100 silver. Su Huai'an's body trembled. He had entered the realm of initiation. Why was it that the cultivation of this extraordinary martial art was easier than that of superior martial arts? He pondered this question but could not decipher it, so he set it aside for the time being. My young friend, how do you believe my martial art compares to your leg techniques? The two were incomparable, Su Huai'an replied honestly. Zhang Sanfeng continued. No matter how great one's martial talent may be, one can master only 2 or 3 styles, but can one truly master dozens? The implication was clear, advising Su Huai'an not to become overly enamored with advanced martial arts. One cannot chew too much and expect to digest it all. However, Su Huai'an held his own thoughts. With the advantage of a self-discipline and resilience system, he had a unique edge, and further practice would enhance his innate understanding. This was a privilege not afforded to other martial artists, yet it was something he could not disclose. Zhang Sanfeng patted his shoulder and turned to call Zhang Wuji back to the house to rest. Halfway there, he turned back and said, the semblance and spirit are not what truly matter. All martial arts revolve around a single concept, intent. The essence of martial arts lies in its spirit. Su Huai'an's mind exploded with insight as flashes of the martial arts he had practiced raced through his thoughts. He reflected on his progress. His swordsmanship was unparalleled, having attained the clarity of the sword heart's realm, leaving any swordsman of his level far behind. His leg techniques were not particularly remarkable, while his inferior spear technique exhibited a tendency to surpass others. Why was this so? Was martial art that lacked form and spirit truly martial art? He attempted to envision changes in martial arts within his mind. Could the blood refinement sword technique work? No, the illusion cloud leg was not suitable. Nor was the wind-driving leg. Only the recently acquired Tai Chi seemed possible, yet uncertain. His legs bent and sank, shoulders exerting force as he mimicked the movements of Tai Chi. It was akin to a spontaneous thrust, transforming the virtual into the real, and the real into the virtual. The transformation of the formless into the formed does not necessitate every move to manifest extraordinary phenomena. Even the most basic sun character punch can be profound. Just remember to forget all the techniques, and you will have mastered Tai Chi while simulating his practice. Su Huai'an often experienced brief moments of hesitation, as he was unsure how to embody the concept of form not resembling spirit. Zhang Sanfeng's words provided him with renewed understanding. Take the infinite as finite, and the impossible as possible. Do not think. Instead, feel the essence between the movements. Slowly, Su Huai'an closed his eyes, emptying his thoughts, relying solely on the memory of Tai Chi to guide his practice. The result of his practice was far from satisfactory. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Sanfeng could not help but stroke his beard thoughtfully. This young man possesses immense potential. Given him a month, he will undoubtedly surpass the younger generation across the 9 provinces. If granted 5 years, I, the foremost martial artist of the Ming dynasty, may even find myself overshadowed by him. The latter thought remained unspoken, lingering in Zhang Sanfeng's mind. With a satisfied smile, he retreated to his quarters. Inside, Jiang Yuyan, upon observing this, quickly covered her mouth, fearful of betraying her astonishment. Who exactly is young Master Su? From her perspective, Su Huai'an was encircled by 2 fish, one black and one white, swirling around him. A Tai Chi diagram, exceeding 10 meters in diameter, gradually materialized out of thin air. Weixiong trembled slightly, casting a furtive glance around the courtyard. Brother Huai'an, do you not think the trouble is already immense enough? Unlike the uninitiated Jiang Yuyan, she could sense a vast surge of true energy converging upon the courtyard, all drawn in by Su Huai'an. She had never heard of such phenomena before. It bore resemblance to enlightenment, yet was not entirely the same. Congratulations to the host for attaining the pinnacle of martial arts. Zhang Sanfeng's teachings have granted 500,000 experience points in Tai Chi. Chapter 59. The Artistic Realm. The Swordsman in White. Congratulations to the host for mastering the unparalleled martial art, Taijiquan. Achieving a breakthrough in proficiency. Entering a new realm of comprehension. 32,000 35,000. Reward. 5 physique, 3 root bone, 2 comprehension. Current physique, 260. Root bone, 58. A peerless prodigy. Comprehension, 64. A contemporary genius. Congratulations to the host for attaining the pinnacle of martial arts, imparted by Zhang Sanfeng. Earning 1,000 experience points in all martial arts. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a superior mind technique, gaining 1,000 experience points in the Frenzied Forging Heart Sutra. Currently at a consummate level, 3,908,000. Reward, 100-year ginseng. Congratulations to the host for mastering a superior sword technique, earning 1,000 experience points in the blood refining sword method. Currently at a consummate level, 3,210,000. Reward, 1 cold spirit herb. Congratulations to the host for advancing in a mid-grade leg technique, obtaining 1,000 experience points in the illusory cloud leg. Currently at a consummate level, 3,335,000. Reward, 300 taels of gold. Congratulations to the host for improving in basic sword techniques, gaining 1,000 experience points. Currently at the pinnacle for 1,705,000. Reward, superior golden silk armor. Congratulations to the host for enhancing basic movement techniques, earning 1,000 experience points. Currently at the pinnacle for 1,058,000. Reward, 1,000 taels of silver. Congratulations to the host for upgrading basic spear techniques, gaining 1,000 experience points. Currently at the pinnacle, 2,963,000. Reward, 1,000 taels of silver. Congratulations to the host for advancing in superior leg techniques, acquiring 1,000 experience points in the wind-chasing leg. Currently at a realm of comprehension, 3,000. Reward, 3 physique. Su Huai'an's aura intensified, his abundant true chi swirling as if a storm was forming. If this continued, it would soon attract the attention of Chao Zhangchun and their various factions. Weixiong felt quite helpless. Did every breakthrough have to be so tumultuous? One might mistakenly believe that a master was ascending to the grandmaster level. Brother Huai'an, you haven't had another epiphany, have you? She suddenly recalled how Su Huai'an frequently experienced moments of enlightenment. She quickly dismissed that thought. It was implausible for someone to have 3 epiphanies in a single month. Little girl, You need to hasten your training pace. This state, known as the artistic realm, found Su Huai'an enveloped in a mystifying condition. Infinitely close, yet infinitely distant from the Tao. Zhang Sanfeng had, unbeknownst to her, arrived behind her, exuding a tumultuous aura akin to the sea. He enveloped the entire courtyard with his true qi, ensuring not a trace of energy escaped. Unless observed from a close distance, no one would detect any anomalies. Weixiong quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Master Zhang, for your assistance. The unusual phenomenon was concealed, alleviating immediate concerns of attracting undue attention. There were no spies nearby, for who would dare send clandestine observers to monitor the presence of living legends in martial arts? The artistic realm, what is it? A form of enlightenment? Zhang Sanfeng shook his head, his expression revealing a peculiar complexity. The artistic realm is not comparable to mere enlightenment, yet for Su, the young friend, this enlightenment was indeed more fitting. Throughout our lives, both your father and I have encountered several opportunities for epiphany, more often than not, 3 to 5 times. But sometimes just once or twice. The artistic conception is entirely different. It is the key to transcending the realm of earthly immortals and serves as the path for a warrior to discover their true intent, not to mention other warriors. Even Zhang Sanfeng himself has only entered this state of artistic conception once. Given its profound nature, why is it unsuitable for Brother Huai'an? Weixiong expressed her utter confusion. As a first-tier warrior, how could she comprehend the opportunities for transcending earthly immortals? Zhang Sanfeng sighed, feeling a tinge of regret for Su Huai'an missing this opportunity. At the third-tier realm, his entrance into the mindset of artistic conception was but a fleeting glimpse, akin to flowers in a mirror or the moon reflected in water, visible yet intangible. In simpler terms, his realm was too low, his inherent strength insufficient, and his life experiences lacking. Would this pose any harm to him? Weixiong grew anxious. The feeling of grasping something far beyond oneself due to insufficient realm could indeed lead to backlash. Observing her flushed face, Zhang Sanfeng chuckled heartily. Fear not, young Weixiong. Perhaps others might struggle, but Su Xiaoyu will be just fine. The artistic conception that brushes against the pinnacle of martial arts was something he himself found difficult to articulate. To him, artistic conception represented the realization of one's own intent, not merely the intent of a fist or sword, but the essence of a person's will, challenging to define concretely. Yet, such insights must arise from personal experience. Seamlessly connecting with his Tai Chi, entering the realm of artistic conception was indeed unprecedented. He mused that this conception might differ from his own initial understanding. Perhaps Su Xiaoyu could unexpectedly reap profound insights. Following Zhang Sanfeng's explanation, Weixiong's anxious demeanor settled. Unbeknownst to them, Su Huai'an remained oblivious to their conversation, immersed in his own conscious space, where black and white lights intertwined. Under the direct guidance of Zhang Sanfeng, and armed with the 16-character aphorism, his comprehension of Tai Chi had ascended to an extraordinarily profound level. Within this space, he felt an unparalleled sense of comfort, an exquisite alignment with his artistic conception. It was possible that he was not even in a different space. Even Su Huai'an himself could not articulate it. Was Tai Chi his path? This question repeatedly traversed his mind. No, Tai Chi did not belong to him. He harbored an inexplicable premonition. The most resonant saying from the martial world lingered in his thoughts. Wherever there is a dragon, slay the dragon. A single blue robe embodies an entire realm. The sword path was his heart's deepest inclination. Yet he envisioned the elder figure of the blue-robed sword god and dismissed the notion. No, what he sought was freedom, a natural ease unbound by constraints. This was his true pursuit. As he solidified his will, a radiant white light pierced through the duality of yin and yang, revealing a carefree swordsman clad in white. Standing before him, despite the proximity, Su Huai'an could not discern the figure's visage. The elegance of that sword left an indelible mark upon his heart. Regardless of yin or yang, he would cleave through it with a single sword, an ineffable grace captured in words. In his hand, devoid of a sword, he attempted to execute a strike. Yet, only a faint, nearly invisible sword energy emanated, far from the resplendence of that singular sword. He felt an uncanny similarity between the trajectory of his sword strikes, the manner in which he exerted force, and that of his opponent. Yet, when he unleashed his technique, it lacked the profound essence exhibited by his rival. It seemed he was missing something intangible. As he sank into confusion, upon reopening his eyes, the surroundings transformed back to the dilapidated old courtyard. He found himself utterly drained of strength, nearly stumbling to the ground. Weixiong, quick-witted and agile, promptly assisted him to a stone bench. Brother Huai'an, are you all right? I am fine, merely a bit fatigued. Su Huai'an assessed his condition, His energy was severely depleted. However, there were no other discomforts. On the contrary, his realm had significantly elevated. He had reached the pinnacle of a third-grade warrior, mere paper-thin separation from a second grade, poised at any moment to break through. Zhang Sanfeng gazed at him with a warm smile, recognizing the considerable gains he had made. "Young Su, how have your endeavors fared?" Su Huai'an recounted his experiences truthfully to Zhang Sanfeng, who, with his profound insight, might discern the nuances of his journey. "The time is not yet ripe. Patience is essential," Zhang Sanfeng cryptically remarked before dissipating the barrier of vital energy that shrouded the courtyard, granting the two an ephemeral moment of solitude. Their time together was fleeting. Chapter 60. Quiet departure. After confirming that Jiang Yuyan had not eavesdropped, Weixiong obediently settled beside Su Huai'an, shedding her usual mischievous demeanor. "Brother Huai'an, are you truly leaving?" "Indeed," he replied, his tone resolute. "Remaining in Taishan City will significantly impede my martial progress. I must venture into the Jianghu to elevate my state of mind." Su Huai'an's expression was steadfast, his words unwavering. Weixiong recognized his determination and refrained from urging him to stay. "Very well, but why have you chosen to study Taijiquan? Surely, you should prioritize learning the exquisite techniques. It was previously arranged with Master Zhang that he would impart a martial art to me. I have my own methods for mastering the mental aspects," Su Huai'an replied with a mysterious smile, his expression inscrutable. He had only recently recalled that there were already 2 supreme martial arts yet to be revealed. Zhang Wuji was still a child, and the 9-yang divine art had yet to be discovered. Duan Yu remained relatively obscure, and the North Ming divine art from the Lang Zhun blessed land was likely still hidden. There was no need for him to trade opportunities for a technique. Seeing that he was not forthcoming, Weixiong wisely refrained from inquiring further and shifted the conversation. "You are always so enigmatic. I have never encountered anyone who practices martial arts like you. When Master Zhang guided you, I too benefited by unraveling many martial enigmas. Yet, I have never had a moment of enlightenment. Is our disparity truly so vast?" Su Huai'an understood that she was masking her sadness at their impending separation, not genuinely envious of him. "Perhaps our differing life experiences account for it. Master Zhang's and Zhu Wusher's teachings resonate with me more. Such matters are difficult to elucidate. I cannot simply claim to possess a golden finger of self-discipline and strength." Thus, they spent the entire afternoon in the courtyard, and by the next day, Su Huai'an had vanished. While various factions eagerly awaited news, no one could discern his whereabouts. Neither external forces, nor the likes of Li Hanyi and Su Weixiong, nor even the powerful Chao Zhengchun, could uncover any information. Weixiong and Jiang Yuyan remained in the small courtyard, as if nothing had transpired. Everyone's gaze inevitably fell upon Zhang Sanfeng, the only one capable of eluding their scrutiny. It was hard to believe that Su Huai'an's departure was unrelated to him. While they were aware, how to inquire remained a dilemma. It was hardly plausible for several masters accompanied by innate warriors to confront Zhang Sanfeng. Not only them, but even Zhu Wusher had not anticipated Su Huai'an's sudden departure, showing no inclination to linger. "This young man is indeed an intriguing character," he mused. "Let us return. I shall take you back to Hulong Mountain Manor. This time, no one can prevent us from being together." Su Xian smiled gently, her silence speaking volumes. She had slumbered for 20 years, and upon awakening, her family was long gone. The only person left who recognized her was Zhu Wusher. This man, who had loved her for half his life, vowed to remain unmarried for her sake. In the small courtyard, Zhang Sanfeng received the medicinal concoction from Weixiong and administered it to Zhang Wuji. In 2 or 3 days, Wuji would be as capable as any ordinary person. Weixiong did not succumb to despair due to Su Huai'an's departure. Instead, a radiant smile adorned her face. This was also a testament to Zhang Zhenren's unparalleled martial prowess, as he had mastered the art of healing to a considerable degree. Otherwise, Wuji would not have recovered so swiftly. Zhang Sanfeng did not claim the credit for himself, gently tapping Weixiong's little head. "You, my dear girl, only know how to say things that delight me. This is largely thanks to our young friend Su. Had it not been for his counsel, I would have lacked effective solutions." All of this traced back to 7 days prior, when Zhang Sanfeng observed the exuberant Zhang Wuji. He contemplated how he had infused his vital energy into Wuji's body to suppress his injuries. Once the internal chill was alleviated, would Wuji be able to withstand the imbalance of yin and yang? Su Huai'an's elixir possessed the fierce and potent medicinal properties capable of countering the icy internal force of the Xiaming palm. Yet, over the years, he had intermittently channeled his vital energy into Wuji to offset the eruptive chill, fearing that once the cold dissipated, the residual vital energy accumulated within Wuji might lead to his untimely demise. With this thought in mind, Zhang Sanfeng commenced the meticulous process of extracting Wuji's innate vital energy. It took him a full 5 days to achieve a significant result, while the remaining energy posed little concern. As for the elixir to counter the Xianming palm, it had been concocted 2 days prior. Huai'an had intended to catch others off guard, departing at a moment deemed impossible. He succeeded, even outsmarting the cunning Chao Jingchun, who had not anticipated that Su would secretly prepare the elixirs for Zhang Sanfeng and leave without a word. By the time they realized his absence, Huai'an was already several dozen miles beyond Taishan City, having covered a considerable distance, and was now inspecting his gear. His arsenal consisted of only a blood flame sword and a dragon gallbladder spear, sufficient for his immediate needs. His wealth was beyond measure. He could spend freely without concern. Most importantly, however, was his attributes panel. Host, Huai'an, age, 19, realm, pinnacle of 3rd rank martial artist, physique, 260, root bone, 58, peerless talent, comprehension, 64, prodigy of the age, mental techniques martial arts, superior mental technique, frenzied forging heart sutra, 3,908,000. Initial peerless martial art, Tai Chi Quan, 32,000 35,000. Superior sword technique, blood refining sword art, 3,210 10,000. Superior leg technique, wind chasing leg, 3,000. Intermediate leg technique, phantom cloud leg, 3,335,000. Basic sword technique, pinnacle, 4,705 8,000. Basic body technique, pinnacle, 4,058,000. Basic spear technique, pinnacle, 2,963 8,000. Ability, pinnacle alchemist, 150000 5000000. Special physique, medicinal vessel physique, martial intent, slaughter sword intent, clear heart of the sword. This opulent panel filled Huai'an with satisfaction. His efforts in Taishan City had not been in vain. His martial arts realm was profoundly advanced, with only his Tai Chi Quan slightly lagging behind. However, such sentiments arise only in comparison. It is essential to recognize that only a select few martial artists possess the ability to cultivate others to a level of profound understanding. Moreover, Tai Chi is an unparalleled martial art. Despite its seemingly simple nature, the power it can unleash may rival that of the most refined and superior martial techniques. With merely this discipline, he holds the confidence to triumph over all opponents within the same realm. Furthermore, considering his own mastery of sword intent, in a scenario where all his hidden cards are laid bare, only a true master could hope to extinguish his life. While a martial artist of the innate realm may possess extraordinary talents sufficient to defeat him, the prospect of extinguishing his existence remains utterly impossible. Overcoming an opponent and annihilating them are distinctly different matters. Chapter 61. A new journey. Masters of martial arts possess such formidable strength that they could establish their own sects. It is improbable to encounter one by mere chance. In this vast world, there remains no place beyond my reach. Compared to my circumstances upon my arrival in this realm, my current situation is utterly transformed. Furthermore, my proficiency in alchemy has reached unparalleled heights. Even in the face of unforeseen events, preserving my own life is not a concern. Confident in my invincibility, I glanced towards the horizon and surged forward with the speed of the wind. My destination was none other than the sacred Wudong Mountain of the Ming Dynasty. While the North Sea divine skill is indeed remarkable, its reputation within the martial world leaves much to be desired. The ability to absorb others' internal energy through all body meridians would have led to its practitioners being hunted down, were it not for the technique's long-lost nature. However, such matters are of little consequence. One must act for oneself, or face divine retribution. The primary obstacle lies in the distance to the Longjin Blessed Land, which is a staggering 100,000 miles from Taishan City. It is likely that by the time I arrive, I would have attained the pinnacle of the 1st rank. Thus, Wudong, being the nearest, is the most suitable choice. Though I could follow Zhang Sanfeng throughout the journey, I prefer not to rely on others continuously. By venturing alone into the martial world, I may discover unforeseen opportunities. I have a premonition that a breakthrough in my sword intent awaits me along the way. Employing the wind-chasing leg technique as I travel serves 2 purposes: to enhance my experience and to distance myself from Taishan City at the swiftest pace. With my mask once again donned, I ensured I was prepared should anyone pursue me. As I passed by the nearest town to Taishan City, I chose not to rest for the night, but instead skirted around it. Given the immense influence of Chao Jingchun, it is prudent to maintain my distance. Within Taishan City, several factions yearning for Huai'an ultimately succumbed to temptation, arriving directly at the small courtyard, though they lacked the courage to interrogate Zhang Sanfeng. They felt emboldened to inquire about Weixiong. With a fierce gaze directed at the intruders, Weixiong responded, "Are you satisfied? Brother Huai'an has departed. He wishes to remain uninvolved in the affairs of the martial world." Her ambiguous answer, laced with indignation, propelled them out of her presence. At that moment, the last flicker of hope in their hearts was extinguished. Weixiong's resentment towards the crowd was palpable, confirming that Su Huai'an had indeed left. Their reckless actions had cost them the opportunity to befriend a genius alchemist. In this expansive world, seeking a single individual is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. If Su Huai'an is determined to evade capture, he has likely already distanced himself from the Ming dynasty, perhaps even venturing to another realm. Moreover, their sect lacks the requisite influence to pursue him effectively. Most external factions have relinquished their efforts, save for the elite disciples of the Huai'an sect, whose perspective is markedly different from the others. While it is undoubtedly challenging to locate a person who has fled, the relative reduction in competition, combined with the unique nature of the Huai'an sect, presents an opportunity. Many female disciples have married into prominent families or regional powers, and their intelligence network should not be underestimated. If I could bring Su Huai'an back, possessing a rare alchemist with exceptional martial talent, the position of sect leader in the Huai'an sect would undoubtedly be mine. With this resolve firmly entrenched in my heart, I vowed not to allow him to escape so easily. Qingyao stood respectfully beside Su Weixiong, reporting the information she had gathered. Su Weixiong smiled faintly, perceiving Su Huai'an's intentions. That fellow was indeed intriguing. Qingyao was puzzled. "Miss, what do you mean?" He had discerned the dangers lurking behind the facade of glory and had taken a step back in advance. With formidable figures like Zhang Sanfeng and Zhu Wushi casting their shadows over the realm, what danger could possibly threaten him? Qingyao could not fathom who could inflict harm in the presence of Zhang Sanfeng. Those with such power across the 9 provinces were not present at this moment. Su Weixiong succinctly articulated the crux of the situation, which was also the reason for Su Huai'an's departure. Zhang Sanfeng and Zhu Wushi would not protect him for eternity. Their relationship was merely one of mutual benefit. On the surface, it appeared that multiple factions were vying for his allegiance, hoping he would join their ranks. Yet, once he chose to ally with a particular faction, the dynamics would shift entirely. Qingyao quickly grasped Su Huai'an's concerns. Other factions would not idly watch as their adversaries recruited a talent like Su Huai'an to expand their influence. If he possessed a profound martial prowess, it might be acceptable. But despite his exceptional talent, he remained a fledgling martial artist, weak without entering the innate realm. Su Weixiong nodded, affirming her insight. Unless he joined Wudong, where Master Zhang could certainly protect him, or Zhu Wushi's Hulong Mountain Manor, he had little choice but to bide his time. Should he join Wudong, it was unlikely he would encounter trouble. As long as Zhang Sanfeng lived, Wudong would remain the foremost sect in the Ming dynasty. There would be no true rival factions, as any potential adversaries would reside in other dynasties. "Shall we proceed to Inshui Academy?" she inquired. "Let's not return just yet. Based on my understanding of him, I can surmise where he might be headed." Su Weixiong smiled with pride. Just because others could not guess, it did not mean she could not. "Indeed, Miss," Qingyao replied, having no objections. In contrast, Li Hanyi, who resided next door, harbored thoughts distinct from everyone else's. She neither chose to return to Shuiyue City nor sought to find Su Huai'an. Before her lay a letter. Meanwhile, Su Huai'an had sprinted tirelessly for an entire day and had already reached several hundred miles away. With a relieved heart, he took precautions to avoid detection by Chao Jingquan's subordinates, opting for a longer route. He replaced his mask with a new one, and upon reaching the next city, exhausted from his journey, he decided to rest for the night. A new journey awaits, here I come. Due to its remote location, far from the heart of the Ming dynasty, and unlike Taishan City, which bordered other dynasties, the city's economic development was quite poor. After a lengthy search, Su Huai'an found few inns, and there were no notable martial sects to speak of. The majority of the inhabitants were ordinary martial artists, predominantly of the 8th or 9th rank, with 5th rank or above being a rarity. The exact number of martial artists above the 3rd rank eludes him, as he is unable to discern the realms of others. Nevertheless, it is unlikely to be excessively numerous. The quantity of grassroots warriors serves as an indirect testament to the strength of the eminent figures in the region. As he rounded a corner, a melodious tune wafted into his ears. An involuntary surge of lethal sword intent emanated from him, yet despite his efforts, he could not locate the source of the enchanting music. Reluctantly, he abandoned the search and opted for a nearby inn to recuperate his weary body. After a series of relentless journeys employing the swift wind leg, his physique had grown utterly fatigued, and he longed for a deep and restorative slumber. When he finally awoke, It was already midday on the following day. Chapter 62. The unseen master of the divine dragon stretching lazily. He rose from his bed and descended the stairs to order 2 small dishes. As he ate absently, the echoes of yesterday's melodies reverberated in his mind. The ability to provoke a reaction in his sword intent indicated that the individual in question was no ordinary person. Regrettably, despite his extensive search, he had yet to uncover the whereabouts of that eminent master. Who could possibly be a sword expert in the Ming dynasty? Most renowned swordsmen were either reclusive or affiliated with other dynasties. The mere invocation of melody could unintentionally awaken his sword intent, suggesting that the other's mastery of the sword was of an extraordinary caliber. If one were to consider the realm of swordsmanship alone, this individual might well be the most formidable swordsman he had encountered since his arrival in this era. Zhang Sanfeng was not a swordsman. Despite his creation of the Taiji sword, he could not be deemed a pure swordsman. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to pursue this matter further. Perhaps it would provide him with an opportunity to elevate his own swordsmanship, and he had no pressing urgency to wander the martial world. Moreover, being part of the martial realm was, in itself, an exploration. With this thought in mind, Huai'an summoned the innkeeper and placed 2 taels of silver on the table. I wish to inquire about something. If you provide the answer, it is yours. The innkeeper's eyes nearly bulged at the sight of the silver. Ask away, dear guest. I shall speak without reservation. He thought to himself how long he had toiled in this shabby establishment to earn such a sum. To receive such a reward for merely answering a question was indeed a remarkable deal. Are there any renowned musicians in your town? Based on his intuition, that enigmatic swordsman was likely the fabled recluse of legend. Was it not said that the lesser recluse hides in the mountains, while the greater recluse dwells within the city? Previously, he was skeptical, but now he found himself inclined to believe. To stumble upon such extraordinary individuals in any town was indeed remarkable. The famed musicians, Wang the Blind from the east of the city and Li the Lame from the north, are both quite well known here. The innkeeper, mulling it over, promptly named the 2. If you seek music, you should look elsewhere. Our town's musicians are merely the tallest among the short, lacking true skill. Whether they possessed genuine talent remained uncertain to Huai'an. What mattered was that both were, regrettably, disabled. Is there not a single competent musician in your town? The innkeeper reflected briefly before nodding affirmatively. No, there are only those 2 with any renown. Just as he finished speaking, he seemed to realize something, flashing Huai'an a lewd grin. Ah, I see what you mean. The musician you seek is at Mingyue Tower in the west of the city. Undoubtedly the best musician we have. Huai'an nearly spat out the kanji he had just sipped upon hearing the innkeeper's description of that musician as dubious. I have no intention of visiting such a place. I am merely inquiring about a legitimate musician. The innkeeper, with a blend of lewdness and excitement, clearly implied that he was not referring to a respectable establishment. If that is the case, then there are only those 2 I mentioned. They are barely getting by and are on the brink of starvation. The innkeeper shrugged helplessly at his response. Huai'an felt that the instrument master he sought was likely not the one he had in mind. It is understandable for an extraordinary individual to live in seclusion within the world. Even a cripple or a blind person could possess remarkable skills. However, a person who is destitute and on the verge of begging cannot possibly be a profound master. Who among the great masters would choose to hide away only to suffer from poverty? The innkeeper, wary of losing his reward, elaborated on the situation. Dear guest, you must see that our city's geographical location is quite unfortunate. There are no martial arts sects, nor are there any powerful officials or wealthy families. The economy is truly in a downer. Those who can afford to listen to music are typically affluent and of high status. And there are but a few such individuals in this town. Only a handful of newly rich folk possess money, and they often frequent the brothels rather than attend to musical performances. Huai'an discerned that he could extract no valuable information from the innkeeper. He casually tossed 2 taels of silver to him, signaling that he could take his leave. It appeared he would need to venture forth himself. He still intended to seek out the 2 instrument masters. He was confident that a mere meeting would allow him to discern their authenticity. Before departing, he informed the innkeeper that he would extend his stay for a couple of days and paid an advance deposit. The innkeeper was elated, grinning from ear to ear. He had witnessed Huai'an's generosity and hoped that by serving him well, he might also reap some benefits. Huai'an merely smiled before stepping out of the inn. In truth, given his current financial capacity, it would be trivial to offer several dozen taels as a reward. However, he preferred not to draw too much attention to himself, as casually tossing about a few dozen taels could easily attract the greedy, leading to an array of troubles. The town was not particularly large, and within a day and a half, he located the instrument masters as described by the innkeeper. True to their names, one was blind and the other a cripple. They were not pretending, nor were they martial artists. Su Huai'an felt no disappointment and began to wander aimlessly through the town. Opportunities are not easily obtained. The town is finite, and with diligence, one can invariably find what they seek. Before he knew it, 2 days had swiftly passed. Su Huai'an had found nothing, still unable to locate the melody he had heard that day. Instead, he was reminded of the harsh truth of life. The rich indulge while the poor perish. The town was not devoid of wealth. It bore the name of a city, and despite the economic downturn, it could not be utterly destitute. Yet, over 90% of the wealth resided within the lord's mansion and a few affluent merchants, creating a monopolistic trend. In border towns like Taishan City or larger cities, although they were not free from the economic dictatorship of the wealthy, a mere few tycoons and officials possessed 50 to 60% of the town's economy, with the remainder generated by the lower echelons. Such extreme economic control was rare. It was no wonder the innkeeper was so exhilarated at the sight of 2 taels of silver. Su Huai'an, maintaining his patience, searched for another day. Still finding nothing, he ultimately decided to abandon his quest. Perhaps that swordsman did not wish to meet him or was deliberately avoiding him. Opportunities cannot be forced. He had already received guidance from Zhu Wushi and Zhang Sanfeng. How could one be excessively greedy, as unfulfilled desires are a common occurrence? After coming to terms with this, Su Huai'an took a day to recuperate and procure some supplies for his journey. He then departed from this place, setting forth toward the next city. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, a silent war was unfolding. Su Weixiong, Li Hanyi, and Weixiong were gathered together, each displaying a distinct expression. Li Hanyi maintained her icy demeanor, gazing at the two with an emotionless stare. Su Weixiong upheld the poise of a talented individual, behaving with great elegance, unperturbed by the attitudes of the others. Weixiong appeared far more composed, a hint of subtle pride gracing her features. The circumstances that led to this situation can be traced back an hour prior. With Su Huai'an's departure, various external forces retreated from Taishan City, each harboring their own schemes. Chao Zhengchun and Zhu Wushi coincidentally returned to the imperial city, each calculating their own interests as they left. The city returned to its usual tranquility, and Su Weixiong and Li Hanyi were summoned by a letter to the small courtyard where Su Huai'an and Weixiong resided. Initially, Weixiong was puzzled. She did not recognize the two, yet was taken aback by their striking beauty. She considered her own appearance, asserting that while she might not be the most stunning in the Ming dynasty, she certainly ranked among the top 3. Chapter 63. The Beauty Elixir and Li Hanyi's jealousy. However, Li Hanyi's ethereal demeanor, coupled with her flawless visage, inadvertently instilled a sense of pressure within her. In stark contrast, Su Weixiong embodied a wealth of knowledge and an air of composure. Even though they were both women, Weixiong felt a twinge of oppression. The self-assured grace exuded by Su was not something one encountered frequently. Under the inexplicable circumstances, the 3 individuals fortuitously found themselves together. "May I inquire what brings you both to my humble abode?" As the mistress of her domain, Weixiong was reluctant to lose her commanding presence and took the initiative to ask. Yet, upon seeing the two, she surmised that it must pertain to Su Huai'an. Su Weixiong smiled lightly, responding with a nonchalant air, "I merely happened to pass by." Li Hanyi nodded in agreement, indicating her concurrence. Weixiong internally scoffed at their claims of mere happenstance. They had arrived at her doorstep, yet insisted they were simply passing through. "Is that so? Then perhaps fate has brought us together once more. I shall not keep you." However, their responses aligned with her wishes. She was eager for them to depart. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Weixiong rose to leave. This action left both women perplexed. Having come all this way, why would they leave without uttering a word? What was this peculiar behavior? Just as they were about to exit the street, Su Weixiong paused, glanced around, and returned to sit before them. "I suddenly recall that I do have a matter to discuss with Miss Gua. Might you know the whereabouts of Su Huai'an?" Weixiong maintained her composure, responding calmly. "I do not," as he left abruptly, "and I am unaware of his destination." Li Hanyi feigned indifference while secretly awaiting Weixiong's response. Su Weixiong, however, had anticipated this evasive answer and was not caught off guard. "I observe that your complexion appears even more radiant than before, Miss Gua. Might there be a special skincare remedy you would be willing to share with us?" Li Hanyi turned to Su Weixiong, puzzled by her inquiry. Having met a few days prior, she recognized Su as a decisive individual. Today, however, she seemed uncharacteristically interested in another's skin concerns. Nonetheless, curiosity piqued. Weixiong's skin was indeed remarkable, akin to the delicate fairness of a newborn. Unfamiliar with the two, Weixiong had no intention of divulging her secrets. "Perhaps it is simply a matter of differing constitutions. I am unable to assist." Yet, Su Weixiong seemed to see through her hesitations. her lips parting softly as she whispered. While perusing various texts, I stumbled upon a long-lost elixir known as the Beauty Elixir. It purportedly nourishes the skin, delaying the signs of aging while exuding an imperceptible fragrance. Upon hearing Su Weixiong's cheerful words, a flicker of surprise crossed Weixiong's eyes before she regained her composure. Is that so? Such an elixir exists? Before Su Huai'an departed, he entrusted me with 2 vials of the Beauty Elixir. She never anticipated that anyone would possess knowledge of such ancient elixirs. The origin of her interlocutor was undoubtedly extraordinary. Those who hold an appreciation for literature predominantly hail from merchant families. The scholarly aura emanating from Su Weixiong was unmistakable, and coupled with his access to tomes concerning ancient elixirs, it was reasonable to surmise he was a disciple of a formidable power, likely a minor imperial dynasty. Given the rarity of such collections, Li Hanyi's gaze instantly ignited with fury, fixating intently on Weixiong, not out of animosity towards her, but directed at the already departed Su Huai'an. Having secured her own body, the benefits were bestowed upon another woman. She harbored no doubts, fully trusting Su Weixiong's assertions. In her covert observations a few days prior, although Weixiong's complexion was indeed fair and delicate, it did not seem so exaggerated. Yet Weixiong adamantly asserted that she had consumed no beauty-enhancing elixirs. If Su Huai'an were indeed capable of refining nourishing elixirs, her situation would be even more precarious. The uncertainty surrounding the purported everlasting beauty effects of the Tianxiang Duku elixir had already drawn countless female disciples of various sects, eager to seek his affection. Were it confirmed that a weaker version of a rejuvenating elixir existed, it would indeed signal the emergence of an ancient entity. It would be fortunate if he could escape unscathed from the clutches of such formidable beings. Never underestimate a woman's concern for her appearance. Su Weixiong, indifferent to her response, broached another topic. Miss Gua, your martial prowess is advancing rapidly. It seems a breakthrough to the late first tier is imminent. Thanks in no small part to the assistance of Master Su. Weixiong remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the truth of his statement. She found herself perplexed by the intentions behind his words, questioning the underlying motive of his discourse. Their exchange was closely observed by Zhang Yuyan, who was hidden in the kitchen. Due to the distance, her understanding was limited, yet she discerned that the matter pertained to Su Huai'an, and her gaze towards the group was rife with envy. Observing their exquisite garments, it was evident they were products of a significant power, starkly contrasting with her own situation. A surge of jealousy welled within her. Why were they free to openly cherish someone, while she felt condemned to a life of failure? Orphaned in childhood, bereaved of her mother in her youth, she had finally found her father, only for him to remarry and sire a daughter. Suddenly, she had an elder sister, cherished like a jewel by their family. Reflecting on her life, she realized that good fortune had always eluded her. She resented the notion that she was destined to be inferior to them. The image of Su Huai'an standing protectively before her flashed repeatedly in her mind. She gazed dreamily at the group, remaining silent, offering no further thanks. The contents of the ensuing conversation among the three remained shrouded in mystery, known only to themselves. After concluding their idle chatter, Su Weixiong hastily departed from Taishan City, making his way back to his homeland. He remained uncommunicative throughout the journey. No matter what Qing Niao inquired, he offered no reply until they had crossed the borders of the Great Ming. Miss, are we not returning to the Xiangyin Academy? No. We are heading to Weixiong. Understood. Qing Niao trailed her at a distance, vigilant against potential ambushes. Su Weixiong reflected on the scene when she encountered Li Hanyi, contemplating whether her actions were right or wrong. Initially, she had not perceived any issues. It was only upon noticing Li Hanyi's presence that she became aware of the trap. She could not fathom who had orchestrated the meeting between herself and Li Hanyi, nor could she discern the underlying motives. However, now that her presence had been unveiled, it was prudent to depart swiftly. Throughout the entire conversation, she had deliberately spoken to convey her thoughts to the unseen observer. Chapter 64. Conversations at the tea stall among the three. She was slightly older and, being of noble lineage, possessed a depth of cunning that surpassed the other two significantly. Who could it possibly be? Chao Zhengchun, Zhu Wushi, or perhaps some covert forces lurking in the shadows? Su Weixiong found himself in a quandary, struggling to discern friend from foe in a situation where he was in the light and they were concealed in darkness. In stark contrast, Li Hanyi had also departed from Taishan City, wholly absorbed in her pursuit of the sword, lacking the acumen for understanding human nature and the intricacies of court politics. She had sensed a hint of conspiracy and was unwilling to risk staying in Taishan City. Another impetus for her departure was the breakthrough opportunity she had encountered in her martial arts journey. The ascension of Su Huai'an's prowess placed an undeniable pressure upon her. To ensure a decisive victory in the forthcoming duel in over 2 months, she aimed to reach the pinnacle of the first rank at the very least. The scoundrel claimed he wouldn't accompany me, offering a plethora of excuses, only to wish to revel with others. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Su Huai'an remained blissfully unaware that Li Hanyi longed to confine him to a room for her own whims. Unhurriedly, he made his way to Wudong, marveling at the myriad wonders along the journey. The Ming dynasty truly lived up to its reputation as one of the most powerful dynasties of the 9 provinces. Within its territories, bandits and marauders were a rarity. He traversed hundreds of miles without encountering a single robber. In stark contrast, the smaller dynasties were rife with brigands, almost to the point of being ubiquitous. As the saying goes, speak of Chow Chow, and Chow Chow arrives. Shortly after he had reflected on this, he passed by a modest tea stall, catering to weary travelers in need of refreshment, offering inexpensive and crystal-clear beverages. On a whim, he decided to pause there. He found a table, ordered a bowl of tea, and listened to the exchanges of fellow travelers. Not to boast, but my child has entered Shaolin and has become quite formidable in martial arts. With your child's aptitude, they might only be suited for boiling water. It's my neighbor's daughter who truly excels in martial arts, having caught the attention of Amei. Amei cannot compare to Shaolin. Do not even venture to suggest such a thing. He caught snippets of their conversation, which invariably revolved around the prominent sects of the Ming dynasty. The discussions primarily highlighted Shaolin, Wudong, Amei, and Huai'an, while the smaller sects struggled to gain acknowledgement. A saying in the Ming dynasty proclaimed, Southern Wudong, Northern Shaolin, reflecting the esteemed status of these 2 martial arts sections. Moreover, Wudong had its own factions, with the Ming Wudong being established by the legendary Zhang Sanfeng. Other dynasties differed in their traditions and claims. Although the Ming's Wudong had been founded for merely a century, it could not compare to the deep-rooted heritage of Shaolin. Nonetheless, with Zhang Sanfeng at its helm, Wudong enjoyed a reputation that eclipsed that of Shaolin. In my view, the revered Zhang from Wudong indeed possessed unparalleled cultivation, and his disciples were equally commendable in their chivalrous dispositions. Without a doubt, Wudong's renown surpassed that of Shaolin. Regrettably, one of the 7 heroes of Wudong had perished. Another left incapacitated, and the remaining 5 exhibited only average martial talent. It was indeed astonishing that the illustrious Song Daxia, the foremost among the 7 heroes, could not withstand the onslaught of the Amei sect's extermination. As the crowd engaged in the discussion, numerous onlookers joined in, each expressing their opinions. The majority believed that Wudong was experiencing a significant decline in leadership. Although Song Yuanxiao was a few years older than the esteemed Master Miju, he still fell short. Even with Zhang Sanfeng's unparalleled martial prowess, he too would eventually succumb to mortality. When that time comes, Wudong would be left without successors. Recently, Su Huai'an had heard such sentiments frequently, and the closer he drew to Wudong, the more prevalent these remarks became. In terms of reputation, Wudong stood unmatched. Zhang Sanfeng, revered for his moral integrity and upright conduct, had garnered considerable acclaim within the martial world. His 7 disciples, each embodying the virtues of chivalry and righteousness, were commendable in character. Furthermore, their criteria for accepting disciples were relatively lenient, as long as one possessed decent talent and a good disposition. They faced far fewer obstacles than in other sections. For instance, the Shaolin sect was not worth mentioning, while Amei only accepted exceptionally gifted individuals. Yet, when it came to the aspect that the martial world valued most, strength, they fell slightly short. No matter how virtuous one might be, a lack of strength inevitably leads to a sect's decline. However, Su Huai'an held a perspective entirely at odds with theirs. Was Song Yuanxiao truly lacking in talent and low in cultivation? Not at all. The 7 heroes of Wudong were each exceptionally gifted, none ordinary. In his previous life, he too had deemed their strength insufficient to match their formidable reputation, only to later realize that it was not the 7 heroes who were inadequate, but rather the constraints of time. The original text from his past life clearly indicated that in later years, Song Yuanxiao's cultivation was only a hair's breadth away from the invincible Zhang Wuji of that era. It was not a matter of bowing to a figure of authority and lamenting inferiority, especially after encountering Zhang Sanfeng in person under his frequent guidance. Su Huai'an inadvertently grasped the distinctive nature of Wudong's internal arts, which emphasized a gradual and steady approach, focusing on solid foundations in the early stages, followed by a remarkable leap in later stages. He firmly believed that the foundational strength of Wudong disciples was solid, and their future achievements would undoubtedly be significant. A voice that diverged from the majority emerged, drawing the attention of the crowd to a seemingly unremarkable individual who was calmly enjoying tea. Su Huai'an was surprised to find someone who shared his views. It is noteworthy that his ability to perceive the future accomplishments of the 7 heroes stemmed from a comprehensive understanding that allowed him to discern their true essence. Brother, I must say, we hold great respect for the 7 heroes of Wudong, yet their strength is indeed insufficient. Someone voiced skepticism mere moments later. The middle-aged man did not engage in argument. He simply continued to sip his tea in silence. Observing his demeanor, one might mistakenly believe he was indulging in some rare and exquisite brew. Su Huai'an scrutinized the middle-aged man carefully. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with no trace of his cultivation emanating outward. To conceal one's cultivation to such an extent, remaining undetected, one would need to be at least a master-level expert. In Su Huai'an's mind, this individual was not merely a master martial artist. He seemed to be someone who had weathered many storms, possessing an extraordinary aura of tranquility and detachment. A man of unremarkable appearance strode forth with an air of arrogance, declaring, "Everyone, step aside. My esteemed guest has reserved the entire venue." Behind him followed an extraordinary figure, a swordsman of striking countenance, whose expression radiated disdain, completely disregarding the onlookers. Su Huai'an frowned, discontented by the pair's brazen demeanor. Where did this entitled scion emerge from? He had thought such foolish second-generation heirs were mere fabrications of novels, yet here he was, confronted by one in reality. One would expect that those with superior education would possess greater wisdom. Why then did this individual embody such blatant ignorance? The proprietor of the tea house, equally perturbed, quickly donned a facade of congeniality. "Young Master Li, welcome," he greeted. Young Master Li offered a barely perceptible nod in acknowledgement. The shopkeeper, feeling the awkwardness of the moment, awkwardly gestured to the other patrons. "I sincerely apologize, esteemed guests." Though the patrons grumbled in discontent, they refrained from voicing their grievances. A mere glance at the young master revealed he was from a prominent family, far beyond the reach of ordinary folk like them. They were merely commoners, and stirring trouble was the last thing they desired. The young master's dominance was evident. He graciously covered the expenses of all the guests. Before long, the first patron took the initiative to depart, prompting a chain reaction as others followed suit. Just as Su Huai'an prepared to speak, a subtle tremor beneath his feet made him reconsider. It seemed a considerable group was approaching, and their numbers were substantial, not too distant either. In that fleeting moment of distraction, he noticed that the seemingly ordinary middle-aged man had vanished. Chapter 65. The Mountain Bandit Who Comes and Goes As If They Had Never Existed. The bandits vanished without a trace. Most of the patrons at the tea stall had departed on their journeys, leaving only a few to gather their belongings. The proprietor cleared a table, inviting the young Master Li to take a seat. He then incessantly offered apologies to the remaining guests, particularly to those who had brought their own teapots. One guest was even presented with a bowl of tea as a gesture of goodwill. Once seated, Master Li summoned his attendant and whispered a few words. With the enhancement of his martial arts prowess and physical constitution, Su Huai'an had developed a keen sense of hearing. Despite the distance between them, he could discern their conversation clearly. "Didn't I tell you? Next time, refrain from being so arrogant. One must remain low-key when venturing out." "Master, you cannot blame me. You have social anxiety. If we don't drive others away, you won't be able to drink either," the attendant replied. "Yet, we could communicate properly. Perhaps among these people, there are some skilled individuals whom we would inadvertently offend." "Fear not, master. I have observed them closely. They are merely common folk. I can recognize the experts in our vicinity. Moreover, if we speak kindly, they may ignore us. Some individuals simply possess a stubborn nature, requiring a harsh word." Upon grasping the situation, Su Huai'an shook his head with a wry smile. From their dialogue, it was evident that Master Li suffered from a form of social anxiety, though such a term did not exist in their time. The world of martial arts was akin to the society of later generations, hence the term jianghu anxiety. When surrounded by many, he found it unbearable and preferred to reserve a space for solitude. He stood quietly at the roadside, allowing his horse to eat its fill before continuing on their journey. The teacup on the table trembled incessantly as the thunderous sound of galloping hooves approached. A caravan of robust men on swift horses raced past, their pace relentless. As they passed the tea stall, they made no halt, charging straight through. Just as the horsemen were about to vanish from sight, a sharp-eyed man atop one of the horses caught a glimpse of the seated Master Li. With a swift mind, he hurried to catch up with the leader of the group, whispering a few words in his ear. The leader, upon hearing this, raised his hand and commanded his men to halt, questioning whether the man had made a mistake. The man's eyes darted around as he patted his chest in assurance. "I cannot be mistaken, Chief. I have seen him before. He is the second son of the Li family." The The leader's face lit up with delight, prompting a shift in their strategy. Brothers, today fortune smiles upon us. It is our time to prosper. We have encountered the renowned second son of the Li family, a wealthy textile merchant from the imperial city. Our fortunes shall flourish. Immediately, they abandoned their initial plan to raid a village and encircled the tea stall instead. The sight of fierce men wielding weapons surrounding the stall struck terror into the heart of the proprietor, who cowered behind his wife, daring not to step forward. Both Master Li and his attendant recognized the peril of their situation, yet the overwhelming number of assailants and their swift movements left them no opportunity for escape. The bandit leader boldly seated himself across from young Master Li, pouring himself a cup of tea. "Young Master Li, I have long admired you," he proclaimed. Clearly, his intentions were directed towards Li Xiao, who, undaunted, replied nonchalantly, "It seems we have not been introduced. Today, by mere chance, I must trouble you to accompany us. In return, I assure you that your safety will be guaranteed, provided that your father offers me a modest reward," the bandit leader stated, revealing his identity as a brigand. Huai'an, who fortuitously found himself ensnared in this predicament, gazed skyward in disbelief. Was it truly so coincidental that while merely passing through for tea, he should encounter these robbers? The assailants had masqueraded as a convoy from a security agency, and he had initially failed to detect any flaw in their guise. What an improbable tale. Were it not for Li Xiao's temperament driving away other patrons, it was unlikely the bandits would have spotted him as they passed through and subsequently doubled back. Upon a cursory assessment, Huai'an estimated the bandits numbered around 30 to 40, all warriors. Most were at the 6th or 7th rank, with 7 or 8 at the 3rd rank, and 3 whose cultivation he could not discern, likely above the 2nd rank. However, he no longer feared for his safety. Even if he could not vanquish them, he felt confident in his ability to protect himself. Alas, the tea stall owner was not so fortunate, clinging tightly to his wife. Too terrified to speak, Li Xiao, also a warrior, recognized the disparity in their strengths and abandoned any notions of luck. "Release the owner and the others. They are innocent." His voice remained steady, unshaken by the overwhelming odds. Huai'an regarded him with newfound respect. His concern for the lives of ordinary people amidst peril indicated a commendable character. The subordinates, who had just been scolding patrons, now stood behind Li Xiao, scarcely daring to breathe. While they had the audacity to bully the defenseless, they lacked the courage to negotiate with these bloodthirsty brigands. The bandit leader erupted in laughter, expressing admiration. "I have heard of your benevolence, young Master Li, but alas, today will not unfold as you wish. Everyone present shall perish." The tea stall owner, unable to contain himself any longer, trembled as he approached, pleading softly, "Sir, we are but small-time merchants. I implore you to show mercy and let my wife and I go. Blame your misfortune for allowing young Master Li to drink tea here." The bandit leader smirked, commanding his underlings to proceed. He seldom targeted the impoverished. There was little profit in robbing those with scant wealth. However, today was different. The presence of a living witness posed a risk of information leaking, and he wished to avoid capture before he could escape. As he spoke, his large blade aimed directly at the stall owner's throat. The clash of steel rang out as a blood-red longsword materialized, intercepting his strike. To target the defenseless is rather excessive, the intervener, Huai'an, declared, brandishing the blood-flame sword to shield the tea stall owner. The individual exudes an aura of authenticity and integrity, embodying the essence of a genuinely honest person. He is willing to extend a hand to assist others without hesitation. However, should he encounter unscrupulous merchants, he would not exhibit undue benevolence, nor would he seek to provoke trouble. The young man possesses a remarkably swift sword, and among those of the 3rd tier, he is the most formidable individual I have ever encountered. The leader observes him with keen interest, aware that even a casual strike from him would be beyond the capabilities of an ordinary adversary to withstand. A group of subordinates advances, tightening the encirclement, ready to engage in a brawl at the slightest provocation. Those in their profession excel in ambush tactics, often outnumbering their opponents. Chapter 66. The nameless sword of the Eru player. The leader waved his hand, urging them not to act hastily. "Why invite trouble upon oneself? I will let you leave, but do not interfere with my plans." At this critical moment, he wished to avoid complications. After a brief exchange, he realized he could not quickly subdue Huai'an. If chaos ensued and young Master Li seized the opportunity to escape, the proverbial cooked duck would fly away, leaving him utterly despondent. Capturing this individual would ensure they could avoid danger for several years. "What if I refuse?" Huai'an twirled his sword, showing no intent to depart. The leader's anger flared. He had not anticipated encountering such a reckless youth. and thus he suppressed his fury to persuade him. Young brother, even if I cannot defeat you, with our numbers, you cannot escape death. Why sacrifice your life for a fleeting moment of heroism? In his previous encounters, he would have acted without hesitation, but today, an inexplicable sense of foreboding restrained him from acting recklessly. Huai'an gestured towards the tea stall owner and a few innocent patrons. They are blameless. I merely wish to escort them away without obstructing your profits. His audacity stemmed from his own formidable strength. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. He sensed that the bandit's overall strength was lacking and posed no threat to his life. Few were martial artists of the third rank, and the strongest among them could not surpass the innate level, well within his capacity to handle. Moreover, a master-level warrior would undoubtedly be a figure of significance, not one reduced to banditry. Show no mercy to anyone but young Master Li. The leader commanded, and his subordinates surged forward like a tidal wave. The glinting blades descended upon the innocent patrons with ruthless intent, aiming for vital spots. Huai'an executed the gale leg technique to perfection, preparing to unleash his mythical shadow strike. As a melodious tune resonated, the weapons of the dozens of bandits fell to the ground. Put down your blades and become enlightened. Gripping the blood flame sword tightly, Huai'an glanced back. To achieve such a feat with mere music. Who was this remarkable individual? A middle-aged man, playing the eru. Gradually entered the encirclement. Huai'an narrowed his eyes. It was the same man he had encountered moments earlier, the melody identical to that he had heard days prior. Finding a place to tread is effortless. It seems I have finally located the elusive master I sought. As the leader, possessing the highest cultivation level at the first rank, he understood the terrifying strength of the newcomer more than anyone else. What brings such an esteemed master here? May I inquire your name? Name is but a concept. Reality knows no name. Fish swim in boiling water without a day to know, and birds return to their nests devoid of wind. The middle-aged man merely gazed at the eru in his hands, ignoring those around him. Upon hearing these words, the leader staggered back, his face turning pale as he coughed up blood. I have disturbed your tranquility, esteemed elder. I shall take my leave. With that, he turned and left, having no intention of engaging in battle. The leaders have departed, leaving a band of mountain bandits in discontent, yet they dare not linger. The farcical assault by the bandits was swiftly resolved by a single utterance from him. After Huai'an stepped forward, Master Li fell silent, gripped by fear amidst the throng of people, feeling utterly intimidated. Witnessing the adversary's retreat, the middle-aged man closed his eyes, proceeding forward as if nothing had transpired. A revelation struck Huai'an's mind like thunder. He discerned the identity of this individual. The only person capable of carrying a two-stringed eru in such a manner belongs to the sphere of influence of the Nexi Hu, in the chaotic and lawless region. His reputation was akin to that of Zhang Sanfeng in the Ming dynasty. With full vigor, he played the eru, and in a weakened state, he roamed the entire realm, known as the unnamed Sword of Heaven. Few could rival this pinnacle of swordsmanship. Before the proprietor and his wife could express their gratitude to the unnamed, he vanished from their sight. They could only offer their heartfelt thanks to Huai'an, acknowledging that had it not been for his intervention, they would have met a grim fate. Urgently seeking the unnamed, Huai'an exchanged a few words, reassuring the couple not to dwell on it, before galloping away in pursuit. Shortly after his departure, Master Li fixed his piercing gaze upon his attendant, uttering not a single word. The attendant collapsed onto the ground, murmuring in a low voice, "My goodness, that terrified me. Don't look at me, master. These two are not martial artists from our vicinity. Otherwise, I would surely recognize them. Moreover, they did not hold us accountable. Let this matter rest, but I shall deduct a month's wages from you. In the future, do not act so rashly. Some individuals are beyond even the reach of the Li family. Though we possess considerable wealth, this world ultimately respects strength above all." Meanwhile, Huai'an, after a brief chase, soon spotted the figure of the unnamed. "Predecessor, I have long admired your esteemed name," he called out. "Who are you?" "I have traveled throughout the Ming dynasty for many years and have yet to encounter a martial artist who comprehends sword intent below the innate realm." The unnamed's gaze was as tranquil as an ancient well. Even when discussing sword intent, he spoke with nonchalance. "I am Huai'an, a newcomer to the Ming dynasty," he replied honestly. The unnamed nodded in acknowledgement. "You possess commendable qualities, young man, willing to extend your hand to aid the common folk." As a gentle breeze caressed his face, Huai'an dismounted and walked alongside the unnamed, shoulder to shoulder. In the harsh realities of the martial world, where the weak are devoured by the strong, survival of the fittest is a universally accepted principle. As practitioners of martial arts, we can only strive to do our utmost. the unnamed remarked, pausing momentarily before resuming his measured pace. The natural order is also bound by human sentiment. Indiscriminate slaughter disrupts the harmony of heaven. Su Huai'an nodded in agreement, refraining from further comment. Were it spoken by another, he might have accepted it without hesitation. Yet, the unnamed was a figure of renown. A youth who had achieved greatness, vanquishing the 10 major sects of the martial world, only to retreat to the mountains following the death of his wife. When he proclaimed that slaughter harms the natural order, it rendered the deaths of those 10 sects seemingly in vain. Perhaps it was through the crucible of experience that he came to realize the gravity of taking lives. Chapter 67. The essence of swordsmanship among the individuals I am acquainted with. The realm of your sword intent in the art of slaying can be considered among the top 3. The future of your swordsmanship is indeed promising. Wu Ming discerned his swordsmanship and nodded in approval. Su Huai'an had anticipated that his level could not be concealed from him. Yet he was profoundly astonished that Wu Ming was able to see through the very essence of his sword intent. May I inquire, esteemed elder, how you perceived my sword intent, as I have yet to reveal it? Su Huai'an questioned, recalling that when he confronted the bandits, he merely employed the principle of Tai Chi, using their force against them to nullify the leader's strike. He had not even unleashed his sword intent during the encounter, so how was it uncovered? A few days ago, your sword intent inadvertently revealed itself in the city, allowing me to sense it, Wu Ming explained, confirming that the melody he had perceived in the city originated from him. I had no intention of engaging with you initially, as your sword intent was steeped in murderous intent, prompting me to depart ahead of you. However, your chivalrous intervention today has made me realize that martial arts transcend notions of good and evil. It is the practitioners of martial arts who delineate such distinctions. Esteemed elder, were you intentionally awaiting my arrival? Su Huai'an felt a surge of joy within, realizing that his unintentional actions had yielded unexpected rewards. I once encountered a remarkably talented young swordsman, yet his aura was too heavy with violence. Despite my attempts to persuade him, I ultimately abandoned the idea of taking him as my disciple. Wu Ming reminisced, lost in thought, letting out a sigh. Esteemed elder, do you intend to take me as your disciple? Su Huai'an grasped the significance of wandering the world, as if fortune had smiled upon him. He felt a sense of gratitude toward the mountain bandits. Had it not been for them, he might never have caught Wu Ming's attention. You and I are fated to be connected, yet ultimately unconnected. There exists no bond of master and disciple between us. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Ming drew a green bamboo from his back and thrust it towards Su Huai'an at an exceedingly peculiar angle. Remaining composed in the face of danger, Su Huai'an, pressed for time, could not draw his long sword in time, and instead swept his sword like a blade, forcing Wu Ming to halt his attack and retreat a half-step, narrowly avoiding the strike as the blade grazed his chest. In retreat, Wu Ming seized upon a flaw, deftly maneuvering the bamboo to disarm Su Huai'an, positioning it precariously at the nape of his neck. Young man, your swordsmanship is commendable. However, your response in the heat of battle can only be deemed average. Wu Ming then returned the bamboo to his waist. I apologize for my lack of practical experience, esteemed elder, and I hope I have not embarrassed you, Su Huai'an acknowledged. Fully aware of his own shortcomings, yet unable to find a method for improvement in such a short time. Since his arrival in this world, he had primarily focused on cultivation, with few opportunities for life and death confrontations. Wu Ming chuckled lightly and made another move, offering Su Huai'an no time to react. Using the bamboo once more. This time, however, Su Huai'an could not even counter a single move before being subdued. We have a distance of 20 to 30 li remaining to Wudong Mountain. Let us spar as we proceed. Wu Ming's words were clear. He intended to engage Su Huai'an in combat along the way to help him compensate for his lack of practical experience. Thank you, esteemed elder, for the opportunity to wield your sword. Su Huai'an was naturally eager for this opportunity. It is crucial to recognize that despite the sparring, the exchange bore the intensity of genuine combat, where every strike from Wu Ming was lethal, devoid of mercy. With his profound mastery, Wu Ming could unleash his full power while ensuring no harm befell Su Huai'an. Just as Su expressed his gratitude, Wu Ming made another move, not with his sword, but with a bamboo. Su had long been on guard, his aura of lethal intent enveloping him. He focused intently on discerning the weaknesses in Wu Ming's attacks, yet he found not a single flaw. Each of Wu Ming's maneuvers appeared effortless and natural. At first glance, his form seemed riddled with vulnerabilities. However, upon closer inspection, it was utterly flawless. With every moment he held Su Huai'an in check, he casually elucidated the shortcomings of his techniques. The so-called inferior sword techniques of today were merely the fundamental forms, from which all intricate swordplay evolved. When one's mastery of the sword was sufficiently profound, it became essential to discard superfluous styles, simplifying the approach to return to the essence of the art. Gradually, Su Huai'an, who initially struggled to fend off Wu Ming's initial strikes, began to withstand 3 to 5 attacks without succumbing, and eventually held his ground against 7 or 8. Congratulations, host has received guidance from the heavenly sword Wu Ming, gaining 3,000 swordsmanship experience. Current foundational swordsmanship level, peak mastery, 7,705 8,000. Congratulations, host has received guidance from the heavenly sword Wu Ming, gaining 2,000 swordsmanship experience. Congratulations, host swordsmanship level has ascended to the realm of returning to simplicity, rewarded with 10 physique, 1 root talent, and 3 comprehension. Current physique, 270. Root talent, 59, extraordinary prodigy. Comprehension, 67, genius of this era. As the duel persisted for several hours, Wu Ming eventually found himself unable to restrain Su Huai'an for any significant duration, managing only to maintain a clear advantage without easily defeating him. This was, of course, due to Wu Ming suppressing his own level to match Su Huai'an's, refraining from utilizing his unparalleled sword techniques. Even so, the display was astonishing in its own right. Wu Ming himself was taken aback by how swiftly Su Huai'an progressed, rapidly chasing after him like a rising tide. Such exceptional talent in swordsmanship was rarely seen. With proper nurturing, the sword arts of the 9 provinces could very well reach new heights. In contrast to Wu Ming's astonishment and delight, Su Huai'an experienced a conflicting blend of exhilaration and frustration. The surge in his swordsmanship experience was immensely gratifying, yet it left him perplexed. As the duration of Wu Ming's guidance extended, the increments in experience shifted from an initial gain of 3 to 5,000 to more modest amounts of around 1,000 or 800. His progress in swordsmanship continued steadily, yet an insatiable restlessness coursed through him, as if something monumental was brewing within. His martial arts realm at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier had long since shattered its limitations, allowing him to break through to the 2nd tier at any moment he desired. Nevertheless, a premonition lingered within Su Huai'an, hinting at an impending, transformative change in his swordsmanship. Yet, he could not quite grasp the essence of this shift, perpetually feeling that something vital was amiss, though he could not ascertain what it was. The journey spanning dozens of miles swiftly came to an end as the two engaged in their unknowing duel, arriving at the quaint town nestled at the foot of Wudong Mountain. Stepping out of the bamboo grove that extended less than 100 meters, they reached the entrance of the town. Their paths diverged as their destinations were different, marking the moment of parting. Su Huai'an bowed in gratitude, offering a respectful salute. "Thank you, esteemed senior, for your guidance. Should you require assistance in the future, I shall undoubtedly respond without hesitation." It is worth noting that the nameless figure asked nothing in return, merely appreciating Su Huai'an's character and innate talent, dedicating half a day to mentor him. He felt fortunate to still harbor the youthful dream of traversing the world with a sword. Had his disposition not resonated with the life philosophy of the nameless mentor, even his extraordinary swordsmanship would not have warranted such guidance. Reflecting on it, Zhang Jinren's willingness to instruct him and impart the essence of Taijiquan was undoubtedly connected to this aspect. With a casual wave, the nameless one strolled towards the path. "I eagerly anticipate witnessing your strength as you grow. The road ahead is long. Until we meet again, young one." Su Huai'an gazed at the retreating figure, inwardly lamenting the uncertainty of when he might encounter such a remarkable individual again. Unlike Zhang Sanfeng, who resided in Wudong, the nameless wanderer's path through the martial world remained uncertain for their next encounter. This does not imply that Zhang Sanfeng is in any way inferior to the nameless one. Rather, their martial pursuits diverged fundamentally. Zhang Sanfeng embraced a martial philosophy that encompasses all, with the interplay of yin and yang. In contrast, the singular pursuit of the sword, as exemplified by the nameless one, undoubtedly reached a different zenith. Just as the nameless figure was about to vanish from view, he turned back, compelled to share his insights. In the world of martial arts, act with spontaneity, and as long as your heart is unburdened by guilt, you shall be well. There is no need to concern yourself with the opinions of others. What matters is to have faith in the sword you wield. Regardless of the adversaries you face, possess the courage to draw your blade. A thunderous realization erupted within Su Huai'an's mind. A dazzling beam of sword light permeated his consciousness, coalescing around him into countless strands of white sword energy. Chapter 68. The Other Shore of Swordsmanship. Wielding the sword in the Jianghu, Wu Ming sensed a shift behind him and instinctively retreated several steps. Within a radius of several dozen meters centered around Su Huai'an, an invisible sword aura enveloped the area. The bamboo grove swayed restlessly, and countless bamboo leaves danced wildly through the air. The sharp essence seemed intent on severing all existence, though it was clearly the intent of a sword. Wu Ming could perceive the very will of Su Huai'an himself. The iron mask upon his face was forcefully cleaved in two. He was neither Zhang Sanfeng, a self-proclaimed righteous martial artist devoted to vanquishing demons with no mercy for evil, nor was he the nameless celestial sword, who, after experiencing numerous events, would show compassion even to the most nefarious brigands. What he desired was to traverse the Jianghu with a sword in hand, relishing the thrill of vengeance and camaraderie. Indifferent to whether his opponents hailed from the righteous or the demonic paths, he sought merely the companionship of his long sword to roam the world freely. Su Huai'an, with his eyes tightly shut, softly spoke, the overwhelming true energy manifesting as sword energy ceased its rampant tumult, flowing back into his body like a receding tide. Congratulations to the host for gaining insights from the life experiences of the nameless celestial sword, receiving 100,000 basic swordsmanship experience and 8,000 sword intent experience. The host's current basic swordsmanship realm, returning to simplicity, 180,009, 999, 999. The host has achieved enlightenment on the essence of life. Realizing today that I, swordsmanship experience has reached 300,000, with comprehension of sword intent, attaining the other shore of swordsmanship. The host's sword intent at the other shore of swordsmanship is 8,000, with the current realm of clear sword heart, 7,00010,000, reward for incomprehension. Congratulations to the host for self-discipline and strength, breaking through to the second-grade martial artist, reward 10 in physique and 100 taels of gold. The aura surrounding Su Huai'an surged continuously, ascending from the peak of the third grade to the initial phase of the second grade. He climbed through the initial phase, the peak of the initial phase, the mid phase, the peak of the mid phase, the late phase, and finally, the peak of the late phase. He had not anticipated such a vast enhancement. It was only when he was a mere step away from the first grade realm that the pure true energy within him spontaneously transformed into a longsword, striking with an indomitable momentum against the barrier of realms. First grade, attained. Congratulations to the host for self-discipline and strength, successfully reaching the first grade realm. Reward, 20 in physique and 3 ginsengs aged 500 years. Only then did Su Huai'an's aura gradually steady, no longer in a state of ascent. This breakthrough had been so sudden that he found himself utterly unprepared. Fortunately, even with his eyes closed, he could sense that Wu Ming had not departed, and he harbored no fears of ambush. The adjustment of the multiplied true energy within him took over half an hour. When Su Huai'an finally opened his eyes, a brilliant light flashed within, and the sword light traced a path through his gaze. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your protection. He bowed deeply to Wu Ming. Without Wu Ming's safeguarding, he would have been compelled to forcibly suppress the opportunity for breakthrough, to prevent any interruptions from others that might lead him astray. What is an opportunity? If missed this time, who knows when the next chance will arise? Perhaps I should have taken you as my disciple just now. It seems I have misjudged you. The nameless figure waved his hand dismissively, signaling him not to take it too seriously, and then inexplicably uttered a remark. He mused silently. This young man's talent in the sword arts is truly formidable. Given 2 years, the only pinnacle of swordsmanship in the world would be Su Huai'an. He is destined to be a prodigious youth that will dominate an era. It is indeed time for me to retire from the martial world. The world of martial arts continuously gives rise to talents. A golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond, but upon encountering the tempest, transforms into a dragon. My unintentional guidance has led humanity to discover a true dragon. Su Huai'an, having broken through several realms, was in high spirits and replied with a smile, Senior, what brings you to such a conclusion? I am quite willing to take you as my master. He was not naive enough to believe that having reached the first rank made him invincible. If he could become a disciple of the nameless figure, there would be no need for him to don a mask and hide while traversing the martial world. He could journey openly without the constant fear of being schemed against. Whether the nameless could contend with Zhang Sanfeng was uncertain, but defeating characters like Chao Zhengchun or the leader of the Huai'an sect would be a trifling matter. Your swordsmanship is already accomplished, and given our differing understandings of the sword, I have nothing left to teach you. To take me as your master would be futile, as there would be no true master-disciple relationship. The nameless candidly expressed the fundamental differences between them. Both shared a righteous heart, quick to draw their swords in aid of the unjustly treated. However, the nameless maintained that killing, even of wrongdoers, disrupts the harmony of heaven. He harbored no desire to slay even the wicked. Su Huai'an, on the other hand, adhered to the principle of if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If one offends me, I shall annihilate their entire clan. What appeared to be mere personality differences were, in fact, reflections of their distinct interpretations of the sword path. Should fate allow, we shall meet again, the Nameless remarked, taking hold of his eru and stepping away. Vanishing into the distance after just a few strides, Su Huai'an bowed deeply to his retreating figure. Was this the realm beyond ordinary martial artists? The ability to traverse distances with such ease was almost akin to shrinking the land itself. He pondered when he might attain the same level of mastery in swordsmanship as the Nameless. After a moment of reflection, he ignored the passing crowd and quietly savored the tumultuous power within him. The transition from the third rank to the first was the most astonishing breakthrough he had ever experienced. While the enhancement of his true chi was anticipated, the comprehension of new sword intent was his greatest gain. Initially, he had relinquished the hope of grasping sword intent, but under the Nameless guidance, he had finally achieved this understanding. Throughout his journey, sword intent had always seemed like a flower in the mirror or the moon in the water, visible yet elusive, always just out of reach. Little did he expect that a seemingly casual remark from the Nameless would illuminate the true essence of his pursuit. The acquisition of this new sword intent, seemingly just an addition, held significance even greater than a breakthrough to the innate realm. He felt this new sword intent, unlike the intent of slaughter, resonating deeply with his being. There was no need for deliberate manifestation. His body felt as though it had transformed into a sharp sword. Regardless of the myriad martial arts and countless transformations, he was confident that with a single sword, he could shatter them all. To ascertain his current strength, he opened his attributes panel. Chapter 69, Wudong. Master Song, Host, Su Huai'an, Age, 19, Realm, Initial Stage of First Grade Warrior, Physique, 300, Bone Structure, 59, Peerless Prodigy, Comprehension, 71, Extraordinary Talent, Mental Techniques Martial Arts, Superior Mental Technique, Frenzied Forging Heart Sutra, 3,908,000. Initial Extraordinary Martial Art, Taiji Fist, 32,000 35,000. Superior Sword Technique, Blood Refining Sword Art, 3,210 10,000. Superior Leg Technique, Wind Chasing Leg, 3,000. Intermediate Leg Technique, Illusory Cloud Leg, 3,335,000. Basic Sword Technique, Return to Simplicity, 1-800,000,999,9999. Basic Body Technique, Pinnacle, 4,058,000. Basic Spear Technique, Pinnacle, 2,963 8,000. Abilities, Pinnacle Alchemist, 150,000, 50,000,000. Pinnacle Medical Skills, 10,000,200,000. Special Physique, Medicinal Vessel Physique, Martial Intent, Slaughtering Sword Intent, Clear Sword Heart, 200,1000. Sword Tao Beyond, Clear Sword Heart, 7,000 10,000. Indeed, the overall enhancement of his bone structure is modest, yet his comprehension has undergone a qualitative transformation. The terms peerless prodigy and contemporary genius may appear similar at first glance, but the disparity between them is substantial. A peerless prodigy signifies an individual whose comprehension reaches the pinnacle of an era, while a contemporary genius denotes the most extraordinary talents of the present time. A peerless prodigy does not belong to an ordinary era. Such chosen individuals emerge solely during epochs rich in martial talent. Having consecutively broken through the first and second grade realms, only his physique was rewarded, a circumstance Su Huai'an could comprehend. He had reaped considerable benefits through his mastery of swordsmanship and other martial arts. His bone structure and comprehension are exceedingly high, and as one progresses, enhancement becomes increasingly challenging. It is unlikely he will receive any further rewards for his comprehension before reaching the master realm. The name of this sword intent, referred to as Sword Tao Beyond, perplexes him. Is it not the acme of sword intent? How could his sword intent be labeled as such when it remains at the clear sword heart stage, still a distance from the profound comprehension of sword intent? After pondering for a considerable time without arriving at a satisfactory explanation, he resolved to set the matter aside. Before receiving guidance from the Nameless Sage, relying on his slaughtering sword intent and personal swordsmanship experience, he felt confident in his ability to defeat the majority of innate warriors. Even when confronted with an average master-level opponent, he believed escape would not pose a significant challenge. As for whether he could vanquish a master-level warrior, he remained uncertain, for he lacked knowledge of the specific power differential between masters and innate warriors. He had encountered a few eminent figures. Both Zhu Wushi and Chao Zhengshun were grandmasters, while Zhang Sanfeng was revered as the pinnacle of martial arts. As for Tianjin Wuming, who had decimated the top 10 sects in his youth, he must surely be a terrestrial immortal. He has not forgotten his wager with Li Hanyi. Only a few months remain. At that moment, she wondered if she would be taken aback upon witnessing her own predicament. How audacious it had been for someone to compel her to engage in such actions. A month had passed. Who could fathom how he had spent that time? He did not seek to prove his own magnificence. Rather, he aimed to convey to Li Hanyi that what he had lost must be reclaimed. When he regained his senses, he found himself at the town's entrance. The town was not particularly large, yet upon entering, he discovered an array of establishments that catered to various needs. Though small like a sparrow, it was complete in its essence, offering a diverse range of goods and services. The serene and stable scene elevated Su Huai'an's regard for Wudong. The prosperity and tranquility of the town reflected the strength and virtue of the nearby officials and sections. The town's modest size suggested that the imperial court had likely not stationed troops there. The residents thrived in peace, thanks to the protection of the Wudong sect. As common bandits dared not venture into this haven. The bandits he encountered on the road were likely intent on defying the norm, while other brigands shunned this place. These individuals sought to test their luck against Wudong, attempting to launch a raid, only to be thwarted by his and Wuming's timely appearance. To his surprise, he noted a substantial presence of martial artists within the town. Those who did not bear the Wudong insignia seemed to belong to other factions. Zhang Jinren had bestowed significant kindness upon him. Should circumstances warrant, he could lend assistance here. Su Huai'an did not linger in the town, having already gathered the required medicinal herbs beforehand. The various elixirs he intended to use had been concocted along the way, allowing him to proceed directly to Wudong. As he stepped out of the town and onto the main path leading to Wudong Mountain, he keenly sensed the presence of someone lurking in the shadows. With his enhanced cultivation and the infusion of sword intent, his awareness had grown remarkably acute, rendering him sensitive to the slightest disturbances. Who could it be? That gaze quickly vanished, devoid of any hostility. Su Huai'an found himself puzzled by the stranger's intentions. Surely, it was not merely his striking appearance that had drawn their attention. Nevertheless, he resolved to dismiss the thought, as he would soon conclude his business and depart from Wudong. With this mindset, he quickened his pace, covering several meters in the blink of an eye. For an ordinary person, Wudong Mountain loomed high, but for him at that moment, it was merely a matter of a few breaths. In a few leaps, he arrived at the entrance of the Wudong sect. Two young Taoist priests were tending to the weeds at the gate. Upon noticing his approach, they kindly inquired, "May we ask, esteemed guest, are you here to pay your respects?" "Indeed," Su Huai'an replied, not contesting their assumption. It would be improbable to inform the two sixth-rank priests that he had come at the invitation of Zhang Jinren. Such a revelation might render him a subject of ridicule. It was far better to acquiesce to their words and proceed smoothly. The two young priests thought little of it, as Wudong, being the sacred ground of martial arts in the Ming dynasty, attracted countless visitors and devotees. He stepped aside to allow Su Huai'an to enter, then resumed his work. Upon crossing the threshold of the Wudong sect, Su Huai'an found the interior largely aligned with his prior imaginings. Directly ahead lay the Grand Hall, surrounded by numerous visitors from various locales. The overall architecture exuded a simple yet profound elegance, weathered by the passage of time. And an overwhelming sense of historical gravitas enveloped him. After wandering through the premises for a while, he encountered only ordinary young monks and tourists, failing to spot any martial artists of innate prowess, which led him to abandon his search. He stopped a passing young monk and inquired, "Young Taoist, may I ask where I might find Master Song?" For many years, Zhang Sanfeng had remained secluded, and the governance of the Wudong sect had been entrusted to Song Yuanxiao, the foremost among the 7 heroes of Wudong, who also served as the chief disciple, temporarily assuming the role of leader. Chapter 70. The Precious Elixir. Black Jade Bone Strengthening Pill. The young Taoist glanced at him curiously and responded with confusion, "Esteemed benefactor, what brings you to seek our sect leader?" "Oh, simply tell him I possess a method to heal the descendant of Zhang Wuxia and hope to meet him," Su Huai'an replied casually. Primarily, he had forgotten to inquire how Zhang Jinren had proven his identity before his departure, so he had to concoct a temporary excuse to facilitate the meeting. He was confident that upon hearing this news, Song Yuanxiao would hasten to see him at once. The young Taoist was momentarily taken aback, then politely replied and asked him to wait a moment before swiftly exiting. In just a few minutes, a middle-aged man strode in with an imposing demeanor, exuding an aura of righteousness. "Young brother, you must be Su Huai'an, as mentioned by my master." "Indeed, you are a remarkable young hero with exceptional cultivation," he declared. After numerous breakthroughs, Su Huai'an had unknowingly reached the realm of a first-grade martial artist by the age of 20, a remarkable feat in the martial world. As Su Huai'an assessed the middle-aged man before him, he appeared to be over 40, radiating an aura of integrity. Although he did not possess the ethereal demeanor of an immortal, it was evident that he must have been strikingly handsome in his youth. The chivalrous spirit surrounding him was impossible to overlook, giving the impression of a truly noble and just individual. Song Yuanxiao's expression brightened, and he immediately bowed respectfully. I cannot express my gratitude adequately. Thank you, young friend Su, for your aid in healing my unfortunate nephew. Su Huai'an quickly helped him up, feeling it was quite inappropriate for a man nearing 50 to bow to someone under 20. He deeply admired the camaraderie among the 7 heroes of Wudong, disciples of Zhang Sanfeng, who shared a bond akin to that of brothers, devoid of the treachery often found in other sections. Song Yuanxiao led Su Huai'an into the inner hall, away from the throngs of visitors and ordinary disciples outside. It was through him that Su Huai'an learned that Zhang Sanfeng had long since sent a message, informing that he would be arriving at Wudong. With his extraordinary alchemical skills, he was certain to heal the ailment, thus sparing Su Huai'an the need to prove his identity and avoiding a plethora of complications. May I inquire what medicinal herbs you require to concoct the elixir for my junior brother's disability? I shall procure them swiftly, Song Yuanxiao offered. Su Huai'an gestured to indicate no trouble was necessary. I have already refined the elixir. It merely requires your junior brother to consume it. Song Yuanxiao's expression brightened with joy at the prospect of his junior brother standing once more. I am grateful, young friend Su. May I ask the value of this elixir and what martial arts exchange it warrants? Having learned from Zhang Sanfeng's letter about Su Huai'an's principles, he pondered what martial arts he could offer in exchange. There was no doubt in his mind regarding the elixir's efficacy. After all, it was trusted by his revered master, suggesting real prowess. Su Huai'an, feeling somewhat bashful, spoke candidly. To be frank, this is the black jade bone strengthening pill, an exceptionally rare elixir that is quite challenging to refine. The junior's agility still leaves much to be desired. I wonder if Wudong possesses any suitable exquisite martial arts. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Yuanxiao readily agreed. This is easily arranged, Su Xiaoyu. I shall take you to find a martial art that fits your needs shortly. To heal his junior brother's legs had long been his cherished aspiration. Compared to his junior brother's future, what value does a mere exquisite martial art hold? Thank you, Master Song. As a junior, I have received countless favors from Master Zhang and should not seek further rewards. However, as I am unable to find an appropriate martial art in the short term, should Wudong require my assistance in the future, I shall not hesitate to face any peril. Su Huai'an felt the need to clarify, acknowledging Wudong's kindness. Although it was an equitable exchange, trading an exquisite martial art for the future of Yudayan, Master Zhang Sanfeng's third disciple, was certainly advantageous for Wudong. Yet, having received so much from Master Zhang, I cannot forget the time he prepared the Yang pill for Zhang Wuji. Initially, I could have been given a standard exquisite martial art, but Master Zhang directly imparted his ultimate skill, Taiji Quan, to me. Not to mention, my recent rapid progress in martial arts was largely due to Master Zhang's frequent guidance. In merely a month, I transitioned from an ordinary person to a first-rate martial artist, with Master Zhang bearing a significant portion of that credit. Unlike Zhu Wushi, who sought to win me over with ulterior motives, Master Zhang and the Nameless One offered their guidance solely out of admiration for my talent and character, without reservation. Had I not been unable to find an appropriate exquisite martial art, I would have gladly offered medicinal pills to Wudong without a second thought. To be grateful and repay kindness, one should not disregard the assistance received from others simply because they do not require anything in return. Song Yuanxiao chuckled heartily, giving him a pat on the shoulder. Business is business. Your master's guidance is invaluable, and we cannot take advantage of you. Nevertheless, Su Huai'an's sincere and honest words earned him considerable goodwill from Song Yuanxiao. In this treacherous world of Jianghu, such youthfulness is increasingly rare. We have arrived. My third junior brother resides here. Dian, Su Xiaoyu, as mentioned by the master, has come. Upon entering, a robust and imposing figure came into Su Huai'an's view. Despite his inability to move while lying in bed, the man's rugged demeanor remained unmistakable. Upon seeing Su Huai'an following Song Yuanxiao, his expression shifted several times before he smiled and said, Su Xiaoyu, greetings. Daoist you, greetings, Su Huai'an replied, taking a seat beside the bed to assess his condition. His meridians were entirely severed, and his limbs were severely shattered. His true energy was almost non-existent, with only a trace of it swirling chaotically within, truly a dire situation. Upon noticing Su Huai'an's less than pleasant expression, Yu Dian felt a pang in his heart, but quickly relinquished his fixation. Having been disabled for many years, it was perhaps better to accept the reality. Meanwhile, Song Yuanxiao appeared even more anxious, expressing his concern. Su Xiaoyu, what is my junior brother's condition? Su Huai'an furrowed his brows, hesitating to respond. Yu Daiyan offered a carefree smile, proactively encouraging his senior brother. Master brother, do not dwell too much on my condition. My disability has persisted for far too long. It is only natural that the young friend cannot cure me. Who says I cannot? Upon hearing this, Su Huai'an raised his head to retort. Yu Daiyan, upon hearing these words, felt as if a drowning man had grasped the final straw of hope. Do you mean to say that I still have a chance for salvation? Chapter 71. The Noble Gentleman's Journey. Trouble knocks at the door naturally. Since I have promised Master Zhang, I shall restore Taoist Yu's health. Su Huai'an asserted with utmost confidence, believing that with his current alchemical skills, there are few in the world he cannot save. If one pill fails to heal, then he shall consume several more. Observing Su's troubled expression, I initially feared that there was no remedy. Healing is indeed possible. However, the results may not meet my expectations. I had anticipated at least a complete recovery for you, along with some restoration of your cultivation. It now appears challenging to restore your abilities to their original state. The duration of your injuries is substantial, and how much of your cultivation can be regained will depend on your own fortune. With Su Huai'an's words, the emotions of Yu Daiyan and Song Yuanxiao fluctuated like a roller coaster, sometimes filled with trepidation and at other times elated. The prospect of recovering from such severe injuries is already a considerable achievement. How could they dare to wish for a complete restoration of their abilities? A broad smile stretched across Yu Daiyan's face, reaching the very back of his ears. His nonchalance was merely to alleviate the concerns of his fellow disciples. How could he not desire to heal his half-broken body? Su Huai'an nodded and emptied a large assortment of pills from his sleeve. The black jade bone refining pill possesses a formidable efficacy, claiming to restore your meridians and bones, akin to a complete reconstruction. Master Song, Taoist Yu's body is exceedingly frail. You must nurture him with your true energy for a couple of hours each day, allowing him to gradually acclimate to his own meridians and constitution. Listening intently, Song Yuanxiao readily agreed to the plan. In any other sect, the leader might not be inclined to provide such daily care for a seemingly hopeless case. Yet, within the harmonious Wudong school, this was not an issue. I shall leave 3 vials of qi and blood pills and body refining pills for Taoist Yu, categorized into upper, middle, and lower grades. Beginning tomorrow, he shall take the lower grade ones, one each morning and evening, before progressing to the middle grade, and ultimately the upper grade. After years of being unable to practice martial arts, his qi and blood are severely depleted, and his constitution has significantly deteriorated. Only gentle recuperation will restore him to full health within 2 months. At present, Yu Daiyan's qi and blood levels are comparable to those of an ordinary person, yet they appear exceedingly feeble when contrasted with martial artists. He must be strengthened step by step. The 2 men complied, and under Su Huai'an's guidance, they first administered the black jade bone refining pill to Yu Daiyan. Soon, muffled groans echoed in their ears. Su Huai'an could not help but admire Yu Daiyan's fortitude. To have bones shattered and reattached while enduring the impact on his meridians would cause most individuals to faint from pain. Yet he not only remained conscious, but also refrained from vocalizing his discomfort. Several hours later, Song Yuanxiao and Su Huai'an emerged from the room. Yu Daiyan ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness, yet his body had undergone significant improvement, allowing for slight movement. The remainder of his recovery would be gradual. Song Yuanxiao's eyes glistened with moisture, his voice slightly hoarse. Only then did he truly believe that his junior brother would one day stand again. Nevertheless, being a person who has weathered many storms, he composed himself and led Su Huai'an toward the library. Su Huai'an was eager to uncover the profound heritage of the Wudong sect, famously hailed as the foremost school of the Ming dynasty. Upon entering a quaint 3-story building, Song Yuanxiao guided him directly to the 2nd floor, where he was led to a bookshelf brimming with volumes. Ah, Su Xiaoyu, these are the treasured martial arts techniques of our sect, Song Yuanxiao announced. Su Huai'an gazed at the over 10 tomes before him, his eyes wide with astonishment. Treasured martial arts, indeed. In lesser sects, such techniques are regarded as invaluable treasures. Yet here in Wudong, they seemed as commonplace as cabbages, with the number of body techniques exceeding a dozen. Noticing his surprise, Song Yuanxiao chuckled and elucidated. Even treasured martial arts vary in quality and potency, often differing vastly within the same tier. The techniques here are rather ordinary, not the pinnacle of excellence. With this clarification, Su Huai'an felt a sense of relief as he grasped the underlying logic. In his youth, Zhang Sanfeng had made the demonic factions retreat in fear, with no one daring to claim allegiance to such dark paths. It was only natural that he would have vanquished countless sects and amassed a wealth of martial knowledge. Eventually, under Song Yuanxiao's guidance, Su Huai'an selected a tome titled The Gentleman's Journey. The primary drawback of this technique was its challenging initial stages. With modest power at the outset, its lack of explosive force and elusive footwork rendered it akin to other upper-tier techniques. The essence of body techniques is to facilitate escape or secure victory through swiftness. A deficiency in speed was something many could not tolerate. However, the advantage lay in its enduring nature. As one trained longer, both speed and stamina would become remarkable, enhancing its potency over time. The difficulty of mastering it was something that Su Huai'an, equipped with a self-disciplined and resilient system, easily overlooked. "Brother Song, I shall take my leave now," he announced, having opted to address Song Yuanxiao more familiarly. "Very well, Su Shidi. Should you find yourself in peril, feel free to seek assistance from the disciples of Wudong." Song Yuanxiao replied, not insisting on his stay, offering a promise as weighty as gold. Just as Su Huai'an was about to respond, he fell silent. Several women approached in unison, standing before the two men. The leader, a striking beauty, exuded the unmistakable aura of a peak-grade practitioner. "Master Song, I am Chenwan, a disciple of the Amaze sect, here to retrieve the heavenly sword entrusted to Wudong by my master." After some polite exchanges, Song Yuanxiao permitted the women to retrieve the sword from the hall. Su Huai'an harbored no fondness for the Amaze disciples and was about to take his leave with a courteous bow. However, just a few steps away, he was obstructed by several Amaze female disciples. "You cannot leave," they declared. Irritated, Su Huai'an scoffed. "What do you mean? If you can come, why can't I leave?" Holding the heavenly sword, Chenwan offered a gentle smile and a respectful bow. "You must be Su Huai'an, Su Gongzi. My sisters and I would like to invite you to the Amaze sect for a gathering." Su Huai'an's expression soured, while their words were sweet. They had effectively cornered him, clearly intent on preventing his departure. It appeared that my reputation had spread. Even Amaze had heard of my name. To utter one's own name, yet wish to remain, there exists but one possibility for the other party's actions, that they are cognizant of one's affairs in Taishan City, and that the identity of a treasured alchemist has been laid bare. Regrettably, I chanced upon Master Su's likeness just days prior, and my esteemed mentor is most eager to make your acquaintance. The picturesque Amaze mountain is sure to enchant you, and my sisters and I would be delighted to guide you there. Chenwan's tone was gentle, yet the implications of her words were unmistakable. To suggest that several of us accompany you seems to suggest a more intimate invitation. However, Su Huai'an is not a man driven by carnal desires. He would not be swayed merely by the presence of a woman. I have resolved to wield my sword in the martial world, and while I appreciate your kind intentions, fate may bring us together in due time. Little did I know that Chenwan's expression turned icy, and she promptly adopted a different demeanor. "Young Master Su, I implore you not to put us in a difficult position. My mentor seldom extends invitations to outsiders." Song Yuanxiao's countenance also shifted. For to forcibly escort Su Huai'an from the grounds of Wudong would be a blatant affront to the entire sect. "Junior Sister Chun, please conduct yourself with propriety. Wudong does not condone the reckless use of force." Chapter 72. The Extinction Master. This matter has no relation to Wudong. We merely adhere to our master's command. "Master Song, please do not jeopardize the unity of our esteemed sects for the sake of an outsider. We shall take him away immediately, and my master will arrive shortly to provide you with an explanation." Chenwan's gaze was fixed intently on Su Huai'an, her eyes brimming with a desire so palpable that it was evident to all present. She envisioned a future where she possessed Su Huai'an's alchemical skills, dramatically enhancing her own cultivation and surpassing her peers in martial prowess. Song Yuanxiao's expression was one of great discomfort. This was clearly an attempt to exert pressure through the Extinction Master. If the unity of several sects could be so easily disrupted by one individual, then it was hardly genuine unity at all. Su Huai'an regarded the women with a mocking gaze, struggling to comprehend their audacity. Setting aside the fact that Amaze's strength pales in comparison to Wudong's, what gave an Amaze disciple the audacity to speak so boldly to the future head of Wudong? When her master arrives, the Extinction Master will merely stand on equal footing with Song Yuanxiao. Was it not simply her desire for his identity as an alchemist? It seemed that many prestigious sects had become so hypocritical, it was utterly revolting. "Young Master Su, do not refuse a toast only to incur a penalty drink. You must accompany me back. The Amaze sect will treat you as an esteemed guest." Chenwan and several female disciples exchanged glances, preparing to take action. With her innate strength, she was confident she could overpower the first-grade Su Huai'an within 3 moves. Su Huai'an chuckled softly, and a long sword, crimson as blood, materialized in his right hand. "To accompany you back, That depends on whether my sword consents. If they approached him with genuine requests, he might have considered granting them an opportunity. All they desired were elixirs, which he could concoct in a short span. Yet, he detested being coerced, and they had chosen the wrong approach. Just as they were about to strike, a thunderous shout halted them. Cease this at once. You and May are crossing the line. Do you truly believe Wudong is without defenders? After a prolonged silence, Song Yuanxiao could no longer contain himself, his overwhelming mastery erupting in a powerful display. Thankfully, their positions were a fair distance from where ordinary visitors congregated. Otherwise, the mere shockwave of his true energy would be unbearable for most. The female disciples' hairpins fell from their hair, their faces reflecting sheer terror as they looked to their senior sister, Chenwan. They had not anticipated that Song Yuanxiao would dare to act against them. Were they not told he was a kind-hearted individual? Their confidence stemmed from the belief that he would not strike, not from any genuine conviction that they could withstand him. Only Chenwan remained unfazed, instructing her companions not to panic. Master Song, my master is en route. I implore you to remain calm. This matter has already been discussed and agreed upon with the other 4 sections. As she mentioned the major sects, her posture straightened with resolve. Little did she know that her reference to the sects ignited Song Yuanxiao's fury, his eyes blazing with rage. Very well. Once again, it is your 5 sects conspiring together. Excellent. Let us proceed. The Wudong sect is not so diminished as to be unable to protect its benefactors. I shall see how you dare to act so brazenly. As he spoke, Song Yuanxiao unexpectedly drew his sword, to the astonishment of all present, though he refrained from attacking Chenwan and her companions. Yet, the tension in his stance indicated he was on the verge of losing his patience, ready to strike at any moment. Chenwan, sensing the precariousness of the situation, dared not utter another word. She subtly retreated a few steps, placing herself slightly behind a couple of her junior sisters. In her heart, she longed for their master, the formidable Miezhu, to arrive swiftly. The circumstances had exceeded her expectations. She had assumed that summoning the 5 major sects would compel Wudong to yield, but it had instead backfired. Su Huai'an remained silent, observing the women with a smile in his eyes. He truly questioned the veracity of the claim that Amei only accepted exceptionally talented female disciples. While their talent was not evident, their lack of emotional intelligence was glaringly apparent. When the 5 major sects were mentioned, he recognized that Song Yuanxiao was nearing the brink of fury. Wudong, reputed as the foremost sect in the Ming dynasty, overshadowed Shaolin in prestige. An Amei disciple dared to act against him in broad daylight, on his own territory. To phrase it more diplomatically, it suggested they held him in contempt. To put it bluntly, it was akin to trampling on Wudong and slapping him in the face. Nevertheless, Song Yuanxiao, known for his good temper, refrained from exploding in anger, still hoping for a peaceful resolution within the righteous path of the martial world. Chenwan, however, was oblivious to the gravity of the situation and continued to leverage the authority of the 5 sections. The 7 heroes of Wudong were as close as blood brothers. After all, Zhang Wuji's father, Zhang Zuishan of the Wudong 5 heroes, had once sought to spare Wudong from being crushed by the united front of the 5 sections. This incident remained a thorn in the hearts of Zhang Sanfeng and Song Yuanxiao, one they could never forget. Having healed Yu Daiyan, he had conferred a considerable favor upon them. Yet, Amei persisted in their unreasonable assertions, pushing Song Yuanxiao to the brink of his restraint. The atmosphere was nearly frozen, with the Amei disciples holding their breath in fear, and Song Yuanxiao remaining silent, his rage barely contained. The instigator of the incident, Su Huai'an, was unceremoniously sidelined. At that critical moment, a strong female voice resonated from above, as an elderly woman clad in simple garments lightly touched down before the group of women. Master Song, what a display of authority. Do you still intend to strike at these juniors? Chenwan and her companions were overjoyed, kneeling on one knee. Master, had it been any other day, Song Yuanxiao might have exchanged pleasantries, but now he merely cast a sharp glance and coldly inquired, Miezhu, what brings you here? Miezhu did not offer him a pleasant demeanor, taking the heaven-defying sword from Chenwan's hands. This young man is ours at Amei. Her gaze then turned to Su Huai'an, and she nodded slightly. Indeed, I can make an exception and accept you as a direct disciple of Amei. Su Huai'an, incredulous, pointed to himself, wondering if he had misheard. Miezhu assumed he had agreed, adopting a patronizing expression. Come with me to Amei, and I shall impart the supreme teachings of our sect to you. Who do you think you are, to deserve such a privilege? Su Huai'an replied with a smile, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. Everyone present was taken aback as Su Huai'an stood resolute before the formidable master of extinction, not only refusing to bow, but daring to retort with sarcasm. Chenwan's figure flickered as she prepared to strike. How audacious to insult my master. With the enhancement of her cultivation, particularly after comprehending a new sword intent, Su Huai'an acted increasingly with conviction, no longer burdened by concerns for others. You shall perish too. Each of you claiming to be the greatest, yet merely ranking third. If your Mei sect is so formidable, why is it that the foremost expert of the Ming dynasty is not from your ranks, nor is your sect the leading one? Had anyone else been so bold as to speak in such a manner, the master of extinction would have already struck down with her sword. However, Su Huai'an's identity as an alchemist tempered her resolve, making her reluctant to truly kill her opponent. After all, what would it serve to offend Wudong and seek out their sect? Su Huai'an pointed towards the southern imperial city and posed a question. So, are you a Mei truly mightier than the Hulong Villa and the Eastern Bureau? Chunwan glanced at her master, hesitant to engage further. The master of extinction stood opposite Su Huai'an, nodding with a calm demeanor. Chapter 73, A Triad Convergence at Shaolin, where hypocrisy prevails upon your entrance. You adopt an air of arrogance, or is it that a Mei deems itself the unrivaled champion of the realm, dismissing other heroes of the martial world? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Huai'an raised his hand to deliver a scathing retort. We harbor no ill intentions. We sincerely wish to invite you to a Mei for cultivation. Displeased, Miezhu furrowed her brow and attempted to clarify. Are you not drawn to my alchemical prowess? That is not the case. If you and your companions swear by your families and a Mei that I shall never engage in any matters concerning elixirs upon my joining, I shall join forthwith. Without a moment's pause, Miezhu flatly rejected his proposal. No, once you join a sect, serving the sect is a duty you must uphold. With a sigh, Su Huai'an reflected on the futility of conversing with a hypocrite. At times, it was far more agreeable to converse with true scoundrels. Their intent was transparent, seeking to ensnare him into servitude under the guise of noble principles. With his silence, Miezhu resorted to her usual tactics, delivering a grandiose plea. As a chivalrous figure of the martial world, one ought to risk life and limb for the common folk. It is one's duty to serve the righteous path of the martial arts, aiming to eradicate the evil sections. Song Yuanxiao stepped forward, positioning himself as a barrier. Su, my young friend, you may leave, I shall handle them. Unbeknownst to him, a throng of Wudong disciples had encircled Mei's members. Had Su Huai'an not encountered Wuming prior, he would have lacked the courage to confront the long-revered Miezhu. However, Wuming had imparted a piece of wisdom before his departure. Su, do not suppress your true nature. It will only hinder your understanding of your own sword intent. Finding merit in this advice and bolstered by his own confidence in his abilities, he declined Song Yuanxiao's goodwill. Eradicating the evil sects is of no concern to me. I am merely a humble martial artist. The monumental task of saving the world is beyond my capabilities. And your Mei's ambitions far exceed mine, capable of engaging in coercive dealings. Miezhu, unfazed by the multitude of Wudong disciples, maintained her composure as she leveled another accusation. If you refuse to assist the righteous path of the martial world, are you perhaps an agent of the evil sect? It seems I must apprehend you and bring you back to Wudong for a thorough interrogation. She harbored her own schemes. It mattered not that Su Huai'an was reluctant to assist a Mei with alchemy. There were ample methods to compel him to act if he were captured and subjected to harsh treatment. Su Huai'an gestured for the argumentative Song Yuanxiao to let him handle the situation. The righteous path of the martial world, the welfare of the people? If we speak of the martial realm, why do so few practitioners of the Ming's evil sect remain? How many evil sects did Zhang Zhenren eradicate in his youth? Can your Mei compare? The welfare of the people, sacrificing one's life for righteousness? Guo Daxiao of the Southern Song dynasty confined himself to Xiangyang for the sake of 100 citizens. Is he not more deserving of the title hero than you? The aging nun Miezhu? What have you accomplished? Did you unite several sects to pressure Wudong? You have shown cruelty even to your own disciples. Why do you not admit you are akin to an evil sect? His words resonated with conviction, striking a chord with undeniable logic. Even the adept debater Miezhu found herself at a loss for a counterargument. The young and inexperienced were unable to grasp the intricacies of reason, and thus she refrained from taking action. Unlike Chun Wan's Navi disciples, who were obsessed with the notion of propriety, she understood that even the most formidable forces must cloak their intentions in a veneer of justification, particularly as they considered themselves representatives of a prestigious lineage. Whether through coercion or outright plunder, they required a fade, a shroud to conceal their true motives. The memory of their past siege on Wudong lingered. They were not truly fearless of Zhang San, who would unleash a massacre, yet they were compelled to fabricate a rationale. They were merely eradicating the demonic sect, and any noncompliance from Zhang Sanfeng's disciples rendered them culpable. The question of whether Zhang Sanfeng had aligned himself with the demonic sect was of little consequence. What mattered was possessing a pretext that could deceive the masses. Their quest for the dragon-slaying saber was never intended to be a crusade against the demonic sect. However, without tangible evidence, she could not resort to coercing Su Huai'an. Song Yuanxiao's demeanor had considerably softened. He wished to disengage from their entanglements. Master Extinction, allow Su Xiaoyu to depart. He is a benefactor to our Wudong, and do not compel me otherwise. He had not only healed the son of their late junior brother, but also restored the disability of their third junior. There was no way he could stand by and watch harm befall Su Huai'an. The metaphorical ball that Master Extinction had kicked away had inevitably returned to her feet. Reluctantly, she pondered the notion of releasing Su Huai'an, a treasure among alchemists. If she could secure him within Amay's confines, it would not be long before their sect ascended to prominence, perhaps even surpassing the esteemed Ming dynasty's leading sect. Yet, to retain him against his will was equally untenable. To forcibly abduct Su Huai'an on Wudong's grounds would be tantamount to declaring war upon them, and this time, they lacked the pretext of collusion with the demonic sect. Setting aside the fact that their small faction could not contend with the entire Wudong sect, even if they triumphed, they would still have to contend with Zhang Sanfeng, an outcome they could scarcely bear. Ba, well said, well said. There is no need for Master Song to be incensed. More individuals continued to arrive, led by an elderly monk with a kind visage. The Shaolin sect had also arrived. Song Yuanxiao offered a respectful greeting, not neglecting the newcomers. Master Kongji, greetings to you. With the influx of Shaolin members, the atmosphere between the two factions grew noticeably tense. Master Extinction exchanged pleasantries, her words sharp and piercing. Master Kongji, I had hoped to enlist Su Xiaoyu's aid in aiding the righteous sects in vanquishing evil, yet he remains obstinate. I implore you to assist me. Su Huai'an, observing with keen eyes, discerned the camaraderie between them. If you do not aid me, then promptly direct all your disciples to join Wudong, supporting the foremost righteous sect. Do not persist in your obstinacy. Such rhetoric elicited a sour expression from Master Extinction, while the newly arrived Kongji's countenance twitched. The first part of her statement was bearable, yet the latter half, the implication that Wudong surpassed Shaolin, was an affront. Though many in the martial world held this belief, none would dare voice it before a revered monk of Shaolin. Kongji, mindful of his purpose, chose not to dwell on such matters. He sought to discuss with Song Yuanxiao, hoping to persuade Wudong to refrain from intervening in this affair. Song Yuanxiao was fully aware that he and the ruthless Master Mieju were allies. He gritted his teeth in defiance. Kongji found himself at an impasse and resorted to conveying his thoughts to Master Mieju through a transmission of vital energy, and the two devised a compromise. Considering Su Huai'an's disdain for Mieju's character, Kongji took it upon himself to speak. Master Su, our Shaolin has always held the chivalrous heroes of the realm in high esteem. We harbor no ill will towards young prodigies such as yourself. Since fate has brought us together, why not forge a bond by crafting a few precious breakthrough elixirs for both Shaolin and Amei, thus establishing a good rapport between our sects? Su Huai'an had previously thought Mieju to be shameless, yet he was taken aback by the audacity of this old monk. To forge a bond, they demanded several precious breakthrough elixirs, rarefied potions that aided grandmasters in transcending to the realm of the great grandmasters. However, he had underestimated the depths of human shamelessness. Kongji's subsequent words revealed a level of brazen audacity unimaginable to him. Master Su, our Shaolin disciples are scattered across the various dynasties. Wherever you may go, you shall have a helping hand. This was a blatant threat. To forge a good rapport meant offering assistance, while failing to do so would lead to dire consequences one could only dread. Indeed, the Shaolin had disciples in abundance, and few martial artists dared to cross them. This was precisely why Mieju remained silent, allowing Kongji to speak on their behalf. Everyone believed that Su Huai'an had no choice but to acquiesce to Shaolin's demands, enduring the humiliation in silence. Song Yuanxiao observed the two esteemed masters, celebrated for their moral integrity, and could not help but feel a profound sense of irony etched across his face. Chapter 74, The Supreme Battle of the Pre-Heaven. Striking to an end for the first time, he found himself questioning the course of his life. Was Wudong truly as accommodating as it seemed, leading to its current predicament? Despite Amei's considerably lesser influence, why had no one dared to provoke them over the years? It was because the formidable Master Mieju would indeed kill. Countless who had dared to challenge her had found their meridians shattered. At this moment, Su Huai'an felt an unexpected calmness, responding nonchalantly. As for the precious breaking barrier pill, let us put aside whether I can concoct it. Even if I could, I shan't offer it to you old bald men. Having traversed time and space, Being pursued by Li Hanyi was already a burden, especially since he had taken on her body. After all, she could be considered his woman. Her pursuit was merely an instance of domestic violence. Upon arriving in Taishan City, he had to remain vigilant against Zhao Zhengchun and the unpredictable Zhu Wushi. Other factions sought to win him over, compelling him to retreat. Finally reaching Wudong, he found himself besieged by Shaolin and Amei, repeatedly bullied by their arrogance. It was time to turn the tables. None should expect to fare well. Miezhu could no longer sit idly. She had not anticipated that even Shaolin's prestige would be disregarded. Unaware of your own limitations. Allow me to teach you the meaning of respect for one's master and the way. Su Huai'an stepped forward defiantly, positioning himself between the disciples of Shaolin and Amei. What is advantageous for you is deemed righteous, while anything unfavorable is labeled as evil. The so-called righteous sects of the martial world are truly laughable. Go ahead and make your move. I have a transaction with the iron-willed monkey, Zhu Wushi. Should he discover my demise or my inability to refine pills, I doubt you would care about a mere Zhu Wushi, given the grandeur of your Amei and Shaolin. At this juncture, he turned to gaze at Song Yuanxiao. Brother Song, when Zhang Jinren returns, kindly inform him that he need not repay the favor owed to me. Simply ensure the demise of the leaders of Shaolin and Amei. Song Yuanxiao readily acquiesced, promising to relay the message to their master. Your Amei and Shaolin have come to Wudong to kill, targeting our benefactor. Thus, Wudong's retaliation is entirely justified and has nothing to do with the notions of righteous or evil in the martial world. Miezhu and Kong Ji exchanged glances, their silence speaking volumes, avoiding mention of past grievances. Their audacity today was partly due to Wudong's inclination towards benevolence, which made them feel secure against any serious retribution. The other part stemmed from Zhang Sanfeng's absence. Without his presence, the confidence of the two factions surged. You've been granted an opportunity. Yet you proved to be utterly ineffectual. Su Huai'an's voice dripped with scorn as he regarded the gathered disciples. While some monks from other dynasties might possess a genuine desire to save the world, the Shaolin of the Ming dynasty had decayed beyond recognition. Many disciples of Wudong looked at Su Huai'an with admiration, astonished by his audacity amidst such overwhelming odds. Several among them recalled the events from years prior when Wudong was pressured by the 5 major sects, harboring a lingering resentment. The sentiments of the two factions were starkly opposed. Their masters had been intimidated, leaving them feeling utterly humiliated. For Miezhu and Kong Ji, taking action was unfeasible. Yet remaining passive would only strip them of their dignity. Unexpectedly, Qinhuan leapt forth, vociferously questioning, "Young Master Su, let mercy prevail where it can. You were not so just now. Besides, I am engaged in a dialogue with your master. What significance do you hold in this context?" Su Huai'an was perplexed as to why she had chosen to confront him, but felt no hesitation in retorting, "No matter your prowess as an alchemist. Your martial arts rank is insufficient. Do you dare to challenge me?" Qinhuan scoffed repeatedly, her long sword emitting a series of resonant chimes. She was certain that Su Huai'an would not dare to accept her challenge, for the chasm between a first-grade practitioner and one at the innate stage was vast, unless he sought his own demise. Numerous disciples of Wudong could no longer refrain from intervening, stepping forward to admonish, "You are already 26 years of age. Yet young Master Su is significantly younger than you. How can you even suggest a contest? Why not engage in a competition of alchemical skills with him instead?" As the three parties grew increasingly agitated, with Song Yuanxiao siding with Su Huai'an, many Wudong disciples had long regarded him as one of their own. While they dared not interject in the discussions among the leaders, their peers had no such reservations. Su Huai'an first expressed his gratitude to the Wudong disciples, then turned to utter a phrase that left the assembly in stunned silence. "You think you are worthy to duel with me?" Had a practitioner of the innate stage uttered such words to a first-grade warrior, it would have been unremarkable. However, for a first-grade warrior like Su Huai'an to speak so brazenly to one at the innate stage was audacious. "If you seek death, so be it. The consequences shall be yours to bear." With the lines drawn, it seemed inevitable that blood would be shed. Qinhuan, instead of growing angry, merely smiled. "Very well. Let us see what skills young Master Su possesses." Song Yuanxiao, concerned for his safety, contemplated intervening. For even he had never witnessed a first-grade warrior triumphing over an innate practitioner. Yet, Su Huai'an exuded confidence, leaving Song Yuanxiao with no choice but to relinquish his concerns and place his trust in him, thinking that he could always step in if necessary. The crowd instinctively cleared a space, and just before Qinhuan took the stage, she heard a transmission of true qi from the venerable Master Miezhu. "Do not genuinely harm his foundation, lest you attract trouble. A mere severing of his tongue will suffice." Qinhuan silently nodded, having already devised a plan to torment Su Huai'an. In the context of a mutually agreed duel among peers, even Zhu Wushi and Zhang Sanfeng would have no grounds to object. Since joining Wudong, her path of cultivation had been smooth, and she had never before faced such humiliation as she did today. With good intentions to mentor him anime, his ungratefulness was one matter, but to insult her sect was intolerable. Even if she did not kill him, she would ensure that Su Huai'an would kneel and beg for mercy, utterly disgraced. Su Huai'an stood firm, sword in hand, refraining from any offensive maneuvers. You may strike first. Otherwise, you may find yourself without an opportunity to do so. A mere innate practitioner was no longer worthy of his concern. Regardless of whether she was at the early or late innate stage, beneath his sword, she would ultimately be but an insect. Chen Wan was taken aback by his audacity in the face of impending doom. Without further ado, she unleashed her innate true qi, directing it towards Su Huai'an. For exerting pressure before a confrontation was a means to gain the upper hand. Chen Wan, hailing from Amei, was acutely aware that Su Huai'an's prowess at the first rank could not be vanquished merely through his aura. However, it could at least create a fleeting opportunity for him to seize victory swiftly. To her astonishment, Su Huai'an remained unfazed, akin to a sword unsheathed, as the oncoming pressure seemed to bypass him entirely. This scene exceeded Chen Wan's wildest expectations, instilling within her a sense of unease. There was something peculiar about this individual. His swordplay was gentle, and his movements were agile. A slight tremor sent his sword tip resonating, swaying back and forth, leaving observers bewildered and unable to discern the true nature of his techniques, all while exuding an air of lethal intent. He initiated the encounter with the Amei sword technique, a source of pride for her school. Without even a glance, Su Huai'an caressed the blade of his blood-flame sword, his fingers brushing lightly across its surface. Empowered by the essence of the sword Dao, he had already discerned the flaws within the Amei swordsmanship. Grasping the hilt with his right hand, he thrust directly at Chen Wan's center. The clash of swords resonated, followed by a sharp crack as fragments of her long sword fell to the ground. A flash of crimson light halted at Chen Wan's chest, signifying Su Huai'an's triumph. There was no need for intricate swordplay. With a single thrust, he subdued the innate Chen Wan. This outcome was difficult for all to fathom. With one move, he had secured victory. When had a first-rank martial artist ascended to such heights that they could effortlessly defeat an innate opponent? Song Yuanxiao felt a mix of elation and disbelief. As one of the three masters present, he possessed a broader perspective than the others. It was indeed a challenging feat for a first-rank martial artist to defeat an innate one, yet not entirely impossible. Should a gifted disciple emerge from a prestigious sect like Wudong, the chance of overcoming an innate practitioner of lesser cultivation was plausible, provided the first-rank martial artist's techniques and internal energy were superior. However, Chen Wan was a disciple of Amei, with commendable skills and techniques. How had Su Huai'an managed to transcend his realm and achieve victory so effortlessly? This youth's talent was astonishing. It was initially believed that only with exceptional aptitude could one reach the first rank by their 20s. Yet, his combat prowess exceeded all expectations. Song Yuanxiao recalled hearing of someone akin to this, Zhang Sanfeng. Kong Ji too recognized the implications, realizing he had unwittingly provoked a formidable adversary. Should this individual continue to harbor grievances against Shaolin as he matured, he could potentially become a fierce rival. Chapter 75. Abandoning one's cultivation. The Shaolin Temple was unperturbed by the fall of a once promising genius. However, as long as Su Huai'an remained intent on evasion, shielded by Zhang Sanfeng and Zhu Wushi, they found themselves at an impasse. The expression on Master Miju's face was one of utter dismay, contorting her already aged features. It was inconceivable that Chen Wan, her own prized disciple, could be defeated by an inconsequential first-tier martial artist, and in such a pitiful manner. Her concern was not for Chen Wan's fate, but rather for her own reputation, which was now at risk of being tarnished. Chen Wan, the central figure in this turmoil, appeared ashen, having completely lost her fighting spirit. No longer indulging in mockery or anger, she stood there in a daze. No one understood the devastating power of that sword strike better than she did. Beneath its seemingly ordinary facade lay an unparalleled killing blow. At the outset of their confrontation, even when Su Huai'an disregarded her imposing aura, she never believed she would be bested. Yet, when he unleashed his sword, it seemed to her as if time had slowed, rendering her own attempts to retaliate feeble in comparison. That singular strike had dismantled her Amei sword technique and countered her follow-up move. In her desperate attempt to counter, she realized her own speed had diminished to the point where she could only watch helplessly as the sword tip hovered threateningly near her vital point. I cannot fathom how you have attained such strength, she pondered. Su Huai'an's gaze settled coldly upon Master Miju as he retorted, "Your swordplay is too slow. A congenital martial artist is merely this." Chen Wan let out a bitter laugh, choosing silence thereafter. As an elite disciple of a prestigious sect, her mental fortitude was typically resilient enough to weather a temporary setback. What truly plunged her into despair was the recollection of that strike. It seemed that no matter the extent of her training, she could not hope to withstand it. A profound sense of hopelessness enveloped her, obliterating any glimmer of victory. She realized that defeating this man was beyond her capabilities. They had agreed beforehand that fate would take its course, and she sensed the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Su Huai'an. She knew her life was in jeopardy. Yet, a flicker of hope remained, anchored in the presence of her master. As long as her master lived, there was still a chance. She was a true disciple of Ame, a figure beyond the reach of others. As she looked toward her master with hope, she was met with a gaze that was icy and devoid of compassion, accompanied by the words, "Evil and heretical ways have determined the outcome of this contest. Release Chen Wan." Master Miju cast a fleeting glance at Su Huai'an, a mere moment of acknowledgement. With so many witnesses present, if Su Huai'an were to cripple Chen Wan during their duel, it would hardly matter. But if he had already secured victory and chose to strike at a defeated opponent, he would be branded as petty. Moreover, she did not believe he would dare harm her disciple. Miju's words brought Chen Wan a sense of calm, yet simultaneously plunged her heart into despair. While others may be oblivious, she understood her master's demeanor. The use of her name rather than a title signified her master's fury, raising doubts about her return to Ame. Su Huai'an shook his head slightly, his expression one of confusion. "What a diabolical scheme. Have you not yet forgotten to place a cap upon my head? Your words carry no weight now." He simply cannot comprehend the audacity of Extinction, who stands there in an imposing manner. The life and death of his disciple lie firmly in his grasp, yet he dares to utter evil and depravity. He gazed at Chen Wan with an unsettling smile, the tip of his sword inching closer, piercing her delicate skin. "Are you not yearning for her to rescue you? Very well. I shall grant you a poignant opportunity to demonstrate the depth of your master-disciple bond. Lend me the heavenly sword for a decade, and I shall overlook this incident, sparing you from harm. For esteemed sects such as yours, relinquishing a sword for the sake of a beloved disciple seems entirely reasonable, does it not?" With malice in his heart, Su Huai'an was well aware of Extinction's painful past. Should it be revealed, she would no longer be able to navigate the martial world. Since the adversary persistently sought demise, he would oblige their wishes. Chen Wan's countenance paled, her strength evaporating, nearly collapsing to the ground. The message was unmistakably clear. If she did not surrender the heavenly sword, her fate was all but sealed. Would Master acquiesce? She knew the answer without contemplation. Absolutely not. The heavenly sword is the pride of our Ame sect. How could it be entrusted to a fool like you, bringing shame upon us? Without a moment's hesitation, Extinction firmly rejected the proposal. She cherished the heavenly sword. Otherwise, she would not have journeyed to Wudong herself. Years ago, when the 5 great sects besieged Wudong, Zhang Sanfeng had quelled the turmoil, and her heavenly sword was entrusted to Wudong's care. She feared that if her disciple retrieved the sword, it might be taken by others along the way. Thus, she traveled a great distance from Ame to ensure the sword's retrieval at the earliest opportunity. How could she possibly relinquish it for a mere disciple? His words struck a chord with Su Huai'an. "You are a renowned righteous sect. Will you truly not comply?" He emphasized the term renowned righteous sect with palpable intensity, as if fearing they might misunderstand. "Alternatively, you may exchange it for Master Kongji's staff. I would also release her." Extinction's eyes glimmered. If it meant not relinquishing her own possession, the situation would be different. Kongji discerned his attempts at sowing discord, yet found himself compelled to refuse. "My Buddha is compassionate, and the staff is a sacred object of governance, not to be shared. Once this matter passes, a rift will undoubtedly form between Ame and Shaolin. Yet, there is nothing that can be done." Kongji understood Su Huai'an's intentions. But what can be done? One cannot simply surrender one's staff for another's sake. "You see, it is not that I do not wish to release you, but rather that your esteemed sect is unwilling to save you. Direct your ire at them." With a flick of his wrist, Su Huai'an swung his sword horizontally. Unimpeded, it struck Chen Wan's abdomen, shattering her martial foundation with its unstoppable force. As her core was obliterated, her face drained of color, her eyes dulled, and her legs buckled beneath her. Years of arduous training had culminated in a fleeting dream. She had become a complete invalid, destined to never again tread the path of martial arts without the assistance of an unparalleled master. "You insolent wretch." Extinction's pupils widened in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that a mere first-tier warrior would dare to render his disciple powerless before him. The true energy surged into the sword of destiny in her right hand, and a terrifying aura locked onto Su Huai'an. Master, we agreed to abide by our fates. Song Yuanxiao's words brought her back to an instant of clarity. Chapter 76. The confrontation with extinction standing still. One could almost feel an urge to rend Su Huai'an into 1,000 pieces, yet there was no means to take action. To one's astonishment, despite having incapacitated Chen Wan, Su Huai'an showed no signs of relenting. You must hold your master, the formidable extinction master, in high esteem. Believing that her lifelong dedication to eradicating the demonic sect is a noble pursuit worthy of admiration. His words struck directly at Chen Wan's core, resonating with her innermost thoughts. She was not alone in her beliefs. The entire Ame sect shared this sentiment. Thus, in their endeavors, even when they erred, they remained oblivious to their faults, convinced that every action they undertook was in service of annihilating the demonic sect. Sacrificing the lives of a few, what consequence could that hold? This was precisely what Su Huai'an held in disdain about them. Were they not merely self-righteous hypocrites? They wished not to bear the burden of sacrifice, preferring instead to chant their lofty ideals. Yet, do you not realize that your master is not the paragon of righteousness you envision? Her long-standing vendetta against the Ming sect was driven by her own selfish desires. Impossible. My master is honorable, having dedicated her life to vanquishing the demonic sect. How could she be the sort of person you portray? Chen Wan erupted in a fit of rage, utterly disbelieving his claims. For her master was the guiding light, her sole belief. Even when her own cultivation was destroyed, she displayed little reaction, but the mere mention of Extinction's faults ignited her fury. No one noticed the fleeting look in Extinction's eyes, which betrayed her discomfort, as she refrained from defending herself against the slander. Su Huai'an continued unabated, revealing his own narrative. I have heard from others that Extinction once had a senior brother, named Gu Hongzi. Their relationship was quite close, perhaps even romantic. However, Gu Hongzi was exceedingly arrogant, believing himself to be the only talent in the world, always seeking to challenge formidable opponents. Until one day, he set his sights on Yang Xiao, the left envoy of the Ming sect, borrowing the heaven-slaying sword from your master out of fear that he might not prevail. He was swiftly defeated in a single move and fell into deep despair, ultimately perishing after that singular defeat. From that day forth, Extinction harbored a grudge against the Ming sect, vowing never to take another partner, consumed by thoughts of exterminating them. This old tale remained unknown in the martial world. With each word Su Huai'an uttered, Extinction's expression grew increasingly grim until, at last, she trembled all over. How could he possess knowledge of such matters? Chen Wan incessantly cast glances towards Extinction, yearning for an affirming response from her. The Ming sect's actions are extreme, veering towards the path of wickedness. My efforts to besiege the demonic sect are merely a manifestation of righteousness. After all, Yang Xiao not only defeated my senior brother, but also subjected him to multiple humiliations. Should such a vile person not be met with death? Extinction knew that rebuttal was futile. After all, figures like Song Yuanxiao and Kong Zhi were well aware of the events of that era. However, none had anticipated that Extinction would be driven to such bloodshed by matters of the heart. Enough. The Ming sect is indeed guilty of indiscriminate slaughter. Would Zhang, who has spent decades purging evil, remain idle? Moreover, the nameless heaven-slaying sword has traversed the Ming realm and has sought out your Ame sect, or rather, you specifically. What does this signify? I need not elaborate further. Su Huai'an's revelation sent shockwaves through the air, unearthing yet another astonishing secret. The name of the Nameless has resonated throughout various dynasties, particularly due to his advocacy for peace and his aversion to slaughter. His ideals have spread far and wide, and his relentless pursuit of justice has garnered him considerable respect. Those who find themselves in his presence are often those who have acted unjustly. Even Kong Zhi's gaze, which once radiated with finality, faltered in his presence, not to mention others. When Mia Ju sought to retort, she was momentarily silenced by Su Huai'an's inquiry. Can you guess why I know this, and why I was able to effortlessly defeat your disciple with my swordsmanship? No, you are not his disciple, Mia Ju instinctively countered, only to realize her misstep an instant later. The mention of her beloved's demise, coupled with her disciple's disgrace, shattered her composure, leaving her unable to maintain her dignity in public. Despite her cunning nature, she found herself momentarily at a loss. Should not her master seek vengeance against those who caused harm to their revered teacher? What harm had been done? It was the petty nature of Gu Hongzi that led to his demise from illness. Yang Xiao bore no responsibility. Moreover, what concern was it of others whether her master suffered? It was not as though they were compelled to slay anyone merely upon encountering the Ming sect. Su Huai'an's words left Chen Wan, who had intended to defend Mieju, utterly speechless. Indeed, while one may grieve in solitude, they should not inflict harm upon others nor expect leniency for their transgressions. Silence, you shameless wretch, you seek death, Mieju exclaimed, her Tianjin sword trembling in her grip as she launched a fierce assault towards Su Huai'an. The distance of over 10 meters between them was inconsequential for a master like Mieju. In the blink of an eye, she closed the gap. The speed of her strike left Song Yuanxiao unable to intervene, taken aback by her sudden ferocity. He lamented inwardly, pondering how a first-rate martial artist could withstand the strike of a master. Moreover, Mieju belonged to the upper echelons of martial prowess, wielding the indomitable Tianjin. He cursed himself for his momentary lapse in vigilance, fearing for Su Xiaoyu's life. Yet, there were others whose thoughts ran in stark contrast. Given Su Huai'an's allegiance with Wudong, should they fail to win him over, eliminating him would not be a loss, as the enmity did not lie with their own sect. Regardless of affiliation, none present believed he could withstand Mieju's wrathful strike. Only Su Huai'an had sensed the impending danger, not due to his profound cultivation or keen insight, but because his understanding of the sword's essence transcended that of even the masters. He had long felt an eerie sensation as though enveloped by the sword itself, and thus had prepared himself in advance. As Mieju's attack approached, rather than retreating, he advanced, wielding his blood-flame sword with a seemingly chaotic, yet powerful downward strike. Come forth. For the first time since his crossing into this realm, he unleashed the full extent of his sword intent, feeling the surge of blood coursing through his veins. The blood-flame sword felt as though it had fused with his very being, as his true energy surged into his right hand with maximum intensity. He focused intently on the trajectory of the Tianjin's assault, and in that fleeting moment before their blades clashed, Su Huai'an shifted just a fraction, executing a horizontal slash with the blood-flame sword, striking the face of the Tianjin with a delicate yet firm touch. With a resounding clang, Mieju staggered back. Her momentum abruptly halted. In contrast, Su Huai'an was sent sprawling backwards, landing on the ground with unsteady steps, ultimately finding balance only when the tip of his sword pierced the earth. Chapter 77. A half-year agreement. The deadly duel. The Amei sect's leader is truly formidable. Her cultivation level is astonishing, surpassing my expectations. Su Huai'an wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Perhaps he had somewhat overestimated his own strength, believing he could exchange blows with a master for dozens of rounds. Little did he know that after merely one exchange, he had already fallen at a disadvantage. Even though his understanding of the sword had reached the serene state of sword-heart clarity, which typically allows one to surpass most in swordsmanship, he found it challenging to bridge the considerable gap of two major realms in power. He had underestimated the prowess of the leader, just as she had underestimated his capabilities. Young man, from where did you acquire your techniques? The leader of Amei did not pursue the attack, her gaze a mix of fury and fear. How could it be? After decades of devoted training, she found herself unable to eliminate a mere youth. The previous strike had been delivered in anger, intended to kill, and she had poured all her strength into it. Despite not employing a specific technique, the force behind it was beyond what any practitioner below the master level could withstand. It could be said that any master who faced her would perish, and those slightly weaker would be grievously injured. Yet, he had only sustained a minor wound. Clearly, Su Huai'an's strength, speed, and vital energy were no match for her. So why had he managed to withstand her blow? The master Kongji, also at the master level, regarded Su Huai'an with increased wariness. He cursed himself for participating in such an affair, gaining nothing while antagonizing both Wudong and Su Huai'an. He was still a first-grade warrior, capable of withstanding a strike from a master like the leader. One could only imagine the terrifying combat power he would possess if he were to reach innate mastery or ascend to the master level. Upon realizing the situation, Song Yuanxiao cast a complex glance at Su Huai'an and positioned himself protectively in front of him, fearing the leader would disregard martial ethics and strike at a junior. He had initially believed Su Huai'an was doomed, yet was astonished to find that not only had he survived, but he had also repelled the leader's attack, forcing her to retreat a step. It was remarkable that at merely 20 years of age, Su Huai'an could engage a master in combat. Was there anyone else in the world capable of such a feat? Previously, he had mentioned that he would remember Wudong's kindness and repay it when needed. He had thought it was merely a matter of relying on the alchemist's connections to assist him in Wudong's time of need. Now, it seemed that the true implication of his words was that he would intervene to save Wudong. What a prodigious youth he was. How splendid it would be if he were a disciple of Wudong. Old hag, should you dare to strike again, I assure you that neither you nor anyone else will leave Wudong alive." His words, though not loud, resonated with conviction. Anyone could discern the determination in his tone. He had even abandoned the courtesy of names, resorting to outright cursing, revealing the depth of his fury. No one doubted the authenticity of Song Yuanxiao's threat, especially in the face of his palpable murderous intent. It was not a daunting task for the entirety of Wudong to eliminate the leader and Kongji, along with dozens of disciples from the two sections. Kongji quickly stepped forward to mediate, unwilling to sacrifice his life for mere trivial gains. "Master Song, the leader's actions were merely a reaction to the situation. Do not take it to heart. Su Xiaoyu is a benefactor of Wudong, the old witch. If you wish to wage war against Wudong, I, Song Yuanxiao, shall accompany you to the end today." With the tip of his sword pointed at Mieshua, Song Yuanxiao elevated the confrontation to the level of sections. Mieshua's complexion fluctuated between red and purple, a rare moment of hesitation rendering her speechless. No matter how formidable a Mei might be, it dared not contend with Wudong. Setting aside the disparity in disciples, even in terms of masters, a Mei fell short. Wudong's 7 heroes, despite the death of Zhang Sanfeng and the incapacitation of Yu Daoyan, still have 5 remaining. The 2 weakest among them are at the peak of innate mastery, with 3 others being grandmasters. A Mei boasts but a single grandmaster. How could they prevail? Could she best Song Yuanxiao and simultaneously withstand Wudong's revered sword array? The Jinwu 7 Cuts formation? Apologies, my anger has clouded my judgment. Upon hearing her apology, Song Yuanxiao did not respond but turned to observe Su Huai'an. Curious about his intentions, a smile graced Su Huai'an's lips, pleased with the response. Having previously rescued both Zhang Wuji and Yu Daoyan, and forged a friendship with Zhang Sanfeng, it was imperative to adopt a resolute stance in light of the attack on Wudong while Song Yuanxiao was present. To do otherwise would betray chivalry and rather reveal cowardice. Thus, let today's incident come to a close. A Mei had prepared to offer apologies, yet Su Huai'an calmly dismissed the matter. Song Yuanxiao wished to convey something to him, but ultimately found himself at a loss for words. "Mieshua, you may leave. In the future, should the Jianghu remain devoid of formidable villains, there shall be no need for you to visit Wudong again." Embarrassed by today's humiliation, Mieshua recognized her loss of dignity and, with the assistance of her disciples, helped the enraged and fainting Chun Wan depart. Just as they turned to leave, Su Huai'an's cold voice pierced the air. "Mieshua, the sword strike of a Mei's leader, I have accepted today. In 6 months, I shall return to settle the score. May we not die until then, and I hope you do not disappoint me." Mieshua trembled, her brows furrowing, her countenance ashen and voice low. "Humph, so arrogant. You think yourself remarkable for receiving a single strike?" Once they had left Wudong Mountain and confirmed no one was following, a female disciple approached Mieshua's side. "Master, shall we secretly deal with this person?" "No need. He has challenged me. I shall confront him openly when the time comes," Mieshua replied, shaking her head, eschewing her usual methods. With her unparalleled swordsmanship and knowledge of the whereabouts of the nameless heavenly sword, backed by Zhang Sanfeng and Zhu Wushi, any covert actions could very well backfire. In 6 months, no matter his talent, he would stand no chance against her. This farce concluded with Su Huai'an's challenge. The Shaolin sect, well aware that too many words lead to downfall and already lacking public support, retreated in shame. In the aftermath, Song Yuanxiao cautioned, subtly indicating that Su Huai'an was acting too hastily. He had just reached the initial stage of the first tier, even with rigorous training over the next 6 months. He might only attain the peak of the mid-stage. To challenge Mieshua was tantamount to courting death. Su Huai'an, however, brimmed with confidence, believing that half a year was ample time for him to ascend to that level. After all, it had taken him merely a month and a half to progress from an ordinary individual to his current first-tier prowess. After bidding farewell to Song Yuanxiao, I ventured alone into the small town to procure the necessary supplies. It was time for me to seek new opportunities. For the primary purpose of my journey to Wudong was precisely that. With this fortuitous encounter, my cultivation would advance, allowing me to ascend to greater heights with ease. Chapter 78. The Blazing Monk and the 9 Yang Divine Art. He initially procured all the necessary materials in advance, ultimately acquiring a total of 1,000 meters of rope. Subsequently, he employed his agility to swiftly depart from Wudong Mountain. As he raced along, he simultaneously practiced the exquisite body technique known as the gentleman's journey of 10,000 miles. Congratulations to the host for successfully cultivating the exquisite body technique, gaining 2 experience points in the gentleman's journey of 10,000 miles. Congratulations to the host for successfully cultivating the exquisite body technique, gaining 2 experience points in the gentleman's journey of 10,000 miles. Congratulations to the host for demonstrating self-discipline and resilience. The exquisite body technique has reached the threshold of initial mastery, rewarding the host with 100 taels of gold. Huai'an did not pause along the way, showing no fear of potential troublemakers. Only after running 20 miles from Wudong did he slightly reduce his speed. His proficiency in the gentleman's journey of 10,000 miles had smoothly progressed to an advanced level. Regrettably, despite his impressive constitution and innate understanding, even the finest techniques offered little reward unless cultivated to a profound level. The system typically granted modest rewards of gold or silver, or common medicinal pills such as blood-boosting elixirs. On the surface, he appeared to be hurrying, yet in truth, he remained vigilant, assessing whether any martial artists were following him. After all, it was prudent for him to keep his subsequent plans concealed from prying eyes. By maintaining his pace, if anyone truly were to follow, they would inevitably reveal their presence. Once assured of his solitude, he detoured onto a side path, stealthily returning to a secluded gorge near Wudong. Finding a remote and uninhabited corner, he prepared meticulously before vanishing without a trace. When he re-emerged, he had descended to the base of a cliff. Unlike several hours prior, his body was now covered in numerous small wounds, oozing blood that stained his tattered clothing, rendering him akin to a beggar. Yet, his face radiated exhilaration as he applied golden wound ointment haphazardly across his injuries. He ventured deeper into the abyss, cautiously wielding his blood-flamed sword, meticulously surveying his surroundings. Despite being a superior-grade weapon, the System's rewards were extraordinary, with its hardness and sharpness rivaling that of exquisite-grade arms. Had he been wielding another superior-grade weapon, a direct clash with the heaven-defying sword would likely have resulted in significant damage or even fractures. Huai'an's South presence in this place stemmed from a recent conversation with Zhang Sanfeng. Zhang once recounted an incident from years past when a young monk from Shaolin sought him out for a duel at Wudong. At that time, Zhang was already a legendary figure in the martial world, yet the monk, known as the Blazing Monk, managed to engage him in a fiercely contested battle. Although Xiang had yet to grasp the essence of Tai Chi, he was undoubtedly among the foremost experts of his era. The Blazing Monk's ability to contend with him was attributed to his mastery of the unparalleled Nine-Yang divine art. Huai'an's knowledge of the Blazing Monk was scant. However, he understood that various accounts of the monk differed. Zhang had mentioned that the monk ultimately succumbed to defeat by a mere move, exclaiming that mastering the Nine-Yang divine art, yet failing to achieve invincibility, was a life devoid of meaning. He then leapt off the cliff in despair, and it was for this opportunity that Huai'an had embarked on his journey. The Nine-Yang divine skill, perhaps not the most formidable of mental arts, stands out as the most durable and practical among them. It offers myriad auxiliary benefits to the practitioner. Beneath the canyon lies a modest stream, with no other pathways in sight. Su Huai walked aimlessly along the direction of the water flow. After an extended period of wandering without encountering another soul, he began to doubt whether he had come to the correct place. Suddenly, a vivid crimson vine caught his attention, its blood-like hue seemingly guiding him forward. Following this vine, he traversed the distance until he arrived at the entrance of a cave towering over 2 meters high. After surveying the surroundings and confirming there was no danger, he ventured inside. Within the cave, a set of skeletal remains, long deceased, sat quietly at its center. The bones, eroded by time, bore no signs of life. On the wall behind the skeleton, a lengthy inscription was carved. Though he is strong, let him be strong. A gentle breeze caresses the mountain ridge. Though he is unyielding, let him be unyielding. The bright moon illuminates the great river. He may be ruthless, he may be vile, yet I possess a single breath of true energy. Su Huai's hands trembled slightly as he realized he had effortlessly discovered the Nine-Yang divine skill. It is no wonder that many assert that caves and cliffs harbor great opportunities. He had assumed that with the profound abilities of the Fire Headmaster, survival after leaping from the cliff would be possible. Little did he know that he had instead perished at the valley's base, leaving behind the Nine-Yang divine skill in his final moments. At the conclusion of the Nine-Yang divine skill's text, a brief note remained. I only hope that the one who masters this skill may defeat Wudong, thereby erasing my regrets. Su Huai shook his head, unable to suppress a bitter smile. How fervently the Fire Headmaster must have wished to triumph over Zhang Sanfeng. It seems he left behind the Nine-Yang divine skill in search of a successor capable of vanquishing Wudong. The valley below, with its clear flowing stream and dense trees, was devoid of venomous insects or fierce beasts, making it an ideal sanctuary for cultivation and seclusion. With no hesitation, He resolved to find a secluded spot to diligently focus on his training after acquiring the 9 Yang divine skill. With such an opportunity laid before him, he saw no need to search elsewhere. 1,000 meters down the cliff, he was assured of solitude. Taking out his provisions and water, Su Huai entered a state of meditation. Following the techniques of the Bone Refinement Sutra, his inner energy circulated ceaselessly, restoring him to peak condition. He had sprinted for dozens of miles and descended a 1,000-meter cliff. Were it not for the vast knowledge of modernity he possessed, it would have been unthinkable for even innate or grandmaster-level warriors to descend such heights. It was not that they lacked the ability, but rather that, at their level of cultivation, they would not take such significant risks. Chapter 79. A step into the innate in the blink of an eye. 2 hours had elapsed, and Su Huai'an's body and mind reached their zenith. He had no intention of making further preparations. After all, no matter how arduous the cultivation of the 9 Yang divine art, it could not surpass the capabilities of his self-discipline and self-improvement system. While observing the meridian operation chart of the technique, he silently recited the mental formula. Congratulations, host, for successfully cultivating the supreme treasure mental formula, 9 Yang divine art. Experience gained. 1. Congratulations, host, for successfully cultivating the supreme treasure mental formula, 9 Yang divine art. Experience gained. 1. Wait a moment. It was unreasonable for the 9 Yang divine art to be merely classified as a treasure. Upon seeing the system's assessment, Su Huai'an felt a jolt in his heart. After traversing mountains and rivers, enduring countless hardships, and even leaping from cliffs, he had finally obtained a treasure-level mental formula. He had expected it to be at least a saint-level technique, not something that fell so far short of his expectations. Had he known, he would have preferred to exchange for another mental formula at Wudong and spared himself the arduous journey. Though there are distinctions among treasures, the designation of supreme treasure still sounded commendable. Yet, ultimately, it remained within the category of treasures, which left him dissatisfied. Is there an error in your assessment? System assessment is accurate. The current version of the 9 Yang divine art is classified as the supreme treasure. Until now, the system had never made a mistake in its evaluations. He could only accept this reality. The 9 Yang divine art was indeed a treasure-level mental formula. Congratulations, host, for successfully cultivating the supreme treasure mental formula, 9 Yang divine art, 50 times. Experience gained, 50. Congratulations, host, for successfully cultivating the supreme treasure mental formula, 9 Yang divine art, 80 times. Experience gained, 80. Congratulations, host, for reaching the initial threshold of understanding the 9 Yang divine art through self-discipline and self-improvement. Reward, 1,000 taels of silver. As Su Huai'an gazed at the dawn breaking outside, an indescribable peculiarity crossed his face. After cultivating all night, accumulating hundreds of experience points to reach the initial threshold of understanding, and yet he was told that the 9 Yang divine art was a treasure-level technique? Although he could not accurately assess the grades of martial arts mental formulas, he could surmise a thing or two based on the experience gained from cultivation. For inferior mental formulas, it took 10 repetitions to reach the initial threshold. For medium-grade techniques, the difficulty increased by less than half, and the same applied to superior techniques. He had previously cultivated treasure-level martial arts, and it had not taken 100 experience points to achieve the initial threshold. Furthermore, with his enhanced comprehension and innate potential, his cultivation experience had also increased. To draw an analogy with mental formulas, initially, cultivating an inferior mental formula would yield only a modest increase in experience. Now, a single cultivation of an inferior mental formula would grant at least 5 to 10 points of experience. The higher the grade of the mental formula, the lesser the experience gained per cultivation, and the greater the experience required for advancement. However, the initial threshold was merely an entry-level realm. Yet it required hundreds of experience points, far exceeding the realm of treasures. System assessment is accurate. The current version of the 9 Yang divine art is limited to the supreme treasure level. Well, Su Huai'an knew it was futile to inquire further. The system would not answer his other questions nor provide any hints. He had attained the 9 Yang divine art solely through the memories from his previous life, which had granted him this opportunity. Yet one phrase caught his attention, current version. Was there not only one form of the 9 Yang divine art? After much contemplation, he ultimately relinquished the issue. He devoted himself wholeheartedly to his training, only to discover that the difficulty of mastering the 9 Yang divine art far exceeded his expectations. It was not until the third day that he barely reached the next realm. Congratulations to the host for exhibiting self-discipline and resilience. The 9 Yang divine art has been cultivated to a proficient level, granting a reward of 0.5 root bone. The modest reward for mere proficiency invigorated Su Huai'an, who had long awaited an enhancement in his root bone comprehension. Even mastering superior martial arts had failed to elevate his root bone insight. Yet, having achieved the second stage of the 9 Yang divine art, he was granted 0.5 root bone. He could only imagine the rewards awaiting him should he progress further. Filled with renewed confidence, particularly as the speed of his cultivation had significantly accelerated, he realized that half a day's training now equated to the results of an entire day previously. On the 10th day, the 9 Yang divine art reached an advanced level, resulting in a dual increase of 1 in both root bone and insight. By the end of the first month, the art attained a comprehensive understanding, bringing further substantial enhancements to his root bone and insight. Time seemed to dissolve in the pursuit of cultivation. Su Huai'an lost track of how long he had been training. Each day, he marked a line on the wall, and before he knew it, the wall was filled with these marks. Counting the days, he recognized that 1 month remained until his half-year promise with Li Hanyi. It was time to emerge. Remaining in solitude any longer might lead to dire consequences. As early as the beginning of the second month, he had contemplated leaving. However, lacking strength meant lacking a voice. He endured the torment of loneliness and resolutely continued his training. Congratulations to the host for successfully cultivating the supreme essence of the 9 Yang divine art 100 times. Attaining a comprehensive understanding, rewarded with 5 root bone, 5 insight, and 100 physique. The suppressed realms surged once more. Congratulations to the host for consecutive breakthroughs in cultivation, from early innate stage to mid-stage, reaching the pinnacle of late innate stage, rewarded with 50 physique. Months prior, while practicing the 9 Yang divine art, Su Huai'an had reached the peak of the first-grade late stage. Yet he had remained stuck at a bottleneck without any means of advancement. However, after a period of accumulation, his realm shot up as if enlightened by divine wisdom. With his right hand, he aligned his fingers and unleashed an invisible sword aura towards the stone cave. The instant the sword aura collided with the wall, it was as if a stone had plunged into the sea, leaving no trace behind. Only upon closer inspection could one discern a faint sword mark in the center of the cave. The sword aura was so sharp that it did not create a sound upon impact. It sliced through the stone as effortlessly as cutting tofu. Su Huai'an nodded in satisfaction. After ascending to the pinnacle of the innate stage, his qi had increased more than tenfold compared to the first-grade level. The quality of his qi was also on an entirely different plane, exhibiting a qualitative transformation. This remarkable enhancement was primarily due to the 9 Yang divine art vastly surpassing the qi he had previously cultivated through superior martial arts. If he were to confront his former self now, he was confident in delivering a lethal blow. Chapter 80. The Pinnacle of Innate Power at 20. News leaks. Contemplating for a moment, I decided to open the system panel to examine my specific attributes. Host, Su Huai'an, age, 20, realm, pinnacle of innate power, physique, 592, bone quality, 71, extraordinary talent, comprehension, 78, extraordinary talent, mental techniques martial arts, superior mental technique mastery, 30,000. Initial mastery of the extraordinary martial art Tai Chi, 32,150,000. Superior sword technique blood refining sword technique mastery, 6,210,000. Superior leg technique wind chasing leg mastery, 3,000. Intermediate leg technique illusory cloud leg mastery, 4,335,000. Basic sword technique return to simplicity, 3,800,000,999,9999. Basic body technique pinnacle achievement, 5,058,000. Basic spear technique pinnacle achievement, 4,963,8,000. Rare body technique gentleman's journey mastery, 5,010,000. Abilities, pinnacle alchemist, 150,000, 500,000. Pinnacle medical skills, 10,000,200,000. Special physique, medicinal vessel physique, martial intent, sword intent of slaughter with a clear mind, 200,1000. Sword Tao transcendence with a clear mind, 9,999 10,000. With both bone quality and comprehension reaching extraordinary heights, my physique had also surged significantly. Su Huai'an felt an illusion that, relying solely on his physical strength, he could easily overpower most innate martial artists. Over the past few months, he had devoted the majority of his time to cultivating the 9 Yang divine skill, with only a small portion spent practicing the gentleman's journey, resulting in limited progress in other martial arts. Otherwise, he would not have attained such mastery, which rewarded him with additional bone quality and comprehension. The deeper he delved into the gentleman's journey, the more he began to perceive the subtleties of this body technique. Simultaneously, after reaching a state of mastery with the 9-yang divine skill, his body underwent further transformations. Firstly, his vital energy had reached a self-sustaining state, allowing him to maintain his strength even after 10 days and nights of fierce battle. His recovery speed was remarkably swift, invulnerable to poisons and repelling all malevolent forces. Any cold attribute vital energy would be suppressed by him. With the completion of his martial arts, Li Hanyi, I am coming. As Su Huai'an gazed at the familiar birdsong and lush mountains around him, he first entertained the thought of seclusion. It was no wonder that many esteemed predecessors chose to retreat to the mountains upon reaching a certain level of mastery. Unfortunately, he was still youthful and lacked such enlightenment. A man ought to ride forth into the world, upholding justice and heroism. With an endless supply of 9-yang inner power, coupled with the tools he had previously acquired, he easily returned to the ground. Under his deliberate concealment, no one beneath the Grandmaster level could detect his presence. This time, he was not in a hurry to travel. Instead, he strolled through the martial world with a relaxed mindset. His overall strength now rendered him unafraid of most adversaries. The only ones capable of injuring him were the reclusive ancient monsters. Few openly recognized martial masters could rival him. As Su Huai'an traversed through a quaint town, he resolved to indulge in a meal after a long and arduous journey. During those years at the foot of the mountain, his sustenance had been limited to dry rations or the fish he caught himself, rendering his palate nearly desensitized. He ordered an extravagant array of dishes, with the primary emphasis being on their opulence, for he was not constrained by financial concerns. With each step, his appetite had significantly increased, enabling him to consume twice the amount of food he previously could. The culinary skills of the inn's chef were unparalleled, and as the fragrant dishes touched his lips, he couldn't help but reflect on his past experiences. What kind of life had he endured before this? Without comparison, there could be no pain, and he found it unfathomable how he had managed to survive several months at the foot of the mountain. While others began their journeys with alluring companions or extraordinary powers, he was left to cultivate his own abilities, the only distinction from ordinary warriors being a marginally faster pace in his training. The age-old pursuits of acquiring secret manuals and befriending masters seemed tedious and overdone. Just as he lamented the arduous journey of life, he resolved to steadily cultivate himself until he reached unparalleled strength. Amidst his reflections, snippets of conversation from the adjacent table reached his ears. Have you heard about the significant event concerning the Ame sect? One voice inquired. It is said that the venerable mistress of extinction has advanced in her cultivation, now standing on the brink of becoming the foremost figure of the righteous sections. Wudong is faltering. Who claims Wudong is failing? Let me share a secret. The paralysis of Yu Daiyan, one of the Wudong 3 heroes, has been cured. Moreover, Yu Lianqiu has emerged from seclusion, and the righteous sects are likely to witness further changes soon. Isn't Yu Lianqiu the one renowned as the most gifted disciple among the Wudong 7 heroes? Another voice interjected. It is rumored that even before his retreat, Song Yuanxiao, the elder brother among them, was subtly outmatched by him. Regardless of all that, I am curious as to how Yu Daiyan, who was once incapacitated and suffered damaged meridians, has managed to recover, one man pondered. I cannot say for certain, but there are accounts of him moving about freely. He even took a stroll a few months ago. I know someone whose distant relative is at Wudong. They mentioned a young man who cured him, but that is not the most astonishing part. Do you know what else transpired that day? Another pressed eagerly. Do tell. Spare us the suspense. The man, striking a formidable pose, was eventually served a fine wine by his companions, allowing him to leisurely continue. It is said that this young man later faced persecution from the mistress of extinction, yet he rose to the challenge and fought for dozens of rounds without yielding. Remarkably, he was merely 16 or 17 years old. Su Huai'an, the very subject of this tale, found himself amused at the absurdity of it all. How was it that he was unaware of such events? A few months prior, he could hardly endure even 7 or 8 exchanges before being subdued. Moreover, their previous encounter had barely constituted a single exchange, merely a clash of swords. The power of rumor was indeed formidable. Yet, there is truth in every whisper. For his own encounter with the mistress of extinction was undeniably real. He found himself inclined to believe most of the information shared among the group. Chapter 81. Arrival at Shuyue City. The so-called Wudong duo, Yu Lianqiu, is widely recognized as the most gifted among the 7 heroes of Wudong, a sentiment that Su Huai'an wholeheartedly shares. Had Zhang Sanfeng not perished, there may have been room for debate, yet his death solidified Yu Lianqiu's standing. While Song Yuanxiao also possesses considerable talent, he still falls slightly short of Yu Lianqiu. Beyond the matter of innate ability, Another contributing factor is that Song Yuanxiao serves as the acting leader. Zhang Sanfeng rarely concerns himself with worldly affairs, and Yu Lianzhou is deeply engrossed in martial arts, leaving Song Yuanxiao to bear the weight of the sect's responsibilities. Over time, this distraction has impeded his progress, allowing his junior to surpass him in cultivation. As for Yu Daiyan, his circumstances are more readily understood. He had received treatment from Yu Lianzhou, yet years of inactivity and limited mobility have hindered his development. It is only natural that, upon regaining his ability to stand, he would take the opportunity to walk and acclimate to his body. However, he finds himself perplexed as to who leaked the information. The matters concerning himself, Wudong, and the extermination had only been known to the three major sections. Those who sought enlightenment at Wudong had long been dispersed. Amei would never tarnish its own reputation, and Song Yuanxiao, with his chivalrous nature, does not seem the type to engage in such treachery. Could it be those old bald monks? They are the only ones who revel in stirring the waters. Previously, he had been skeptical of the notion that in times of prosperity, Buddhism spreads compassion, while in chaos, the teachings of Laozi save lives. He had believed this to be a denigration of Buddhism in favor of Taoism, yet observing the actions and attitudes of both in the Ming dynasty, it is difficult to make definitive judgments. Certainly, there are high monks who guide the masses towards enlightenment, yet they are likely absent from the Ming. He has not forgotten the incident when Shaolin allied with Amei to threaten him at Wudong. Once he concludes his affairs in Shuiyue City and resolves matters with Li Hanyi, he intends to head to Amei to settle scores with the extermination sect before making his way to Wudong. Had it not been for the late hour of his departure and the fact that Amei lies in the opposite direction of Shuiyue City, his first course of action would have been to visit Amei. He regards this situation merely as an intriguing occurrence, not delving deeply into the source of the intelligence leak. Even though he possesses memories from his previous life, granting him insight into many subsequent plot developments and the personalities of most characters, he still forgets one crucial truth. People are capable of change, and there may never come a time when one feels compelled to force another into transformation. His arrival has triggered a myriad of cascading butterfly effects, leading to numerous deviations from the events he remembers. Yet, that is a matter for another time. Su Huai'an embarked on his journey. Initially, he traversed from Shuiyue City to Taishan City on the borders of the Ming dynasty in less than half a month. The journey from Taishan City to Wudong would be similar, though he chose not to retrace his steps through the towns he had previously visited. Instead, he opted to circumvent Taishan City, progressing towards Shuiyue City from a different direction. During his solitary retreat at the mountain's base, he found himself grappling with feelings of loneliness, prompting him to reflect on many matters he had previously overlooked. He realized that in his fervent pursuit of strength, he had neglected various aspects of life. His current situation, however, does not lend itself easily to taking action. With affairs to attend to, time seems to stretch. Without them, it appears to contract. Su Huai'an, accompanied only by his horse and sword, began his own journey through the martial world. He often intervened when witnessing injustice, drawing his sword to lend assistance. On one occasion, he encountered bandits raiding a village, who were even selling children and women into slavery and conscripting men for labor. The elderly were subjected to physical cremation on the spot, so as to avoid the wastage of food. In a fit of fury, one individual wielded a sword, swiftly claiming dozens of lives, thereby rescuing an entire village's populace before quietly departing. Within a mere span of a month, he witnessed the myriad facets of human existence. The martial arts of the 9 provinces thrived, where only the strong held sway, rendering the weak utterly valueless. It was a stark manifestation of primal law. Even the apparent stability and prosperity of life were mere reflections of the constraints imposed by one's environment. His initial choice of a bodyguard agency was one of considerable repute within the confines of Shuiyue City, reflective of the wealth he had displayed upon his arrival. Had he opted for certain disreputable agencies, he would have certainly faced the grim fate of being robbed and murdered, left to rot in the wilderness. Upon reaching Taishan City, despite it being a border town, the presence of a Ming general ensured its vibrancy and prosperity. His journey thereafter led him ever closer to the imperial capital of the Ming dynasty, thus shielding him from the harsher realities of the world. However, as he distanced himself from the Ming, he traversed regions predominantly under the influence of minor dynasties. Even his own dynasty struggled to survive in the crevices of power. How then could it safeguard its citizens? He had witnessed destitute families, where fathers, in desperate attempts to feed their children, resorted to groveling for alms from the affluent. He had also seen others, driven by hunger, selling their own daughters. Through these myriad experiences, Su Huai'an's mindset grew increasingly composed. Each time he encountered heinous acts of arson and pillage, he would act without hesitation. In earlier days, he might have refrained from intervening, adhering to the principle that a gentleman does not place himself in perilous situations. Lacking the strength, he would never risk his life for a stranger. Today, however, he had achieved a modicum of success, facing those who sought his life. Only a handful of ancient fiends could truly threaten him. The machinations of the underworld, including poison and traps, bore no efficacy against him. Immune to toxins and unafraid of poison, he no longer approached matters with trepidation as he once did. His initial acts of kindness, performed inadvertently, would later prove to be of immense benefit to him. It brought to mind the wisdom of a renowned figure: do good deeds without concern for the future. Thus, having squandered a little time on various matters, he arrived at Huai'an City just a day before his 6-month deadline. Gazing upon the ancient yet grand city before him, Su Huai'an marveled in awe. No wonder it was hailed as the foremost city under heaven. Its imposing demeanor exuded an aura of strength. The city's scale was indeed magnificent, and upon entering, he discovered that the architecture within was equally remarkable. It far surpassed any town he had previously encountered. If one were to assert that any town within the Ming dynasty could rival it, it would only be the imperial capital itself. Chapter 82. The Astonishing by Li Dongjun. After all, this city is the long-standing seat of the emperor, a place incomparable to the ordinary. In discussions among the martial world, the imperial city is seldom included. This time, he intends to reclaim everything he has lost. When Su Huai'an departed for the first time, he was in a state of disarray. Upon his return, he now possessed solid strength, transforming his entire demeanor. Rather than seeking out Li Hanyi, he chose a quaint tea house, where he leisurely savored tea on the second floor. Few would possess the audacity to venture alone into the heart of such powerful forces. Among his contemporaries, he stood as an unparalleled force, and most seasoned practitioners were no match for him. Yet, the world is rife with prodigies, and when confronted with true masters, he found himself lacking in resistance. Li Xiang, the lord of Huai'an City, was indeed one of those formidable figures at the pinnacle of humanity. Su Huai'an harbored no illusions. Should he face this individual, even with all his trump cards, he would likely succumb within 3 moves. Nevertheless, he was willing to place his trust in Li Hanyi, who, after capturing him, had opted not to kill him but to place him under soft confinement, indicating a lack of murderous intent. During the past 6 months of his own cultivation, Li Hanyi had carved out a considerable reputation in the martial world. Bearing the title of the Lord's disciple, she had challenged the young swordsmanship experts far and wide, remaining undefeated. Within the confines of Huai'an City, patrons were abuzz, discussing the 2 prominent figures, Li Hanyi and Xiang Changfeng. Have you heard? The Lord's third disciple possesses unparalleled spear skills. Yet what of it? Li Hanyi's swordsmanship rendered others defenseless, with whispers circulating about her blade, the Liaoxi leaving no trace. One couldn't help but wonder which scoundrel would ultimately win the heart of such a beautiful and skilled woman. He cursed under his breath. The mere thought of his goddess being with another brought him discomfort. Waiter, bring me another jug of wine. Su Huai'an had not anticipated that, in seeking amusement, he would overhear discussions about who might win Li Hanyi's favor. Of course, that would be him. From their conversations, he gleaned another revelation. The arrival of his presence had initiated a butterfly effect, beginning to alter the course of events. Meanwhile, Li Hanyi sat cross-legged in a secret chamber, focusing intently, mentally simulating her techniques. After a long while, she opened her eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within them, as if she had transformed into a cold blade. This time, once you arrive, you shan't escape. In just 10 moves, I shall have you concede wholeheartedly. With her resolve firm, Li Dongjun stealthily summoned Xiang Changfeng, and the 2 conspired away from Li Hanyi's sight. Changfeng, what is your perspective? Let her be. If she truly dislikes that fellow, we cannot force them together. A prized alchemist, merely 20 years of age. Even if they do not unite, I wish to entice him to remain in the city. That may prove difficult. Li Dongjun took a delicate sip of fine wine, neither affirming nor denying the proposal, and with a chuckle, he retorted, by what means can we retain him? We. CK Changfeng fell into silence. They truly lacked the means to retain Su Huai'an. As an alchemist, he could obtain whatever he desired, rendering any ties to his sect unnecessary. Moreover, neither of the 2 held significant authority. Any enticing offers would require their master's consent. Our only hope was that the junior sister would unite with him, thereby making him part of the Huai'an City family. The reason for their speculation stemmed primarily from Li Hanyi's ambiguous attitude towards Su Huai'an. They were uncertain about how their relationship would evolve. Report, someone seeks an audience outside, announced a guard, kneeling respectfully before Li Dongjun. Both Li Dongjun and CK Changfeng dismissed it lightly, gesturing for the visitor to enter. Their master, Weixiong, had long refrained from intervening, intentionally allowing the two to hone their skills by entrusting most matters within the city to them. Recently, visitors had frequently appeared, either seeking connections or making requests, and he had grown adept at managing these affairs. As they continued discussing Li Hanyi, CK Changfeng expressed his discontent. Why must I refer to her as senior sister? We both entered around the same time. I am several years her senior, yet I am compelled to address her as such. It's quite vexing. Then why not confront her? Forget it. She's merely a sword demon. Even if I could best her, I have no desire to provoke her. CK Changfeng shuddered, clearly feeling powerless against Li Hanyi. Just as Li Dongjun was about to make a jest, an invisible aura surged forth, enveloping him with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Every hair on his body stood on end, sensing imminent danger. He looked up to see a young man in white, calm and composed, entering the hall. After a slight bow, he spoke, "Lord Bai, it has been a while." Initially perplexed, Li Dongjun was soon struck with astonishment, hesitating for several seconds before uncertainly inquiring, "Are you Huai'an?" Indeed. He could not help but gasp. Although there had been little change in his appearance over the past 6 months, his aura had undergone a tremendous transformation. The first time he encountered Huai'an, he was merely a person subdued by Li Hanyi with a single move. Now, only a short time later, he exuded a presence that pressed upon him. It was worth noting that Li Dongjun was considerably older than Li Hanyi and possessed cultivation far beyond that of an ordinary martial artist. He had not felt such a sense of danger in a long time. This young man was extraordinary. I am here to fulfill the wager made 6 months ago. Huai'an clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, maintaining a demeanor of tranquility in the face of the two. Very well, I shall summon Hanyi. Li Dongjun nodded, instructing CK Changfeng to entertain him while he himself headed to the back courtyard. Before departing, he cast one last glance, leaving with a deep sense of curiosity. Chapter 83. Reunion from the perspective of his innate pinnacle. Nearing the threshold of a half-step master, Huai'an appeared to be merely a first-grade martial artist. Yet, he had just experienced an overwhelming pressure that left him perplexed. How could a mere first-grade warrior impose such strain on a half-step master, who, after all, was Li Dongjun? He was the foremost disciple of Li Xiang, possessing a profound mastery of martial arts that far surpassed the capabilities of those who relied solely on drugs. While it may not be said that he was invincible below the realm of masters, he certainly ranked among the strongest in the innate realm. At their level of martial prowess, one's instincts bore considerable weight. With this thought in mind, Li Dongjun resolved to caution his junior sister upon their meeting, urging her to avoid any missteps. If he felt danger, then she was certainly facing a formidable adversary. Upon arriving at the entrance of Li Hanyi's residence, before he could even knock, a sense of foreboding washed over him as he sensed a powerful surge of true energy gathering. In an instant, he sidestepped several meters, narrowly evading a silver-white frost sword aura that cleaved through the sturdy wooden door, whisking past his nose. The wall behind him was split in two, leaving Li Dongjun astounded. Was it truly necessary to respond with such ferocity over a mere message? Who had provoked such ire? Brother, has he arrived? Li Hanyi's voice remained as frosty as ever, though it was not difficult to discern the emotional undercurrents within. Li Dongjun felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. What do your quarrels have to do with me? Li Hanyi succinctly explained, I was merely inspired in a moment of insight, hence the sword strike. Li Dongjun's expression brightened as he suddenly realized, your sword intent has indeed progressed. A breakthrough is not far off. It seemed she was eager to express her newfound understanding, and her unintended sword aura had coincidentally targeted him. Li Hanyi shook her head slightly. It is not so simple. Without other opportunities, it could take 3 to 5 years to achieve a breakthrough. Li Dongjun wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing the immense difficulty of taking that decisive step. Let us proceed, he suggested. Li Hanyi replied, her gaze resolute, her long sword gleaming with a sharp intensity, exuding an extreme chill from within. Just before they returned to the hall, Li Dongjun could not help but whisper a few cautious words. Be careful, even I cannot fully gauge his depth. Tread carefully and test his strength. Despite her confidence, Li Hanyi's brow furrowed at his words. I have my own assurance. Half a year prior, when she had made a wager with Huai'an, he was merely a 5th-grade warrior, several significant realms below her. Even with his extraordinary elixirs, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to ascend for major realms in just 6 months. Moreover, she too would be making progress, not stagnating without improvement. Li Dongjun offered an awkward smile, refraining from further comments. His junior sister was remarkable in many respects. Her swordsmanship was exceptional, her talent was high, and she was beautiful. Her only flaw was her excessive confidence. He hoped that through their duel, they might find common ground, allowing Li Hanyi to keep him in Shuiyue City. Before encountering Su Huai'an, he harbored concerns that Li Hanyi might act too harshly, potentially rendering the other incapable of self-sufficiency. Should matters escalate to such an extent, the connection between Shuiyue City and Su Huai'an would be irrevocably severed. To let slip a prodigious alchemist of rare talent would undoubtedly become a lifelong regret for him. He was inclined to believe that their union was the most prudent resolution. After all, the events had unfolded inadvertently, and the best course was to embrace companionship. Even if the scandal surrounding Li Hanyi were to spread, it might well be perceived by others as a serendipitous twist of fate between celestial partners. However, as an outsider, he hesitated to offer excessive counsel, fearing that it might incite resentment from his junior sister. Li Hanyi had never anticipated that the distance from her courtyard to her senior brother's grand hall would feel so interminable. She was uncertain how to confront Su Huai'an. Did she truly harbor feelings for him? Perhaps she did. The thought of his ethereal allure and handsome visage was indeed difficult for any woman to resist. Yet, the prospect of bringing him back to Shuiyue City loomed over her. He seemed disinclined to accompany her and chose instead to linger with other women. She could overlook Weixiong, who was her constant companion. But the attention from other female disciples of various sects was more troubling, and she could hardly blame him. The manner in which Su Weixiong regarded Su Huai'an, having interacted with him on several occasions, left Li Hanyi feeling profoundly uneasy. Though no words were exchanged, she sensed that there was undoubtedly some shared history between the two, a sixth sense common among women. "You've arrived. I have come." Bailey Dongjun and Xikong Changfeng exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fathom that this reunion would unfold in such a manner. Had they aged so much that they could not comprehend the situation? The gazes exchanged between Li Hanyi and Su Huai'an were laden with complexity, joy, regret, reluctance, and an overwhelming excitement. Su Huai'an was consumed with a desire to exact revenge for the humiliations he had endured during his journey through time. He was not averse to passivity. On the contrary, there was a certain thrill to it. However, this was contingent upon possessing the strength to act, as opposed to being powerless and merely enduring, a distinction that profoundly impacted a man's pride. Before him stood Li Hanyi, his first woman, and to deny the feelings that stirred within him would be disingenuous. Men are inherently visual creatures. Who would not desire to conquer a woman as composed and proud as Li Hanyi, especially when she had entrusted herself to him? Li Hanyi, on the other hand, was grappling with a different sentiment. After half a year apart, Su Huai'an appeared even more handsome, exuding a newfound maturity and an inexplicable charm. She found herself at a loss, uncertain how to navigate her feelings for this man and the true nature of their relationship. Chapter 84. A terrifying talent. How have you been lately? After a prolonged silence, it was Su Huai'an who broke the ice. His demeanor imbued with a boldness shaped by his modern understanding of love, despite their lack of romantic entanglement. Li Hanyi, perceiving the sincerity in his tone, intended to reply softly, indicating that he was well and inquiring about Su's recent circumstances. However, the words that escaped his lips took an unexpected turn. "Not good. I've been waiting for you to come." The palpable tension in his voice startled both Bailey Dongjun and the others. For Li Hanyi typically exhibited little reaction when Su Huai'an was mentioned. Yet today, upon their meeting, he radiated an unmistakable combative spirit. Su Huai'an remained unfazed, reclining in his chair, taking a modest sip of his drink, and smiling broadly. "Are you waiting for me to marry you?" Li Hanyi's face flushed, a slight tremor coursing through him. "You scoundrel, should you defeat me, I would accept servitude without complaint. If not for my status as your opponent, you would remain in Shuiyue City, obediently." Their exchange resembled a roller coaster ride, alternating between moments of delight and anguish. They felt a pang of anxiety for their foolish junior sister, illustrating that high intelligence did not necessarily equate to emotional wisdom. Su Huai'an's intentions were crystal clear. Winning against you would also mean marrying you. Why linger over past wagers? Xikong Changfeng, though less skilled than Bailey Dongjun, could not gauge Su Huai'an's approximate abilities. Yet, the mere fact that he could converse with ease and poise before them signified his extraordinary nature. Though all four were part of the younger generation, the disparity in their ages, exceeding 2 or 3 years, created significant differences in their combat prowess. Moreover, Bailey and Xikong were considerably senior to Li Hanyi and Su Huai'an, their cultivation levels already displaying a marked divide. "Let us see your true mettle," Li Hanyi retorted, her expression stoic as she strode outside. Observing her retreating figure, Su Huai'an's smile deepened. Her facade might deceive others, but it could not fool herself. Her sharp tongue belied the subtle turbulence within her true energy, indicating that her emotions were far from tranquil. Once they exited, Xikong Changfeng scratched his head, a perplexed expression adorning his face. What is his cultivation level? I was about to inquire the same, Bailey Dongjun replied, his expression one of peculiar intrigue as he continued to glance outside. Xikong Changfeng, unfazed by his companion's concerns, retorted with a sense of indignation. How should I know? That fellow is impenetrable. Not a trace of true energy escapes him, leaving me utterly bewildered. I've tried offering tea and a seat, yet none proved effective. Bailey Dongjun sighed. Affirming his suspicions, his fingers pressed against his forehead in silence. Xikong Changfeng continued to express his frustrations, oblivious to Bailey's contemplations. That lad is truly formidable. Ordinary methods are futile against him. I cannot fathom how he cultivates. His speed is utterly preposterous. Why are you silent? It was only when Xikong Changfeng recalled Bailey Dongjun that he noticed him strolling outside with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly uttering a response. The innate aura he exuded was something even most congenital martial artists could not achieve, unless one practiced exceptionally advanced mental disciplines alongside their innate cultivation. After speaking, he left him standing there, offering no further explanations. Xikong Changfeng suddenly had an epiphany. Indeed, how could he have overlooked this matter? Earlier, he had learned from the lips of Bailey Dongjun that Su Huai'an had remarkably reached the 5th rank within a mere fortnight, a feat that could only be described as miraculous. Therefore, both of them tacitly accepted that when Su Huai'an arrived in Shuyue City 6 months later, he would at least attain the 2nd rank, or even possibly strive for the 1st rank. The old adage holds true. The initial stages are often easier than the latter ones. Even if Su Huai'an possessed extraordinary alchemical skills, he might not have sufficient medicinal materials to continually refine pills and ingest them for rapid cultivation advancement. Upon encountering the real person, he had overlooked this point. Although he speculated Su Huai'an might have achieved innate cultivation, yet he felt no astonishment, for he himself had attained innate levels at a similar age. However, Su Huai'an had only begun his martial journey 6 months prior and had swiftly reached the innate realm. Xikong Changfeng had spent over a decade honing his foundation and diligently practicing, and even then, he was regarded as exceptionally gifted. Su Huai'an could no longer be merely termed a genius. He was a prodigy. Once he grasped this realization, he hastened to follow. Bailey Dongjun, before departing, wore an unusual expression, as he had also come to understand the situation. Given that Li Hanyi was bound to lose, a 1st rank confronting an innate martial artist, especially one whose depth remained uncertain, the likelihood of victory was virtually non-existent. Yet, in that brief span of time, upon his emergence, he found the two engaged in combat. Both sides exchanged offensive and defensive maneuvers, locked in a stalemate where neither gained a clear advantage. Shadows flitted across the arena, and the clashing of weapons resonated with a thunderous cacophony. Xikong Changfeng was left bewildered. Logically, the battle should have been overwhelmingly one-sided. Conversely, it was Bailey Dongjun, who had harbored concerns about their confrontation, watching with rapt attention, his demeanor exuding an inexplicable sense of ease and joy. Have you consumed something sweet? Why are you so cheerful? Is it wrong to be happy? Did you not wish to see them truly engage? Who said they were genuinely fighting? Chapter 85. The absolute disparity of strength. Bailey Dongjun gestured subtly, urging him to observe closely. On the surface, the two appeared to be engaged in a fierce confrontation. Yet upon closer inspection, it became evident that their clash was largely superficial. Li Hanyi maintained a calm demeanor, executing movements with an effortless grace, clearly exerting minimal effort. Su Huai'an's behavior was even more extraordinary. She adopted a purely defensive stance, occasionally stealing glances at Li Hanyi's actions. Her hardened exterior belied a tender heart. Bailey Dongjun succinctly articulated the truth. When Li Hanyi and Su Huai'an had first engaged, he initially feared for their safety, apprehensive that their duel might escalate to deadly extremes. However, he soon recognized that, despite their swift strikes, the force behind them barely matched that of a second-tier martial artist. Even Su Huai'an discerned this discrepancy. She was eager to ascertain Li Hanyi's feelings toward her. Had Li Hanyi launched a lethal attack from the outset, Su Huai'an would have reciprocated without hesitation. Ultimately, men are drawn to women, yet who would be enamored by a femme fatale? At least Su Huai'an believed she could not. Aware that their past encounter had been a mere accident, she pondered the implications of Li Hanyi's potential lethal intent during their duel. This was also a reason for her deliberate restraint, concealing her true capabilities from others. If Li Hanyi were to hold back out of concern for inadvertently injuring him, it would suggest her kind-hearted nature and perhaps indicate she harbored special feelings for him. Li Hanyi, however, lacked the discernment to perceive his true strength, fearing that an all-out assault might result in serious injury to him, hence her conscious effort to temper her power. Su Huai'an began to understand her intentions. Even if she did not openly express affection, it was clear that she held a certain fondness for him. He decided to engage with her playfully, offering guidance on her martial arts. Their movements quickened, aided by the fact that both Xikong Bailey were innate-level warriors. Otherwise, their actions would have been nearly imperceptible. Li Hanyi progressed from utilizing 50% of her strength to 70%, ultimately unleashing her full power. Yet, regardless of her efforts, Su Huai'an effortlessly countered her attacks. Li Hanyi was astonished by Su Huai'an's advancement, which ignited her competitive spirit, prompting her to unleash her entire vital energy. In an unavoidable display of her newly mastered technique, a tempest of flying sand and swirling petals filled the air within a 100-meter radius. Each petal exuded a sharp aura, resembling a multitude of sword energies that swirled around her in rapid motion. The sheer force of this technique left Xikong Changfeng nearby in awe. Her swordsmanship had reached remarkable heights. Had I still been at the first-tier level, I would surely have suffered greatly attempting to endure such an attack. Li Hanyi was confident in this technique, convinced that Su Huai'an would have no choice but to retreat, unable to face it head-on. No first-tier warrior could withstand this move unscathed. It was one of her signature techniques that had earned her renown in the martial world. Yet, Su Huai'an disregarded the peril concealed within the petals, teasingly remarking, "What? Are you planning to formally propose to me with all these flowers?" It must be said, possessing beauty truly confers an advantage. Clad in pristine white, resembling snow, she exuded an exquisite charm amidst the petals, creating a sight that was utterly delightful. With sharp wit and a sharp tongue, Li Hanyi commanded, "Receive this," as she pointed her rain-listening sword, unleashing a flurry of petals that danced through the air. Su Huai'an stood resolute, his blood flame sword weaving intricate patterns. With a seemingly mundane upward thrust, he halted the petals mid-flight, as if they were drained of vitality, cascading gently to the ground. Li Hanyi's proud profile displayed a rare expression of surprise. It was inconceivable. She had anticipated that Su Huai'an would falter, forced to retreat or dodge. She had considered the possibility of him concealing his strength, capable of forcibly dismantling her assault. Yet, she had never envisioned that he would so effortlessly neutralize her most formidable technique. "Nothing is impossible," Su Huai'an declared, standing with his sword, his robes billowing without wind. "You once told me that your partner must possess the rare elegance of a sword immortal. The truth reveals that my sword surpasses yours. Is there any need for further comparison?" Li Hanyi fell silent, a flicker of internal struggle crossing her gaze. Was it truly so unfathomable to be with him? It seemed appealing, yet she was reluctant to concede defeat. She resented the notion that her swordsmanship was inferior to his. "As long as you can withstand this strike, I shall yield to your will," she proclaimed, an aura of unyielding determination coalescing around her. Her demeanor transformed dramatically, appearing as though she had metamorphosed into a sharp blade. Bailey Dongjun winced at the memory of nearly being wounded by her earlier strike. Surely she does not intend to employ that technique, he mused, recognizing her burgeoning sword intent. Perilously close to a breakthrough, Xikong Changfeng, seldom serious, instinctively prepared to intervene. Should she unleash this move, Su Huai'an might emerge unscathed, but Li Hanyi would undoubtedly suffer grievous injuries. "This girl is far too earnest," Bailey Dongjun sighed, ready to halt this futile confrontation. Yet, as he stirred, a shadow darted past him with astonishing speed, catching him off guard. Su Huai'an had acted, unleashing his true prowess for the first time. In the blink of an eye, he traversed over 10 meters, effortlessly severing the sword intent enveloping Li Hanyi, disrupting her half-formed attack. Su Huai'an's initial good spirits evaporated, replaced by a scowl. "You've lost your mind. Even if you successfully execute this move, you cannot hope to match me." "Who says?" Li Hanyi retorted coldly, a trickle of blood staining her lips. "Not a single person of your rank can withstand this strike. I would rather endure a grievous, perhaps incurable injury than forfeit my technique. Do you truly wish to defeat me so desperately?" Su Huai'an's tone was frigid, his gaze fixed intently on Li Hanyi. His frustration simmered. This foolish woman was relentless in her pursuit of victory. Did triumph truly hold such significance? Li Hanyi intended to assert her unwillingness to lose, but the intensity of his stare compelled her to lower her head. The latter part of her thought eluded her, and she found herself speechless, overwhelmed by a sense of unwarranted petulance that rendered her mute. Bailey Dongjun swiftly stepped forward to mediate, smiling as he explained, "My dear brother Su, please do not take offense. Young Han possesses extraordinary talent, and it is unwise to hold her accountable for her actions. She has acted impulsively, attempting to wield a sword intent she has yet to fully comprehend. Should you employ that technique today, it would take you nearly a decade to regain mastery over your sword intent." Su Huai'an's fury remained unabated, and he unleashed a torrent of reproach. Li Dongjun wished to offer further counsel, but fell silent upon observing Li Hanyi's silence. He too disapproved of her conduct. Had Su Huai'an refrained from scolding her, he would have interjected with admonitions of his own. He had never witnessed his junior sister appear like a wayward child, meekly enduring reprimand. Su Huai'an's tirade continued for some time, during which Li Hanyi's head sank lower, punctuated by soft sobs. I have only just reached the age of marriage. Yet you have committed such an act. Even if it is not your fault, I have lost my purity. I sought you out to bring you back to Shuiyue City. Yet you refused to return with me, resorting to threats from Zhang Sanfeng and Zhu Wushi. Do not think I am unaware. During your time in Taishan City, you bestowed numerous elixirs upon Weixiong, or else her cultivation would not have advanced so remarkably. You refuse to return with me, but choose to gift another woman instead. I have never been bested by my peers, so why should I concede to you? I shall not. With tears welling in her eyes and her gaze reddened, Li Hanyi stubbornly lifted her head to meet his eyes. Chapter 86. The astonished Li Dongjun. Su Huai'an gazed at the enchanting figure before him, her expression a portrait of poignant vulnerability. Realizing that his words had been rather harsh, he acknowledged that he had been viewing the matter solely from his perspective. He had always perceived Li Hanyi as an icy persona, never having witnessed such a tender, youthful countenance. Despite her exceptional martial prowess, she was still quite young. Had she been in her 20s, she would undoubtedly have navigated such situations with ease. Yet, at her current age, she was merely a girl, still innocent to the ways of the world. It was only natural for her to struggle with her emotions and to harbor feelings of rebellion. This was not a mindless tale where the mere sight of the male protagonist incited overwhelming love. They had scarcely met a handful of times. Comparing her to the ever-present Weixiong was futile. Even Su Weixiong, whom he had rescued, had spent significantly more time with him than Li Hanyi. It was entirely reasonable for her to experience conflicting emotions, oscillating between admiration and resentment towards him. Perhaps it was the sight of her tear-streaked face, so incongruous with her usual demeanor, that moved Su Huai'an. Wiping her tears, she defended her own defeat, asserting that with just a bit more time, she would master the essence of the sword. What do you believe is the mightiest sword? Su Huai'an gently stroked her hair. Li Hanyi shivered imperceptibly, but did not shy away. To cleave through all obstacles before oneself, like the legendary sword sage, renowned for slaying dragons, was the epitome of the swordplay that all sword wielders aspired to achieve. Su Huai'an smiled noncommittally. Perhaps, but I believe a sword is simply a sword. There is no distinction. With countless successors, who could claim invincibility, it was the ability to transcend oneself that defined one's own path in swordsmanship. When I wielded my sword against you, I felt an immense pressure. Could it be that you have comprehended the essence of the sword? Li Hanyi's remark sent ripples through Weixiong and his companion. Young brother Su, achieving such a level at your tender age, when would you have had the time to cultivate the essence of the sword? Xikong Changfeng immediately dismissed the notion. That is the essence of the sword. Not something as trivial as roadside cabbage. To be able to reach the innate realm before the age of 20 is a rarity, a prodigy of unparalleled talent. To attain such mastery and comprehend the essence of the sword before 20 is destined to dominate an era. Yet, Su Huai'an had only practiced martial arts for half a year. The idea of him mastering the essence of the sword was preposterous. The rapid advancement in martial arts could be attributed to his identity as an alchemist, but the essence of the sword offered no shortcuts. Li Dongjun remained silent. Yet he shared the same sentiment. It is important to note that while Li Hanyi had brushed against the threshold of the essence of the sword, truly comprehending it was another matter entirely. Opportunities for breakthroughs could arise at any moment, yet without the right circumstances, one might find themselves stalled for a year or two. However, Li Hanyi paid no heed to their discourse, her eyes fixed intently on Su Huai'an, awaiting his elucidation. The essence of the sword, though only partially comprehended, enveloped the two individuals in a cocoon of liberated internal energy, forming a barrier of true qi. Li Dongjun narrowed his eyes, the shock within him indescribable. The barrier of true qi was a technique exclusive to those at the half-step master level. Only when one's true qi had reached near physical manifestation could such a move be executed. He had previously assumed this individual to be of the innate realm, only to discover that they shared the same level of mastery. This youth's talent could very well rival that of a martial deity. The unparalleled realm of swordsmanship cascaded forth, a flash of sword light appeared, followed by 2, then 3. The number of sword lights continued to multiply, filling the modest courtyard to the brim. Li Dongjun was compelled to unleash his true qi for protection, while Xikong Changfeng retreated from the courtyard, fearing the repercussions. It was indeed the essence of the sword. He had truly stepped into the nascent stage of sword intent. Li Dongjun could only smile wryly, realizing how misguided he was in believing himself exceptionally gifted. Among the younger generation, he thought there were no rivals, that those who could contend with him were few and far between. Today, he learned that there are always greater heights and superior individuals. Facing Su Huai'an, victory would be a rarity. It is said that when one manifests sword intent, the sun and moon lose their brilliance and rivers flow backward. This represents the pinnacle of sword intent. However, I differ in my perspective. A true swordsman wields a sword even when it is not in hand. The sword itself is without definition. As long as one can defeat an opponent with a single strike, it serves as the finest explanation of one's swordsmanship. Su Huai'an smiled softly, his overwhelming sword intent coalescing into a tangible yet ethereal silver-long sword, which he wielded effortlessly, swinging it casually. A sense of dread washed over Li Dongjun, compelling him to retreat hastily, even though the sword light was not aimed at him. Still, it instilled within him a suffocating sensation, an illusion of being cleaved in two at any moment. The fierce brilliance that seemed capable of vanquishing all in its path urged his body to evade. He had initially thought Su Huai'an had merely grasped the rudiments of sword intent. However, what sort of nascent sword intent could wield such power? This was, at the very least, the domain of a clear-minded sword heart, capable of executing such an attack. This strike could only be resisted by a peak master. The solid wall was effortlessly sliced in half, along with the ornamental rockery behind it. Xiang Changfeng felt a pang of anguish at the sight. That was my room. He lamented internally. Why must you flaunt before your woman by destroying my abode? He noticed that Su Huai'an had initially intended to strike left, but had altered his course at the last moment. Of course, he merely pondered this inwardly, maintaining an expression devoid of any disturbance. It was absurd. If Li Dongjun had to dodge, how could he possibly stand a chance? It was only at this moment that Li Hanyi comprehended the foolishness of his previous thoughts. Even if he were to unleash his own sword intent, victory was utterly unattainable. Your mastery of swordsmanship has reached such extraordinary heights. In the presence of this man, both Li Hanyi, with his exceptional sword talent, and Li Dongjun, renowned throughout Shuiyue City, found themselves rendered inconsequential and overshadowed. A stroke of luck, perhaps, and a shorter cultivation period had left them somewhat lacking. Su Huai'an remained remarkably humble in this regard. Li Dongjun and Xiang Changfeng had grown weary of words. This farce had been perfectly staged. In merely 6 months, such profound sword intent had emerged, and yet, it seemed insatiable, leaving no room for others to breathe. Having secured victory, should the fulfillment of your promise not follow? Su Huai'an gazed at Li Hanyi in his embrace, an inexplicable sense of pride swelling within him. Everything shall be as you wish. Li Hanyi, a decisive individual, would not renege on the wager she had established. Consequently, Li Dongjun was left with no choice but to summon workers to repair the courtyard. The walls required significant restoration, and Xiang Changfeng's abode too needed renovation. The interactions between Li Hanyi and Su Huai'an left the onlookers both amused and bewildered. Su Huai'an, though inexperienced in romantic relationships, had at least observed the dynamics of companionship. As for Li Hanyi, she scarcely had any male friends. One was a novice, the other a romantic dilettante, and their interactions were undeniably awkward. Fortunately, Su Huai'an swiftly shattered this tension by producing a vial of elixir and placing it on the table. Li Dongjun and Xiang Changfeng's eyes brightened, sensing that the main event was at hand. This is for you, Su Huai'an said, nudging the elixir toward Li Hanyi. Refraining from further elaboration, a fleeting joy crossed Li Hanyi's face as she accepted the elixir, examining it closely. What is this? Her excitement did not stem from receiving the elixir, but rather from the implication that she occupied a place in his heart. The competitive spirit of a woman can be peculiar. She had felt displeased when learning that Weixiong possessed an elixir while she did not. A sentiment that lingered even to this day. Li Dongjun and Xiang Changfeng were equally curious, eager to discern the nature of the elixir presented. A master alchemist could concoct even the most rudimentary elixirs with extraordinary effects, especially when intended for one's beloved, suggesting it was no ordinary creation. Just take it. Haven't you been longing for it? Su Huai'an explained gently, not wishing to elaborate further. Li Hanyi cast him a glance before promptly swallowing the elixir. Her crimson lips moved slightly, igniting a flutter in Su Huai'an's heart, increasing his fondness for her. Meanwhile, Li Dongjun's mouth hung agape. His gaze toward Su Huai'an filled with astonishment, admiration, and reverence. For the first time, Xiang Changfeng felt his intellect falter. Why had he not grasped the implications? It seemed as though everyone was in the know except him. In truth, Li Hanyi was unaware of the elixir's nature. Yet, because it was given by Su Huai'an, she consumed it without hesitation. Her trust in him was unwavering. She did not perceive him as a threat. Chapter 87. Gift of Dan. This is also a reason why Su Huai'an's fondness for her increased. Despite having only met a few times, she bestowed upon him her unconditional trust. Although being in the safety of Shuya City gave Li Hanyi a sense of security, it was primarily her genuine trust in him that mattered more. Li Dongjun was on the verge of asking outright, but hesitated, considering the gifts exchanged between young lovers. He felt it would be inappropriate to inquire. It was not that he lacked composure or experience. If his assumptions were correct, the item in question transcended monetary value, and many would forsake everything for it. His demeanor towards Su Huai'an became increasingly respectful. Initially, he regarded him merely as a companion of his junior sister and a talented alchemist, harboring little expectation of his prowess. However, upon their encounters, he was astounded by Su Huai'an's depth and his terrifying martial arts skills, leading him to treat him with greater courtesy. After witnessing that astonishing sword strike, he subconsciously began to regard Su Huai'an as a master of the sword path. Each of Su Huai'an's casual displays of skill profoundly shook Li Dongjun's heart. He never imagined he would feel such an oceanic pressure emanating from a youth not yet 20. Yet Li Hanyi did not inquire what elixir Su Huai'an had gifted her. Ideally, it would have been best for her to ask, but she remained silent. Eventually, it was Xikong Changfeng who, with a bold demeanor, cheerfully inquired. Surely it must be a superior grade elixir, perhaps one that was difficult to concoct. Though directed at Su Huai'an, his gaze was fixed on Li Hanyi. With no other option, he hoped his junior sister would prompt him for answers. Li Hanyi furrowed her brow, glancing between the two, yet remained mute. Su Huai'an understood her reluctance and did not wish to put her in a difficult position. He ambiguously replied that the gift for Hanyi was naturally the finest. For a mere superior grade elixir would hardly suffice for her. He would not disclose the specifics of the elixir, only hinting at its rarity to avoid unnecessary speculation from the two. A fleeting smile graced Li Hanyi's lips, her eyes shimmering with affection. The last remnants of her inner turmoil dissipated, allowing her to forget her prior conflicts with Weixiong. The elixir she received was at most of superior quality, while what was given to her was a treasure, signifying her greater importance in Su Huai'an's heart over Weixiong. The implication was clear: if it was not superior, then it must be a rare elixir. After all, Su Huai'an had consistently exhibited the skills of a rare alchemist, one who could not possibly concoct divine-grade elixirs. Xikong Changfeng's eyes flickered with desire as he gazed at Su Huai'an, creating an illusion of a hunter eyeing its prey. Li Dongjun quickly coughed to signal him to temper his enthusiasm. Well, this is my first visit to Shuya City. Hanyi, will you not take me out to explore? Su Huai'an, disinterested in their rivalry, smiled gently as he lowered his head. All right. Li Hanyi did not waste further words. They harmoniously departed from the small courtyard, heading towards the bustling market within the city. This left Li Dongjun and Xikong Changfeng exchanging bewildered glances, pondering. He just left like that? What else could he do? On his first visit, he did not prepare any gifts for us, not to mention precious items. Even some superior elixirs to enhance our cultivation would suffice. First of all, you are the junior disciple, I am the senior. Secondly, it is evident that he came unprepared. Li Dongjun mercilessly struck at his sore spot. He is significantly older than Li Hanyi, yet he has become the third junior disciple. If that rascal dares to bully Hanyi in the future, I shall not spare him. Can you defeat him? I cannot. Aren't you here? I cannot defeat him either. That lad is a veritable monster. If we speak solely of swordsmanship, he is likely the foremost young talent in the 9 provinces, unrivaled by anyone. Li expressed his thoughts calmly. Xikong Changfeng pointed at him, incredulous. Are you certain? If Hanyi's swordsmanship is inferior to his, does it imply that you are also lesser? Perhaps outsiders are unaware of the true extent of his friend's talent. But he is well aware. Talented sword cultivators like Li Hanyi are rare, yet there are a few. Li Dongjun, however, is entirely different. He was once praised as a sword immortal when wielding a sword and a blade saint when brandishing a knife. Yet he eschews both, relying solely on his fists to remain unmatched. He is several years older than Su Huai'an, possessing a natural advantage, yet he claims he is not his rival. Isn't your martial arts also progressing? Having comprehended the essence of boxing for years, there is no reason you should fall short of a novice in sword intent. Li Dongjun self-deprecatingly chuckled. Sword intent, you say? Nonsense. In my view, that lad possesses at least a clear sword heart, having comprehended the profound depths of swordsmanship. Most importantly, his sword intent is exceptionally harmonious with him, displaying an exaggerated power. Even if he does not confront me directly, I am compelled to retreat. Are you suggesting that even with our combined strength, we cannot defeat him? Xiang Chanfeng was reluctant to accept this reality. Being surpassed by a junior was a dishonor. Every era births prodigious talents, and you and I are fated to play supporting roles. Li Dongjun maintained a commendable mindset, harboring no jealousy over such matters. Xiang Chanfeng was not so petty as to dwell on that. He merely jested before recalling the elixir that lad had given to Hanyi. What was that elixir? You appear utterly ecstatic. An unparalleled divine pill. With this alone, the forces he can gather would surpass those of my Shuya city. Impossible. How could a distinguished alchemist possess such connections? Xiang Chanfeng found it hard to believe. Shuya city, renowned as the foremost city in the world, surely could not be equated with a distinguished alchemist. It is not that distinguished alchemists are not precious. In fact, they are exceedingly rare. However, it depends on whom one compares them to. For ordinary second or third-rate sects, the charisma and connections of a distinguished alchemist would easily suffice. Yet, speaking of Shuya city, we must mention that our master, Li Hanyi, is a living terrestrial immortal. Elixirs and martial arts differ. Foundational martial arts wield tremendous power when employed by a terrestrial immortal. The elixirs, however, are distinct. Each type corresponds to a specific realm of martial artist. For instance, the rare elixirs are most beneficial to those at the early stages of the Grandmaster and Great Grandmaster levels, losing their efficacy against more formidable warriors. Chapter 88. Wandering as a distinguished alchemist, your ability to rally assistance does not extend beyond the early stages of the Grandmaster realm. Moreover, the materials required for concocting elixirs that enhance one's Grandmaster cultivation are exceedingly rare, rendering mass production impossible. Upon reaching the Grandmaster stage, the disparity between each minor realm becomes a formidable chasm. Thus, it is implausible to attract allies of the Earth immortal caliber. The cost far outweighs the benefits. However, if one were a sacred great alchemist, the scenario would be entirely different. Li Dongjun countered this viewpoint, softly uttering 3 words: youth preservation pill. What? Are you jesting? The initial reaction of Xiang Chanfeng was to dismiss it as mere deception, an impractical notion. The youth preservation pill is said to enable women to maintain their beauty in its prime, never succumbing to the ravages of time. Is this not simply a fanciful concoction birthed from the desires of women wishing for eternal youth? Have you lost your senses? Even if one were to convince themselves that Huai'an is a sacred grade alchemist deserving of their adulation, this notion of a youth preservation pill is too far-fetched. While sacred grade alchemists have indeed existed, no one has ever witnessed such a pill. What you envision is not the youth preservation pill, but rather something akin to beauty-enhancing elixirs. You must understand the value of such a concoction for women. How did you deduce that? Need one even guess? Rumors have spread like wildfire in the martial world. Guijing's beloved, Weixiong, after parting from Huai'an, has exhibited increasingly delicate skin and a beauty surpassing her former self. Xiang Chanfeng remained skeptical. Such tales seemed extraordinarily implausible. It is possible that her cultivation had advanced, resulting in her enhanced appearance. However, the truth proved otherwise. Her cultivation had improved, albeit slightly, yet her beauty had inexplicably risen by a considerable degree. Presently, Weixiong has ascended to the 2nd position on the list of the most beautiful women in the Ming dynasty. The source of this revelation remains unknown. Yet there are indeed witnesses who have confirmed the veracity of the rumors. The number of female warriors openly seeking Huai'an has grown beyond imagination, not to mention those in the shadows. Xiang Chanfeng once again realized he had underestimated Huai'an. It was no wonder Li Dongjun treated him with such caution. In this brief moment, it seems he has solely underestimated others. The effects of parting with Huai'an for merely half a month have yielded such results. Coupled with his ability to concoct the fragrance of everlasting youth, it is no surprise that women have become frenzied. Previously, when he claimed that the fragrant bean curd pill lacked the effects of youth preservation, it left room for doubt. Yet now nearly everyone is convinced he possesses the ability to create the youth preservation pill. What do you think the cold garments being sent are? There is a high probability they are the precious elixirs of beauty that Weixiong has been using. Regrettably, despite exhaustive searches over the past 6 months, no trace of Huai'an has been found. It remains a mystery where he has concealed himself. Recently, the number of seekers has gradually dwindled. At this juncture, Li Dongjun also felt a twinge of curiosity. With the majority of female warriors in the 9 provinces searching for him, how could he remain elusive? Even if he were to hide in the depths of the mountains, he would have long since been discovered. What he could not have anticipated was that Huai'an had leapt off the cliff, and how could one possibly locate the bottomless abyss? His martial path had been methodical. As a youth, he possessed extraordinary talent. and in his adolescence, he practiced diligently, devoid of any miraculous encounters or sagacious mentors, thus reaching his current state. It is hard to fathom that a renowned alchemist like Su Huai'an would take such a drastic plunge. Zhang Sanfeng, for some reason, felt a foreboding sense of dread. Surely, his whereabouts had not been divulged. Unlikely, for those searching for him were concentrated in the regions of the Ming and southern Song dynasties. And there were no spies from Huai'an city. Let us hope that is the case. Despite Li Dongjun's reassurances, he still felt somewhat uneasy. As Su Huai'an's stature continued to rise, the two could only deliberate on subsequent matters. In contrast, Su Huai'an and Li Hanyi harbored no such reservations as they meandered through the bustling marketplace of Huai'an city. Both were not particularly extroverted, and coupled with their awkward circumstances and limited time together, they exchanged no more than 3 sentences throughout the entirety of their stroll. Li Hanyi, renowned as a beauty within the city, garnered the admiration of numerous young gentlemen. When they spotted her in the company of a man, many hearts shattered. Upon witnessing the envious and resentful gazes directed their way, Su Huai'an felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Was this the beginning of a protagonist's journey? No matter how much you wish to look, this woman is mine. I relish the sight of your disdain, knowing you cannot vanquish me. After casting a furtive glance at him, Li Hanyi remarked somewhat awkwardly, our clothes have become soiled, perhaps we should change. Noticing the specks of dust on her pristine white attire, he considered his own garments, which, though somewhat old and slightly worn from his travels through war-torn lands, remained relatively clean. Su Huai'an acquiesced to her suggestion, as they were merely out for a leisurely stroll to foster their budding relationship. Upon entering a shop, his gaze was immediately captured by a long robe as white as snow, which perfectly embodied the heroic image he had always envisioned. It struck him as rather vexing. Despite being an unparalleled alchemist with boundless wealth, he had been wearing tattered clothes purchased long ago for over half a year. Chapter 89. Gradual adaptation. Li Hanyi keenly discerned his unease and stepped forward to retrieve her clothing. Should I give it a try? It seems I have yet to present you with any gift. Is it not said that a husband's garments should be chosen by his wife? How could I be reduced to a mere servant? I thought you might still be preoccupied with such matters. Su Huai'an replied with a gentle smile, delicately tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, her lips barely brushing her cheek as she did so. This girl was adorably naive, utterly oblivious to the nature of their current relationship. After all, what gifts are exchanged upon first meeting? Only someone devoid of romantic experience would utter such words. Moreover, to refer to him as her husband, her face nearly touched the ground in her embarrassment, indicating the courage it took for her to voice those sentiments. Li Hanyi clasped her hands together, shedding her usual aloof demeanor. Her voice, though soft, resonated with unwavering conviction. I, Li Hanyi, have only one man in my heart, and that has been true since our very first encounter. When I found you, I never intended to harm you. My sole desire was to keep you close and teach you martial arts, so we could rightfully be together. If your aptitude were truly lacking, I would not stoop to be with you, nor would I wish you to seek another. I would simply endure a solitary existence. She spoke without a hint of concealment, revealing her prior intentions candidly. There was no artifice in her words. She expressed her thoughts and actions as they were. Given how events had unfolded, she deemed it best for both to be forthright. Su Huai'an gazed at her, momentarily taken aback, pondering how genuinely simple and earnest this girl was. Most would have likely asserted that, regardless of circumstances, she would forever be his woman. After all, having reached this point, his talent had been validated, eliminating the need for further negativity. Yet, he found no disdain in her honesty. On the contrary, he admired Li Hanyi's straightforwardness. She did not seek to ingratiate herself with him due to his superior gifts and extraordinary alchemical skills. It was entirely natural for her to harbor such thoughts. Having lost her innocence to him, the archetype of a dashing savior often leads women to offer their hearts, while those deemed less attractive might face a lifetime of servitude. However, the manner in which he had saved her was somewhat misguided. A harmonious pairing would be a tale worth telling, while a stark disparity could render it merely a fleeting dream. Her willingness to declare that, even if their talents were misaligned, they could not be together without inflicting harm upon herself, demonstrated a rare and benevolent spirit. In contrast, 90% of others might resort to silencing her to prevent any potential revelations. I am unlike you, regardless of my cultivation level. I have determined that you are my woman. Su Chun's words sent a jolt through Li Hanyi, as she had never imagined her significance in his eyes would be so profound. She remained oblivious to the weight of a first love in a man's heart, be it her beauty or her status as Su Huai'an's inaugural love interest. The pride and dignity of a man would never allow him to surrender her so easily. However, Due to his previous lack of strength, he had never dared to reveal his true feelings. Li Hanyi smiled, her expression radiating warmth and gentleness. The corners of her lips curled upwards, and her eyes sparkled with joy, embodying a serene yet fervent beauty. With bright eyes and pearly teeth, a single smile from her could evoke a myriad of charms, leaving Su Huai'an momentarily entranced. The scene etched an indelible memory in his heart. It was the first time he witnessed Li Hanyi's genuine smile, untainted by any emotion. Seeing his expression, Li Hanyi felt a mix of joy and embarrassment. Her face flushed crimson as she hastily grabbed a piece of women's attire and dashed into the fitting room. Regaining his composure, Su Huai'an took a long robe to try on. The shop assistant's gaze followed him, filled with envy for Li Hanyi, who had found such a handsome companion. Unlike the nameless and faceless individuals who toiled away in the vast expanse of the Jiuzhou continent, most people labored anonymously, commonly referred to as shop assistants. When Su Huai'an emerged, he instantly captivated the attention of everyone present, igniting hushed whispers and soft discussions. What an ethereal gentleman! How fortunate it would be if he were my man. He and Miss Li truly make a splendid pair. Even the Lord of Bailey pales in comparison to this young man. Su Huai'an's sword intent had already reached the pinnacle of clarity, transcending even the most ordinary grandmasters in the realm of swordsmanship. He exuded an enigmatic aura, radiating a unique charm that distinguished him as a figure of great stature in the eyes of others. Before long, Li Hanyi reappeared, adorned in a flowing blue gown, once again drawing the gaze of the crowd, making it difficult for anyone to look away. Su Huai'an could not help but acknowledge that sometimes beauty alone could elevate any attire. Not only did the lovely sister possess grace, but the blue-clad sister also exuded an enchanting allure. The gown, a delicate shade of light blue, floated gracefully, its sheer fabric swaying gently with the breeze. Complemented by her cascading hair, she radiated an essence of freshness and elegance. Fool, do I truly look that stunning? Li Hanyi playfully smiled, gazing at him tenderly. Indeed, you are beautiful, exceedingly so, Su Huai'an replied candidly. The two strolled through the city until deep into the night before returning to her courtyard. Bailey Dongjun had already arranged accommodations for Su Huai'an next to Li Hanyi's. He had no objections. Having just begun to cultivate their relationship, he knew she would eventually be his. There was no need to rush. This had been the most delightful day Su Huai'an had experienced since his arrival in this world. Despite Li Hanyi's clumsiness and her ignorance of romance, her every gesture emanated sincerity, evoking new feelings within him. Previously, his attachment to her stemmed from stubbornness and pride, but after genuinely interacting with her, he found himself truly fond of the person Li Hanyi was. Being with her felt rather pleasant. With his cultivation flourishing and his beloved by his side, he experienced no worries. He even contemplated the future. After achieving unparalleled martial prowess, returning to Huai'an City to spend his days with Li Hanyi seemed a splendid prospect. Little did anyone anticipate the swift arrival of unforeseen changes. The next morning, Su Huai'an awoke to a completely transformed situation. Bailey Dongjun and Xikong Changfeng, with furrowed brows and sighs, knocked on his door and entered, their expressions grim. Su Huai'an, feeling curious yet at ease, decided to inquire a bit, considering that the three of them did not share a deep bond. However, the other party was a landlord and also the senior brother of his beloved. Chapter 90. A second bloom. Brother Bailey, Brother Xikong, I wonder what troubles you, and if there is any matter in which I might assist, said Su Huai'an. Xikong Changfeng glanced at Bailey Dongjun, signaling him to speak as the senior. Bailey smiled nonchalantly, unfazed by the delegation of responsibility, and revealed the news. Your whereabouts have been exposed. Today, several individuals from various factions have approached me, hoping to meet you. Su Huai'an did not take this matter too seriously and casually inquired. How many factions have come? Approximately 10 or so, mostly second-rate powers, though there are a few first-rate ones among them, replied Bailey Dongjun. Shrugging his shoulders, his expression relaxed. Su Huai'an, who had just sipped his tea, nearly spat it out in disbelief. What did you say? With so many sects arriving, how can you have the leisure to sit here and drink tea with me? He found it incomprehensible that a multitude of powerful factions had gathered at Huai'an City. And as the acting city lord, how could Bailey Dongjun remain so composed? What can I do? Bailey Dongjun lamented. It's a joke. Who wouldn't be anxious? We've been waiting for a rare alchemist to arrive. Yet, the next day, the news spreads far and wide, and everyone comes to snatch him away. If it were just 2 or 3, I would indeed be worried and find a way to resolve it. But with 10 arriving at once, Huai'an City cannot bear the pressure. Being anxious is of no use. Brother Bailey, your temperament is commendable, Su Huai'an admitted, at a loss for words. He understood the predicament. 10 first or second-rate factions were not to be trifled with. In the realm of Jiuzhou, powers are categorized into 5 tiers: super first-rate, second-rate, third-rate, and unranked. Generally, unranked refers to small groups of martial artists, akin to bandit factions. A power with a single innate martial artist is considered third-rate, while a faction with a master in residence qualifies as second-rate. A faction led by a grandmaster is first-rate, and those boasting more than 3 grandmasters are deemed super first-rate. There are exceptions, such as Wudong, which is regarded as a super first-rate despite not having 3 grandmasters. For as long as Zhang Sanfeng lives, they will forever hold that status. Logically, Huai'an City, under the protection of the terrestrial immortal Li Hanyi, should not fear a mere gathering of 10 first- and second-rate factions. However, there are 2 reasons that leave Bailey Dongjun feeling powerless. The first is his master's advanced age. Despite being a terrestrial immortal, he would not intervene for the sake of a junior alchemist. The second reason is that these factions harbor no malice. They simply wish to meet Huai'an. One cannot simply resort to hostility upon their arrival, especially since most of them are juniors themselves. Even if Li Changxing wished to intervene, the generational difference would make it awkward for him to show his face. Another factor, albeit not a primary reason, is the existence of Huai'an City's arch-nemesis, the Tiankai Society. Among the factions that have come, many are from nearby areas that fall into the gray zone. Even if their strength does not match that of the Tiankai Society or Huai'an City, their collective presence poses a significant challenge. If Huai'an City were to offend them too severely, they might align with the Tiankai Society, putting their own situation in jeopardy. I shall go and take a look, Huai'an declared. Troubles of one's own making should be resolved by oneself. For Huai'an, the current affairs of the world are not as pressing as they once were. However, the matters that truly vex him are few. Xikong Changfeng trailed behind the two, comforted by the thought that in the event of calamity, someone taller would bear the brunt, leaving him free of worry. Upon entering the reception hall, Huai'an encountered Li Hanyi, who was in a standoff with a group of women. This scene felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of a similar tableau he had witnessed in Taishan City. Back then, it was Weixiong who stood before him. Now, it was Li Hanyi. Speaking of Weixiong, he couldn't help but wonder how that girl fared and how well she managed the tasks he entrusted to her. Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, he resolved to address the situation at hand. Before he could utter a word, an alluring yet tender voice emerged from the crowd. It truly is you, young Master Su. Upon closer inspection, he recognized an old acquaintance, Bai Li Yunqi from the Huai'an sect, who had playfully tormented him during their last encounter. Miss Bai Li, long time no see. What brings you to seek me? Huai'an inquired. With a charming smile, Bai Li Yunqi sauntered gracefully towards him. I simply missed you, young Master Su. You certainly left my sisters and me quite distraught last time. As the distance between them diminished, she showed no sign of halting her advance, almost as though she intended to leap into his embrace, which sent beads of cold sweat down Huai'an's spine. Unlike Weixiong, Li Hanyi was far less amiable. An icy aura of sword energy began to permeate the room. Bai Li Dongjun and Xikong Changfeng had already made a hasty exit, unwilling to linger any longer. Shall we leave him to fend for himself? One mused. Do you possess the means to handle that pack of ravenous women? Not a chance. With 3 women. It's a performance. With nearly 30, I refuse to invite trouble. Then it's settled. Hanyi is ready to draw blood. Let us keep our distance to avoid getting caught in the fray. They did not stray far, opting to stand in the courtyard and engage in a game of chess. Should any real trouble arise, they would be poised to mediate. Huai'an turned back, intending to request their assistance, only to discover they had vanished without a trace. He cursed their lack of loyalty. Before arriving, they had promised to stand by him in times of need. Yet the moment trouble loomed, they fled faster than anyone else. Li Hanyi remained silent, her internal energy surging, coalescing around her sword, the listening rain sword. Who wouldn't be incensed in such a situation? After finally confirming their bond, the very next day, other women sought out her partner, shamelessly teasing him. Both men and women possess a sense of possessiveness. And this was the second time Li Hanyi had witnessed Bai Li Yunqi attempting to get too close to Huai'an. During the last incident in Taishan City, she had been unable to intervene. Now, with her position firmly established, had it not been for her reservations regarding the situation in Huai'an City, she would have struck with her sword long ago. Bai Li Yunqi was clearly aware of the precariousness of her actions. Should she provoke Li Hanyi too much, she might find herself unable to withstand the consequences. As he approached within 3 feet of Huai'an, he halted his steps. Chapter 91. Fair Trade. A modest profit of profound silence enveloped the scene, thick with tension between the 2 women. The attendees were not oblivious. They understood that one was here to seek an elixir from Huai'an, not to instigate conflict. Huai'an City harbored concerns about their potential alliance, just as they were wary of Huai'an City's formidable influence. No one would be foolish enough to take the lead, save for Li Hanyi, who boldly expressed her admiration for Su Huai'an. Firstly, the Huai'an sect was considerably stronger than other sections. Secondly, from their previous encounter, she discerned that Su Huai'an was ill-equipped to handle women. He was a classic case of someone who responded better to gentleness than aggression. As long as she did not offend him, even a bolder approach would not provoke his ire. In essence, everyone was still drawn to Su Huai'an's alchemical prowess. Yet Li Hanyi's ambition surpassed that of the others. She desired not only his skills, but also his affections. Who were they to him? Was it not entirely reasonable for them to compete fairly? Despite knowing that Li Hanyi was on the brink of fury, Li Hanyi was the first to engage in a dispute. Back in Taishan City, she had been reprimanded by Weixiong. Only later did she learn that the latter was not in a romantic relationship with Su Huai'an. Li Hanyi could very well be in a similar situation. Although scouts had captured images of them together, Su Huai'an had also strolled through the streets with Weixiong, and they were not romantically involved either. He consumes my offerings and resides in my abode. What sort of relationship could you possibly claim we share? This familiar phrase left Su Huai'an momentarily speechless. It echoed Weixiong's words, and even a stoic beauty like Li Hanyi could articulate such sentiments. Each time he heard it, he felt as though he were living off the generosity of others. Yet, he was exceedingly wealthy, wealth beyond counting, albeit lacking avenues for expenditure. Li Hanyi scoffed, delivering a sharp retort. Weixiong had voiced a similar sentiment previously, and yet they still sought a second encounter. Upon hearing her words, Li Hanyi reacted with a smile rather than anger, as if a scheme had come to fruition. I am not at all like that impostor. He is mine. Observing her display an uncharacteristically proud demeanor, Su Huai'an found the female psyche perplexing. She ought to embody the archetype of a cold, aloof woman, yet here she was, entangled in matters from half a year prior, akin to a child. Li Hanyi was equally uncertain, unable to discern the truth in her words. At an opportune moment, Su Huai'an stepped forward to clarify his stance. Indeed, Li Hanyi and I share a marital bond. It was a jest, just yesterday. He had begun to foster feelings for the exquisite Li, and he had no desire for any misunderstandings to arise between them. If one woman could openly acknowledge her feelings, what was there for him to be conflicted about? One was his future wife, while the other was merely a fleeting acquaintance. Any fool could discern the better choice. The astonishment on Li Hanyi's face lasted but a second before it transformed into a charming smile. Oh dear, I did not expect you to act so swiftly. Just as she fell silent, the eager representatives of various factions, who had long been unable to contain their curiosity, were poised to declare their intentions. Another woman's voice rang out, compelling them to pause. I am Luo Li from the Forging Blade sect. Pray, does young Master Su already have a concubine? The meaning of this inquiry is quite evident. You, Su Huai'an, have already lost the position of a legitimate wife, and even as a concubine. One is still willing to accept such a role. Even Li Hanyi could not have anticipated such a turn of events. While she might willingly attach herself to Su Huai'an, the notion of being reduced to the status of a concubine is somewhat intolerable. Flirting with words is one thing, but truly lowering oneself to the role of a concubine is quite another. In the realm of the 9 provinces, the distinction between a wife and a concubine is stark. To put it simply, all benefits are reserved for the legitimate wife. The advantages one might glean as a concubine depend entirely on the wife's disposition. In the presence of the legitimate wife, a concubine is hardly distinguishable from a servant, as the wife can easily treat her as a maid. No matter how skilled a precious elixir alchemist may be, without the ability to reap benefits, their talents are of little use. This understanding is why, upon learning of Su Huai'an's association with Li Hanyi, she refrains from offering herself in devotion. As for the matter of being a concubine, she has no such intentions for now. What more could Su Huai'an say? Since she expressed her desire to be a concubine, he could only politely decline. After all, even if Luo Li possesses considerable beauty, it is not feasible for him to casually accept a stranger as a concubine. Should Mr. Su ever contemplate taking a concubine, it is requested that he consider this humble lady. Luo Li performed a courteous bow and ceased further discussion. Li Hanyi, suppressing the cacophony of excited women, assumed the role of leader. Mr. Su, I trust you are aware of our purpose for coming here. With so many thoughts in your minds, how could I possibly guess? Su Huai'an poured himself a cup of tea and took a delicate sip. Quite unpalatable. Li Dongjun truly lacks taste. The outside world has spread rumors that Mr. Su provided Weixiong with a miraculous elixir for beauty and youth, and the authenticity of this claim has been established. Do you still intend to keep this from us? When the matter turned serious, She discarded her frivolous demeanor, fixating her gaze on Su Huai'an. Indeed, there is such a matter. If you seek that kind of elixir, you may exchange it for martial arts manuals or rare elixirs. Su Huai'an's response took everyone by surprise. Li Hanyi had already prepared for his denial, only to find him unexpectedly forthcoming this time. Before she could articulate a response, Su Huai'an proactively produced a scroll detailing the materials required for the exchange. If you can procure what I need, we may engage in trade at any time. If not, I kindly ask you to take your leave. His willingness to acknowledge this matter, unlike his previous stubborn denial, stemmed from his own considerations. Previously, he was ensnared by rumors claiming the elixir granted eternal youth, and he feared attracting the attention of ancient and formidable women. Furthermore, rumors are merely that, rumors, without any substantiated evidence. His denial left them powerless. The current situation, however, differs significantly. His strength has greatly increased, allowing him to act without the hesitations of 6 months prior. Most importantly, no matter how effective a beauty elixir may be, it cannot be compared to the allure of eternal youth. The only individuals seeking him out are those from the younger generations. While those of greater age would not stir for the sake of a beauty elixir, the women, having arrived in haste, brought few resources with them. Now, even if they wished to trade, they lacked the materials Su Huai'an required. Master Su, grant us 3 days, and we shall deliver the necessary materials in full. Su Huai'an, unperturbed, contemplated his extended stay in Shuiyue City. A fair exchange was in order. After all, the items he proposed for trade were all of considerable worth, none less than 1,000 gold, and each a rarity to behold. The beauty-enhancing elixirs he intended to sell would, of course, differ from those offered to Weixiong. The concoctions for this transaction could be procured for merely 10 taels of silver, yielding dozens of pills, allowing him to secure a modest profit while reaping thousands of times the benefit from them. Furthermore, he would amass the elusive potions he sought, a mutually beneficial arrangement indeed. As for whether they could gather the required materials, he felt no concern. Their initial approach did not imply a lack of resources, as numerous mentors might also covet the beauty-enhancing elixirs. A satisfactory outcome for both parties would render subsequent matters quite simple. After further deliberation on the specifics of the trade, they departed one by one, with Li Hanyi glancing back every few steps. Once everyone had left, Li Dongjun and Xikong Changfeng made their entrance. Brother Li, Brother Xikong, your loyalty is commendable, Su Huai'an expressed with a respectful gesture, his admiration evident. Li Dongjun was not only extraordinarily gifted but also possessed an unconstrained demeanor and a resilience unmatched by most. He feigned ignorance of any absurdity spoken, while Xikong Changfeng, feeling a touch of embarrassment, swiftly shifted the topic. Their speed in gathering intelligence is quite impressive, considering we sealed off the information just yesterday. Unlike the singularly focused Li Hanyi, Li Dongjun was not to be underestimated, serving as a deputy lord of the city. Xikong Changfeng was also responsible for numerous affairs within the city, aiding his friend in managing the vast Shuiyue city. Aware of Su Huai'an's unique status, they had long taken precautions. Following Li Hanyi's recent excursion, news had been deliberately concealed, yet it proved futile, as they were approached merely a day later. It was astonishing how much effort these female warriors had expended in their quest for the beauty-enhancing elixirs. Chapter 92. As events unfold, efforts fall short. Not solely was he curious. Su Huai'an himself found it perplexing. Is there truly no confidentiality in Shuiyue City? Before arriving here, he traversed war-torn regions, where it was exceedingly difficult to glean information about individuals. Thus, exposure seemed improbable. The sole explanation is that his whereabouts were revealed only upon reaching Shuiyue City. Li Dongjun halted the explicative remarks of Xikong Changfeng with a sigh. The one embroiled in the matter is often blind to its nuances, while the observer sees clearly. Brother Su, it is, in fact, due to you. My fault? Su Huai'an regarded him with incredulity, prompting Li Dongjun to divulge a name, Weixiong. At the utterance of this name, Su Huai'an's body trembled as all pieces of the puzzle fell into place, and understanding washed over him. So that is how it is. I comprehend now. He grasped the situation, as did Bailey and Xikong, yet Li Hanyi remained in the dark. How does this involve Weixiong? Upon hearing the name, an inexplicable unease gripped her, akin to facing an imminent threat. Previously, Weixiong and Su Huai'an had shared a life in Taishan City, a fact well known to all. Thus, a considerable faction searching for Su Huai'an had deployed spies in Xiangyang, eager to ascertain whether Su Qian would seek out Weixiong. Our proximity to each other had unwittingly placed us in peril. Li Dongjuan's reasoning was sound. To locate an elusive individual, one would naturally begin with those closest to him. Since Su Huai'an emerged before the world, Weixiong had been at his side. If not her, then whom would they pursue? The distance between Huai'an City and Xiang is indeed minimal, making it plausible that spies would relay information. Sighing, Xikong Changfeng remarked on the rarity of significant intelligence in the entire Jiuzhou over the past 6 months, with Su Huai'an himself being the source of 2 such incidents. However, Su Huai'an felt little impact. What are mere low-level warriors? They appear formidable, yet where are the grandmasters to substantiate such claims? It is but trifling matters. Your elixirs for beauty and vitality have stirred no less than a dozen first-rate sects and dozens of second-rate ones into a frenzy. Yet you deem it trivial. Perhaps for you, it truly is. Li Dongjun mused, acknowledging the truth in his words. Currently, Su Huai'an resembled a treasure trove, with factions vying for his favor, oblivious to whether their sacrifices would yield proportional rewards. A distinguished alchemist was not worth the attention of terrestrial immortals. However, a grandmaster's personal involvement would be entirely justified. The absence of grandmasters repeatedly engaging with Su Huai'an stemmed primarily from his profound concealment. He had never publicly refined the elixirs sought after by warriors. His prior creations were either medicinal or supportive for counteracting cold energy. Should it be proven that Su Huai'an could also concoct elixirs of exceptional quality to enhance cultivation, within 3 days, Huai'an City would undoubtedly find itself besieged by grandmasters seeking to forge alliances or cultivate goodwill. Do not doubt that an alchemist capable of concocting potent elixirs possesses an immense allure. Brother Su, may I inquire if you still have the list of materials you require? Xikong Changfeng rubbed his hands, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor as he posed the question. Clearly, he wished to transact for a few potions but felt a twinge of guilt for having previously dismissed him, fearing that Su Huai'an might be reluctant to trade. Su Huai'an, however, was not oblivious to his intentions and wore an expression of mild consternation. Brother Xikong, to speak frankly, the ingredients for beauty-enhancing potions are exceedingly rare, and I do not possess an abundance of stock. Xikong Changfeng's heart sank. Could it be that Su Huai'an truly would not exchange with him? Even if he had no use for them himself, they would make splendid gifts. What woman could resist such a potion? Just as his spirits plummeted, Su Huai'an shifted the conversation, his face reflecting a touch of regret. Nevertheless, since you are a junior of Hanyi, it would be unseemly to let such treasures go to waste. I shall procure some of my cherished herbs and refine a few more doses. Thank you, Brother Su. However, I do not wish to take advantage of your generosity. Do let me know if you require anything in return. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Xikong Changfeng ultimately succumbed to Su Huai'an's insistence and gratefully accepted the elixir. Unbeknownst to him, Su Huai'an had long prepared this potion specifically for him. The betrothal gifts were to be presented to Li Hanyi's family. But as he sought to wed her, it was only fitting to offer something of value to her fellow disciples. Li Hanyi gazed eagerly at Xikong Changfeng as he tucked a vial of elixir into his robes, her eyes fixed on Su Huai'an, exuding an expression of yearning. No woman could resist the allure of beauty-enhancing potions, not even the stunning Li Hanyi herself. Su Huai'an, undeterred by Xikong Changfeng's presence, gently tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear and whispered, "Have you not already partaken of such potions? What I offer you is, of course, the finest." The transactions with Xikong Changfeng were straightforward, as the necessary herbs could be procured in bulk from any apothecary. Yet, the potion intended for her was one he had meticulously crafted, arguably the highest grade he had ever produced, boasting semi-permanent effects. Upon consumption, the effects might not be immediately apparent, but with time, they would yield increasingly remarkable results, akin to a gentle stream gradually nurturing one's complexion and health. At last, Li Hanyi broke into a radiant smile, bestowing a fleeting kiss upon his cheek. This feeling of being cherished was delightful, and she gradually acclimated to Su Huai'an's various affections. Xikong Changfeng, however, was not so tactless as to harbor jealousy. After all, the two were bound as husband and wife. Though their wedding had yet to be formalized, their commitments were fulfilled, and there was no fault in providing the best for one's beloved. With Su Huai'an's warmth enveloping him, his spirits soared. Only by Li Dongjun found himself in a less favorable mood. His junior had received the elixir, yet he, as the elder brother, had not. The thought of asking for one felt somewhat undignified, especially since Xikong had brazenly accepted the potion without reciprocity. Thankfully, with Su Huai'an in high spirits, he chose not to dwell on any sense of betrayal. He handed another vial of elixir to Bai Li Dongjun, observing the affectionate exchange between the two. Bai Li Xikong and his companion discreetly took their leave. The youth was filled with fervor, and there was no need to intrude upon their moment. Su Huai'an found himself favoring the two more and more. They were truly good-hearted individuals. He had only tasted meat once before, and that had been under duress. Today, with emotions soaring to their zenith, no one could deter him from reclaiming what he had lost years ago, not even Jesus himself. He scooped up Li Hanyi and made his way to his chamber, ready for a passionate encounter at any moment. Suddenly, voices from outside interrupted the charged atmosphere. "Young Master Su, Bai Li Yunqi from Huai'an sect wishes to see you." In consideration of his daily habits, Bai Li Dongjun had already arranged for attendants to cater to him. "Not now," Su Huai'an replied coldly, dismissing the intrusion. "Young Master Su, these two young ladies are insisting on entering," the servant persisted. "We cannot hold them back." The continuous calls failed to dampen Su Huai'an's enthusiasm. However, Li Hanyi was less than pleased, unwilling to let him act recklessly. They had only just begun to know each other, and even though their time together had been brief, the atmosphere had been ripe for intimacy. Such persistent interruptions brought her back to clarity, and she gently pushed Su Huai'an away. "Go see, they are here for you again." Su Huai'an felt a wave of frustration. He had resolved that if the visitors did not provide a satisfactory explanation, he would confront her directly. Why had they chosen this moment to arrive? They were thwarting his happiness, igniting a deep-seated resentment. Chapter 93. The revelation of true power. Su Huai'an stepped out of the house with a fierce expression, and before he could utter a word, he recognized the two women waiting outside. Bai Li Yunqi was one, and the other was unexpectedly Luo Li, who had recently expressed her desire to become his concubine. Bai Li Yunqi refrained from teasing Su Huai'an excessively, quietly retreating half a step, as she sensed that his current mood was rather unfavorable. Given the intelligence she had just acquired, it was highly likely that this youth, renowned for his alchemical skills, possessed even greater martial talent. The pretense of barging in was merely a fade, intended to prompt the guards to report to him, hastening their meeting with Su Huai'an. Knowing they needed something from him, they would not be foolish enough to force their way in. Acting indiscreetly would only lead to confrontation. "What brings you both here so late? I would appreciate a reasonable explanation." Su Huai'an's demeanor had shifted from his usual elegance. He now referred to himself as Su instead of the customary I. Bai Li Yunqi glanced at Luo Li and calmly stated, "I have matters to discuss privately with young Master Su. I also wish to converse with young Master Su alone, without any outsiders present." Luo Li echoed her words, seemingly oblivious. "Are you not an outsider? Mind your own business." The two began to bicker, leaving Su Huai'an feeling exasperated, his mood already sour. He raised his voice to silence them. Enough. His profound inner energy surged forth, casting an overwhelming sense of pressure upon the two women. Regardless of their respective realms or the quantity of their own energies, this was a manifestation of his unique martial essence, unyielding and strikingly evident. Bai Li Yunqi fell silent, her expression distressed, while Luo Li's face turned pale, her gaze flickering with fear and uncertainty. "Speak quickly, state your business, and leave." "My mood is not pleasant at the moment," Su Huai'an declared, eager to dismiss them. "I wish to marry you as a concubine. I hope you will grant me this request." Luo Li swiftly articulated her intentions, reacting faster than Bai Li Yunqi. "Unnecessary. You may leave now. What else do you want?" Su Huai'an coldly rejected her, shifting his attention to Bai Li Yunqi. I wish to befriend you, young Master Su. Our Huai'an sect has dealings with Shuiyue City. We are, in a sense, akin to family." Bai Li Yunqi ultimately faltered, hesitating to reveal her true intentions. "Friendship is acceptable, but please refrain from visiting at such late hours. I prefer not to be disturbed," he stated firmly before turning to re-enter the house, offering no opportunity for further dialogue. Luo Li reached out as if to stop him, her hand hesitating in midair, unsure whether to touch him. By the time Bai Li Yunqi noticed her immobility, it was too late. She had already pressed herself against him. This habitual action left an indelible shadow upon her life. Sensing the movement behind him, Su Huai'an's pent-up anger erupted, and he whirled around, locking eyes with Bai Li Yunqi. Instantly, her body stiffened, rooted to the spot, as she dared not move again. Until Su Huai'an entered the courtyard and closed the door behind her, she remained in that position. Luo Li was perplexed. After all, it was merely a glance, utterly mundane. Surely, it couldn't have rendered her speechless. Yet she chose not to pry further. With her own aspirations unfulfilled and her spirits considerably dampened, she found little motivation to concern herself with others. However, just as she turned to leave, a sudden cry broke the silence, followed by the sound of liquid splattering onto the ground. Bai Li Yunqi collapsed onto the earth, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at Su Huai'an's room. His complexion was ashen, almost unrecognizable, and his once neatly tied hair now fell disheveled over his shoulders. The crimson stains on his lips were particularly harrowing. Luo Li, taken aback by the sight, instinctively took a few steps back, creating distance. "What has happened to you?" she inquired, having witnessed the scene unfold. He appeared to be both spitting blood and suffering from a psychological blow, as if he had been grievously injured by mere eye contact. Even a master-level martial artist would find it implausible to incapacitate another master with just a glance. Li Hanyi leaned against the wall, struggling to regain his footing, casting a disdainful glance at her, fully aware of her intentions. He stumbled away, lost in a daze, not uttering a single word. "What a nuisance, seeking attention like that," Luo Li muttered under her breath, choosing to disregard his plight. The perspectives towards the Huai'an sect varied starkly between male and female martial artists. Male practitioners often desired to marry a female disciple of the sect as a partner or concubine, while female practitioners secretly scorned their counterparts for their indiscreet behavior. Frequently seen in close proximity to men. Outside, the two left empty-handed, their dissatisfaction evident. Back in her room, Su Huai'an faced a dual assault on her psyche and physique. The notion that Li Hanyi sought to share a bed with her was utterly incomprehensible. The sensation of having prepared for battle, yet being unable to charge into the fray, could only be truly grasped through personal experience. What Li Hanyi and Luo Li were unaware of was that their nocturnal discourse had left an indelible negative impression on Su Huai'an. Fortunately, her practical experience was limited, though she had absorbed much knowledge from observation. After some time, she ultimately succeeded in pacifying Li Hanyi. In a quaint attic near the eastern part of Huai'an City, three strikingly beautiful women displayed palpable anxiety as they eagerly awaited something. Why hasn't the senior sister returned? Could there have been an unforeseen incident? One pondered. It's unlikely. Our senior sister possesses mid-stage innate cultivation and should be beyond life-threatening danger, another reassured. Indeed, Huai'an City lacks any mortal enemies among sects. Perhaps I am merely overthinking, she conceded. Just as they concluded their conversation, an elegant figure stumbled and collapsed at the threshold, weakly kneeling on the ground. Unable to rise for an extended period, her exquisite visage appeared desolate. "Senior sister, Yunqi." They hurriedly assisted her onto the bed and, after a brief examination, discovered she had sustained internal injuries. In haste, they began channeling their vital energy to heal her, but Li Hanyi found herself powerless to intervene. On ordinary days, she found herself unable to utter even the simplest of sentences. The one who tended to her wounds was a junior sister, who, by channeling the sect's profound techniques, continuously infused her with vital energy, seeking to restore her health. A few others stood guard nearby, prepared to intervene should any unforeseen circumstances arise. However, to their astonishment, both of them spat out blood at the very outset. Li Hanyi fared better, possessing a higher cultivation level and sustaining only minor injuries. Unfortunately, the junior sister was less fortunate. Her vital energy backfired, causing her to faint on the spot. This turn of events startled the others. The injured remained unharmed. While the healer collapsed, Li Hanyi managed to catch her breath and quickly halted their subsequent actions, signaling that no further treatment was necessary. As both she and her junior sister were not in grave danger. "Rest a while, and you will be fine," she reassured. The others, perplexed, yet sensing the gravity of the situation, gazed intently at her. "Elder sister, weren't you supposed to investigate the veracity of the rumors?" Li Hanyi had no choice but to recount her experiences to them, detailing how she had sustained her injuries and the circumstances that led to her downfall. Upon hearing her tale, disbelief washed over her companions. "Are you saying that his swordsmanship has reached an ethereal realm, inflicting severe injury with a mere glance?" "Indeed," she replied. "In his gaze, I beheld a myriad of sword lights. By the time I regained my senses, I found myself in a dire state, my vital energy in disarray, struggling to maintain control of my body. Even now, as Li Hanyi recalled that moment, the terror in her eyes remained unmasked. It was a strike that transcended her comprehension, a blow that required no physical motion, merely an intangible essence that shattered her martial spirit. The only solace was that Su Huai'an had evidently restrained himself. Otherwise, her return might not have been possible. His mastery of swordsmanship likely ascended to the legendary realm of sword intent, capable of injuring with mere thought. Though her physical injuries were not severe, the psychological impact weighed heavily upon her. Coupled with the turmoil within, she struggled to return alone, gasping for breath. As for her junior sister's injuries, they were entirely due to the residual sword intent that had reverberated through her own body. If Li Hanyi, at her innate level, was shaken, one could only imagine the effect on her junior sister. Chapter 94. Preparations before the breakthrough. It is rumored that in the war-torn regions, he single-handedly vanquished several peak innate martial artists with a single sword strike, possessing combat prowess that rivals or even surpasses that of a master. It seems there is truth to these whispers, suggesting that among the younger generation, he is undoubtedly the one destined for greatness. The expressions of the young women varied. Some showed shock, others delight, and a few regret. Li Hanyi observed their reactions clearly, discerning their underlying thoughts. If the rumors hold true, it is time to adjust our strategy. The individuals from the sword-forging sect must have realized this as well, which is why they are willing to lower their status and become concubines. The women felt a stir of excitement, each harboring her own intentions. I shall not interfere with their pursuits tonight. No one is permitted to act on their desires. I have learned from past experiences, having faced unnecessary troubles myself. For the sake of our shared sect, Li Hanyi decided to offer a word of caution to the young women. Although the Harmony sect does not engage in the debauchery suggested by external rumors, many members do not regard their bodies with the seriousness they deserve. Only she, as a candidate for the next sect leader, places great importance on maintaining her integrity. Yet, even she has occasionally teased men, igniting flames without extinguishing them. This habit has led to their current predicament. Otherwise, they would not be facing such a dilemma. She does not blame Huai'an, for she neither dares nor wishes to. Upon having their schemes unveiled, the women could only provide perfunctory explanations and divert the conversation. Our Harmony sect has connections throughout the world. It was only this evening that we learned of his true strength. Li Hanyi cast a disappointed glance at her companions. Although the sword-forging sect is a second-rate sect, its expertise in weapon forging grants it a network not significantly inferior to theirs. One must not underestimate the heroes of the realm. If that Luo Li were to claim him first, they might find themselves beholden to others in the future. Initially, she could not comprehend why Luo Li would desire to become a concubine, especially as the saintess of the sword-forging sect. However, after receiving intelligence from her spies later that evening, the reasons became clear. A young man, not yet 20, possessing the ability to slay masters. What does that signify? It signifies that he is the foremost among the younger generation of the 9 provinces, with an immeasurable future ahead. Given a little more time, he will undoubtedly emerge as one of the pinnacle powerhouses of the 9 provinces. For someone of their status to become a concubine to a rare alchemist seems unwise. However, if it were to be for a master-level warrior at the age of 20, coupled with the rarity of being an exceptional alchemist, the implications would be entirely different. To be a concubine under such circumstances would invite competition. Those of lower status would find themselves unworthy. Even if he is the foremost among his peers, it would be excessive to act unjustly toward his senior sisters. The youngest among the women held a contrary opinion, defending her senior sister. Yet, upon seeing the expressions of those around her, she began to doubt her words. The others regarded her with looks of incredulity, some mocking, others pitying, and a few disdainful. Regardless of the reasons, Huai'an no longer belonged to the same echelon as them. She remained languishing at the first-grade innate level, while he was already capable of extinguishing masters with a sword. Presently, most sect leaders are merely martial artists of the master level. However, they are all middle-aged individuals in their 40s and 50s, while Huai'an is still quite young, which speaks volumes about his extraordinary talent. It is the strong who embody truth, and many among them are already scheming to forge connections with Huai'an. Unexpectedly, this foolish junior sister harbors such naive thoughts. It is not entirely her fault, as I have persistently provoked her. Li Hanyi, despite feeling unwell, gently caresses the girl's head, his gaze suffused with tenderness. The Harmony sect, through strategic alliances and marital unions among its female disciples, has indeed garnered substantial connections and support, enabling it to evolve from an obscure sect to its current stature. Every advantage carries with it a disadvantage. Leveraging the power of others to cultivate one's own can lead to a subconscious compliance among disciples, diminishing their competitive spirit. Upon hearing of a fellow disciple's injury, their first instinct is not to defend their comrade, but rather to ingratiate themselves with the opposing party. She refrains from commenting, recognizing that everyone's choices differ, and it is unnecessary for her to intervene. Following this night, Huai'an's status has risen considerably. The Harmony sect and the Blade Forging sect would not be able to conceal any information from Shuiyue City. Li Dongjun and Xikong Changfeng are in a fortunate position. With Li Hanyi on their side, there is no need for them to overextend themselves. The tranquil and warm life swiftly passed by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. Huai'an has traded for an abundance of rare herbs and treasures, such as the centenary blood spirit fruit, wind void grass, and soul-severing leaves. What were once rare medicinal materials have become as accessible as if they were free. One cannot deny that the power of an individual pales in comparison to that of the masses, particularly concerning beauty and vitality. Not only young talented martial artists, but also women warriors over 50 are willing to part with resources from their sections. The demand for such transactions is immense, as it is not solely women who desire these items. There is also a psychological aspect. Female martial artists of the same rank may feel inferior if they do not acquire what others have. More importantly, the exclusivity of Su Huai'an's offerings is unparalleled. With no competitors in sight, when resources are concentrated in a single individual's hands, the selling price, no matter how steep, becomes justifiable. He has finally compiled the complete list for 2 additional types of elixirs and can now proceed with the next phase of alchemical refinement. It is noteworthy that on his way to Huai'an City, his feat of slaying a master with a single sword created quite a stir. All sects sending representatives to trade elixirs have dispatched female disciples. Perhaps the strongest among them is a male warrior, yet they invariably include a beautiful female martial artist. He finds it perplexing that despite his repeated declarations of having no intentions of taking a concubine, women continue to be sent to tempt him with their beauty. While the desire for beauty is a universal sentiment, he is not a stallion, and it is unreasonable to expect him to accept every attractive woman as a concubine. Both he and the sects sending women are baffled. Su Huai'an does not adhere to conventional expectations and rejects even the women offered to him. Although termed concubines, they essentially represent a form of alliance. They value Su Huai'an's identity as an alchemist and his boundless potential. It can be regarded as a form of investment. Should he ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts in the future, the rewards would far outweigh the initial sacrifices. For Su Huai'an, the advantage lies in the fact that regardless of which sect's female disciple he marries as a concubine, they would all become part of his family. Should anyone harbor ill intentions towards Su Huai'an, they would be compelled to consider the backgrounds of Huai'an City and his concubines. This arrangement would enable him to navigate the precarious period of his growth more effectively, benefiting both parties involved. A union between the two sides would yield only advantages. And yet Su Huai'an remains resolute in his refusal. No matter whether the approaching female disciples hail from first-rate or second-rate factions, regardless of their exceptional beauty or innate talent, Su Huai'an simply asserts that he has no intention of taking concubines at this time. He has underestimated the formidable prowess of a martial artist who has reached the pinnacle of innate abilities before the age of 20, capable of slaying masters. Likewise, others have misjudged Su Huai'an's true strength. He would never reveal all his cards. He harbors no fear of danger, for he now possesses the confidence to face any adversary. He is no longer the ordinary individual who was utterly defenseless upon his arrival. He naturally will not compromise as he once did to gain anything. Chapter 95. The Jinwu pill. The prolonged companionship between Li Hanyi and Su Huai'an has fostered an increasing fondness in her heart. Their relationship has evolved from its initial awkwardness, as they have learned to be considerate of each other's feelings. Particularly noteworthy is Su Huai'an's steadfast refusal to take concubines, which has deepened Li Hanyi's affection for him. She understands that a man of his extraordinary talents is destined to not be solely hers, nor has she ever wished to monopolize him. Yet, during this tender period of their romance, she wishes to remain undisturbed by other women. After 2 days of diligent effort, Su Chen finally concocted the necessary elixir, the Jinwu pill. However, he is in no rush to consume it. He prefers to refine his mental state further, believing that seeking a breakthrough to the master realm can wait a little longer. Through a period of observation, Su Huai'an made an unexpected yet logical discovery. Li Dongjun had concealed his true cultivation level, which was far beyond what he publicly exhibited. This revelation came to light during a sparring session, where Su Huai'an inadvertently sensed the truth. Li Dongjun was already a master-level warrior, which clarified several of Su Huai'an's lingering doubts. It was no wonder he was entrusted with the governance of Huai'an City, even with Li Changxing's presence. It seemed unreasonable to have a mere innate warrior in charge. However, if he were indeed at the master level, everything would fall into place. Initially, Su Huai'an found it perplexing that Li Dongjun, whose talent surpassed even that of Li Hanyi and who was considerably older, had only reached the innate stage. This was illogical. Yet, the master classification aligns with the multitude of talents in the world. His ability to overshadow his peers does not imply that others are incapable of doing the same. As for the reason behind his concealment, Su Huai'an could only speculate. Regardless, Li Dongjun consistently displayed the prowess of an innate peak warrior. He chose not to dwell on this matter, recognizing that every eminent figure or young prodigy possesses their secrets. At present, Su Huai'an's primary focus is on advancing to the master realm. He entrusted all trade matters to Li Hanyi, which served 2 purposes. It allowed him to concentrate on alchemy and demonstrated his profound trust in her. Li Hanyi was aware of his intentions, and her heart brimmed with joy. Yet, she remained oblivious to worldly affairs. Her former pursuit of the supreme sword path now merely included the presence of Su Huai'an. She was unfamiliar with the intricacies of trade and promptly handed the responsibility over to Bai Li Dongjun. This arrangement delighted Bai Li Dongjun, as it was akin to a fortuitous opportunity descending from the heavens. Noticing Su Huai'an's lack of opposition, he readily accepted this new task. With everything in place, Su Huai'an entered seclusion, never inquiring about the rewards for his transactions with Shuiyue City. Both he and Li Hanyi understood the unspoken agreement between them. By delegating the tedious details of the trade to Li Hanyi, he was effectively entrusting them to Shuiyue City. At first glance, foregoing a reward might appear as labor without compensation. However, the underlying implication was a significant boon. Su Huai'an's dealings with Shuiyue City regarding the elixirs were fundamentally different from relinquishing full responsibility to them. He engages in trading elixirs himself, and outsiders merely perceive him as being in a partnership with Li Hanyi from Shuiyue City, thus suggesting an affiliation with that place. However, should he entrust the transactions to Bai Li Dongjun, it would implicitly signify a remarkably close relationship between the two, strong enough that they could oversee the trade of elixirs. In the future, if anyone seeks Su Huai'an for alchemy or has a request, they would undoubtedly turn to Shuiyue City, thereby indirectly garnering significant connections and accumulating goodwill. The myriad benefits are too numerous to enumerate. The bustling activities of Shuiyue City have rendered the Tianxia Association restless. The two factions have always been evenly matched, yet now there exists an illusion of being overshadowed. 2 days later, Su Huai'an concludes his secluded meditation. As he gazes at the fragrant Jinwu Dan in his hand, he finds himself at a crossroads of indecision. Should he truly consume this elixir at the innate stage? It feels somewhat regrettable. After all, its primary purpose is not merely to facilitate a breakthrough, but it possesses other substantial benefits. As the saying goes, to hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening. Yet at this moment, he feels as though something is amiss. He harbors an odd premonition that even if he were to ingest the elixir, a smooth breakthrough might still elude him. The sixth sense of a warrior is remarkably accurate, especially at his level, where intuition often holds significant weight. Transitioning from innate to master is a formidable threshold, unlike the simpler shifts from 9th rank to 1st rank or from 1st rank to innate. The key to breaking through before reaching mastery lies in the solidity of one's foundation. As long as one possesses sufficient talent and abundant true energy, success is assured. 80% of martial artists may never aspire to reach the innate stage due to insufficient aptitude or lack of opportunity. While mastery demands profound insights rather than merely reaching a certain level or possessing ample true energy for a successful breakthrough. Those who attain the innate stage are rarely of mediocre talent. Yet, over 99% of martial artists will face a lifetime devoid of hope for reaching the master realm. Perhaps he has yet to truly experience a life and death struggle. Su Huai'an muses, is it time to seek an opportunity to engage with an equally matched opponent in a fierce battle? A struggle for survival may not guarantee a breakthrough, yet it undeniably holds significant potential. Having just traversed to this realm, he finds himself too weak to stand against anyone. Now that he has made progress in his training, the rapid advancement of his realm leaves him without a worthy adversary among his peers. To truly unleash his full potential, he requires an opponent of at least the sect leader's caliber, and certainly not one of lesser stature. Such adversaries are not easily found. In a few days, he must embark on his journey back to the Ming dynasty to avenge the grudge from that fateful sword strike. Only upon reaching the master realm will he possess the assurance to crush and extinguish his enemies. Even among masters, distinctions exist. Those of lesser renown can be easily vanquished with a single sword stroke. The Annihilator, even among masters, stands as one of the strongest. For his current self, this remains a considerable threat. Li Hanyi perceives the worry that lingers after his retreat and gently entwines her arm with his. What troubles you? Share your concerns with me. Perhaps I can offer a solution. Su Huai'an, not wishing to conceal his thoughts, articulates his dilemma. Are you implying that you wish to break through to mastery? It is no wonder that Li Hanyi is astonished. The news is indeed too shocking. He is merely 2 years her senior, yet he is poised to ascend to the realm of the Grandmaster. There exists a significant distinction between the pinnacle of the innate stage and the potential to break through to Grandmaster, as she had always believed that Su Huai'an had only just reached the peak of the innate stage. Little did she realize that he already possessed the opportunity for advancement. She has only just arrived at the innate realm, her foundation barely solidified. This progress is largely attributable to Su Huai'an, who provided her with numerous elixirs, enabling her to achieve a smooth breakthrough. The disparity between her and him is indeed vast. Your talent is commendable as well. Reaching the innate realm at the tender age of 17 is a rarity in the entirety of the 9 provinces. However, Su Huai'an does not underestimate the potential of others due to this. Taking a look closer to home, the individual beside her, also at the innate realm at 17, is nothing short of extraordinary. It is not solely her own progress that matters. Others, too, are advancing. Chapter 96. The peril of Xiang. Li Hanyi cast a sidelong glance at him, turning her head away. It is not solely due to your elixirs that I managed to swiftly break through to the innate realm. Whether or not I have your elixirs, you would still achieve a smooth breakthrough, which is quite different from my current predicament. Su Huai'an was not so naive as to genuinely believe that Li Hanyi's shattered mirror was solely the result of the elixirs. Even without my assistance, in less than a month, this girl would naturally reach her breakthrough. Perhaps I should seek out my senior brother and inquire if he has any solutions. Li Hanyi felt helpless in this situation. It was no trivial matter. In their Snow Moon City, there were numerous masters, yet life and death struggles easily lead to casualties. Which master is not a pillar of their sect? No one desires to have losses. Even with her status, she could not readily agree. Su Huai'an nodded, understanding her concerns. If by any chance she were to accidentally kill someone, or be killed herself, it would escalate into a significant issue. When they discussed this matter with Li Dongjun, he too displayed a troubled expression. The crux of the issue was that life and death battles are fundamentally different from sparring, and one cannot hold back. If one were to restrain themselves, it would be better to engage in sparring, thus losing the original intent of the encounter. As the group found themselves at an impasse, Li Dongjun proposed his own perspective. Why not engage in a duel? I am also eager to find a suitable opponent. Since his elevation to the master realm, he had not fought with full force, and he felt a growing itch for battle. Furthermore, he held great confidence in himself, certain that he would not fall in a life and death struggle. There was no concern for his safety. Su Huai'an scrutinized him for a few moments, intrigued. If this fellow were to engage, even if she were to exert her full strength, it should not pose a problem. Li Changxing's eldest disciple possessed unfathomable prowess, with martial arts that were truly exceptional. One was in search of a fitting opponent, while the other was stifling their own potential. Their gazes met. Had they not considered the numerous elixir transactions awaiting their attention, they might have engaged in combat. They could only hastily conclude their discussion. Their unique statuses precluded a casual life and death duel. Even if the desire for competition simmered within them, both were convinced that their clash was inevitable. Li, another sect has come to trade. Upon hearing his subordinate's call, Li Dongjun had no choice but to attend to pressing matters. Su Huai'an and Li Hanyi ascended the city walls, gazing silently towards the west. That direction marked the site of their first encounter, an unforgettable experience for both. It also signified the beginning of their convoluted fate. Just as Su Huai'an's thoughts churned, a figure caught his attention. The newcomer, clad in tattered hemp cloth, rushed towards the city atop a horse, appearing flustered and reckless. This person was already at the innate realm. How could they be in such a disheveled state? I do not recognize him. He should not be from Snow Moon City, Li Hanyi remarked, snapping back to reality. The two regarded him merely as a fugitive fleeing from pursuers, unaware of the unforeseen circumstances that awaited them. Li Dongjun unexpectedly summoned 2 individuals, indicating that there were pressing matters to discuss. Su Huai'an accompanied Li Hanyi into the private courtyard of Li Dongjun. Zhang Sanfeng was also present, his countenance marred by worry and despair, continually sighing, leaving them perplexed. Recently, following Su Huai'an's transactions in elixirs, Huai'an City had reaped considerable benefits. Xiang and Bailey had been in high spirits. So what had transpired today? Junior apprentice, what troubles you? Su Huai'an inquired. A grave predicament is upon us. Typically, Zhang Sanfeng would engage in a spirited debate regarding seniority, but at this moment, his mind was preoccupied, overwhelmed by the alarming intelligence he had received. What is it? Is Tianxia society preparing for war against us? Su Huai'an, unfamiliar with the affairs of Huai'an City, remained silent throughout. Li Hanyi, possessing limited knowledge, tentatively probed further. Zhang Sanfeng cast a contemplative glance at Su Huai'an and slowly articulated, Xiang is on the verge of being breached. What? Upon hearing this, Su Huai'an's expression shifted dramatically. It is difficult to declare a singular favorite character in the realm of martial arts, but without a doubt, the individual he most revered was the northern hero, Weixiong. While he may not possess the highest cultivation nor command significant power in the realm, the noble demeanor of chivalry embodied by Weixiong was something Su Huai'an had always aspired to emulate. Lacking Weixiong's expansive heart, he could not envision himself becoming such a figure, nor did he wish to, for he could not sacrifice himself for the greater good. Yet he held immense admiration for Weixiong. This may seem contradictory at first glance, But many aspects of life are inherently paradoxical. He had once encountered the notion that a good person is one who shares their wine and meat with others. He did not aspire to be a good person, yet he was eager to befriend those who were, just as he had not yet laid eyes upon the gallant hero who fought for the nation and its people. It seemed he was destined to fade into the annals of history. According to the scouts' reports, the Great Yuan had launched a surprise attack on Fancheng, and now Xiang was struggling to withstand the onslaught, likely on the brink of capitulation. Xikong Changfeng exhaled deeply, his eyes reflecting profound desolation. Su Huai'an had limited understanding of the Song dynasty, but he was aware of its overall lack of strength, compounded by a foolish and ineffectual emperor. Unfortunately, it shared borders with the formidable Great Yuan, which had consistently suppressed and eroded its power. The Song dynasty had managed to endure for many years without being extinguished, primarily due to the fortifications of Xiang, characterized by its towering walls and deep moats, coupled with Guijing's unparalleled martial prowess and his mastery of military strategy. He had garnered the people's loyalty. This defensive stronghold had formed a bulwark against the encroaching forces from Fancheng, allowing it to withstand the test of time. However, with Fancheng now breached, Xiangyang's endurance would soon falter. Previously, the Great Yuan had attempted to assault Xiangyang but had never succeeded. What had changed this time? As Su Huai'an pondered the complexities surrounding the confrontations between Xiangyang and the Great Yuan, he sensed an unsettling realization beginning to take shape in his mind. It is said that the Great Yuan has inexplicably gained dozens of formidable experts who, under the cover of night, caught Fan City completely off guard. Xikong Changfeng took a hearty swig of wine and unsteadily rose to his feet. If I am not mistaken, Shuiyue City and Xiangyang are in an alliance? Su Huai'an suddenly interjected. Indeed, not only Shuiyue City, but also the Heavenly Society has formed an alliance with Xiangyang. Xikong Changfeng hesitated for a fleeting moment, but then realized that he would eventually need to disclose this information, so he conceded. When he gazed at Su Huai'an again, the previous amicability was replaced by an inscrutable expression. Su Huai'an offered a faint smile. There is no need for astonishment. The lawless region where Shuiyue City resides is not far from Xiangyang. Should Xiangyang fall, the Song dynasty, with no defenses left, would inevitably meet its demise, leaving Shuiyue City and the Heavenly Society with no choice but to be consumed by the Great Yuan. To avoid mutual destruction, it is not difficult to surmise that you would assist Xiangyang in repelling the Great Yuan. Noticing Xikong Changfeng's silence, he tacitly accepted the assertion. Li Hanyi inquired, but why was I completely unaware of the alliance between Shuiyue City and Xiangyang? This matter is of the utmost secrecy. You are still too young, and neither I nor Bailey intend for you to be privy to such information. Even if other matters are comprehensible, the Heavenly Society and our relationship means we have dispatched support to Xiangyang. Surely, there would be conflicts between the two sides, would there not? Both factions have been in contention for ages, and this presents an excellent opportunity to diminish the strength of the opponent. Neither Shuiyue City nor the Heavenly Society could possibly overlook such an opportunity. Su Huai'an answered on behalf of Xikong Changfeng. No, with Xiangyang standing firm. The Song dynasty will not fall. The Great Yuan dares not invade the lawless regions to expand its territory. They fear being caught in a pincer by both sides. This is the strategic advantage of the Song dynasty and the lawless territories, compelling the Great Yuan to focus its efforts solely on the Song. However, if the Song were to perish, how could the martial forces in your lawless region possibly withstand the Great Yuan's hundreds of thousands of troops? Everyone can discern the weight of such a conflict. How could one possibly engage in infighting? Those sent to assist Xiangyang must be the die-hard warriors of the Heavenly Society and Shuiyue City. Otherwise, the news of your alliance could not have remained completely under wraps. Xikong Changfeng was taken aback by Su Huai'an's astute understanding of the situation, far exceeding his expectations. He had underestimated this youth, initially believing his prowess in alchemy was remarkable, only to later realize that his martial talent was even more extraordinary. Just when he thought he understood him sufficiently, today's discussion once again reshaped his perception. Su Huai'an's insight into the grand strategy was exceptionally unique, accurately deducing the situation based solely on his reactions. Living in the same era as such an individual is a misfortune for all others, as he is destined to be the protagonist of his time, while others are fated to remain in obscurity. I, too, am in need of a bloody battle to invigorate my martial path, so I shall take the lead, Brother Xikong. But I did not summon you two to assist Xiangyang. Brother Xikong, we shall meet in Xiangyang. He possesses a profound intuition that the opportunity to transcend the realm of the Grandmaster awaits him on this journey to Xiangyang. Chapter 97. Supporting Xiangyang having spoken, Su Huai'an vanished into the courtyard with Li Hanyi, leaving even Xikong Changfeng with naught but a fleeting shadow of their departure. Why did I not intervene? Xikong Changfeng murmured to the empty courtyard. At some unknown moment, Li Dongjun appeared within the yard. How could I have stopped them? Do you truly believe I could have restrained them? Xikong Changfeng sighed deeply. At the very least, Hanyi should not have accompanied him, amidst an army of hundreds of thousands. Even with our prowess, retreating unscathed would be a formidable challenge. The clash at Xiangyang is one of city against nation, often involving tens of thousands of troops, with full-scale charges potentially exceeding 100,000. Regardless of a master warrior's profound energy, confronted with such overwhelming numbers, the path leads only to demise. You might slay one soldier, perhaps 10 or even 100, but can you truly vanquish 1,000 or 10,000? Li Dongjun regarded the distance with an enigmatic gaze, uncertainty flickering within him. His energy is peculiar, distinct from yours. I cannot quite articulate it. Yet, given his capabilities, navigating through a sea of troops should pose no difficulty. He remains acutely aware of his old friend's strength, honestly conceding it to be slightly inferior to his own. In contrast, Su Huai'an exuded an aura of lethal danger. Regardless, if Master inquires, simply state that it was you who sent Hanyi. I shall not shoulder the blame. Xikong Changfeng chuckled, asserting that preserving one's own safety in war is not overly challenging. However, let us not forget that Hanyi has also accompanied him. Safeguarding one more individual alters the stakes entirely. Originally, he had summoned the two for an entirely different discussion. As Xikong Changfeng exited the courtyard, Li Dongjun could still faintly hear his mutterings. Xiangyang? What is there to see? I shall not be going to Xiangyang. He merely chuckled softly, gazing into the distance. Given his nature, he would hardly engage in such foolishly conspicuous acts as charging alone into battle. Very well. Perhaps it is beneficial for my junior sister to embark on this journey as well. At that moment, Su Huai'an and Li Hanyi had already left Shuiyue City, racing at a speed imperceptible to ordinary eyes. Considering the distance between Xiangyang and Shuiyue City, even on horseback, it would require at least a day to arrive. Yet, both had attained the innate level. At full speed, they could reach their destination in a mere 5 hours. As he unleashed his full energy, Li Hanyi, closely trailing Su Huai'an, suddenly came to a halt. Master has declared the fall of Xiangyang to be inevitable. Whether we go or not is inconsequential. One can only comprehend such matters through experience. The realm has no intention of dispatching troops for rescue. Venturing to Xiangyang alone would be futile. Must you truly go? I am aware they will not send reinforcements. Regardless of assistance, I must go. Su Huai'an's words were resolute, and his pace quickened. He had surmised this much. With Fan City fallen, only Xiangyang remained. Even if they withstand this onslaught, a second defense would be impossible. Knowing defeat is unavoidable, why expend effort in futile support? Yet, he insists on pursuing the impossible. It is time for my own system to wield a powerful cheat. And the Battle of Xiangyang marks the beginning of my reign of invincibility. Li Hanyi gazed at his silhouette, a flicker of unusual emotion crossing her eyes. Without uttering much, she chose to follow him. One must adapt to their surroundings. Since she was now with him, there was no reason to let him face peril alone. However, as time progressed, Li Hanyi felt an unsettling disquiet. She found herself unable to keep pace with Su Huai'an, whose speed was increasing exponentially, showing no signs of abating. His velocity had surged nearly by half compared to the initial phase. She had already exerted herself to the utmost just to keep up. Yet the distance between them widened gradually. From 100 meters, it stretched to 500, until she could merely catch a glimpse of Su Huai'an's shadow. How could he be so swift? Was he not fatigued? Su Huai'an, too, realized the situation. His true energy flowed effortlessly and ceaselessly. Coupled with the advanced technique of Junzi Wanli Xing, which emphasized late-stage power, Li Hanyi, who had just entered the innate realm, stood no chance of keeping up. He had previously advised her against following him, deeming the journey perilous and fraught with danger. Yet, Li Hanyi was resolute in her determination to accompany him, and he could do little to dissuade her, thus he brought her along. Nevertheless, Su Huai'an harbored his own intentions, seeking to shield her from danger through various means. After glancing back to ensure their companions had finally arrived, he felt a sense of relief. Saving others is akin to extinguishing a fire. I shall take the lead. And remember to consume the elixir I gave you should you encounter peril. Without waiting for Li Hanyi's response, he surged forward, his true energy erupting with tremendous force. In the blink of an eye, he appeared several dozen meters away, and in another fleeting moment, he vanished entirely from Li Hanyi's sight. Li Hanyi was acutely aware of his concern for her, yet she too was anxious for his safety. I possess my own trump cards, do not underestimate me. Alas, her hidden strengths could only be employed in a desperate bid, proving of little assistance in their race against time. Despite her best efforts, she could not close the widening chasm between them. Moreover, the overexertion of her technique began to take its toll on her internal energy. Meanwhile, Su Huai'an was already 10 miles ahead, and the gap between them continued to expand. Chapter 98. The Ascendancy of the Blood Refinement Sword Technique. After an extended period of relentless pursuit, rather than succumbing to fatigue, he found himself invigorated, in an unprecedented state of vitality. Perhaps it was the anticipation of encountering the chivalrous Weixiong, or perhaps the prospect of witnessing the grandeur of ancient large-scale warfare firsthand. He entered a state of profound mystique, neither an epiphany nor a mere artistic conception. While it offered little substantial aid to him personally, its existence was undeniable. As he traversed the desolate mountains and wilderness between Huai'an City and Xiang, it took 2 full hours of frantic running before he finally encountered another living soul. The man, dressed in a manner that clearly indicated he was not from the lawless regions, bore a face of terror and was covered in blood, fleeing in a panicked frenzy. Su Huai'an felt a surge of alarm and obstructed his path. "You are from Xiang City. What is the situation there now?" "Xiang is on the verge of being breached. The great hero has ordered us to scatter and save ourselves," the man replied, glancing back intermittently, his expression reflecting an unspeakable dread. After posing a few more inquiries, Su Huai'an permitted him to depart. The news he received was neither wholly distressing nor entirely reassuring. Most of the soldiers in Xiang had perished. Yet the common folk held Weixiong in high esteem. They were unwilling to become prisoners of the Yuan, bravely rallying to assist in the fight. This had significantly delayed the advance of the Yuan forces, and besides Weixiong, numerous righteous warriors from the Song dynasty were also providing aid. In any case, as long as the city held, there remained a glimmer of hope. Should the city fall, even divine intervention would be futile. However, it was evident that their endurance would not last much longer. With this thought, his pace quickened once more, creating afterimages as if multiple versions of himself were in motion simultaneously. As he drew closer to Xiang, the air was pierced by the thunderous cries of battle. The chaotic flames of war and the resounding war drums reverberated through the sky, revealing an endless throng of soldiers brandishing long ladders, charging fearlessly into the fray. The conflict had reached an intense climax, arrows raining down upon the battlements, with corpses nearly carpeting the parapets. Su Huai'an estimated that the combined forces of both armies exceeded 100,000. Amongst the tumult, the most striking spectacle was a fierce skirmish taking place in a corner, where dozens of martial artists engaged in continuous combat, deftly maneuvering within a confined space. It could be said that the strongest warriors of this war were assembled here. This exemplified the innate understanding that often accompanies warfare. Seasoned warriors could easily wreak havoc upon ordinary soldiers. It was a battle of generals, kings confronting kings. One side, however, appeared to be at a distinct disadvantage. Over 30 combatants faced off against more than 100 foes, often finding themselves outnumbered 2 or 3 to 1. Among them was a middle-aged man clad in a deep blue robe, his countenance exuding an authoritative vigor. He was besieged by more than 10 assailants at once. Without needing to scrutinize further, Su Huai'an recognized him. This was Weixiong. The only warrior capable of unleashing the dragon form true qi in Xiang was none other than him. Yet, it seemed his situation was far from favorable. Despite his unparalleled martial prowess on the battlefield, he was struggling against the overwhelming tide of adversaries. As time passed, the energy within him began to wane. Had it not been for the extensive combat experience he had amassed over the years, allowing him to perform exceptionally in real battles, he would have long since been defeated or even slain. Su Huai'an gripped the blood flame sword tightly in his hand, advancing step by step towards the battlements of Xiang City. His gaze remained fixed upon the skirmishes among the martial artists. Should any soldiers attempt to obstruct him along the way, a mere swing of his sword would suffice. Congratulations, host, for your self-discipline and resilience. You have successfully slain one foe, gaining 3 experience points in the blood refinement sword technique. However, his presence soon attracted the attention of discerning individuals. A certain vice-captain of the Yuan army spotted him at once. After all, the attire of the Great Qin and the Ming dynasties bore little distinction. While the Yuan had a unique and unmistakable style, it was easy to discern whether someone belonged to their ranks. Although he failed to recognize that Su Huai'an was clad in Ming garb, yet, the origin mattered little. Attacking one's own allies was a clear indication of an enemy's presence, irrespective of their appearance. Without hesitation, he dispatched an elite squad of 30 men, commanding them to encircle Su Huai'an and prevent his advance at all costs. Orders were relayed, and soon a team composed entirely of martial artists emerged. Amidst the chaos of battle, the two factions intermingled, making it difficult for either side to perceive their true circumstances. The squad divided into 5 groups, converging from all directions towards Huai'an. When they were merely a dozen meters apart, they launched a coordinated strike, aiming for a decisive kill. For an ordinary martial artist, facing an onslaught of dozens would leave them with only one path: certain death. Even though their cultivation levels were not particularly high, their impeccable teamwork and timing were executed flawlessly. In the theater of war, even a single misstep could be fatal. This proficiency was honed through countless life and death encounters. They held absolute confidence that they could annihilate Huai'an in one fell swoop, or at the very least, severely injure him. Even Huai'an could not help but feel a measure of surprise. He had not anticipated that a group of 5th-grade martial artists could exert such pressure upon him. To exert his full strength and fend off their assault entirely was no simple task. With a casual horizontal slash of his right hand wielding the blood-flame sword, he unleashed the supreme, true energy refined through the 9 Yang divine art, mingled with his sword intent. There was nothing exquisite about his swordsmanship. It was merely an unremarkable projection of sword energy. Within a 5-meter radius of Huai'an, all beings and objects were cleaved in twain by a single strike. In an instant, more than half of the 30 elite assassins perished. They offered no resistance and were unable to evade. Only about 10 assassins survived, not due to their superior strength, but rather because they were somewhat weaker, their slower response timing keeping them just outside the lethal range of the strike. To be frank, he had long sensed that he was surrounded. The faint aura of murderous intent could not escape his keen perception. The remaining assassins, aware they were up against an insurmountable foe, nonetheless charged forward once more, disregarding their own lives. The order from above was clear: eliminate Huai'an. For failure to do so would spell their doom upon returning. In the face of these aggressors, Huai'an countered with a single strike, sending their ranks into disarray. Congratulations, host, for your self-discipline and resilience. You have slain 3 4th-grade martial artists and 27 5th-grade martial artists, gaining an additional 3,000 experience points. Bloodstains surrounded him, with blood even splattering onto the soldiers nearby. Huai'an remained completely unaffected, maintaining his unhurried pace as he progressed. Chapter 99: The Blood Refinement Sword Technique. Ascending to the pinnacle to stop the killing on the city walls of Xiang, the defending soldiers beheld the magnificent display of Huai'an's prowess. A commander, brandishing a token, raised his arm high to rally their spirits. Brothers, reinforcements have arrived. Hold steadfast. The ferocity of the battle was overwhelming. If they could withstand this charge from the Yuan soldiers, there remained a chance to defend their home. Should they falter, the fall of the city and the destruction of their families would be inevitable. At this juncture, the presence of Huai'an, even as a singular variable, might not significantly alter the grand scheme, yet it ignited a profound sense of hope among the defenders, rekindling their will to fight. With the first reinforcement having arrived, it hinted at the possibility of a second. Perhaps it was merely Huai'an's swiftness that made him the first to reach them. Given that Xiang was already renowned for its formidable defenses, they were not in a position to be besieged from all sides. The Yuan soldiers could only assault from the front, and the Song forces were predominantly concentrated there as well. With a mighty shout, Huai'an unleashed his full energy, resonating through the battlefield for both friend and foe to hear. The Song soldiers, who had been teetering on the brink of despair, felt a flicker of hope rekindled within their hearts. Perhaps they could indeed survive and protect their families. Revitalized, they rained down blows upon the Yuan soldiers below. The once unyielding momentum of the Yuan forces was abruptly repelled. The setback on the city walls incited a furious anger in the Yuan vanguard officer. Who dares? The subordinates exchanged glances, speechless. None of them had ever laid eyes on Huai'an. Ultimately, it was a strikingly beautiful woman who stepped forward. She was a newly acclaimed alchemist of the Ming dynasty, reputed for her ability to concoct exquisite elixirs. Her knowledge of Huai'an did not stem from superior intelligence, but rather from the immense renown of the beauty-enhancing elixir, which even a native of the Yuan dynasty had heard whispers of. Unfortunately, in her haste to seize Xiang, she had no time to procure a dose. However, she had encountered Huai'an's likeness through a martial arts acquaintance. The vanguard officer paused, perplexed. What brings a Ming person here? The distance between the Ming and Yuan dynasties was vast, with a lawless region in between. It would seem that the Ming would prefer to observe from afar rather than intervene. Yet, time was of the essence. He could not afford to ponder the reasoning behind it. Send men to encircle and eliminate him. We cannot allow him to slaughter our soldiers indiscriminately. Both Xiang and the Yuan forces were in a race against time. Every moment was crucial. No one could ascertain whether further reinforcements would arrive for Xiang. Despite the Song's apparent weakness, they still possessed considerable military strength. The soldiers of Xiang fought to protect their homeland, unwilling to see their wives and daughters suffer after their demise. Conversely, the Yuan soldiers were driven by a policy of carnage on the day the city fell, promising 3 days of rampant slaughter and plunder, with women fair game for any who seized them. They had no intention of winning the hearts of the Xiang populace, which only fueled the Yuan soldiers' fervor. This siege had already endured for over 3 hours, pushing both sides' minds and bodies to their limits. Huai'an is indeed the greatest variable, yet the vanguard of the Yuan army, Maizhu, harbors a deep-seated disdain for him. Deep within the enemy ranks, Huai'an remains blissfully unaware that he has once again attracted attention. In the midst of a battle involving over 100,000 troops, an individual tends to remain inconspicuous. Though he wields the blood-flame sword, cutting a path from the south to the north, slaying every Yuan soldier that dares to obstruct his advance, he has only dispatched a mere 200 foes. To an army of 100,000, that is but a drop in the ocean. How could he possibly be noticed? The strength of one man is inherently limited. 200 meters, 190 meters, 170 meters. Distances that he once traversed in mere breaths now feel insurmountable. The overwhelming number of Yuan soldiers surrounds him, front, back, and on all sides. Were it not for the ceaseless flow of qi from his Zhuyang divine skill, which allows for rapid recovery, he would have long since depleted his energy. After all, even ordinary soldiers in the world of martial artists possess some degree of martial skill. Many wield at least 9th-tier capabilities, with numerous 8th-tier warriors present, making them undeniably stronger than the average person. As he nears the combat range of martial artists, he forges ahead, cutting through obstacles with ease. The sheer number of foes he has slain emanates an invisible aura of intimidation around him, dissuading nearby Yuan soldiers from approaching. This indirectly alleviates some of the pressure he faces, enabling him to quicken his pace. However, this brief respite is soon shattered by a thunderous roar from behind. Advance. Those who falter shall face death by the sword. A man wielding a broadsword stands 30 meters away from Huai'an, plunging his waist sword into the ground to issue a fatal command to his soldiers. The Yuan soldiers, who initially harbored some fear of Huai'an, suddenly find themselves emboldened. Retreating would mean defying military orders, a crime punishable by death. Advancing, however, brings them face to face with this god of slaughter, leaving them in a precarious predicament. Kill. He is but one man. After prolonged combat, his energy will surely wane. Even if he possesses unmatched martial prowess, he cannot possibly slay us all before his strength is exhausted. Both retreat and advance lead to death. Ultimately, Huai'an is merely one man, incapable of truly intimidating seasoned warriors of the Yuan army. Soon, he finds himself engulfed by a torrent of blades and swords, the air thick with impending doom, as death looms just a heartbeat away. Yet, Huai'an remains calm. With his right hand, he executes a sweeping strike, relying on the sharpness of the blood-flame sword to sever the weapons of the Yuan soldiers. His left hand deftly curves and twists, executing a seemingly slow yet deceptively swift movement, as he unleashes a taiji strike that sends a dozen Yuan soldiers flying. In the midst of battle, the notion of being besieged by hundreds is a mere illusion. Given the constraints of space, only a handful can surround him at any one time. Previously, when the assassins attacked him in groups of over 30, they had the advantage of distance, allowing them to expand their attack range. Now, the relentless advance of Yuan soldiers significantly amplifies the pressure on Huai'an. No matter how fiercely he fights, the number of enemies continues to grow. Congratulations to the host for defeating a 9th-rank martial artist, gaining experience. Congratulations to the host for defeating an 8th-rank martial artist, gaining experience. Congratulations to the host for discipline and self-improvement. The superior sword technique blood refining sword art has reached the pinnacle of mastery, rewarding a boost of 5 to physique. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward, stopping murder with murder, proving the path through slaughter. The order was given for the soldiers to besiege Zhigo, who could not help but reveal a hint of joy on his face. A martial artist in the innate realm dared to charge amidst a myriad of soldiers, utterly unaware of his impending doom. He could not discern Huai'an's true level, only estimating it to be within the innate realm. Otherwise, such terrifying lethality would be inexplicable. Furthermore, it is a well-known rule among the 9 provinces that martial masters must not indiscriminately slay soldiers. The destructive power of a martial master is exceedingly fearsome once they strike. It results in a catastrophic massacre. They serve as devastating weapons that can turn the tide of small-scale wars, necessitating checks and balances. Of course, If two martial masters were to engage in combat and reckless soldiers took the initiative, that would be an entirely different matter. As for warriors of the Earth Immortal Realm, they are reclusive powers, strictly forbidden from participating in international conflicts. Should they defy this, they would face a united retribution from the world, which explains the absence of Earth Immortal experts on the battlefield. Thus, the highest level capable of directly engaging soldiers is merely the innate realm. And he was entirely confident in exterminating Su Huai'an here. Yet, Su Huai'an, who had been standing still, found himself increasingly pushed away from the area of martial combat. He had also noticed Zhi go behind him, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With a flourish of his longsword, he unleashed 9 dazzling sword blossoms, carving out a path. In that instant, his figure vanished, moving at high speed. Zhi Gu, seasoned in the heat of battle, was no stranger to facing innate martial artists. Upon observing Su Huai'an's actions, he instantly deduced that the latter intended to attack him. How foolish, attempting to single-handedly resolve the war. Yet, he felt no fear, for he too was an extraordinary master in the mid-innate stage. His experience on the battlefield was unparalleled. Even witnessing Su Huai'an's combat prowess exceeding that of his peers did not diminish his self-confidence. Moreover, relentless fighting would eventually exhaust even the true chi of an innate martial artist. If Su Huai'an chose not to confront him, it was acceptable. If he dared to approach, Zhi Gu would effortlessly eliminate him. While altering the course of the war was beyond his capabilities, he believed that seizing the enemy general's head from amidst the thousands of troops would be as easy as reaching into a pocket. The cold, unfeeling voice of a man echoed very close behind Zhi Gu. Chapter 100. Huang Rong and Weixiong find themselves in grave peril. A sudden tremor coursed through him, prompting an instinctive swing of his sword in a lateral strike. He lunged forward, preparing to dismount with a graceful fluidity honed over years of experience. Yet, alas, he was confronted by Su Huai'an, a force driven by fury, rendering his efforts futile. In the next instant, he witnessed 2 familiar objects tumble from his mount, his own legs, though their appearance from this perspective momentarily eluded his recognition. As consciousness slipped away, his final thought echoed within him. Damn it, how shameless. It was not a matter of his capabilities or underestimating his opponent. As a commanding leader, his paramount duty was to avoid falling into peril. Thus he refrained from engaging Su Huai'an directly. On the battlefield, he was a general, not merely a warrior. Later, as he observed Su Huai'an break through the encirclement, he could neither blame nor evade the reality of the situation. A congenital warrior wreaking havoc on the battlefield seemed to surpass hundreds in number. The fact that his vital energy had not yet waned was miraculous. Yet his body and mind were likely nearing their limits. As a congenital warrior himself, he believed it should not be insurmountable to withstand a cornered opponent. Little did he know that he would neither withstand nor counter even a single blow before his head was severed. Despite his role as a mere deputy commander of the vanguard, the Yuan army numbered over 100,000. His position was not insignificant, and his demise incited chaos among the Yuan soldiers. Lord Zhi is dead. Lord Zhi is dead. Avenge our lord, they cried out. Su Huai'an charged forth like a tiger descending the mountain, devoid of any technique, powered solely by brute strength. In the absence of Lord Zhi's systematic command, no amount of enemy numbers could hinder their disarray. They could barely withstand the glimmering blade, with severed limbs and shattered bodies littering the battlefield. Utilizing the swift wind leg to its fullest, he darted through the chaos, seeking opportunities to counterattack. Faced with utter disarray, the swift wind leg proved superior. Su Huai'an eschewed the gentleman's journey, for while both footwork and leg techniques shared similarities, distinctions existed. The former emphasized agility, whereas the latter focused on offense. The gentleman's journey, requiring a build-up of momentum, offered speed but lacked in nimbleness, making it less suitable in this tumultuous scenario. As Su Huai'an resumed his slaughter, many Yuan soldiers discreetly distanced themselves from him. This man was no ordinary human. There was no chance they could withstand him. Observing their retreat, Su Huai'an chose not to engage further, channeling his vital energy into his legs. He shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, breaking free from the half-encirclement. 100 meters away stood an exceptionally beautiful young woman, a rare gem in the world, ensnared in a dire predicament, besieged by 6 master-level warriors. Were it not for her formidable cultivation and numerous extraordinary techniques, she would have surely succumbed long ago. The jade flute sword technique twirled the dog-driving staff in a series of vigorous strikes, targeting the vital points of several adversaries. The movements were elegant and unrestrained, concealing a lethal intent within each maneuver. However, despite her remarkable martial prowess, she found herself gradually overwhelmed by the encirclement of multiple foes. Guijing yearned to offer assistance, yet he was utterly unable to extricate himself from his own predicament. His situation was even more dire than that of the beautiful woman, as he had been a primary target of the Yuan army from the outset. Before the official confrontation began, he had already clashed with an elite squad of 300 warriors. Subsequently, he was besieged by 3 grandmasters of martial arts, accompanied by 7 masters, leaving him with no room to maneuver. Had it not been for his training in the Nanyin manual, which endowed him with formidable internal strength and a swift recovery rate, he would have been subdued long ago. The masters merely served to harass him from the sidelines. Whenever he managed to repel the 3 grandmasters and sought to pursue them, they would launch counterattacks to obstruct his advance. In battles between skilled combatants, even a brief delay could lead to missed opportunities. With several opponents assisting each other, he found himself devoid of any chance to defeat a single grandmaster. Curiously, the masters, fully aware of their inferiority, refrained from engaging him directly. He wished to eliminate a few of them first, but opportunities eluded him. Thus, he fell into a stalemate. Although Guijing was at a disadvantage, he still possessed the strength for self-preservation. However, the prospect of shaking off his adversaries to aid others seemed utterly unattainable. Overall, the martial artists of the Yuan army held a decisive advantage. After all, a portion of the masters from Xiang came for the sake of national righteousness, while others were affiliated with the Snow Moon City and the World Association. For a fortified city, the presence of skilled fighters was considerable, yet in comparison to the entire nation of the Yuan, their numbers were woefully insufficient. Were it not for the majority of the Yuan's elite warriors being either unwilling to join the court or engaged in battles elsewhere, their limited numbers would have been incapable of mounting any effective resistance. Upon witnessing the beautiful woman in peril, facing a life-threatening situation, an unexpectedly youthful girl with fair skin and a long sword emerged from the fray. If Su Huai'an were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this individual as none other than Weixiong, who should not have appeared in such a predicament. At that moment, she too was encircled. Having learned from previous experiences, the officer issuing commands now remained 100 meters away, entirely avoiding the vicinity of Su Huai'an. Su Huai'an, despite her desperate attempts to break through the throng, found herself unable to escape. The sheer number of adversaries was overwhelming. Even if one were to confront 100,000 pigs, the question remained, how long would it take to slay them all? Moreover, the Yuan soldiers were not without strength, and their coordinated formations added to the challenge. From her perspective, the Yuan soldiers appeared to be easily dispatched, akin to slicing through vegetables. The same held true for the commander of the Yuan army. The loss of a few hundred men barely registered. The Xiangyang forces were already few in number, struggling to defend the city, let alone venture out to engage in battle. Were it not for the main forces focused on besieging the city, Su Chan would have already succumbed to the tactics of the overwhelming numbers. The distance of mere tens of meters effectively barred Su Huai'an from making any progress. Taking a deep breath, she repelled the surrounding soldiers and relaxed her mind, suppressing the murderous intent within her. As she stood poised like a colossal beast awaiting its liberation from confinement, as the words escaped his lips, both hands firmly grasping the sword, an overwhelming surge of vital energy surged into the blood-flamed sword, as if it were of no consequence. The sword radiated a brilliant light, manifesting into a colossal sword aura spanning several dozen meters. With a mere flick of his wrist, Su Huai'an rendered all adversaries before him as mere shadows of existence, obliterating them with a single stroke, leaving none standing. From the onset of battle, Su Huai'an had remained untainted in his pristine white garb, yet after this strike, his attire was marred with splatters of fresh blood. The mingling of blood and sweat on his face intertwined with a gaze that bore the ferocity of a tempest. Surveying his surroundings, the might of a single individual severed hundreds, instilling terror within the ranks of 3 armies. Countless soldiers of the Yuan were utterly paralyzed with fear, no longer daring to impede his advance, as despair and trepidation spread like wildfire among them. What truly instilled fear was not merely Su Huai'an's astonishing destructive power, but rather his demeanor throughout, effortlessly casual, devoid of any sign of fatigue, as if fatigue were a concept foreign to him. The battlefield of Guijing and his companions lay bare before Su Huai'an. Huang Rong, today marks your doom. 2 blades, aimed directly at Huang Rong's abdomen and back, came with angles so cunning they appeared insurmountable. Huang Rong found herself caught in a state of waning strength, unable to withstand the combined force of her assailants. Though she managed to parry one strike aimed at her front, she lacked the strength to fend off the assault from behind. With her escape route sealed, her life hung by a thread, awaiting the inevitable approach of death. Suddenly, a graceful figure surged forth, her long sword tracing a semicircle. The Tai Chi sword. Huang Rong's countenance shifted dramatically as concern for Weixiong's safety surged within her. The clash of blades echoed. The prowess of the masterful fighters was formidable, each exerting their utmost effort. Even with the utilization of the unparalleled martial art, the Tai Chi sword, which siphoned some of their vital energy. The chaos of the moment proved overwhelming. Weixiong found herself unable to withstand the ferocious vital energy and incredible strength of her opponent. She involuntarily retreated several steps, gasping as she expelled a mouthful of blood. Half kneeling on the ground, she propped herself up with her sword, gritting her teeth to avoid collapsing. Her once vibrant face lost all color, and a slender wound appeared upon her shoulder, perilously close to a critical injury. Huang Rong was engulfed in a whirlwind of shock and fury, never imagining her daughter would recklessly risk her life to save her. In a battlefield filled with masters, what does a mere first-tier warrior hope to achieve? You seek death, she urged, aware even as she spoke that her words were futile. Weixiong had walked willingly into danger. How could the warriors of the Yuan possibly allow her to escape? With a bitter smile, Weixiong had long anticipated her fate. How could one as astute as she fail to perceive the disparity in strength? Yet, she could not bear to witness her mother perish before her eyes. Chapter 101. The three masters of exclusivity still wish to flee? Allow me to accompany you on your journey. A palm strike, accompanied by the sound of breaking air, hurtled toward Weixiong's face. This blow encapsulated the entirety of a master's true energy, a force far beyond what Weixiong could withstand at her current level of cultivation. Not to mention, the previous attack, which had injured her while she was attempting to rescue Huang Rong, had already rendered her body unresponsive. Huang Rong lunged forward, hoping to sacrifice her own life to save her daughter. Unfortunately, the two were like fish trapped in a barrel, with no hope of escape. The other two masters, in perfect synchrony, launched another assault. Huang Rong braced herself against one strike, blood spurting from her mouth as the impact sent her flying. She sought to accelerate and position herself in front of her daughter, but failed to notice a silver needle hurtling toward her, aimed directly at her brow. Weixiong understood that her death was inevitable. Her only regret was that she could not save her mother. As for the reckless impulse that led to her impending demise, she felt no remorse. Anyone faced with the sight of their mother in peril would be unable to remain indifferent. She found herself yearning for Su Huai'an, wondering if he would chastise her for recklessly risking her life to save another. Yet, how could he possibly come? At the time of their parting, his cultivation level was beneath her own. In a battlefield where masters roamed freely and innate power seemed worthless, his presence would only lead to further tragedy. In the fleeting moment before life slipped away, the figures of her father, mother, and sister flashed through her mind, culminating in the image of Su Huai'an, clad in white, with a gentle smile, standing at a distance, gazing at her. These thoughts were ephemeral. Her vision was consumed by the impending palm strike, leaving no room for anything else. Not far away, Su Huai'an, having broken through the enemy's formation, witnessed this scene unfold. His expression hardened. He cared not why Weixiong was here, nor why she had disregarded his advice. Their shared moments had led him to regard Weixiong as a sister. How could he stand idly by? Employing his swift leg technique to its fullest, his figure vanished from sight in an instant. As a martial artist, one must possess the ability to observe all directions and hear all sounds. Otherwise, one risks falling victim to hidden dangers. Huang Rong's situation was equally precarious. Yet Su Huai'an remained calm and resolute, with not a hint of hesitation. With a flick of his wrist, the blood-flame sword was released, hurtling toward Huang Rong's face. Without pausing to inquire further, his body transformed into a sharp blade, appearing before Weixiong in the blink of an eye. The palm strike landed upon Su Huai'an's body, even as he activated his protective true energy. Despite this, the might of the master's attack caused blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. His ability to slay masters relied on his own sword intent and various martial arts enhancements. The amount of true energy he possessed was still somewhat lacking, and he had no time to gather strength to save her, forced instead to endure the blow. Staggering back several paces, he embraced Weixiong, pulling her away from the range of the enemy's attacks. Seeing her daughter safe from mortal danger, Huang Rong felt a weight lift from her heart. A crimson longsword flew diagonally, striking the silver needle and knocking it aside, embedding itself in front of her as a protective barrier. As the situation unfolded, it must be said that on the battlefield, the lethality of firearms and blades far surpasses that of mere clubs. The longer the weapon, the greater the advantage. Amidst the chaos of battle, polearms certainly hold the upper hand. Yet, in close combat where the environment is complex, swords and daggers prove more advantageous. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for saving this young girl. Today's kindness shall be etched in my memory forever." Su Huai'an waved his hand dismissively, opting for silence instead. His gaze fell upon the trembling figure beneath him, her delicate body cold from excessive blood loss. After all, she was merely an 18-year-old girl, truly facing the brink of life and death. Even if she overcame her psychological fears, her body would instinctively react. Weixiong, closing her eyes in resignation, waited for what felt like an eternity, only to discover that the anticipated pain was absent, as if she were being cradled by someone. Slowly, she opened her eyes to behold a familiar face. "Brother Huai'an, am I dreaming?" She had not seen him since their parting, believing she would never encounter him again. Yet here they were in such circumstances. "Silly girl, did I not instruct you to go to the Ming? Why have you returned to Xiang?" "I have my reasons for coming back," she replied. Su Huai'an chose not to pry further, deciding to wait until after the battle to discuss it. Meanwhile, the enraged Monka, his face flushed with anger, demanded, "Cursed boy, state your name." "I am General Monka of the Yuan army." He had witnessed Su Huai'an's reckless assault within their ranks and never anticipated someone would dare to intrude upon a masteress duel. Had it not been for this unforeseen interference, he would have assuredly slain Weixiong and undoubtedly eliminated Huangrong as well. The death of his wife and daughter would surely destabilize Guijing's mindset, preventing him from performing at his full potential. Once Guijing fell, Xiangyang would lose its pillar of faith and would soon succumb to defeat. However, all his plans had been thwarted, fueling his resentment. "The dead need not know my name," Su Huai'an replied, his eyes resembling a stagnant pool, devoid of any ripples. Even with his injuries, he was confident in his ability to extinguish his opponent. Monka laughed, his expression a blend of disdain and scorn. "What do you presume? That a mere half-step master like you could withstand even a single blow from me?" He acknowledged Su Huai'an's competence, but only to a limited extent. An average innate martial artist could never endure his strike, and that was the extent of it. "Brother Huai'an, please take my sword and use it," Huangrong urged, clearly seeing that her red longsword was currently in her mother's grasp. As a swordsman, being without a sword severely diminished her combat effectiveness. Unfortunately, she was still under siege, and despite being only 10 meters from them, the distance seemed to stretch as the battle raged on, making it impossible to return the sword to Su Huai'an. "Navi, child, do you think a mere sword can bridge the gap between a master and an innate warrior?" Monka was unwilling to delay further and signaled to his two companions. The three of them closed in, encircling Su Huai'an and Weixiong to prevent their escape amidst the turmoil. "Remember, the one who seeks your demise is called Menga. Today, your fates are sealed. Not even the divine beings of the mortal realm can save you." The three individuals once again gathered their strength, preparing to unleash the very strike that had previously wounded Huangrong. A single move can conquer the world. Though Weixiong possessed merely the cultivation of an initial stage practitioner, she felt no trepidation. She could not fathom that Su Huai'an could, within a mere 6 months, rival a master-level warrior. Yet, there existed an innate conviction within her. So long as her brother Huai'an was present, she had naught to fear. Huangrong's heart sank as well, for the situation had already been determined. Even if someone were to intervene and rescue her daughter, it would only result in another life lost. This would inevitably lead to the demise of the young man as well. Su Huai'an remained composed, observing as the distance between himself and the assailants diminished. A surge of sword intent surged within him, radiating an aura of defiance against heaven and earth, as if he were challenging the very world itself. The essence of the sword, which materialized at his will, took the form of an ethereal, yet palpably real silver-long sword, suddenly grasped in his hand. Su Huai'an's sword intent did not wane. Instead, it intensified as he advanced toward Menga. With each step he took, his sword intent grew stronger. After 3 strides, his sword intent reached its zenith. The ground beneath him erupted with flying debris, as invisible sword energy coalesced into miniature whirlwinds. Within a 10-meter radius, even Meng Jie could not withstand the overwhelming onslaught. His garments bore multiple gashes, and his protective energy proved futile against the pervasive sword aura. A subtle killing intent enveloped his heart. A profound weight settled in Menga's chest, and an immense pressure surged within him. He shook his head vigorously, attempting to dismiss the ominous thoughts that assailed him. He could not shake the unsettling illusion that he might perish at Su Huai'an's hands. Impossible, absolutely impossible. While it was not unheard of for a peak innate practitioner to slay a master, such feats were reserved for the exceptionally gifted. Furthermore, the foes they had vanquished were merely fledgling masters. He himself was a mid-stage master, accompanied by 2 others of the same caliber. How could he possibly fall to an innate warrior? Just as his thoughts spiraled into chaos, a thunderous voice resounded beside him. Be careful. Chapter 102. Master of Slaughter. When he regained his senses, a brilliant light flashed before his eyes, momentarily blinding him. He lost consciousness entirely, catching only a glimpse of two characters within the radiance, the meaning of which he could no longer discern. Meng'Ga was dead, just like that. He was slain by Su Huai'an with a single stroke of the sword, devoid of fierce combat or brutal exchanges. He was extinguished in the blink of an eye. No one could fathom that Meng'Ga, who had dominated the vast Yuan for many years, would perish at the hands of a youth. It was only when a fine line of blood appeared on Meng'Ga's neck that the truth began to sink in. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, and the body fell apart. The onlookers were compelled to accept this grim reality. They stood in stunned silence while Su Huai'an continued unabated, one hand shielding Weixiong and the other wielding his sword in a dance of death, dispatching another master with a single strike. Congratulations, host, for slaying the martial arts master Meng'Ga. Blood refinement sword technique experience gained 20,000. Congratulations, host, for successfully killing the martial arts master Meng'Ga. Killing intent experience gained 800. At that moment, Su Huai'an was a force no one dared to confront. He resembled a celestial demon descending from the heavens, his aura, power, speed, and mindset at an unprecedented peak, exuding a palpable killing intent that was utterly mesmerizing. The last remaining opponent hurried back to his comrades, having lost the courage to face Su Huai'an alone. This display of might thoroughly subdued the masters present. Even the battle group, led by Guijing, found themselves pausing in astonishment. A master dispatched with a single move. Could this truly be a warrior of innate talent? Since Su Huai'an had unleashed his full power, he could no longer conceal his cultivation level as effortlessly as before, and they quickly discerned his true realm. Even an ordinary grandmaster could not defeat a master-level warrior in a single blow. Surely, even the likes of King Jinluan could not have annihilated Meng'Ga in one strike. Hearing his comrades' exclamations, King Jinluan furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing again. That fool had met his end due to his own wavering spirit, allowing for a fatal opening. Moreover, such an attack was not something achievable by one of innate ability. It was likely that he had exhausted his vital energy, and they might collectively vanquish him. His analysis was sound and convincing. With King Jinluan being the most formidable warrior among those attacking Xiang, he also played a crucial role in holding Guijing at bay. The warriors of the Yuan quickly regained their composure. They still held an absolute numerical advantage in masters. Why fear a mere innate warrior? Su Huai'an cast a glance at him, inwardly admiring King Jinluan's sharp insight. Not only was his martial prowess extraordinary, but his vision was equally astute. The fact that he could slay two masters was largely due to their distraction. Coupled with his attack speed surpassing that of a master, he was able to deliver lethal strikes. Unleashing his sword intent required significant energy expenditure. While some rejoiced, others despaired. The warriors of Xiang ignited a flicker of hope. Perhaps with Su Huai'an as an ally, they could indeed turn the tide. Just as the masters of the Yuan were preparing to dispatch several individuals to confront him, Su Huai'an would not grant them such an opportunity. With a flick of his sword, he struck again, swift as lightning, the blade's shadow leaving them bewildered. Within mere seconds, yet another master fell. It was as if he were inexhaustible. Every strike he delivered was executed with unrelenting fervor. An ordinary master could scarcely withstand a single sword thrust, and even those among the elite were barely able to deflect one. Immediately following was a tempest of slashing attacks, offering no respite whatsoever. Congratulations, host, for vanquishing a martial arts master. You have gained 12,000 experience points in the blood refinement sword technique. Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying a martial arts master. Your experience in killing intent has increased by 500. As the conflict progressed, the masters of the Great Yuan began to feel a chill of trepidation. While they had encountered opponents stronger than themselves before, there was always a limit. How could one individual slay multiple masters without even a hint of fatigue? Many were vocally critical of Jinluan, questioning how he could appear so vigorous despite claims of depleted energy. He seems even stronger than before, they mused. Jinluan himself was perplexed. While he believed he could eliminate a mid-level master like Meng Jie with relative ease, he would still feel the toll of exertion. This innate young prodigy was indeed a formidable enigma. With Su Huai'an's entry into the fray, the tide of battle was dramatically altered. He was the catalyst, charging through the ranks of masters, cutting down anyone in his path, and if he could not dispatch an opponent in 3 strikes, he would simply redirect his efforts elsewhere. This disruption caused chaos among the Yuan army's formation, granting many of Xiangyang's masters a moment to breathe. However, he was merely the spark. He had no desire to provoke the three great masters. Weixiong, witnessing his longtime wife escape danger and his daughter remain unharmed, felt a surge of elation. His martial prowess flourished, seemingly surpassing even his peak condition. Compounding this, Jin Luan and his companions, concerned for their own master's safety, allocated 3 of their number to provide assistance. As a result, Weixiong, despite facing 7 opponents, was able to force them into retreat, leaving them only capable of defense without the means to counterattack. In truth, Jin Luan's hypothesis was not unfounded. Had Su Huai'an not acquired the 9 Yang divine skill and instead relied on his previous superior techniques, he would undoubtedly have been unable to sustain such a strain on his energy. His sword heart was clear and at the pinnacle, merely one step away from transcending into the realm of profound sword intent, a state that only a great master could comprehend. Utilizing innate energy at that level was simply unsustainable. Alas, the nature of the 9 Yang divine skill was that it provided an inexhaustible source of internal strength. It was akin to an endless reservoir. And with each master he eliminated, Su Huai'an's proficiency in the blood refinement sword technique and killing intent only intensified. Rather than diminishing, his strength grew ever more formidable. Despite the multitude of masters within the Great Yuan, Su Huai'an relied upon the augmentation of his sword intent, allowing him to outpace them significantly. Moreover, the masters of Xiang recognized that the outcome hinged upon him, rallying around him and denying the Great Yuan the opportunity to collectively assault Su Huai'an. Otherwise, despite his prowess, facing more than 5 masters simultaneously would yield no advantage. Yet, he possessed the wisdom to maintain a considerable distance from the 3 great masters of the Yuan army, avoiding direct confrontation. While it may seem effortless to vanquish masters, when confronted by a powerhouse of the great master caliber, he would merely exchange a few blows before hastily retreating to preserve his own life. To illustrate, Su Huai'an's maximum offensive capability is 100, while that of a master is 90, and a grandmaster would possess at least 150, no matter how swiftly one's vital energy can replenish. The maximum one can wield at any given moment remains 100, rendering them incapable of overcoming a grandmaster. The soldiers of the Yuan army have long distanced themselves, showing no inclination to assist. The combat primarily involves master-level warriors, in which they cannot participate. Moreover, amidst the chaotic melee, they dare not unleash arrows for fear of inadvertently wounding their own side. Otherwise, regardless of one's unparalleled martial prowess, even a grandmaster would struggle to endure a volley from 1,000 archers. They are but ordinary soldiers, and none of them can shoulder such a burden. The current state of battle has already been reported to the commander of the Yuan army, yet he hesitates to issue orders. Should he command an attack, eliminating this variable would effortlessly secure victory in Xiang. They plan to withdraw Jin Luan and his companions from the battlefield in advance, using the lives of others to stall the Xiang warriors, then strike together for annihilation. War cannot be governed by misplaced compassion, General. Despite his subordinates' counsel, he remains silent. If they maintain distance, with tens of thousands of archers unleashing their volleys, Su Huai'an is almost certain to perish. Even if Weixiong survives, he would undoubtedly suffer grievous injuries. However, such a course would lead to the demise of their own masters. And whether the lives of so many masters are worth such a sacrifice remains debatable. Once this matter becomes public, who among the martial elites would be inclined to serve the military? It would extinguish the morale of the martial artists within the Great Yuan. Even if they capture Xiang, what would it matter? Although strategists often look down upon martial artists, one undeniable truth remains. Regardless of the dynasty, during warfare, one may refrain from deploying martial experts. However, a military must possess such masters within its ranks. Otherwise, one might awaken to find their head upon the enemy's battlements by dawn. It is during his indecision that the masters of the Yuan suffered a total rout. The mere presence of Su Huai'an rendered their defenses utterly untenable. With a speed akin to the unity of man and sword, although Su Huai'an may not match a grandmaster, his threat to ordinary masters is scarcely less formidable. His ghostly strikes and ambushes allow him to evade encounters with late-stage master warriors, as he selectively engages only those at the initial stage. As Su Huai'an revels in his killing spree, his eyes bloodshot and devoid of mercy, a pinnacle late-stage master intervenes, employing sonic martial arts to halt him. Do you wield your unparalleled might to indiscriminately slay and massacre the innocent? Chapter 103. The Sword Severing the Arm of the Grandmaster O. When did the masters of martial arts come to consider themselves mere mortals? Su Huai'an indeed halted his movements, turning to confront them. The masters of the Great Yuan seized this moment to gather, forming a battle circle to prevent being defeated one by one. They had genuinely developed a psychological fear of Su Huai'an and were reluctant to engage him in combat. What does it matter if they are masters? This is a conflict between us and Xiang. What concern is it of yours? I am a practitioner of innate martial arts, and your mastery should not falter before me. Shouldn't you reflect on your own inadequacies? As for my reasons for intervening, I have simply arrived. Wasn't it you who instigated the war between the great Yuan and Xiang? Su Huai'an's ethereal sword dissipated as he positioned himself to shield Huang Rong and her daughter, conversing with several individuals. Only Huang Rong sensed the underlying tension, her heart sinking. Alas, this young brother's strength may have been exhausted. Everyone was captivated by his extraordinary swordsmanship, oblivious to another crucial detail. No matter how exceptional an innate martial artist may be, it is impossible to sustain such an intense battle indefinitely. Even 10 innate practitioners combined would have long since depleted their vital energy and perished. To cease fighting and engage in discourse while in a position of strength is not a decision made by a fool. The only explanation for this is that Su Huai'an's vital energy forbade him from continuing. He was merely enduring at this point. Huang Rong quietly urged her daughter to be prepared to assist Su Huai'an when the moment arises. Weixiong gazed at Su Huai'an, who stood alone against the Yuan masters, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She recalled their parting words when he had promised that their next encounter would astonish her. He had fulfilled that promise, saving her single-handedly. No longer did she need to protect him. She now found herself in the position of being protected. The others, lacking her acute perceptiveness, or perhaps choosing to remain ignorant of the truth, were captivated by the sight of him defeating a master with a single sword strike. Even if he were to be drained of his energy, who could guarantee he did not possess the strength for a few more strikes? After all, risking oneself to become a target was not a choice anyone desired to make. Masters of martial arts are all exceptional talents, having enjoyed admiration throughout their lives, with endless wealth and glory awaiting them. No one wished to gamble their lives in such a manner. Prolonging the confrontation seemed a satisfactory course of action, especially since they were not the main force in this conflict. Moreover, even though Su Huai'an appeared to withdraw his sword intent, the murderous aura emanating from him only intensified. The twisted, oppressive pressure caused the assembled masters to hesitate, daring not to approach within 10 meters of him. The situation grew increasingly peculiar. With dozens of master practitioners divided into two factions, they refrained from combat, resorting instead to verbal exchanges. You claim to have slain countless Yuan soldiers, but they were merely lowly practitioners. If they did not permit me to join the fray, should I stand idly by and allow them to kill me? Just because they are weaker, should I simply accept my fate? The martial masters are forbidden from recklessly attacking ordinary soldiers. This is a rule established between dynasties. Do you not comprehend that you have violated this principle? Are you blind? I am merely at the innate stage. Why should I refrain from engaging with soldiers? Yet your prowess has long ascended to that of a master. Is my realm not innate? Indeed. Then why waste your breath? Oppressing the weak is an affront to our honor as warriors. I am ashamed to be associated with you. Su Huai'an nearly laughed in exasperation. Where did the Yuan army find such a fool? Firstly, weakness is a fundamental sin, and I do not engage in the oppression of the weak. Does not your great Yuan also bully the feeble southern Song? If you are so formidable, why do you not challenge the great Qin or the great Ming, or the northern and southern Liang dynasties? Secondly, you and I are not of the same generation of warriors. You appear to be over 50, while I am barely 20. Thirdly, it is not I who am ashamed to associate with you, but rather the reverse. After living for decades, have you turned into a dog, unable to defeat even a young man like myself? His words struck deep, inciting the Yuan army masters to flush with anger. Yet they found themselves powerless to retort. How could they argue? They indeed could not match Su Huai'an, and they were older than he. Nevertheless, they felt humiliated. After all, the average person, let alone a master of 50, seldom reaches the innate stage, let alone the realm of mastery. Meanwhile, the Yuan army continued their relentless assault on Xiang, with Guijing engaged in fierce battle with several foes. In the realm of masters, words were exchanged, but no hands were raised. None dared to initiate an attack. One element they did surmise correctly was that Su Huai'an was beginning to feel the strain. However, it was not his internal energy that was waning, but rather his stamina. After sprinting for hours and slaying hundreds within the Yuan ranks, he had finally clashed with a master. His physique far exceeded that of the innate, and with the 9 Yang divine art facilitating self-recovery, he did not feel excessively fatigued. Yet the energy of a single individual is finite. Otherwise, he could have seized the moment to join forces with Huang Rong and others to annihilate their enemies. Even if they could not eliminate the later stage masters, the mid-stage warriors would not escape unscathed. Meanwhile, the Yuan army masters sought to delay, only to hear Jin Luan's furious reprimands. "Quickly eliminate them, you bunch of imbeciles." Upon closer inspection, they realized Weixiong was overpowering them. If no one came to their aid, it would merely be a matter of time before Jin Luan and his cohort were vanquished by Weixiong. Should a Grand Master intervene, the tide of battle would undoubtedly shift in one direction. Let Dai and Daer join forces to confront him. Jin Luan's voice rang out again, urging them to act swiftly. Dai and Daer were among the few late-stage experts within the Yuan army's ranks, and together, they truly felt unafraid of Su Huai'an. They had long sought to obstruct him, yet found no opportunity. After witnessing his combat prowess, they had indeed encountered chances, but they were also somewhat apprehensive about facing him alone. Now that they were united, they thought it would be much simpler to coordinate their efforts. Jin Luan's command left them no choice but to take action. Initially, there was hope that Jin Luan and his companions could subdue Weixiong, thus easily dealing with Su Huai'an. However, despite their numerical superiority, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Urgency compelled them to resolve the situation swiftly and allocate reinforcements. Weixiong's hands unconsciously clenched together, her heart heavy with concern for his safety. "Huai'an, please don't," she implored, noticing Su Huai'an's determination to engage in battle. Su Huai'an turned, offering a gentle smile, and calmly remarked, "It is indeed challenging to vanquish a late-stage master, yet it is not impossible." No one could fathom the source of his confidence as he boldly advanced alone towards the two, moving with measured steps despite his evident fatigue. Although the Yuan army had also endured a protracted skirmish, the masters among them were accustomed to overwhelming their opponents through sheer numbers. Thus their overall stamina remained significantly superior to Su Huai'an's. In the instant their paths converged, a figure suddenly lunged forward, targeting Su Huai'an. This unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. Su Huai'an swiftly drew his sword and retreated, only halting after 10 paces. A bloodied arm fell to the ground, and the Yuan army master immediately reacted, pulling the injured back into their ranks. As Su Huai'an contemplated advancing again, he was forced to reconsider upon witnessing the impenetrable defense of his adversaries. Regret washed over him for being overly cautious. He should have launched a continuous assault. The intruder was none other than one of the 3 great masters of the Yuan army engaged with Weixiong, who had been grievously wounded by Weixiong's powerful strike, causing him to lose control and crash into this vicinity. The abruptness of the situation left Su Huai'an with little time to react, compelling him to instinctively counter. Sensing the opponent's profound internal energy, which exceeded that of typical masters, he initially surmised that a grandmaster was targeting him, leading him to disengage swiftly. To his astonishment, he managed to sever the opponent's arm with a single blow. Had he known the adversary was gravely injured and incapable of resistance, he would not have retreated. Yet, every gain incurs a loss. Weixiong seized the opportunity to exploit a flaw in his opponent's defense, delivering a strike that rendered him combat ineffective. Although he had taken precautions against exposing himself, he still revealed a weakness, which Jin Luan and his allies swiftly capitalized upon, landing a devastating blow to Weixiong's back. The Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, renowned for its formidable palm strength, was unleashed in a powerful, charged attack. Under normal circumstances, a master struck by Jin Luan's forceful blow would surely face death. Chapter 104. A glimmer of cold light precedes the dragon's strike. Fortunately, Weixiong had harnessed his internal energy in advance to protect himself, merely spitting out a mouthful of blood, which did not significantly impair his combat prowess. With the absence of a formidable Grand Master adversary, the pressure on Weixiong lessened considerably. However, he himself bore wounds, and the overall dynamics of the battle remained largely unchanged. It was improbable for him to secure a swift victory, and even if he did, he would lack the strength for further combat. In the midst of this disruption, it was Su Huai'an and his companions who found themselves adversely affected. The Grand Master of the Yuan army discerned his condition, realizing he had not suffered significant detriment. The 2 warriors, though initially hesitant, recognized their own depletion of spiritual energy and stamina. Together, could they truly hope to ensnare Su Huai'an? While some maintained their composure, others were growing restless. The army surged forward, the thunderous sound of galloping hooves resonating as an endless wave of Yuan soldiers charged towards the battlefield of the Grand Masters. The glimmering blades of their weapons rendered it nearly impossible for many to keep their eyes open, instilling a sense of dread within the hearts of several Grand Masters. They were baffled by the Yuan army's intentions and the scale of their aggression towards the martial artists. In a formation of thousands, even Grand Masters faced a perilous fate. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. They were already isolated, engaged in battle outside the city. The defenders of Xiang were grappling with their own dire circumstances, leaving no resources available for support. Within mere moments, chaos ensued as the two sides clashed. A true melee erupted, scattering the Grand Masters of Xiang, who now fought independently in search of openings. This inadvertently provided the Yuan army's Grand Masters with a chance to regroup, avoiding direct confrontation with Su Huai'an. Unexpectedly, 90% of the Yuan troops were focused on besieging Su Huai'an, leaving fewer than 1,000 soldiers to confront Huang Rong and her companions. Consequently, each Grand Master was pitted against fewer than 100 soldiers. Even the task of eliminating innate martial artists proved challenging with such numbers, let alone facing a Grand Master. Escaping the encirclement was not insurmountable, were it not for the Yuan Grand Master's opportunistic ambushes, which had severely diminished their ranks after Su Huai'an's relentless assault. Regrettably, following Su Huai'an's fierce onslaught, the Yuan Grand Masters had sustained significant casualties, rendering them less formidable in numbers. Furthermore, the overall strength of the Grand Masters from Xiangyang surpassed theirs, making the battles exceptionally arduous. Among the Grand Masters, it was not that the Yuan Grand Masters were inferior to those of Xiangyang. Rather, it was that the Yuan forces had not fielded capable Grand Masters. Those who came to Xiangyang were martial masters dedicated to defending their homeland. Coupled with their limited numbers, each confrontation proved increasingly difficult. The weaker Grand Masters had long since perished at the hands of the Yuan soldiers. Conversely, the Yuan army comprised primarily of rogue cultivators, whose skills were far from commendable. Otherwise, they would not have sought to enlist. Above them loomed several prominent Grand Masters, while below, military officers commanded. The more capable Grand Masters would not stoop to such endeavors, preferring to establish their own sections. Only Su Huai'an found himself in an increasingly precarious situation, as the tide of Yuan soldiers enclosed him in layers, rendering any escape impossible. Unless he possessed the ability to fly, no glimmer of hope for breakthrough remained. Even if Huang Rong and her companions endeavored to rescue him, their efforts would be futile. Faced with an army exceeding 10,000 strong, the Master's attempt to save others was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot, futile and beyond his means. The prolonged conflict had worn on, with the defenders of Xiangyang resolute in their determination to fight to the death, while the Yuan forces were plagued by discontent and demoralization, having squandered their optimal opportunity to seize Xiangyang. All of this chaos was instigated by Su Huai'an, inciting an overwhelming hatred within the Yuan commander's heart. Before retreating, he ordered that no matter the cost, Su Huai'an must be slain. Otherwise, such a formidable army would not have been dispatched to encircle a mere group of masters. It was as if lives were being piled upon one another, until Su Huai'an was ultimately buried beneath them. Even if 10,000 stood still to be slain, it would not be a task completed in a short span. Moreover, within the battlefield, long weapons such as spears and halberds proved far more advantageous than swords. A longer weapon equates to greater strength, and shorter arms inevitably lead to disadvantage. This principle was universally acknowledged among warriors. Otherwise, how would generals in the army exclusively wield long or heavy weaponry? Su Huai'an was acutely aware of this fact and realized he could no longer rely on his sword. Despite the formidable sword intent, it consumed a substantial amount of vital energy, making it effective against a smaller number of opponents. When faced with a vast sea of soldiers, it would be a tremendous waste. As the sword intent dissipated, he drew forth a silvery long spear adorned with a dragon emblem from behind him. The dragon's daring bright silver spear measured over 2 meters in length, forged from refined silver, its durability surpassing even that of the blood-flame sword. Its heft allowed it to be used for both thrusting and as a bludgeon to overpower foes. With a swift motion, Su Huai'an executed a powerful strike, shattering the heavy shield formation before him. A precise thrust pierced the throat of a soldier. As he withdrew the spear, its butt end sent another soldier flying backwards. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed 9 spear blossoms, resulting in the immediate demise of 9 adversaries. He ducked and tilted his head to evade a long spear, sweeping his weapon horizontally to topple all soldiers around him. The long spear in Su Huai'an's grasp danced like a dragon, employing masterful spear techniques that were both enigmatic and awe-inspiring. Where he moved, it was as if a tempest swept away leaves, a force that could sweep through armies as if they were mere reeds. The Yuan soldiers collapsed into disarray, with Su Huai'an weaving in and out among them with relentless vigor. With each thrust, a life was extinguished. As he swept his spear, he brazenly shattered the meticulously crafted shields of the Yuan troops with sheer force. He surged through the throngs of soldiers, his spirit unyielding and his gaze fierce, exuding an air of invincibility. It seemed that no matter who stood in his path, they could not impede his advance. A glint of cold light flashed before him. followed by the spear's swift strike, like a dragon unleashed. The spear's lethality was unmatched for clearing the ranks of foot soldiers, its destructive power far exceeding that of swords. Huai'an single-handedly faced countless blades, moving with grace amidst the chaos of the battlefield. By the end, his once white attire was drenched in crimson. Yet the path to escape remained elusive. Regardless of his fierce combat, the surrounding soldiers showed no sign of diminishing. There were simply too many, an overwhelming tide that could not be halted. Even a man of steel and iron bones like Huai'an found himself on the brink of collapse. It is not anything else. The true essence still suffices, yet his physical strength has been nearly exhausted. With each thrust of the spear, he feels every muscle in his body aching intensely. Nevertheless, he harbors no concern for his predicament. Before he made his move, he had certainly held back a few aces. It is simply not yet time to reveal them, for he is not at the end of his rope. Deep inside, he feels assured, while Weixiong, who charges forth, has already soaked her cheeks with tears. Were it not for her mother's firm grasp, she would have long since plunged into the fray. It is my fault. Had it not been for me, Chenggu would not have fallen into such a plight. I have brought ruin upon him. I should have heeded his words. Huangrong, too, wore a face of regret, for she held a considerable admiration for Huai'an. His willingness to brave the battlefield alone for the sake of a woman speaks volumes of his intent. His physique and appearance are impeccable, making him a fitting match for her daughter. Alas, the opportunity has slipped away. She could not entertain even the slightest possibility of Huai'an emerging from an army of 10,000. It is not that she does not wish to rescue him. On the contrary, Huangrong has exhausted all her martial skills, searching for a chance to break through, to find an escape route. Yet, the number of Yuan soldiers surrounding her is overwhelming, a despairing multitude. The commander of the Yuan army, aware that the siege of Xiang could not be won, has already issued a retreat. Tens of thousands of Yuan soldiers have withdrawn from the city. It is no longer a mere 10,000 laying siege to Huai'an. Regardless of one's extraordinary abilities, moving freely amidst a multitude of soldiers is impossible unless one is a martial artist of divine prowess. For ordinary warriors, even with unparalleled agility, how far can one leap in a single breath? No one can assist Huai'an, who finds himself ensnared within the enemy's ranks. The only support he can rely on is himself. At this moment, however, he has transcended beyond the need for others, wielding his dragon gallant silver spear with such finesse that it leaves behind phantoms. His right arm has been pierced by a spear, blood continuously oozing forth. His spear technique has reached its zenith, and none can withstand the onslaught of his strike. Be it the ordinary soldiers of the 8th or 9th rank, or the junior officers of the 5th or 6th rank, facing the silver spear leads to but one fate, death. He himself has entered a peculiar state. Slowly closing his eyes. Chapter 105. The essence of sword intent. As the body moves in harmony with the spear dances in accordance with one's will. In the realm of myriad laws, there is no self, only the heart guiding the movements. Upon the silver spear in his grasp, a faint silver dragon gradually takes shape. Congratulations to the host for demonstrating self-discipline and resilience, traversing through the ranks of thousands, and attaining the realm of unity between man and spear. Reward, 100 in physique, 1 in root bone, 1 in comprehension. Huai'an suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with a silvery light. The spear surged forward, an unyielding force, as a continuous stream of true qi flowed into its body. Irrespective of the iron shields or the phalanx of spears, all dissolved into nothingness beneath the silver spear. The masters of Xiang, still engaged in the fray, could only behold a brilliant radiance, leaving behind a deep chasm on the ground. The might of the true qi transformed into a dragon, deterring any who dared to offend. 5, 10, 30, 100. A vast army of tens of thousands was forcibly carved a path through. As the silver light burst forth from the battle formation, it instantly transformed back into Huai'an. He silently marveled at his fortune. He had never imagined he could carve his way out with a mere spear. The overwhelming sense of impending death hastened his understanding of spear techniques, a testament to his ever-evolving comprehension. Without it, a breakthrough in the heat of battle would have been implausible. The final strike appeared deceptively simple, yet it was the most powerful blow he could muster amidst the fray. Perhaps it was not the mightiest in his martial repertoire, but it was undoubtedly the most suited for breaking through enemy lines. By transforming the surface into a line, he poured his entire understanding of the spear path into that one move, forcefully tearing open a breach. Otherwise, he would eventually be worn down. His entire being was unrecognizable, stained with blood and dirt, rendering him nearly a figure of crimson. Everyone was left in stunned silence, awestruck by his spear technique. Even the Yuan army dared not make a move. Despite being mere meters apart, none possessed the courage to act. In that moment, Su Huai'an resembled a deity of slaughter. An invisible aura of killing intent nearly materialized. Martial artists below the innate level felt their spirits tremble merely at the sight of him. One man instilled fear in tens of thousands, a feat even the Grand Masters could scarcely achieve. Huang Rong could not help but exclaim in awe. This young man possessed the demeanor of one who could dominate the age. His martial artistry had ascended to a pinnacle unreachable by his peers. In truth, even Su Huai'an himself was somewhat bewildered. He could not fully grasp what he had just executed. Was it spear intent or martial arts? He did not know. That very move bore no name. The concept of dragon fighting in the wild had been a spontaneous creation. What distinguished unity of man and spear from spear intent? He was uncertain. His advancements in martial arts had been remarkably rapid, to the point of disbelief. His understanding of these concepts was not yet profound. He knew he must dedicate time to deepen his knowledge. However, at this moment, he had no time for contemplation, his focus solely on the Yuan army. His true qi had already reached the pinnacle of the innate realm, with the threshold of mastery tantalizingly close. Initially, he had not been able to break through, not due to a lack of true qi, but because his realm was insufficient. After a series of fierce battles, the barriers to his realm had long since dissipated. Had he not found himself amidst enemy ranks, struggling to find an opportunity, he would have already ascended to the master realm. Now, finally afforded a moment to catch his breath, his breakthrough was bound to come forth effortlessly and swiftly. Only when one's cultivation is insufficient and they forcefully seek the chance for advancement does it consume an inordinate amount of time. Su Huai'an merely concentrated his true energy within his dantian, causing it to surge through his limbs and throughout his entire being. In the span of just 2 breaths, he achieved the master realm, a pinnacle sought after by many throughout their lives. Congratulations to the host for exhibiting self-discipline and resilience, achieving the master realm, and receiving a reward of 80 in physical constitution along with a superior grade elixir. Originally a bit fatigued, Su Huai'an now brimmed with vitality. He even felt as though the strength of his body had transcended the limits of an ordinary human. It was likely that even standing still without employing true energy for defense, practitioners below the innate level would find it impossible to harm him. This did not even account for the unique attributes of the 9-yang divine skill, which not only facilitates rapid healing of external injuries, but also autonomously shields the body with true energy. It seemed that even without deliberate defense, few innate practitioners could inflict harm upon him. Of course, if faced with another innate practitioner of his caliber, that would be a different story altogether. His true energy surged more than double, significantly enhancing both his strength and speed. Su Huai'an profoundly grasped the disparity between a master and an innate practitioner. His ability to cleave through masters with innate sword intent was entirely reliant on the unmatched sharpness of his swordsmanship. Otherwise, even with the cultivation of the most exquisite 9-yang divine skill, the quality and quantity of his true energy would exceed that of his peers. He could only match the true energy of a master in the early to mid stages. If the opponent practiced a superior cultivation method, they could potentially surpass him. However, everything had changed now. Having stepped into the master realm, Su Huai'an felt as though the world had shifted slightly in his perception. What exactly had transformed? He could not precisely articulate, yet the feeling was unmistakable. As the most prominent figure in this conflict, his transformation drew the attention of others. Anyone could discern that his aura was steadily rising, causing the already timid Yuan troops to hesitate even further. The commander of the Yuan forces sighed, realizing that the opportunity had slipped away today. Not only had their siege failed, but even the prospect of eliminating Su Huai'an had become unattainable. He was not a man prone to indecision, promptly issuing orders for a disciplined retreat of his forces. Continuing the fight would only lead to further humiliation, as the enemy had already managed to break through their encirclement. Once a master practitioner had taken precautions, the difficulty of executing a second ambush increased significantly, for the soldiers could not match the speed of their foes. The forces of Xiang were devoid of further combat capability and naturally dared not pursue. Each master among them bore wounds. Even Weixiong was in a poor state. Had it not been for his incredible feat of taking on 10 foes single-handedly, the warriors of Xiang would have succumbed long ago. His burden was the heaviest, rivaling even that of Su Huai'an. The only one unscathed was precisely Su Huai'an, who had claimed the most kills and charged forth with unparalleled vigor. It was not that he was so formidable as to emerge unscathed. Rather, his injuries had already healed. Within the military formation, he had certainly endured several strikes from long spears. However, Endowed with the formidable self-healing prowess of the 9 Yang divine skill, his injuries swiftly mended. An inexplicable surge of indomitable spirit welled up within him, as if a veil of mist had lifted, revealing a clear sky. Yet, before he could savor his triumph, his pupils quivered, and his body suddenly surged forward, astonishing those around him, who were left bewildered by his intentions. Surely, he could not be charging into the ranks of the Yuan army. That would be tantamount to courting death. Su Huai'an paid no heed to the others, pushing his agility to its utmost limits. His speed escalated, and the shadows of his sword danced amidst the chaos, severing heads with ruthless precision. Even the Yuan soldiers were taken aback by his audacity to return, attacking like a madman, striking down anyone who crossed his path. Those soldiers along his trajectory had no time to react before they found their heads severed from their bodies. If one were to inquire about Su Huai'an's uncharacteristic aggression, there existed but one reason. He had spotted someone he least wished to see at that moment. Li Hanyi had arrived and was ensnared by the Yuan soldiers. Unable to escape, a grandmaster was hastening towards her, and should he arrive, her chances of fleeing would vanish entirely. Su Huai'an could not permit such a fate to unfold. The overwhelming true qi of the grandmaster surged forth like a tempest, sweeping across the battlefield. In his calculations, Li Hanyi's speed, combined with the Yuan army's positioning, should have precluded her from being surrounded. Congratulations to the host for wielding the sword for his beloved, enhancing the realm of swordsmanship to the profound level of sword intent, rewarded with 5 in comprehension and 15 in physique. Swordsmanship's pinnacle, profound sword intent, 220,000. But this was not the time for contemplation. He could only focus on rescuing her first. 1 sword, 10 swords, 100 swords. Su Huai'an had long lost count of how many strikes he had unleashed. His vision now obscured by the fallen bodies before him. He was close, so very close. Just a little more time, and he would breach her 10-meter range. Yet, he was still a moment too late, for the Grandmaster Meng He of the Yuan army had arrived, his hands morphing into claws as he lunged toward Li Hanyi's face. Chapter 106. The sword strikes the Grandmaster amidst the relentless assault of soldiers akin to a tide. The precariously balanced Li Hanyi could hardly withstand the onslaught. She could only watch helplessly as the attack loomed larger in her vision, unable to mount a defense. Fortunately, 2 master warriors joined forces to intercept the strike, allowing her to narrowly escape disaster. Su Huai'an, whose heart had been taut with anxiety, finally felt a modicum of relief. Yet, his subordinates did not slow their pace, continuing to launch strike after strike. He was acutely aware that relying solely on 2 masters was insufficient to thwart a grandmaster. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to dawdle. Sword 1, Sword 2, Sword 3, Sword 4. Despite his utmost efforts, his speed barely increased. The morale of the Yuan army was already low following their defeats, and the opportunity to capture the personal disciple of the Snow Moon City Lord was one they would not let slip away. They had issued a death command to obstruct Su Huai'an at all costs, forbidding him from interfering. If they could not kill Su Huai'an, capturing Li Hanyi would still yield some reward for the Yuan army, as anticipated by Su Huai'an. The 2 masters dispatched by Snow Moon City endured more than 10 exchanges with Meng He before being grievously wounded and sent flying. This was compounded by the fact that Meng He had been engaged in battle with Weixiong for an extended period, resulting in considerable depletion of his energy, leaving him less than at his peak. Li Hanyi, possessing only the initial stage of innate cultivation, had yet to fully grasp the rudiments of sword intent. In the midst of the chaos, she was akin to a solitary boat adrift on tumultuous waters, ever on the brink of being engulfed. With a Grandmaster warrior lurking nearby, her precarious situation was evident. Su Huai'an felt a pang of regret within. His rapid increase in power had led to hubris. He had overlooked the fact that those around him might not share his level of strength. With tens of thousands of troops retreating, the front line extended over several hundred meters. Li Hanyi was far removed from his position of breakthrough, and the chaos of clashing weapons and flag-waving steeds rendered it impossible to discern the precise circumstances. The din was overwhelming, and he lamented not noticing her presence sooner. In the thick of battle, having just severed the oncoming blades, Li Hanyi thrust her sword to repel the soldiers. A long sword radiating a chilling gleam lunged towards her cheek. With no means to defend herself, she found herself unable to retreat as the sword tip drew ever closer. In that moment of life and death, a faint sound resonated within her, prompting her to raise the listening range sword before her. She braced the blade against the sword's tip, narrowly escaping the clutches of death. However, the immense force bent her sword, and the rebound struck her forehead. Nearly sent flying, she managed to stifle a gasp, refusing to yield. The consequence of her defiance was a coppery taste in her throat, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, while a palm struck her abdomen, causing waves of agony to crash within her. Her energy barely amounted to a fraction of its potential. Meng He's brow furrowed in surprise at her decision to endure the blow, causing his subsequent strike to veer slightly off course. He had intended to incapacitate her dantian, ensuring she would have no capacity to resist. Yet he soon chuckled, realizing it mattered little. In her current state, she was already in his grasp. With no chance of escape, Li Hanyi's vitality surged chaotically, her body swaying precariously. Gazing at Su Huai'an not far away, she wore her usual icy smile, which brimmed with farewell, as if bidding her final adieu. The seemingly close distance between them had transformed into an insurmountable chasm. The clandestine support for Xiang from Shuiyue City and the Tianxia Society might remain a secret to the younger generation and the grassroots, but it was undoubtedly known among the higher echelons of the Yuan army. Otherwise, they would not be so frantically intent on capturing her. The thought of what fate awaited her if she fell into their hands was a contemplation she dared not entertain. In such a case, she would rather perish here. A valiant death was far preferable to enduring humiliation. Su Huai'an discerned the meaning behind her gaze, a wave of turmoil rising within him. No, he could not allow her to perish in vain. With no one ahead, his silver long sword swelled against the wind, transforming from its normal length into a formidable blade of 100 meters. As his wrist moved, the sword descended with an unparalleled might. Death awaited any who dared to touch it. There would be no exceptions, whether among soldiers of the 8th or 9th rank, or among the first or innate warriors. Faced with such a strike, their only option was to flee. No one dared confront it head-on. No one had the courage to withstand such an onslaught. In truth, the few surrounding Su Huai'an were not ordinary soldiers, but high-ranking generals of the Yuan army. Otherwise, the innate Su Huai'an would have been able to carve a bloody path through the fray with the unity of man and sword. After attaining the master rank, how could he be unable to break through the encirclement? Meng He, indifferent to their fates, directed his right hand towards Li Hanyi's throat, attempting to seize her. Yet, halfway through his assault, he was compelled to retreat. He too found himself within the lethal reach of the colossal sword, and dared not withstand its intent with mere flesh. Li Hanyi's eyes gleamed, yet her body could no longer sustain itself, collapsing softly towards the ground. A warm hand enveloped her, and the familiar scent reassured her of her safety. At the very least, should she die, it would be in his embrace. Yet, a hint of sadness lingered as she gazed at him with rare tenderness. You should not have come. After finally escaping, why return to save me? Your survival is essential for you to seek vengeance for me. Su Huai'an gently brushed her hair, his gaze profound yet tinged with anger. Why did you charge into the Yuan army's ranks? Are you so reckless with your life? One must understand that with a clear sword heart and the pinnacle of innate mastery, one can wield confidence. This foolish girl had only just grasped the rudiments of sword intent, yet dared to fight without regard for her life. His ire was not born of any other concern, but rather from her disregard for her own existence. When he parted from her, he had noticed that Bailey Dongjun had dispatched 2 masters to protect her. Assuming that with masters guarding her, she would be safe, he was astounded to discover that she had charged into the very heart of the Yuan army's encampment. Li Hanyi, already injured, felt even more aggrieved by his words. If I had not seen you surrounded, how could I have possibly charged in? She had already been unable to keep up with him. And when Su Huai'an unleashed his full power to increase his speed, she found herself left far behind. After an entire night had passed, upon arrival, I found Su Huai'an encircled amidst the chaos of battle. True to her character, she preferred to shatter like jade rather than remain intact like mere pottery. Su Huai'an could only softly soothe a few words, acknowledging her own missteps before turning her gaze to Meng He. Her eyes filled with the cool detachment of one who has witnessed death. Meng He, sword in hand, upon seeing her approach, wore a sinister smile rather than expressing anger. How delightful! When the path to paradise is ignored, one willingly treads the path to hell. Others may fear Su Huai'an, but he felt no trepidation. As a grandmaster of martial arts, if he could not subdue a mere innate martial artist, then he might as well end his own life. Before he could utter another word, a torrent of silver-white sword rain descended from the heavens. The overwhelming sword intent enveloped all the Yuan army nearby, leaving no survivors among the first-tier commanders or innate martial artists. The massive assault, infused with Su Huai'an's wrath, quelled the spirits of everyone present. No one had anticipated such a formidable display of power from her. Even Meng He, who had previously dismissed her, was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for this display of skill. Even he would not dare to employ such a technique, for the consumption of true energy it demanded was a terrifying figure, leaving one vulnerable thereafter. Yet, Su Huai'an offered him no further opportunity for contemplation, launching her sword westward. In Meng He's eyes, only a flash of silver-white light registered, and in that instant, he felt his body become weightless, utterly losing control. A sword is meant for killing, not for mere words. Su Huai'an's gaze bore no sorrow or joy. She coldly regarded the fallen Meng He. Casting a glance around, she hoisted Li Hanyi and began to depart, treating others as if they were inconsequential. None dared to intervene, having lost the courage to confront her. It is not the bloodthirsty that strikes fear into the hearts of trained soldiers. Rather, it is Su Huai'an's chilling calmness. In that moment, the hundreds she had slain transformed in their eyes from living beings to mere flora. Years hence, when the Yuan army spoke of Su Huai'an, they would still recall the dread they felt on this day. As Su Huai'an prepared to exit, she glanced in a certain direction. Two masters from Shuya City, having regained their senses from shock, hurried to follow in her wake. They had heard from by Li Dongjun that Su Huai'an not only excelled in alchemy among the younger generation, but that her true prowess far exceeded what she had displayed. Yet, they could scarcely imagine, let alone believe, that she could annihilate a master in an instant. Such combat prowess, not only among the younger generation, but even in their own, was virtually unmatched. Chapter 107. A comprehensive uplift. Huang Rong initially felt elated that Su Huai'an was able to rescue someone. But her joy quickly turned to concern as she glanced at her daughter. She understood the thoughts of the women in her life all too well. However, the rapport between Li Hanyi and Su Huai'an was evident, raising her worries about whether her Navi daughter could bear the weight of such emotions. Regardless, today was a day of celebration for Xiang. They had successfully defended a seemingly impossible battle, and although they paid a heavy price, they prevailed. This remarkable feat was largely due to Su Huai'an, who single-handedly altered the course of a war involving thousands. Yet, Su Huai'an was preoccupied, focusing solely on examining Li Hanyi's injuries. After several inspections, he retrieved a red elixir from his robe. Upon consuming it, her wounds began to heal without further ado. Li Hanyi did not inquire about the potion. She simply swallowed it. The internal injuries she sustained gradually mended themselves. Unconsciously, she touched the scar on her forehead, struggling to suppress her unusual question. Am I very unattractive now? Will you still marry me? Of course, no matter what, you will always be my wife, Su Huai'an replied, lowering his head to gently kiss her, affirming his commitment through this tender act. What reason could he have to betray a woman who would recklessly risk herself for him? He then produced a bottle of wound ointment and applied it delicately to her injuries. Have you forgotten who I am? Your wounds will leave no scars, he reassured her. A wave of coolness enveloped Li Hanyi, and the sharp pain at her wound diminished significantly. You can treat external injuries as well. Such ointment is typically the domain of physicians, isn't it? She inquired. Medicine and alchemy are intertwined. There is indeed a commonality between doctors and alchemists. So it is not surprising, he explained. Seeing her expression improve markedly, Su Huai'an felt a sense of relief. Brother Huai'an, how is she? Weixiong rushed over, her concern evident. Not noticing the intimacy between the two, she harbored a sense of rivalry toward Li Hanyi. Nothing serious. She will recover in a couple of days, he assured her. Weixiong then exhaled in relief. She would feel guilty if Li Hanyi were to suffer because of her. Huang Rong stepped forward from behind Weixiong, smiling as she invited them into the city. Young hero Su, why not join us in Xiangyang for a gathering? While others might overlook it, she recognized that all present were heroes of Xiangyang. The city's ability to hold its ground in the early stages was primarily due to Guijing's efforts. The revival of morale in the mid-stages was attributed to Su Huai'an, despite his solitary appearance. Although he had slain several masters on the battlefield, such victories did not address the core issues. Even if the enemy's army of over 100,000 were to lose all their masters, they could still annihilate Xiangyang's defenders. The crux of the matter lay in Su Huai'an being an outsider, symbolizing the support that was hastening to Xiangyang. This instilled a glimmer of hope in the beleaguered soldiers, who were on the brink of despair. In the later stages, it was seemingly inconsequential figures like Li Hanyi and her companions who provided the beleaguered defenders of Xiangyang with a much-needed boost of courage. Their incursion into the Yuan army was a mission to rescue Su Huai'an. However, the defenders of Xiangyang remained oblivious, mistaking the arrival of reinforcements for the imminent arrival of aid. They summoned an unexpected strength to staunchly resist the onslaught of the Yuan forces. Without the presence of these two groups, the beleaguered soldiers would have long succumbed to despair, allowing the enemy to breach the city walls. Su Huai'an harbored a desire to venture inside for a closer look, yet he cast a glance at Li Hanyi. Let us also take a look, given your current condition. It is not prudent to continue our journey. Li Hanyi, after a moment of contemplation, nodded in agreement. The distance to Shuya City was indeed considerable. And with his injuries, both internal and external, still unhealed, a long trek would prove arduous. Weixiong approached to express his gratitude before hurriedly departing. Shortly thereafter, Huang followed suit. Although Xiang had managed to hold its ground, it was a Pyrrhic victory. The exact number of soldiers who perished in battle remained unknown, but rough estimates indicated that half of their ranks had fallen. In the later stages, manpower became alarmingly scarce. Had it not been for the immense prestige of Weixiong and Huang, many young men would not have rallied to the city walls to replenish their dwindling forces. Yet, this reliance on the rustic, untrained farmers posed a significant drawback. While they might excel in tilling the fields or laboring, thrusting them into combat was akin to sending them to their demise. Lacking any formal training, many struggled with even the simplest of weapons, and a significant portion fell beneath the blades of their adversaries. As the spiritual leader of Xiang, Weixiong faced a multitude of responsibilities in the aftermath of the conflict. Years of trial had transformed him from the man he once was. Yet, when it came to navigating the intricacies of human relations, he occasionally faltered, necessitating Huang's assistance. Weixiong led the group of 4 on a leisurely stroll through the city. The expressions of the townsfolk were a perplexing blend of joy and sorrow. Their eyes were vacant, yet smiles of genuine warmth adorned their faces. Among the fallen soldiers were likely their family members, friends, and perhaps even husbands or fathers, forever lost upon the battlements. How could they find joy in such a reality? Yet, with their nation clinging to its last vestige of hope, they were spared from the clutches of the Yuan army. Within each heart resided a tumultuous conflict. The city was steeped in a stifling atmosphere, and it was not long before they arrived at an inn to take refuge. They arranged for the others to settle in, allowing Li Hanyi a chance to recuperate. The 2 masters from Xiu City expressed their gratitude profusely. Their contributions during the battle had been minimal, and they had been unable to engage the ordinary soldiers decisively. As the opposing warriors were formidable, had it not been for Su Huai'an's timely arrival, their very lives might have been forfeit. Initially, they had thought that safeguarding Li Hanyi would be a straightforward task, yet the recklessness of these 2 young individuals had proved otherwise. The 2 masters, understanding the situation, discreetly took their leave, no longer wishing to impose. The 3 remained seated together, and Su Huai'an found himself at a loss for words. A vague sense of unease enveloped him, though he could not quite articulate the nature of his feelings. Nevertheless, the atmosphere between the 2 young women was undeniably harmonious, their conversation flowing effortlessly around topics that delighted them. In the midst of their chatter, they playfully ushered Su Huai'an out, claiming they had secrets to share that were not suitable for the ears of a man. Confused, he found himself pushed outside, yet observing their camaraderie, he felt reassured that no discord would arise. Wandering aimlessly through the streets of Xiangyang City, he took moments to glance at his status panel, curious about the enhancements following his recent battle. Host, Su Huai'an, age, 20, realm, pinnacle of innate stage, physique, 780, bone structure, 75, a paragon of talent, comprehension, 84, a natural genius, martial arts, mastery of the 9 Yang divine art, 30,000, proficient in supreme Taijiquan, 32,150,000, mastery of blood refinement sword technique, 6,210, proficient in wind chasing leg technique, 3,000, mastery of illusory cloud leg technique, 4,330, foundation sword technique, return to simplicity, 3,800,999,9999, peak foundation body technique, 5,000 and 58,000, foundation spear technique, return to simplicity, 65,165,999,0000, exceptional body technique, gentleman's journey, 8,000 50,000. Abilities, master alchemist, 8,000,000, 5,000,000, master physician 1,40,000, 2,000,000, special physique, medicinal container physique, martial intent, clarity of sword intent, 2,000,10,000, sword path S transcendence, 9,999 10,000, an ability that grows stronger with each opponent vanquished, amplifying his own killing intent. Unity of man and spear in the pinnacle of gun intent. Unbeknownst to him, several of his martial skills had advanced, and his physique had remarkably improved, elevating it to several times its previous strength. Although it appeared that he had only gained a little over 100 points, the reality of the disparity was monumental. As one progresses, the challenge of enhancing one's physique grows increasingly formidable. Perhaps it would be prudent for him to study a defensive martial art, lest he squander the potential of his formidable physique. With the extraordinary self-healing capabilities of the 9 Yang divine art and his innate high defense, Should he master a formidable defensive art, breaking through his defenses would become an impossibility for all but the most formidable grandmasters. Chapter 108. The Great Hero. For the nation and the people, the enhancement of one's innate talent and comprehension may be modest, yet he finds himself content. His understanding has transcended to a level of extraordinary genius. After all, his self-discipline and resilience manifest more prominently in the gradual progression of his martial arts. Only with a sufficiently keen comprehension can one fully harness its efficacy. With his current aptitude, he is capable of mastering intermediate martial arts upon a single perusal. Had he possessed such heightened understanding and innate talent upon his arrival in this world, merely practicing a basic technique once would have yielded considerable experience, significantly accelerating his early development. Though the increase in his innate talent is slight, it is nonetheless an improvement. The innate talent of a peerless prodigy is sufficient to overshadow 99 of all beings. With further breakthroughs in his cultivation, it is only a matter of time before his innate talent reaches the realm of extraordinary genius. Recently, his breakthroughs have been primarily in the realms of sword intent, killing intent, and spear intent, which have greatly augmented his comprehension, yet provided no significant advantage to his innate talent. This has led to an increasing disparity between his innate talent and comprehension. The advancements in martial arts represent a substantial leap. Even without the application of sword or killing intent, relying solely on his unparalleled martial prowess, he can easily overpower any martial artist of his generation. Regardless of one's extraordinary gifts or martial comprehension, they are mere equals in his presence. In the midst of the military formation, he frequently interchanged Tai Chi techniques with swordplay and palm techniques. However, due to the urgency of the situation, he had no choice but to employ sword intent to expediently conclude the battle. The future is promising. The pinnacle of martial arts awaits, and becoming a figure atop the mountain is imminent. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself atop the city walls, surveying the throngs below. A surge of ambition welled up within Su Huai'an's heart. What does it mean to be among the elite atop the mountain? He aspires to become the singular martial arts supreme of the 9 provinces, surpassing all others. Whether one is a legendary figure in the martial world or a supreme being in the rivers and lakes, they must yield before him. At that moment, Weixiong and Huang Rong, who were attending to matters, passed by with the city guards. Observing the spirited Su Huai'an, both were reminded of their own youthful days. Legends spoke of Weixiong's simple nature since childhood, yet few could fathom the vigor he once possessed. At just over 20, he had already contended with the 4 greats of the Southern Song, which youth would not be inspired, believing themselves destined to reach the zenith of martial arts. The Weixiong of yore, akin to the Su Huai'an of today, seemed to meld into one. Young hero Su, I must once again express my gratitude for your assistance, Huang Rong said with a soft laugh, her voice laced with appreciation. Convention dictates that in the martial world, strength reigns supreme. Su Huai'an's prowess is nearly on par with Weixiong's. Although his cultivation may still have some deficiencies, his true combat capability undoubtedly marks him as a distinguished master among his peers, making camaraderie a natural occurrence. However, as Su Huai'an is younger than her and shares a close bond with her daughter, treating him as an equal feels somewhat inappropriate. Thus, she can only address him as young hero. Not at all, Senior Huang Rong, Su Huai'an replied with a smile, his gaze shifting towards Weixiong. He had no intention of altering the habits he had cultivated in his previous life. One's martial prowess should not alter the respect owed to one's elders. Huang Rong, being significantly older, is addressed as a senior without any qualms. Amongst familiar company, there is no need for excessive formality, for they are not strangers. Upon hearing his response, Huang Rong's smile deepened. After traveling such a long distance to rescue a young lady, why not take a moment to rest? Su Huai'an indeed wished to rest. Yet the circumstances did not permit it. It was hardly feasible for the 3 of them to share a bed. But wait, something seemed amiss. Senior Huang Rong, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I did not come to rescue Weixiong. It appeared Huang Rong interpreted his intentions as rushing to save Weixiong. Her expression turned peculiar, her disbelief evident. Weixiong had reached the age of marriage. There was no need for Su Xiaoxia to harbor any reservations. It was not that she doubted Su Huai'an, but rather that there was no connection between Xiang and him. Without any acquaintances or ties to the place, why would he risk his life battling the Yuan army? Su Huai'an recognized that unless he clarified the situation, it might lead to further misunderstandings. The last time I met her was half a year ago. I was unaware of Weixiong's presence, so how could I have come to her aid? Aren't you here to rescue the young lady? I merely wish to assist the great hero Gua. Su Huai'an's gaze lingered on Weixiong, adorned with a rare glimmer of admiration. His unusual demeanor did not escape the notice of the two. Guojing, possessing little insight into the complexities of human emotions, remained oblivious to the underlying significance. Huang Rong too felt puzzled. It seemed incongruous. Why would a talented youth like Su Huai'an hold admiration for her husband? In terms of martial abilities, they likely did not differ greatly, and beauty was a matter best left unexamined. Northern hero Guojing. I have long wished to meet someone of your caliber. Su Huai'an candidly expressed his thoughts. In the midst of battle, the chaos had been overwhelming, and he had no time to observe. Only now did he find the opportunity. Guojing could not be deemed handsome, yet his gaze was steady, confident, and resolute. Framed by thick brows and large eyes, his features were rugged, his stature upright, exuding an aura of authority without the need for anger. For decades, he had been the most exceptionally gifted individual of the Southern Song. With Guojing's talents, he should not have stagnated at this point. A flicker of disappointment crossed Huang Rong's eyes, yet she refrained from voicing it. For her, as Guojing's wife, loyalty was paramount. She would unconditionally support him in all endeavors. Guojing, however, remained composed, exhibiting no signs of discontent. If the nation falls, how can there be a home? His words clearly articulated his stance. He bore no resentment towards the slow progress of his cultivation due to his duty in defending Xiang. Were he to attain the level of a terrestrial immortal, it would surely ensure his family's safety. Su Huai'an, aware that his words might bear little fruit, still felt compelled to speak. Achieving parity with the four greats at merely 20 years of age, Guojing's innate talent was undeniable. Even if the four greats were not in their prime at that time, yet decades had passed, and he remained at the great master level, unable to advance further. It is not a lack of talent, but rather the burden of Xiang that has held him back. True immortals on land are indeed rare. Yet the number of kingdoms within the 9 provinces is astonishing. For instance, among the major dynasties of the northern Li and the Ming, there exists more than one land-bound immortal, as is the case in the lawless regions. Guojing had opportunities, but the ongoing warfare in Xiang left him little time for personal cultivation. He had to personally oversee many affairs within the city. While the bloodshed on the battlefield aids martial artists in breaking through their limitations, it is contingent upon one's cultivation level. Without sufficient time to practice one's inner techniques, how can one hope to advance? For the nation and its people, should I ascend to the realm of land-bound immortals, the Southern Song would cease to exist. Guojing merely sighed, yet his convictions remained steadfast. Though he could not engage directly as a grandmaster, he could still command the troops of Xiang, devising appropriate strategies to achieve victory against greater numbers. However, martial artists at the level of land-bound immortals are not permitted to command armies of their own. Su Huai'an was not surprised by his response. Was this not the essence of Guojing? For the sake of his noble ideals, he willingly undertook actions deemed foolish by others. Merely out of admiration for Brother Jing's character, one would rush into the fray? Huang Rong felt a sense of confusion. How could one idolize to the extent of charging into the midst of 1,000 troops? Indeed, I wish to witness with my own eyes the man known as the Northern Hero, who, despite controversy, is willing to sacrifice his life for others. Su Huai'an's motive for coming here was as simple as that. Having traversed through time and possessing the strength to protect himself, he did not want to leave any regrets behind. Additionally, each martial artist has their unique path, and Guojing stands out among those he knows as the most extraordinary. In our past lives, there was a saying, to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to provide life for the people, to carry on the teachings of the sages, and to open peace for all generations. However, Guojing did not truly believe himself to be particularly noble. As men, we must discern what we can and cannot do. I cannot reach the heights you speak of. Countless Yuan soldiers have perished at my hands, and they too have families and loved ones. Chapter 109. The path of the land immortal, he recognized that he was not a person of true righteousness, capable of considering the welfare of all. His sole responsibility lay in protecting the citizens of his own nation, showing no mercy towards outsiders. The distinction between friend and foe inherently involves sacrifice. When one strives to safeguard something precious, certain losses are inevitable. Su Huai'an completely disagreed with this perspective, holding a different understanding. All things in time experience birth and death. In undertaking any action, whether willingly or unwillingly, there will invariably be consequences arising from it. Guojing smiled brightly, feeling an increased fondness for him. Was it truly right for me to slay the Yuan army? In my quest to protect the people of Xiang and preserve this nation on the brink of ruin, countless soldiers of the Yuan have perished by my hand. How can such bloodshed be reconciled with the notion of chivalry? Su Huai'an paused upon hearing this statement, momentarily taken aback. This was not something Guojing ought to articulate. Yet he quickly grasped the underlying truth. From your perspective, as a Southern Song citizen, you are justified. Guojing is undoubtedly a great hero, safeguarding a city for the sake of his country. From the Yuan army's viewpoint, however, you are mistaken. Your existence has delayed the inevitable fall of Xiang, which should have succumbed long ago, resulting in countless casualties. One cannot expect life to unfold as one wishes. All one can seek is to remain true to one's heart. Guodaxiao understood that his actions were righteous. Why then did he not have faith in himself? Let future generations determine who is right or wrong. His heartfelt words dispelled the fog of confusion in Guojing's mind, reaffirming his conviction. Su Xiaoyu, your insights are remarkably profound. It is merely a trivial remark, unworthy of note, but I have gained some understanding, Su Huai'an replied with a bittersweet smile. Unable to articulate his own thoughts, he had enlightened Guojing, yet found himself ensnared in uncertainty. The source of his earlier musings stemmed from contemplating Zhuge Wuho. Knowing the futility yet persisting, the 6 expeditions to Qishan were not sins of war. Such a man as Zhuge Wuho truly failed to grasp that the Han dynasty's fate had long been sealed. He understood that it was the pursuit of his noble ideals that prevented him from yielding. Guojing recognized that he was indeed defying fate, as did Zhuge Wuho. Both were simply unwilling to relinquish their aspirations. The confusion stemmed from exhaustion. Perpetually engaged on the front lines, where death and destruction were the only constants. Even during rare moments of respite, the Yuan army incessantly sent spies into Xiangyang to disrupt their focus. He too was human, irrespective of his steadfast resolve. There would come a day when it could be extinguished. Yet, Su Huai'an reflected on his own situation. Guojing fought for his country. But where was his own homeland? Even though they belonged to the same lineage, the land of the 9 provinces was ultimately not his true home. Gazing up at the sky, he pondered whether he would ever return. He realized that he still harbored certain regrets about his homeland. Guojing found it difficult to believe that a mere 20-year-old youth could articulate such profound and philosophical sentiments. Su Xiaoyu, it seems that today's battle may implicate you. Su Huai'an was roused from his reverie, perplexed by the meaning of the statement. What does it mean, my young friend? Do you know the key to breaking through to the realm of earthly immortals? Guojing inquired with a smile. I do not know, Su Huai'an replied earnestly. Just 6 months ago, he was merely a second-tier martial artist, having since secluded himself and cut off from the world. How could he be aware of the opportunity to transcend to the realm of earthly immortals when no one had enlightened him? Guojing pondered for a moment before articulating a straightforward explanation. The martial artists of the earthly immortal realm are separated from others by an insurmountable chasm, a celestial principle that cannot be bridged. When one reaches that level, the quantity of one's true energy and the solitary nature of one's martial arts become secondary. What is paramount is to forge one's own path, a path uniquely one's own. Path. Su Huai'an was even more bewildered, based on his understanding of martial arts. Aside from the rank of martial techniques, all that remained were individual sentiments, such as the essence of one's punches and swordplay. Beyond that, he was entirely uninformed. Having had no prior interaction with martial artists of the earthly immortal realm, Guojing contemplated for a while before presenting 2 examples. The path embodies a martial artist's essence. It reflects the kind of person you aspire to become and the martial way you pursue. For instance, today, you have become embroiled in the conflict between me and the Yuan army, having slain many soldiers. Regardless of whether it was your intention, this will become an impediment when you ascend to the earthly immortal realm. If you are one who kills to attain enlightenment, it may not pose much of a hindrance. However, I perceive that, despite your decisive actions, you do not strike as one who indiscriminately slaughters the innocent. Indeed, Guojing was convinced that Su Huai'an would eventually step into the realm of earthly immortals. If such a person, a dragon among men, could not achieve this, it seemed unlikely that anyone else could. Fear not, martial arts is my path, and my path is martial arts. Su Huai'an paid little heed to this, for to him, the realm of earthly immortals was already within his grasp. A parting of 3 days warrants a fresh perspective. I am no longer the naive wuxia meng of yore. As his cultivation grew stronger, so did his inner confidence. In the past, he might have deemed the earthly immortal realm an unattainable dream, but now, everything had changed. He burst forth with laughter, stepping out with exuberance. Are we not the children of destiny? Sooner or later, my name shall resonate throughout the land of the 9 provinces, until a sword strike cleave the air, leaving no one standing before him. Thereafter, the 2 remained silent for a long time, both immersed in the profound meanings of each other's words. When they resumed their conversation, they discovered an extraordinary rapport in their dialogue. Chapter 110. Genuine emotions. Their conversation lingered for over half an hour until Huang Rong could no longer bear it and interjected. All right, should you not be heading for dinner? It was then that Su Huai'an realized, to his surprise, that night had already fallen. I take my leave, he said, departing as Guijing and Huang Rong exchanged glances, each harboring distinct thoughts. Individuals like Su Huai'an are indeed rare treasures in this world, yet one is sufficient. Before him, anyone would seem diminished. In his youth, he and Guijing engaged in a dialogue filled with insights, a true meeting of minds. Meanwhile, Su Huai'an pondered on his way, not grappling with complex dilemmas, but rather a simple yet profound question that arose as he descended from the city tower. Observing Guijing and Huang Rong silhouetted against the sunset, what is the purpose of one's life? Some live for love, others for profit, and some for power. Before his journey to this realm, he would have confidently asserted that life was fundamentally about making money, amassing enough wealth to live decently. In his previous life, he sought to avoid a dog-esque existence, yearning instead for dignity. Yet, upon arriving in Jiuzhou, his aspirations began to transform. Initially, he aimed merely to survive in this chaotic world. Subsequently, he yearned for strength, striving to become self-reliant. Eventually, he achieved this, becoming the most formidable innate warrior of his time, vanquishing masters with his sword. His perspective shifted again. He desired to be with Li Hanyi. His initial thought was to take responsibility for having taken her body, feeling the need to provide closure for both himself and her. Over time, he realized that Li Hanyi harbored feelings for him as well, leading them to unite in a manner both expected and unforeseen. Yet, he struggled to articulate his feelings for her. He liked her, undoubtedly, but the nature of that affection eluded him. Consider the couple from Xiang, who appeared to be together out of genuine affection. Perhaps some were motivated by love, yet many simply sought companionship in life. Huang Rong, with her brilliance and wisdom, fell for the earnest heart of Guijing. If one were to speak solely of her role as a wife, Su Huai'an might argue that Huang Rong is the epitome of a perfect partner, emotionally intelligent, intellectually gifted, and a martial talent, fiercely devoted to love. She is impervious to external allure and possesses her own discernment. If one were to find a flaw, it might be her unwavering loyalty to Guijing, regardless of right or wrong. Imagine a woman who is wholly devoted to you, willing to share life and death, sacrificing everything. Who could reject such devotion? Today, Li Hanyi cast aside her own safety, charging into battle solely to rescue him. He could almost fathom her thoughts at that moment. Better to perish together than to live apart. With her prowess, her boldness in confronting danger could only lead to a grim fate. These reflections were sparked by none other than Weixiong. Su Huai'an was not foolish. He had merely fallen into a certain misconception that Weixiong would never harbor feelings for him. However, her reaction today was unmistakable to anyone observing. In addition to this realization, a myriad of fleeting thoughts danced in his mind, eluding his grasp. When he finally emerged from the chaos of his reflections, he found himself holding the sword of intent. The two characters on the hilt of the sword became somewhat clearer, yet their meaning remained elusive. Curiously, Su Chen's sword intent manifested according to his own will, and he could not fathom why two additional characters had appeared. He sensed that he had gained something compared to earlier, though he could not articulate what it was, and even the system offered no elucidation. This quandary lingered in his mind as he returned to the inn, where Weixiong and Li Hanyi were engaged in lively conversation, even referring to each other as sisters. Su Huai'an stood there, astonished. Could the bond between women develop so swiftly? Weixiong, in a cheerful mood, playfully remarked to Li Hanyi, then it settled. I shall return now. Li Hanyi, her icy demeanor softened by a hint of a smile, acknowledged, indeed, you make a valid point. As she struggled with her mobility, she entrusted Su Huai'an with escorting Weixiong outside. Following the recent battle in Xiang, and considering Weixiong had only just returned today, it was imprudent for them to remain alone together in a room. Such a scenario would not reflect well if it became public knowledge. Moreover, Huang Rong surely had numerous inquiries to pose to her, making it imperative for her to return. As he watched Weixiong depart, he recalled how they had parted ways in a similar manner 6 months prior, echoing the ancient adage, after searching for him 1,000 times in the crowd. He was found where the lights dimmed. Upon his return to the room, he quietly joined Li Hanyi for dinner, gently applying ointment to her wounds and tenderly assisting her in cleaning the blood from her body. Although his Zhuyang divine skill allowed for self-healing and had remarkable efficacy in treating others, Li Hanyi's injuries were primarily external, and her severe wounds could not be mended merely by qi. As she observed the man crouched before her, delicately washing her feet, warmth surged within her heart, prompting her to kiss him impulsively. In the land of Jiuzhou, While not overtly patriarchal, strength reigned supreme. Many formidable warriors had multiple wives, and the weak, reliant on the strong, earned little respect. She was a proud woman, unwilling to voice complaints even at the risk of disfigurement. Su Huai'an, lacking in the art of romantic expression, chose instead to act. Li Hanyi felt the insurmountable chasm between them for the first time. He was a master alchemist of unparalleled skill and a sword immortal of rarest caliber. She realized it was impossible to match his pace. When the gap was not too vast, one might strive to catch up, but when it became insurmountable, it left one feeling powerless. Yet, this very man, upon witnessing her ravaged appearance, chose to care for her with such tenderness, a notion she had never dared to imagine. In her previous worldview, her sole conviction had been the pursuit of the supreme essence of the sword. She had always believed that most men were fickle and unreliable, yet Su Huai'an was different. He would take responsibility for her, perhaps influenced by her beauty. She never pondered whether, had she possessed an ordinary appearance, they would still have found their way to one another. At the very least, they were in love, so why dwell on inconsequential thoughts? However, today she realized something profound. Su Huai'an truly loved her, and though it may have begun with physical attraction, what he cherished now was the essence of who she was, rather than merely her beauty. As they shared a deep kiss, tears streamed down Su Huai'an's face. Li Hanyi also wept, with distinct droplets cascading down her cheeks. Chapter 111. The tremors of various forces. Su Huai'an was perplexed. How could she have suddenly burst into tears? He could only hold her close, gently caressing her back. It was only when Li Hanyi elucidated the reason that he began to comprehend. It was not that he was unaware of the brutal nature of the 9 regions, where the strong prey upon the weak, and equality was a mere illusion. Rather, it was the fact that his beloved woman was entangled in something so unfounded. He did not perceive caring for his gravely injured wife as a source of shame. Moreover, had it not been for him, how could she have ended up in such a state? The night passed in silence. Her injuries remained unhealed, and Su Huai'an refrained from acting rashly. Early the next morning, shortly after rising, he was whisked away by Weixiong. Thanks to his unwavering support in the recent battle, Xiang had managed to turn the tide. Although the current circumstances were not conducive to a celebratory banquet, Su Huai'an's immense contributions could not be overlooked. The local warriors were eager to make his acquaintance. Weixiong found it difficult to refuse them, and ultimately, a celebratory feast was organized. At the banquet, the once undisputed protagonist, Weixiong, found himself relegated to a supporting role. Every warrior sought to cultivate a relationship with Su Huai'an, hoping to secure a dependable ally. To be able to slay a grandmaster at the tender age of 20, what might he become by 40? The thought was almost beyond their imagination. They hurried to familiarize themselves with him before he fully matured. In the shadows, Su Huai'an's remarkable achievements spread far and wide. The first to receive the news was Huai'an City, given the proximity of the two parties. Zhang Sanfeng hurriedly sought out Li Dongjun upon receiving the intelligence. When he found him, he discovered him lost in thought. Did you see? Brother Su fought valiantly against countless foes, vanquishing the Yuan army's grandmaster with a single stroke. Li Dongjun cast a sidelong glance at him, still staring blankly at the brook before him. What are you doing? Lost in reverie. I am pondering what kind of person he truly is, Li Dongjun sighed, a hint of melancholy in his voice. He is simply who he is, Su Huai'an, the man of our junior sister. Who else could he be? Such extraordinary talent is unprecedented and will likely never be seen again. He is destined to be an unparalleled figure. I once thought that my abilities were not vastly different from his, and in a confrontation, I might even prevail against him. Zhang Sanfeng finally grasped his meaning and fell silent, listening intently. Throughout my journey in martial arts, I have never encountered a worthy opponent. Among my peers, who can challenge me? The Qingshan sword god, Zhang Junren of Wudong, Emperor Wang Xinji, and the formidable Hong Ba of the World Association, each a titan of the previous era. I have yet to face them in my generation, and among peers like you and me, how many possess comparable talent? Zhang Sanfeng remained silent. Their predicament was undeniably awkward. Compared to the previous generation, they were still quite young, yet in relation to Li Hanyi and Su Huai'an, they appeared significantly older. Furthermore, among their contemporaries, few exhibited extraordinary gifts. Unlike the generation of Su Huai'an, in Xiang there exists Weixiong, and in Bailey there is Nangang Push, along with other renowned young talents such as Weixiong. These two appear as towering figures among the diminutive, merely achieving the title of the foremost among their peers. Yet, who is aware that among their contemporaries, even the most gifted are still a significant distance behind them? I find myself lagging behind by Li Dongjun by a small margin. Do not underestimate this small margin. Often, It is this very difference that results in a chasm in martial prowess between two individuals. I once harbored an impulse to measure my strength against his, eager to ascertain the extent of his power. It was my first encounter with a young man of such formidable capability. I longed to witness whether his sword intent surpassed my fist techniques, which were at their zenith. In retrospect, comparison is unnecessary. I am fortunate not to have engaged in a contest, for it would have been an exercise in humiliation, entirely absurd. As Xiang Changfeng listened, he grew increasingly uneasy, sensing a hint of despair in his old friend's demeanor. "You are not losing heart, are you?" he inquired, incredulous at the thought. The Baili Dongjun he knew was not one to falter so easily. A mere blow should not bring one to their knees, especially when it hardly qualifies as a blow. Ultimately, Su Huai'an remains one of their own. The more formidable he becomes, the better it is for Shuyue City. Baili Dongjun cast a sidelong glance at him, perplexed by his thoughts. "What are you pondering all day?" "I am merely expressing my sentiments." "Then why do you appear as if you are on the brink of death?" "I find myself questioning life." A transcendental master capable of dispatching grand masters with ease, while facing opponents of a higher rank, is permissible. Reports suggest he slays grand masters as if they were mere vegetables. Is that not ludicrous? I have neither seen nor heard of such a person. One may possess formidable strength at their level, but they cannot be as invincible as if endowed with a divine advantage. With my current peak cultivation at the initial stage of the Grandmaster realm, I could only contend with an ordinary Grandmaster at their later stages. Xiang Changfeng had indeed contemplated this matter and offered his perspective. From what I observe, his martial prowess is predominantly in swordsmanship. Without his sword, his combat effectiveness would likely not surpass that of his peers by much. Since I became acquainted with Su Huai'an, I have solely witnessed his swordplay. I have never seen him employ other martial arts. Baili Dongjun shot him another glance, his gaze unsettling. "Why are you looking at me?" "I am merely observing you." "Why do I feel that your intelligence has significantly diminished of late?" Baili Dongjun returned his gaze, now viewing him as if he were a fool. "Have you been in the company of too many women recently, rendering your mind less effective?" "Firstly, he cannot possibly be without a sword. My informants have reported that Su Huai'an has reached a level where he can triumph without one. Secondly, his prowess with a spear allowed him to carve a path through tens of thousands of adversaries. The destructive capability of his spear techniques even surpasses that of his swordsmanship. Are you certain he does not practice other martial arts?" "How would I know? I am not privy to your level of intelligence." Xiang Changfeng lamented his situation, asserting that this had nothing to do with intellect, as the disparity in their statuses was considerable. The ability of Baili Dongjun to directly dispatch the city's master warriors reveals much. The intelligence is incomparable. I only know that Su Huai'an's sword struck down a grandmaster, and little else beyond that. No, given your recent interactions with female warriors, it would be wise to exercise caution in the future. Baili Dongjun chuckled as he observed the situation. To this, Xiang Changfeng offered no rebuttal. Each day, female disciples from various sects sought out Su Huai'an, and eventually, he could no longer bear the attention. The female warriors even approached Li Hanyi, openly expressing their willingness to become concubines. Ultimately, both of them grew weary of the situation and handed it all over to Xiang Changfeng. Reflecting on this, they exchanged glances. "What do you think about Hanyi in the future?" "It seems rather challenging. The current notoriety has solidified his position as the foremost among the younger generation of Jiuzhou. It is likely that Su Huai'an will find himself unable to escape romantic pursuits. Perhaps it is the admiration for strength that draws them, yet he will inevitably be entangled. Moreover, his junior sister will also be affected." Chapter 112. Journey to Mount Amei and Xiangyang. Su Huai'an indulged in copious amounts of drink, welcoming all who approached him. He had considered the consequences of his revelry, yet he was too indifferent to care. When martial artists raised their cups, he drank without hesitation, unperturbed by their identities. By the end of the night, he had bested a multitude of drinkers, remaining seemingly unaffected himself. It was not that he possessed extraordinary tolerance. His capacity for alcohol was merely average. The primary factor was the 9-yang divine skill, which granted him the ability to dispel intoxication with his internal energy, rendering his drinking experience akin to quenching thirst with water. How could he possibly succumb to inebriation? Li Hanyi departed midway through the gathering, as the heavy scent of alcohol was detrimental to her wounds. Despite Su Huai'an's assurances that scars would not remain, she harbored lingering concerns. What woman does not care for her appearance? The answer is none. As the crowd began to dwindle, Weixiong chose to leave with him. "Brother Chun, you are truly remarkable. I never expected it would be you to rescue me. I had asked you to find Zhang Yuyin and look for that fellow," Su Huai'an replied, suddenly recalling the individual he had nearly forgotten. Weixiong scratched her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she explained the situation. Upon hearing her words, Su Huai'an displayed a look of surprise. In that case, I happen to be on the way. Perhaps we shall encounter him. Haha, I didn't mean to. As the two walked down a secluded path, the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. Brother Chen, I like you. Do you like me? Su Huai'an hesitated momentarily before responding. In truth, you are still quite young. Perhaps we are not suited for one another. His remark of incompatibility ignited Weixiong's temper. What is inappropriate about it? We are the same age. Perhaps you are even younger than I. Su Huai'an contemplated her words and found them to be true. Weixiong was indeed his age, and he could not definitively claim to be her senior. However, he had grown accustomed to viewing her as a younger sister, subconsciously regarding her as a child. Yet before he could articulate his thoughts, he was interrupted once more. But what if? I have made arrangements with Sister Hanyi. She shall be the elder while I take the younger role. After all, there are many martial artists in the 9 provinces who marry multiple wives. I have no intention of competing with her. Do you find me lacking in beauty, believing I am unworthy of you? Not at all. While your appearance is rather ordinary, I could accept a slight disadvantage. Su Huai'an was at a loss for why his mind wandered to memories of his past life after over half a year in this new world. In the next moment, he found himself tasting sweetness on his lips. Had he just been forcefully kissed? Was this a joke? When he had first traversed into this realm, lacking the strength to resist was one thing. Now that he had achieved the realm of master, how could he still be subjected to such an act? Had his efforts to grow stronger been for naught? Yet, he soon realized he could not break free. The typically gentle and obedient Weixiong had transformed into an assertive presence, refusing to allow him any chance of resistance. It was not until they finally parted that Su Huai'an was left in a state of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? Have I traversed realms once more? Once, I had a well-behaved and sensible Weixiong who never opposed me. Where has she gone? Why do women in the world of martial arts resort to force at the slightest disagreement? The more Su Huai'an pondered, the more infuriated he became. And he retaliated in kind. How could Weixiong possibly be his match? She had acted purely out of youthful bravado, unacquainted with the nuances of a kiss, engaging in a clumsy advance. Given the current situation, Su Huai'an could no longer claim that they were merely good friends. After all, he did harbor feelings for Weixiong, albeit one he was reluctant to acknowledge. Subsequently, Su Huai'an remained in Xiangyang for 3 days, and on the 4th day, Li Hanyi's injuries had healed. They discreetly informed Weixiong and her husband, Guijing, and departed quietly. It was not that he was unwilling to linger longer, but rather that he had an engagement to fulfill, one he had long since set. At this stage of his prowess, the outcome was already predetermined, with no unforeseen changes anticipated. As for the safety of Xiangyang, it had been fundamentally secured. The reason was simple. Guijing had intervened, operating under the radar of all the masters. He had rallied a fresh contingent, taking advantage of the night to reclaim Fan City in one decisive stroke. This maneuver effectively restored their former stronghold, re-establishing their territorial integrity. Although the Yuan army had suffered a defeat, their numerical advantage remained intact, and they were not prepared for Guijing's bold counteroffensive. Caught off guard, their morale plummeted, and they were swiftly ousted from Fan City. Within the city, rebel forces had been lying in wait, and by the time the Yuan army realized the situation, the opportunity to reclaim it had vanished. The Yuan troops had no choice but to retreat, having originally succeeded in their surprise attack on Fan City. After accumulating strength for an extended period, they had covertly enlisted a substantial number of innate martial artists and a few masters. Yet, the vast majority met their demise at the hands of Su Huai'an. Their forces had dwindled significantly, rendering any offensive attempt futile. Su Huai'an, accompanied by Li Hanyi, made their way north towards the Ming dynasty. He had initially intended to take her to Shuiyue City, the safest haven. However, Li Hanyi insisted on accompanying him, refusing to part ways regardless of the destination. Your sword intent is formidable. You are one of the 2 strongest martial artists I have encountered. Observing you more closely would greatly benefit my own swordsmanship. Su Huai'an conceded to her wishes, acknowledging the merit in her reasoning. The reason most individuals seek a mentor is precisely this. It was only natural for her to consider his sword intent as the strongest she had encountered. After all, the profundity of sword intent is typically grasped only by those at the level of terrestrial immortals, and not every practitioner of that realm possesses such insight. It requires exceptional skill, even among peers. Regrettably, his current cultivation level was insufficient, and even though he had mastered the 9 Yang divine skill, it was still inadequate to unleash the true power of his sword intent. The two journeyed together, progressing steadily and unhurriedly. Time was ample, allowing them to travel without the need for ceaseless haste. Meanwhile, chaos had erupted at Amei. A fortnight had elapsed, and news of the turmoil had reached their ears. The majority of disciples within the sect are well aware of the animosity between the Master Extinction and Su Huai'an. This is particularly true for the female disciples who accompanied Extinction to Wudong 6 months ago. They experienced the events of that fateful day firsthand and comprehend that the enmity between the two parties is exceedingly difficult to resolve. It has transcended mere personal grievances of Extinction. The disciples from Amei who ventured forth that day were primarily driven by the intention of forcibly bringing him back to Amei. Chapter 113. The reactions of the Amei sect. Half a year in the east, half a year in the west. The tides of fortune have irrevocably turned. Once, I could rely on the Amei sect's might to intimidate others, but now, Su Huai'an himself instills fear throughout the entire sect, having slain a Grand Master with his sword. Our strongest member, the sect leader, is yet to reach the realm of Grand Master. If he truly comes seeking us, it would spell certain doom. While the other disciples remain apprehensive, Ding Minjun, as one of the sect leader's favorite students, is utterly paralyzed by fear. In a flurry, she rushes to seek her master, the sect leader, to devise a strategy against Su Huai'an. However, upon her hasty arrival at the Grand Hall, she finds the sect leader lost in contemplation, gazing at the sword of heaven mounted on the wall. Master, if there is something to discuss, please speak openly. The latest intelligence indicates that Su Huai'an possesses combat prowess rivaling that of a Grand Master. Should we not prepare ourselves? The sect leader scoffs dismissively, clearly unconcerned by the matter. Do you truly believe it is possible for an innate warrior to vanquish a Grand Master, let alone several in one breath? I do not know, Ding Minjun replies, shaking her head. Being merely an innate warrior herself, she lacks comprehension of the true strength of a Grand Master. I assure you, it is utterly impossible for anyone at the innate level to simultaneously slay multiple Grand Masters. Even the renowned Zhang Sanfeng of Wudong could not accomplish such a feat in his youth. Moreover, to single-handedly break through a sea of adversaries and annihilate a Grand Master with a single strike? Such tales are mere fabrications. No one at the innate stage possesses such extraordinary combat capabilities. The sect leader, being a Grand Master herself, fully understands the disparity between the innate and Grand Master realms. It is a legendary occurrence for a warrior from the 9 provinces to stand toe-to-toe with a Grand Master, let alone defeat one. To defeat and to kill are not synonymous. A slight miscalculation can lead to disastrous consequences. Even for herself, defeating a Grand Master may not pose much difficulty. But killing one is an entirely different matter. If they cannot best you, they can always flee. The very notion of killing a Grand Master is preposterous. She has never encountered such an existence. Ding Minjun, while skeptical, cannot entirely dismiss the chilling possibility. But Master, what if it is true? We mustn't dismiss the unlikely. If it were to come to pass, Amei would face annihilation. There is no what if, rumors are simply rumors. I surmise that the truth is far less dramatic. Perhaps he merely defeated 1 or 2 of the weaker Grand Masters, and the story has been exaggerated through gossip. The sect leader remains fixed on the sword of heaven, memories of the past flooding her mind. Amei is unlike a dynasty. Our sect lacks an intelligence network. The distance is great, and the information we receive is often inaccurate. Unlike Shuiyue City, which is not purely a martial force and is closer to Xiang, thus providing more reliable intelligence, the forces of the dynasty each have their own sources and can ascertain the true situation. Ding Minjun finds merit in her master's reasoning, primarily due to the absurdity of an innate warrior slaying a Grand Master. It is indeed challenging to believe, and the rumors circulating among the populace are certainly unreliable. Moreover, with hundreds of disciples in our sect, it is unlikely he could eliminate them all before exhausting his vital energy. After all, he is ultimately a rare elixir master, which complicates matters further. Upon hearing this, the expression of Extinction grew rather uncomfortable as her right hand struck the surface of the desk with force. What of the esteemed elixir master? Does Amei truly fear him? This young man, so oblivious to the realities around him. I had intended to recruit him to stand against the demonic sect, yet he chose to defend them and confront me instead. Ding Minjun's countenance was peculiar. Observing the solid wooden desk marred with cracks, she suppressed her innermost thoughts. On that day, Su Huai'an's words had already unveiled the reasons for Extinction's enmity towards the demonic sect. However, prior to their return, Master Yin had been indiscriminately disseminating rumors within the sect. Consequently, most disciples remained unaware of this matter. Extinction, noticing her expression, mistakenly believed she was intimidated, and in an attempt to soothe the disciples' emotions, offered an explanation. The allure of the esteemed elixir master was indeed formidable. Yet it bore little weight in the Ming dynasty, or perhaps lacked the same resonance as in other realms. Ding Minjun's gaze was filled with confusion. for it was known that the martial prowess of the Ming was not particularly strong. In fact, it could be considered the weakest among the major dynasties. Despite the considerable number of martial artists, the scarcity of top-tier experts was alarming, with only a handful of grandmasters throughout the entire dynasty. Were it not for Zhang Sanfeng's overwhelming presence, which had forged a legendary reputation in the martial world, the martial arts landscape of the Ming would have long since diminished. Even with Zhang Sanfeng's stature, it could not be compared to the flourishing martial traditions of several northern dynasties, owing to the inherent weakness of Ming's martial arts. Most sects within the dynasty were of little significance, with only our 6 major factions truly regarded as substantial sections. No matter how well-connected Su Huai'an might be, he would struggle to garner any significant influence. Shaolin had also incurred his ire, while the 3 sects of Huashan, Kunlun, and Kongtong were closely linked to us, leaving him with few options. Other than the Yihua Palace and a few minor sects that could pose a threat to us, they were hardly a concern. Extinction elucidated clearly that Su Huai'an's identity as an esteemed elixir master bore minimal influence within the Ming. However, Ding Minjun held a different perspective. For the 9 provinces were vast. Rumors circulated that many sects had engaged in beautifying trades with Su Huai'an. What if he sought alliances with sects from other dynasties? Would we not find ourselves in dire straits? As she uttered this concern, she failed to notice Extinction's gaze, which was steeped in disappointment. Minjun, you have been with me for many years, yet your vision remains so myopic, Extinction lamented. He dares to seek allies from other realms to act against Amei. The Ming would be the first to oppose such audacity. The core of any dynasty lies in its military strength, with their martial artists acting as its backbone. Should outsiders brazenly challenge the Ming, it would signify a blatant disregard for the dynasty, thereby undermining its power, and the higher echelons would never stand idly by. Upon hearing her words, Ding Minjun felt a semblance of relief, yet a sliver of concern lingered. However, just as she was about to inquire further, Extinction gestured for her to depart. Leaning back in her armchair, Extinction, having concluded this conversation, abandoned any thoughts of having Ding Minjun succeed her as the sect leader. Such naivety! She could hardly grasp the grand dynamics of the world around her. Extinction could even anticipate what questions this disciple might still wish to pose. For instance, would the Ming dynasty turn a blind eye to the reckless behavior of a young prodigy from the realm of alchemy? It hardly requires contemplation. Should Su Huai'an express his desire to join the imperial court, one could easily surmise that not only would external forces be summoned to confront Amei, but the court itself would be inclined to intervene. Yet, is such an eventuality plausible? Su Huai'an would never align himself with the court. Had he wished to do so, he could have seized the opportunity when he first encountered the iron courageous monkey. Even in his then feeble state, he chose not to join. And now the prospect is even more remote. After enduring decades of trials and tribulations within the martial world, how could he possibly overlook such matters? Otherwise, how could she so serenely await his approach? She was eager to witness whether he could indeed triumph over her. At this moment, Su Huai'an had just entered the southern territories of the Ming. Rather than retracing the steps he had previously taken, he opted for an entirely new path. The 2 masters from Snow Moon City were not accompanying them, for they had been dispatched to safeguard Li Hanyi. Given that Su Huai'an's prowess far surpassed theirs, their protective role had become redundant, prompting their early departure. Fearing entanglements with chaotic troubles, Su Huai'an and Li Hanyi maintained a low profile. Consequently, the sects eager to court his favor, unable to ascertain his whereabouts, flocked en masse to Snow Moon City. This allowed Su Huai'an and Li Hanyi to proceed with remarkable ease, undisturbed by any interruptions. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed before they finally arrived at Amei. During this time, Li Hanyi's sword intent had progressed remarkably under Su Huai'an's guidance. Although their interpretations of swordsmanship diverged significantly, there were still many aspects that could be emulated. While he had yet to reach Su Huai'an's level, Li Hanyi believed he had become a formidable opponent even among those of innate talent. Do you truly intend to eliminate extinction? That would mean incurring the ire of all Amei. I believe in repaying grievances with grievances and vengeance with vengeance. Such is my way of conducting affairs. Su Huai'an chuckled, his inner thoughts remaining steadfast. The wound inflicted upon him by Extinction's sword had left a profound mark. Had his strength not been considerable, he might have succumbed to it entirely. Chapter 114. The Sword Inquiry at Wudong. Yu Lianzhou's thoughts he had not provoked her, nor had he wronged her. She merely coveted his elixirs, seeking to coerce him into servitude for the Amei sect. On that day, Miju had proclaimed the supremacy of power. He was inferior to her, and thus, he deserved the humiliation. He wondered what her retorts would be upon their next encounter. Yet, reality often diverges from expectation. Upon arriving at the gates of Amei, he was astonished to discover that disciples from Wudong were present as well, leaving him utterly bewildered. The relations between the two sects had reached an all-time low. So what could have prompted them to come to Amei? Nevertheless, he assumed it must be for some negotiation and leaped gracefully to avoid the Amei disciples. Atop the mountain gate, a fierce duel unfolded between a man and a woman. The elderly woman was none other than Miju, while her opponent was Yu Lianzhou of Wudong. Widely acknowledged as the most formidable among the 7 heroes of Wudong, disciples from both sects gathered to witness the battle, including Song Yuanxiao, who sat observing on the sidelines. Once, the leader of Wudong had suffered defeat at the hands of Miju, leading to Amei's ascendance by stepping on Wudong's reputation, giving rise to endless rumors in the martial world. Now, Song Yuanxiao had come to reclaim honor, confronting the Amei sect's prowess with a defiant stance. Was Wudong truly inferior? Had it been in the past, Song Yuanxiao would never have acted in such a manner. He had always believed in the principles of righteousness. Why engage in bloodshed? Even if he felt aggrieved, he would refrain from crossing lines. However, after the incident involving Su Huai'an, his perspective had shifted. He realized that his chivalrous disposition would not compel others to regard Wudong with esteem. Years prior, the 5 great sects had dared to unite against Wudong, forcing his junior disciple into a tragic suicide to resolve their disputes. That incident, being a suicide, was not one easily scrutinized post factum. Yet, it left a lingering thorn in the hearts of the 6 heroes of Wudong. Subsequently, his nephew, Zhang Wuji, had been tormented by the chilling effects of the Xianming divine palm. The master had personally sought assistance, hoping to borrow the Nine-Yang manual from Amei or Shaolin, as the original teachings of the Nine-Yang divine art had been imparted by Master Juan, with each sect having acquired a fragment. Despite the varying interpretations of the teachings, access to their martial arts might have salvaged his nephew. Yet, even with the master humbling himself and offering mutual exchange and numerous incentives, both sects remained obstinately unyielding, refusing to extend a helping hand. Song Yuanxiao endured this refusal, acknowledging it was their fundamental tenet. Later, after Su Huai'an had cured his nephew, he even visited to heal his 3rd disciple's disability. To Wudong, Su Huai'an was akin to a benefactor for the entire sect. Yet Amei and Shaolin sought to leverage this goodwill, eyeing Su Huai'an's elixirs. Had it been a standard exchange, it would have sufficed. But they shamelessly attempted to coerce Su Huai'an into providing his elixirs for free. When he declared that Su Huai'an was a benefactor of Wudong, and that harming him would be tantamount to declaring enmity with Wudong, Miju still struck, unleashing a thunderous assault with the intent to kill Su Huai'an. From that moment on, Song Yuanxiao confined himself to his chamber for a day and night. And when he finally emerged, clarity had dawned upon him. The name of chivalry is undoubtedly admirable, yet in the face of certain individuals, one must resort to combat. And it must be a confrontation that instills fear in them. After conferring with several junior disciples, they all shared the same sentiment. Thus, he arrived, intent on regaining the lost dignity. Not only did he come, but the vast majority of Wudong disciples also gathered. He aimed to demonstrate to all that Wudong was not inferior to Amei. Even if the master refrained from intervening, Amei was nowhere near a match for Wudong. Although he was the eldest disciple, the one with the highest cultivation and combat prowess among the 7 heroes was, in fact, the 2nd disciple, Yu Lianzhou. Even the master had remarked that his junior possessed greater talent than himself. Among the 7 siblings, only the deceased 5th disciple could be compared to him. On the battlefield, the shadows of their swords intertwined, and their figures became blurred. The onlookers, comprising many disciples, could hardly discern the intricacies of their duel. Unbeknownst to them, 2 uninvited guests stood high above, surveying the scene, Li Hanyi and Su Huai'an. Huai'an, who do you think will emerge victorious? Su Huai'an observed the fierce clash between the 2, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. In terms of cultivation, they were evenly matched. However, Wudong's Nine-Yang skill emphasized early refinement. And at this level, the advantages began to manifest gradually. Yu Lianzhou had a slight edge, being a prodigious talent capable of creating his own martial arts. Logically, he should have a marginal advantage, yet Miju wielded the invincible sword, a weapon of unparalleled might. With the advantage of her weapon, she could offset that minuscule disadvantage, rendering the outcome a 50-50 chance. The actual state of the battle aligned closely with his conjecture. Although Yu Lianzhou was formidable, he still fell slightly short of Miju. Coupled with the fact that his weapon could not compare, he was often forced to evade the invincible sword, sacrificing golden opportunities for offense. Nevertheless, he possessed his own trump card, a mastery of Tai Chi sword, executing techniques with impeccable precision, leveraging strength against strength. having reached an exceedingly profound level of understanding. Neither combatant could discern an opportunity for victory. This exchange continued for hundreds of moves, each one executed with utmost effort. As time progressed, both their vital energy and physical stamina began to wane. Their speed unwittingly slowed, each wary of the other's martial prowess. Yu Lianzhou was clearly not of the same temperament as Song Yuanxiao, content to accept the stalemate. Reflecting on the death of his junior at Mieju's hands and the plight of his orphan nephew, he steeled his resolve. With a flick of his left hand, he thrust his sword directly at Mieju's throat. Mieju, wielding the invincible sword, delivered a powerful slash. Without the master's vital energy enhancing the weapon, it immediately became fragile, shattering into countless fragments upon impact. She could not suppress her delight. This fool had committed such a foolish act. How could he contend with her without a weapon? Once she triumphed over him, no one would dare to deny that Mei's strength surpassed that of Wudong. Yet Yu Lianzhou remained unperturbed. With a swift motion of his left hand, he sent a seemingly slow yet deceptively rapid strike toward her face. Mieju discerned the numerous openings in his attack, sneering as she thrust her sword forward. She was utterly confident in her ability to sever his arm with a single strike. Yu Lianzhou paid no heed to the invincible sword. Instead, he transformed his right hand into a claw, executing his renowned technique, the Tiger Claw Fatal Hand. By the time Extinction reacted, it was already too late to change tactics. Her longsword was less than a foot away from Yu Lianzhou's arm, and her vital points were also in his line of sight. He was prepared to exchange injury for life. Yet, no matter how unwilling she was, she could not alter the grim reality. She was moments away from meeting her demise at his hands. The turn of events was too sudden, catching everyone off guard. Two evenly matched opponents were suddenly on the brink of death and injury. They were the strongest fighters present, and there was no time to intervene. In a flash, a crimson light streaked across, colliding with the heaven-slaying sword, the immense force diverting it by 3 inches, narrowly missing Yu Lianzhou. The red light rebounded onto Yu Lianzhou's wrist, compelling him to retract his strike. Grateful for the assistance, Extinction bowed and surveyed her surroundings. A youthful, vibrant male voice resonated from all directions. "Master, you haven't forgotten me, have you?" A man and a woman descended from the sky. The man exuded an aura of striking handsomeness, transcending the mortal realm, while the woman possessed unparalleled beauty. Her demeanor cold and aloof, resembling a pair of celestial beings. Many recognized Su Huai'an, though a greater number were unaware of his identity. "Wow, he's so handsome. If only he were my partner." Don't entertain such thoughts. Have you seen how beautiful his girlfriend is? He wouldn't give you a second glance. Is he a martial artist from our Ming dynasty? Why have I never heard of him? Ding Minjun's expression turned ashen, a visage of distress. He has arrived. She had encountered Su Huai'an before. How could she fail to recognize him? Extinction's complexion oscillated between red and white, feeling an unparalleled humiliation at being saved by her enemy. In stark contrast, Song Yuanxiao's expression radiated joy, albeit he first reprimanded his junior. Did I not explicitly state that the Tiger Claw Fatal Hand was forbidden? Why resort to exchanging injury for life? Have you disregarded my words? Yu Lianzhou remained silent, merely listening to his brother's admonitions. Among the 7 heroes of Wudong, Song Yuanxiao held the most unique position, embodying a blend of brotherly and paternal authority over his 6 junior brothers. The 6th and 7th disciples were both taken under the wing of their elder brother, who acted as a mentor. While Song Yuanxiao was well aware of his junior's temperament, he never anticipated he would resort to such drastic measures. The Tiger Claw Fatal Hand, once employed, would either leave the opponent dead or maimed. Their master had often warned that it was excessively vicious, advising against its casual use. Su Huai'an observed the unfolding scene with clarity. He understood that Yu Lianzhou was listening to Song Yuanxiao's words, but they went in one ear and out the other, having made no real impression. He evidently did not believe he had committed an error. Was it wrong for a brother to seek vengeance for his sibling? Certainly not. Chapter 115. The Demise of Extinction. Su Xiaoyu. I am slightly older than you. If you do not mind, you may address me as Brother Yu. After Song Yuanxiao had finished his discourse, Yu Lianzhou took the initiative to greet Su Huai'an. Although the two were not particularly familiar, there was an undeniable mutual admiration. Having both rescued their respective disciples and shared a disdain for the old hag of Extinction, Su Huai'an maintained his usual humility, not allowing his recent surge in cultivation to inflate his ego. Brother Yu, you jest. The address of Brother Yu and foolish brother carries a certain antiquated charm. Song Yuanxiao, well aware of the purpose of his visit, refrained from further inquiries. Extinction, I have arrived to settle the wager from 6 months prior. Su Huai'an instructed Li Hanyi to remain beside Song Yuanxiao, while he alone approached the center of the arena, a disdainful smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he regarded the pallid face of Extinction. Extinction's heart plummeted. The mere capability of Yu Lianzhou to shatter the deadlock between them with a single sword stroke indicated that his prowess was at least on par with her own. Given her current depletion of true energy and exhaustion, how could she possibly withstand such an opponent? I wondered why Xiang the hero would bring companions to Amei. It appears he is merely here to create a spectacle for you. Although Extinction feigned confidence, her heart was beset with uncertainty. Upon hearing this, Song Yuanxiao felt displeased, his true energy coalescing as his voice resonated throughout the venue. Extinction, my grievances with you have no bearing on Su Xiaoyu. Our presence here today is merely coincidental. Though he stated this, few were inclined to believe him. The timing of Su Huai'an's arrival immediately following the attack on Wudong was indeed too coincidental to be credible. Unexpectedly, Su Huai'an softly interjected, Extinction, I grant you 2 hours to replenish your true energy. That should suffice for your restoration to peak condition. However, Extinction was unwilling to accept his goodwill, unsheathing her sword, eager to engage in battle. No need. In a contest, one must accept defeat gracefully. I, Extinction, am capable of losing. Her retort garnered enthusiastic cheers from numerous Amei disciples, for she was indeed the sect leader, undeterred by the prospect of inevitable defeat. Yet, Su Huai'an regarded her with a curious glance and countered, who said I intended to spar with you. This is a fight to the death, with only one survivor. He added pointedly, the one who survives certainly will not be you. Your lack of restored true energy makes little difference to me. Arrogant, exceedingly arrogant. As a prominent figure of the older generation in the Jianghu of the Ming dynasty, Extinction had never before been so belittled. An intense ire surged within her. Yet she managed a sardonic smile. Very well, you are indeed impressive. Of course, I am, unlike you, who is on the brink of death. Su Huai'an scoffed, hardly sparing her a glance. With his current strength, even if confronted by multiple extinctions, he would emerge victorious without doubt. Many female disciples who had previously held him in high regard now felt indignant on behalf of their master upon witnessing his aggressive demeanor. Do not be so relentless in your pursuit of victory. Must you truly take a life to be satisfied? Without any grievances or enmity? Was it truly necessary to engage in a life-and-death struggle simply because I wish to invite you to join Amei? A crisp sound resonated in the air as Li Hanyi unsheathed the listening rain sword, pointing it directly at the women who had spoken the most. Calmly, she declared, I wish to challenge you to a duel. There shall be no superfluous words. If you choose to insult me, so be it. First, defeat the sword in my hand, or you shall have no right to speak. Despite her innate early-stage cultivation, there were still several older Amei disciples who could potentially best her. However, the intense chill emanating from the listening rain sword left everyone momentarily astonished. Su Huai'an raised a hand, signaling for composure. Suddenly, a torrent of sword intent cascaded down from above, enveloping all present. The sharpness was beyond description, instilling within everyone the eerie sensation of being cleaved in two at any moment. The oppressive aura of the terrifying sword intent instilled a profound sense of helplessness in their hearts. Even the formidable exterminator felt a wave of despair, acknowledging that she could never hope to defeat him. Could it be that he truly possessed the power to slay a grandmaster? Otherwise, how could one wield such formidable sword intent? To be frank, the exterminator must die. She has no chance of survival. As for your claims of no grievances or enmity, what of those who perished at the hands of the exterminator? Is it not the case that one can easily label the opponent as evil and unjustly slaughter the innocent? When you coerced Zhang Wuxiao of Wudong, why did you not advocate for mercy? Now that the tables have turned, do you find yourselves gripped by fear? The older female disciples of Amei fell silent. They were not oblivious to their master's relentless pursuit of the Ming cult in recent years. Anyone associated with them would be marked for death by their master. Justice is clear, and retribution is inevitable. What wrong is there in eradicating the demonic cult? The exterminator was disinclined to heed his words, steadfast in her own beliefs. In her eyes, all affiliated with the demonic cult deserved death. Indeed, it would be entirely reasonable for me to slay you as well. Truth be told, your fate matters little to me. I am indifferent to your affairs. However, you have crossed the line and provoked me, and thus, you have brought this upon yourself. Su Huai'an retracted the overwhelming sword intent and, in a single stride, teleported several meters away. If you are indeed my enemy, it is best to eliminate you swiftly to prevent future complications. Those I surpass are never regarded as adversaries. The reason you must perish is that you have become a source of annoyance for me. Death is not to be feared. There are those who meet their end without even a moment's notice. A swift death, free from suffering, is preferable. The most terrifying aspect is the awareness of impending death, coupled with the inability to find any means of salvation. One can only wait helplessly for the arrival of death. That suffocating sense of powerlessness is the most dreadful of all. The exterminator found herself in such a predicament, yearning to resist, yet recognizing her own inadequacy against him. The disparity between them was insurmountable, to the extent that she no longer harbored any hope. Initially, she had thought Su Huai'an overly arrogant, daring to grant herself time to recover her true energy. In retrospect, such confidence stemmed from an absolute assurance in her own strength. His sole opportunity lay in rallying the entire strength of Mount Amei to confront Su Huai'an in a decisive battle. However, Song Yuanxiao, accompanied by a multitude of Wudong disciples, had already intercepted him. After half a day, Su Huai'an departed from Amei, heading towards the imperial city alongside Li Hanyi. The reason for this journey was simple: he lacked medicinal herbs. Relying solely on his own efforts to gather them proved to be a daunting task, particularly as many sought-after herbs were monopolized by the nobility. Attempting to procure them from ordinary sects was equally arduous. As his cultivation gradually advanced, Su Huai'an found himself embroiled in continuous battles. While these skirmishes did not significantly affect his mental state, they still imparted a slight influence. He intended to calm his mind and, accompanied by Li Hanyi, explore the mountains while concurrently refining new elixirs. Coincidentally, the decennial pill master auction of the Ming dynasty was about to commence, and he decided to partake in the festivities. During the frequent transactions in Shuiyue City, despite the low grade of beauty-enhancing elixirs and the modest experience they offered, the sheer number of times he had concocted them resulted in a considerable accumulation. On his journey to Amei, he had managed to refine all his materials into exquisite elixirs. Yet he still found himself lacking the requisite resources to elevate his alchemical skills further. This was a common plight among all alchemists, and he was no exception. The hard-earned materials he had gathered were insufficient for crafting more than a few elixirs to enhance his expertise. Must we truly venture to the imperial city? My status seems rather inconvenient. Li Hanyi expressed her concerns, not for herself, but fearing it might disrupt his plans. Yet, Su Huai'an remained confident, assuring her that she need not worry. He had everything under control. Rest assured, I have made ample preparations. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I have already arranged an escape route. Initially, Song Yuanxiao had extended an invitation for the two to visit Wudong, especially since Zhang Sanfeng was not in seclusion. However, the urgency of the Pill Master Conference, coupled with their journey from Xiang to Amei, led to a slight deviation in direction. To reach Wudong would require a detour. Thus, they courteously declined the invitation for the time being. In truth, Su Huai'an had genuinely wished to converse with Zhang Sanfeng, as his understanding of the martial arts beyond the Grandmaster level was rather limited. Unfortunately, he had once perceived the innate realm as a distant aspiration. Chapter 116. The auction. Thus, he had never inquired about the realms beyond that of a Grandmaster, nor why the Grandmaster and the earthly immortal were referred to as one in the sky, one on the ground. Following this, news from the Amei sect spread. The sect leader, Extinction, had fallen to Su Huai'an, unable to withstand the confrontation, and perished. All disciples of Amei donned white mourning ribbons to observe a 3-day period of filial piety for him. Yet, Su Huai'an remained indifferent to it all. Upon his arrival in the imperial city, a refined and mature middle-aged man awaited them at the city gate. He introduced himself as Duan Tianya, the foremost of the heavenly number. Su Huai'an returned the greeting, each revealing their identity. This individual was no ordinary figure. He was the protector of Longshan Manor under the iron-bowled Divine Monkey, commanding the 4 great spies known as the Heavenly Secrets. Duan Tianya, the Heavenly Number 1, was also the adopted son of Zhu Wushi. The fact that he was dispatched to welcome Su Huai'an spoke volumes of the esteem in which he was held. Li Hanyi's mouth slightly agape. She clearly recognized Duan Tianya's reputation. It was merely to escort them inside, yet the iron-bowled Divine Monkey had sent such a prominent figure. Duan Tianya had long been renowned, and was significantly older than the two. His prowess had already reached the Grandmaster realm, with rumors suggesting he had even attained the great Grandmaster stage. Su Huai'an chuckled inwardly, transmitting his thoughts via true energy. The woman I saved holds great significance to Zhu Wushi, more so than anything else. It is not surprising that he would act in such a manner, as he still requires my assistance. The two followed Duan Tianya towards Longshan Manor, harboring considerable curiosity about the alchemist conference. Along the way, Su Huai'an inquired, Brother Tianya, might there be rare elixirs or medicinal herbs at the grand auction of the Ming dynasty? Duan Tianya, recalling his adoptive father's instructions, did not withhold information but instead shared what he knew. Indeed, There will likely be more than 5 varieties of rare elixirs auctioned, and the number of precious medicinal herbs is substantial. According to our intelligence, several highly esteemed alchemists have already arrived in the imperial city. Longshan Manor was primarily engaged in intelligence gathering, making it easy for them to uncover such information. A more pronounced smile graced Su Huai'an's lips. Is that so? That is splendid news. I had anticipated merely a few upper-tier alchemists, which would not have piqued my interest. However, if rare alchemists are involved, the potential benefits would be considerable. After all, the wealth of a person often correlates with the quality of their possessions. Duan Tianya, sensing a hint of pressure from Su Huai'an's enthusiasm over the rare alchemists, jestingly offered, "If you are concerned about competing with other alchemists at the auction, I can discreetly inquire about their specialties and identities." "No need," Su Huai'an declined without hesitation. In the realm of martial arts, he might not rank among the top 100 in the 9 provinces. However, in the field of alchemy, he was proficient in all rare elixirs and commanded knowledge of over a dozen sacred elixirs. Within the 9 provinces, only 2 alchemists could surpass him, provided they were still alive, and even then, they would not dare to emerge in the near future. He was more than capable of besting any alchemist, and there was no need to resort to petty tactics. Duan Tianya, with a helpless smile, silently acknowledged the truth in his adoptive father's words. Indeed, he was a remarkably self-assured young man. Soon, the trio arrived at Hulong Mountain Villa, not too far from the imperial city, nestled in the northeast corner. It sprawled over an expansive area, resembling a city within a city, adorned with the sweet melodies of birds and the fragrant blossoms of flowers. A picturesque setting ideal for retirement. Even Li Hanyi, who had always been infatuated with the way of the sword, couldn't help but entertain the notion of settling down here. As they traversed the woodland path, a vast square came into view, stretching endlessly before them. Li Hanyi found it hard to fathom how a royal uncle could possess such a grand estate within the imperial city, rivaling even the grandeur of the palace itself. Su Xiaoyu, congratulations on winning the heart of a beautiful woman, boomed a hearty laugh, as Zhu Wushi emerged with an air of composure, striding confidently. Su Chen smiled, noticing Zhu Wushi's excellent spirits. Wherefore, I must express my gratitude for the grace shown by the divine envoy that day. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they proceeded towards the main hall. As they approached, Zhu Wushi suddenly remarked, "Young friend, your martial prowess has advanced at an astonishing pace, a talent that defies the heavens. In merely 6 months, you have attained the realm of a master. Intelligence suggests you have slain a grand master. I can only imagine your combat capabilities are truly formidable." Upon first receiving this news, he had doubted its accuracy, even chastising his scouts for the errors in intelligence regarding Hulong Mountain Villa. Far from underestimating Su Huai'an, he held a deep admiration for him, believing that within 6 months, Su could elevate from a 3rd-grade warrior to a 1st-grade or even reach the innate realm. However, he never anticipated that Su would become a master. It was utterly beyond his expectations. Su Huai'an, the subject of this revelation, was equally astonished. He had concealed his cultivation throughout the journey. How could it have been discerned? Indeed, he could not elude the divine envoy's insight. "I am but a humble novice, fortunate to have stumbled into the master realm." Since he began practicing the 9-yang divine art, he had deliberately concealed his strength, and this was the first time someone had seen through his facade. Previously, no master or grandmaster had ever managed to penetrate his true level. The master realm is not something that can be attained through mere luck. I have high hopes for you. Zhu Wushi, refraining from further inquiries, patted his shoulder with a smile. Upon entering the grand hall, they discovered Su Xian was awaiting their arrival. Zhu Wushi introduced the 2 parties, primarily facilitating an introduction between Su Xian and Li Hanyi. Although it was their first meeting, Li Hanyi's background had been thoroughly investigated by Hulong Mountain Villa. After a while, "It will be the day of my wedding with Su Xian. Tomorrow, I shall request the emperor's permission to wed. Su Xiaoyu, you must come to celebrate." "Absolutely." Without a doubt, Su Huai'an replied with enthusiasm, though inwardly he sighed repeatedly. How could it be so simple? He only hoped Zhu Wushi would not lose his temper, otherwise, the Ming dynasty would truly descend into chaos. During the meal, each person harbored their own thoughts, while Zhu Wushi appeared blissfully unaware, in high spirits. After finishing his meal, Duan Tianya took his leave, mindful of his responsibilities. Su Huai'an and Li Hanyi retreated to their guest quarters to rest. It was only when the two were alone that Li Hanyi found the opportunity to voice the doubts that lay heavy on his heart. "What you referred to as having arranged everything, does it pertain to the notification of the indomitable Iron Monkey in the realm of the Ming dynasty? Who could possibly be more competent than Zhu Wushi? In certain respects, even Zhang Zhenren pales in comparison to him." Su Huai'an's response was rather straightforward. Li Hanyi could not help but concur. Indeed, this statement held true. No matter how formidable Zhang Sanfeng may be, he is but one man, incapable of providing constant protection. Moreover, given Zhang Jinren's advanced age, his interventions may carry a degree of leniency. Zhu Wushi, however, is distinctly different. Provoking him could result in the annihilation of one's entire lineage. Just moments ago, I seem to have spotted a trading market at the entrance of Hulong Villa. Could it be? You are correct. Not only is there a trading market, but auctions are also held at Hulong Villa. Su Huai'an snapped his fingers and tapped her forehead. Li Hanyi, typically composed, could not suppress her astonishment. An auction at Hulong Villa, rather than in the Imperial City? On the surface, Hulong Villa lies within the Imperial City, rendering the location inconsequential. However, the implications extend far beyond that. The Imperial City is directly under the authority of the royal family, the very seat of the Son of Heaven. While Hulong Villa is indeed an extension of the Emperor's power, it is Zhu Wushi who wields the real authority. Holding an auction at Hulong Villa implies that the martial artists attending are doing so under Zhu Wushi's banner, effectively sidelining the Ming Emperor. Although Zhu Wushi is the Emperor's uncle, one cannot simply overshadow the Emperor in matters of propriety. In the court, this would be considered an egregious offense, with serious implications of treason. Clearly, Zhu Wushi remains unfazed by such matters. Had the auction not been situated just outside Hulong Villa, I would not have chosen to reside here. Initially, he intended to find a random inn to stay, never anticipating that he would find himself under the watchful eye of Zhu Wushi. After all, he possessed ample wealth with little to spend it on, and the auction would provide an excellent opportunity for indulgence. As for the power struggle between Zhu Wushi and the royal family, an auction is but a trivial matter, merely the beginning of a larger conflict. He had no desire to become entangled in such affairs. 2 days after their arrival, the auction commenced in earnest. The structure of the auction was remarkably grand, spanning an estimated area exceeding tens of thousands of square meters. Su Huai'an and Li Hanyi were profoundly awed. The sensation of observing from afar was utterly distinct from that of close proximity. Fortunately, Hulong Villa was located on the outskirts of the Imperial City. Otherwise, the combined expanse of Hulong Villa and the auction would likely surpass that of the Imperial Palace itself. The interior was designed to mirror the 4 major secret agents of Hulong Villa, categorized into the 4 levels of heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow. The second floor featured independent rooms of the mystery and yellow levels, numbered from 1 to 5 and 1 to 10 respectively. The closer the rooms were to the entrance, the more esteemed the identities of their occupants. The third floor contained only 6 chambers, designated as Heaven 1 to 3 and Earth 1 to 3. The ground floor was lined with rows of seats, accommodating guests of more ordinary status. Chapter 117. The flowing celestial skirt. Li Hanyi and Su Huai'an casually found a place to sit, not in a hurry to ascend. One by one, guests trickled in, the majority seeking spots on the first floor, with only a select few venturing upstairs. Su Huai'an scanned the comings and goings, and to his perception, the number of master martial artists had already surpassed 30. It is noteworthy that the auction had yet to commence, yet such a multitude of warriors had arrived. There were undoubtedly grand masters present, though his current realm prevented him from sensing their presence. This is the allure of rare elixirs. Merely the whisper of their existence draws numerous martial artists. Here, master warriors are relatively commonplace. The auction occurs once every decade, attracting participants primarily from other dynasties. There is little concern about being annihilated by rival forces, as individuals from opposing dynasties would not attend. Only those with amicable ties or no direct interests would arrive. Each dynasty hosts its own auctions, yet the major dynasties convene every 10 to 20 years, each gathering being a grand assembly of martial artists. He even spotted an acquaintance, as Wudong had also dispatched representatives to attend. However, it was not Song Yuanxiao and his group, but rather the 4th disciple of Zhang Sanfeng leading the delegation. Once he estimated that sufficient guests had arrived, Su Huai'an took Li Hanyi and ascended to the 2nd floor. "What are you observing them for?" Li Hanyi questioned, puzzled by his actions, thinking he was merely waiting for someone. "It's nothing. I merely wish to take a look and gauge whether my elixirs can be exchanged for what I require." Seeing the two ascend, many whispered among themselves. "Who are they? Have we seen them before? Which prestigious sect do they belong to?" "I don't know. Even if they were direct disciples, they wouldn't qualify for the upper floor. Would they? Could they possibly be from royal lineage?" That young couple's demeanor certainly suggests they are not ordinary. It is worth noting that individuals of lesser status do not even qualify to enter the auction venue. To be granted access to the yellow-boxed rooms, one must at least be at the master level, with a significant reputation. Among the martial artists in the hall, there were numerous master-level warriors. Su Huai'an paid no heed to the second floor and headed straight for the third. Fortunately, there was no one nearby. Otherwise, they would surely have been startled. Even those representing Wudong merely seated themselves in the Xian box. This was a concession granted by Zhu Wushi in consideration of Zhang Sanfeng. Otherwise, they would only be allowed in the yellow-boxed rooms. The representatives were not the sect leader Song Yuanxiao. One of the Wudong 7 heroes receiving a Xian box is already quite an honor. Upon reaching the third floor, Su Huai'an made his way directly to room 3 of the Tian box. It'll do, Tian box 3 is acceptable, he remarked, eliciting exasperation from Li Hanyi. Room 1 belongs to Zhu Wushi himself, and room 2 is for Chao Zhengchun. Being assigned to room 3 indicates he truly values you. His woman is still waiting for me to rescue her. It is only natural for him to place importance on me. Su Huai'an regarded this as a matter of course. For Zhu Wushi, his current self was indeed his benefactor, and he would forever remain indebted to him. However, there was one thing you misjudged. The second figure of the celestial hierarchy was indeed Zhu Wushi himself, but the first was not Chao Zhengchun. Have you perhaps overlooked a certain faction? Upon witnessing his teasing expression, Li Hanyi suddenly recalled. Are you referring to the royal family? Precisely. This realm belongs to the royal family. No matter how arrogant Zhu Wushi may be, he cannot afford to overlook the royal family's position. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to treason, and an overt one at that. Does that imply that Chao Zhengchun of the Eastern Depot is still beneath you? Their relationship had never been amicable, and whether Zhu Wushi would grant Chao Zhengchun a place was indeed a matter of contention. After 6 months, Zhu Wushi was astonished by his own progress, just as Su Huai'an was equally taken aback by Zhu Wushi's transformation. He could distinctly perceive that Zhu Wushi had made further advancements in his martial arts. It was difficult to quantify the extent of his enhancement, but he was undoubtedly nearing the realm of the terrestrial immortals. Moreover, as he grew stronger, he realized that Zhu Wushi's realm seemed not to be that of a grandmaster. It appeared as though he was stuck somewhere in between, unable to reach the level of a terrestrial immortal. Just as these thoughts swirled through his mind, the auction officially commenced. Li Hanyi nudged him and whispered, "What kind of elixir are you auctioning? It must be quite valuable, no? I have no idea. I entrusted the items for auction to Duan Tianya, and the final price will depend on the demands of the martial artists below." Su Huai'an tossed a grape into his mouth nonchalantly. "By the way, I haven't given you any gifts yet. If I see something I like today, I shall purchase it all. Your man is not short on money. He has more than enough to spare." He spoke these words with great conviction, for he was indeed wealthy to the point of having no outlet for his expenditure. However, Li Hanyi held a different perspective. After spending 2 months together, she had yet to witness any signs of wealth on Su Huai'an. All transactions in Shuiyue City were merely for medicinal materials. Whenever they dined or stayed at an inn, it was she who bore the expenses. He seemed entirely consumed by his martial training. Even if alchemists earned money, he likely had not saved much. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. Men often cared about their pride. Very well, if I see something I like, I shall not hold back. She silently resolved not to purchase anything, opting instead to save him some money. On the elevated platform of the first floor, the auctioneer was a young and beautiful woman. Her demeanor was poised and graceful, showing not the slightest hint of trepidation in front of the hundreds of martial artists present. Su Huai'an recognized her. She was someone he had encountered at Hulong Villa, named Yun Miao Miao. She calmly began to introduce the origins of the auction items. The first item for auction was the Xianhuang body refinement technique, a superior martial art that served as a rare defensive technique. When cultivated to perfection, one would become impervious to blades and fire. It must be said that Yun Miao Miao had evidently invested considerable effort into her research regarding the origins, uses, and merits of the auction items. However, at an auction, the emphasis was primarily on the advantages, while any drawbacks were merely glossed over. No one would dare to admit their item was flawed, otherwise, how could they secure a favorable price? The guests may now commence their bidding, with the starting price set at 5,000 taels of silver. I bid 5,000. I bid 8,000. 10,000. 10,001. The price swiftly ascended to 13,000, as if money held no value. Su Huai'an had little comprehension of wealth. Having crossed over, he had stumbled upon a fortune. Regardless of how he advanced, the system consistently rewarded him with gold and silver, causing him to lose interest in monetary matters. In contrast, Li Hanyi, hailing from a prestigious background, grasped the significance of 10,000 taels. This group was willing to spend lavishly for defensive martial techniques. Su Huai'an leaned in and inquired, "Is 10,000 taels truly valuable? For someone like a poor man, possessing merely 10,000 taels would render him akin to a wealthy landlord." Is 10,000 taels much? Li Hanyi was at a loss for words, pondering whether this was the financial perspective of an alchemist. 10,000 taels is hardly excessive. She was tempted to ask if Su Huai'an could even produce 1,000 taels. Defensive martial arts were already rare, and exceptional ones even more so. Su Huai'an nodded in agreement, recognizing that differing statuses led to varied insights. In his previous life in Taishan City, he had exerted immense effort to acquire a few volumes of superior martial arts. Yet now, the first item up for auction was the most coveted defensive technique of its kind, with even more valuable items yet to come. Ultimately, the auction price settled at 15,000 taels of silver, claimed by a masked man. This amount had, in truth, exceeded expectations. Such a high price was generally unattainable. The subsequent auction items also sparked considerable competition, yet nothing dazzled Su Huai'an's eyes, and Li Hanyi shared her disinterest. They were primarily waiting for the auction of Su Huai'an's elixirs, eager to assess their efficacy. It was worth noting that the items currently on sale consisted mostly of superior martial arts and a few divine weapons, with no treasures of exceptional quality in sight. The elixirs crafted by Su Huai'an and several other alchemists would be saved for the grand finale. Having superior elixirs available for sale at this stage was already commendable. After Yun Miao Miao auctioned off a volume of superior martial arts, she summoned her subordinates to bring forth a large box wrapped in red cloth. She feigned mystery as she circled the box, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. This auction item was undoubtedly the most precious of the day. If any gentleman is willing to purchase this for a lady, I would not mind offering my heart in return. It was known that she was affiliated with the Long Dragon Mountain Manor. Her strength and cultivation were noteworthy, but her identity alone held significant worth. Furthermore, Yun Miao Miao's extraordinary beauty captivated the hearts of men with every move she made. How many men could resist the desire to possess her? Upon her utterance, many martial artists began to cheer and call out, "Miao Miao, would you truly offer yourself in return? Don't let it be a jest if someone buys it for you." Chapter 118. Successful Bid. A smile from the enchantress Yun Miao Miao smiled without uttering a word, merely surveying the crowd below with her captivating gaze. Her allure was profound. Most of the martial artists on the first floor were overwhelmed by an impulse to prostrate themselves before her. Su Huai'an, observing the spectacle, felt a surge of intrigue. Oh, an enchanting form of martial arts. This was a novel encounter for him. The expressions of many in the crowd clearly indicated that they had fallen under her spell, each one ensnared and dizzy with desire. This was not a pure form of enchanting martial arts. It appeared to have been modified, with every movement infused with true qi. It amplified the desires within people's hearts without rendering them completely uncontrollable. In this regard, his knowledge paled in comparison to that of Li Hanyi, who hailed from a powerful lineage. After hearing her explanation, Su Huai'an contemplated and agreed. If one could charm people into mindlessly parting with their money, it would not be an auction house, but rather a robbery. If discovered, who would return? Simple enchantment differed from this. Most auctioneers in these establishments were adept at it. However, this was limited to the guests on the first floor. Those seated in the private boxes on the second floor showed little response. The individuals occupying those positions were unlikely to be particularly interested in an auctioneer. If they desired something, there were countless methods at their disposal to obtain it. As for the third floor, where Su Huai'an resided, it was unnecessary to employ any means. Even if Yun Miao Miao offered herself, they might not be inclined to accept. The item up for auction was the wide-sleeved flowing immortal skirt, crafted from Wurushi, Tianyusha, Zuanbingxi, and Huanyuezu, an exquisite defensive garment impervious to blades and spears, capable of accommodating the true qi of masters below the grandmaster level, with exceptional defensive properties. The starting bid was set at 100 taels of silver. Displayed within a wooden box was a dress that exuded simplicity and elegance, made from pure white, translucent fabric, minimalistic yet grand. The skirt extended gracefully to the ankles, its lightweight design offering a feast for the eyes. The attention to detail was remarkable, bestowing an excellent sense of depth and layering to the overall appearance. Many female martial artists were entranced. Defensive garments were already a rarity, let alone dresses of this caliber. This was the first appearance of such a piece in nearly a decade. The likelihood of acquiring it this time was slim, and future opportunities would be hard to come by. 10,000 taels. 30,000 taels. You think you can buy the wide-sleeved flowing immortal skirt for just 10,000 taels? I'll offer 50,000, 70,000, 80,000, 100,000. I'll exchange 3 blood ginsengs and 10 wind spirit grasses. Many martial artists present lacked the funds to bid so extravagantly. After all, those who had reached the master realm were singularly focused on breaking through to the grandmaster level, leaving little time for monetary pursuits. However, They possessed materials and resources, making equitable exchanges entirely feasible. When the dress made its debut, Li Hanyi, like others, was thoroughly captivated. Women are inherently defenseless against exquisite garments, particularly given the materials used in the wide-sleeved flowing immortal skirt, which aligned perfectly with her cultivation. The materials were predominantly ice attribute, as if tailor-made for her. Regrettably, after glancing at her wallet, she ultimately decided to forego the opportunity. Upon stepping out, she carried a few hundred taels of silver, while others effortlessly raised the stakes by tens of thousands. How could she possibly compete? Reluctantly, she resigned to merely observing. Huai'an noticed her unusual demeanor and inquired with a smile, "Do you fancy this?" "Indeed, but it is far too expensive. Your elixirs have yet to be auctioned, and I am uncertain of their potential value. Perhaps it is best to refrain from this pursuit and focus on gathering materials instead." She was not adept at deception and had no intention of misleading Huai'an. Though she cherished the item, she would not squander her funds recklessly. Huai'an nodded in agreement. "Very well, we shall heed your counsel and forego the purchase. It is wiser to exchange elixirs for materials to concoct new potions and enhance our cultivation." Li Hanyi simply acknowledged with a sound, choosing not to elaborate further. She bore no ill will towards Huai'an, for the price was exorbitant. It had long surpassed the value of exquisite weaponry, rendering it an unworthy expenditure. Even in Shuiyue City, she doubted her ability to amass such wealth for a piece of armor. After all, the efficacy of martial arts is not solely dependent on one's realm. The utility of rare weapons diminishes as one's mastery increases. Yet, she still harbored a flicker of hope that she might somehow acquire it. A top-tier martial art book, alongside 2 mid-tier agility manuals. In the end, many could no longer afford such luxuries, resorting to barter. They entrusted the auction house to appraise their valuables in exchange for the flowing fairy gown. Martial artists at the innate realm were not even qualified to bid. Only those above the master level competed. Each of them possessed various martial skills to offer at auction. Having navigated the martial world for years, who lacked a few enemies, it was a commonplace affair to kill for treasure. Once the total price approached 100,000 taels, bidding ceased. While the flowing fairy gown was splendid, it was not worth such an exorbitant sum. Just when all believed the auction was concluding, a calm and assertive voice broke through the air. "I bid 110,000 taels." The voice emanated from box 3, and Li Hanyi was momentarily taken aback by Huai'an's sudden bid. "Did you not say you liked it? Then let us acquire it for you. It is far too costly. It is unnecessary to spend extravagantly." "Not at all. If it brings you joy, then any price is justified. But you claim to lack funds. The elixirs you entrusted to the auction house are intended for acquiring materials. How could you afford such an expense? Have I not mentioned before that I possess considerable wealth?" "I have long since lost any concept of money," Huai'an replied candidly. Li Hanyi regarded him with skepticism, her faith in his words wavering. "You are not deceiving me, are you?" "Of course not." She could not fully trust Huai'an. If it were any other matter, she would have unconditionally believed him. Yet, having accompanied him for so long, she was acutely aware of his financial situation. "You shall soon find out." Huai'an chuckled, offering no further explanation. "I bid 113,000 taels." At this juncture, only one other contender remained in the bidding. Yet it was clear that they were nearing their limits, raising the stakes not by tens of thousands, but by mere thousands. 120,000, 121,000, and 13,000. As Huai'an raised the price, his eyelids did not even flutter. It was as though he were not bidding an additional 10,000 taels of silver, but merely discussing the purchase of a bun from a roadside stall. His tone remained as calm as ever, leaving the other party incapable of matching the price, ultimately surrendering in silence. If he truly wished to compete, he could have raised the bid further. However, those who could afford to be in the Tianzi private room likely possessed a status too formidable for him to engage with. It was wiser to withdraw and save himself the trouble. Yin Miao Miao inquired once more, ensuring that no one else would raise the bid before concluding the auction for this item. "Congratulations to the esteemed guest of Tianzi Room No. 3 for successfully acquiring the Guangsleeve Lucian dress. May I ask if you will be paying in silver or through barter?" "In silver," Huai'an replied with an unflappable demeanor. When the auction house staff entered, they were greeted by the sight of an enormous chest within the private room. Upon opening it, they found precisely 13,000 taels of silver inside. The sight of Huai'an, resembling an ethereal being, caused the eyes of several maidservants to sparkle with admiration. Li Hanyi, keenly sensing something amiss, positioned herself protectively in front of Huai'an. The 2 maidservants exchanged glances, assessing Li Hanyi and then themselves. Understanding the situation, they discreetly moved the chest away, casting envious looks over their shoulders as they exited the room. "Oh, such a handsome, Wealthy man with such a background. Why can't he be mine? One lamented. Come on, look at that girl. She is beyond our league. Am I not allowed to dream? If someone were to spend such a fortune on me, I would marry him on the spot. They chuckled at the thought. It was not just the two of them. Many harbored similar sentiments, all eager to glimpse the true identity of Su Huai'an. Yet, he remained elusive, and none dared to intrude. Inside the private room, Li Hanyi could hardly contain her joy as she admired the guang-sleeve Lucian dress. She delicately caressed the fabric, her eyes brimming with delight. This was a garment worth 13,000 taels of silver. Even if her cultivation surpassed that of a master in the future and her defenses were lacking, it would still serve as an exquisite piece of attire. She had never anticipated that this dress would ultimately end up in her possession. To spend such an extravagant amount on me, it felt almost excessive. Chapter 119. Companions are rivals, is it extravagant? To elicit a smile from a beauty, a mere 13,000 taels is nothing. If you desire, even 130,000 taels would pose no issue. Su Huai'an replied with remarkable confidence. It is primarily due to the fact that he possesses such resources. Money is abundant. After producing 13,000 taels from his system space, he could hardly discern any depletion. In earlier days, when his cultivation was lower, the system awarded him rewards of merely 100 or 1,000 taels of silver. However, as his mastery of Taiji fist and sword intent progressed, his wealth steadily increased. His innate talent and comprehension were so exceptional that the rewards for merely advancing through levels of martial arts and realms were no longer sufficient to match his potential. Therefore, even for techniques like blood-refining sword art, the rewards for advancement turned into monetary compensation, starting at 5,000 taels and escalating to tens of thousands. He began to suspect that his self-discipline and resilience system might be discreetly dubbed great wealth and prosperity. For how else could he possess such riches? Do not boast. For if I were to take you seriously and purchase everything I fancy, let us see if you can afford it, Li Hanyi said, her beautiful eyes sparkling, clearly in high spirits. To his surprise, she leaned in and gently kissed his cheek, a fleeting moment that left him wanting more. You must learn to spend money, otherwise, whom shall I spend my earnings on? Su Huai'an shrugged, indicating that she was free to do as she pleased. Li Hanyi was amused by his antics and giggled. Is it truly my fault if I do not spend money? Of course, if you refrain from spending, I lack the motivation to earn. The more you indulge, the more inspired I am to work hard and accumulate wealth, Su Huai'an replied, as if it were a matter of course. Reflecting on it, he realized he had indeed never bought her anything of significance. Are you truly wealthy? Immensely wealthy. You may auction off whatever you wish to see if you can deplete my coffers. As the two exchanged laughter, the auction house unveiled the next item for bidding. Yuan Miao Miao held an exquisite silver medicinal vial, placing it on the table. Esteemed guests, we now commence the highlight of the auction. For those who did not spot their desired items earlier, the upcoming treasures will surely satisfy. This is a rare medicinal pill, the Yuan-enhancing pill, suitable for martial artists at the initial stage of mastery. Once the announcement was made, the room fell into a hushed silence. Although there were grand master-level warriors present, the majority remained at the master realm. Moreover, ascending through the levels of mastery became increasingly arduous. Rare medicinal pills were virtually non-existent on the market. Even if one possessed wealth, there were scarce opportunities to procure them. As for saint-level alchemists, none had been publicly recognized in the 9 provinces. Even rare alchemists were treated as treasures by various factions, with their concoctions reserved exclusively for the elders of their sects, making it highly unlikely they would ever be auctioned. The sight of this single vial of medicine sent the crowd into a frenzy. Do not underestimate this vial. Although it merely augments one's true energy and accelerates the cultivation process, it could very well be the difference between breaking through one's current realm or facing demise without the opportunity to advance. Upon reaching the mastery realm, each breakthrough in one's cultivation bestows additional years of life. Although the increment may be modest, who wouldn't desire to extend their existence by a few more years? The more powerful one becomes, particularly those who have experienced the lavishness of life, the less inclined they are to embrace death lightly. Before Yuan Miao Miao could speak, someone eagerly shouted, I bid 50,000 taels of silver for that vial of elixir. This price indeed silenced many martial artists present. The rationale was simple. Among items of the same tier, martial arts techniques are typically the most expensive, followed by defensive arts, weapon techniques, and agility techniques ranked lower. Only afterward do elixirs and weapons compete, with defensive armors generally surpassing elixirs in value. After all, weapons are mere external objects, and elixirs are consumables. Thus, they cannot compare to martial arts. Offering such a price for a rare elixir significantly exceeds its intrinsic worth. As for the possibility of being deceived, no one harbored doubts on that front. The auction was organized by the formidable Zhu Wushi, who would dare to tamper with affairs on his territory. Even if one were to successfully perpetrate a deception, the consequences of being discovered would be far worse than death. However, Yun Miao Miao's words swiftly interrupted their bidding war. I apologize, but the items in the auction are available only for trade. I will disclose the required materials, and any suitable offerings may be exchanged. Her eyes sparkled with charm, and her tone was imbued with allure. Su Huai sat quietly in his chair, knowing that whether he could acquire all the necessary herbs depended on this very moment. It aligned closely with my expectations. Most martial artists are unable to resist the allure of elixirs that enhance their cultivation. Subsequently, Yun Miao Miao recited the list of herbs that Su Huai had provided. During the subsequent fee collection, the value of the herbs would be converted into silver for calculation. Despite Zhu Wushi's insistence that he need not be concerned about costs, Su Huai decided it would be prudent to offer something in return, avoiding any future unpleasantness stemming from unreciprocated favors. I possess a wind and snow flower. I have 3 spirit fruits and am willing to trade 2 Lingxi herbs for them. The bids continued to escalate, bringing great comfort to Su Huai's heart. Wealth was in abundance, as all participants were evidently affluent. However, soon enough, their funds would transform into his own. Ultimately, the price for the elixir settled at 3 Lingxi herbs, and no one dared to bid higher. After all, it was merely suitable for martial artists at the initial stages of mastery, rendering it of little use to those in mid to late stages. The limitations were considerable, and many remained hesitant. Su Huai calculated that this amounted to approximately 80,000 taels of silver. Although this seemed lower than the price of other rare items, such as the flowing fairy skirt, it was, in fact, already a premium. It is only natural for consumables to be less valuable than permanent items. Most importantly, Lingxi fruits are not easily obtainable, even for those with wealth, as locating them poses a significant challenge. Su Huai pondered what the next auction item would be, speculating it would likely be his own elixir. Little did they know, the mist dispersed, and an elder clad in a black robe appeared. Many guests felt a subtle shift within, as most were unaware of the elder's true identity. The elder faced a group of martial arts experts with an air of calmness, devoid of any trace of anxiety. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jin Fo, an elder of the Tian Dao sect. Upon hearing this, several individuals' expressions shifted, their hearts filled with an unusual sensation as they deduced his identity. Could he be the renowned Master Jin Fo, famous across the land 20 years ago? It was said that Master Jin Fo was a master alchemist, unparalleled in the art of potion making. The attendees murmured praises and flattery, yet the elder remained composed, clearly having heard such accolades countless times before. I have traveled a great distance today to present the upcoming auction item, a potion I have personally crafted. The Xian Padan can assist martial artists in the initial stages of mastery to break through their bottlenecks and reach the mid-level of mastery. The starting bid is set at 80,000 taels of silver. With these few words, he elevated the guests' emotions to new heights. The distinction between enhancing a martial artist's cultivation and breaking through realms is substantial. While Su Huai's potions capped at 80,000 taels, this was merely the opening bid. After announcing the price, Jin Fo did not hasten to leave the stage, but instead returned the floor to Su Miao Miao, smiling as he surveyed the audience. I have long heard of Su Xiaoyou's exceptional alchemical skills, particularly her beauty-enhancing elixirs tailored for female martial artists. Might she present herself, so that I may meet her? Inside the private room, Su Huai scrutinized the elder, only to hear his own name called. Is he looking for me? Li Hanyi's expression was equally perplexed. Do you know him? I do not, Su Huai replied innocently. I have neither encountered other alchemists nor had the opportunity to meet them. After all, I have been either fleeing for my life or engaging in combat since my arrival. Alchemists thrive on discipline and self-improvement. Who could have anticipated this unexpected encounter? Isn't it said that rivals among peers are common? Chapter 120. Turning the tables and the grand auction. Alas, the moment one opens their mouth, the atmosphere is thick with tension. Being an alchemist is no easy task. If one does poorly, the patrons are unsatisfied, and if one excels, fellow practitioners spread disdain. This pointed criticism is clearly intended to provoke. Li Hanyi is well aware of his alchemical skills and feels no concern for him. What do you intend to do? If this were a battlefield, the solution would be straightforward. A swift sword strike would suffice. However, since we are at an auction, let the true mastery of alchemy be revealed here. Su Huai reclined leisurely in his chair, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he observed the proceedings below. The golden Buddha inquired repeatedly, yet no one stepped forward to respond. His expression soured slightly, unable to suppress his emotions any longer. Beyond mountains, there are higher mountains. Beyond people, there are greater individuals. Does this young man not realize the heights of his predecessors? Still, silence prevailed, and the one he awaited remained absent. He felt akin to a jester paraded before a crowd for their amusement. Ultimately, he relinquished his initial plan and continued with the auction. As he watched the crowd fervently bidding on his elixirs, the Golden Buddha's demeanor improved somewhat. Humph, a mere youth, with a non-existent beauty elixir, has garnered such notoriety. A subordinate hastily offered words of consolation, eager to ingratiate himself. Master Golden Buddha, how could a mere child possibly compare to you? Look, the auction house has reserved a private room for you, indicating your esteemed status. The sycophant's flattery struck a chord, and the corners of the Golden Buddha's mouth curled upwards. Indeed, even if rumors swirl that Su Huai'an has once traded with the divine envoy, he is no more than a peer in the private chamber reserved for the distinguished. The upper-tier rooms are occupied by the heads of clans, each a formidable master in their own right. Regardless of Su Huai'an's perceived significance, he merely occupies a position in the room behind him. Little does he know, at that very moment, Su Huai'an is smiling serenely at the scene unfolding below. Ah, how misguided one is to compare alchemical prowess with him. Does he believe that a single vial of the Xuanpadan can overshadow his capabilities? Yet, the reality is far more complex than either party anticipates. As the final price for the Xuanpadan settles at 100,000 taels, subsequent auction items were nearly monopolized by 3 bidders. Why 3, you may ask? Because following the Golden Buddha, another prominent alchemist named Jiu Du took the stage. The prices of their elixirs soared higher with each bid, consistently breaking previous records: 120,000, 130,000, 135,000, 150,000, 160,000. When Jiu Du's final vial fetched a staggering price of 160,000, he too ascended the auction platform. Su Xiaoyu, might I have the pleasure of a brief meeting? Perhaps the 3 of us, along with the Golden Buddha, can discuss alchemical arts. Su Huai'an responded with a cold smile, recognizing the underlying intention to elevate oneself at his expense, all while feigning scholarly discussion. He opted for silence, as no response was necessary. The truth would speak for itself. Jiu Du remained unperturbed, his composure far surpassing that of the Golden Buddha. Even though he harbored a deep-seated disdain for Su Huai'an, he refrained from revealing a hint of it. With a dignified response, he entered the Golden Buddha's private chamber. Brother Golden Buddha, what are your thoughts? Although the two were not particularly close, they shared a certain connection as renowned alchemists with years of experience, each having a profound understanding of the other. What else can be said? They look down upon us, not considering us worthy of their regard. They believe that with a mere beauty-enhancing elixir, they can belittle all alchemists, replied the Golden Buddha, his voice tinged with indignation, though envy flickered in his eyes. He had to concede that the female warrior's coin was indeed easy to earn. If he possessed the skill to concoct such potions, his reputation would have undoubtedly soared to greater heights. Regrettably, it was a fledgling who wielded such talent. It was undeniable that the beauty-enhancing elixir was exceptionally effective. Even many female warriors from their sect had purchased it. Huai'an city had reaped substantial profits, significantly increasing its wealth. However, pride often invites downfall, and those who stand out may attract unwelcome attention. If he does not temper his burgeoning fame, he will surely encounter considerable trouble. A day of reckoning will inevitably come, Jiu Du lamented. Let us take the initiative to teach him a lesson, instilling in him the importance of respecting his predecessors. So far, he has only sold a single batch of elixirs, fetching around 80,000 silver coins, likely only capable of concocting elixirs suitable for novice masters. His tone carries a hint of pride, the Golden Buddha remarked. The price of elixirs indirectly reflected the alchemist's prowess, and the two of them effortlessly overshadowed Su Huai'an. Jiu Du smiled knowingly, choosing not to elaborate further. Their previous rivalry had been softened by a shared adversary, drawing them closer. With Su Huai'an's sudden emergence, many sects that once sought their services had diminished significantly, severely impacting their earnings and bruising their egos. What alchemist, proud and ambitious, would willingly become a stepping stone for another? Today, they would demonstrate through their strength that Su Huai'an was merely ordinary. Unbeknownst to him, Su Huai'an was preoccupied with another matter. This was not the first auction held in the Ming Dynasty's imperial city. Yet it was peculiar that 2 esteemed alchemists had chosen to attend this particular event. They sought him out by name, as though affirming his presence. The only one privy to his arrival in the imperial city was Zhu Wushi. Had he intentionally leaked this information? Intriguing. Do they consider me a mere spectacle? The unfolding events were not difficult to deduce, and he quickly pieced together the chain of occurrences. Beneath the podium, Yin Miao Miao carefully presented 3 jade plates, her eyes glimmering with excitement. Next, we unveil one of the highlight auction items, all provided by Master Su Huai'an. Everyone may anticipate it with great enthusiasm. Upon the mention of Su Huai'an's name, The atmosphere among the female warriors in attendance reached a fever pitch. Why? Simply because of the beauty-enhancing elixir. That is sufficient. The Golden Buddha and Judo have also mentioned that Su Huai'an was present, yet those in attendance remained skeptical. They repeatedly named each other, yet received no response, leaving everyone uncertain about Su Huai'an's actual presence. It is crucial to note that the Golden Buddha and Judo remained composed only because they had received confirmation of Su Huai'an's attendance, allowing them to assert that the elixir was crafted by him. Others, however, were oblivious, adopting a stance of observation. The most astonished were undoubtedly the Golden Buddha and Judo, both wearing expressions of disbelief. Impossible. How could his elixir be designated as the highlight of the auction? It is understood that the so-called highlight items at an auction are the most precious and valuable of the entire event. Have you forgotten about his beauty-enhancing elixir? Judo replied coldly. The Golden Buddha suddenly realized, only to furrow his brow in confusion. No, the beauty-enhancing elixir is merely one type. Could the other two auction items also be elixirs? Judo pondered this as well, leading to his troubled expression. It is unclear, if that were the case. Both of us would be in peril. To ensure they could overshadow Su Huai'an at the auction, the two had resorted to their trump cards. The elixirs they concocted were capable of enhancing the cultivation of late-stage masters or enabling mid-stage masters to break through to the late stage. If these paled in comparison to Su Huai'an's offerings, they would find themselves utterly helpless. The first auction item was a barrier-breaking elixir, a rare grade item that could significantly increase the chances of peak masters breaking through to grandmaster status. The warriors were all abuzz, while Judo and the Golden Buddha in the mysterious box seemed utterly drained. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could such a legendary formula belong to a mere novice? Both were reluctant to accept this reality, for they had never even heard of such an elixir. The concept of an elixir that could elevate a warrior to late-stage master or enhance the probability of breaking through to grandmaster was entirely foreign to them. They had not only failed to concoct it, but had never even heard of it. The disparity was immense. They had foolishly believed they could overshadow him. The starting bid remains as I previously mentioned. Based on the list of medicinal materials, the highest bidder will prevail. I bid 3 blossoms of the duopo flower. I bid 5 blossoms. The bids continued to escalate, seemingly without end. If earlier in the auction, the warriors had retained some semblance of rationality, at this moment, they had completely abandoned their limits, frantically raising the prices. It was not that they had not considered whether their bids might exceed reasonable limits. Rather, the price of such an elixir transcended any calculation based on medicinal materials or gold and silver. The distinction between grandmasters and masters, while appearing to be a mere step, was, in reality, a chasm. A sect with 3 or 4 masters might not be deemed a significant force, yet the presence of a grandmaster would change everything. Most importantly, upon reaching the grandmaster realm, there are no longer any elixirs capable of breaking through bottlenecks. Only those below the grandmaster level have elixirs that assist in overcoming such obstacles. Do not be deceived by the mere increase in the probability of breakthroughs. For the sake of a grandmaster, any cost is justified. Although master warriors may not be commonly seen, they nonetheless exist in considerable numbers across various nations and dynasties. However, grandmasters are exceedingly rare. In an era devoid of terrestrial immortals, grandmasters represent the pinnacle of combat prowess in the world. Chapter 121. Monopolistic sales. I offer 10 linksy fruits, 3 fragrant herbs, and 5 luoyin leaves. A commanding voice echoed, silencing the entire gathering. The speaker hailed from the private box labeled D. His words, infused with concentrated vital energy, resonated like a martial art of sound waves. The combined value of these medicinal ingredients exceeded 200,000 taels. Yet, it was not that others were unwilling to compete. Rather, they could not afford to. One must understand that medicinal herbs inherently possess a price, yet lack a market. If the auction were solely based on silver, they might have had a chance to vie for them. However, the herbs sought by Su Huai'an were exceedingly rare, indeed treasures that were nearly impossible to acquire. If they were easily obtainable, he would have gathered them all during his transactions in Shuiyue City, with no one daring to bid. The potion would belong to the guest in the second box of D. Yun Miao Miao chuckled softly and instructed her servants to deliver the potion. From this transaction, she would also reap considerable benefits, as a portion of the auction proceeds must be shared with the auction house. Although she might not pocket the majority, she would still gain significantly in the long run. The second item for auction was the Zhenwu pill, which could enhance martial prowess and facilitate significant breakthroughs in one's cultivation. It had the potential to help a practitioner ascend several realms or even advance further. Yet, it was another obscure pill that none had previously heard of. While pills that increase cultivation, break through bottlenecks, or counteract toxins were somewhat familiar, A pill that could elevate one's martial realm was entirely unknown. Soon, a voice emerged from the crowd. Miss Yin, might I inquire if your claims are substantiated? Otherwise, mere words hold no weight, for none have witnessed such a phenomenon. Yun Miao Miao, with her enchanting beauty, cast a captivating glance in his direction. Upon purchasing the pill, guests could consume it directly at the auction, should it prove ineffective. The auction house would refund double the amount paid. This assurance signified an unequivocal trust in Su Huai'an. With the prior pill priced at 200,000, it equated to the wealth of 20 landlords. Even if Hulong Villa were to compensate double in a single instance, it would not only be a significant loss, but also a severe blow. With this guarantee, the guests' anxiety subsided. As the largest intelligence network in the Ming dynasty, Hulong Villa could hardly default on such debts. After all, one can escape the monk, but not the temple. What was there for them to fear? The once silent minds of Judo and Jinfo were now reawakened. Assisting martial artists in enhancing their skills, wasn't that absurd? Until today, they had not even conceived of such a pill. Humph, I cannot believe he possesses such capability. If he fails, I shall relish the outcome. Jinfa scoffed at the Jinwu pill, utterly skeptical of its authenticity. Judo shared his doubts. Even with Hulong Villa's assurance, he remained unconvinced. Both were alchemists, possessing a deeper understanding of the craft than the layman. In their eyes, such a pill was simply impossible to concoct. Su Huai'an's claims of being a master alchemist paled in comparison to this assertion. Unlike previous auctions, this time there were few bidders. In the grand hall, not a single warrior made a bid. All the voices came from the guests in the 3 private rooms of the earth level, leaving those below without the qualifications to compete. The starting price was approximately 150,000 taels of silver for the total herbs, a sum far beyond the means of any master. Even those establishing their own sects, who lacked such wealth to squander. Soon, the item was once again secured by a guest from the earth level room, with a total value surpassing 300,000 taels. However, the individual did not hastily consume it. Everyone awaited the final auction item. Yun Miao Miao did not keep them in suspense, revealing 3 vials of elixir on the tray. It was evident to all what these items were. Indeed, they were Master Su's renowned creation, the Beauty and Youth Elixir, limited to 1 purchase per person. This elixir is unique, unlike other potions that have fixed grades and restrictions. For instance, low-grade elixirs are only suitable for 3rd-tier warriors and become ineffective as one's cultivation level rises. Conversely, the Beauty and Youth Elixir imposes no such limitations. It is beneficial for everyone, from ordinary commoners to the greatest of masters, the earthly immortals. The price it could fetch entirely depends on the status of the buyer. For a commoner, selling it for 1 or 2 taels of silver would be considered exorbitant. Yet, every attendee today was a formidable warrior, all possessing considerable wealth. Furthermore, even male warriors could consume it, although most men do not prioritize appearance as women do. Nonetheless, if they could not use it themselves, they could always gift it to their wives or children. Even the gold Buddha and Jiudu, who were eagerly waiting to see Su Huai'an embarrassed, felt compelled to bid. In comparison to others, their wives had scolded them thoroughly. For those who could not purchase it, it was a matter of insufficient status or inadequate strength. Both were esteemed alchemists. As colleagues, what was so difficult about acquiring an elixir from Su Huai'an? Unfortunately, they found themselves unable to procure it, much to the frustration of their respective families. Halfway through the bidding, both men decided to make their move. As alchemists, their stock of medicinal materials surpassed that of others. They quickly suppressed the competition, leaving only themselves to contend. The surrounding warriors were taken aback, puzzled by how 2 bidders from the earth-level room were now fiercely competing against one another. Recognizing the voices of the gold Buddha and Jiudu, they were bewildered, having just seen the 2 attempt to corner Su Huai'an. Why now engage in rivalry amongst themselves? You are alchemists. Cannot you concoct your own elixirs? Su Chun, seated in the heaven-level room, observed with great interest. Perhaps he would not need to intervene, as the 2 might inadvertently sever their fragile alliance. However, the gold Buddha and Jiudu, being distinguished alchemists, possessed formidable martial prowess and were astute enough not to let such trivial matters disrupt their camaraderie. Brother Jean, why not allow me to acquire this vial? After all, there are still 2 more available for bidding. Why not contend for one of those? No one was foolish. As the auction progressed, the competition would only intensify. During the auction of the first elixir, everyone felt reluctant to spend extravagantly, believing there were still 2 more bottles available. However, as each elixir was auctioned off, the subsequent prices only escalated. After deliberation, the 2 decided against engaging in futile bidding wars. One would acquire a bottle first, and when the second elixir came up for auction, they would split the required materials for both bottles equally. This approach was deemed the most just and reasonable. Otherwise, After a prolonged struggle, the ultimate beneficiary would still be Su Huai'an. As anticipated, the auction prices for the subsequent elixirs continued to rise, instilling a sense of trepidation in both of them, who lamented how easily wealth flowed into the hands of female warriors. The total price for 3 beauty-enhancing elixirs reached approximately 1 million. Even Su Huai'an himself found it hard to believe. He had anticipated that over the course of 3 days of the auction, he would be able to gather the necessary materials if he attended each day. Little did he know that he would collect everything on the very first day, along with several unexpected gains. Li Hanyi observed the upward curve of his smile and remarked nonchalantly, "It seems you truly possess a knack for business." "Why do you say that?" Su Huai'an feigned ignorance. "You halted the trade of beauty-enhancing elixirs in Huai'an City and instructed my 2 guardians to relay a message back, stating that this year only 5 more elixirs could be refined. It appears you were preparing for today." Li Hanyi articulated his observations with clarity. Su Huai'an snapped his fingers, acknowledging his strategy. "Indeed, while bulk sales are undeniably lucrative, my interest in wealth has long since waned. Moreover, to elevate prices, rarity is paramount. This is precisely why, during my time in Huai'an City, I never traded more than 15 elixirs a day." Chapter 122. All thanks to the company had the materials in Huai'an City been openly priced for exchange, it is likely that little of value would have been sold at today's auction. This was a meticulously orchestrated plan, primarily aimed at regulating the circulation of elixirs. Yet, the foremost and most challenging requirement to achieve this was that the elixirs must possess a monopolistic nature, impervious to replication by others. Without this, no matter how elaborate the scheme, it would bear no fruit. As the auction concluded, the attention of the crowd gravitated towards the guest in the private box labeled D. An elixir capable of aiding one in comprehending martial arts is akin to an immortal pill. Should that guest validate the efficacy of the elixir, Su Huai'an's reputation might eclipse even that of a grandmaster, nearing the status of a terrestrial deity. The individual in question showed no signs of concealing his intentions. An elderly man, with hair as white as snow, emerged from the box and confidently made his way to the hall, poised to consume the elixir before all, unperturbed by the possibility of being challenged. Su Huai'an maintained an air of calmness. His willingness to sell the elixir indicated his confidence in its integrity. After the elder ingested the elixir, he quietly shut his eyes. As moments passed, the expressions of Jin Fo and Jiu Du transformed, revealing their anticipation. It is crucial to understand that alchemists differ from other professions. A single failure can effectively terminate one's career. Even esteemed alchemists like them, celebrated for decades, could find excuses for a misstep. Su Huai'an, however, had only recently emerged onto the scene, and this public demonstration was particularly precarious. Should the elixir prove ineffective in enhancing martial prowess, he possessed ample means to amplify the narrative, tarnishing Su Huai'an's reputation utterly. While previously, skepticism might have been minimal, this incident would prompt deeper contemplation. Su Huai'an noticed the excitement in their eyes, which stemmed from their desire to obliterate his career as an alchemist. Regrettably for them, disappointment was their inevitable fate. As half an hour slipped by, most had nearly concluded that the elixir was ineffectual. The elderly gentleman exhibited no signs of a breakthrough. Jin Fo, wary of any unforeseen developments, discreetly signaled to his subordinates, opting not to confront the situation directly. "Master Su, your elixir seems ineffective. Could it be that you are attempting to deceive us? I have never heard of a beauty-enhancing elixir before. Might it be a toxic concoction with delayed side effects?" A cacophony of doubts emerged, casting shadows on Su Huai'an's integrity. The source of these doubts mattered little. What was significant was that such words would plant seeds of skepticism in the minds of many. With time, those seeds could flourish, leading to Su Huai'an's utter disgrace. However, as the situation unfolded, Su Huai'an remained detached, refraining from offering explanations, which only exacerbated the growing unease among the crowd. Even Yun Miao Miao, standing upon the platform, wore an expression of perplexity. The efficacy of the elixir remained uncertain to her as well. It had been entrusted to her by the esteemed Lord Shenhe, and logically, it should be flawless. Most of the guests were in good spirits, but those who procured the 2 elixirs from Su Chun were decidedly less cheerful. At that moment, an overwhelming aura of blade intent emanated from the elderly figure, and in an instant, the tables and chairs surrounding him were reduced to shards. Fortunately, most of the guests had prudently distanced themselves, anticipating that he might lose control following his breakthrough. Yet, how could a grandmaster-level warrior be so easily swayed by a mere martial arts advancement? There remained a few observers who stood relatively close. The blade light surged upwards, a tempestuous energy manifesting as a colossal blade, seemingly intent on shattering the entire auction house. The atmosphere was charged with a ferocious, tyrannical, and brutal energy that enveloped everyone present. Run. The guests reacted swiftly, turning to flee without a second thought. It was no jest. An unconscious attack from a grandmaster was not something an ordinary warrior could withstand, let alone the possibility that this strike might be the elderly man's newly comprehended supreme sword technique. Furthermore, with his formidable cultivation, he was far stronger than an average grandmaster, likely nearing the realm of a terrestrial deity. However, retreating in the face of such overwhelming momentum was no simple task. Many felt a sense of foreboding, realizing they might incur injuries. With so many individuals present, even the mightiest attack would not annihilate dozens of grandmasters. Nevertheless, some injuries were inevitable. The most anxious among them were the members of the Longhu Mountain Villa, for this event was under their auspices. Any injury to a guest would reflect poorly on their organizational capabilities, leading to dire consequences afterward. Amidst the chaotic scene, a radiant sword light sliced through the air, colliding fiercely with the blade intent. The moment of impact generated a colossal shockwave, neutralizing each other in a magnificent display. The elderly man, who had tightly shut his eyes, suddenly opened them wide, a broad smile breaking across his face. Ha ha ha, I finally understand. So this is how it is. The path of the blade is no less formidable than that of the sword. After indulging in his laughter for a moment, he bowed deeply in the direction of the sword light. Thank you for your timely intervention. Otherwise, I would have inadvertently harmed others. Senior, no need for such formality. It was merely a trifling effort. Su Huai'an responded with a calm demeanor, showing no signs of pride for having deflected the blow. Even the residual force from the clash left many guests in disarray. His actions garnered considerable admiration, for he was indeed a guest from the prestigious Tianzi box, possessing terrifying strength capable of effortlessly neutralizing a grandmaster's explosive strike. Curiosity piqued. The elderly man laughed heartily once more and initiated a conversation with Yun Miao Miao. Master Su's elixirs are truly miraculous. Might there be any available for auction tomorrow? Upon hearing this, Yun Miao Miao's face brightened with delight. Master Su's elixirs are delivered on the same day, so I cannot ascertain if there will be any tomorrow. However, I suspect Master Su has made further advancements in alchemy, and even if the true martial elixir is unavailable, there will surely be other extraordinary concoctions. The elder's reaction spoke volumes. The formidable intent of that sword was the ultimate testament to the efficacy of the elixir. The pride harbored by the Golden Buddha and the 9 capitals was utterly shattered. The auction house could declare in advance that any elixir crafted by Master Su was an extraordinary potion, far surpassing our imaginations. Warriors who secured these potions at the auction could consume them internally, and if found ineffective, would receive double their investment back. Yet, the revelations did not cease there. Yun Miao Miao delivered another significant announcement, alleviating the concerns lingering in the hearts of many, thereby enhancing the credibility of the elixirs. Only the elder had set a precedent, and some warriors remained apprehensive, suspecting a ruse. One successful case did not constitute a norm, it could merely be an exception. However, with this guarantee, everything took on a different hue. I must return to gather funds. Who would have thought that, aside from beauty-enhancing elixirs, Master Su possessed such remarkable alchemical skills? Indeed. I have never encountered such potions before. Su Huai'an recognized that it was his moment to shine, to elevate the momentum to its zenith, which would subsequently allow him to procure even rarer elixirs for his cultivation needs. You are all too kind. I am merely an unworthy individual, unworthy of such praise, he declared as he opened the window of the private room, greeting the crowd below. No one anticipated that Su Huai'an would occupy the celestial room. Most presumed he would be confined to the mystic room at best. The most disconcerted among them were the Golden Buddha and the 9 capitals, both engulfed in profound defeat and humiliation. They had initially believed that residing in the mystic room number 1 conferred a status of considerable prestige. They assumed Su Huai'an was relegated to the yellow room, and even if he were in the mystic room, it could not surpass their own. Little did they know, he had entirely bypassed the mystic room, taking residence in the celestial room. Both were renowned alchemists. One in the mystic room and the other in the celestial room starkly illustrated the disparity in their standings. Despite their reluctance, the Golden Buddha and the 9 capitals suppressed their ire and attempted to ingratiate themselves, saying, "Young friend, your alchemical talents are truly remarkable. I am but a humble old man in comparison." Su Huai'an, perceptive of their intentions, chose to disregard their overtures, instead addressing the other guests. "What great abilities do I possess? I am merely a reflection of my esteemed peers. Just moments ago, they had sought to undermine him, and now they wish to forge a friendship. While others may indulge you, I shall not." It was evident to all that he was subtly alluding to the Golden Buddha and the 9 capitals, but what did it matter? Indeed, Master Su, compared to those who deceive and exploit, You are a paragon of fairness. Yes. You even arrange for the auction house to provide us with an opportunity to authenticate the elixirs, they affirmed. Su Huai'an merely smiled, offering no reply. His responsibility was limited to delivering the elixirs to Zhu Wushi. How they were sold was not his concern. Nevertheless, his thoughtful assurance through the auction house garnered him considerable goodwill. The Golden Buddha and the 9 capitals glared at the crowd, seething with frustration, yet finding themselves utterly powerless. The law does not punish the many. No matter how extensive one's connections, it was impossible to offend so many warriors simultaneously. Not long ago, they were all engaged in sycophantic flattery, lavishing excessive praise upon themselves. Now, they have swiftly turned their allegiance to Su Huai'an, proving to be nothing more than fickle opportunists. Realizing that remaining in such a situation would only lead to a loss of face, the two had no choice but to depart in despondency. Chapter 123. The distinction among masters. After conversing with a group of guests for a while, Su Huai'an did not linger in the gathering. With the materials for the elixir prepared, he was eager to embark on a new round of alchemical refinement. It had been a considerable time since he had advanced in his mastery as a Dan master, and he was curious to discover the enhancements that might come after returning to simplicity. Upon reaching the pinnacle of his craft, he would be able to effortlessly conjure various elixirs. Completing this batch would allow him to step into the highest realm that countless alchemists yearned for. However, prior to this, he had some questions that needed addressing. He wished to consult Zhu Wushi to avoid being left in the dark later. The auction house was conveniently located at the entrance of Hulong Mountain Manor, and it did not take long for him to return to his chamber. He instructed Li Hanyi to rest for a while and proceeded alone to meet Zhu Wushi. Upon arriving at Zhu Wushi's grand hall, he noticed several figures clad in dark robes departing. They exuded a palpable aura of menace, not the chaotic bloodlust associated with indiscriminate slaughter, but rather a formidable presence honed through trials of blood and fire. As they brushed past him, Su Huai'an felt a subtle sense of threat, which caught him off guard. The fact that several master warriors could instill such a feeling was a testament to Zhu Wushi's elite subordinates. Nonetheless, he dismissed the sensation, attributing it to mere intimidation. You have arrived, young friend Su, Zhu Wushi greeted him. I have a matter I wish to inquire about, Su Huai'an replied. Zhu Wushi nodded, indicating he could speak freely. May I ask, esteemed sir, is there a significant distinction in the realm between a Grand Master and a land immortal compared to ordinary levels? This question had perplexed Su Huai'an for quite some time. Initially, he believed that the Grand Master level was a direct precursor to the land immortal realm. However, as he encountered more Grand Masters, his certainty began to waver. The disparity in combat prowess among Grand Masters was vast, even within the same tier. The slight differences in minor levels seemed insufficient to account for such variations. Grand Masters did not resemble those in the innate realm, like Li Hanyi, who hailed from a powerful lineage and possessed exceptional innate gifts. It was commonplace for them to dominate peers of the same level. It was only natural for those with lesser talents or backgrounds to struggle. After all, who among the Grand Masters lacked talent or influence? Even those who rose without the support of great powers were often individuals of remarkable fortune and unique opportunities. With only 3 minor levels in total, how significant could the gap be between the early and late stages? The Grand Master he had vanquished with a single sword strike in Xiang, according to Weixiong, was a mid-stage Grand Master. At that time, he felt no discomfort, yet standing before Zhu Wushi, he sensed an overwhelming pressure that seemed insurmountable. The contrast was stark. Even if Zhu Wushi were a late-stage Grand Master, he should not possess such formidable strength. Zhu Wushi regarded him with a quizzical expression and replied, "Did you not ask Zhang Sanfeng about this before? During your time in Taishan City, you were with him daily." He had assumed Su Huai'an was already aware of the differences that set Grand Masters apart from other realms. No, at that time, I felt that the realm of the Grand Master was still far beyond my reach, so I never inquired about it. Su Huai'an chuckled awkwardly. Half a year ago, he was merely a 5th or 6th grade martial artist. How could he have imagined reaching the Grand Master level? He had never anticipated such a rapid ascent. Breaking through to his current realm, Zhu Wushi thought to himself, indeed, this little fellow was once at such a low level. How could he have questioned the Grand Master's realm? With such a pace of advancement, one could only marvel at him as a prodigy. It is true that beyond the Grand Master lies the realm of the earthly immortal, yet the differentiation between the Master and Grand Master levels is distinct from other realms. Aside from the early, mid, and late stages of the Master level, there are 3 minor realms to consider. What? There are 3 minor realms? This revelation took Su Huai'an completely by surprise. 3 additional minor realms felt akin to a significant gap in advancement. He had assumed the differences lay within the Grand Master realm, not realizing the complications stemmed from the Master level itself. Zhu Wushi could easily discern his astonishment and secretly chuckled, amused that the young man had areas of ignorance. The three minor realms are known as the five Qi Chaoyuan, Sanhua Juding, and Yang Kaidi. Upon reaching the late stage of the master level, one can touch upon these three thresholds, which are also the most challenging aspects of advancing to the earthly immortal realm. Reflecting on this, he too felt a twinge of trepidation. He remembered his own rapid progression to the master level, believing the earthly immortal was within easy grasp, only to find himself stalled at the 5 Qi Chaoyuan stage, unable to advance further. Su Huai'an grasped the key point and furrowed his brows in rebuttal. No, if the distinction lies within the master level, then why do some grand masters possess celestial strength while others are grounded? Unless, as he spoke of the celestial, his gaze remained fixed upon Zhu Wushi. A remarkable possibility occurred to him, so audacious that he hesitated to entertain it. Unless there are those who can leap over these three realms and directly attain the master level, resulting in significant disparities in strength among grandmasters, correct? Young Su, your audacious conjecture, despite your ignorance of the underlying mysteries, truly astounds me, Zhu Wushi remarked, a chilling glint flashing in his eyes, akin to a ferocious beast poised to strike. Su Huai'an remained unperturbed, even avoiding a glance at him. I see now. Those lacking the three minor realms will naturally exhibit considerable differences in power. I would appreciate it if you could elucidate this further, esteemed sir. Zhu Wushi gazed at Su Huai'an, who showed no signs of distress and maintained his composure, and burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, you are remarkable, young Su. You are the first to face my threats with such equanimity at the master level. Allow me to enlighten you then. The so-called 5 Qi Chaoyuan refers to the ability to channel true energy through all the meridians of the body, enabling it to operate at peak efficiency without wasting any strength during a full-force outburst. Sanhua Juding signifies the unity of true energy and vital essence, converging at the crown. Or in other terms, the convergence of spirit, energy, and essence, allowing the body and mind to remain in a state of peak performance for an extended duration. During a confrontation, possessing such a state means, well, I need not elaborate further. The concept of Weixiong opening to greatness can be succinctly described as the infusion of true energy into various parts of the body, rendering the individual akin to a blazing or frigid sun. One converses while the other takes notes. Zhu Wushi elaborates on the three realms in great detail, likely to prepare his companion. Essentially, I believe these three realms signify not merely distinctions of levels, but rather differentiations of human potential and personal states. Upon reaching the late stage of a master, one can directly strive for the grandmaster level. At this point, Su Huai'an comprehends the implication. This means that some masters have opted not to pursue the advancement of 5 Qi converging to origin, but instead chose to break through directly to grandmaster. Consequently, while they may attain the grandmaster realm, their actual prowess may not measure up to that of others who have followed the traditional path. Zhu Wushi nods in agreement. Indeed, the disparity between a grandmaster who has transcended the three minor realms of 5 Qi converging to origin and an ordinary grandmaster is immense. Even at the initial stage, one could easily defeat 10 opponents. It appears that Shunhou has likely achieved the state of Weixiong opening to greatness before entering the grandmaster realm. Su Huai'an acknowledges this with a nod, having received the answer he sought. Knowing anything beyond this holds little significance. Just as he is about to depart, Zhu Wushi calls out to him again. Young friend, might I request 2 bottles of your beauty-enhancing elixir? Rest assured, I shall not take advantage of you. I will pay the proper price. Su Huai'an, having anticipated this, retrieves a bottle of pills from his pocket. It is only natural that someone like Zhu Wushi, who remains devoted to a deceased beloved and vows lifelong celibacy, would seek a bottle of such elixir. Just as he is about to leave, Zhu Wushi's voice rings out once more. Young friend, were you truly unafraid of my making a move? Su Huai'an merely turns back with a smile, offering no reply as he strides onward. Upon reflection, he realizes that Zhu Wushi was merely testing him and would never inflict harm. However, he chooses not to dwell on it. He acknowledges Zhu Wushi's formidable strength, recognizing that he is far from a match at present. Should a confrontation arise, defeat would be inevitable. Yet, the notion of Zhu Wushi wishing him harm is utterly unfathomable. Even a terrestrial immortal would not possess absolute certainty in subduing him. Zhu Wushi stands in the grand hall, his gaze unwavering. This young man possesses extraordinary talent and an exceptional temperament. Fortuitously, they forged a bond years ago. Otherwise, the nature of their relationship, friend or foe, would remain uncertain. While he harbors unwavering confidence in himself, he understands that no one desires an adversary of such caliber. Su Huai'an does not request any money. He simply mentions that during his period of seclusion, his wife may venture outside. The intention is clear. He has numerous skilled individuals at his disposal, making the protection of Li Hanyi a trivial matter. Su Huai'an has long returned to his chamber, which is adjoined by a small alchemy room. Despite its modest size, it is fully equipped, clearly prepared for his use. After conferring with Li Hanyi, he closes the heavy stone door of the alchemy chamber. Chapter 124. The transformation of Zhu Wushi. On this day, Zhu Wushi had waited for a considerable time, anticipating the next advancement in the elixir and the coveted pill he had long desired. With it, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. After a day and night of seclusion, he was preparing to refine what was reputed to be a sacred-grade elixir, demanding utmost precision and diligence. The auxiliary materials alone comprised 23 rare herbs, each extraordinarily difficult to procure. Among them was bone fragrance grass, a rare variant of common herbs, seldom encountered. The previously elusive primary ingredient had, after the first auction, finally come into his possession. Several hours later, having completed the necessary preparations, he commenced the formal alchemical process. At his current level of expertise, the time required to refine even the finest elixirs would not exceed 3 hours. As his skills evolved, he had developed a novel approach that allowed him to simplify and expedite the process. Should other alchemists witness this, they would undoubtedly be left astounded, for none dared to bypass essential steps. Such simplification typically led only to failure. However, Zhu Wushi held unwavering confidence in himself, having successfully employed this method 6 months prior. Nevertheless, when it came to sacred-grade elixirs, even he adhered to a meticulous protocol. The gradual and painstaking refinement spanned what felt like an eternity, and before he knew it, a full day and night had elapsed. Upon emerging from his chamber, he felt somewhat drained, yet the brilliance in his eyes shone brighter than before, exuding an extraordinary aura of mastery, signifying a transformation in his alchemical prowess. The prolonged mental focus had been akin to enduring a relentless battle, resulting in considerable psychological fatigue. After exchanging a few words with Li Hanyi, he succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber. In the brief span of a day, however, the external situation had undergone a sweeping transformation that impacted the entire court. While outwardly calm, tumultuous undercurrents surged beneath the surface, unbeknownst to all. The origins of this upheaval could be traced back to the previous day. After conversing with Su Huai'an, Zhu Wushi departed with an air of determination, striding purposefully toward the imperial palace. Given his current standing, he was regarded as second only to the emperor, with the sole exception of Cao Zhengshun of the Eastern Depot. Who could rival him? Yet, as a royal uncle, Zhu Wushi's reputation overshadowed that of Cao. His aim was to seek an audience with the emperor, and none would dare impede his path. The current sovereign of the Ming dynasty was Emperor Zhengde, Zhu Hozhao, who was also Zhu Wushi's junior. Their private meetings required little formality. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhu Wushi articulated his purpose. "Your Majesty, I wish to take Su Xian as my wife. I humbly request your blessing for our union." The youthful emperor, observing the imposing presence of his uncle, contemplated the matter before diplomatically declining. "Uncle, why do you insist on marrying Su Xian? My late father decreed that you were not to wed her. Though he has passed, that edict remains difficult to amend. Even as the sovereign, I would rather not offend you, my esteemed uncle. I have taken Su Xian as my wife. What objection can there be? The late emperor has been deceased for many years, and I hope your Majesty can issue a decree to amend this." Zhu Wushi is well aware that this situation will put the emperor in a difficult position, yet he remains indifferent. In the beginning, when he sought to marry her, the late emperor disapproved, forcing her to part ways with him. Now that the late emperor has passed and the throne has not been bequeathed to him, he merely wishes to take a wife, yet they still refuse to consent. It can be said that his mood is quite dismal, and the emperor finds himself hesitating. He ultimately decides to ease the tension between both parties and summons a young eunuch to announce the arrival of 2 esteemed ministers from the court. "Your Highness, why not allow me to confer with several other ministers before providing you with a response tomorrow?" "No matter, I can wait," he replies. Zhu Wushi remains seated in the chamber, seemingly oblivious to the young emperor's hint to depart, awaiting the arrival of the ministers. The emperor, left with no alternative, can only bide his time. After a wait of more than half an hour, 2 ministers finally enter. The palace is vast, and the imperial city is expansive. Given the eunuch's message and the minister's arrival, this pace is already quite swift. The emperor presents the matter to the 2 ministers and inquires about their opinions. "Your Majesty, I believe this matter is ill-advised." The emperor casts a sidelong glance at Zhu Wushi, maintaining an impassive expression that signals him to continue. "The late emperor's decree cannot be altered at will. I believe that the esteemed lord is not well suited for Su Xian. I implore your Majesty to deliberate further." "I concur," the other minister adds. Zhu Wusher's expression immediately darkens, his fury igniting as he glares at the two. Do my actions require your guidance? The previously shrewd and calculating demeanor vanishes, replaced by a tempest of wrath. His vital energy envelopes him, exuding the aura of an unparalleled powerhouse. Directed fiercely at the two men, the ministers are filled with trepidation, yet they take solace in the presence of the emperor, believing he would not dare to act against them. Weixiong was once the wife of Gu Santong, and now that he is dead, she ought to live as a widow for the rest of her days, never to marry another, let alone becoming a consort. The idea of elevating her to such a status is utterly inappropriate. Their tone softens considerably, primarily due to Zhu Wusher's overwhelming presence. However, they remain unaware that they have invoked the name Zhu Wusher despises most. Is it true that once a woman marries, she is destined to be tied to a single man, even if that man dies the very next day or never loved her at all? Must she resign herself to a life of solitude? In every circumstance and setting, Zhu Wusher can maintain his composure, yet the specter of Gu Santong remains an insurmountable pain, fueling his rage as he gazes at the two with murderous intent. In his heart, he has already sentenced them to death. The emperor, sensing the precariousness of the situation, hastily intervenes. How about this, my uncle? Grant me 3 days' time. I shall consider this matter thoroughly and provide you with a satisfactory response. Very well. I shall await your word, your majesty, Zhu Wusher concedes, casting a cold glance at the ministers before silently departing. To dare defy the late emperor's decree is nothing short of treasonous. Only after witnessing the divine envoy's departure did the ministers express their discontent. The emperor found their indignation amusing. They had remained silent while he was present, yet now their true motives surfaced. For 2 decades, the divine envoy had demonstrated unwavering loyalty to the nation, risking his life without seeking fame or fortune. His deep affection for Miss Suxin, though momentarily misrepresented, was entirely understandable. In truth, he had summoned the 2 ministers solely to shift the discord between himself and the divine envoy onto the ministers. With their rebuttal, he could navigate his role as intermediary with greater ease. Despite their profound dissatisfaction, the ministers had little recourse. The emperor's word was final. If the emperor remained unfazed by Zhu Wusher's disdain for imperial authority, how could they justify their own anger? Little did they know, the emperor was indeed perturbed, yet felt powerless to act against Zhu Wusher's formidable influence. As the emperor grappled with his own turmoil, Zhu Wusher was not without his own tribulations. He bore no concern for the emperor or the ministers. Rather, the impending realization of his long-held aspirations brought him discomfort. Yes, Suxin was the wife of Gu Santong. Yet, he too harbored love for her, and with Gu Santong deceased, what impediment was there to his intentions? Cursed be the imperial edicts, which impose a myriad of nonsensical regulations. In contrast to Zhu Wusher's discontent, Huai'an found himself in a season of triumph. Chapter 125. The Return to Simplicity in Alchemy, Refining All Things Upon Awakening. Feeling that his vitality had largely been restored, he accessed his foundational panel to review his progress. During the alchemical process, he had continually sensed alterations in his data. Congratulations to the host for successfully refining a sacred-grade elixir. 30 pieces of the Yin-Yang Harmony Pill. Experience gained. 450,000. Congratulations to the host for reaching the realm of return to simplicity in alchemy, with a root bone score of 6, comprehension of 2, and a physique increase of 30. Congratulations to the host for elevating his first ability to the realm of return to simplicity, unlocking the exclusive talent, refining all things. Host, Huai'an, age, 20, realm, peak innate, physique, 810, root bone, 81, heavenly genius, comprehension, 86, heavenly genius, mental techniques martial arts, mastery of the 9-yang divine art, 3050. 000, initial mastery of the supreme Taijiquan, 32, 150, 000, mastery of the superior sword technique, blood refining sword method, 6, 210, 000, mastery of the superior leg technique, wind chasing leg, 23, 000, mastery of the intermediate leg technique, illusory cloud leg, 4, 335, 000. Basic sword technique, return to simplicity, 380, 0009, 999, 999, peak mastery of basic body technique, 5, 058, 000, basic spear technique, return to simplicity, 65, 165, 9, 990, 000, peak mastery of the rare body technique, gentleman's journey, 8, 00050, 000. Abilities, alchemist return to simplicity, 20, 846, 99, 999, 999. Mastery in medicine, 14, 200, 000. Talent. Refining all things. There is no elixir you cannot refine. If you desire it, you can comprehend various uncharted and unattainable formulas. Currently, below the level of unparalleled elixirs, you may create at will. Special physique, medicinal vessel physique, martial intent, sword intent of slaughter, clear heart of the sword, 201. 000, sword path, transcendental realm, clear heart of the sword, 999 10, 000, stopping slaughter with slaughter intent. This ability has no realm division. The more opponents defeated, the stronger the personal intent to kill, spear intent, ultimate realm, unity of man and spear. His expectations were met. The increase in root bone was substantial, though the rise in comprehension seemed somewhat modest. He had anticipated a more balanced increment between the two. Yet it appeared he had underestimated the significance of being a heavenly genius. The root bone had risen by 6 points, perfectly aligning with the realm of heavenly genius. Logically, the advancement in alchemy should have contributed more to comprehension. However, upon reflection, achieving heavenly genius in both root bone and comprehension was already a mark of top-tier talent in the world. As his realm and martial intent in swordsmanship progressed, there would surely be opportunities for further advancement. His physique had notably improved, and upon reaching the return to simplicity stage as an alchemist, the self-disciplined and empowered system presented him with numerous formulas for sacred and unparalleled elixirs. Gathering the materials for sacred-grade elixirs had already posed a considerable challenge, making the prospect of attaining unparalleled elixirs seem distant for the time being. Moreover, the newly acquired talent filled him with unparalleled joy. The alchemical process is not merely a matter of rhetoric. It is akin to the conjuring of a master alchemist from nothingness. This signifies that regardless of whether such an elixir exists in the world, one can, through a profound understanding of the properties of medicinal herbs and their harmonious compatibility, devise a formula independently. The only lamentation is that he cannot yet create a transcendent elixir, but the alchemist's experience is still budding, and there will be opportunities in the future. The enhancement of his physique has further augmented his overall prowess. With the yin-yang fusion elixir now in hand, there is no immediate concern regarding the slow progression of his cultivation. He glanced at the abundant array of herbs beside him, his smile growing ever wider. Having secluded himself the previous day, he had not neglected matters concerning the auction house. He had long entrusted all the elixirs for 3 days to the auction house, and Li Hanyi would visit daily to retrieve the auctioned elixirs. Among the gathered herbs were many he had not dared to hope for, some even mixed in unexpectedly. It was indeed a bountiful harvest, undoubtedly aided by the auction house's operations, with the total value exceeding his expectations by a third. This underscores the significance of marketing strategies. The art of accumulating wealth is truly swift. Just as he intended to experiment with the effects of the yin-yang fusion elixir alongside Hanyi, he was interrupted by several shadow guards. "My lord, the divine envoy hopes to meet with Mr. Su." Of all times, it had to be now, disturbing his enthusiasm. Su Huai'an silently grumbled, but nonetheless followed them outside. The shadow guards felt equally helpless. They had no desire to intrude at such a late hour. They would have preferred to come during the day, but Su Huai'an had been asleep, and Li Hanyi had not permitted them to disturb him. Thus, they were compelled to wait until nightfall. However, such thoughts remained unspoken, for this gentleman was not one to provoke lightly. Su Huai'an had expected to go to the Grand Hall, but the shadow guards led him through winding paths until they arrived at the edge of a small lake. At the center of the lake stood a pavilion, where Zhu Wushi was seated alone, sipping wine. "Mr. Su, you may proceed. I shall take my leave," the guard stated, feeling that his status did not permit him to intrude further. Su Huai'an nodded, then leaped gracefully, spanning several yards. With a gentle touch of his toes upon the water's surface, he propelled himself into the pavilion. "My lord, you appear to be in less than jovial spirits," Su Huai'an remarked candidly, pouring himself a cup of wine after taking a seat. Zhu Wushi's eyes were bloodshot and filled with anguish as he hoarsely inquired, "Young friend, is there a fault in loving someone?" In response, Su Huai'an reflected momentarily before articulating, "In matters of love, there are no prescribed rights or wrongs. Does one require justification to love? No, one does not." Zhu Wushi gazed at him with a hazy expression before asking, "What drew you to Li Hanyi in the first place?" This query was one Su Huai'an himself had grappled with. He had only recently come to understand the truth. What reasons can there be for affection? Simply put, it was her beauty and figure that captivated me. Could you elaborate further? Zhu Wushi pressed. This is a question whose answer is known to all, akin to savoring hot pot while singing, only to be abruptly robbed. You find yourself gazing up at a fair-skinned, beautiful woman with long legs, who stands over you, inquiring whether you admire her. To express affection for her means survival, and it becomes an instinctive infatuation. He speaks the truth, much like the first moment he laid eyes on Li Hanyi. Initially, it was merely her beauty that captivated him, a natural inclination of man. Subsequently, he found himself inexplicably drawn in, embarking on a life of peril. He once pondered whether it was truly love or merely the possessiveness inherent in man, an inability to accept that his woman could be with another. Yet, recently he has come to a profound realization. It has always been love, past, present, and future. Unexpectedly, Zhu Wushi, upon hearing this, burst into laughter, his voice growing ever louder. The tranquil surface of the lake was disturbed, creating ripples that even caused the trees several meters away to sway gently. Su Huai'an, exuding an aura of composure, sat firmly upon the stone chair, leisurely sipping fine wine. Indeed, the royal vintage was quite exceptional, surpassing the taste of what lay beyond its walls. After a considerable pause, Zhu Wushi posed a peculiar question. "My young friend, do you know why I have summoned you to share this drink with me?" Without a moment's hesitation, Su Huai'an replied, "I do not know." Zhu Wushi showed no surprise at his response, gazing up at the luminous moon. "It is because I have discovered that within the vast expanse of Hulong Villa, there exists not a soul with whom I can share my innermost thoughts. I recall a renowned figure once telling me that knowing too many secrets not meant for one's ears can easily invite trouble." Su Huai'an swirled the exquisite wine in his glass, fixing his gaze upon Zhu Wushi, having begun to surmise the intent behind the latter's words. "Were it anyone else, I would certainly silence them permanently. However, for you, that will not be the case." Zhu Wushi then proceeded to elucidate, shedding the pretense of feigned kindness he once maintained. He recognized that he could not deceive Su Chun any longer. It was better to speak candidly. Chapter 126. The mid-level master Su Huai'an smiled faintly, awaiting further words. "Yesterday, I summoned my imperial nephew to issue a decree, appointing Su Xian as a consort." Upon hearing this, Su Huai'an immediately comprehended the situation. The emperor had certainly refused the request. Yet, not only did he decline, but he also summoned 2 ministers, attempting to persuade me to abandon this notion. As he spoke, an expression of contempt adorned Zhu Wushi's face, as he disregarded their counsel entirely. They claimed that Su Xian was his wife, destined to live as a widow for eternity, even after her husband's demise. They even invoked my deceased elder brother to pressure me, which was utterly ludicrous. Observing Zhu Wushi's struggle to suppress his fury, Su Huai'an found himself at a loss for words. Here was a man who willingly endured 2 decades of solitude for the sake of a beloved yet deceased partner. To stand before him and declare that his cherished woman should mourn another man seemed akin to provoking a tiger. This was a living grandmaster, one of formidable prowess among his peers. The fact that they were not immediately cleaved in two was a testament to their reverence for the emperor's presence. My strategic acumen, character, and demeanor far surpassed those of my imperial nephew, Su Huai'an mused, nodding in agreement. It was indeed true. The current emperor could hardly be compared to a great ruler of antiquity. He was merely a mediocrity in the grand scheme of things. Yet, in a personal comparison, he could not hold a candle to Zhu Wushi. Zhu Wushi, taken aback by this affirmation, stammered, "You consider my stance correct?" In this era, such words were considered profoundly rebellious. Even as an imperial uncle, one should not dare to compare oneself with the emperor. Su Huai'an, holding his wine cup, gazed at the joyous fish beneath the lake's surface. "Why not? Your imperial nephew is simply not your equal." "Indeed, I have not misjudged you, Su Xiaoyu," Zhu Wushi replied, his spirits lifting considerably, as if he had found a kindred spirit. "With the capabilities of my imperial nephew, what merit did he possess to ascend to the throne, let alone impede my union with Su Xian? Were I to govern the realm, the Ming dynasty would undoubtedly flourish tenfold compared to its current state." Su Huai'an nodded once more, tacitly acknowledging this assertion. En route to Shuiyue City, he had witnessed numerous impoverished souls within the Ming territory. Each was gaunt and emaciated, unable to afford a proper meal. Ultimately, the downfall of the dynasty and the suffering of the populace stemmed from the incompetence of those in power. He could not deny that had Zhu Wushi ascended to the throne, the plight of the common people would have been considerably alleviated. There would always be those who went hungry, but the extent of their suffering depended on the abilities of the dynasty's leaders. They naively believe they can suppress me through their bureaucratic might, as if I, the iron-blooded god of war, could be easily intimidated. To speak frankly, my friend, all 10 of the Ming dynasty's frontier generals have already pledged their allegiance to me. What do they possess to contend with me? Throughout Zhu Wushi's discourse, he keenly observed Su Huai'an's reactions. Yet, from beginning to end, Su Huai'an maintained an air of unruffled calm, as if he had seen through Zhu Wushi entirely. My young friend, it appears you are not at all surprised by my words. What is there to be astonished about? The prowess of the divine envoy in martial arts and strategy is unfathomable. Is it not entirely natural to harbor an interest in the imperial throne? The world has always been governed by the capable. Su Huai'an has long understood the nature of his character. Thus, surprise is unwarranted. Indeed, I command more than half of the court's military forces. What could they possibly use to contest me? All I desire is to share a life with Su Xian. And if they refuse to grant me that, then I shall seize both the empire and the beauty. Zhu Wushi downed his drink in a manner reminiscent of a disheartened individual. If they deny Su Xian the title of consort, then I shall elevate her to the position of my empress. Su Huai'an fell silent, standing by and listening to his discourse. Zhu Wushi recognized his disinterest in imperial power and spoke freely, treating him as a confidant and divulging most of his thoughts. This exchange continued for over an hour, until the twilight deepened around them. Zhu Wushi's face flushed from intoxication, and he rambled on for quite some time before pausing. Su Xiaoyu, I wish to pose 2 questions to you. Please, speak, divine envoy. Su Huai'an eagerly replied, wishing to depart, as his beautiful maiden awaited him at home. Why do you believe that I would govern the Ming better than the crown prince, rather than secretly informing him of my intent to rebel? There is no particular reason. As you mentioned, over half of the influential generals of the Ming have already pledged their loyalty to you. Power is derived from the barrel of a gun. The emperor lacks even the real authority to govern. Even if he wished to rule the world, he possesses no such qualifications. This statement rings true. How can such an emperor govern effectively? Let us not speak of Zhu Wushi's military power or Chao Jingquan's influence. Even the emperor is rendered powerless. Zhu Wushi, who initially held military authority, acquired it through careful scheming over time. Zhu Wushi felt a tremor within. Such words uttered from the lips of a youth were unexpected. Indeed, in my eyes, Liu Bang is merely a man of slight fortune. I shall be the Xiang Yu who turns the tide and claims the initiative. The crown prince adheres to the ideals of self-cultivation, family governance, and national administration, mere fanciful notions of an inexperienced young man. The second question, if placed in my position, would you choose women or the realm? Su Huai'an rose and leaped away, offering him a meaningful smile before vanishing into the night. After a moment, Zhu Wushi's expression swiftly returned to his usual demeanor. This individual must not be provoked. With his level of cultivation, how could he possibly be intoxicated? Tonight's conversation was merely a test, including the revelation of some of his own trump cards, all part of a larger scheme. Although the allegiance of several key generals is a secret not to be disclosed, sharing it with him poses no risk, as the matter has already reached a conclusion, leaving no concern of interference. I have labored for decades, awaiting this moment. He did not contemplate whether Su Huai'an would divulge their conversation. Simply knowing its contents would be enough to warrant a death sentence. Meanwhile, Su Huai'an had already conveyed the events to Li Hanyi. Zhu Wushi's ambition for rebellion? It cannot merely be described as a desire. Rather, it has reached a definitive point where his insurrection appears almost inevitable and assured of success. Li Hanyi contemplates this, noting the absence of formidable individuals surrounding the emperor. Indeed, the 4 master spies of Hulong Mountain Manor are each unparalleled experts in their own right. However, the fate of these 4 spies remains uncertain. Su Huai'an believes in Zhu Wushi's potential for success, primarily due to his confidence in Zhu himself. As for the 4 master spies he has nurtured, their loyalty is questionable, and it is uncertain whether they will mirror the betrayals depicted in the original narrative. What does this signify? It signifies nothing of consequence. Su Huai'an is unwilling to squander more time. It is late, and he must retire for the night. He retrieves the refined yin-yang convergence pill and swallows it whole, engaging in combat with Li Hanyi. The following morning, after only a few hours of sleep, Su Huai'an awakens feeling invigorated. Congratulations to the host for exhibiting self-discipline and fortitude by consuming a sacred elixir. The yin-yang convergence pill has been successfully refined, elevating him to the mid-stage of the master realm. Reward, Constitution 20, 10, 000 taels of silver. After a night of diligent effort, he has finally ascended to a higher level of cultivation. The extraordinary effects of the sacred elixir have brought him to the brink of the pinnacle of his abilities, suggesting that with another round, he might break through to the later stage. Inside the chamber, Li Hanyi remains in slumber, having also advanced her cultivation by a minor realm. Typically, aside from Su Huai'an, others cannot achieve consecutive breakthroughs through elixirs in such a short span. This could lead to unstable foundations and superficial realms. Otherwise, who would labor tirelessly in martial practice when they could simply resort to consuming drugs? However, the yin-yang convergence pill is an exception. Strictly speaking, Li Hanyi's advancement is not attributed to the elixir. Rather, she has utilized Su Huai'an's vital energy to achieve her breakthrough. A distinctive characteristic of this elixir is its ability to facilitate a mutual enhancement of cultivation when both parties possess comparable levels of prowess. Conversely, if one party is significantly more powerful, an alternative outcome ensues. The potency of the elixir is entirely absorbed by the more adept individual, while the lesser cultivator inherits the surplus vital energy to bolster their own. The quantity of yin-yang convergence pills at his disposal is sufficient to support his ascension to the Grandmaster realm. If the realms of the five qi returning to origin are indeed as Zhu Wushi asserts, he finds himself with ample time to meander through the imperial city, for he has no immediate plans to depart. After all, there are elements he holds in high regard here, and it would be preferable to acquire them discreetly before his exit. This necessitates a thorough familiarity with the imperial city, though it does not exclusively require covert methods. It would be wise to observe the circumstances for a few days before devising any plans. Chapter 127. The Golden Buddha, 9 Capitals, Instant Kill, Appointment Duel. Sometimes it truly is the case that enemies are fated to cross paths. He strolled casually through the city, intending to familiarize himself with the layout of the imperial capital and perhaps stumble upon some unexpected discoveries. Departing from the Dragon Guard Manor, he spent the better part of the day wandering, having barely traversed a small portion of the vast area. The imperial city was incomparably larger than any other town. Were it not for the considerable space occupied by the imperial palace, he would have been fortunate to have covered even a third of the city. As he contemplated concluding his day and heading back, he spotted a familiar figure, their gazes locking in recognition. "Ah, Master Su, it has been quite some time," came a voice laced with mockery, as a portly middle-aged man approached leisurely, accompanied by an unremarkable sword-wielding woman who stood silently within a few paces. "Indeed, it has been a while, Golden Buddha," Su Huai'an replied, his tone stripped of any formalities. It was clear the man had come merely to provoke him, following their last unpleasant encounter, leaving no need for pretense. The Golden Buddha grinned triumphantly, attempting to drape his arm around Su Huai'an's shoulder, only to be evaded by a subtle sidestep. With a glare, Su Huai'an prepared to depart. The Golden Buddha signaled, and the sword-wielding woman stepped forward to block his path. Only then did Su Huai'an take a moment to examine her closely. She appeared to be a martial artist at the initial stage of the Grandmaster realm. He felt no pressure emanating from her, suggesting she had yet to accumulate the experience required to reach the 3 qi convergence. Clearing his throat, the Golden Buddha introduced, "This is my bodyguard, Miss Yun." For him, finding a martial artist of the Grandmaster realm to serve as his protector was indeed a matter of pride. Su Huai'an was perplexed yet profoundly astonished. As a renowned alchemist, how could he be so misinformed? Did they not know he had previously slain a Grandmaster? Did they truly believe this woman could impede his progress? His eyes narrowed, sharp as a blade. At the instant their gazes met, the woman instinctively lowered her head, avoiding his penetrating stare. Uncontrollably, she stepped back several paces, granting him passage. Once Su Huai'an had moved away, the Golden Buddha snapped out of his stupor. "Yun, why did you let him go?" He was fully aware of her fierce disposition. She never easily conceded. "He is formidable, far more than you realize," Yun replied, her voice low, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. The Golden Buddha hesitated, caught between the desire to pursue and concern for her. "I merely wished to challenge him in alchemy. You couldn't even manage to detain him?" He lamented, recognizing his own limitations as someone inept at combat, unlike Su Huai'an, who excelled in both alchemy and martial arts. Without Yun's protection, he dared not act recklessly. Moreover, he had no intention of engaging in a full-fledged battle within the imperial city. At most, he sought a minor skirmish. After all, he had heard of Su Huai'an's prowess in slaying grandmasters and had no desire for a life-and-death struggle. Surely, a grandmaster should be capable of delaying a mere martial artist for a few seconds. Wouldn't he? Cloud was reluctant to acknowledge the truth. Yet he had no choice but to confess. In the fleeting moment he glanced at me, I lost all courage to strike. My sword trembled in my hand. His mastery of the sword far surpassed my own. I sensed that if I were to engage, I would be swiftly vanquished. As a swordsman, she possessed formidable confidence in her blade. Until now, she had never feared any opponent. Even in defeat, she had the audacity to draw her sword. However, this time, fear gripped her heart. Confronting Su Huai'an felt akin to facing a divine sword capable of cleaving the heavens. She found herself utterly incapable of drawing her weapon, as if in the presence of an unparalleled sword immortal, overwhelmed by an abyss of despair. No matter from which angle she attempted to strike, death was the only outcome awaiting her. Jean Fo contemplated for a moment before relinquishing the idea. As an alchemist, he deemed it unnecessary to take such significant risks just to spar with Su Huai'an. Su Huai'an, in turn, believed the matter had concluded, and they would not seek further trouble. However, after retreating a short distance, upon encountering Jiudu, he realized the situation had turned precarious. "Ah, Master Su, what a coincidence," he remarked. "Is it?" "I beg to differ," Su Huai'an replied, arms crossed, coldly regarding the group. Jiudu had clearly come prepared, flanked by 4 men. Conversely, standing behind Su Huai'an were also 4 men, forming a tightening circle, effectively trapping him within. "Young friend Su, I have heard of your astounding combat prowess, with tales of you dispatching masters in a single strike. May I witness your skill firsthand? I advise against such a course, it would lead to your demise," Su Huai'an warned, his right hand splayed as if grasping a sword. Even when encircled by 8 martial artists, he exhibited not a trace of panic. He possessed unwavering confidence that he could annihilate them all in an instant. Jiudu smiled silently, merely gesturing. The 8 masters, in perfect synchrony, sealed off his escape route. The notion of slaying a grandmaster and maneuvering through a sea of adversaries was, in Jiudu's view, an exaggerated rumor. No master would ever achieve such feats. The saying that where there's smoke, there's fire was simply a jest to him. Having lived for decades, he had never encountered such an individual. The most gifted alchemist, the foremost among the younger generation, he himself harbored doubts. Today, he would witness whether Su Huai'an could escape the onslaught of 8 masters. Su Huai'an merely shook his head, having already pronounced a death sentence upon his adversaries. The essence of his sword intent materialized, and his figure abruptly vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, the glimmers of his sword cascading like rain along the forest path. As he passed by the assailants, he held his long sword inverted. "Choose your manner of death." Simultaneously, the 8 martial artists collapsed, each sustaining varying degrees of fatal injury. Due to the incredible speed of his strikes, it was only after their lifeless bodies hit the ground that blood erupted from their wounds. Jiudu's pupils constricted, convinced he must be hallucinating. "You have killed them all?" He is a remarkably cautious individual. Despite his disbelief that anyone could vanquish a grandmaster with the prowess of a master. Nevertheless, he has brought along 8 peak late-stage masters, each possessing the potential to transcend to the level of a grandmaster. Even if the rumors were indeed true, the combined strength of these 8 late-stage masters would surpass that of an ordinary grandmaster. Should a confrontation arise, and should he wish to withdraw, he would find himself at a loss. Regrettably, the situation unfolded in a manner entirely contrary to his expectations, as the individuals he had brought were swiftly annihilated. "It is now your turn." Su Huai'an advanced toward him, closing the distance at a deliberate pace. Yet Jiudu, being a seasoned alchemist who has traversed the martial world for many years, possessed a mind that was both astute and deeply calculating. He soon regained his composure, stepping back to create a buffer, wary of potential danger. "Su, my young friend, why must we allow trivial matters to disrupt our harmony?" Jiudu remarked. "Are you suggesting that your attempt to ambush me on the narrow path, with the intent to take my life, is merely a trifling concern?" Su Huai'an replied, a smile that was more chilling than warm gracing his lips, his tone imbued with an icy resonance that sent shivers down the spine. "After all, they are but a few inconsequential masters. Why should we regard them with such weight? Their demise holds little significance. Let us not allow this to mar the cordiality between us, for harmony begets prosperity." A semblance of a smile twisted Jiudu's features, as he sought to avoid a complete rupture in their rapport. Su Huai'an had long discerned the complexity of his intentions, and was taken aback by his remarkable forbearance. Indeed, the most dangerous hounds are often the silent ones. While the Golden Buddha was brutish and tempestuous, Jiudu's demeanor belied a heart that was ruthless and cunning. "What will you do to ensure your own survival in my presence?" As Su Huai'an drew ever closer, a glimmer of realization sparked in Jiudu's eyes. "Ah, you have arrived. Lord Xiao." Su Huai'an instinctively turned to look, spotting an amiable and scholarly-looking old eunuch approaching with measured steps. "Ah, it is indeed no small feat to enlist his assistance," he mused to himself, recognizing the figure to be none other than Qiao Zhengchun, though he wondered how he had come to be here. Upon Qiao's arrival, the weight of apprehension that had burdened Jiudu's heart lifted. "Lord Qiao, it is fortunate that you have arrived just in time." "Jiudu, my friend, you are too courteous." Chapter 128. The emergence of Qiao Yin. Dog Qiao Zhengchun exchanged a courteous gesture with him before turning his attention to Su Huai'an. "Ah, dear Su, it seems we meet again." "Indeed," Su sighed, his tone laden with an inexplicable oddity. "If it were within my power, I would truly prefer not to see you again." The realization struck him that, should he refrain from risking his life, he would undoubtedly be no match for Zhu Wushi. Yet, he pondered whether he could test the waters with Qiao Yin Dog. The more he contemplated this, the brighter his sword gleamed in his grasp. Qiao Zhengchun discerned his intentions and, with a delicate gesture, advised, Su, my friend, we are in the imperial city. One cannot act recklessly here. Engaging against a minister of the court could lead to a death sentence, and soon enough, pursuers will be upon you. However, Jiudu seemed unwilling to let the matter rest and approached to stand beside Chao Zhengchun, inquiring, Su, to be frank, your reputation looms large, greatly affecting my affairs. How about we hold an auction in the imperial city 3 days hence, where we can determine the victor? Each of us shall refine a prized elixir for sale, and the one with the higher bid shall emerge triumphant. And what shall be the stakes? The stakes shall be this. The defeated party must refrain from selling elixirs at any venue frequented by the victor henceforth. Jiudu had long pondered this wager, presenting it without a hint of hesitation. Su Huai'an mulled it over briefly before consenting. If you win, I shall vanish before you, should I triumph. You need not hide from me any longer, as I shall end your life on the spot. Jiudu frowned slightly. Your wager seems rather lopsided, does it not? What is unfair about it? Do you truly believe you can best me? Prepare for your demise, Su retorted, unperturbed by Jiudu's reservations, and turned to stride towards Hulong Mountain Manor. Su, your stakes are far too great. Jiudu attempted to interject, but was cut off by Su Huai'an's interruption. Not at all excessive. Should you lose, you shall perish. It is as simple as that. I possess the capacity to kill you, while you are utterly powerless against me. Blame your own frailty. Su aimed to dismantle Jiudu's confidence in his area of expertise, preparing to strike him down effortlessly. Were it not for this, he would have easily dispatched him on the spot. Chao Zhengchun, unable to contend with Su, recognized that he could not obstruct Jiudu's demise either. Jiudu turned to Chao Zhengchun, seeking a word of support. Alas, the latter remained steadfast, offering no counsel. Resigned to his fate, Jiudu accepted the bitter reality. He was powerless against Su Huai'an, who could extinguish his life at any moment. A man who prized safety above all, Jiudu, despite harboring doubts about Su's capacity to slay a grandmaster, had brought along 8 formidable late-stage grandmaster warriors, all to ensure a decisive strike. He even went so far as to forge connections with the Eastern Depot, securing himself a potential escape route. Chao, why not capture him? Chao Zhengchun sighed, his expression heavy with worry. I cannot, for the likelihood of successfully apprehending him is exceedingly slim. This statement holds a semblance of truth and falsehood. He indeed lacks the confidence to capture Su Huai'an alive, yet he remains quite assured of his ability to eliminate him. However, Su Huai'an is not only backed by the formidable Zhu Wushi, but also by the esteemed Master Xiang of Wudong. Furthermore, with the connections of Shuiyue City involved, the consequences of any action could be far-reaching. Yet, what he fears most is the enigmatic figure known as Wuming. Unlike the former two, Master Xiang possesses the power of Wudong, and Li Changxing has the influence of Shuiyue City. Both are tethered by their respective forces, which necessitates caution in their endeavors. In stark contrast, the heavenly sword Wuming stands alone, unencumbered by attachments. Such a solitary sword immortal is someone whom none wish to provoke. Jiudu understands this trepidation, yet chooses not to dwell on it. Chao Gonggong, why must you be so restrained? I refuse to believe that those few would seek vengeance on your behalf for an outsider. A prudent sailor navigates carefully, Chao Zhengchun replied with a smile, dismissing the matter. Were it anyone else, he might have felt untroubled. However, recent events have been tumultuous, with his arch-nemesis Zhu Wushi stirring significant unrest. Moreover, he himself harbored a preference for Su Huai'an over Jiudu had he succeeded in recruiting Su Huai'an initially. He would not have resorted to enlisting Jiudu as a fallback. Soon, only Jiudu remained, standing alone in place until Chao Zhengchun departed. Overwhelmed, he sank to the ground, his eyes ablaze with rage, unable to contain his seething fury any longer. Su Huai'an, I shall not let you escape. This was a loss of 8 late-stage master warriors, a blow to his pride that he could scarcely bear. The masters had been gathered from various sects with promises of abundant rewards, yet now they lay dead, and their sects would not simply let this transgression pass. What cost in elixirs would he have to bear to appease them? Damnable scoundrel, next time, I will see your reputation shattered. In a frenzy, he struck a stout tree trunk with a fierce punch, his vital energies spiraling out of control, causing a sweet taste in his throat as blood spewed forth. Brother Jiudu, what has driven you to such a fit of rage? The jovial voice of Jin Fo suddenly rang out, startling him into a tremor. Jiudu closed his eyes, slowly regaining his composure. What brings you here? This place had been hard won. Located on the essential route between Hulong Mountain Manor and the Imperial City, sparse in population and devoid of enforcers, making it a rare find. I merely missed you, Brother Jiudu, and came to see how you fared, Jin Fo replied, his face creased with smiles, though he feigned a sorrowful demeanor. Their relationship was not particularly amicable. Among peers, few were truly friends, often wishing ill upon one another. Their previous alliance had stemmed from Su Huai'an's high reputation, necessitating cooperation. Now, with the desire to compete diminished, thoughts of alliance became irrelevant. Do not revel in my misfortune. You are not without your own burdens, Jiudu retorted sharply. He understood that Jin Fo had also engaged in conflict with Su Huai'an and likely suffered losses of his own. I simply wish to laugh. Is that too much to ask? The golden Buddha, brimming with arrogance, could not resist twisting his rotund form, though he had suffered a setback. Witnessing Judu's misfortune lifted his spirits considerably. Judu, however, could no longer endure this mockery. With their abilities and alchemical skills nearly equal, their long-standing rivalry had always resulted in a stalemate. Being ridiculed by an old adversary was intolerable. Fueled by a pent-up fury, he sought a confrontation. Gathering all his true energy into his right hand, he unleashed a powerful strike that sliced through the air. In the next moment, however, he found himself unexpectedly crashing to the ground. Pain shot through his knees, and someone stepped firmly on his back, rendering him immobile. Straining to lift his head, he caught sight of Yun's indifferent expression. Impossible. You are still alive? It defied reason. His companions had perished, yet those of the Golden Buddha remained unscathed. He was all too familiar with Yun, a skilled fighter who had served the Golden Buddha for many years. With Yun's right foot pressing down on his back, ensuring he could not escape, a long sword was poised dangerously close to his head. The Golden Buddha swayed with delight. Who would have thought, dear Judu? Judu could hardly believe it. How could his allies be dead while Yun remained unharmed? What could possibly account for this? Unbeknownst to him, Su Huai'an indeed intended to eliminate Yun. However, upon reaching a certain level of mastery, the power of his sword intent surged exponentially. Merely locking eyes with Yun had extinguished her will to fight. The higher the realm of a swordsman, the more acutely they perceive the chasm between themselves and Su Huai'an, rendering them hesitant to act. Recognizing her predicament, Su Huai'an lost interest in killing her. Conversely, the warriors Judu had summoned, 6 men and 2 women, lacked expertise in swordsmanship, preventing them from sensing Su Huai'an's formidable presence. Crucially, the Golden Buddha harbored no murderous intent, while Judu arrived brimming with lethal energy. For Su Huai'an, who believed in the adage that it is better to strike first than to suffer the consequences later, it was a matter of preferring to kill wrongly than to let an opportunity slip away. Enough. Seeing you in such a pathetic state, I shall refrain from further taunting. The Golden Buddha signaled for Yun to release Judu. Their skirmishes had ultimately resulted in a stalemate, as neither could truly vanquish the other. Opportunities for killing were fleeting, as the networks of influence on both sides were too vast. The repercussions of any death would be irreversibly troublesome. Su Huai'an remained oblivious to the events that unfolded in his absence. Even if he were aware, it would not perturb him. He had never cared for the fate of the deceased. Li Hanyi had awakened well before noon, meditating in bed to stabilize her newfound breakthrough. Having remained in bed, her delicate, fair feet were exposed to Su Huai'an's gaze. This sight stirred something within him, compelling him to sit at the edge of the bed, eager to proceed. Yet, Li Hanyi swiftly placed her foot against his chest, pushing him backward. Do not approach. I need to rest, she said, genuinely apprehensive. Despite her rapid cultivation, she found it increasingly taxing. Enduring such intensity was a considerable test of one's fortitude. Chapter 129. Late mastery. Su Huai'an obediently took a few steps back, his heart restless yet unable to act on it. He could only lean against the chair, pouring himself a cup of tea to sip. He chose not to disclose the events of the day to Li Hanyi, for after all, it was not of great significance. The Golden Buddha and the 9 capitals were utterly beneath his notice. It was merely Chao Zhengshun who posed a slight challenge, and even that was just a minor inconvenience. At this rate, by the time we depart from the imperial city, you shall likely reach the realm of mastery. Li Hanyi's fair cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded. Her voice low. Yes, it shouldn't take long. She had never dared to dream that she could advance her martial skills in such a manner. Though it felt somewhat embarrassing to admit, it was unexpectedly comfortable. Throughout the day, she had not encountered Zhu Wushi, nor did she the following day. Su Huai'an had no intention of becoming embroiled in the royal disputes. However, residing at the Hulong Villa had sealed his fate. It was a matter of inevitability. One could not simply choose to abstain from participation. Within the imperial city, tranquility reigned, and the common folk lived in peace and prosperity. Yet within the palace, the atmosphere was fraught with tension. Zhu Wushi stood before the assembly of ministers, bowing as he requested the emperor's decree. The youthful Zhu Hozhao sat upon the dragon throne, surveying the officials below with a critical eye. I have promised my royal uncle to consider the marriage between him and Miss Suxin. What are your thoughts, esteemed ministers? In his mind, he was resolute in his refusal. How could a royal scion marry a widow? If one were to keep her in a gilded cage, Perhaps one could turn a blind eye. However, to formally wed her, was that not a disgrace to the royal family? Among those present, how many had not maneuvered their way to their current positions through cunning? Who could fail to discern the emperor's intent? The current chancellor stepped forward, clasping his hands as he presented a memorial. Your Majesty, over the past 3 days, I have received joint petitions from the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Personnel, and the Ministry of Revenue, totaling more than 500 signatures. In all, there are 4,387 documents imploring Your Majesty to disallow such an audacious act. As he spoke, he did not forget to glance at Zhu Wushi. However, Zhu Wushi paid him no heed. He had long regarded this old chancellor as inconsequential. The chancellor's words brought a glimmer of joy to Zhu Hozhao's expression, though he feigned a look of deep concern. Is that so? So many have petitioned? His brow furrowed in feigned contemplation, remaining silent, waiting for others to voice their opposition to this royal uncle. Zhu Wushi had anticipated their schemes and calmly retrieved a memorial from his robes. Your Majesty, I too have received support for my position. I beseech you to peruse this document. Oh, is that so? Let me see it. Zhu Hozhao took the memorial, unfolding it to read a few lines. His heart sank, and his face contorted into a grimace of discomfort. Almost hesitating for just a moment, he set the memorial aside. I hereby declare that the divine herald shall wed Miss Suxin on the 15th of next month, and she shall be conferred the title of consort. No one shall dissent. The officials exchanged glances, each bewildered by the unfolding events. What they had anticipated to be a prolonged and contentious discussion concluded unexpectedly. Emperor Zhu Hozhao stormed out, while Zhu Wushi, with a smirk upon his lips, regarded the assembly of civil ministers with palpable disdain before departing the grand hall alone. Upon returning to his palace chambers, Zhu Hozhao, in a fit of rage, shattered a nearby vase and let out a low, venomous growl. Damn it, Zhu Wushi, you have gone too far. His uncharacteristic outburst left his loyal ministers utterly perplexed. Unable to seek answers directly, they implored the prime minister to discreetly inquire with the Empress Dowager. Upon learning of her son's resolute decision, the Empress Dowager lost all desire to stroll through the gardens and hastily made her way to his quarters. Upon entering, she was met with a scene of disorder, prompting her to sigh deeply. What has transpired, my son? Why did you acquiesce to the request of the divine envoy? Zhu Hozhao's countenance was bleak, devoid of his usual vigor. The memorial presented to me by Zhu Wushi contains the personal letters of 8 marshals from the border, along with petitions from the city's commanding general and the minister of war. Their messages imply that should I refuse, they may incite rebellion. The Empress Dowager was taken aback. What? How could this be? Does it not suggest that the entire military of the Ming now swears allegiance to Zhu Wushi? Zhu Hozhao offered a bitter smile, feeling the flame of resistance within him extinguished. If it were only a fraction of the army, I might still have a chance to turn the tide. Yet, if even the forces within the capital have turned against me, I am rendered utterly powerless. Upon reading the memorial, he comprehended why Zhu Wushi seemed unfazed by the opposition of other officials. The ministers who dared to speak in court were predominantly civil officials, with scarcely a military general among them. Without military power, their words held no weight. The collective influence of hundreds could not rival that of a few generals. It was only at this moment that he realized he had perpetually underestimated his uncle. Even in his belief that he had overvalued him, he had still failed to grasp the extent of Zhu Wushi's silent machinations, which had allowed him to manipulate the 10 grand generals into an absolute position of control. It was clear that the time had come to employ Cao Zhengquan. With his anger subsided, Zhu Hozhao began to contemplate his future course of action. The Empress Dowager sensed his intentions and struggled to voice her concerns. Is there truly no path for mercy? She knew her son all too well. He would not leave a single survivor in his wake. From the very inception of the Eastern Depot, its purpose was to counterbalance Zhu Wushi's control over the Longshan Manor, ensuring neither could dominate the other, maintaining a precarious equilibrium. Such is the way of emperors. Do you believe that if Zhu Wushi prevails, he would spare you and me? Zhu Hozhao retorted, his resolve already firmly established. His delay in activating Cao Zhengquan had only allowed his rival to gain strength. It was time to bring matters to a close. Yet, the unpredictable tides of fate remained, leaving the future uncertain. Recently, Su Huai'an has been thriving, enjoying a life of leisure and ease. During the day, he seeks out individuals, while at night, he dedicates himself to the practice of his skills. Despite the daunting amount of vital energy required to advance from the mid-level to the late level of a master with the assistance of high-grade elixirs, his progress has been swift and unimpeded. In just one day, he successfully ascended to the late-level master stage, a mere step away from the great master realm. His vital energy has long reached saturation, and should he wish, he could challenge the great master level at any moment. However, Upon witnessing the formidable power of a great master who has undergone the threefold baptism of the five qi returning to origin, he wisely chose to forego this immediate ascension, opting instead to first transcend the threefold baptism and elevate his meridian blood energy to its utmost potential before contemplating further advancement. The five qi returning to origin is not merely a technique recorded in ancient texts. It requires the martial artist to channel their own vital energy into their body's extraordinary meridians. This process nurtures the meridians gently, expanding them to the limits of one's physical constitution. Thus, although the total amount of vital energy does not increase, the energy that can be unleashed in an instant far surpasses that of ordinary practitioners. Where others can release 30% of their vital energy in one breath, he can unleash 50% against an opponent, a disparity that is self-evident. Achieving this milestone hinges critically on the robustness of one's physical constitution. Without sufficient strength, it is an impossible feat to accomplish. This is one of the reasons why most masters opt to bypass the baptism, choosing instead to break through to the great master level. Su Huai'an's constitution is exceptional, not only among masters, but even among great masters. Few can rival him. Only those great masters who specialize in physical cultivation might stand a chance of competing with his physical prowess. Chapter 130. The fiery sun pill. The most formidable challenge of the five qi returning to origin lies in the insufficiency of physical strength. This endeavor inherently demands a considerable investment of time, and practitioners lacking in talent may never accomplish this stage throughout their lifetimes. In stark contrast, Su Huai'an possesses an exceedingly robust physique, which compels him to devote even more time to refining his constitution. However, the advantages are abundantly clear. After undergoing the five qi returning to origin, his strength will experience a remarkable enhancement. It is not merely an elevation of vital energy and constitution, but a comprehensive augmentation. Fortunately, as an alchemist, he has already concocted the Yin Jiao Rong Dan in advance, rendering the most challenging aspect of this process a mere formality. After 2 days of arduous cultivation, he has made substantial progress in the five qi returning to origin, witnessing a significant leap in his own cultivation level. In another 3 to 4 days, he will nearly succeed in unblocking all of his body's extraordinary meridians. Tomorrow marks the day he has agreed upon with Judo. Yet Su Huai'an remains unhurried. Even at the pinnacle of his alchemical prowess, he would not regard Judo with any measure of concern. Compared to his current self, with unparalleled mastery over alchemical texts, the mere presence of Judo is insignificant. Li Hanyi has also learned of this matter. Yet her silence indicates her unwavering confidence in his assured victory. Thus she refrains from further inquiries. Su Huai'an feels secure in his triumph, and Judo is equally confident in his own capabilities. Leveraging his connections with Chao Jingchan, Judo has long enlisted the assistance of individuals from the Eastern Bureau to promote his cause far and wide. The Eastern Bureau, being a formidable entity, has ensured that most renowned figures in the imperial city are aware of this event. Opinions on the matter vary widely. Some question how Judo dares to challenge Su Huai'an, a prodigious alchemist known for creating the beautifying pill. Yet, one must acknowledge Judo's status as a seasoned alchemist, who may possess some hidden trump cards. Nonetheless, regardless of what Judo might bring forth, victory is unlikely. It is crucial to recognize that the years of accumulation Judo has amassed cannot be easily compared to the nascent talents of Su Huai'an. Should they engage in a contest with a definitive outcome, if Judo were to present his cherished herbs, the victor would remain uncertain. Those privy to this affair generally share a similar perspective. The majority lean towards Su Huai'an when it comes to alchemical skills. The reason is simple. Su Huai'an's fame has soared tremendously over the past year. No martial artist above the innate realm remains unaware of him. His ability to captivate the world's attention through the beautifying pill is notable. Just as the public assumed he relied solely on this singular concoction, he astonished everyone once more at the auction, where his casually presented elixirs became the highlight of the event. On the first day, the verdict was that Judo's elixirs could not rival Su Huai'an's, yet both Jin Fo and Judo sought to reclaim their standing on the following day. However, the outcome remained unchanged. Su Huai'an's elixirs continued to steal the show. Even in his absence, having entrusted Li Hanyi with the task of procuring the materials, the auction showcased an impressive array of 9 distinct elixirs over 3 consecutive days, each exhibiting unique effects. The undeniable truth of failure loomed over the two, akin to a priceless alchemical formula that transcended mere financial valuation. These were treasures belonging solely to the alchemist, treasures no one would willingly share. They were perplexed, unable to fathom how Su Huai'an had acquired such a plethora of formulas. This bafflement contributed to the widespread belief that Judo was merely inviting humiliation upon himself. However, one undeniable fact remained. Judo had garnered fame for several decades, amassing a collection of rare herbs that could potentially turn the tide in his favor. Disregarding the incessant gossip from the outside world, Su Huai'an remained unperturbed. This duel, in a certain sense, represented a direct confrontation between the two parties. It was not only a battle between them, but also the inaugural face-off between the Eastern Bureau and the Hulong Mountain Manor. Although Judo was not technically a member of the Eastern Bureau, he had recently aligned himself with them, essentially serving as their external support. The question of whether Su Huai'an belonged to the Hulong Mountain Manor was ultimately inconsequential. Residing within the manor and maintaining a close friendship with the valiant Tai Dan, he was regarded as an ally of Zhu Wushi, which sufficed. In contrast to the Eastern Bureau's extensive support for Judo upon hearing of the duel, Zhu Wushi maintained a calm demeanor. He had even approached Su Huai'an to inquire if he required any scarce herbs, offering the myriad treasures of the Hulong Mountain Manor. Su Huai'an graciously declined, asserting his ability to manage on his own. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was noon on the following day. Su Huai'an glanced up at the blazing sun, nodding in agreement. Such weather was indeed optimal for an execution. The duel proposed by Judo had its location arranged by him. Situated in a clearing between the Hulong Mountain Manor and the Eastern Bureau, attracting a considerable crowd. Many had come merely to witness the spectacle, while others attended by invitation, eager to procure the alchemical concoctions resulting from the duel. The rules of the contest were straightforward. Each participant would present their finest elixir for auction, with the highest bid declaring the victor. Malicious price inflation was strictly prohibited, with the selling price capped at 3 times the inherent value of the elixir. All present were martial arts experts, well aware of the worth of such potions, which served to prevent any clandestine manipulation of prices and ensure fair competition. After all, if Judo or Su Huai'an sensed impending defeat, allowing their subordinates to inflate the bids would render the contest meaningless. It would no longer be a test of alchemical prowess, but rather a contest of wealth. Su Huai'an remained focused, his gaze fixated solely on Judo, observing the company surrounding his adversary. Su Xiaoyu, please, you may go first, Judo remarked with a confident smile, exuding an air of assured victory. Yet, Su Huai'an, unperturbed, cheerfully responded, you should take the lead. After all, your alchemical skills are rather lacking. If I were to go first, I fear no one would be inclined to purchase your wares. The tone of his words was undeniably audacious. Even though everyone acknowledges his alchemical prowess, it does not imply that the disparity between the two parties is as vast as he claims. Such statements seem rather presumptuous, dismissing the significance of the esteemed 9 cities. The rare display of amiability from the 9 cities swiftly transformed into a countenance of displeasure. Very well, since young Su possesses such confidence, I shall not hold back. He accepted the jade plate from his subordinate, unveiling a scarlet elixir that captivated the attention of all present. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall not keep you in suspense. This is the crowning achievement of my lifelong endeavors. With but a single pill, it can alleviate years of arduous training for a martial artist wielding potent true energy. Regrettably, despite my tireless efforts, I have only managed to gather the materials for one such elixir. His proclamation sparked immense curiosity among the crowd. Master of 9 cities, please do not prolong the suspense. What is it? Speak candidly, do not tease us. Are you attempting to deceive us? Such a miraculous elixir cannot possibly exist. Could it be a divine-grade pill? The fervor among the crowd stemmed from his declaration of having invested half a lifetime in its creation. It is well known that the Master of 9 cities has enjoyed a long and illustrious career, being a master-level warrior with a lifespan far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. He possesses an abundance of rare treasures and herbs, having undoubtedly concocted numerous exquisite elixirs. It seems implausible that he would squander half a lifetime to collect materials for just one elixir. However, Su Huai'an sighed and spoke up. The Liang pill is among the most challenging elixirs to refine, utilizing exceedingly rare materials. Even the value of a single pill is incalculably high. Observing his rival's assertion, the martial artists turned their gazes towards 9 cities. To be recognized as one of the most difficult elixirs to concoct signifies its place among the finest. One cannot fathom the terrifying effects it may possess. The Master of 9 cities wore a self-satisfied expression. Had it not been for the intention to surpass Su Huai'an, he would have been reluctant to present it. To his surprise, Su recognized the elixir's classification. Indeed, this is the Liang pill. As he reveled in his moment of prideful discourse, he was once again interrupted by Su Huai'an. Admittedly, this elixir is difficult to concoct, and the materials are indeed scarce. Yet they are not so elusive as to be unattainable. From my perspective, it is evident that you have refined this elixir more than once. Your alchemical skills must have faltered, resulting in a waste of materials. You have successfully gathered the materials for a divine-grade elixir. Why would a mere precious elixir require such arduous effort? Upon hearing these words, the triumphant demeanor of 9 cities transformed into one of dismay. Many martial artists who overheard Su Huai'an's explanation turned to observe the master of 9 cities, witnessing his disconcerted expression. Initially, they were skeptical of Su Huai'an's claims, as it is commonplace for rivals to belittle one another. However, the master's countenance, akin to one who had consumed excrement, served as an inadvertent admission of guilt. Chapter 131. The fusion of yin and yang elixir. Judu realized he had lost his composure. He never anticipated that merely glimpsing the Liang elixir would lead to the revelation of his true condition. This elixir is an exceptional remedy for healing internal cold energy, capable of eradicating one's hidden injuries with just a single dose. Upon ingestion and subsequent refinement of the elixir's energy, one would require no more than a month to recover fully. He had no desire to elaborate further, as verbosity would only lead to more errors. He succinctly articulated the elixir's effects. In the eyes of some, this elixir is invaluable, akin to a treasure beyond measure, yet to others, it holds little worth. None could have predicted that Judu would present such an elixir in a competition against Su Huai'an, leaving many puzzled. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Huai'an's gaze, albeit just a fleeting moment. Li Hanyi discerned a potential reasoning behind Judu's actions and turned to him with concern. Could it be that he, knowing he could not surpass me in alchemy, intends to secure victory through this means? Su Huai'an remained unfazed by Judu's schemes. In the face of such a stark disparity, cunning and intrigue were rendered ineffective. Judu discreetly glanced at Chao Zhengshun beside him and noted his slight nod before positioning himself at the center of the arena. Very well. We may now commence the bidding, with an opening price of 100,000 taels. This initial bid could be deemed exorbitant. It is well known that the transaction prices for rare items seldom exceed 110 or 12,000 taels. His introduction of such a lofty stake was nothing short of outrageous. Whether he felt assured or had other plans remained a mystery. The atmosphere in the venue grew tense. Despite the elixir being a remedy for internal injuries, who would casually purchase such an item? It was almost a jest. Had it been offered at a more reasonable price, perhaps it would be another matter, but who would risk their entire fortune on a single healing elixir? Noticing the lack of response, Judu maintained an air of calm and self-satisfaction. Just when the crowd presumed that Judu's auction had concluded before it even began, a voice emerged from the throng. I bid 100,000 taels. This proclamation captured the attention of everyone present, who instinctively turned to see the speaker, a gaunt man with a pallid complexion, his legs twitching intermittently. It was he, the infamous Li Hanyi, known as the blade-cutting figure. Tales from the martial world spoke of how he had been ambushed years prior, leaving him with lasting physical injuries. Who could have imagined that such a remarkable individual would be present? Many recognized him as the legendary figure who had once resounded throughout the martial realm. Su Huai'an exchanged knowing glances with Li Hanyi, signaling that he was indeed correct in his assumption. As Judu produced the elixir, both men had anticipated the appearance of such a notable character. Yet, just as everyone expected that Li Hanyi would secure the elixir, another voice chimed in. I bid 110,000, 120,000, 130,000, 140,000. Regardless of how the bidding escalated, Li Hanyi's expression remained unchanged, his demeanor as indifferent as ever, raising his bid by a steady increment of 10,000 taels each time. Many were left astonished, for this was a sum of 10,000 taels. How could they bid without a flicker of an eyelid? Did they not regard silver as currency? Yet, none could accuse them of maliciously inflating the price. Li Hanyi was beset by the injuries of winter, his cultivation stagnant for years, leaving him with a lifelong disability. To him, the Liang pill was worth any price. A perfectly reasonable sentiment. At this juncture, it was apparent to all that Judu was acting with intent. Among elixirs, the most challenging to price was the remedy for internal injuries. A martial artist unscathed would deem 10,000 taels exorbitant. However, when presented with the right patient, it became truly priceless. Alas, it appeared that Master Su was destined to lose. There was no recourse. Judu had long calculated the outcome. Victory was assured. As the price soared to 200,000 taels, many expressions had grown numb. This was an astronomical figure, and apart from Li Hanyi, few could afford such a sum. Judu, having dispelled his previous discontent, felt elated. Very well, let it be sold to Brother Li at the price of 200,000 taels. This exemplified the adage that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. The current situation aptly illustrated this truth. Aligning himself with the formidable Chao Zhengshun had indeed proved wise. Without the influence of the Eastern Depot, how could he have discovered that Li Hanyi was recuperating in the imperial city? Without this intelligence, would he have dared to wager against Su Huai'an? He was eager to see how Su intended to triumph over him. Su Xiaoyu, it's your turn. Do not forget our agreement. Of course, I remember. Should I win, I shall deal with you on the spot. There will be no other outcome. Su Huai'an stepped away from Zhu Wushi and approached Judu with a smile. The news of their duel had been disseminated by the Eastern Depot, publicly portraying Su as the losing party, forever obliged to evade the victor. It seemed, from his words, that the stakes of their contest might even be life and death. It was crucial to note that both the Eastern Depot and Hulong Villa had formidable experts present. Should a fight ensue, it could lead to dire consequences. Judu instinctively stepped back a few paces, edging closer to Cao Zhanshan for a semblance of safety. The memory of the last encounter, where 8 masters were dispatched in an instant, loomed vividly, instilling a sense of fear. His own strength, though adequate, was merely that of a typical mid-tier master. How could he possibly contend? However, Su Huai'an had ceased to regard him. Fixated instead on his intended target, none could shield those he wished to eliminate. The spectators were no longer concerned with the feud between the two. The outcome mattered little to them. Their interest lay solely in what kind of elixir Su Chun would present. Before that, however, Li Chioga first needed to demonstrate his assets, ensuring he could indeed pay the 200,000 taels. Otherwise, the transaction would be rendered void. In truth, the sum of 200,000 taels was merely a facade. No one could realistically carry such a fortune. Attempting to do so would surely lead to disaster. Typically, a martial artist might carry several hundred or 1,000 taels at most, which was already considered a significant amount. Merely covering the expenses of food and lodging would consume far less. The silver quoted by the warriors is invariably settled through their martial arts or inner cultivation techniques. In the vast land of Jiuzhou, martial arts flourish, and the emergence of martial manuals is ceaseless. Where there are rivers and lakes, there is bound to be bloodshed. Such occurrences are utterly commonplace. Recently, Li Chioga's reputation has dimmed, yet in his heyday, his name undoubtedly overshadowed all within the Ming dynasty. He was renowned as the undefeated swordsman of the Ming rivers and lakes, having emerged victorious from countless battles without a single defeat. Known for his chivalrous heart, he often drew his blade to aid those in distress, which inevitably led him to amass numerous enemies and ultimately resulted in his severe injuries and retreat from the world. Having slain countless members of the demonic sect, he naturally acquired an abundance of martial arts knowledge. His attendants swiftly presented a collection of over a dozen manuals, 7 high-quality palm techniques, 5 superior swordsmanship tomes, and 3 rare martial arts texts. This formidable collection was certainly sufficient to cover the exorbitant price of 200,000 taels, yet his demeanor remained nonchalant, devoid of any trace of regret. Having concluded his dealings, Su Huai'an then revealed his own medicinal pills. I possess no exceptional elixirs, only a single yin-yang fusion pill. Upon hearing this name, many shook their heads in disapproval. Alas, the very name indicates it is a dual cultivation pill. No matter how remarkable, it cannot possibly rival the disciples of the Huai'an sect. Such a pill would hardly fetch a high price at auction. Master Su was likely to face defeat. I suspect it won't be inexpensive either. I shall not purchase it. Indeed, even if I were to leap from here, I would not buy it. The yin-yang fusion pill, indicative of dual cultivation, remains merely a pill. It is impossible for it to compare with the real deal, as the female disciples of the Huai'an sect are each as beautiful as flowers. They specialize in dual cultivation techniques, and the speed at which one's cultivation progresses alongside them can increase by a third. The enduring companionship of these female cultivators far surpasses the worth of a single pill, and the advantages and disadvantages are clear to all. Chapter 132. A sudden strike. Their words did not sway Su Huai'an, who continued to elaborate. The purpose was straightforward. After consuming this elixir and engaging in dual cultivation with a partner, those of higher cultivation could directly elevate one realm, while those of lower cultivation could also ascend by a realm, all without any side effects. His declaration resonated like a thunderclap, captivating the minds of all present. An eager martial artist interjected, "Master Su, you have yet to specify which cultivation levels can benefit from this elevation. Surely, there must be some limitations, such as whether a first-grade martial artist can benefit, or perhaps a second-grade one." This query echoed the unspoken doubts of the crowd. They had never encountered a pill that could elevate one's realm without repercussions. If a second-grade martial artist could indeed ascend a small realm, it would be commendable. However, if first-grade martial artists, or even those of innate talent, could also partake in its benefits, it would undoubtedly be regarded as a divine elixir. There is naturally no issue for those of innate talent, Su Huai'an stated, casting a subtle glance at Li Hanyi, who could not help but roll her eyes at him before turning away. The highest it can elevate is innate talent, and the lowest, second-grade martial artists? The assembled warriors tacitly accepted that innate talent was the pinnacle of the yin-yang fusion pill, contemplating what bargaining chips they could offer in exchange. To grant both innate and second-grade martial artists a sudden elevation of a small realm was indeed remarkable. Su Huai'an waved his hand dismissively, clarifying. What I mean is that the minimum requirement is indeed innate cultivation, while the maximum should not exceed the early stage of the Grandmaster realm. After several days of consumption, he had formed a rough estimation. One dose of the elixir could feasibly enable an early-stage Grandmaster to reach the mid-stage. But transitioning from mid to late stage was entirely implausible. Before others could respond, Zhu Du erupted in laughter. Su Huai'an, do you genuinely believe yourself to be a celestial alchemist? Such Navi boasts. I have never heard of a pill capable of such feats. His disbelief was mirrored by the others present. Master Su, this jest is too grand, they exclaimed. While elevation to innate talent might be conceivable, the notion that a Grandmaster could ascend a realm merely by consuming a single pill was ludicrous. Countless individuals had lingered at the initial stage of the Grandmaster realm for decades, never advancing to the mid-stage, often passing away without achieving such progress. Now, with just one pill, could it truly be that simple? Only those who had personally experienced it, like Li Hanyi and Zhu Wushi, held any belief in him. Su Huai'an keenly noted that Chao Zhenchun appeared to be swayed, though still teetering on the edge of belief. Zhu Wushi recognized that it was time for him to step forward. I, as an elder, am willing to vouch for young friend Su. Should there be any issues with the elixir, you may seek me out at Hulong Mountain Manor. His reputation was well known throughout the Ming martial world, who did not recognize the integrity of the iron-bowled divine envoy. Last time, merely by supporting Su Huai'an, he had gained the trust of many. This time, his personal endorsement would surely carry even greater weight. However, circumstances have changed. During the previous encounter, the true martial pill crafted by Su Huai'an was unfamiliar to everyone. Yet the very existence of such a pill bore a semblance of possibility. Thus, the crowd did not entirely dismiss it, harboring a modicum of belief. This time, the yin-yang fusion pill did not seem overly far-fetched. If it truly proved effective, it would render decades of arduous cultivation by others utterly futile. Even with Zhu Wushi's personal endorsement, the majority remained in a state of cautious observation. Whether they chose to purchase or not held no significance for Zhu Wushi. It was of no consequence whatsoever. His sole purpose in stepping forward was to convey to all that Su Huai'an was his ally. No matter his actions, Zhu would offer unwavering support. This was a strategic maneuver, effectively binding the two together. Following him, Li Hanyi also proclaimed her stance, identifying herself as the second disciple of the Snow Moon City's Lord. Many were stirred by the prospect of a pill capable of facilitating a direct breakthrough in cultivation. Who wouldn't desire such an elixir? If this pill were genuine, its value would far surpass that of the Liang pill. Indeed, and without the exploitation of inflated pricing, the yin-yang fusion pill would command an even higher worth. Regrettably, I lack the funds. Otherwise, I would genuinely consider acquiring it for a trial. May I inquire, Master Su, if the pill is available for purchase? I am prepared to offer 210,000 taels. In an unexpected turn, Li Qiuge once again placed a bid, presenting a generous offer that surpassed the Liang pill's price by 1,000 taels. Su Huai'an regarded him with curiosity, his eyes betraying a hint of surprise. This individual exuded a formidable aura. Despite being a mere early-stage grandmaster, he managed to exert considerable pressure. Truly, it was most peculiar. He must have undergone 3 transformative evolutions of the 5 Qi Chaoyuan to attain the rank of a genuine grandmaster. After a moment's contemplation, Su Huai'an acquiesced. Selling to anyone was still selling. As long as it eclipsed the price set by Judo, it sufficed. The amount of money was inconsequential. He was not in need of riches. If it were not for particularly rare herbs, he would hardly find himself intrigued. Speaking of which, Li Qiuge certainly possessed considerable wealth, having amassed a total of 410,000 taels. Even an average grandmaster would struggle to produce such a sum. While other martial artists remained hesitant, the two had already solidified the price. Were they truly so impulsive? Did neither consider their actions more carefully? Judo's expression darkened, his resentment towards Li Qiuge reaching a boiling point. The scoundrel had just purchased his pill, only to pursue another. He had deliberately undercut him, and he cursed inwardly, wishing for an opportunity to retaliate. His meticulous planning hinged on the belief that he could exploit Li Qiuge's hidden vulnerabilities. Otherwise, how could he bear to part with the pill he had painstakingly concocted over a lifetime? You have lost, Judo. Su Huai'an spoke with a voice steeped in indifference, each word deliberate. I have lost, what of it? At worst, I shall avoid your presence in the future. Jiu felt a profound unease within, yet maintained a faade of composure, unwilling to reveal his waning confidence. It was essential to recognize the gravity of the stakes at hand, substantial enough to evoke a sense of pain within him. Wherever Su Huai'an appeared, he was bound to be absent, inevitably losing numerous clients in the process. Moreover, the external narrative would portray him, Jiu, a seasoned alchemist, as having succumbed to the newly emerged alchemist, Su Huai'an. To concede to the superiority of another's skill and retreat was an unbearable thought. However, when weighed against the value of his own life, reputation paled in significance. Thus, he resolved against it. Su Huai'an approached with a subtle smile, his steps deliberate. Jiu sensed impending doom and, without leaving a trace, retreated a few steps, seeking refuge closer to Xiang. How utterly disgraceful it would be. I wagered and lost. I accept my defeat and shall not linger within your sight. There is no necessity. How could a dead man ever obstruct my view? Su Huai'an's strides quickened. A mere moment prior, he stood several meters away, yet in an instant, he closed the distance to less than 5 meters, while the figure of Su Huai'an remained stationary. The speed was so remarkable that it created an afterimage. As Jiu felt the chilling intent to kill emanating from Su Huai'an, he hesitated not a moment longer, turning to flee, disregarding his dignity. Chao Gonggong, save me. If he could just cover a few paces, he would reach Chao Jingquan's side. Surely, despite Su Huai'an's immense prowess, he could not harm him in the presence of Chao Jingquan. The one I wish to kill, no one can protect. Accompanying this declaration was a flash of silvery light, as if slicing through the heavens, vanishing in an instant. How audacious! To win was one thing, but to take a life was another. Chao Jingquan had anticipated Su Huai'an might strike, yet he never imagined that, without a second thought, he would resort to lethal force following a victory, showing utter disregard for his own standing. A faint blue energy shield enveloped an area of 10 meters in an instant, encompassing Jiu, who stood 5 meters away. His attack triggered a chain reaction. Zhu Wushi scoffed disdainfully, his right hand outstretched in a grasping motion. Break for me. A continuous wave of white energy surged, crashing against the blue barrier like relentless ocean tides. They were all engaged, their hands busy. The martial artist from the Eastern Bureau and the Dragon Guard manner soon leaped into action, clashing fiercely. Jiu had believed that with Chao Jingquan's intervention, his life was secure. However, he had overestimated himself and underestimated Su Huai'an. He only glimpsed the white light flash by, his painstakingly cultivated mastery proving utterly ineffectual. By the time he attempted to gather his energy and turn to defend himself, it was too late. The blade of light struck his back. A single blow pierced through his chest. In his final moments, he could not comprehend how, with the expert Chao Jingquan present, he could not be spared even a single life. Exhausting his last vestiges of strength, he sought to turn his head. But all had become as elusive as a moon reflected upon water, and thus, his life came to an end. With a sense of unwillingness and resentment, his lifeless body fell forward, landing motionless upon the ground. Chapter 133. Aftermath. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving not only the onlooking warriors in disbelief, but even Chao Jingquan and Zhu Wushi struggling to comprehend the events. In mere moments, the victor had emerged. Despite Chao Jingquan's protective efforts, Zhu still met his demise. Moreover, Zhu Wushi's strike penetrated Chao Jingquan's protective aura, unleashing a torrent of true energy that crashed into his chest. Fortunately, he had preemptively shielded himself with his hands, barely mitigating the blow, though a trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. An oppressive silence enveloped the arena, every sound resonating starkly. Lord Shenhe's prowess was indeed formidable. Even the esteemed Chao Gonggong could not withstand his might. It was evident that the cultivation levels of both parties demonstrated that Shenhe held the upper hand. Under the same urgency, one offense and one defense should have resulted in a stalemate. However, the swift shattering of Chao Jingquan's proud innate aura revealed the stark disparity in their strengths. This sentiment echoed in the minds of nearly all present, save for Zhu Wushi and Chao Jingquan, who remained silent for a long while. Li Qiuge, fixated solely on Su Huai'an, paid no attention to others. While outsiders might have struggled to discern the truth, the involved parties, Chao Jingquan and Zhu Wushi, understood the reality. Li Qiuge had not advanced in strength for years, yet he remained the strongest warrior in the imperial city, aside from the two combatants. His gaze conveyed all that needed to be said. He had witnessed the entire battle with clarity. From an external perspective, the sequence of events unfolded as follows. Su Huai'an struck to kill, Chao Jingquan summoned his innate aura, and Zhu Wushi soon followed with his attack. Zhu Wushi's true energy surged forth, shattering the protective aura and injuring Chao Jingquan, while Su Huai'an then delivered the fatal blow to Zhu. But was this the complete truth? Not at all. The actual sequence saw Su Huai'an wielding his sword, Chao Jingquan activating his protective aura, and Zhu Wushi launching his attack. It was not Zhu Wushi who breached the innate aura. Rather, it was Su Huai'an's sword that cleaved through it. Like a dragon diving into the sea, or a sword severing all that stands in its path, it sliced through the protective energy, extinguishing Zhu's life. Only after the breach of his protective true energy did Zhu Wushi manage to land a blow that injured Qiao Jingchen. It was nearly miraculous for a late-stage grandmaster to dismantle the true energy shield of a grandmaster, particularly one renowned for its defensive capabilities. Li Qiong could scarcely fathom it. How could someone as young as Su Huai'an, barely in his 20s, possess such unparalleled swordsmanship? By virtue of this singular skill, he undeniably stood as a paragon among the younger generation, eclipsing many seasoned warriors from prior eras. He could not help but question himself. If he were to engage, could he achieve such prowess? Ultimately, he shook his head. Had he not stagnated in his cultivation for years, perhaps he could have. Yet in his current state, it was utterly unattainable. Qiao Jingchen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his finger and smiled at Su Huai'an. Master Su, your swordplay is astonishing. It truly commands admiration. Spare us the petty tricks, they are quite tiresome. If you wish to attempt something, why not come forth and try? However, Su Huai'an remained ungrateful. His sword pointed directly at Qiao Jingchen, his entire being radiating an extraordinary battle intent. Zhu Wushi remained silent, chuckling behind them. Witnessing his longtime rival encounter difficulties brought him a sense of delight. Qiao Jingchen glanced at the two, ultimately choosing to clasp his hands in respect. Master Su's swordsmanship was unparalleled. He would have the opportunity to learn from it. The challenges posed by Su Huai'an had far exceeded his expectations, and with Zhu Wushi's involvement, he realized he had no choice but to concede today. With a wave of his hand, Zhu Wushi mirrored the gesture. The tumultuous conflict between the Eastern Factory and the dragon-protecting manor guards immediately ceased, retreating once more into the shadows. After casting a lingering glance at Su Huai'an, he reluctantly led his men away. Confrontation would only lead to annihilation. While he bore no fear of Zhu Wushi, none of his allies could withstand Su Huai'an's prowess. In a true battle, the outcome remained uncertain, yet it was undeniable that many would perish. Su Huai'an remained undeterred, casting aside his silver-white longsword, its ethereal essence dissipating into nothingness. Within mere days, he had broken through 2 realms, experiencing a modest enhancement in his constitution. However, the overall quantity of his vital energy had doubled, amplifying his strength several-fold compared to just days prior. Should Qiao Jingchen fail to recognize the gravity of the situation, he would not hesitate to use him as a means to test his swordsmanship. With the acquisition of the Yin-Yang fusion pill, his cultivation accelerated remarkably, evolving stronger with each passing moment. Even Zhu Wushi could sense the considerable distance between them compared to 2 days prior. This incident warranted gratitude towards Brother Li for his assistance. Su Huai'an sheathed his sword intent, immediately donning a cheerful expression as he smiled at Li Qiong. Do not concern yourself. I, too, was deceived by Judu, unwilling to play the role of the fool. While Li Qiong genuinely admired his swordsmanship, he refrained from ingratiating himself, opting instead for candor. On that day, Qiao Jingchen approached me, claiming to possess a remedy capable of curing my cold poison. Yet, he refused to sell it directly, insisting on waiting until today, and even sought to inflate the price. My frustration compelled me to intentionally purchase your elixir. Initially, he had been indifferent to the matter, acknowledging that Judu's self-produced elixirs were theirs to sell as they pleased. However, their deliberate leaks and attempts to raise the price left him feeling quite displeased. The Liang pill held little value for most, yet for him, it was a coveted treasure sought throughout his life. He had contemplated that even if it cost 210,000 or even 300,000 taels, it would be a worthy investment for his future. Yet Judu's machinations to artificially inflate the price soured his sentiment, leading him to remain at a standstill. At present, even a minor ailment could hinder his ascent to the pinnacle of martial arts. The Yin-Yang fusion pill was precisely what he needed for his recovery, and he promptly acquired it, intending to give Judu a taste of their own medicine. Little did he know that the wager was not merely a retreat for the victor, but a life-and-death struggle. Judu, being a petty individual, was hardly worth mentioning. The outcome of this day held little significance. Su Huai'an's demeanor was unruffled, entirely unlike someone who had just slain a prized alchemist. Upon addressing this matter, Li Qiong also grew somewhat curious, offering a respectful nod. Do you not fear the possibility of defeat? It is impossible for him to prevail. Even if Brother Li abstains from purchasing, the price of my elixir will undoubtedly surpass that of the luminous sun pill, and his failure is fated. From what I've heard, it appears that Jiu once led a group to besiege the Su brothers, thus forging a deep-seated enmity. Su Huai'an merely smiled and remained silent, choosing not to respond. With the deceased, past grievances need not be revisited. Apart from Su Huai'an himself, no one comprehends his relentless pursuit of Jiu. Even fewer are aware that this individual had long since been inscribed on his list of targets since the time of Taishan City. Matters of life and death concern only those directly involved. The masses are primarily preoccupied with their own interests. Master Su, let us set aside the matter with Jiu for now. What shall we do about this elixir? Indeed, how shall we ascertain the authenticity of your yin-yang convergence pill? Unlike the luminous sun pill, which can be validated simply by Li Hanyi overcoming his cold poison, the efficacy of Su Huai'an's elixir requires consumption at night before revealing its effects. Moreover, one cannot expect to witness the process in person. Even if Li Daxiao's cold poison remains, the luminous sun pill necessitates several days for its effects to be digested. It is also plausible that he has found a breakthrough opportunity through diligent accumulation. Su Huai'an simply observed the maid beside Li Hanyi with a smile, remaining taciturn. Noticing this, Li Hanyi stepped forward to elucidate, stating that the yin-yang convergence pill can enhance the cultivation of both parties. Thus, one need only evaluate the prowess of Li Daxiao and his maid to discern its authenticity. Li Hanyi's face flushed, and after much hesitation, he ultimately refrained from refuting. He wished to clarify that he and Yun Mei were not entangled in such a relationship, yet upon encountering Yun Mei's kind gaze, he chose, from the depths of his heart, to remain silent. Very well, everyone, we shall conclude for today. Once brotherly demonstrates the efficacy of the elixir, you are all welcome to engage in trade with me. It will be a first-come, first-served basis, as my stock is limited. The materials are exceedingly rare. Su Huai'an made a subtle promotion for himself before departing with Li Hanyi, leaving behind a crowd with varied thoughts, gazing at their retreating figures for a prolonged silence. Those present were predominantly the elite martial artists from the vicinity of the imperial city. Chapter 134. Attitudes from all sides. Each individual possessed an abundance of extraordinary martial arts treasures, perhaps not rivaling Li Hanyi, yet undeniably significant. The principle that a single monk fetches water, 2 monks carry water, and 3 monks find themselves without water is one well understood. At times, taking the initiative proves wise, sparing one the regret of hindsight. Zhu Wushi commanded his subordinates to disperse, choosing to walk alongside Su Huai'an alone. You have slain Judo. A decision that is far from prudent. Zhu Wushi harbored reservations about this action, but the circumstances left no room for contemplation. Standing alongside Su Huai'an meant forsaking any thoughts of aiding Judo. Those who waver are bound to achieve nothing. A mere esteemed alchemist's life, extinguished, is inconsequential. Su Huai'an, however, remained utterly indifferent, devoid of concern. Even a tyrant like Zhu Wushi could not help but acknowledge his audacity. The influence of a distinguished alchemist is formidable. Judo was a guest elder of a powerful sect from a neighboring dynasty. To slay him would likely invite retaliation. Most alchemists are not particularly strong, their martial prowess often unremarkable. Yet, the reason few dare to provoke them lies in their extensive networks. A grudge held today could summon countless masters tomorrow, eager to eliminate you in hopes of gaining favor. Once a life is extinguished, all is lost. Regardless of one's prior renown, death renders one worthless. Su Huai'an viewed this matter with equanimity. Who would seek trouble over a deceased individual? Reputation is ephemeral, and the ties of interest dissolve upon death. Should someone indeed come seeking retribution for Judo, it would be straightforward, a single sword for one, 2 swords for 2. For the first time, Zhu Wushi found himself bewildered. To him, Su Huai'an appeared to be the quintessential kind-hearted person. While he never hesitated to act ruthlessly against foes, such cruelty seemed unexpected. Surely, he would not resort to annihilating entire families. That was not his style. Meanwhile, Li Hanyi returned to his small courtyard in a carriage, clutching 2 elixirs, lost in contemplation. Years prior, his foundation had been compromised, hindering any further advancement in this life. Astoundingly, at over 50, he had the chance to mend his disability, even to ascend to the next realm. Today marked one of the happiest days in decades. Look at your foolish expression. The maid unveiled her veil, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face, smiling at him. Li Hanyi was momentarily stunned, unable to suppress a sigh. You need not accompany me. You have endured much over the years. Throughout the tumultuous ups and downs of the past decade, only Yun Mei remained by his side, unwavering in her steadfast care. Now that your ailment is healing, are you, Li the great sword immortal, preparing to return to your carefree, roguish self? You no longer have an eye for a wretched girl like me, wishing to cast me aside? Yun Mei teased, her smile radiant as she spoke. Though in jest, should he truly dare to dismiss her, it would be a different matter altogether. Such circumstances undoubtedly yield no fruitful outcomes. Li Hanyi managed a bitter smile, hastily attempting to placate the situation. How could that be? In my lifetime, I shall marry no one but Yun Mei. Having endured years of disability, He had come to perceive the coldness of human relationships. Which of his former brothers or lovers had ever come to see him? Throughout these years, despite his setbacks in martial arts leading to a temperament marked by volatility, Yunmei remained steadfastly by his side. Regardless of his outbursts, she would only respond with gentle reassurances. It is worth noting that Yunmei had once been a martial genius in her youth, forsaking all fame and fortune to accompany a man rendered a recluse. Now that he harbored hopes of recovery, an unexpected pang of guilt began to linger in his heart. He spoke with utmost caution, fearful of inadvertently causing her distress. Just teasing you. First, let us refine the sunfire pill and see if it can cure my hidden ailments. Upon reaching this point, Yunmei found herself at a loss for words. Though she was no longer young, martial practitioners tend to retain a youthful appearance. She resembled a woman in her early 30s. Moreover, having devoted her life to Li Hanyi, their relationship remained undefined, leaving them both somewhat naive about matters of intimacy. 3 days swiftly passed, and upon Li Hanyi's emergence from the secluded chamber, the disheveled locks that had once adorned his head had vanished, replaced by an aura of vitality that radiated from his eyes. Now, I require your assistance, Yunmei. He enveloped her in his embrace with a mischievous grin as they entered the bedroom. The following day, he emerged with his cultivation having ascended from the initial stage of Grandmaster to the mid-stage. Yunmei too advanced from the 5 qi returning to origin to the 3 flowers gathering at the summit, each having attained a minor elevation in their respective realms. Enjoy the moment while it lasts. Do not let the golden goblet face the moon empty. Years of frustration dissipated in an instant, his cultivation flourished, and his ailments were healed. He was poised to embrace a renewed vigor in his martial journey. With gratitude for those who had aided him, he eagerly set off for Hulong Villa, intent on providing testimony for Su Huai'an. However, each individual's circumstances diverged significantly, unlike Li Chioga's joyous ascent. The atmosphere within the Eastern Depot was stifling, and Chao Zhengchun's mood was at its nadir. Su Huai'an's prowess had profoundly unsettled him. But even more shocking was the unexpected prowess of his alchemical skills. Had he known it would come to this, he would have ensured Su Huai'an was captured at the outset. Lu Shi, hunched over, cautiously entered and whispered his report. Master Chao, we have received a letter from the Qing Yamen. Chao Zhengchun lacked the inclination to attend to such trivial matters, instructing him to speak plainly. Lu Shi hesitated, torn between reluctance and fear, ultimately steeling himself to convey, they are deeply dissatisfied with the death in Judu and wish for you to eliminate Su Huai'an, seeking some form of reparation. After all, Judu was an alchemist of Qing Yamen, and his demise under your watch demands an explanation, both morally and logically. Unexpectedly, upon hearing these words, Chao Jingchuan's eyes narrowed dangerously as he regarded Lu Shi with malice. What did you say? It is not my assertion, but the exact words of the leader of Qing Yamen, Master Chao. Lu Shi, terrified, knelt on one knee, unable to summon the courage to raise his gaze. Chao Jingchun let out a cold snort, and with a flick of his right index finger, he shattered the envelope. Humph, we are in a cooperative relationship. Now that Judu is dead, does that mean the Eastern Depot has suffered no losses? The rumors circulating outside claim that this governor is inferior to Shunho. Is my loss any less significant than theirs? The humiliation from that incident is far too great. Judu's alchemy was defeated by Su Huai'an, and his own martial prowess is somewhat lacking. He could only swallow his grievances in silence, unwilling to pursue the matter further. Lu Shi did not wish to be embroiled in such affairs, deeming them far too perilous. Yet, silence was not an option. How should he respond to Qing Yamen? A response should convey that they should take it upon themselves to confront Su Huai'an and Zhu Wushi and cease to disturb me. Chao Zhengchun held Qing Yamen in utter disdain, never once contemplating any form of compensation. In his view, Judu's demise was entirely self-inflicted and bore no relation to the Eastern Depot. He had long warned Judu against provoking Su Huai'an. If he insisted on doing so, could he truly lay the blame at another's feet? It would be quite enough that he had refrained from seeking them out for trouble. Yet they dared to come demanding an explanation. Although Lu Shi felt this was improper, he did not dare to refute it. He could only acquiesce and withdraw. This exemplifies the greatest distinction between martial practitioners of the court and those of the rivers and lakes. A master alchemist is regarded as the pillar of any sect. A loss of such a person is simply intolerable. Were it another sect that had caused the death of a prized alchemist, they would not respond as Chao Zhengchun has. However, the Eastern Depot is a court power, wholly uninterested in the conventions of the rivers and lakes. Should one dare to contest this, they would soon find themselves facing the harsh reality of martial prowess. The two most formidable forces of the Ming dynasty are not mere rhetoric. The army directly under the Eastern Depot exceeds tens of thousands. Should you dare to come, the Eastern Depot would not hesitate to retaliate. Lu Shi could foresee the furious scene that would unfold once he conveyed Chao Jingshan's words to the leader of Qing Yemen. Yet, given the hierarchy of power, he was unwilling to court trouble. Typically, Chao Jingshan would not behave in such a manner, but recent misfortunes have plagued him. He has faced suppression from Zhu Wushi at court, and his endeavors in the martial world have also been unsuccessful. He senses an impending deadlock, yet is unwilling to concede defeat to Zhu Wushi so easily. The two have battled for decades, each evenly matched, both retaining their trump cards. Who could have foreseen that Zhu Wushi would command a significant portion of the dynasty's military? Even now, despite discontent among both civil and military officials regarding his actions, none can effectively challenge him. It seems that he may genuinely be on the verge of losing to Zhu Wushi. Chapter 135. The peculiarly Chogo. What should one do in such a situation? Chao Jingshan found himself in a state of uncertainty, pondering whether his years of scheming would ultimately culminate in defeat. Previously, he and Zhu Wushi had maintained a delicate balance of power, with the emperor reigning supreme in the court. However, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. Zhu Wushi, having revealed his ambitions, had long since dismissed the emperor from his considerations. Fortunately, Chao had not been entirely unprepared and still harbored hopes of turning the tide in his favor. In stark contrast to Chao's restlessness, Zhu Wushi was leisurely fishing with Su Huai'an in a pavilion at Hulong Mountain Villa. Both men appeared relaxed, relishing the joys of their pastime. As Su Huai'an engaged in casual conversation, he discreetly examined his attributes panel. Host, Su Huai'an, age, 20, realm, pinnacle grandmaster, 5 chi returning to origin. Physique, 865, root bone, 81, heavenly talent. Comprehension, 86, heavenly talent. Mind method martial arts, 9 yang divine skill, 30-50,000. Supreme Taijiquan, 32,015,000. Superior sword technique blood refinement sword formula, 6,210. Superior leg technique wind pursuit leg, 3,000. Intermediate leg technique illusory cloud leg, 4,330-500. Basic sword technique return to simplicity, 3,80,000,999,9999. Basic body technique peak mastery, 5,000 and 58,000. Basic spear technique return to simplicity, 65,165,999,000. Rare body technique gentleman's journey to great heights, 8,000 50,000. Abilities, alchemist return to simplicity, 20,846,999,999,999. Medical mastery peak mastery 14,000,200,000. Talent, alchemical omniscience. There is no elixir you cannot concoct. If you desire, you can comprehend various uncharted and unparalleled elixirs. Currently, under the realm of supreme elixirs, you may freely create your own. Special physique, medicinal jar physique, martial intent, killing sword intent clear sword heart, 200,1000. Sword Dao other shore realm clear sword heart, 9,999 10,000. With the intent to cease killing, this ability has no realm division. The more one kills, the stronger their killing intent becomes. Spear intent extreme, unity of man and spear. After 3 days of diligent cultivation, he successfully achieved the state of 5 chi returning to origin. He felt an overwhelming transformation, particularly with the total amount of true energy more than doubling. His meridians had been thoroughly unblocked, and the same amount of true energy now exhibited at least a 50% increase in potency compared to before. This was indeed the state of 5 chi returning to origin. He could only wonder what the scene of 3 flowers gathering on the ding would entail. Su Xiaoyu. In terms of swordsmanship, it is likely that no one among the grandmasters can stand beside you. Such words are an exaggeration. The divine candidate's absorption technique is the true convergence of all methods, having already entered the realm of return to simplicity. Su Huai'an was well aware of his own capabilities and did not delude himself into believing he could easily defeat Zhu Wushi. The rumors in the martial world suggested that Chao Jingshan and Zhu Wushi were nearly equal in martial prowess. Yet he could perceive that Zhu Wushi was far from simple. During his early days as a master, he had already sensed that Zhu's prowess greatly surpassed that of an ordinary grandmaster. Although he had entered the realm of 5 Chi Chaoyuan and had broken through 3 minor realms, facing Zhu Wushi still invoked a sense of unfathomable depth within him. He had not yet become so arrogant as to believe he could shatter Chao Jingchuan's innate chi with a single strike, assuming he was on par with them. At that time, Chao Jingshan had not had the opportunity to unleash his full power, while he had taken advantage of a single, concentrated blow. Moreover, he had merely pierced the outer chi, The essence of Chao Jingquan's close-range qi remained intact. Be modest, young friend. Even I harbor considerable apprehension towards your mastery of the sword, Zhu Wushi exclaimed with a hearty laugh, though his eyes betrayed a profound seriousness. This statement was a mix of truth and embellishment. While it may not have instilled true trepidation, it nonetheless conveyed a hint of respect. Su Huai'an was not easily swayed by his words and deftly shifted the conversation. I've observed that your recent condition seems less than optimal. Has something occurred? Zhu Wushi's gaze tightened, his expression growing somewhat unnatural. Although it was merely a fleeting moment, Su Huai'an noticed it. What could possibly disturb the unflappable Zhu Wushi? The answer was singular, his woman, Su Xian. However, he chose not to press further. Knowing too much about certain matters could be detrimental. Besides, he lacked interest in such affairs. Zhu Wushi opened his mouth to speak, but then caught sight of something by the lakeshore, closing his lips once more. Your Excellency. The undefeated swordsman Li Hanyi requests an audience. A man clad entirely in black robes knelt by the shore, calling out in a clear voice. Zhu Wushi gestured for him to approach, aware that he was there to find Su Huai'an. There was one thing Su Huai'an found perplexing. Why did the shadow guards don black robes? Was it not sweltering in the summer heat? While he understood the necessity for discretion in their attire, they were within the confines of Hulong Villa. Was it truly necessary to be entirely cloaked? Who could possibly see them? Nonetheless, it was their affair, and he had no desire to meddle in court matters, so he refrained from inquiring further. Before long, a figure in black approached. The newcomer possessed striking features, stood tall, and exuded an imposing aura, akin to a blade unsheathed, radiating brilliance. Su Huai'an was taken aback. The contrast was so stark that it hardly seemed the same individual. The current Li Hanyi was almost more handsome than he himself. Even Zhu Wushi's eyes sparkled with surprise. His body bristling with tension, Li Hanyi tossed his long sword into the air, directing it towards the pavilion. His form followed swiftly, arriving at the edge of the pavilion just ahead of the sword, catching it deftly with his right hand. Su Huai'an and Zhu Wushi remained unmoved at the sight of the sword, yet both were enveloped in confusion, particularly Su Huai'an. Could you not have simply approached directly? What is this about throwing the sword first? It's merely a distance of over 10 meters. A grandmaster could easily cover that in a single leap. I have recently felt a certain affinity with the sword, which has cultivated this habit. Besides, it looks quite impressive. Li Hanyi's expression was evasive. Feeling somewhat embarrassed to meet the gaze of the two, Su Huai'an truly desired to inquire, what was so appealing about this behavior? Was it charming, or merely juvenile? Did this undefeated swordsman possess some sort of mental affliction? Li Hanyi, discerning the peculiar scrutiny from the two, hastily shifted the conversation. Indeed, Master Su's elixirs were extraordinary. Both he and Yun may had experienced a breakthrough in their realms. Initially, he had little faith in his stagnant cultivation over the years. Even with the Zhuliang pill to remedy his hidden ailment, he had not anticipated any significant advancements in a short span of time. To his astonishment, after consuming the elixir, he achieved a breakthrough overnight. Not only did he surpass his previous limitations, but his cultivation soared from the peak of early Grandmaster to the zenith of mid-Grandmaster. Once the opportune moment arrived, he could attempt to advance to late Grandmaster, subsequently pursuing the elusive realm of terrestrial immortals. However, before that, he needed to stabilize his current level and refine the less-than-pure vital energy. After all, an elixir's energy could never match the purity of one's own cultivated essence. Congratulations, brotherly, on your advancement. The path to greatness is within reach, Su Huai'an remarked, pouring him a cup of tea to celebrate his breakthrough. The efficacy of the elixir exceeded his expectations, elevating him a full minor realm. Reflecting on the years of Li Hanyi's concealed affliction, despite the apparent futility of his training, it had still contributed to a substantial reservoir of vital energy, albeit concealed from ordinary perception. The elixir had acted as a catalyst, drawing forth his latent potential. Indeed, I have been observed by many on my journey here. If I wander about the city a bit longer, the effects of the elixir will be substantiated. Li Hanyi nodded slightly, accepting the compliment. Chapter 136. A talented swordmaster Su Huai'an wholeheartedly endorsed his approach. Indeed, this would suffice. Where there are people, there exists a world of intrigue, and in this realm, what travels the fastest? The whispers of gossip. Years ago, the undefeated swordsman re-emerged, now with significantly enhanced prowess. Confident that the effects of the yin-yang harmonizing pill would earn him recognition, he need not lift a finger. Simply by revealing his true essence, others would perceive his authentic level. Word would spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100, swiftly reaching the ears of all within the imperial city. To speak candidly, Master Su's alchemical skills are unparalleled throughout the realm. Among all the alchemists I have encountered, I dare say none can rival you. Xiang was not one to indulge in flattery, yet the allure of the yin-yang harmonizing pill was simply irresistible. Brotherly, if there is something amiss, speak plainly. Huai'an, astute as ever, discerned the underlying intent of his words and had no desire to beat around the bush. Zhu Wushi refrained from interjecting in their discourse, instead sipping tea and gazing contemplatively at the tranquil lake. Xiang, not one to shy away from directness, boldly inquired, "Do you still have any of those yin-yang harmonizing pills? Could you sell me another? I do possess a limited stock, but consuming too many is detrimental to your health. I intend to auction off some in due time," Huai'an replied after a moment's contemplation. Upon hearing this, Xiang nearly lost grip of his teacup, nearly letting it slip to the ground. "You mean to say you still have some in reserve? Surely, this limited stock cannot amount to merely 1 or 2 pills." He had not harbored much hope, considering the extraordinary nature of the yin-yang harmonizing pill. The effects alone indicated that the ingredients were exceedingly rare, likely requiring a search across vast distances. It was probable that Huai'an himself possessed little excess. Thus, he felt hesitant to express his desire to purchase. After all, who would not covet a pill that could directly elevate one's cultivation? There is indeed some stock, but I must caution you. Excessive consumption can be harmful. An overabundance of external forces may disturb your foundation, a truth you are surely aware of, Huai'an advised, suspecting that Xiang's rapid ascent might have clouded his judgment. It is well known that the greater the benefit a pill affords to one's cultivation, the more significant its side effects. To fully comprehend the residual potency of a single yin-yang harmonizing pill and refine the essence within his own qi, Xiang would require no less than 1 to 2 years. Otherwise, his foundational strength would inevitably be compromised. However, considering the immense advantages conferred by the pill, such a delay was entirely justifiable. After all, should he pursue a normal cultivation path, it would take him no less than 5 years to reach the mid-stage of a grandmaster. I shall not rush to utilize it. I merely wish to keep one in reserve. Xiang was well aware of this fact, yet he harbored his own intentions. His companion Yun may have followed him for many years, yet her progress in cultivation had stagnated, leaving her far behind her peers. This was a debt he owed her. Now that he had regained his strength, it was his duty to assist her. Were it not for his affection for her, he would not have so openly sought the precious elixir. Upon encountering the tenderness nestled within his gaze, Huai'an comprehended the situation at hand. The yin-yang fusion pill, if desired, could be exchanged for materials. However, this transaction would differ significantly from the previous one. The efficacy of the yin-yang fusion pill is particularly advantageous for those of lesser cultivation, especially when the disparity in cultivation levels is vast. The less experienced party merely revels in the experience, witnessing a remarkable surge in their own cultivation, mastering the purest essence of true qi in a remarkably short span of time. Xiang nodded, grasping his intent. "No problem, just state your needs outright, and I shall exert every effort to procure them for you." The prior urgency from Huai'an to resolve matters in judo, coupled with his desire to establish a reputation for his elixirs, had led to the modest price of 200,000. Naturally, he could not produce items of equivalent value again. "In a few days, I shall host another auction, possibly a trading event. I can provide you with a list of the materials I require in advance. You need only follow the inventory." Huai'an retrieved an envelope from within his robes and handed it to him. Upon opening it, Xiang's expression shifted dramatically. "Brother Su, are you serious? Do these items truly exist?" "Of course they exist. Otherwise, how would I possess knowledge of them?" Huai'an replied vaguely. "Very well, I shall attempt to procure them." "Why would you auction such a precious pill, Brother Su? Would it not be more beneficial to retain it for personal use?" Xiang surprisingly urged him against the sale of the elixir. With a gentle smile, Huai'an explained, "The materials I seek hold immense value for me. Otherwise, I would not part with the pill. Had I not discovered certain truths upon transcending the 5 qi returning to origin stage, I would never have considered auctioning the yin-yang fusion pill. It required considerable effort to gather the necessary components. Had a larger scheme not emerged, I would have never relinquished it. This singular pill could undoubtedly elevate him to the pinnacle of a master, facilitating a breakthrough into the grand master realm. Yet, for the sake of future endeavors, sacrifices must be made. Xiang, having gleaned the answers he sought, did not intend to linger. He swiftly departed from the pavilion, offering a final reminder. "Brother Su, a gentleman bears no guilt for possessing treasures. Should any troubles arise, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." He could not fathom why Huai'an would choose to sell such a pill, making it widely known. Perhaps he had his motives, every advantage carries its disadvantages. Unlike beauty-enhancing pills or true martial pills, once it became widely recognized that he could forge such an elixir, Su Huai'an would inevitably draw attention from various factions and face countless assassination attempts from rogue cultivators. Yet, Su Huai'an simply shook his head with a smile. To this day, regardless of the adversary, none could ever hope to extinguish my life. One dares to boldly expose the yin-yang fusion pill, unafraid of potential repercussions. Moreover, the grade of the elixir he speaks of is indeed a treasure, yet he has not explicitly declared it to be a sacred concoction. It appears that Li Hanyi has truly been oblivious to worldly affairs for many years, to the extent that he believes he requires protection. Zhu Wushi chuckled lightly, as if mocking, or perhaps engaging in self-deprecation. Su Huai'an directly unveiled his deceit. Residing within the imperial city is such a figure, whose every action remains under your scrutiny. This is the territory of Zhu Wushi and Chao Zhengchun, and with a superlative master not far inferior to either of them. It is inconceivable that they would not deploy surveillance to prevent their nemesis from being swayed. Zhu Wushi tacitly acknowledged this reality. Regrettably, I have attempted to win him over on numerous occasions over the years. However, his temperament is lacking, and his ambitions do not lie within the court, leading to no further developments. The title of the undefeated swordsman is one he has earned through relentless effort, mastering swordsmanship unparalleled in the Ming dynasty. This suggests he is even stronger than I had initially perceived. Su Huai'an never underestimates the heroes of the world. Every warrior capable of suppressing an era is almost invariably a candidate for the terrestrial immortals of that age. Viewed in this light, had Li Hanyi not been injured, he might have already brushed against the threshold of a terrestrial immortal. He is indeed formidable. However, in my perspective, he still falls short against Su Xiaoyu. Zhu Wushi rose, lightly gesturing towards the surface of the lake. Su Huai'an smiled in silence, refraining from addressing the query. The outcome remains uncertain. Although my sword intent has reached a profound level, my realm is still vastly inferior. Li Hanyi unmistakably embodies a superlative grandmaster who has undergone the 5 Qi Chaoyuan and 3 flowers gathering at the crown, far exceeding the typical grandmaster. The likelihood of defeating him in a higher-tier battle is exceedingly slim. Nevertheless, one certainty prevails. The victor and vanquished are indeterminate. If life and death were to be delineated, only one possibility exists: my survival and his demise. His sword intent has attained a transformative state. After years of neglecting the sword path, he has returned to peak form in a single moment. Such a person, born for the sword, is beyond envy. Zhu Wushi, rarely expressing admiration, spoke with a hint of envy regarding his innate talent. Oh, even the divine envoy harbors feelings of admiration. Su Huai'an regarded his words with skepticism. A malicious old fellow like him is surely calculating in myriad ways, and one misstep could lead one into peril. Zhu Wushi furrowed his brow slightly and remarked calmly, "This individual is indeed a prodigy of swordsmanship, and coincidentally, he has found someone who is equally infatuated with him. Now that his hidden ailments have been resolved, his path ahead appears to be unobstructed." As Su Chun had surmised, Li Hanyi's every movement remains under their watchful eye. Chapter 137. Disturbances from the outside world. Su Huai'an tossed aside the leaf he had been toying with, creating ripples upon the lake's surface. With the trading event just days away, he had solicited assistance from the cunning Shinho. If one wished to engage in trade within the imperial city, enlisting the help of local powers was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. Not to mention that Hulong Villa was the preeminent authority in the region. Their endorsement would be most advantageous. Soon, the entire martial world would be privy to the news, allowing him to maximize his profits. Zhu Wushi, intrigued by this development, inquired, "You seem rather eager of late. Given your usual demeanor, should you not wait a while longer to attract more skilled practitioners, thereby securing a better price? It is well known that the number of adept warriors in the imperial city is quite limited, if not exceedingly scarce. After all, beneath the emperor's feet, there are many martial artists and, consequently, numerous unwanted complications. Most of the renowned fighters are affiliated with Hulong Villa or the Eastern Workshop. The additional lot now present are merely those who lingered after the last auction. It is uncertain whether they will possess the materials you require. It would be wiser to let the news circulate, enticing warriors from various dynasties to converge." "I wish I could wait," Su Huai'an replied with a hint of gravity. "A storm approaches, Shinho. I fear trouble may be on the horizon." With a swift motion, he shimmered and appeared 3 zhang away, walking upon the water's surface as he strolled back to the shore. Zhu Wushi could only smile helplessly, recognizing the underlying meaning of his words. He was merely concerned that his own affairs might cast a shadow upon Su Huai'an. What a calculating little fellow he was. Nonetheless, Zhu Wushi was curious. The Su Huai'an he knew did not seem the type to engage in such ostentatious actions. What circumstances compelled him to undertake such perilous endeavors? Contemplating this, he softly called out. The lake erupted into a miniature whirlpool, and a man clad in black emerged from the water. Investigate Su Huai'an's recent activities for anything unusual, he commanded. The man complied, gliding away from the water's surface and vanishing above the bamboo grove, leaving Zhu Wushi alone in the pavilion. He was not the only one harboring such concerns. The reclusive and increasingly powerful Li Hanyi also felt a twinge of anxiety. Upon Su Huai'an's return, he shared his plans, which sent a chill down her spine. Why not return with me to Huai'an City? It is unsafe here. With my master stationed in Huai'an City, we would avoid attracting unwanted attention. While it was not to say that Hulong Villa was unsafe, indeed, in certain respects, its security rivaled that of Huai'an City. This was not his territory. Should Zhu Wushi harbor ill intentions, their safety would be compromised. However, Su Huai'an had already considered this dilemma and reassured her. There is no need for concern. I am well prepared. Zhu Wushi will not harm me. I have my own strategies in place. He had indeed taken certain measures concerning Su Xinxin, though he did not consider it as crossing any lines. Yet, there was one matter he had yet to disclose to Zhu Wushi. With this leverage in hand, he felt entirely secure that Hulong Villa would not betray him. However, you cannot fathom how many individuals may be drawn in. Although the martial artists on the surface may not appear formidable, one cannot ascertain how many grand masters lurk in the shadows. The potency of the yin-yang fusion pill is exceedingly terrifying. She has personally experienced its effects and is acutely aware of its allure for martial artists. The sensation of effortlessly transcending a realm feels almost miraculous. It is implausible for such a prodigious phenomenon to genuinely exist. My ability to consume the pills continuously is solely due to my unique constitution. For the average individual, the maximum quantity one could safely ingest is 2. Beyond that, even with subsequent refinement of internal energy, the adverse effects on one's body would be significant and irreversible. Seeing her misunderstanding, Su Qin felt compelled to disclose the drawbacks of the pills. For those with lower cultivation, there are no adverse effects. However, for those with higher cultivation, the limitations are substantial. So that is how it is. Nonetheless, you must exercise caution. Li Hanyi intended to express her willingness to assist him, but considering her own cultivation level, she refrained from speaking further. Even if she were to accompany him, she would be of little help and might even become a liability. I am invincible beneath the terrestrial immortals, and I can contend with one above, Su Huai'an proclaimed with pride. His audacity to openly reveal his alchemical skills was not reliant on the protection of the Longshan Villa. No matter how exceptional others may be, it pales in comparison to one's own abilities. With his current level of cultivation and increasingly refined sword intent, he was already a formidable opponent among grandmasters. Except for Zhu Wushi, who stands at the pinnacle of grandmasters, few could best him in combat. Furthermore, he possessed 2 life-saving pills, once consumed. Even a terrestrial immortal could be challenged. According to his conjecture, while he might not be able to win in a fight, escape would undoubtedly be feasible. After all, Wudong was not far away, and Zhang Zhenren still owed him a significant favor. He could flee directly to Wudong, where even a terrestrial immortal would be unable to contend with him. This was the worst-case scenario. It was unlikely that a martial artist of terrestrial immortal caliber would intervene. Each time he exposed his pills, it was within a manageable scope, except for the initial instance in Taishan City, where he could not reveal his status as an alchemist. He had already reached a level capable of rivaling Grand Masters when he unveiled his rare pills. The prowess that a rare alchemist could attract would not exceed that of a mid-level Grand Master. Currently, he presented the sacred yin-yang fusion pill as a rare pill and declared that it would only facilitate breakthroughs for those below mid-level Grand Masters. Exceeding this threshold would render it no different from ordinary pills for refining cultivation. At most, it might attract a high-level expert accompanied by their disciples, but it would hardly draw individuals of terrestrial immortal caliber. At such a level of cultivation, one would be quite indifferent to external possessions and would not recklessly intervene on behalf of juniors. Seeing his unwavering confidence, Li Hanyi chose not to press further. How long do you plan to remain here? Not long. Chaos is about to ensue, yet the outcome has long been predetermined. Once this matter concludes, we shall venture to the territory of the Tianxia Society, where there lies something I greatly desire. If all goes smoothly this time, my cultivation will be sufficiently advanced. Su Qin eagerly anticipated the moment he would acquire that coveted item, envisioning the heights of his cultivation. Would he ascend to the ranks of terrestrial immortals? Or perhaps directly join the celestial beings, rendering him unparalleled in the realm? Zhu, undeterred, methodically orchestrated the tasks for his subordinates, ensuring everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Ultimately, there are times when one need not take action personally. Otherwise, what purpose would there be in employing so many aides? Meanwhile, Weixiong had traversed the city multiple times, stirring curiosity among many regarding the efficacy of the elixir. Soon, word of this high-grade potion spread like wildfire among the martial artists, igniting fervent discussions. The warriors lingering in the city were all outsiders, eager for their sects to be the first to receive the news. Each dispatched homing pigeons to relay the information with utmost urgency. Have you heard? Li Qiuge's chronic ailment has been cured. Is the undefeated swordsman poised to rise again after years of silence? The crux of the matter lay not with him, but rather with the emergence of a new type of elixir in the city, capable of elevating a martial artist's realm. Is it true? Do not deceive me. Why would I deceive you? Hasn't Li Qiuge's cultivation advanced? However, I've heard it only benefits those below the mid-tier of the master rank. Is that so? Then I must procure one for myself to break through my own limitations. Do not dream. You, a mere mid-tier master, dare to compete with those formidable figures? You have a point. I truly wonder what kind of alchemist could concoct such a miraculous elixir. Who else could it be but the illustrious Master Su, who is currently in the limelight? Some individuals even resorted to selling their possessions and martial techniques to afford an elixir in a few days. Others scoffed, deeming it a ruse to deceive the masses. Humph, in my opinion, it's just an elixir. How could it possess such extraordinary effects? Yet, Li Qiuge had indeed experienced a rise in cultivation. His ailment was cured, and a breakthrough in his cultivation, after years of accumulation, was hardly surprising. Even his maid had achieved a breakthrough alongside him. If the elixir were ineffective, how could two individuals advance simultaneously? Perhaps they consumed some other potion, attributing their success to this elixir. Chapter 138. The Emperor's summons. There are certainly those who, considering themselves wise, put forth divergent opinions. Even Li Qiuge, anticipating the presence of such individuals, deliberately brought Yun Mei along to validate the efficacy of the elixir. Yet, there would still be those unwilling to believe. Such a scenario was also within Su Huai'an's expectations. It is akin to the notion that no matter how well one performs, there will always be critics claiming one could have done better. His reaction to this was one of indifference. Those who refuse to accept the evident truth are either lacking in cultivation or financial means, aware that they cannot afford the elixir and thus resorting to slander. Alternatively, they could be agents of the Eastern Factory, scheming against him in the shadows. The final possibility is that the individual in question may simply be of unsound mind, a matter too trivial to contemplate. Such low intellect might fear that consuming the yin-yang fusion pill could overwhelm their capacity, resulting in disastrous consequences. The Eastern Factory has also initiated new maneuvers. Su Huai'an and Zhu Wushi have grown closer, marking them as adversaries. They have devised a new strategy regarding the elixir. To purchase it, to forego acquiring such a valuable elixir would be sheer folly. Even if it is the opponent's pill, it is imperative to procure it. Chao Jingshun has issued a direct order to consolidate the resources accumulated by the Eastern Factory over the years. When the trading begins, they aim to exchange for as many pills as possible. They are in desperate need of experts. A single elixir could significantly enhance the prowess of a master warrior. Zhu Wushi's sentiments mirrored his own. After all, their relationship with Su Huai'an is merely one of collaboration. Prior to this, he had been unaware of the existence of the yin-yang fusion pill and now seeks to acquire two for himself. In terms of the scarcity of precious medicinal materials, no sect in the Ming dynasty can compare with the Dragon Guarding Villa and the Eastern Factory. Regardless of how many experts a sect possesses, they cannot compete with the vast network of the latter's subordinates. Before long, several days had passed, and the trading event was on the horizon. Unexpectedly, a notable figure arrived at his doorstep. Master Su, the Emperor requests your presence in the Imperial study. The Emperor's summons was something he had never anticipated. Residing in the Dragon Guarding Villa, had his intentions not been sufficiently clear? Why venture into unnecessary affairs? However, having traversed this world for some time, he realized he had yet to meet an emperor, and perhaps it would be worthwhile to make the acquaintance. With this mindset, he agreed. He and Zhu Wushi understood each other well. They were both cognizant of the other's nature. Were it someone else, Zhu Wushi might have left a contingency plan, perhaps even considering the abduction of Li Hanyi. Yet, with Su Huai'an, he felt no concern that the tables would turn against him, rendering any petty schemes unnecessary. One thing was certain. If he were to use Li Hanyi as leverage, a rupture in their relationship would be inevitable. He had long perceived Su Huai'an's character. Even the mere act of detaining Li Hanyi or any hint of unfavorable trends would shatter their already fragile camaraderie in an instant. There would be no hesitation in retaliating against him. Conversely, he was certain that Su Huai'an would have devised contingencies to ensure Li Hanyi's safety. In solitude, Li Hanyi immersed herself in her cultivation, acutely aware of her own inadequacy. Although she was praised among the younger generation for possessing the grace of a sword immortal, she felt woefully weak in comparison to her formidable adversaries, all of whom were seasoned masters in the prime of their lives. Yet, she did not lament her fate. Instead, she believed her own training was insufficient. If she could grasp the essence of sword intent, she was confident that she could hold her own even against a master. She had lingered at the threshold of understanding sword intent for far too long. It was time to transcend this final barrier. Su Huai'an, unaware of the immense pressure his rapid progress exerted on her, followed a palace eunuch towards the imperial study. Even after witnessing the exquisite lofts of Shuyua's city and the grandiose Hulong villa, he felt a flicker of astonishment upon entering the imperial palace. This was the foundation of a great dynasty, truly incomparable to other powers. Although Hulong villa was not significantly smaller than the palace, its aura paled in comparison. A sense of dominance, antiquity, and vastness enveloped him. This was the essence of one of the most powerful dynasties in the 9 provinces. Though it seemed that change was imminent. Upon arriving at the imperial study, the chief eunuch announced his presence and stood motionless at the door. Su Chan entered to find a refined-looking gentleman seated at the desk. "You must be Master Su. Please, take a seat." Su Chan, unfamiliar with court etiquette, offered a few polite remarks before sitting down. "May I inquire why His Majesty has summoned me?" The court had its own protocols, just as the martial world had its own customs. As a warrior, he could hardly bow in deference. Zhu Hozhao, unconcerned by Su Chen's lack of decorum, was aware that he needed something from him. He began to engage in small talk, sidestepping the main issue. Their conversation meandered through trivial matters, as he attempted to forge a rapport. Initially, Su Chan was able to respond amiably, but his patience waned as the dialogue dragged on. Observing his disinterest, Zhu Hozhao abandoned the pretense and broached the subject at hand. "I would like to know your opinion on the person known as Shen Ho. He's neither good nor bad." Su Huai'an replied casually. After some contemplation, Zhu Hozhao altered his approach. "Do you think I, as an emperor, am performing adequately?" "Not too bad," Su Huai'an responded, his feelings ambivalent. While he deemed Zhu Hozhao capable of being a guardian of the realm, he doubted his ambition to expand territories. One could only blame his fortune for being both fortunate and unfortunate. On one hand, he was born into a royal family and ascended the throne with ease. On the other, in this era, the presence of Zhu Wushi rendered his abilities rather mediocre. He sought to leverage the strengths of both Chao Zhengchun and Zhu Wushi to maintain his dominion while attempting to balance their influence against one another. However, he failed to manage this delicate equilibrium, leading to an imbalance that favored Zhu Wushi's dominance, leaving Chao Zhengchun powerless to contend with him. In the prosperous era of the Ming dynasty, when the populace lived in peace and contentment, one might assume that this was the essence of a sovereign's duty. However, Zhu Hozhao held a different perspective, feeling a sense of satisfaction regarding his own achievements. With the realm of Juzhou enjoying stability, conflicts among the major dynasties had become rare, each maintaining a delicate balance of power. The true measure of his governance, he believed, lay in the improving living conditions of his subjects. Yet, upon uttering these thoughts, he noticed a disconcerting change in Su Huai'an's gaze. "Your Majesty, you might consider visiting the borders to witness how many still suffer from hunger. It is not uncommon for any dynasty to have its share of impoverished citizens, yet is what you perceive the complete truth." Su Huai'an's words conveyed his disbelief, revealing that the royal influence was perhaps weaker than anticipated. It was evident that Zhu Hozhao had been misled, possibly by either Chao Zhengchun or Zhu Wushi, who had taken him on a superficial tour of the people's hardships, likely with the intention of balancing power through excessive delegation. At this moment, it was questionable how many officials remained loyal to the emperor, suggesting a troubling state of affairs. Their conversation reached an impasse, devoid of any further necessity for discussion. Nevertheless, Zhu Hozhao still contemplated a desperate bid for power, yearning for a chance to reclaim his authority. "This realm belongs to me. Those who rebel against the throne are treasonous," he declared. In response to the power struggles that threatened his reign, Su Huai'an asserted, "You are mistaken. The world does not belong to any single individual, but to all its inhabitants. It is the capable who should rise to prominence. There is no treachery in ensuring the well-being of the people. That is the hallmark of a true ruler." His voice was calm, yet resolute, reflecting his genuine beliefs. The notion of aristocracy and royal lineage seemed trivial to him, If the common folk continued to suffer under oppression, it was only a matter of time before rebellion would arise to topple ineffective leadership. The absurdity lay in the fact that the ancestors had painstakingly established this dynasty to protect the populace, yet their legacy seemed unacknowledged. Zhu Hozhao was taken aback by Su Huai'an's audacity, for in Jiuzhou, despite the flourishing martial arts, the royal family's status remained irreplaceable. Su Huai'an merely shook his head, choosing silence as he departed the imperial study, rejecting the chief eunuch's guidance and leaving the palace alone. Indeed, while the Ming dynasty was founded by his forebears, the family had ruled for centuries. It could not be expected that the throne would eternally belong to them, nor that they would always occupy a position of superiority. Furthermore, Zhu Wushi also belonged to the royal lineage, his bloodline no less pure. Chapter 139. The Dragon Element and the Blood Bodhi. In the hearts of many in ancient times, it was widely believed that imperial authority surpassed all. Yet, is this truly the case? At least in the heart of Su Chun, it is not so. However, such matters hold little interest for him. After all, he has no desire to engage in the affairs of royalty. Currently, he has garnered a certain level of fame within the imperial city. Almost every martial artist of innate realm and above is familiar with his name. Along his path, numerous individuals approached to greet him, yet he gracefully declined each interaction. Congratulations, host, for your self-discipline and perseverance in walking 10,000 meters. Physique increased by 1. The notification from the system left Su Huai'an quite astonished. It is worth noting that since his physique had been enhanced to 100 points, ordinary activities such as walking had ceased to yield any benefit. However, he seldom engaged in regular walking. More often, he relied on his movement techniques or unconsciously utilized the gentleman's journey of 1,000 miles to enhance his proficiency, seeking to elevate his skills further. Indeed, as one grows stronger, the efficacy of mere self-discipline diminishes correspondingly. Once he acquires the dragon element, he anticipates making a significant leap in his capabilities. As he ambled along the path of the Hulong Villa, lost in such thoughts, he soon arrived at his room. An astonishing chill emanated from within, a bone-chilling aura subtly palpable. Su Huai'an paused momentarily, attuned his senses, and discerned that Li Hanyi had made progress. Finally reaching the threshold of sword intent, he chose to wait outside until her aura stabilized before entering. During a breakthrough, disturbances are most unwelcome, otherwise, one risks losing all progress or even facing backlash. Upon entering, a fleeting yet brilliant cold light vanished in an instant. Unruffled, Su Huai'an extended 2 fingers of his right hand, pinching forward. Hanyi, you are being mischievous again. In his grip was the listening rain sword. While Li Hanyi exerted her strength, yet she could not draw it forth. Reluctantly, she abandoned the long sword and turned away in frustration. Oh, I never anticipated that after comprehending sword intent, the disparity between us remains so vast. Nevertheless, it is quite impressive that, at the innate realm, you can deliver such a strike. Among your peers, you have few rivals. Su Huai'an remarked with a smile. Ultimately, Hanyi had only just begun to grasp sword intent, still in the nascent stages of its formation. He had already delved into the profound mysteries of sword intent, with an additional layer of clarity in his sword heart. How could she possibly harm him? Li Hanyi was aware of this reality, yet she wished to ascertain just how significant the gap truly was. She did not expect to leave Su Huai'an flustered. At the very least, she hoped to compel him to take a step back. To her dismay, he effortlessly nullified her attack with merely 2 fingers. You are a monster. How can one of your age achieve such mastery in the sword? A genuine sense of frustration welled up within her. At this rate, she feared she would never catch up to him. It is essential to recognize that he is merely 20 years old, and his prowess in swordsmanship is unparalleled. Even the legendary sword god, Qing Shan Lao Ren, who once traversed the world, and the renowned Tian Jian Wu Ming, who dominated the martial realm for years, would not have reached such heights at his age. Oh, I had once believed that within the younger generation, my mastery of swordsmanship was unparalleled, setting me apart from my peers by a considerable margin. Little did I anticipate that the chasm between us would still be so vast. Su Huai'an smiled in silence, offering no further words. Li Hanyi, seated with one leg crossed over the other, inquired with a playful grin, how do you perceive my sword intent in comparison to your own? Su Chen blinked and replied, do you wish to hear the truth or a fabrication? What constitutes the truth, and what is mere pretense? The truth is that your sword intent is second to none, drawing near to my own. And the pretense? The pretense is that your current mastery of sword intent remains modest. Encountering me is akin to a frog in a well gazing at the moon. Once you ascend to the realm of a master and refine your sword intent further, encountering me will feel like a mayfly beholding the vast sky. Su Huai'an offered his assessment. Indeed, it was a statement rooted in truth. Yet it leaned more towards praise than disparagement. Being the foremost among the youth is a title that stems solely from the notion of first. If Li Hanyi were to be deemed the second among her peers, the gap between her and the third would be but a few steps. However, I am distinct. The second and I exist on entirely different planes, perhaps even in disparate dimensions. You are nearly capable of contending with ordinary masters, and the odds would favor you significantly. As Li Hanyi absorbed this, her expression grew increasingly grim, unable to miss the irony in his words. "Ah, so you speak in veiled terms about me. You truly are a delightful partner," she retorted, her smile tinged with a hint of malice. Su Huai'an quickly donned a cheerful demeanor to placate her. "Even if you were invincible, it does not equate to being genuinely unmatched. Men may conquer the world, yet women conquer men. In the phase of innate talent, you have already dispatched masters as effortlessly as one slices vegetables." Li Hanyi was quite content with her current prowess. Considering her original pace, achieving a breakthrough to the initial stage of innate talent at this juncture would have been commendable. Now, she found herself but a step away from the realm of the masters. Yet, comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. Su Huai'an's strength was almost incomprehensible. "The difference in our martial arts styles, coupled with the incompleteness of your swordsmanship, naturally accounts for the disparity between us, which I find entirely reasonable. After all, my sword intent was characterized by a clear mind, and the vigor of the 9 Yang divine skill was unmatched. Coupled with my formidable constitution that surpasses even that of grandmasters, it is thoroughly justifiable for me to vanquish masters. If I were to face you in combat, could I withstand 3 of your strikes?" Despite anticipating the answer, Li Hanyi could not help but voice the question. Su Huai'an chuckled, gently caressing her silky hair. "Of course, I could never bring myself to strike at you." The unexpected declaration of affection caused Li Hanyi's cheeks to flush crimson. With a soft huff, she turned her gaze away. As yet another night faded into memory, Su Huai'an's cultivation advanced once more, solidifying his mastery of the 5 Qi returning to origin realm. Approaching the pinnacle of the 3 flowers gathering at the apex, it is estimated that within 2 or 3 nights, a breakthrough shall be imminent. For an average martial artist, the essence contained within a single yin-yang fusion pill is sufficient for them to transcend their current limits. One need only observe the case of Weixiong, who, upon consuming a single pill, ascended from the early stage of Grandmaster to the mid-stage of Grandmaster with remarkable ease. Although the breakthrough to the 5 Qi returning to origin and the 3 flowers gathering at the apex is notoriously challenging, requiring an astronomical amount of vital energy, it does not reach such extremes. Ultimately, it is merely the realm of the master, and the current predicament is entirely attributable to the 9 Yang divine art. Every advantage has its corresponding disadvantage. The 9 Yang divine art has bestowed upon Su Huai'an a formidable reservoir of vital energy and power to dominate his peers. Conversely, the vital energy required for a breakthrough is also an extraordinarily daunting quantity. Under the guidance of Zhu Wushi, Su Huai'an arrived at the auction house, which had recently concluded an auction. The necessary items and individuals were still present. Zhu Wushi opted not to seek another venue, deciding instead to conduct the proceedings here. Su Huai'an had no objections, as he merely required a spacious location. The number of martial artists present this time far surpassed that of the previous gathering, with each attendee being no less than a mid-stage grandmaster. The last event had also attracted a number of innate martial artists curious about potential acquisitions. This time, however, everyone understood that this was the domain of the grandmasters, and even the master-level practitioners were merely there to bear witness, with little hope of securing any pills. Yet, they were eager to observe, as such opportunities are rare, often eluding the majority throughout their lives. This time, the auction was not presided over by Yun Miao Miao, but rather by Su Huai'an himself. "Esteemed guests, I trust you are well aware of the efficacy of these pills. I shall refrain from further elaboration. However, this auction will exclusively accept exchanges of goods. Here is the list of materials I require. Those possessing the aforementioned items are warmly invited to come forth and negotiate a trade." Upon concluding his statement, Su Huai'an cast forth dozens of material lists, each landing deftly in the hands of the attendees. This display alone elicited enthusiastic applause from the crowd, as it is far more challenging than merely showcasing destructive prowess. It fundamentally tests a martial artist's mastery over vital energy. The ability to allocate resources among dozens while maintaining finesse is a testament to the extraordinary precision of one's vital energy. As the attendees perused the materials listed, their expressions shifted dramatically, with some unable to suppress gasps of astonishment. 1,000-year Xian Yuan fruit, century-old blood wolf grass, Are these not impossible to procure? They murmured. Dragon element wind blood bodhi. This is sheer folly. Has such bizarre fauna ever existed? The incredulity was palpable, for these materials were legendary, some of which they had never even heard of before. Even those who wished to barter were confronted with the stark reality of being well-intentioned, yet powerless. Huai'an, observing the astonished martial artists, maintained a smile of satisfaction. Chapter 140. The transformation of the heart technique. The very utterance of such words signifies that the speaker is not the target he seeks, while others may remain oblivious. He possesses a keen awareness that within the gathered assembly lies the materials he requires. Were it not for the acquisition of precise intelligence, how could he have presented the yin-yang fusion pill for exchange? As anticipated, aside from the martial artists of the Grandmaster realm, nearly all the great masters were furrowing their brows in contemplation. Some cast glances at their companions, while others fixated their gaze upon Huai'an. Since I can offer this for trade, the materials listed must indeed exist. Those interested may approach for discussion. He remained unhurried. There was still a seat available at the auction platform, and he had long suspected that the endeavor would not be straightforward. Time was needed for contemplation, as well as a buffer for the others. After a brief interval, approximately the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, a female martial artist finally spoke. May I inquire how this transaction is to be conducted? 1 for 1, he replied. Regardless of the type of material presented, a 1-to-1 exchange for elixirs can be arranged. However, I must clarify that due to the rarity of these materials, my own stock is limited. Do you not think it somewhat excessive to demand such precious materials in exchange for merely one elixir? The female martial artist's expression shifted awkwardly, her hesitation palpable. The materials you seek are treasures nearly impossible to find. To put it bluntly, they are of limited quantity. One yin-yang fusion pill does not seem to warrant such immense value. Excessive? I beg to differ. Consider that a single pill capable of elevating a great master by an entire realm is invaluable. You would be hard-pressed to find such an elixir anywhere else. If you find it costly, you are entirely free to refrain from purchasing. Huai'an discerned her intentions, his tone icy. It was evident she sought to negotiate for maximum benefit, attempting to diminish the price. He had no intention of lowering his asking price. If she chose not to buy, there would be others who would. At that moment, Li Hanyi stepped forward, aligning himself with Huai'an. I can vouch for my brother Su. My own advancement in realm is irrefutable. Consuming merely one pill poses no adverse effects and guarantees an elevation in rank. Moreover, it can concurrently enhance the rank of a companion, rendering its total value no less than the materials on offer. Seeing him advocate for his cause amidst the crowd, Su Chen offered a benevolent smile, grateful for this gesture of support. The female Grandmaster hesitated once more, recalling her soul remaining blood bodhi, yet she steeled herself and stated, "This is untenable. The utility of those materials is immense. Each can serve as a resource for alchemy or artifact forging, with some even capable of enhancing one's own cultivation. In your possession, their value would multiply tenfold at the very least. If you wish to negotiate, you must present some sincerity." Huai'an smiled, though devoid of warmth. "What sincerity do you seek? I shall not allow you to suffer a loss. Let us agree on a 1-for-2 exchange. I will provide the materials, and you shall give me 2 elixirs." The female martial artist, however, feigned ignorance. Exchanging glances with her companions before responding slowly, Huai'an smiled, revealing a hint of delight. "Very well, if that is the case, then please take your leave." "What?" The female warrior was clearly taken aback, doubting her own ears. She intended to engage in a transaction, but was not keen on being treated as a fool. Regrettably, she found herself unwelcome this time. Huai'an rose from his chair and approached the woman step by step. A sense of foreboding washed over the female warrior as she glanced at several friends who had previously agreed to meet her. However, in that moment, they had turned their backs and paid her no heed. A chill ran down her spine, and her prepared words evaporated. "Will you leave of your own volition, or shall I escort you out?" Huai'an replied with a smile. "I beg your pardon, Master Su, but our sect of Harmonious Union also has limited resources. I was momentarily overwhelmed. I am willing to proceed with the transaction as per your terms." Noticing that the situation was increasingly unfavorable, she abandoned her initial bravado. She believed that, given her status as a Grandmaster and the backing of the Harmonious Union, Huai'an would surely show some consideration. While it was impossible to threaten him with her influence, she thought it reasonable to ask for some courtesy. Little did she know, Huai'an's expression darkened, leaving no room for her explanations. "If you believe the materials warrant a better deal, then seek elsewhere. I kindly ask you to leave." The female warrior seethed inwardly, yet felt utterly powerless. She had not anticipated that invoking her sect would not even afford her a chance to remain. She dared not confront Su Huai'an directly, for this was the territory of Zhu Wushi. Although she prided herself on her sex strength, she could not afford to provoke the Hulong Villa. If you wish to make my life difficult, then you shall not find ease either. The leader of the Jinyan sect, the head of the Chiha sect, and the master of Xiaya Tower, they were the ones who informed me. Since I can no longer procure elixirs, I might as well go down fighting. Who fears whom? She promptly divulged the names of the conspirators she had previously colluded with. Su Huai'an regarded her as one would a fool, utterly disregarding the opinions of the others. Do proceed, do not decline a toast, and instead drink a penalty. Despite her indignation, the woman could only depart the auction venue in frustration. The transaction resumed. Su Huai'an had faith in her words. However, it is the one who stands out that faces the brunt of the attack. He could not expel every individual she mentioned, as it was not feasible to eliminate them all. He had meticulously observed the attendees. Those she named had remained silent upon receiving the list. The reason he was resolute in expelling the Harmonious Union warrior was because he had miscalculated. He had initially thought that few possessed the materials he sought. It was only moments ago that he discovered there were far more individuals with the required materials than he had anticipated. Thus, he did not lack the presence of a Harmonious Union member. They would serve perfectly as an example. His calculations had been sound. Yet the Jojo continent was a vast world of martial arts. Various treasures exceeded the quantities he had recalled, resulting in considerable discrepancies. Master Su, I possess an item that, though not listed among the materials, may pique your interest. Su Huai'an raised an eyebrow, showing no inclination to dismiss the offer. Fear not the myriad possibilities, but rather the singular misstep. It is often what one truly requires. After perusing the contents within the elder's jade box, his expression remained placid. After a moment's contemplation, he exchanged a pill with the elder. Internally, he was elated, pleasantly surprised by the ease of his acquisition. However, the transaction must proceed, for this item would only prove useful upon reaching the pinnacle of the Grand Master realm. With the cautionary tale of the Huai'an sect in mind, the warriors present dared not entertain any ulterior motives. They all complied with the norms of trading, avoiding any melodramatic scenarios. The exchange smoothly yielded 17 yin-yang fusion pills, leaving both parties in high spirits. My apologies, esteemed guests, but today's trading concludes here. I possess no surplus pills, allowing you to freely trade for the resources you desire. After this announcement, he descended from the platform, calculating his gains. 17 pills had procured a dragon essence and 6 blood bodhi, ample for his needs. Once he achieved the breakthrough into the realm of Yang opening, these materials would serve him well. With this thought, he opened his attribute panel to verify whether his physique had reached the critical threshold. Host, Su Huai'an, age, 20, realm, pinnacle grandmaster, 5 energies converging. Physique, 885. Talent, 81, heavenly genius. Comprehension, 86, heavenly genius. Mental arts martial skills, supreme mental art. 9 suns divine skill, 30-50,000. Initial unmatched martial art, Taiji fist, 32,015,000. Superior sword technique, blood refinement sword art, 6,210,000. Superior leg technique, wind chasing leg, 2,3,000. Intermediate leg technique, illusory cloud leg, 4,335,000. Basic sword technique, return to simplicity, 3,80,000,999,9999. Basic body technique, pinnacle achievement, 5,058,000. Basic spear technique, return to simplicity, 65,165,999,0000. Rare body technique, gentleman's journey to greatness, 8,050,000. Abilities, pill master, return to simplicity, 20,846,000,999,999. Medical skill, pinnacle achievement 140,000,200,000. Talent, alchemical mastery, there is no elixir beyond your grasp. If you desire, you can comprehend various uncharted and unprecedented elixirs. In the current state of peerless elixirs, you may create freely. Special physique, elixir vile physique, martial intent, killing sword intent, clear mind of the sword, 200,1000. Sword path, beyond the realm, clear mind of the sword, 9,999 10,000. To halt killing intent. This ability has no boundary delineation. The more one kills, the stronger their killing intent becomes. Spear intent, ultimate state, unity of man and spear. My physique has improved by 20 points. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. His cultivation technique seemed somewhat off. Chapter 141. The methods of the Eastern Factory. The Zhuyang divine skill appeared to have transformed. It was no longer merely a prize technique. but had seemingly ascended to a sacred level. Had one ever heard of a martial art evolving in such a manner? This revelation left him perplexed, as he had previously examined it without noticing any changes. Observing his dazed expression, Zhu Wushi nudged him, signaling him to regain focus. Even though they were no longer engaged in trade, it remained essential to monitor the transactions of others, for there might be something of value for which he could barter later. So Huai'an regained his composure and momentarily set aside his quandary, turning his attention to the ongoing exchanges above. The trading event persisted until dusk. Most attendees departed with smiles of satisfaction, yet intriguingly, a notable number vanished from sight after leaving the crowd's gaze. So Huai'an remained oblivious to this, and even if he had been aware, it would not have concerned him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, many congregated within the grand hall of the Eastern Factory. The ancient and resplendent hall, adorned in gold and brilliance, housed Xiao Jingchun, who sat in the principal seat, surveying the martial artists below. He remained silent, leisurely sipping his tea. Lu Shi, understanding his intent, stepped forward and raised his voice, urging everyone to declare the items acquired from the exchange, particularly the yin-yang fusion pills. He warned that any attempts to conceal their spoils would sever past friendships. The martial artists, perceiving the gravity of the situation, complied without hesitation, presenting all their acquired items. They had originally attended the trade at Xiao Jingchun's behest. Lu Shi methodically collected their goods and elixirs, respectfully placing them before Xiao Jingchun. "Lord Xiao, what do you think?" Xiao Jingchun cast a glance, his expression darkening instantly as he bellowed in a shrill, accusatory tone, "Useless fools! What have you been doing? I provided you with an abundance of materials, yet you have procured only 5 pills. My initial expectation was to obtain at least half that number. What was the purpose of gathering so many grandmasters otherwise? Was it merely for amusement?" The individuals below exchanged glances, none daring to offer an explanation. Regardless of the circumstances, they were elders of their respective sections. Despite Xiao Jingchun's immense power within the Ming dynasty, he could not domineer them. Xiao Jingchun recognized his outburst and softened his tone slightly. Was there an unforeseen circumstance? The individuals before him were all grandmasters. They would serve as significant allies in the future. This was a critical juncture in his rivalry with Zhu Wushi, and antagonizing them would yield no benefit. Had it not been for the recent clandestine confrontations, where he had repeatedly found himself at a disadvantage, leading to a one-sided situation in the court, he would not have succumbed to such fury. It was puzzling that several elders from other sects had appeared at the trading event and acquired the majority of the pills. Ultimately, an elderly man spoke up. "Do you recognize those individuals?" Xiao Jingchun tentatively inquired. "In the absence of nearby martial artists, we usually have some form of acquaintance, if not a deeper connection. Yet, I find myself with no recollection of these few individuals." After pondering for a moment, the elder spoke with conviction. Xiao Jingchun let out a cold laugh, already deciphering the intricacies of the situation. "I appreciate your efforts," he said, withholding his thoughts from the group. After offering a few words of comfort, he dismissed them one by one, urging them to rest. Once the room was emptied, leaving only Lu Shi and Xiao Jingchun, Lu Shi observed his expression before quietly speaking. "Xiao Gonggong, do you suspect that the martial artists involved in the transaction of elixirs are subordinates of Zhu Wushi?" Xiao Jingchun remained noncommittal, his face etched with concern. If not him, who else possesses the capability to orchestrate such an affair? Yet, this was within my expectations. I merely did not anticipate the quantity of elixirs he acquired. The Ming dynasty is not vast, and there are only a few renowned grandmasters. It is improbable for several to emerge from thin air. Even other dynasties would take more than 3 days to arrive. Thus, it must be Zhu Wushi's clandestine machinations aligning with our own desires for the complete collection of yin-yang fusion elixirs. Who would have thought? I have fallen a step behind him. No, it is not merely a matter of lagging. Each misstep stems from my lack of information compared to his insight. The transaction at Hulong Villa yielded 10 elixirs, indicating that tumultuous times were indeed upon us. Xiao Jingchun realized he could no longer procrastinate. Otherwise, the situation would grow increasingly unfavorable for them. Lu Shi bowed and accepted the command, though unease lingered in his heart. 1 elixir enhances a realm, and 10 from Hulong Villa equate to an additional 10 grandmasters on their side. If time continues to stretch, their disadvantages will only magnify. You think I am unaware, fool? Just wait a little longer, he thought. Whatever Lu Shi could conceive, Xiao Jingchun surely fathomed as well. Yet, other concerns weighed heavily on his mind. Once he found difficult to share with Lu Shi. You should negotiate with those few individuals. It would be best to have them stay within the Eastern Depot for a while. Lu Shi acknowledged the order and departed. Xiao Jingchun rose, gazing at the expansive Eastern Depot, overwhelmed by a multitude of sentiments. After a lifetime of toil, he had nurtured the Eastern Depot to its current stature. Relinquishing it felt profoundly unjust. He had initially hoped that this transaction would allow him to procure a significant number of elixirs, thereby enhancing the strength of his subordinates. This would have increased their odds against Zhu Wushi, yet he found himself ultimately defeated. It was in vain that he had summoned a few masters from sects friendly with the Eastern Depot, hoping to conceal their identities. After all, the relationship between the Eastern Depot and Huai'an Villa had always been adversarial. Even when seeking to purchase elixirs, he could not personally attend. He could only dispatch a portion of his subordinates. Utilizing other sects as a facade was the best course of action, with the Eastern Depot providing the necessary resources. According to the explanations of those individuals, they initially could have exchanged for several more elixirs. However, a few martial artists who emerged abruptly claimed priority in the transaction, using blood bodhi as their bargaining chip. It appears that the young man named Su Huai'an has an immense demand for this item. Last time, I was unaware that our own East factory possessed several blood bodhi seeds. Perhaps I should consider exchanging them with him. However, let us refrain from making hasty decisions. It is prudent to first examine the efficacy of the elixirs. In contrast to having procured only 1/3 of the quantity from Chao Zhengchun, Zhu Wushi, in the secret passage of the Huai'an Mountain Villa, felt particularly elated. Acquiring these items would indeed solidify my plans. Were Su Huai'an present, he would undoubtedly recognize the individuals in attendance as the adept traders of elixirs with whom he had previously engaged. Indeed, Divine Envoy, this transaction has proceeded smoothly. As per your instructions, we have concealed our presence and maintained a low profile throughout our journey. No one is aware of our allegiance to you. Foolishness, Chao Zhengchun. That eunuch, aside, Su Xiaoyu has already discerned your identities. Zhu Wushi shook his head, disapproving of this perspective. The others, however, held differing views and were perplexed by his assertions. Divine Envoy, surely you jest. They have conducted their operations with utmost caution, being the elite shadow guards secretly trained by Zhu Wushi himself. No outsiders are privy to their true appearances, thus how could there be allegations of exposure? If Su Xiaoyu has indeed ascertained their identities, it is of little concern. Given his disposition, he is unlikely to become our adversary. Zhu Wushi remained unfazed by the possibility of discovery. Had it been anyone else, they might have resorted to silencing witnesses. As for Su Huai'an, such measures are unnecessary. The relationship between our parties is rather delicate. My ability to prepare the required materials in advance is largely due to the subtle hints he had provided me earlier. In truth, while not everyone attending the trade possesses blood bodhi, the majority of the grandmasters surely have some in their possession. Chapter 142. The Convergence of Three Flowers. It was merely a matter of unforeseen circumstances regarding the trade, which resulted in the non-utilization of certain items. 17 pills were acquired, with the protagonist obtaining 10 and Chao Zhengchun 5. The remaining 2 were traded away, one by Li Hanyi and the other by another individual. The situation was one of mutual satisfaction, and Su Huai'an felt considerable contentment. As for the whereabouts of his own pills, he could surmise a portion of their fate. Would the local tyrant allow valuable treasures to slip past their grasp? However, the specifics of their transactions remained elusive to him. Regardless, it was not his concern. As long as he could exchange materials for what he needed, that sufficed. Li Hanyi was equally unaware of the purpose behind these trades. What do you intend to do with them? You shall know in a few days. There is no need for haste, Su Huai'an replied enigmatically. He refrained from disclosing his intentions and subsequently retrieved a tome from Zhu Wushi's domain. He then re-entered the secret chamber to commence his solitary cultivation. Congratulations to the host for diligently practicing the supreme martial art, Indestructible Body, earning 2 experience points. Congratulations to the host for diligently practicing the supreme martial art, Indestructible Body, earning 2 experience points. Congratulations to the host for diligently practicing the supreme martial art, Indestructible Body, earning 2 experience points. Such is the innate talent of a prodigy, yielding remarkable results with minimal effort. Even with a supreme martial art, one could garner 2 experience points with each practice session. Had he possessed such enlightenment during the training of lesser martial arts, his ascension would have been expedited. Time ceased to exist in the realm of cultivation, and before long, an afternoon had slipped away. Congratulations to the host for diligently practicing the supreme martial art, Indestructible Body, earning 2 experience points. Congratulations to the host for diligently practicing. The supreme defensive martial art, Indestructible Body, has reached the threshold of understanding, earning a reward of 3,000 taels of silver. Indestructible Body, threshold of understanding, 3,200. Su Huai'an stepped out for a meal before immersing himself once more in his training. Congratulations to the host for diligently practicing the supreme martial art, indestructible body, earning 2 experience points. Li Hanyi had not witnessed such dedication from him in quite some time and assumed he had achieved a significant breakthrough. As the night passed, Huai'an ascended further in his cultivation. Congratulations to the host for diligently practicing. The supreme defensive martial art indestructible body has reached proficiency, earning a reward of 1 in physical constitution. Even with the advantages of the self-disciplined and resilient golden finger, Xiang could not help but marvel at the formidable difficulty of supreme martial arts. He had devoted a full day and night to barely reach the second realm. One could only wonder how long an ordinary person might require to attain a deeper understanding. 20 years, 30 years, or perhaps 50. This prospect was only conceivable for those with unparalleled talent. Nonetheless, he did not intend to surrender. Instead, he chose to balance work and rest, dedicating the day to the cultivation of the indestructible body and the night to dual cultivation with Li Hanyi, aided by pills. 2 days hence, he successfully transcended into the realm of the 3 flowers gathering at the apex, his vital energy surging forth in a continuous torrent. His state reached an unprecedented zenith, not merely due to a significant enhancement in combat prowess, but rather a sublime condition, a state wherein he could unleash his full potential at any moment. 3 days later, his indestructible Vajra technique progressed further, attaining the threshold of mastery. Congratulations to the host for diligently cultivating the supreme martial art, indestructible Vajra technique, earning 2 experience points. Congratulations to the host for achieving mastery in the supreme defensive martial art, indestructible Vajra technique, rewarded with 15 in constitution. Days flowed seamlessly into one another, and before long, half a month had elapsed. Xiang's strength underwent a monumental transformation, his realm soaring to the pinnacle of the 3 flowers gathering, just a step away from entering the Weixiong, opening the heavens. The indestructible Vajra technique was also on the brink of a breakthrough into a state of profound understanding. Having attuned his body and mind to their zenith, he once again entered seclusion, preemptively informing Li Hanyi not to disturb him unless necessary. Congratulations to the host for diligently cultivating the supreme martial art, indestructible Vajra technique, earning 2 experience points. Congratulations to the host for diligently cultivating the supreme martial art, indestructible Vajra technique, earning 2 experience points. Congratulations to the host for achieving profound understanding in the supreme defensive martial art, indestructible Vajra technique, rewarded with 30 in constitution. He felt his inherently formidable physique erupting with a cacophony of crackling sounds. His bones resonated with a symphony of pops, an exhilarating sensation enveloping his entire being. The barrier of Weixiong opening the heavens, which was merely a step away, also surged forward with the martial breakthrough. Congratulations to the host for transcending to the realm of Weixiong opening the heavens, rewarded with 3 in constitution, 2 in root, and 5 in comprehension. A smile involuntarily crept across Huai'an's face as he beheld his body in that moment. Just 1 step away, merely the final stride, and he would ascend to the Grandmaster realm. In that time, the heavens would be his to roam, the seas his to traverse. There would be no corner of the world beyond his reach. It seemed that the reserves he had previously set aside had gone largely unutilized. Once he stepped into the Grandmaster realm, they would no longer serve a purpose. The increments in root and comprehension were becoming increasingly challenging. After his breakthrough, he had only gained 2 points in root. As for comprehension, it had begun to increment by mere 0.5, and at this rate, he wondered when he might become the chosen one. He retrieved the dragon essence he had acquired through trade, along with 5 blood bodhi, and laid them before him. Essentially, the Weixiong opening the heavens could hardly be deemed a realm. It bore a significant distinction from the 3 flowers gathering and the 5 qi returning to the origin. Unlike the prior 2 realms, which, despite their modest enhancement to vital energy, still offered some degree of improvement, the Weixiong opening the heavens was fundamentally different. It primarily cultivated the physical body and spirit. Only when one's essence was akin to the blazing sun, with vital energy and physique harmoniously intertwined, could one enter the Grandmaster realm. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but open his attribute panel, eager to ascertain the extent of his recent growth. Host, Huai'an, age, 20, realm, pinnacle of Grandmaster, Weixiong opening. Physique, 920, bone structure, 83, innate talent. Comprehension, 86, 5, innate talent. Mental techniques martial arts, supreme mental technique 9 yang divine skill, 30-50,000. Initial peerless martial art Tai Chi fist, 32,150,000. Superior sword technique, blood refining sword art, 6,210 10,000. Superior leg technique, wind chasing leg, 3,000. Intermediate leg technique, illusory cloud leg, 4,330 500. Basic sword technique, return to simplicity, 3,800,000 999 9999. Basic body technique, peak mastery, 5,000 and 58,000. Basic spear technique, return to simplicity, 65,165 999 0000. Rare body technique, gentleman's journey to great heights, 8,000 50,000. Supreme martial art, indestructible diamond skill, integrated. Abilities, alchemist, return to simplicity, 20846 9999999. Medical skills, peak mastery, 14000 2000000. Talent, master of all elixirs. There is no elixir you cannot concoct, as long as you desire. You can comprehend various uncharted and unrefined elixirs. Currently, beneath the realm of unparalleled elixirs, you can create at will. Special physique, medicine jar physique, martial intent, killing sword intent, clear sword heart, 2001000. Sword path beyond realm, clear sword heart, 9,999 10,000. Stopping killing with killing intent. This ability has no realm division. The more people you kill, the stronger your killing intent becomes. Spear intent extreme, unity of man and spear. His physique and true energy had already reached the limits of this realm. Yet he remained unsatisfied, understanding that only by establishing a sufficiently solid foundation could he aspire to ascend higher. The blood bodhi represented his final opportunity. Whether he could transcend his limits depended solely on this moment. It is well known that blood bodhi is a miraculous herb for healing, capable of aiding the gravely injured in recovery. Moreover, it possesses the ability to elevate one's prowess, though few are aware of its more significant attribute. This lies in its capacity to stimulate one's innate physical strength, albeit with a rather modest effect. Primarily, this enhancement is contingent upon each individual's physique and inherent potential. To the majority of the world, the enhancement of physical strength is seen as incomparable to true energy. Contemplating this, he resolutely ingested one, subsequently activating his technique to absorb the medicinal power of the blood bodhi entirely into his body. Should he operate his mental techniques to assimilate it, it would transform into his own true energy, thus contravening his original intent. If others were to witness him employing the blood bodhi in such a manner, they would undoubtedly chastise him as wasteful. To utilize a rare treasure capable of augmenting years of cultivation for body refinement seemed a sheer folly. Chapter 143. The ultimate master of martial arts, it is a sheer waste to consider, for in comparison to the enhancement of one's physique, most martial artists prioritize their own cultivation level. However, Huai'an is not lacking in cultivation and has no intention of delaying his martial progression. He resolutely refined the 5 blood bodhi one by one. The terrifying and violent energy surged chaotically within him, prompting Su Chun to promptly activate the indestructible Vajra art to counteract this peculiar force. This process of refinement lasted for 5 hours, during which his body intermittently radiated a crimson glow and shimmered with golden light. Truly, the blood bodhi lives up to its legends. It is said that the blood bodhi is an extraordinary fruit formed from the blood of the ancient auspicious beast, the Xiang. It has the ability to enhance one's inner strength and refine one's physical constitution. Of course, in his view, even if it were a Xiang, it would surely be of the lowest variety. There is no way it could be a pure-blood Xiang. If such a creature existed, who could possibly draw blood from it? The human martial artist attempting to capture him would likely stand no chance. It is probable that it is merely a variant, akin to a fire Xiang. Congratulations, host, for your self-discipline and diligence. You have refined 1 blood bodhi, rewarded with a physique increase of 8. Congratulations, host, for your self-discipline and diligence. You have refined 1 blood bodhi, rewarded with a physique increase of 8. Congratulations, host, for your self-discipline and diligence. You have refined 1 blood bodhi, rewarded with a physique increase of 8. Su Chun could distinctly sense his strength soaring, particularly the fortitude of his physical body. It felt akin to having an extraordinary advantage. He understood that seizing the moment was paramount. His physical strength had likely reached the limit of a master, perhaps even the apex of a grandmaster. He directly retrieved his soul dragon essence and swallowed it whole. This essence was originally intended to enhance one's power, but it would not significantly affect his physique. The 9 yang divine art continuously circulated, dissolving the immense dragon chi, and the true energy within him surged at a visibly rapid pace. Congratulations, host, for your self-discipline and diligence. You have refined 1 dragon essence, rewarded with a physique increase of 3 in 100,000 taels of silver. This announcement rang out like a clarion call, and simultaneously, Su Huai'an's meridians were unblocked. His strength experienced another explosive surge, with the 8 extraordinary meridians completely opened, resulting in notable changes to his flesh and bones. Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the Grandmaster realm, rewarded with a root bone increase of 1, comprehension increase of 1, and physique increase of 20. Congratulations, host, for your self-discipline and diligence. The indestructible Vajra art has reached a state of consummate mastery, rewarded with a physique increase of 5, root bone increase of 0, 5, and comprehension increase of 0, 5. He had indeed reached the Grandmaster realm. After enduring countless hardships, he finally became a Grandmaster of martial arts. The realm of Weixiong rising was achieved in just 1 day, and it was a natural breakthrough, not forced by overwhelming inner strength. The essence of Weixiong rising lies primarily in achieving a balance between the physical body and true energy. With the support of the 9 Yang divine art, his body already housed pools of true energy akin to 9 suns. Observing his own form, Su Huai'an casually punched towards the left wall. Without employing any martial arts techniques, he unleashed a simple yet powerful strike. The sound of the air shattering resonated, and a solid wall 1 foot away was smashed, creating a gaping hole. A thunderous explosion reverberated continuously, with fragments of stone and clouds of dust swirling in the air. This was the might of the Grandmaster. He felt an immense sense of relief for having consulted Zhu Wushi in advance. By learning about the pivotal distinctions among the 3 realms of 5 qi returning to origin, he realized that had he not done so, upon reaching the late stage of master, he would have inadvertently stepped into the realm of the Grandmaster. The absence of the tempering from these 3 realms would have rendered it impossible for him to possess such astonishing strength. He sensed that even without employing his sword intent or gun intent, his true energy level was already a rare contender among Grandmasters. The fortitude of his physical form was unparalleled. Engaging in combat solely with his body, he would dare to confront even the terrestrial immortals. Lost in contemplation, he summoned his attributes panel. Host, Su Huai'an, age, 20, realm, early autumn of Grandmaster, physique, 1003, bones, 84, 5, heavenly talent, comprehension, 88, 5, heavenly talent, martial arts, supreme heart method, 9 Yang divine art, 30-50,000, initial peerless martial art, Tai Chi fist, 32,150,000. Superior sword technique, blood refining sword formula, 6,210,000. Superior leg technique, gale leg, 2-3,000. Intermediate leg technique, illusory cloud leg, 4,330-500. Basic sword technique, return to simplicity, 3,800,000,999,9999. Basic body technique, pinnacle, 5,000 and 58,000. Basic gun technique, return to simplicity, 65,165,999,0000. Rare body technique, gentleman's journey, 8,000 50,000. Supreme martial art, indestructible diamond art, 2,453 1 million. Abilities, alchemist, return to simplicity, 20846,999,999,999. Medical skills, pinnacle 14000, 2000000. Talent, alchemical mastery. There exists no elixir you cannot concoct. If you desire, you can comprehend various undiscovered and unrefined elixirs and formulas. Currently, under the realm of peerless elixirs, you can create freely. Special physique, medicinal vessel physique, martial intent, slaughter sword intent, clear sword heart, 2001000. Sword path, transcendence realm, sword intent, profound understanding, 9,999 10,000. Slaying intent realm. This ability has no boundary delineation. The more adversaries slain, the stronger the slaying intent. Gun intent, ultimate realm, harmonization of man and gun. His journey to the royal city in search of opportunities was not in vain. It seemed time for him to shift his ambitions. Initially, he had planned to visit Weixiong after attaining the Grandmaster status to hone his sword intent. However, now that he was indeed a Grandmaster, the concept of Grandmaster had transformed entirely from his original thoughts. Therefore, there was no need to proceed to Weixiong. He would head directly to the Tianxia Association instead. It was high time he witnessed the true form of the dragon, and while he did not seek to slay one, acquiring a few dragon essence and dragon bones would suffice. With a surge of true energy, he unleashed a wave that shattered the entire secret chamber. Li Hanyi remained seated in the room, cultivating his energy, startled by the sudden disturbance. Observing him emerge slowly, he remarked with a hint of annoyance, "Humph. Making such a ruckus. It doesn't matter. The divine envoy isn't short on funds. After all, it's not my home. So even if something were to be damaged, I wouldn't be too concerned. Your cultivation has improved again. Have you already ascended to the stage of Yang Kaitai?" Li Hanyi inquired, his expression tinged with confusion as he sensed a significant shift in his aura. Huai'an nodded, then shook his head. "I haven't broken through to the master level, but rather to the grandmaster realm." Upon finishing, he smiled at Hanyi, his eyes gleaming with unrestrained teasing. Upon hearing his words, Li Hanyi was not particularly astonished, perhaps having grown accustomed to such developments. "You, my friend, while your own progress has not been slow, it seems the gap between us has only widened. I must remind you that with the aid of the yin-yang fusion pill, my realm has already surged to the master level. However, I do not wish to rely solely on elixirs for further breakthroughs." Huai'an shared a similar sentiment. While the yin-yang fusion pill does not have adverse effects on the one with lower cultivation, it is the case that the one with higher cultivation can smoothly transition the refined true qi without destabilizing their foundation. Yet, some aspects remain irreplaceable, such as one's practical combat experience and martial arts advancement. Just recently, she had been at the initial stage of the innate realm, and within a month, she had leaped to the early master stage. Strictly speaking, it had only been in the past few days that her realm had begun its rapid ascent due to the use of the elixir. Nevertheless, while her cultivation had risen, her martial arts mastery still lingered at the innate level. Were it not for her comprehension of her own sword intent, Huai'an would never have permitted her to advance to the master level. Setting aside the sword intent, at present, Li Hanyi could be considered among the weakest in the master realm. "What do you plan to do next?" Huai'an asked. "First, let us inform Zhu Wushi. Then we can rest for a day or two before leaving." He provided his answer. This had been his intention from the outset, though he harbored some uncertainty about potential complications on that front. True to his concerns, upon hearing this, Li Hanyi's expression turned troubled. "You may have emerged from your seclusion too late. The relationship between Zhu Wushi and the royal family has grown increasingly strained over the past few days. If we wish to depart now, it may not be the most opportune moment." Chapter 144. The royal conflict commences. Unlike the diligent Huai'an, who practiced both day and night, she had spent the past few days wandering aimlessly, honing her disposition. However, the whispers she gathered from around were far from encouraging. With a nonchalant shrug, she anticipated such tidings. It was of no consequence. She sensed that he had no intention of letting her depart easily. As a newcomer, Hanyi was oblivious to the intrigues of the court. Yet, if she could discern such matters, it indicated that Zhu Wushi had never truly sought to conceal his ambitions. He was utterly indifferent to others discovering his aspirations for usurpation. Did he truly wish to prevent our departure? Li Hanyi held a contrary view. She believed such an occurrence was unlikely. No, it was not that he wished to impede our exit, but rather that he intended to resolve matters before I could leave. Huai'an was not particularly vexed by his manipulation. After all, one must sacrifice to gain, and their relationship was inherently one of partnership. "Very well. I shall seek him out for a conversation. All right, I will take a stroll and perhaps procure some attire from the Ming dynasty to bring back." After a brief respite, the two parted ways. Huai'an did not proceed to the main hall of Hulong Mountain Manor, nor did she inform anyone of her whereabouts. Instead, she made her way to a pavilion by the lake, brewed a pot of tea, and settled in quietly. There was no need for her to seek out information. As Zhu Wushi's stronghold, Hulong Mountain Manor was undoubtedly rife with spies. Even from this short distance, she sensed no fewer than 10 pairs of eyes upon her. It was only logical. Had Zhu Wushi lacked such vigilance, he would not have survived to this day. She remained there for over half an hour, and just as she was finishing her tea, a figure approached from afar, moving slowly yet swiftly. Each step covered several paces, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the pavilion. His prowess in divine messenger had evidently progressed, bringing him closer to the realm of terrestrial immortals. "Su Xiaoyu, you jest. Entering the realm of terrestrial immortals is no simple feat." Zhu Wushi chuckled, not taking the remark to heart. However, he noticed that Su Xiaoyu had significantly advanced in cultivation. Even he was no longer her match. Upon first laying eyes on Huai'an, he discerned a remarkable transformation within her, one that left him somewhat astonished. He could even sense a palpable aura of danger, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end involuntarily. Su Qin smiled silently, choosing not to respond to the inquiry. Was Divine Messenger prepared to confront the royal family? "Indeed, I am more suited to the throne than my royal nephew. What do you think, Su Xiaoyu?" Zhu Wushi spoke with a calm demeanor, fully confident in his grasp of the imperial seat. Yet, his visage remained clouded with an inexplicable gloom. Indeed, I share your sentiment. I wish you all the best, divine messenger. Su Huai'an clasped her hands in a gesture of support. Zhu Wushi, overjoyed, replied, Su Xiaoyu, do you mind if I leverage your name to rally my followers? Not at all. I see no reason to object. Su Huai'an waved her hand dismissively. When I initially organized the auction, I provided Zhu Wushi with a set of materials in advance, allowing him to gather the dragon origin blood bodhi, thus granting him a certain convenience. However, had it not been for the Huai'an mountain manor, I would not have been able to procure such an abundance of blood bodhi, enabling me to make a significant leap to the Grand Master realm. This is merely a mutually beneficial arrangement. Now, Zhu Wushi, taking advantage of my presence, seeks to instigate a rebellion. Among the martial artists lingering in the imperial city, a considerable number would likely choose to ally with the Huai'an mountain manor. Considering my existence, the reasoning is straightforward. In a typical dynasty, especially a grand one, the strength of an individual martial artist seldom sways imperial authority. Yet, the situation in the Ming dynasty is distinct. Firstly, the Huai'an mountain manor has grown excessively vast, and secondly, Zhu Wushi himself is of royal blood, the purest kind, which cannot be deemed treachery, but rather a power struggle within the royal family. In essence, despite the conflicts, the emperor remains a member of the Zhu family. The Huai'an mountain manor occupies a unique position between the court and the martial world, thus most martial artists would have little hesitation in choosing sides. Internal strife among kin is inherently different from colluding with external foes. Could you delay your departure for a couple of days? I need your assistance with a matter. Zhu Wushi said after much hesitation. Su Huai'an neither accepted nor declined. What sort of matter? Assistance is not one size fits all. I am aware of my own capabilities. If it's something Zhu Wushi cannot handle, my involvement would bear little significance. While my combat prowess surpasses many, I am still merely at the initial stage of the Grand Master realm. Those who reach such a level are not mediocre, especially those daring enough to traverse the 3 realms of the 5 qi returning to origin. Each individual possesses significant talent, yet the disparity at this level is immense. Zhu Wushi, without exaggeration, is certainly among the strongest of Grand Masters. It cannot be claimed that he is the most formidable Grand Master across the 9 provinces. Yet he undoubtedly ranks as the most powerful Grand Master martial artist of the Ming dynasty. Help me eliminate someone. Whom? Lu Shi. Su Huai'an had a slight recollection of him. He was a subordinate of Chao Jingshun from the Eastern Depot, possessing commendable martial prowess, albeit just adequate. Yet, should he face Zhu Wushi, it would likely conclude in 3 moves. After some contemplation, he grasped Zhu Wushi's intentions. Very well. Zhu Wushi then felt a sense of relief, as he had conceived a new plan. His request for Su Huai'an's help was far from a mere assassination. To be blunt, the presence or absence of Lu Shi in the Eastern Depot would not significantly alter the overall dynamics of the situation. The crux lies in the fact that once Su Huai'an agrees, his involvement in the ensuing battle would be paramount. The impact of Su Huai'an's presence far surpasses that of a single Lu Shi. Although Su Huai'an initially intended to depart, he reconsidered and returned. Zhu Wushi, without further obfuscation, produced 2 flasks. Su Xiaoyu, might I invite you to share a drink with an old man? Since the esteemed elder has spoken, I can only oblige. Coincidentally, Su Huai'an felt a surge of ambition and readily agreed. Given their relationship, there was no cause for concern regarding the potential toxicity of the wine. However, the most crucial factor remains one's own resilience, for had it not been so, he would have perished beneath the cliffs long ago. It is absurd how each one reveres imperial authority as if it were divine, unwilling to defy it. As he drank, Zhu Wushi revealed a hint of reluctant mirth. The world operates under the principle that the capable shall rise to prominence, with individuals categorized into various ranks, unbound by status or wealth. Su Huai'an, too, seemed to resonate with this sentiment. Zhu Wushi shook his head. Despite the favorable circumstances surrounding him, he could not escape a sense of disillusionment. Ultimately, which holds greater significance, empire or beauty? Beauty, indeed, to win the heart of one beloved is to ensure eternal companionship. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Huai'an provided his answer. For him, the affairs of the realm felt excessively distant. He harbored no interest in the emperor. A life of freedom and adventure in the rivers and lakes seemed far more appealing. I desire both the empire and the beauty. I wish for Su Xian to become my empress, the happiest woman in the world. Zhu Wushi suddenly crushed the white jade goblet in his hand, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes, unmistakably resolute. He understood Su Huai'an's character, so his response came as no surprise. After a moment's contemplation, Su Huai'an decided to offer a subtle suggestion. Is it conceivable that your beloved is also ensnared by rigid ideologies, perhaps not wishing to assume the role of empress? According to the history he knew, Su Xian ultimately met a tragic end. Her demise was peculiar. It stemmed from Zhu Wusher's ambition to ascend the throne and her subsequent designation as empress, which she deemed an act of treason, leading her to take her own life, thereby dooming the very man who had claimed the crown. He expressed reluctance to dwell on this matter. Could it truly be that a woman might choose to end her life rather than accept the title of empress? How could he not be aware? Zhu Wusher let out a bitter laugh. With his cunning, how could he have overlooked such a possibility? Yet sometimes, it is not merely a matter of desire. Rather, circumstances propel one forward, rendering retreat impossible. There is no turning back for me, nor do I wish to. The throne is mine, and so is Su Xian. None shall hinder me. As he contemplated this, a palpable aura of menace surged forth from him, overwhelming and uncontainable. Chapter 145. Taking the initiative. In truth, when he revealed his mastery over several prominent border generals, he had already severed his path of retreat. The current emperor would never permit anyone to wield such power, as it would significantly threaten his own standing. An emperor devoid of real authority would merely be the beginning of a new era where one could manipulate the sovereign to command the lords. Yet, he found himself in a predicament. Zhu Hozhao continually invoked the imperial power, forbidding him to wed Su Xian. This was his Achilles heel, having waited in anguish for decades only to witness the revival of his beloved. The mere suggestion that she could only serve as a maid was intolerable. It was evident that the divine marquis had thoroughly contemplated the situation, so there was no need for further elaboration. Su Chen would also refrain from disclosing too much. After all, reality diverges significantly from television. What one knows may not necessarily be the truth. Rest assured, my friend Su, I shall undoubtedly prevail. When it came to serious matters, Zhu Wusher reverted to his composed demeanor, exuding an air of control. He had meticulously planned for decades. How could he possibly falter at the final juncture? He had accounted for all variables and was confident of his victory. The only unforeseen element was Su Huai'an's unexpected emergence, yet that too was a boon, augmenting his own leverage. Thus, he preemptively congratulated the divine marquis on his impending success. Su Huai'an downed another cup of wine, his countenance revealing a hint of inebriation. Ha ha, well said. Zhu Wusher himself could not fathom why he was divulging so much to Su Huai'an. It seemed he had no one else capable of engaging in such discourse. His subordinates lacked the requisite qualifications and trustworthiness, while his adopted sons and daughters were not astute enough, leaving him uncertain of their thoughts. When I ascend to the throne, I shall marry Su Xian. If they are unwilling to accept her as a consort, I shall elevate her to the status of empress. The divine marquis truly harbored deep affections. It must be acknowledged that everyone possesses flaws. Zhu Wusher, with his exceptional intellect, martial prowess, and striking appearance, was a paragon of royal lineage as the younger brother of the late emperor. Yet, he was hopelessly infatuated, devoted to a single woman throughout his life. Conversely, had it not been for his profound love for Su Xian, he might not have achieved his current stature. In Su Huai'an's perspective, his success was nearly assured. Defeat was simply inconceivable. Moreover, regardless of the outcome, he was confident in his ability to depart unscathed, regardless of which side he chose. As their conversation flowed, they broached the topic of Su Huai'an and Li Hanyi. Zhu Wusher spoke with envy. Such a match of talent and beauty, truly a celestial couple. The divine marquis and sister Su Xian are no different, are they? Su Huai'an chuckled. You must know that Su Xian, having been frozen in time, retains the appearance of her youth from 2 decades ago, still as charming as any young maiden. Perhaps, but I still consider myself defeated. Oh, what brings you to that conclusion? Su Huai'an inquired, curiosity piqued. Zhu Wusher merely smiled bitterly and shook his head, his gaze lost in the lake's surface as he downed glass after glass of strong liquor. Not long ago, he had learned that Su Xin had given birth to a child with Gu Santong. He had ultimately been bested by Gu Santong, yet he harbored love for Su Xin. And even the knowledge of her bearing another's child did not perturb him. Though his heart was engulfed in rage, he displayed not a trace of indignity. A man, in the presence of the woman he cherishes, may lose everything but must never lose his grace. Let me recount a tale. Once, there were 2 brothers who shared an unbreakable bond. One day, the latter inadvertently laid eyes on the cousin of the former. Captivated at first sight, he resolved to pursue her. However, he soon discovered that this woman was not only his dear brother's cousin, but also his fiancée. Aware that his actions were misguided, he found himself genuinely in love with her. Meanwhile, the brother, infatuated with martial arts, neglected his fiancée and even pushed her towards him. Disheartened, The woman followed him home, for he intended to marry her. Yet, belonging to a prestigious family, upon learning of her identity, his family stealthily expelled her from the city, leaving her destitute. At this point, Zhu Wushi found himself unable to continue and lost the desire to speak further. That man was he. Su Xin had joyfully come to be with him, only to be looked down upon by the emperor's brother, who surreptitiously banished her from the imperial city. Su Xin, a woman unskilled in martial arts, faced unimaginable hardships. It was during this time that she fortuitously encountered Gu Santong, and they naturally came together, resulting in her pregnancy. Zhu Wushi understood that he could not blame Su Xin. He had simply been too immature at that time. Lacking the power to resist the imperial authority, he found himself in this predicament. Yet, some matters are too painful to share with others. Family disgrace is best kept private. Su Huai'an could not be oblivious to the fact that he was speaking of himself. Yet he understood, recalling the adage that in youth, one should not encounter those who are too dazzling. Otherwise, their image would linger in one's heart forever. Zhu Wushi was in such a state. To him, Su Xin was his dream. Dreams are beautiful and remain untainted. Even if he were to encounter similar events or individuals in the future, the initial beauty could never be replicated. Shenhe, you are intoxicated. I shall take my leave, Su Huai'an said, clasping his hands together and vanishing into the pavilion. Zhu Wushi remained alone, unable to dispel his thoughts, sitting within and drinking in solitude. Li Hanyi had been waiting for his return, still awake at this hour. Honey, why are you still awake? He inquired. I cannot sleep. What did you discuss? Li Hanyi asked with a gentle smile. Zhu Wushi had no choice but to explain the conversation he had with Su Huai'an. Li Hanyi tossed her hair and sighed. This shouldn't be. If you both are preparing for a confrontation, why does Zhu Wushi still act so casually? Shouldn't there be urgent deployments and arrangements for combat? He seeks my influence. Zhu Wushi replied. A single utterance from Su Huai'an jolted her awake. It dawned on her that her identity might also be counted among Zhu Wushi's considerations. What do you mean? Indeed, I represent not only myself, but also the wife of Huai'an City. In a certain sense, it means that Huai'an City stands on Zhu Wushi's side. Even if Huai'an City sends no one, the mere presence of Li Hanyi and Su Huai'an together implicitly signifies acquiescence. What are his chances of success? She pondered. If it were solely my own situation, it would be of little consequence. However, with my family's involvement from Huai'an City, the stakes change significantly. It is prudent to tread carefully. 100%, Su Huai'an asserted confidently. Do you hold such immense faith in him? Well, let us not forget that more than half of the military power in the Ming dynasty lies in Zhu Wushi's hands, even if he possessed nothing else. With the backing of Hulong Mountain Manor and his unparalleled skills, he could successfully usurp the throne, albeit with some delay and subsequent complications. Li Hanyi, perplexed, replied. Yet you mentioned only half of the military strength. Isn't there still half loyal to the royal family? Su Huai'an shook her head, indicating that it was not that simple. If an outsider or minister were to seize power, the generals would protect the throne. However, Zhu Wushi is also a member of the royal family. Internal strife among kin would not concern the generals. They would feign ignorance, wielding their military authority regardless of whether Zhu Wushi or Zhu Houzhou prevails. They could continue to serve as generals in peace, but if they choose sides, their victory would yield little benefit. After all, their official positions have reached their limits, and there are no rewards left to be gained. Choosing the wrong side could lead to dire consequences. In essence, there are no interests at stake. Who would want to be the scapegoat? Li Hanyi contemplated this and ultimately chose to trust her man. Although she was not well versed in the dynamics of the Ming power structure, he had yet to be mistaken in his assessments. 2 days slipped by in the blink of an eye, and on the third day, as dawn broke, Su Huai'an suddenly awoke with a start, swiftly donning her attire. This startled Li Hanyi, who was still lost in slumber, prompting her to rise as well. What is it? She inquired. Nothing. It seems the Eastern factory wishes to make a final stand. They have already engaged in conflict. Su Huai'an scoffed. If they attempt to delay, they might buy themselves a few more days. But by coming to us, they only hasten their demise. He did not rush to leave, but instead stood at the doorway, awaiting the unfolding events. Chapter 146. The Awakening of the Stone Dragon. Li Hanyi, while donning her attire, cast a glance outside. How do you know it is the Eastern Bureau's men? I sensed a confrontation, and the number of combatants is considerable. At this hour, only the Eastern Bureau would dare to assault Hulong Villa with such a force. It cannot possibly be other major sects launching an attack. Only a sect could muster such a multitude of martial artists. However, the sects of the martial world and the court have always maintained a policy of non-interference. There is no reason for them to be here. Thus it must be the Eastern Bureau, which has recently been at odds with us. By the time Li Hanyi had finished dressing, the two stepped out of the room together. Outside, chaos reigned as the warriors of the Eastern Bureau clashed with those of Hulong Villa. Remarkably, their position remained untouched, as if both sides had tacitly chosen to overlook their presence. Su Huai'an, disinterested in engaging with the others, took Li Hanyi's hand and proceeded towards the main hall. Why aren't they attacking us? This is rather unusual. With all this fighting, they do not seem inclined to target us. It is likely an order from Xiang. There is nothing strange about it, Su Huai'an remarked, finding the situation quite normal. The Eastern Bureau was, after all, no match for Hulong Villa. Provoking themselves would be tantamount to seeking death. He understood that the skirmishing nearby consisted of mere rabble, inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. The true outcome of this conflict would be determined by Zhu Wushi and Xiang, no matter how fiercely the combatants below fought. It would not alter the overall trajectory of the battle. Should either of the two perish, it would signal the end of the conflict. Amidst the flashes of blades and the clamor of combat, the pair appeared detached, scarcely glancing at the tumult surrounding them. Yet, in this vast world, there were invariably some reckless youths, foolishly attempting to slay formidable opponents to prove their worth. Su Huai'an's response to these individuals was a single stroke of his sword, indiscriminately cleaving through them all. Whether they were early-stage or peak innate martial artists, none could escape the clutches of death. The fierce radiance of his sword shattered all in its path, slicing through the heavens and leaving a trail of brilliance. Soon, the two arrived at the periphery of Hulong Villa's main hall, where the caliber of warriors was far superior to those outside. A glance revealed that the combatants were predominantly peak innate martial artists, with many being masters of their craft. A fierce battle raged among a group of 3 central skirmishes. Duan Tianya wielded a long knife, his techniques unfathomable, rendering him nearly unassailable. Beside him stood a one-armed man, whose left-handed knife techniques were ferocious and domineering, each strike sending opponents reeling several meters away. One fighter moved with agility and finesse, while the other employed a brutish offensive strategy to dominate the battlefield. The last skirmish involved Zhu Wushi and Xiang, which could hardly be considered a battle. Neither exhibited any intent to engage. Instead, they exchanged glances and shared laughter, conversing about something unknown. However, the cacophony of battle drowned out their words, and the distance rendered it impossible for Su Huai'an to discern their conversation. Yet, he could sense Zhu Wushi casting furtive glances in their direction, signaling something with subtle gestures. Su Huai'an smiled knowingly and leisurely made his way toward the center. The name of a person carries weight, much like the shadow of a tree. Having obliterated 8 master warriors in a single battle, Su Huai'an's prowess instilled both fear and awe in the hearts of all. No one dared to provoke this harbinger of death, fearing they might become his next casualty. Wherever he walked, the battlefield seemed to shift away in deference. After taking a few steps, Su Huai'an spotted his target, a man clad in eunuch attire, whose visage bore a certain lewdness amidst the throng. Lu Shi, he called out sharply, causing the still fishing Lu Shi to shudder involuntarily. Upon realizing that Su Huai'an's focus was on him, Lu Shi hesitated for merely 2 seconds before decisively retreating. His nimble footwork allowed him to retreat several meters in an instant, seeking refuge behind other warriors. Yet, he still felt insecure, hastily retreating without a clear path. Suddenly, a voice echoed beside him, "You cannot escape." Then, his consciousness faded, and he lost all sensation in his body. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed forward, his mouth opening to utter something, but no words came forth. It was too swift, so swift that he had no opportunity to counter or defend himself. His body was cleaved in 2. Su Huai'an furrowed his brow as he regarded Lu Shi's lifeless form. What transpired? It was clear that he had been the one to slay Lu Shi, who had not even looked at him, perhaps unable to comprehend the speed of his attack. However, he noticed that before Lu Shi perished, he was gazing toward the north, seemingly attempting to convey something. Following this line of sight, Su Huai'an was astonished to find that Lu Shi was not looking at Xiang, but rather at Zhu Wushi. The surrounding crowd had already hastily distanced themselves, witnessing a grand master being annihilated before their eyes in a mere instant. A veil of dread and gloom enveloped the hearts of all present. Lu Shi had earned acclaim over the years, being hailed as the second most formidable warrior of the Eastern Depot, surpassed only by Xiang. None other could stand against him. No one noticed Lu Shi's demise, but both Zhu Wushi and Xiang shared a laugh. "Eunuch, consider this my final gift to you before your demise. Thank you, divine envoy. I have longed to experience your unparalleled skills." Xiang formed a delicate gesture with his fingers, and his true energy surged forth, pure and unblemished, radiating outward. As the 2 formidable masters prepared for confrontation, Everyone prudently evacuated to a distance of 20 meters, wary of becoming collateral damage. Su Huai'an vaguely understood why Zhu Wushi had compelled him to act. Only he among those present could deliver a lethal blow without affording Lu Shi any chance to speak. The specifics of the enmity between the two were unclear to him. Facing the oncoming gale, Zhu Wushi's sleeves billowed as if dancing in the wind, and an immense aura of true energy permeated the surroundings. While his energy lacked the purity of Chao Jingquan's, it was overwhelming in sheer volume. An invisible wave of force swept outward, compelling the crowd to retreat once more. The innate vigor surged as Chao Jingquan clenched his right hand, his fingers transforming into claws, and released a concentrated force that soared across a distance of over 10 meters. Zhu Wushi, unflinching and undeterred, raised his hand and countered with a palm strike. The two forces collided midair, dissipating into nothingness. Zhu Wushi spread his hands wide, channeling his energy into the stone dragon before the grand hall. Onlookers presumed he intended to utilize the dragon's massive weight to launch an attack. Only Su Huai'an's eyes sparkled with intrigue, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming spectacle. "Watch closely. What unfolds next is a rarity," he remarked. Li Hanyi, taken aback by his words, inquired with confusion, "What do you mean? Isn't it merely the manipulation of vital energy?" Controlling objects with vital energy to execute long-range attacks is a quintessential skill of a Grand Master. Yet, their own Shuyue city was not devoid of Grand Masters. What was so extraordinary about this? Su Huai'an simply urged her to observe, and all would soon become clear. As she pondered what might transpire, the stone dragon astonishingly came to life. Indeed, it moved, no longer resembling a mere lifeless object tossed aside. With Zhu Wushi's hands shifting, the dragon's form animated, shedding its previous rigidity. Its serpentine body coiled and twisted, and its foreclaws lunged fiercely toward Chao Jingquan below. With a fierce roar, Chao Jingquan welcomed the attack, raising his arms high to withstand the onslaught of the dragon's claws with sheer physical strength. It must be noted that this stone dragon was solid. Its weight beyond mere calculation, at the very least, it exceeded 100,000 pounds. Yet, he managed to halt the colossal dragon's descent with nothing but his arms, leaving spectators in stunned silence, many warriors pausing their battles. They acutely sensed the vast disparity between themselves and the two combatants, realizing that the outcome rested solely upon them. Even Li Hanyi could not suppress her curiosity, asking, "If it were you, could you withstand such an assault?" Su Huai'an pondered briefly before offering a measured response. "Indeed, were it to come to physical confrontation, I could shatter that stone dragon with ease, having perfected the diamond body technique. My physical form is beyond that of an ordinary person. Moreover, I have consumed blood bodhi and dragon essence, further enhancing my physique to unfathomable levels. One might scarcely imagine that with mere iron fists, I could obliterate that stone dragon. But what if I were to wield a sword?" Chapter 147. Farewell to Zhang Sanfeng. Li Hanyi was exceedingly familiar with his swordsmanship. With mere physicality, he could fend off attacks, using a sword. He could likely resolve the matter within 10 strikes. Su Huai'an, however, did not respond but instead wiggled a finger. It was merely a stone dragon, animated by infusing it with true energy, yet it remained ultimately a puppet under control. A single strike from him could easily shatter it. Nonetheless, expertise lies in specialization, and Chao Jingquan had little recourse against the stone dragon. He could only recklessly exchange blows, his fists flying faster than the last. While it appeared as though he was battling the stone dragon, in essence, it was a contest of true energy between him and Zhu Wushi. The stone dragon itself was of no consequence. The primary conflict lay in the clash of their own energies. "Zhu Wushi, I have long wished to measure my strength against yours," Chao Jingquan declared, seemingly at a disadvantage. Yet each punch he delivered unleashed a fierce gale. He did not feel defeated. Rather, he was invigorated. In truth, according to the mindset of those in the halls of power, who would engage in a one-on-one duel when one could rally a group. Even with the Eastern Depot's ambush today, the Hulong Villa still held an undeniable advantage. Perhaps to the untrained eye, the battle seemed evenly matched, but Hulong Villa had a continuous stream of reinforcements arriving. In the realm of power struggles, any other official would have summoned their subordinates to join the fray, denying the opportunity for a duel. One Su Huai'an alone was enough to pose a significant challenge. Yet Zhu Wushi refrained from such tactics. He was a man of the martial world within the halls of power. He sought to demonstrate that his civil and martial prowess far surpassed Chao Jingquan's, disdainful of winning through underhanded means. He aimed to triumph through his own strength. As the two engaged, the battleground expanded, and the surrounding martial artists could only retreat further, not daring to approach until they were 100 meters away. Absorbing energy technique. Innate true qi. Zhu Wushi extended his right arm, his fingers emanating a formidable pulling force, drawing invisible waves of energy toward himself. Xiao Jingchun discerned that he was about to employ the absorbing energy technique and immediately formed a blue true energy shield around himself with circular hand movements. Su Huai'an recognized this as the renowned innate child technique, the pinnacle of Xiao Jingchun's martial repertoire. After over 50 years of cultivation, his true energy was solid and profound. Even Zhu Wushi might find it challenging to breach. Li Hanyi nodded in agreement. No, the outcome will soon be evident. Yet Su Huai'an held an entirely contrary opinion, believing that the disparity between the two was considerable. Unlike others, it was possible that Xiao Jingchun's 50 years of refined innate true energy could prevail against many. However, in the face of Zhu Wushi, he fell short by more than a margin. The total volume of their true energies was vastly different. Zhu Wushi had also cultivated for over 50 years, and over 20 years ago, he had obliterated the masters of the 8 great sects in one fell swoop. Even if he had only absorbed a fifth of their true energy into his own body, that would still amount to a terrifying quantity. How could Xiao Jingchun, with the energy of just one person, hope to contend with the combined energies of dozens? After a brief stalemate, Zhu Wushi suddenly intensified his output of true energy. Xiao Jingchun had reached his limit, utterly powerless to resist, his body propelled forward, pinned at the brow. The vital energy within him was incessantly drawn out, merging into Zhu Wushi's being. When Zhu released his grip, Xiao Jingchun was left with but a sliver of essence to cling to life. Unable to sustain himself any longer, he collapsed to the ground, barely managing to brace himself with his hands to prevent a complete fall. Blood streamed from the corners of his mouth, revealing the viscous crimson of his own essence. Thank you, Divine Envoy, for your mercy. The art of energy absorption was an exceedingly domineering technique, capable of draining a person to the point of desiccation, leaving no trace behind. End your own life. Zhu Wushi remained silent, dismissively waving his hand. Regardless of the circumstances, they were indeed old adversaries. Though he had never regarded Qiao as a true rival, their years of enmity warranted him a complete corpse. The age-old truth of victors and vanquished remained unchanged. In terms of strategy and the development of his own power, he had been thoroughly bested by Zhu Wushi, a defeat he could accept. He was a man who understood the balance of gain and loss. What little vital energy remained within him surged violently, severing his meridians and limbs, leading to his demise. With the leader fallen, the remaining warriors of the Eastern Depot saw no reason to continue fighting, each one surrendering voluntarily, much to Zhu Wushi's delight. In every conceivable aspect, this day was indeed one worthy of celebration. Yet, as he surveyed the scene, he could not find Su Huai'an's figure anywhere. He had left. No one knew how Su Huai'an had departed. He had been watching the battle just a moment ago, and in the next, he and Li Hanyi had vanished without a trace. The two had already reached the city gates, having procured 2 fine steeds, and rode off into the distance. Given Su Huai'an's current prowess, he no longer needed to ride, as he could traverse faster on foot. However, Li Hanyi's vital energy was insufficient to support prolonged travel. Shall we return directly to Huai'an City? I will first escort you back. His next objective lay within the territory of the Tianxia Society, and he could not bring Li Hanyi along. While he felt confident in safeguarding her within the imperial city, the complexities of the Tianxia Society's influence, coupled with its antagonistic stance towards Huai'an City, posed too great a risk. Keeping Hanyi by his side could lead to unforeseen troubles. Especially given the multitude of experts in that region, it was prudent not to take unnecessary chances. However, before returning, they would visit one last person. The two quickly rode away from the imperial city, heading westward. Will you not bid farewell to Zhu Wushi? No, he is at the pinnacle of his success. It would be best not to disturb him. While others may not have noticed, Su Huai'an perceived the anomaly. After absorbing Xiao Jingchun's vital energy, Zhu Wushi's aura had inexplicably surged by another threefold, surpassing the limits of a grandmaster, perhaps nearing the realm of a terrestrial immortal. The might he exhibited after such a recent absorption was formidable, compounded by the rapid refinement of others' energies inherent in the art of absorption. In less than half a month, it is highly likely that the 9 provinces will welcome a new terrestrial immortal, not to mention that he confided in him a secret known only to himself. The two hastened their journey and reached their destination in just over 5 days. At the foot of Wudong Mountain, revisiting familiar grounds, Su Huai'an found himself beset by an array of thoughts. Once a mere innate-level martial artist, half a year had elapsed, transforming him into someone entirely different. With the cultivation of a grandmaster, he now held an almost contemptuous superiority over the martial world. The disciples of Wudong recognized him immediately, eagerly approaching to greet him. During his last visit to Amei, most had encountered Su Huai'an before. He responded to each with a smile, and, upon meeting Song Yuanxiao, expressed his intention. Brother Song, I have come to seek an audience with Zhang Zhenren. Aware of their deep bond, Song Yuanxiao promptly set off to inform Zhang Sanfeng. Yet, in the next moment, a hearty laugh echoed through the air. Su Xiaoyu, come to the back mountain. I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Su Huai'an responded with a cheerful call and followed Li Hanyi towards the back mountain. Under Song Yuanxiao's guidance, they navigated the winding paths until they reached Wudong's rear slopes. There, Zhang Sanfeng practiced Tai Chi with deliberate grace amidst the mountains. The two refrained from interrupting, choosing instead to observe in silence. Even the usually aloof Li Hanyi displayed a flicker of excitement upon encountering the legendary Zhang Zhenren. This was no mere martial artist straddling the realms of the secular and the sacred like Zhu Wushi, but rather an individual who, through sheer strength, had thwarted the dark sects lurking within the Ming for decades. Such prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary terrestrial immortal. It is worth noting that, while the visible terrestrial immortals in the 9 provinces may be few, many surely remain hidden. Would Zhang Sanfeng's actions not provoke the ire of the ancient fiends from the dark sects? Certainly, they would. Yet, the fact that he remained undeterred speaks volumes. Upon re-encountering Zhang Sanfeng, Su Huai'an experienced a strikingly different sentiment. When they parted ways in Taishan City, he had been merely a third-grade martial artist. At that time, he perceived Zhang Zhenren as formidable, even more so than the combined might of Zhu Wushi and Chao Jingchun. However, he lacked a concrete understanding of just how formidable. Now, having ascended to the grandmaster level and achieved mastery in martial arts, enriched by profound insights, he felt confident that he could at least exchange a few moves with a terrestrial immortal. Yet, perplexingly, he still regarded Zhang Sanfeng as immensely powerful, as elusive as ever engaging his true strength. Nevertheless, the lingering feeling remained that a single strike from Zhang could easily vanquish him. Chapter 148. Enlightenment and Confrontation. He suddenly recalled a jest he had made to Hanyi. At your current level, you perceive me as a frog at the bottom of a well gazing at the moon. When your cultivation reaches greater heights, you shall see me as a mayfly looking up at the vast sky. Now, as a grandmaster himself, he pondered how such a disparity could still exist. He meticulously scrutinized Zhang Sanfeng's boxing techniques, endeavoring to glean some insight from them. Seemingly aware of his study, Zhang Sanfeng continued to practice his punches while imparting wisdom. The essence of Tai Chi lies in the harmony of yin and yang. The intent of the fist embodies my path, and martial arts reflect this intent. A punch lacks a true self, and the true self is also absent. As Su Huai'an observed, he gradually became entranced. His mind filled with countless iterations of Zhang Sanfeng performing Tai Chi, each move and intention echoed in his consciousness. Though the motions appeared slow, they were, in fact, swift. Yin and yang harmonized, giving rise to inspiration. The simplicity of the actions concealed boundless profundity. Congratulations to the host for demonstrating self-discipline and perseverance. Delving into the pinnacle of martial arts with Zhang Sanfeng's unique, high, peerless Tai Chi experience gained. 60,000 for the journey of a gentleman, 92. 532 for Tai Chi. Congratulations to the host for entering the state of enlightenment, receiving a reward of 5 in physique and 80,000 silver taels. As Zhang Sanfeng completed a set of movements, he noticed Su Huai'an with his eyes gently closed, subconsciously mirroring the essence of his punches. Unable to contain his astonishment, he gazed at him in disbelief. What? Enlightenment again? Su, my young friend, your comprehension is truly remarkable. Li Hanyi had long distanced herself, and at this moment, Su Huai'an was enveloped in a duality of black and white, creating an aura that repelled any approach within 5 meters. To intrude would either disturb his enlightenment or result in adverse effects. Have you met the real Zhang? Zhang Sanfeng observed that Su Huai'an showed no signs of awakening and refrained from disturbing him. Young lady, you must be the disciple of Li Changxing. Master, do you know my teacher? Li Hanyi was taken aback, thinking she had misheard. It was well known that their Snow Moon City had minimal interactions with the Ming dynasty, let alone with someone of Zhang Sanfeng's stature. Her master had not emerged from seclusion in quite some time. Zhang Sanfeng stroked his beard and chuckled. Indeed, we old friends occasionally meet. He and I share a similar temperament. I must say, I was unaware of this, having already attained the rank of Grandmaster. It is no wonder your teacher frequently boasts about you. With Zhang Sanfeng's level of cultivation, he could easily discern the reality, even if Li Hanyi concealed her prowess. This revelation left her feeling quite embarrassed. After all, she knew very well that her achievements were not solely her own. It was Su Huai'an's medicinal elixirs that propelled her to this level. Zhang Sanfeng waved his hand dismissively. Regardless of the means employed, what you can utilize is your own skill. Whether by fortune or beauty, they are merely facets of one's capability. Others may wish to employ them, yet they lack the opportunity. Having weathered the vicissitudes of the martial world for decades, he saw through all pretense. A 17-year-old grandmaster, claiming to have achieved this without Su Huai'an's assistance, would indeed be a matter of suspicion. Congratulations to the host for demonstrating self-discipline and strength, and for comprehending the true essence of martial arts, the realm of yin and yang and tai chi. Congratulations to the host for receiving guidance from the pinnacle of martial arts, Zhang Sanfeng, resulting in an experience boost of 30,000. Congratulations to the host for achieving the zenith of tai chi, rewarded with a physical enhancement of 5, an increase in root talent by 0.5, and an elevation in comprehension by 0.5. Su Huai'an did not hasten to open his eyes. Instead, he immersed himself in the profound insights he had gained. Gradually, he transmuted all his experiences into the essence of sword intent. After a brief moment, he opened his attribute panel. Host, Su Huai'an, age, 20 years, realm, early grandmaster, physique, 1003, root talent, 85, heavenly genius, comprehension, 89, heavenly genius, mental techniques, martial arts, supreme mental technique, 9 yang divine art, fully comprehended, 31,000 50,000, exceptional martial art, tai chi, at its pinnacle, 32,150,000, superior sword technique, blood refinement sword art, consummate 16210, 10000, superior leg technique, wind chasing leg, fully comprehended, 100, 02, 3000, intermediate leg technique, illusion cloud leg, consummate 14330, 50000, basic sword technique, return to simplicity, 38000, 999, 9999, basic body technique. At its pinnacle 15050, 80000, basic spear technique, return to simplicity, 75,165 999, 0000, rare body technique, gentleman's journey, at its pinnacle, 8,000 50,000, supreme martial art, indestructible diamond art, consummate, 12,453 1 million. Abilities, alchemist, return to simplicity, 20846, 9999999, medical skills, at its pinnacle 14000, 2000, talent, all-encompassing alchemy, there is no elixir you cannot concoct. If you desire it, you can comprehend various undiscovered and unrefined elixirs and formulas. In the current state beneath unparalleled elixirs, you may freely create your own. Special physique, medicinal cauldron physique, martial intent, slaughter sword intent, clear sword heart, 200, 1000, sword path beyond, profound sword intent, 9,999 10,000. The state of stopping killing with killing intent. This ability has no realm division. The more opponents you defeat, the stronger your killing intent, spear intent at its peak. Unity of man and spear, the path of Tai Chi, the interplay of yin and yang. Su Huai'an sat cross-legged and, after meditating for a moment, slowly rose to his feet. The comprehension of Su Xiaoyu is truly remarkable. Upon perceiving his state, Zhang Sanfeng softly praised him. Nay, it is your fist intent that truly opens one's eyes. Su Huai'an responded with great admiration. The two engaged in leisurely conversation, discussing their respective martial paths. The sword path is also a martial path, as is the fist path. Yin and yang are likewise aspects of martial arts. Martial arts have never been strictly defined. Anything can embody martial arts. However, the true consideration lies in how one can make it their own martial path. My sword intent is my way. I have also heard much about sword intent. Why not show me? What was termed a discussion was, in essence, Zhang Sanfeng elucidating his understanding of martial arts to Su Huai'an. Li Hanyi merely listened, her realm too low to comprehend such a level. Su Huai'an nodded, his right hand flicking, and the intent of his sword materialized in his grasp. Zhang Sanfeng could not help but nod in acknowledgement. The transformation of intent into form was indeed remarkable, young Su. When I achieved this level, I was but a step away from becoming an immortal on land. Your sword intent manifests with such purity, resembling its physical counterpart. It is truly an extraordinary feat, Zhang Zhenren jested. Yet the younger generation's skills seemed insufficient to catch your discerning eye. Be cautious, Zhenren Zhang. Aware that his opponent was the renowned Zhang Sanfeng, he held nothing back in his strike. At the hilt of the silver-white longsword, a pattern and inscription began to materialize subtly. With a decisive slash, his strongest attack unfolded. The silver glow of the sword enveloped the surroundings. By the time he uttered these words, the sword light had already surpassed Zhang Sanfeng's form. Li Hanyi could not discern the clash of their combat, despite being a master herself. However, a sudden shift occurred. Huai'an, previously behind Zhang Sanfeng, reappeared before him. His right hand poised to pierce his chest. Yet, he could advance not a single step, halted resolutely a foot away. Zhang Sanfeng's hands rotated at his chest, an indistinct flow of black and white energy entwining the longsword. Huai'an willingly released his sword intent, acknowledging his defeat. A swordsman who cannot even draw his sword has no need to continue the fight. This was the only immortal on land in the Ming dynasty, an undefeated martial arts master reigning supreme in his realm for a century. The very strike he took pride in was so effortlessly dispelled. He was astonished by Zhang Sanfeng's profound strength, just as Zhang Sanfeng marveled at Huai'an. He mused that Huai'an's sword intent seemed unlike anything of this world. Initially believing that his own early grandmaster cultivation could easily counter Huai'an, he was taken aback by the unexpected speed and intensity of the attack. Had he been in his former grandmaster state, he could not have withstood such an onslaught. Young friend Su, your swordsmanship is commendable. Among all I have encountered in my lifetime, you rank within the top 5. Chapter 149. The Fire Qilin. The top 5 ranks are already an exceedingly terrifying achievement, considering that throughout his lifetime, he has encountered no fewer than several dozen earthly immortal warriors. Among them, the sword-wielding warriors constitute the vast majority. To be among the top 5 amidst a gathering of such formidable swordmasters attests to the remarkable prowess of his swordsmanship. Huai'an silently shook his head, thinking he had expected at least a serious engagement from Zhang Zhenren, only to realize that not a single move had been exchanged. He had underestimated him. It is indeed true that Zhang Sanfeng is deserving of his reputation. Your sword intent far exceeds my expectations. To be candid, I find myself at a loss for further guidance, Zhang Sanfeng declared, his hands rubbing together as the taiji pattern before him dissipated. Moreover, the manifestation of sword intent is not a tangible entity. Even if I were to block this move, you would still be able to execute a second. It is akin to the strongest strike being a singular blow, yet it is far from being merely one. For you can always follow up, unleashing a second or third strike. Should the initial attempt fail, there is little purpose in launching another attack. Huai'an shook his head, dissenting with this perspective. Li Hanyi poured tea for the two of them, sitting beside them and listening to their debate. What appeared as a conversation was, in fact, a clash of their respective martial philosophies. Few in the realm of the 9 provinces could sit and discuss matters with Zhang Sanfeng. While there was a deliberate intent on his part to impart wisdom, it was more so a recognition of Huai'an's path. In the realm of martial arts, there exists a state of transcendence. How could one abandon the art of offense and defense midway? Perhaps your next strike could vanquish an opponent deemed insurmountable or break through an impossible barrier. The sword is pure. One strike embodies my path, and a failure to win with that strike signifies defeat. Huai'an spoke with unwavering conviction, his demeanor solemn. His intent was not to imply that he would only deliver a single strike in combat. Rather, if his most potent blow could not secure victory, it foretold his inevitable defeat. In a typical confrontation, he would certainly engage in probing attacks a few times, seeking the optimal moment before unleashing his most formidable strike. However, in a sparring context, such caution was unnecessary. The path of the sword must be one of relentless advance, with no one before and no path behind. To attempt to conquer all adversaries with a single stroke is a daunting endeavor. Excessive rigidity invites fracture. A flicker of seriousness crossed Zhang Sanfeng's aged visage. Although his body remained still, a spectral image coalesced behind him. He grasped a long sword and executed his swordsmanship with excruciating slowness, initiating and concluding with an arc. What appeared to be a singular move was, in truth, endless and boundless. Each arc of his sword technique expanded or contracted the circle of his swordplay, embodying the profound essence of taiji, enigmatic and difficult to fathom. Yet, despite this, it did not alter Huai'an's comprehension of his own martial path. Excessive rigidity invites fracture. What of reaching the pinnacle? He pondered, unable to articulate whether his perspective or Zhang Sanfeng's martial philosophy was more valid. The only certainty remained that his swordsmanship was undeniably correct in his own eyes. Zhang Sanfeng furrowed his brow, unable to conceal his disappointment as he inquired, reaching the pinnacle. What a fine notion indeed. If one day your adversary has ascended to the realm of terrestrial immortals, possessing the legendary prowess of martial divinity, do you harbor the conviction to wield a sword that can cleave through the heavens? Regardless of who they may be, I shall shatter them with a single strike. Su Huai'an remains obstinately steadfast in his beliefs, firmly convinced of his righteousness. Should life and death hang in the balance, and your first strike fails, will you still draw a second blade? Indeed. Then why not fracture your mightiest blow into 10, 100, or even an infinite number of strikes? The essence of the strongest lies in its singularity. If it were to be divided into myriad techniques, how could one still claim it to be the strongest? Zhang Sanfeng comprehends the duality of yin and yang, the interplay of opposition and harmony. His offensive is relentless, and his defense is a counterbalance of strength. He advocates for a prolonged exertion of energy against opponents of equal caliber, favoring a methodical approach to victory. Su Huai'an's sword intent is both carefree and suffused with dominance, pursuing the ultimate path. This divergence is the very crux of their disagreement. While one speaks of offensive might, the other delves into the true essence of martial arts. One believes in the infinite journey of martial arts, while the other posits that it possesses an endpoint, yet none have yet arrived at it. Suddenly, Zhang Sanfeng clapped his thigh and erupted into hearty laughter. Excellent, excellent, young friend Su. I eagerly await your ascension to the realm of terrestrial immortals for our next sparring session. His abrupt shift in demeanor left both Li Hanyi and Su Huai'an somewhat bewildered. Master Zhang, what do you mean? Zhang Sanfeng stood, his gaze increasingly filled with admiration. What is martial arts? Martial arts is my path, and my path is martial arts. Li Hanyi, still at a lower level of understanding, failed to grasp the profound implications. Su Huai'an, however, ventured a bold conjecture. Master Zhang, are you suggesting that? Indeed, you have grasped it correctly. One's martial path requires no external interference. Steadfastness in one's own martial convictions is already a step into the realm of terrestrial immortals. Zhang Sanfeng chuckled heartily. To maintain one's martial path is far easier to articulate than to achieve. It often seems an insurmountable task. Take, for instance, an ordinary grandmaster. Merely engaging in philosophical discourse about martial arts would likely lead to a tempest of emotions, resulting in a torrent of blood. If one's foundation is not solid, even the reversal of vital energy may lead to one's demise. Engaging in discourse about martial arts with a practitioner at the pinnacle of the craft. Especially in the face of opposing views, most martial artists would first question their own correctness. Yet, once doubt arises, they are already distanced from the realm of terrestrial immortals. Even if clarity is achieved later, affirming one's correctness would be too late. Su Huai'an, however, understood his truth from the very beginning. Congratulations, host, for exhibiting self-discipline and resilience. Engaging in discourse with the martial arts pinnacle, Zhang Sanfeng. Experience increased by 100,000. Congratulations, host, for exhibiting self-discipline and resilience. The noble gentleman's journey has ascended to the pinnacle realm, physique 8, root bone 0. 5. Congratulations, host, for exhibiting self-discipline and resilience. The superior martial art, blood refinement sword technique, has reached the pinnacle realm, physique 2, root bone 0. 5. He had never anticipated that discussing the Tao could be considered a form of self-discipline and self-improvement. However, even if he had contemplated this notion earlier, it would have been of little consequence. After all, his cultivation was insufficient, rendering him unqualified to engage in discourse with Zhang Zhenren. Low-level martial artists, who possess only a rudimentary understanding of martial arts, are hardly in a position to discuss the Tao. Once the discourse concluded, Zhang Sanfeng inquired about his next objective. Where do you intend to go next, Su Xiaoyu? The world of Jianghu, Su Huai'an replied with composure. And what is your purpose there? It is said that the fire qilin is exceedingly ferocious, and I wish to witness it for myself. He had no intention of concealing his intentions. To him, Zhang Sanfeng resembled an elder, and he spoke without excessive caution. Unlike the deeply calculating Zhu Wushi, he felt at ease in Zhang Zhenren's presence. However, upon hearing his destination, Zhang Sanfeng's brows furrowed in concern. The fire qilin is best left undisturbed. What do you mean, Zhang Zhenren? I have never been there. Is there something particularly noteworthy about the fire qilin? Zhang Sanfeng shook his head. There isn't a specific tale to tell. The crux of the matter is that creature is quite troublesome. Troublesome? Is it not merely an exotic beast? Su Qin questioned, somewhat perplexed. If it were a true qilin, even with a few more audacious thoughts, I would not be foolish enough to seek my demise with my early-stage grandmaster cultivation. Those legendary ancient divine beasts. Which one of them does not begin at the earth immortal realm? Perhaps the classifications of exotic beasts differ from those of humans, but their strength is undoubtedly among the mightiest within their ranks. However, the fire qilin, despite bearing the name of a qilin, may not necessarily be compared to a true qilin. That fire qilin possesses average strength and is insignificant in the earth immortal realm. Yet, It stands unrivaled among grandmasters. And its lair is rather peculiar. Ordinary Earth immortals are disinclined to invite trouble, which is why it has managed to survive to this day. Chapter 150. Arrival at Lingyun Cave. Zhang Sanfeng expounded on the reasons behind the situation. The fire Qilin, though ferocious and formidable, was not beyond the reach of retribution. However, most warriors capable of confronting it were reluctant to take the risk. Moreover, the chaotic state of martial arts in the Tianxia society made it exceedingly difficult for foreign practitioners to exert their full power. Achieving even a third of their peak potential was already a remarkable feat, and various factors contributed to this predicament. He noted that the suppression of martial prowess was only applicable to warriors at the level of land immortals and above. Grandmasters remained unaffected. His words sparked a conjecture in Su Huai'an's mind. The martial suppression, which seemed to target only the land immortals, could it be due to that man? I have learned much from your words. I shall consider them with due caution. Despite this, he remained resolute in his plans. After all, who would not covet the fire Qilin? Furthermore, the Tianxia society possessed numerous treasures, and besides the fire Qilin, there were other extraordinary beasts. He was determined to venture forth, seeking not only to witness these marvels, but also to find rare materials capable of elevating the indestructible Vajra technique to the next stage. Zhang Sanfeng perceived the unwavering determination in his intent and refrained from further persuasion. After imparting some pertinent advice, the two departed from Wudong. Even after traversing several dozen miles, the concern on Li Hanyi's face remained palpable. Are you truly set on this path? Rest assured, nothing will be amiss. Others may be unaware, but you are well aware of my strength. Su Huai'an reassured her with a smile. His insistence on disregarding caution and pursuing his course was not merely an impulsive decision. No matter how splendid the opportunity, preserving one's life was paramount. The dangers of the Tianxia society were indeed considerable, yet at this juncture, the mightiest warrior was undoubtedly Tianjin Wuming. Having shared a mentor-student bond with him, coupled with his calm demeanor, it was unlikely they would come to blows. The other warriors, after all, posed little substantial threat to him. At the very least, he felt confident in safeguarding his life. Li Hanyi, recognizing the futility of further persuasion, accepted that Wudong and Shuiyue City lay in different directions. Although the two territories intersected, the expanse between them was vast. Their current positions diverged, one heading northwest while the other proceeded north, thus saving considerable time. Moreover, the fire Qilin's lair was situated far from Shuiyue City. Li Hanyi repeatedly expressed her willingness to return alone, yet Su Huai'an insisted on accompanying her. The circumstances had changed. With his newfound identity, her situation would only grow more perilous. Despite being within the dominion of the Ming dynasty, where Zhu Wushi held sway, the adage better safe than sorry rang true. He had recently attracted numerous adversaries, and should she encounter danger, it would be dire. Thus, with his company, escorting her back to Shuiyue City seemed the most prudent course. The two traveled at great speed, and after half a month, they entered the sphere of influence surrounding Shuiyue City. It was only when they were but one city away from Shuiyue City that Su Huai'an finally parted ways with her. Here, they could deem themselves safe. For Hanyi held master-level prowess and had comprehended the essence of the sword. In the absence of formidable masters, escaping was hardly a concern. After parting ways, Su Huai'an sought refuge in a thicket, liberating his steed without a second thought. After all, he had no further use for it. It was wiser to let it roam free while he embarked on a journey of his own, honing both his footwork and martial prowess along the way. After half a month of relentless travel and engaging in profound discussions with Zhang Sanfeng, his attributes underwent notable transformations. Host, Su Huai'an, age, 20, realm, early stage grandmaster, peak, physique, 1003, root bone, 86, heavenly talent, comprehension, 89, 5, heavenly talent, mental techniques martial arts, supreme mental technique, 9 yang divine art, 41,025,000, exquisite martial art, Tai Chi fist, 32,150,000. Superior sword technique, blood refining sword art, 86,210,100,000. Superior leg technique, wind chasing leg, 10,000 and 290,000. Intermediate leg technique, illusory cloud leg, 84,331,000. Basic sword technique, return to simplicity, 380,000,999,9999. Basic body technique, pinnacle 15050. 80000. Basic spear technique, return to simplicity, 75,165,999,000. Rare body technique, gentleman's journey, 8,036,000. Supreme Martial Art, Indestructible Diamond Art, 12,453 1 million. Abilities, Alchemist, Return to Simplicity, 20846 9999999. Medical Skills, Pinnacle 14000 20000. Talent, All-Pervading Alchemy. There is no elixir you cannot concoct. Should you desire it, you can grasp various undiscovered and previously unrefined formulas. Currently, beneath the realm of unparalleled elixirs, you can freely innovate. Special Physique, Medicinal Jar Physique, Martial Intent, Killing Sword Intent, Clear Sword Heart, 2001000. Sword Path, Transcendent Realm, 9999 10,000. Killing to cease killing. This ability has no realm classification. The more one kills, the stronger their killing intent becomes. Spear Intent, Ultimate Realm, Man and Spear as one. The path of Tai Chi, Yin and Yang interdependence. His cultivation had reached the peak of the early stage, poised to break through to the mid-stage Grandmaster realm at any moment. He chose not to swagger into the territory of the Tianxia Society, not out of a lack of confidence in his strength, but rather due to the knowledge of the discord between Shuiyue City and the Tianxia Society. Venturing from Shuiyue City into their domain would be an obvious provocation, inviting trouble rather than avoiding it. Instead of making a conspicuous entrance, he simply altered his route. Without startling anyone, he entered the Tianxia Society's territory. Given his current prowess, it was nearly impossible for anyone to detect him if he did not wish to be found. He maintained a swift pace, covering what would take an ordinary person over a month in less than 2 days. Upon encountering the towering Buddha statue before him, exceeding 100 meters in height, Su Huai'an felt a surge of emotion. At the summit lies Lingyun Cave, the very destination he seeks. Amidst the dense jungle, he refrains from hastily ascending. Instead, he selects a secure spot. With a sense of tranquility, he leaps up and rests with closed eyes upon a tree. Though the exterior appears serene, he is acutely aware that matters are far from simple. The fire Qilin is indeed a treasure in its entirety, and he cannot believe that no other forces would be intrigued by it. It is essential to recall that, according to the narrative, the fire Qilin has long thrived in Lingyun Cave, untouched by hunters primarily because none could contend with it. The sole entity capable of vanquishing it, the legendary Sword Woman, has long concealed its presence, withdrawing from the martial world for 2 decades. While the prowess of the Tianxia Association's leader, Xiang, is commendable, it does not reach the level required to extinguish the fire Qilin. Thus, the fire Qilin has persisted, but the situation has now drastically changed. With numerous martial arts worlds converging, the warriors of Jiuzhou are indeed plentiful. A mere fire Qilin, even with its martial prowess, as Zhang Sanfeng suggested, and restrictions on terrestrial deities, would not survive an onslaught from a multitude of grandmasters. Not to mention, figures like Zhu Wushi and Guo Jing, who are among the pinnacle of grandmasters, would easily overpower it. The Tianxia Association, fully aware of the fire Qilin's whereabouts, cannot possibly conceal this knowledge from everyone. Despite their intentions, they are bound to dispatch individuals for surveillance. Should he recklessly charge ahead, he might find himself embroiled in a bloody battle before even encountering the fire Qilin. It is wiser to observe patiently, for a day or two's delay is inconsequential. Even from several hundred meters away, he can sense an imperceptible wave of searing heat approaching him. Thus, he concludes that the fire Qilin remains alive, unscathed by any hunters. As he anticipated, faint sounds soon emanate from the cave entrance above. Logically, if there were an ambush, such layered sounds would not be produced. Curiosity piqued. He wonders who could be above. He speculates that with only a few top-tier experts in the Tianxia Association, it is improbable they would all be dispatched to guard the fire Qilin. Their presence likely serves a warning function, not expecting to repel intruders, but rather to relay information back to the Tianxia Association's headquarters promptly, allowing the leader, Xiang, to make informed decisions. However, since no confrontation has yet occurred, Su Huai'an is content to wait a little longer. He contemplates the identities of those who might be clashing with the members of the Tianxia Association. Another possibility is that the outsiders have already dispatched the association's watchers. Anyone bold enough to seek trouble with the fire Qilin must possess formidable strength, easily dispatching a throng of Tianxia Association's lesser members. That said, Xiang is not a fool. He would not send mere novices, and it stands to reason that those he dispatched must possess some level of escape capability. Chapter 151. Farewell to Su Weixiong. Since it does not concern him directly, he might as well enjoy the spectacle. When the moment calls for bravery, one must advance fearlessly. Conversely, in times that demand caution, it is wise to tread carefully. He had never witnessed the fire Qilin with his own eyes. Thus, he could not accurately gauge its true power. Although speculation placed it within the realm of Grand Masters, the absence of first-hand experience left room for potential misjudgment. Most crucially, during his journey, he had overheard numerous rumors, several of which piqued his keen interest. Whether these were mere hearsay or born of some other motive, he could not tell. Some claimed that their ancestors had perished at the hands of the fire Qilin, with many similar assertions echoing around. There were also those who had witnessed formidable warriors fall victim to the creature. The tales varied widely, including a young man who boldly declared that his family's elders had encountered the fire Qilin centuries ago, even producing scrolls as proof of his claims. The majority of these narratives were likely fanciful fabrications, designed solely to capture attention. However, as the old adage goes, there's no smoke without fire. And who could assert that the stories of others were entirely false? What if the fire Qilin truly had manifested centuries prior? The implications would be vastly different. Initially, Su Huai'an had surmised that the fire Qilin had only existed for a mere 100 years. A century versus 400 or 500 years marks an astronomical difference. In 4 or 5 centuries, even a pig could attain the Grand Master realm, let alone a rare fire-type beast, which might have already reached or even surpassed the terrestrial immortal stage. Coupled with the terrifying defensive capabilities and immense physique of such a creature, it would undoubtedly dominate in martial prowess, likely facing few equals among its peers. Were he to recklessly intrude, discovering that it had achieved the terrestrial immortal realm would spell disaster. Yet, these were merely conjectures, after all. This was his first encounter with a mystical beast since arriving in the Jiuzhou continent. Previously, he had only encountered ordinary wild animals, devoid of any realm distinctions. An hour later, the commotion above not only persisted but intensified. He could only speculate on the number of combatants embroiled in the fray, leaving him utterly bewildered. Occasionally, 1 or 2 warriors plummeted from above, though fell might be a more fitting description. When descending from a height of 100 meters, primarily consisting of first-grade innate warriors, the outcome was inevitably gruesome, with remnants scattered across the ground. The statue was utterly soaked in blood, the crimson liquid seeping through the cracks of the stone and flowing into the lake below. Just as he felt his curiosity stir, contemplating a closer look, a scorching wave of energy erupted violently, sending a fierce aura even to Su Huai'an below. In the next moment, countless figures plummeted, crashing onto the cliff, resulting in yet another array of scattered remains. Su Huai'an realized that the true entity had emerged. Otherwise, these individuals would not have met their end so swiftly. It was, in a sense, a pursuit of death. He could not fathom why they chose to brawl at the entrance of another's lair, engaging in a skirmish that lasted over an hour. Did they truly believe that the fire Qilin would remain oblivious to their presence? He had no inclination to concern himself with a throng of fools, rising to gaze upward, hoping to glimpse the true visage of the fire Qilin. Yet the distance was rather considerable. Based on the intensity of its attacks, he could only surmise its strength, which seemed to surpass that of a Grand Master, though it appeared not to reach the level of an earthly immortal. Such a conclusion stemmed from his assessment of the fire Qilin as far superior to other warriors of the same realm. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Who among them was not the unrivaled champion of their own domain? As long as its overall power fell short of that of an earthly immortal, he felt no fear. Yet, as he continued to observe, his pupils constricted for a simple reason. A familiar figure emerged in the crowd, a person he had not seen for half a year. Su Weixiong was indeed among them, engaged in fierce combat with a host of warriors. Behind her, the fire Qilin bellowed with ferocity, charging towards several individuals. Its size was at least 10 meters, each step causing the earth to tremble. Su Weixiong was caught between defending against her adversaries and shielding herself from the onslaught of the divine beast. She could not withstand a single attack and plummeted down the mountainside. "Second princess, save her!" A chorus of warriors cried out, desperate to descend and rescue her. However, they were already at a numerical disadvantage, and in the chaos of the battle, none could break free. Moreover, the sheer height of the cliff, devoid of any footholds, rendered even the most skilled Grand Masters uncertain of their descent. Su Weixiong's face turned ashen, resigned to the fate of being shattered upon impact. She had not yet entered the ranks of the Grand Masters and was gravely injured. Her prospects for survival were bleak. Regret consumed her, for she had failed to fulfill her father's mission and procure the necessary items. A multitude of faces flickered through her mind, family, friends, before finally settling on the silhouette of Su Huai'an. She recalled their last meeting, parting in such a manner, albeit unilaterally. She was aware of the reality that the fool remained oblivious. Recently, she had heard tales of him single-handedly storming Xiang to rescue Weixiong, who had lived with him in Taishan City. She wondered if he still remembered her. This scene shattered his plans for concealment, prompting him to act without hesitation. As he activated the Junzi Wanli Xing beneath him, leaves fluttered above in the treetops. He was still 100 meters away from the statue beneath Lingyun Cave. Yet at that moment of full eruption, he surged downward in mere breaths. With a sweeping motion of his right hand, he cradled Su Weixiong in his arms, deftly retreating with a light touch of his toes. Apart from her, Su Huai'an wished to concern himself with no one else, nor could he. For the fire Qilin was already charging toward him. Delay would result in entanglement. Su Weixiong, gravely wounded, was on the brink of death, her consciousness fading. Just before she lost awareness, she glimpsed a longed-for figure rushing toward her. Believing it to be a mere hallucination, she succumbed to the void of her surroundings. Meanwhile, Su Huai'an had unleashed the full potential of Junzi Wanli Xing, yet he could not shake off the relentless pursuit of the fire Qilin. Unbeknownst to him, the creature, in a fit of madness, abandoned all others, leaping down to attack him directly. Su Huai'an, possessing remarkable skills, found himself unable to engage directly with the formidable creature. Clutching Su Weihong, he realized that while he could withstand a few exchanges with the fire Qilin, the recoil from such encounters could easily prove fatal for Su Weihong. Even a mere brush with the beast revealed that her body could scarcely endure even the slightest harm. It was perplexing why a princess from Weixiong had ventured here personally. However, the pressing urgency lay in their need to escape swiftly. The fire Qilin drew nearer, leaving him with no viable options. Relinquishing the thought of fleeing, he summoned a flash of golden light as the indestructible Vajra technique surged forth, and he unleashed a palm strike behind him. Given the dire circumstances, manifesting his sword intent into a blade was no longer feasible. He resorted instead to the method of tempering his flesh to counter the threat. Yet, he was acutely aware that this strike would not suffice to halt the fire Qilin, thus blending his palm strike with his intrinsic sword intent. The fire Qilin responded by raising its forepaw and delivering a fierce downward blow. The disparity in size between the two combatants was starkly evident. With a thunderous roar, both figures were sent hurtling backwards. The force of their collision generated shockwaves that caused trees within a radius of several dozen meters to sway violently. The less robust trunks were uprooted or shattered in half. Observing from above, two groups of martial artists were consumed by a mix of astonishment and fury. Yet they continued their frantic escape, their composure unshaken. They had not anticipated that anyone could withstand a direct strike from the fire Qilin. It should be noted that moments prior, the creature had scarcely exerted itself. A mere blast of its fiery breath had left the crowd in disarray. Had it not been for Su Huai'an diverting the beast's attention, they would all have faced certain demise today. Among them, some felt elated while others were filled with dread. The martial artists from Weixiong experienced a surge of mixed emotions. Had Su Weihong perished today, even if they managed to return alive, their fates would surely be grim. Initially believing her fall from the mountain peak to be fatal, they were astonished to witness a warrior emerge from the fray, defying the perilous descent to save her. Just as they began to feel a sense of relief, they saw the fire Qilin pursuing them relentlessly. A heavy stone of anxiety settled in their hearts. Yet they found solace in Su Huai'an's ability to stand and fight against the fire Qilin. As for what others thought, Su Huai'an was oblivious. All he knew was that he felt utterly wretched. Chapter 152. Reasons, journeys, speculations. A tumultuous upheaval surged through his internal organs, causing a trickle of blood to escape from the corner of his mouth. The essence of the exotic beast lies in its formidable strength, far surpassing that of a grandmaster. As for him, a mere novice, his unrefined mastery of the indestructible diamond technique was insufficient to withstand such force. Were it not for Su Weixiong's presence, he could have retreated, employing the principles of Tai Chi to dissipate the brute force. However, such an action would put Su Weixiong in jeopardy, requiring him to allocate part of his vital energy to safeguard her heart meridian, preventing her from sustaining further injury. The fire Qilin, emboldened by its successful strike, attempted to pursue further, only to realize the distance between them had widened significantly. Utilizing the recoil, Su Huai'an propelled himself swiftly away. The fire Qilin roared, its maw opening wide, unleashing a torrent of intensely high-temperature flames. Without a backward glance, Su Huai'an discerned the imminent attack. Channeling his sword intent, he summoned the essence of the sword and, without a moment's hesitation, cleaved through the air. The silvery blade of light effortlessly sliced through the flames, hurtling toward the fire Qilin. Instinctively, the beast evaded, shifting several meters to narrowly escape the sword's path. This fleeting moment granted Su Huai'an a surge of vital energy, forming a protective shield around both himself and Su Weixiong. Together, they leapt into the lake. vanishing from sight in an instant. The fire Qilin, averse to water and recognizing Su Huai'an as a formidable adversary, refrained from pursuing further. It let out a series of furious roars, stirring the wilderness into a chorus of animalistic cries, before turning away and bounding back to the Lingyun cave atop the cliff. Meanwhile, Su Huai'an paid no heed to external matters, rapidly diving hundreds of meters underwater. Once he could no longer sense the fire Qilin's presence, he emerged from the depths. He retrieved a medicinal pill from his possession, intending to administer it to Su Weixiong, but found her in a deep coma, incapable of self-movement. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately chose to feed it to her himself. Remaining in this location was untenable. They would inevitably fall into a trap if they lingered. With the potion sustaining her life, he ventured several dozen miles away, seeking refuge in a secluded cave. His own injuries were not severe. He anticipated a recovery within 2 to 3 days. The singular clash had only resulted in a minor burn, which he had successfully mitigated. His outstanding physique, exceeding 1,000 in strength, was no trivial matter, encompassing more than mere physical resilience. It also included remarkable self-healing capabilities, adept at assimilating various forms of trauma. Su Weixiong, however, faced a more challenging predicament. Her external wounds were manageable, but the internal turmoil had caused a slight displacement of her organs. Fortunately, the medicinal concoctions he had previously crafted for survival were not solely for combat. They contained ample healing elixirs, complemented by his exceptional medical knowledge. Methodically, he massaged and dispersed the congealed blood, treating her injuries bit by bit. When Su Weixiong finally awakened, it was already the evening of the 3rd day. After 3 days of diligent care, Su Huai'an's own injuries had fully healed, and he had fortuitously broken through the initial bottleneck of his cultivation, advancing to the mid-stage of the Grandmaster realm. For reasons unknown, the indomitable strength of the Diamond Sutra has undergone significant enhancement. As I examine my attributes, I find the following. Host, Su Huai'an, age, 20, realm, mid-stage Grandmaster, physique, 1023, root bone, 86, heavenly talent, comprehension, 89. 5. Heavenly talent, martial arts, supreme heart method, 9 suns divine skill, mastery level, 41,250,000, exceptional martial art, Tai Chi fist, pinnacle level, 32,150,000. Superior sword technique, blood refinement sword art, pinnacle level, 86,210,100,000. Superior leg technique, wind chasing leg, mastery level, 10,000 and 290,000. Intermediate leg technique, illusory cloud leg. Pinnacle level, 84,331,000. Fundamental sword technique, return to simplicity, 380,000,999,9999. Fundamental body technique, pinnacle level 15050,80,000. Fundamental spear technique, return to simplicity, 75,165,999,000. Precious body technique, gentleman's journey, pinnacle level, 8,036,000. Supreme martial skill, Diamond Sutra, mastery level, 552,453 1 million. Abilities, Pill Master, return to simplicity, 20846. 9999999. Medical skill, pinnacle level 14000, 20000. Talent, alchemist of all, capable of refining any pill. If one desires, one can comprehend various yet undiscovered and unrefined pill formulas. In the current state below the unparalleled pill, one can create freely. Special physique, medicinal vessel physique, martial intent, slaughtering sword intent, clear sword heart, 2001000. Sword path, transcendence realm, sword intent, profound understanding, 9,999 10,000. Slaughter intent, stopping slaughter through slaughter. This ability has no realm division, the more one kills. The stronger one's slaughter intent becomes, spear intent, ultimate realm, unity of man and spear, the path of Tai Chi, the interplay of yin and yang. As I observe the transformations in my strength, I contemplate the disparity between myself and the fire Qilin. In our last encounter, neither of us gained a significant advantage, and I experienced a minor setback. However, without Su Weixiong, I am confident of victory. Upon opening her eyes, Su Weixiong found Su Huai'an seated beside her, gently massaging her arms, startling her into a jolt, instinctively preparing to rise. Yet, her body ached profoundly, rendering her utterly powerless. Any exertion only intensified her discomfort. Do not move, your body has yet to recover. Any sudden motion may exacerbate your injuries, Su Huai'an urged, promptly restraining her to prevent further agitation. After laboriously tending to her for several days, he could not allow any mischief at this moment. How did you end up here? Su Weixiong pondered myriad thoughts, which ultimately condensed into this singular inquiry. It dawned upon her that she was not dreaming. He had indeed come again to rescue her. I was going to ask how you arrived, and whether you had set your sights on the fire Qilan as well. It seems we are quite fated. Our first meeting left you grievously injured, and now we find ourselves in this scenario once more. Su Huai'an let out a bitter laugh, teasingly remarking, Indeed. You two have come seeking the fire Qilan. I had anticipated as much. After her brief moment of dazed reflection upon awakening, she had surmised the general course of events. Her actions had been clandestine, known to very few outsiders, especially not to Su Huai'an, who was no longer in Weixiong. Their encounter was truly fortuitous. What led you to this predicament? Su Huai'an inquired, displaying a keen interest in the matter, setting aside the vast resources of Weixiong. Even if someone were dispatched to confront the fire Qilan, it would surely require a master, at the very least, to make a meaningful attempt against it. To approach such a rare and formidable creature with merely a handful of small pets seemed nothing short of suicidal. Furthermore, in Su Huai'an's recollection, Su Weixiong was an astute woman. It was inconceivable that she would engage in such folly. Upon mentioning this, a flicker of anger crossed Su Weixiong's face, her chest heaving with intensity. I do not know. It was supposed to be a settled matter. We merely sought the blood bodhi and had no intention of confronting the blood Qilan. Her presence had been motivated by concern for her subordinates' inadequacies. She believed that her own involvement might ensure a more reliable outcome, for the task, though not arduous, was of significant consequence, demanding utmost precision. Yet, who could have predicted that, at the final moment, complications would arise? They had indeed infiltrated the cave and were poised to collect their prize when, unexpectedly, a beam of sword light shot forth from the shadows, igniting a conflict between their faction and the Tianxia society, inadvertently rousing the slumbering fire Qilan. Upon hearing her account, Su Huai'an recalled the figure he had glimpsed days prior at the entrance of Lingyun Cave and tentatively inquired, who was the intermediary between the Tianxia society and your group? Was it a swordsman by the name of Duanlong? The situation had been chaotic, and he had paid little heed to the skirmish at the time. A fleeting glance had revealed a cold, aloof man observing the battle with indifference. Later, when he had encountered Su Weixiong, her life hanging by a thread, there had been no opportunity to observe others. Su Weixiong nodded in affirmation. Yes, do you know him? She indeed remembered him, for she had felt an instinctive aversion upon their first meeting. It was an inexplicable, uncanny sensation, as if her sixth sense warned her that this man was not one to be trifled with. Chapter 153. The astonishing Su Weixiong. Su Weixiong, though appearing to be a paragon of virtue, exuded an unsettling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Merely approaching him elicited an awareness of the seething rage within, an impression that lingered ominously. It could be said that I knew him, though the acquaintance was one-sided, for he remained oblivious to my existence. Su Huai'an touched his nose thoughtfully. How could he possibly be unaware of Duanlang, one of the rare masters in the realm? Aside from the rising star of Fengyun and the formidable disciple of Xiong, Qin Shuang, he was among the few who could be counted as peerless. Upon my return to Weixiong, this matter shall not simply conclude here. Su Weixiong was profoundly dissatisfied, her ire barely contained. After years of traversing the martial world, how could she be subjected to such machinations? Had it not been for Su Huai'an's fortuitous presence, she might have met her demise. Enough of this anger. It is best to focus on recuperation and restore your strength, Su Huai'an said soothingly, offering her 2 pills. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Weixiong swallowed them whole, suddenly recalling her subordinates. Did any of my guards manage to escape? They should have all fled, Su Huai'an observed. At that moment, he had noted the fire Qilan pursuing him. Members of the Tiankai and Weixiong had taken advantage of the chaos to slip away. It was an unavoidable circumstance, as he had unleashed his full qi to save others. The overwhelming energy of a mid-stage grandmaster would naturally attract the attention of the fire Qilan. Su Weixiong, still leaning against the stone wall, pondered what lay ahead. Will the Tiankai seek retribution against us? Her uncertainty regarding their response was palpable. The reason was simple. Would the Tiankai target her, or was it merely Duanlang's unilateral decision? If Xiong were to breach their agreement and use her to coerce Weixiong, her predicament would be dire. However, should Duanlang act independently, devoid of directives from above, it would signify a betrayal of the Tiankai. In such a case, not only would they refrain from harming her, but they might also be compelled to offer her protection. After all, it was evident that they had no desire to become adversaries of Weixiong, a scenario fraught with more disadvantages than benefits. It remained unclear if the Tiankai was aware, but it was evident that someone was indeed seeking her. The whereabouts of her Weixiong subordinates were unknown, while Duan Lang persistently dispatched individuals to track her movements. Su Huai'an had meticulously analyzed the external situation over the past few days. He speculated that this search was not sanctioned by Xiong, as the martial prowess of those outside was generally lacking. Aside from Duan Lang, the rest were merely innate martial artists, with no grandmasters in sight. Had Xiong sent people, it would be improbable for him to dispatch such a scant number. What shall we do next? Su Weixiong suddenly flashed a radiant smile, her eyes twinkling as they met his. The unexpected brilliance of her expression momentarily took Su Huai'an aback. She had always presented herself as a strategist, serene and unruffled. Even when he first encountered her, gravely injured and wholly defenseless, her demeanor upon awakening had been composed. He had never witnessed her in such a light before. Once your injuries have healed somewhat, I shall ensure your safe departure. After a moment of dazed contemplation, Su Huai'an gently responded. Su Weixiong regarded his reaction with satisfaction, his gaze fixed intently upon him. If you take my words to heart, you shall find it difficult to extricate yourself. It matters not, they are merely a rabble. Su Huai'an replied, his tone devoid of joy or sorrow, entirely dismissive of the Tianxia society. I am aware of your exploits in Xiangyang, where you felled several masters and even defeated a grandmaster. You maneuvered through countless foes with ease, yet the Tianxia society remains a formidable martial force. We find ourselves isolated and vulnerable, unlike our circumstances in Xiangyang. Su Weixiong shook his head, rejecting the suggestion. Is that so? They are merely the Tianxia society. If I choose to leave, none can detain me. Never mind. I have made arrangements and possess my own means of escape. You should depart first, Su Weixiong insisted, unwilling to see him fall into peril. Even the treachery of Duanlong had caught her somewhat off guard. But she was Su Weixiong, the foremost talent of Weixiong, and certainly would not leave herself without contingencies. Su Huai'an nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and turned to walk out of the cave, not glancing back. Su Weixiong, observing his reaction, could not help but curse inwardly. Fool, do you not know how to utter a few flattering words? Simpleton, truly oblivious to the thoughts of a woman. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, she called out to Su Huai'an, have you ever harbored feelings for me? Su Huai'an halted mid-step, falling silent. To claim affection would be a stretch. All men are drawn to beauty, let alone someone as exquisite as Su Weixiong, who possessed wealth, power, and cunning. Who could possibly resist? Yet he was not a mere libertine, often contemplating matters more profoundly. Otherwise, given his current stature, he could easily attract numerous women with just a wave of his hand. Since revealing his alchemical prowess, such opportunities had never been lacking. However, he disdained such tactics and sought not to indulge recklessly. Yet Su Weixiong was different. She held a unique place in his heart. Since his arrival in this realm, apart from Li Hanyi, she had been his first true friend and had taken on a mentor's role for a time, fostering a distinct sentiment. Seeing his silence, Su Weixiong felt compelled to speak again. Come back. The two sat side by side on the edge of the bed, both aware of each other's unspoken feelings. However, Su Huai'an had only just parted from Hanyi. Su Weixiong pondered, if she liked him, why not pursue him openly? After all, her happiness depended on her own initiative. Furthermore, for the sake of Weixiong, she would eventually need to marry. With an uncertain future ahead, why not seek someone she truly admired? Su Huai'an's prowess rivaled that of a grandmaster, and he maintained a favorable relationship with Emperor Zhu Wushi of the Ming dynasty. He was also a top-tier alchemist, fulfilling all her criteria. In the final moments, Su Huai'an pointed with his right hand, and a sword of enlightenment descended at the cave's entrance. Soon, a torrent of sword intent surged forth, enveloping the cave entrance like a relentless downpour. The following morning, Su Huai'an gazed upon the crimson stains below, letting out a sigh, lamenting the trials of being favored by a beauty. Su Weixiong had already risen, her disheveled attire meticulously arranged. Every injury had healed completely, and her strength had ascended to the pinnacle of the mid-stage of innate mastery. Your elixir is truly remarkable. Is it a new concoction of yours? A rare elixir would hardly possess such potent effects, she mused. Having arrived at the territory of the Heavenly Society over 10 days ago, she had been devoid of any information. Unaware of the widespread rumors surrounding the Yin-Yang harmonization pill, she posed her inquiry. Su Huai'an nodded. Indeed, it was not merely a rare potion, but a sacred-grade Yin-Yang harmonization pill. There was no need for concealment with his beloved, and he had no desire to deceive her. Although the Yin-Yang harmonization pill was a sacred-grade elixir, it came with certain healing properties. However, it was not as terrifyingly effective as to revive a dying person. The true essence lay in the process of harmonization. as Su Huai'an's vital energy continuously washed over Su Weixiong's body. If one attempt bore no fruit, then a second, a third, or even 100 attempts would follow. The refined vital energy inherently possessed healing capabilities. Otherwise, martial artists would not employ their vital energy for healing purposes. The initial lack of results stemmed from their uncertain relationship. One could not engage intimately merely for the sake of salvation. What? Sacred grade? Is that not an elixir worth a fortune, sought after for a night? Even the affluent Su Weixiong found herself momentarily speechless, taken aback. In her martial training, she primarily relied on mid-grade elixirs, occasionally using high-grade ones, while rare elixirs were exceedingly uncommon. Even in Weixiong, she had yet to encounter sacred-grade elixirs, and to her astonishment, she had unwittingly consumed one. Chapter 154. The pinnacle of swordsmanship. Otherwise, how could you possibly elevate your cultivation by 1.5 realms? It is essential to note that Su Weixiong originally possessed the early innate stage of cultivation, yet in a single night, she remarkably ascended 1.5 levels. Not only did she break through to the mid-innate stage, but she also reached the peak of that stage, merely a step away from the late stage of cultivation. After all, her own cultivation had also advanced, and the mastery of the mid-level grandmaster bestowed upon her profound enlightenment, coupled with her 9-yang divine art, which is a source of endless vitality, had it not been for a portion being used to heal her injuries. A direct breakthrough to the late innate stage would have been entirely feasible. However, conversely, the effects of the yin-yang fusion pill held little significance for him now. Such extravagance is indeed astonishing. No wonder your progress in cultivation is so rapid. Su Weixiong found herself at a loss for words. Although she had speculated that the pills she consumed might be of extraordinary quality, yielding such remarkable results, the revelation of the truth still left her astounded. Relying on elixirs to accumulate cultivation may indeed lead to meteoric advancements, yet without a solid foundation, one would merely be at the bottom tier among peers. How could your prowess be so terrifying? The realm of cultivation does not equate to martial prowess. It is akin to someone consuming elixirs, yet failing to ascend to the grandmaster level due to inadequate talent and aptitude, qualities that no pill can compensate for. Moreover, the elevation gained from such pills is rendered futile if one's martial skills do not keep pace. Yet Su Huai'an stands as an anomaly. Not only does he ascend in cultivation at an astonishing rate, but his combat capabilities also far exceed those of his peers. It is merely luck, nothing more. Su Huai'an chuckled softly, finding no cause for concern. Very well, let us depart. Su Weixiong felt her previous tension dissipate. In the intimate moments they shared the night before, she had come to understand Su Huai'an's true cultivation level, mid-level grandmaster, which granted her newfound confidence. Were it anyone else, attempting to break through layers of encirclement with just mid-level grandmaster strength would be a daunting challenge. But who is Su Huai'an? He annihilated grandmasters with the ease of slicing through vegetables, even having slain grandmasters before. Even if his opponents are not at their peak, they remain formidable grandmasters. Yet they are still 2 major realms beneath him, rendering them incapable of matching him. Now that he has entered the grandmaster realm, it is likely that no one can contend with him unless a celestial being intervenes. All right, Su Huai'an replied, taking her small hand. There was no need for Su Weixiong to deploy her contingency plans. Nothing felt safer than being by his side. Come forth, sword. Su Huai'an gestured subtly, summoning a silver-white longsword that descended from the heavens. As it fell into his grasp, the marks upon the hilt gleamed ever brighter, nearly transforming into a tangible form. I have yet to witness such a manifestation of sword intent. There are many swordsmen in Liang, but they belong to an older generation, among the new generation. None possess exceptional swordsmanship, at least none that could be compared to Su Huai'an. The two exited the cave and proceeded slowly along the mountain path. Are you returning to Weixiong? I notice you seem to lack any blood bodhi. Indeed, I do not possess any. A few days ago, I had not yet managed to procure it before being discovered by the fire Qilin. Su Weixiong wore a troubled expression and murmured, let us return to Weixiong. The fire Qilin is far too formidable. We must await another opportunity. She understood that her man was powerful, yet the fire Qilin was in a league of its own. It was not merely a grandmaster-level warrior. It was nearly on par with an earthly immortal. She could not allow him to take such great risks for her sake in pursuit of the blood bodhi. How difficult can it be? Watch as I battle it, she declared. However, Su Huai'an merely smiled calmly and responded with unwavering certainty. An indomitable aura radiated from him, with a sword intent that soared towards the heavens. Perhaps we should reconsider, Su Weixiong replied, still feeling a twinge of unease. It was important to note that the fire Qilin could not be classified as grandmaster-level combat strength. It was merely a hair's breadth away from being an earthly immortal. Regardless of his strength, the odds of victory against such a creature were exceedingly slim. Are you truly confident? Su Weihong inquired. Su Huai'an hesitated. He estimated his chances of triumph to be a staggering 99%. While he would not claim 100% certainty of vanquishing it, he was confident he could secure a victory, and acquiring a few blood bodhi should not pose a significant challenge. After all, he was still uncertain of the full extent of his own power. Vaguely aware of his might, you once displayed your prowess for Weixiong and Xiang, single-handedly battling a myriad of troops. Can you not do the same for me and slay the Fire Qilin? Su Weihong's eyes sparkled with anticipation, her gaze fixed upon him. I possess the skill to slay dragons. Allow your wife to behold the brilliance of my blade. With that, Su Huai'an propelled himself to the utmost limits of his agility, swiftly carrying Su Weihong over 10 miles, placing her gently within the embrace of the forest. Grasping his long sword, he strode purposefully towards the entrance of Lingyun Cave. Allow me to escort you a short distance, Su Huai'an murmured to himself, his longsword effortlessly slicing through the air. Above him, dozens of sword lights materialized, cascading in all directions. The sword light rained down, accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries. Su Weihong gazed in horror as the verdant expanse of the forest quickly became stained with crimson. Countless figures fell, severed limbs and dismembered bodies flying through the air. Each wore the insignia of the Tianxia society, their expressions a mix of unwillingness and terror. Duan Lang had anticipated Su Weihong's return, knowing she would not simply retreat. He had positioned his subordinates in ambush nearby, but alas, they encountered Su Huai'an instead. Otherwise, even if Su Weihong had discovered them, she would have been powerless against such numbers. Was this truly the extent of Su Huai'an's prowess? With a single sword strike, he had felled nearly 100 foes. Surely, this was no less than the descent of a celestial being. Su Huai'an ascended, floating midair. It was crucial to recognize that this was a feat characteristic of an earthly immortal, and the amount of true energy expended in such an act was staggering. Even those at the pinnacle of Grandmaster-level martial prowess seldom attempted such a feat in the past. Su Huai'an would not have acted thus. However, today was different. Just yesterday, he had come to a profound realization about his heart, truly merging with Su Weihong. His constraints had been released, and he was liberated from his previous hesitations. Although his cultivation had not changed, his sword intent had already reached the pinnacle of earthly existence. Host, Su Huai'an, age, 20, realm, mid-grandmaster, physique, 1123, root bone, 90, heavenly talent. Comprehension, 9235, chosen 1. Mind techniques martial arts, supreme mind technique 9 suns divine skill mastery, 41,250,000. Extraordinary martial art Tai Chi fist pinnacle, 32,150,000. Superior sword technique blood refining sword art pinnacle, 86,210,100,000. Superior leg technique wind chasing leg mastery, 10,000 and 290,000. Intermediate leg technique illusory cloud leg pinnacle, 84,331,000. Fundamental sword technique return to simplicity, 38,000,999,9999. Fundamental body technique pinnacle 15050,80,000. Fundamental spear technique return to simplicity, 75,165,999,000. Rare body technique gentleman S journey pinnacle, 8,036,000. Supreme martial skill indestructible diamond mastery, 552,453 1 million. Abilities, alchemist return to simplicity, 20846. 9999999. Medical skills pinnacle 14000,2000. Talent, master of all alchemy. There exists no elixir you cannot concoct. If you desire, you will grasp various recipes yet to be discovered by others. In the current state of unparalleled elixirs, you can create at will. Special physique, medicinal vessel physique, martial intent, kill and slaughter sword intent, clear mind of the sword, 2001000. Sword path beyond realm. Sword path beyond, 9,999,999,999,999. Killing to stop killing realm. This ability has no realm division. The more opponents you slay, the stronger your killing intent becomes. Spear intent extreme. Unity of man and spear, the way of Tai Chi, Yin and Yang interdependence. The strongest swordsmanship practitioner in the world when it comes to his own swordsmanship. None can rival him. Without having ascended to the supreme realm of swordsmanship, how could he audaciously declare to possess the technique to slay dragons? It is known that within the power range of the world, there exists a true dragon. Contemplating this, his sword heart became increasingly lucid. Upon the silver-white sword's hilt, an intricate pattern gradually emerged. It was a lotus flower, inscribed with the words Qing Lian. Su Huai'an slashed horizontally with his right hand, unleashing a breathtaking sword light that surged forth for dozens of meters. The entrance of Lingyun Cave was violently overturned, leaving behind an abyssal crack. He preferred not to enter just yet, as the expansive view outside suited his sword intent better. A deafening roar resounded, causing the ground to tremble slightly. A colossal shadow emerged slowly, its visage fierce and its form immense, radiating an intense heat. All flora in its path was consumed by flames. Su Huai'an activated the indestructible diamond skill, reinforcing his physique. His swordsmanship was so formidable that his body struggled to endure it. He needed to utilize the body-enhancing technique to further augment his physique, allowing him to barely wield his sword intent. Chapter 155. Bathing in the blood of the fire Qilin, a solitary figure faced off against a mythical beast as Su Huai'an stepped into the air. Advancing toward the fire Qilin with deliberate determination, his right hand grasping the Qinglian sword. The fire Qilin, sensing the extraordinary presence before it, emitted a series of thunderous roars, attempting to intimidate him. Yet, after harnessing the indestructible power of the Vajra, the searing flames posed no threat to him whatsoever. Throughout the encounter, Su Huai'an did not cast a single glance at the fire Qilin, brimming with unwavering confidence. In the past, he might have harbored some reservations, but now, having attained the pinnacle of sword intent, he felt assured even against a warrior of terrestrial immortal caliber, provided they were not a peerless master like Zhang Sanfeng. As their distance diminished, a flicker of apprehension glimmered in the fire Qilin's crimson eyes. It feared that it was no match for Su Huai'an. It recalled their clash merely days prior, yet somehow, in such a brief span, the sense of pressure had intensified tremendously. With a deafening roar that resonated through the heavens, the fire Qilin unleashed a torrent of flames, directed at Su Huai'an, who stood over 10 meters away. The extreme heat distorted the very air around them. Unflinching, Su Huai'an faced the inferno head-on, allowing the flames to envelop his form. Below, Su Weixiong's heart raced with anxiety. How could this be? Why was he not evading the attack? She recognized Su Huai'an's swordsmanship to be formidable, bordering on the divine, yet here he was, confronting the beast with his flesh instead of his blade. A direct hit from the fire Qilin's flames would surely injure even a grandmaster, let alone a terrestrial immortal. Little did she know, Su Huai'an's physical prowess far surpassed that of his peers, significantly exceeding the capabilities of ordinary terrestrial, immortal warriors. To say he had transcended the realm of conventional martial artists would be an understatement. Even standing still, typical grandmasters would struggle to inflict any harm upon him. Amidst the swirling flames, the inferno emanating from the fire Qilin began to recede. Su Huai'an, undeterred, took a slow step forward and casually waved his sword, dispersing the flames before him into nothingness. With a horizontal slash aimed at the fire Qilin, he executed a seemingly simple stroke devoid of any complex technique. Yet, the fire Qilin recoiled in terror, as if it had encountered some unspeakable horror. It retreated frantically, narrowly escaping the slender beam of blinding white light that sliced through the air before it. Had it hesitated for even a moment, the consequence would have been dire. The ground where it had once stood was cleaved open, revealing a bottomless chasm, and a substantial section of the mountainside was obliterated by the sheer force of Su Huai'an's strike. However, he frowned, dissatisfied with his own swordsmanship, murmuring to himself, "It seems my body still lacks strength. I cannot unleash my full potential. If only my physical constitution were to rise, I could undoubtedly slay the fire Qilin with a single stroke." The pinnacle of swordsmanship is not mere rhetoric. Even some renowned masters celebrated for their sword techniques. And even the sword-wielding celestial beings often only reach the profound understanding of sword intent. This profound understanding is further divided into 3 levels: early, middle, and late. Yet, I possess the unparalleled sword intent that transcends all. My swordsmanship could be deemed the greatest of the present era. Were it not for the inadequacies in my physique and cultivation, I could vanquish not only the mutated fire Qilin, but even a true Qilin with a mere flick of my blade. However, those thoughts are for another time. I must first resolve this matter. With my right hand, I held the sword horizontally against my chest, my body transforming into a sharp blade. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes 8. In the blink of an eye, the mountain range was enveloped in a deluge of sword light. One moment the sky was clear, and the next, unparalleled sword light descended from above. The sword light fell like rain, saturating the heavens, cleaving a vast opening in the clouds. The fire Qilin, with no avenue for escape, could only frantically beat its claws upwards, seeking a glimmer of hope amidst the onslaught. After unleashing my sword technique, I landed atop the peak, gazing at the fire Qilin, which was now in its death throes. Technically, I was still within the range of attack, yet all the sword light had deliberately avoided me. My true energy had been depleted significantly, yet the brilliance of the Nine Yang divine art manifested at this moment. It continuously replenished my true energy without requiring conscious effort on my part. Within less than 3 breaths, the fire Qilin was already grievously wounded, its once impenetrable scales providing no protection against the overwhelming sword intent. Its massive form was drenched in blood, and its pained wails echoed across the surroundings. At some point, I found myself standing before it, allowing its blood to cascade upon me, while I activated the indestructible Vajra art to absorb and integrate its essence. Congratulations, host, for your self-discipline and strength. You have absorbed the blood of the fire Qilin, gaining 1,000 experience points in the indestructible Vajra art. Congratulations, host, for your self-discipline and strength. You have absorbed the blood of the fire Qilin, gaining 1,000 experience points in the indestructible Vajra art. With a mere gesture of my right hand, I transformed my true energy from the ethereal into the tangible, collecting all of its blood into my essence. At this juncture, the fire Qilin had long since lost the breath of life, lying motionless upon the ground. With another beckoning motion, a sword intent materialized beneath Su Weixiong's feet, lifting her with the winds, soaring towards the mountain peak. Come, I shall take you to retrieve the blood Bodhi. Su Weixiong, bewildered, could only nod in a daze, her expression utterly vacant, struggling to comprehend the reality of the situation. The fire Qilin, which had effortlessly sent dozens of my guards into disarray, and had slaughtered grandmasters with the greatest of ease, had succumbed to my prowess in just 2 moves. Upon entering the cave, both were astonished by the sight before them. The cavern was intricately entwined with dense vines, wrapping around the interior. On the stone wall, an abundance of blood Bodhi, which is exceedingly rare and invaluable in the outside world, is present in numbers beyond counting. Take as many as you need. The gesture from Su Huai'an indicated to Su Weixiong to collect freely. For the first time, Su Weixiong felt the profound happiness that comes with having a powerful man by one's side. Had he been present earlier, he would not have found himself in such a perilous situation. He then concentrated his sword intent, completely sealing off the entrance. The essence of Tai Chi manifested as the duality of yin and yang, with true energy swirling on the ground, dividing into 2 opposing currents. The collected blood of the Qilin was also among them. With another wave of his hand, hundreds of blood Bodhi fell into the realm of true energy. By the time he finalized his collection, Su Weixiong had gathered sufficient blood Bodhi as well. Shall we take a bath together? He proposed. What did you say? Su Weixiong trembled, puzzled by such a thought emerging in this place. The blood of the fire Qilin possesses the ability to strengthen the physical body. Combined with the effects of the blood Bodhi, would greatly benefit you, potentially enhancing your physique several-fold. As Su Huai'an spoke, he began to disrobe. Only then did Su Weixiong realize he had overthought the situation. The colossal form of the fire Qilin provided enough collected blood for both to bathe. As they both submerged in the blood, the true energy surged into Su Huai'an's body like a flood, while only a meager portion slowly entered Su Weixiong, visibly improving her physique. It is noteworthy that even a fraction of the fire Qilin's blood could do wonders for Su Weixiong. This was made possible because Su Huai'an deliberately refrained from using any tools, instead employing his own true energy to assimilate the blood of the fire Qilin. Otherwise, as one could see, the last individual who had been tainted by the blood of the Qilin had already manifested a Qilin arm. Congratulations, host, for your self-discipline and resilience. Absorbing the blood of the fire Qilin, gaining 1,000 experience in the indestructible Vajra technique. Congratulations, host, for your self-discipline and resilience. Absorbing the blood of the fire Qilin, gaining 1,000 experience in the indestructible Vajra technique. Congratulations, host, for your self-discipline and resilience. Absorbing the blood of the fire Qilin, gaining 1,000 experience in the indestructible Vajra technique. Time passed unmeasured as Su Huai'an remained in a meditative state. His realm did not change significantly, as the blood of the fire Qilin primarily enhanced physical constitution. Moreover, his cultivation level far exceeded that of other warriors at the same stage, making advancement more challenging. However, the sheer quantity was formidable. Having harvested hundreds of blood Bodhi in one go, they became potent elixirs for augmenting his power. Congratulations, host, for your self-discipline and resilience. Advancing to the late Grandmaster realm, with an increase of 10 in physique, 1 in root bone, and 1 in comprehension. When he finally opened his eyes once more, they sparkled with brilliance, and his aura intensified further. He understood that he was not far from the realm of the terrestrial immortals. Congratulations, host, for your self-discipline and resilience. Persistently absorbing the blood of the fire Qilin, achieving mastery in the indestructible Vajra technique. The sacred martial art, indestructible Vajra technique, has reached its pinnacle, enhancing physique by 50. Congratulations to the host for their self-discipline and strength in absorbing the blood of the fire Qilin. The indestructible divine skill has undergone a mutation, integrating with their physical constitution, resulting in a constitution value of 150. Chapter 156. Ambush on the waves. The dual breakthroughs in cultivation techniques and martial arts have significantly enhanced his prowess. To assess his strength, he once again opened his attribute panel. Host, Su Huai'an, age, 20, realm, mid-grandmaster, physique, 1423, talent, 90, heavenly genius, comprehension, 9235, chosen 1. Mental cultivation martial arts, supreme mental cultivation, 9 suns divine art. Mastery level, 41,250,000. Exceptional martial art, Taijiquan, pinnacle level, 32,150,000. Superior sword technique, blood refining sword art, pinnacle level, 86,210,100,000. Superior leg technique, wind chasing leg, mastery level, 10,000 and 290,000. Intermediate leg technique, illusory cloud leg, pinnacle level, 84,331,000. Basic sword technique, returning to simplicity, 38000,999,9999. Basic body technique, pinnacle level 15050,80,000. Basic spear technique, returning to simplicity, 75,165,999,000. Rare body technique, gentleman's journey, pinnacle level, 8,036,000. Supreme martial art, indestructible Vajra divine art, pinnacle level, 552,453 3 million. Abilities, alchemist, returning to simplicity, 20,846,000,999,999. Medical skills, pinnacle level 14,000,200,000. Talent, universal alchemist, there is no elixir you cannot concoct. If you desire, you can comprehend various uncharted and unparalleled elixirs and formulas. Under the current state of extraordinary elixirs, you may freely create your own. Special physique, medicinal vessel physique, martial intent, killing sword intent, clear heart of the sword, 200,1000. Sword path, beyond the sword, 9,999,999,999,999. Kill to stop killing. This ability has no realm division. The more adversaries slain, the stronger the killing intent becomes. Spear intent, ultimate realm, unity of man and spear, the way of Taiji, Yin and Yang interdependence. His physique had surpassed the remarkable threshold of 1400. A delightful surprise indeed. Initially, he had anticipated reaching only 1200. To his astonishment, the fusion of the fire Qilin and the indestructible Vajra divine art granted him such extraordinary capabilities. The elevation of his realm seemed secondary. After all, the distinction between mid and late grandmaster lies merely in the essence of true energy. Su Weixiong could no longer endure and exited the bath prematurely. Despite Su Huai'an's protective true energy, the prolonged immersion in the blood of the fire Qilin proved taxing. Nevertheless, in just a few short hours, her physical form had strengthened threefold. She had also achieved a new breakthrough in her realm, experiencing an almost miraculous rate of advancement. Even she found it hard to believe, feeling an impulsive desire to remain with Su Huai'an. If she spent more time with him, might she not directly ascend to the Grandmaster realm? Though such an idea seemed far-fetched, accomplishing 3 breakthroughs in a single day was indeed remarkable. With all matters concluded, Su Huai'an lost interest in lingering. There was another pressing matter awaiting his attention. Let us depart. Su Weixiong acquiesced without further dissent. As they approached the threshold, Su Huai'an executed a horizontal slash with his right hand. Though devoid of a sword, a gleam of sword light erupted forth. Upon stepping outside, they were met with a scene where the members of the Tianxia society were already amassed. However, the majority had succumbed to death, none anticipating Su Huai'an's unconventional approach. Before they had even emerged, he had unleashed his blade, catching most off guard and resulting in their swift demise. Su Huai'an was well aware that these individuals were merely minor pawns. His true intent was to engage in dialogue with the leader. His gaze swept across the crowd. ultimately resting upon a figure beneath the distant mountain peak. A man clad in red, handsome and wielding a long sword, was observing from within the thicket. The moment their eyes met, the man turned and fled without uttering a word. A smile curled upon Su Huai'an's lips. Could he escape now? He embraced Su Weixiong and leaped down as if a bluebird soaring through the air, plummeting from a height of over 100 meters. As he descended, a flash of gold and crimson enveloped him, crashing into the earth with a resounding boom, creating a crater several meters in diameter. The terrifying impact left no trace of hesitation in Su Huai'an's steps. His body, having undergone further enhancement, surpassed the limits of martial artists. A fall from such heights posed no hindrance. In the blink of an eye, he covered several hundred meters, and within a breath's time, he closed in on the man. He subsequently obstructed the man's path, regarding him with a bemused expression. Are you Duanlang? Indeed, I am. I miscalculated my move. And today I find myself in your grasp. Even in death, I have no grievances, Duanlang replied, aware of his impending doom and resigning himself to fate. If escape was futile, he would fight with all his might. Even in death, one must strive valiantly. Very well, Su Huai'an smiled, assessing him. Your cunning is remarkable, and your caution in action is commendable. Individuals like you often prove to be the most formidable in the end. To be honest, he held a degree of admiration for Duanlang. His relentless pursuit of vengeance for his father was executed with unyielding resolve, employing every conceivable tactic. His innate talent was commendable, excelling in various aspects. Previously, when he sought to end Su Weixiong's life, he had timed his actions perfectly. Today, he returned with allies to besiege, fully aware of Su Huai'an's prowess after witnessing him vanquish the Fire Qian. Knowing he was outmatched, he still came, hoping to employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers to wear Su Huai'an down, while he himself remained a kilometer away, observing the situation, ready to flee should it turn unfavorable. Yet, wrongdoings must bear consequences, and having provoked Su Huai'an sealed his fate. Su Weixiong stepped out from Su Huai'an's embrace, her fury directed at Duanlang. I did not foresee your meddling. That was my oversight. Duanlang seized the opportunity to speak, hoping to buy himself some time. Perhaps I can find a glimmer of hope. When you ventured into Lingyun Cave, I deliberately waited until you were deep within before I lured the Fire Qian. I never imagined you would be present, allowing her to reclaim her life. Why have you taken action against me? Are you not aware that Xiong Ba and I have already come to an agreement? Even someone as astute as Su Weixiong cannot fathom his intentions at this moment. I am curious to see if the daughter of the Northern Liang's butcher dies here, whether he will, in his fury, dispatch troops to annihilate the Tianxia society. I have some grievances with Xiong Ba, and I am determined to eliminate him. At this point, concealing my plans is futile. Duanlang has openly declared his intentions. Are you not one of Xiong Ba's subordinates, yet you dream of fracturing the Tianxia society? Duanlang, the son of the Southern Lin swordmaster, joined the Tianxia society after his family was obliterated. Unfortunately, despite his remarkable talents from a young age, he remains underappreciated by Xiong Ba. Hidden resentment towards him festers within, extending to the two favored by Xiong Ba, Fengyun. Su Huai'an recounted his exploits with the familiarity of recounting daily affairs. Both Duanlang and Su Weixiong were taken aback, bewildered by how he could possibly know such details. Duanlang furrowed his brow, casting a puzzled glance at him. I recognize you. You are the illustrious alchemist, Su Huai'an. Your name is quite renowned within our Tianxia society. Is that so? I must admit, I feel a tad embarrassed. Su Huai'an was hardly surprised by his recognition. The reason was simple. Having resided in Shuyue City for such an extended period, coupled with the financial and social benefits garnered from the beauty-enhancing elixirs, it was only natural for the Tianxia society, as an opposing force to Shuyue City, to pay him additional attention. It seems that your Lingyun Cave is also entwined with the Fire Qian. Perhaps it is my misfortune that you two have crossed paths. Otherwise, Su Weixiong would surely perish, and Xiong Ba would fare little better. Duanlang sighed, feeling helpless in the face of his own failures. Fortune was simply not on his side. Chapter 157, Slaying the Dragon. Ascension to earthly immortal. Had it not been for Su Huai'an's intervention, my meticulously crafted plan would have come to fruition. Plummeting from a 100-meter precipice, even if Su Weixiong had not sustained injuries, he would have met an inevitable demise. Indeed, your fortune seems rather ill-fated. Su Huai'an chuckled, his demeanor devoid of animosity, as if engaging in a friendly discourse rather than confronting an adversary. Since I have miscalculated my moves, I have no grounds to protest my defeat. Go ahead and slay me. Duanlang exhibited a commendable bravery, openly acknowledging his actions. Aware that his demise was certain, he sought no further justification. With sword in hand, He prepared for a final confrontation, yet before he could strike, a flash of sword light flickered. He had not even the opportunity to retaliate before his strength faded, collapsing weakly onto the ground. Unbeknownst to him, Su Huai'an had raised a finger, now poised at his throat. The disparity in their powers was far greater than he had anticipated. A single, lethal strike left no room for resistance. You have slain him just like that? Weixiong was taken aback by the swiftness of Su Huai'an's action. They had been conversing amicably moments before, and now he acted without a hint of hesitation. What is there to discuss? After all, they were not friends. The sooner an enemy is vanquished, the better. Su Huai'an waved his hand dismissively, gazing into the distance. What are you searching for? Weixiong discerned a peculiar expression on his face and inquired with concern. I am searching for a dragon. Su Huai'an's gaze sharpened, as if he sought to pierce through the vastness of space. With his newfound strength, there was no need to linger any longer. It was imperative to act swiftly lest others seize the initiative. A dragon, you say? Weixiong pondered thoughtfully. The existence of dragons in the 9 provinces remains a matter of speculation. The sword god in a green robe had once engaged in a legendary battle against a dragon. Yet he did not slay a true dragon. At most, it was a flood dragon, hardly deserving the title of a genuine dragon. Even a flood dragon, however, possessed destructive power beyond human comprehension, elevating it to the status of an earthly immortal. Merely a flood dragon. Then, it poses no real threat. Su Huai'an smiled faintly, his heart brimming with unwavering confidence. Having comprehended the essence of swordsmanship, his skill had improved exponentially since the previous day. His cultivation had also advanced, his physical body reaching a new pinnacle. To put it bluntly, even against an earthly immortal, he believed he could prevail with a single strike. A flood dragon? There is no danger at all. Weixiong initially thought he had misheard. Yet, at that moment, Su Huai'an located his target, wrapping his right arm around Weixiong. A flying sword coalesced beneath their feet, propelling them swiftly into the distance. The speed was so astonishing that it left Weixiong nearly dazed, as they traversed several miles in an instant. Riding a sword, truly riding a sword? Weixiong felt his mind struggling to comprehend the reality of the situation. It is important to note that flight is not an insurmountable feat. Warriors who have attained the Grandmaster level possess the ability to fly using their true energy. However, such flight is limited to brief moments of levitation, far from the true essence of flight. Is flying a mere 100 or 200 meters truly flying? However, the current situation is vastly different. Su Huai'an's flying sword seems to operate without consuming any vital energy, continuously accelerating. This is a feat only achievable by terrestrial immortals, and even among them, most may not be able to fly at such speed. While she remains in a daze, the two traverse mountains and lakes, arriving at a cliff perched by the sea. Upon landing, Su Huai'an's gaze fixates on the ocean's surface, lingering for an extended period. Is it not yet revealed? Weixiong follows her gaze, but perceives nothing. Is what you seek beneath the waves? Yes, it remains submerged. Do you not feel a chill? Su Huai'an nods in affirmation. Had he not mentioned it, Weixiong would not have sensed anything, but now it indeed feels rather cold. Is it a water dragon? Yes. Yet the chill you feel is primarily due to the countless lives it has claimed. An aura of malevolence, dense yet intangible, emanates from it, spreading incessantly. Su Huai'an explains calmly. Slaying a water dragon to attain enlightenment. Terrestrial immortals across the Jiuzhou continent seem to share an unusual fondness for such feats. As if one cannot claim the title of terrestrial immortal without having vanquished a dragon. He sets Weixiong aside, away from the coastline. Atop a mountain 1,000 meters high, with the Qinglian sword in hand, he strikes down upon the ocean, unleashing a magnificent sword light that cleaves the sea, creating a path to the ocean's depths. Below, a dragon nearly 100 meters long coils, its gaze fixated upward, clearly aware of Su Huai'an's presence. You, indeed, exhibit a commendable level of caution. Upon my arrival, you did not conceal your aura. The unparalleled sword intent disperses across the ocean's surface. Although ordinary individuals may not perceive it, true masters can detect one's presence at once. This dragon is no exception. It must have sensed him. Perhaps it refrains from surfacing due to the realization that it is not an easy opponent, or it is contemplating a stealthy assault. The dragon's aura far surpasses that of the fire qilin he encountered earlier. It is not that the qilin is inferior to the dragon. Rather, the fire qilin pales in comparison to the water dragon. This is an inevitability, as the fire qilin can merely be regarded as a rare extraordinary beast, possessing longevity and considerable strength. The water dragon, however, may very well be a descendant of true dragons, or perhaps a transformed python. In any case, it is not a creature of ordinary caliber. The Qinglian sword in his grasp trembles with excitement at the prospect of facing a worthy adversary. Su Huai'an disregards whether this is the dragon's domain and leaps into the water, unleashing a flurry of sword strikes against the dragon. Sword lights glimmer for several zhang, and a glint of danger flashes in the dragon's eyes as it swiftly darts aside. Its speed is astonishing, effortlessly agile despite its considerable size. Furthermore, fighting in its native environment grants it an additional speed advantage. Su Huai'an's vital energy envelopes him, rendering him impervious to the onslaught of the ocean's currents. Regardless of how the dragon retaliated, its response was but a single strike. Whether it was the crashing of the waves or the forceful impact of its body, none could withstand the piercing brilliance of the sword light. Something felt amiss. This dragon appeared rather feeble. The more he fought, the more he sensed the incongruity. Defeating it was a certainty, yet there was no justification for being dominated so effortlessly. Moreover, this was within the water, where the winds of the tiger and the clouds of the dragon should have bestowed the aquatic dragon with the upper hand over most terrestrial deities and warriors. Why then did this particular dragon seem so utterly vulnerable? He found that he could engage it in direct physical combat relying solely on his indestructible body technique, without even invoking the intent of his sword. The overwhelming malevolence did not emanate from the dragon itself. Nevertheless, pondering would not change the necessity of action. After delivering several strikes, he lost interest in continuing the assault. As his sword cleaved through the depths of the sea, layers of ripples emerged, and an indistinct shadow of a sword manifested. In an instant, it appeared before the dragon's head and struck down with tremendous force. The might of the sword was such that the dragon had no time to react before meeting its demise. Its body was cleaved in two, and the dragon's head plummeted into the ocean. Su Huai'an's brow furrowed even tighter, but he nonetheless soared forward. He collected several dragon essences that had burst forth from the dragon's corpse. The quantity was meager, a mere 3 pieces. After a moment's hesitation, he returned to the shore. Accompanied by Su Weixiong, he sought out a cave, sealing its entrance to obscure their presence. What is the matter? Observing his series of actions, Su Weixiong sensed a hint of danger. Su Huai'an reassured her, urging her not to worry, for he merely intended to enter a period of seclusion. Clutching the 3 dragon essences, he found himself momentarily indecisive, but ultimately resolved to swallow them all in one determined bite. With his full concentration on the 9 Suns' divine art and the indestructible body technique, he began to absorb the immense energy contained within the dragon essences. In an instant, his physique expanded slightly, only to swiftly revert to its original form. Congratulations, host, for your self-discipline and strength in absorbing the power of the dragon essence. Constitution increased by 3. Congratulations, host, for your self-discipline and strength in absorbing the power of the dragon essence. Constitution increased by 3. Congratulations, host, for your self-discipline and strength in absorbing the power of the dragon essence. Constitution increased by 3. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed, and Su Chen's aura surged at an astonishing pace. It was important to note that, under normal circumstances, consuming 3 dragon essences at once would be exceedingly difficult to fully absorb. After all, it represented the essence of an entire dragon, far beyond the capacity of a mere grandmaster. Most would have perished from the experience. The difference between consuming 1 essence and 2 was profound. It might seem like simply adding another essence, yet the difficulty increased tenfold or more. To consume 3 at once was tantamount to courting disaster. Yet, Su Huai'an felt only a mild discomfort, well within tolerable limits. This was attributable to his indestructible body technique and 9 Suns' divine art, which, through their dual cultivation of internal and external disciplines, significantly augmented his resistance. One focused on vital energy for protection, while the other honed the physical form itself. Coupled with the harmonious balance of yin and yang inherent in the Tai Chi way, he was nigh invincible. He sensed that he had reached the pinnacle of the Grand Master level, unable to suppress the surging growth of his power any longer. With a resounding crack within him, he completed his final transformation. Congratulations to the host for self-discipline and perseverance, achieving the realm of earthly immortal, with a physique of 300, root bone of 5, and comprehension of 4. Congratulations to the host for self-discipline and determination, elevating the supreme martial art indestructible diamond technique to its ultimate state, with a physique of 100. Su Huai'an let out a long howl towards the heavens, as an inexhaustible force surged forth from within him, marking a permanent transformation. He was strong, immensely strong, to the point of being unmatched and omnipotent. Is this the realm of the earthly immortal? The disparity with the Grand Master was indeed staggering. Host, Su Huai'an, age, 20. Realm, earthly, immortal. Physique, 1823. Root bone, 95, chosen 1. Comprehension, 96, chosen 1. Mental cultivation martial arts, supreme mental cultivation 9 Yang divine art, 41,025,000. Exceptional martial art Tai Chi fist, 32,015,000. Superior sword technique blood refining sword art, 86,210,100,000. Superior leg technique wind chasing leg, 10,000 and 290,000. Intermediate leg technique illusory cloud leg, 84,331,000. Basic sword technique return to simplicity, 380,000,999,9999. Basic body technique pinnacle, 15050,80,000. Basic spear technique return to simplicity, 75,165,999,000. Rare body technique gentleman's journey, 8,036,000. Supreme martial art indestructible diamond technique, 299,99993,000,000. Abilities, alchemist return to simplicity, 20,846,000,999,99999. Medical skill pinnacle, 140,000,200,000. Talent, master of all alchemy. There is no elixir you cannot concoct. If you desire it, you can comprehend various previously undiscovered and unrefined elixirs. Currently, under the realm of unparalleled elixirs, you can freely create your own. Special physique, medicinal cauldron physique, martial will, killing sword intent with a clear sword heart, 200,10,000. Sword path other shore, 9,999,999,999,999. Stopping kill with kill. This ability has no boundary distinction. The more individuals you slay, the stronger your killing intent becomes. Gun intent at its utmost. The unity of man and gun. The path of Tai Chi. The mutual generation of yin and yang. Chapter 158. The grand conclusion, this is the might of the dragon essence, possibly enhanced by the fusion with the Qilin blood coursing through my veins. The magnitude of my progress is astonishing, surpassing even my wildest expectations. I had never entertained the thought of an ascension, believing my cultivation would peak at the level of a grandmaster. After all, how easy is it to ascend to the realm of the terrestrial immortals? However, the indestructible diamond body technique was within my anticipations. At the very moment of my breakthrough, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. The sound was eerily familiar, reminiscent of the recent roar of the flood dragon. Wait, wasn't its head just severed by Su Huai'an? How could it possibly have revived so swiftly? The image of Su Huai'an striking down the dragon's head was etched deeply in my memory. Is it here? Su Huai'an was not surprised at all. In fact, he had anticipated this outcome, particularly when he discerned that there were only 3 dragon essences within the dragoness body. He realized that this was not the creature he sought. Ordinarily, a dragon of a century's cultivation would possess at least 6 or 7 essences. After all, the dragon essence is the quintessence of a dragon. If a dragon had not even 5 essences, it would be inconceivable. The truth was singular. He had encountered a lesser dragon, not the formidable one he had been searching for. Just as Su Chan was pondering where to locate that dragon, it had conveniently presented itself to him. He ceased flying on his sword, allowing Su Weixiong to remain inside, and decided to envelop the mountain with his sword intent, preventing any potential ambush. Alone, he traversed the void, each step covering hundreds of meters, with strides growing longer with each pace. In just 7 steps, he found himself 10 miles away, inadvertently employing the technique of shrinking the land. Before him loomed a colossal creature, over 200 meters long, its scales as black as ink, shimmering with a chilling light. Su Huai'an nodded in approval. This was indeed the dragon he sought, without a doubt. Raising his right arm, thunder rumbled in the sky, and dark clouds parted willingly. A streak of silver descended rapidly, ultimately landing in his palm. At that moment, wielding the Qinglian sword, he truly embodied the essence of the Qinglian sword immortal. Come forth, Val Beast, let me usher you into reunion. The flood dragon sensed the disturbance in the atmosphere and instinctively recoiled a few steps, circling around him, emitting continuous roars. As Su Huai'an was about to strike, he paused momentarily and slashed fiercely to his left. The wicked dragon had approached him, opening its massive maw to devour him. With the sharp sword light confronting it, the dragon's jaws clamped down upon him. Su Huai'an held his sword horizontally above his head, bracing against the dragon's teeth. The indestructible diamond body technique operated at an extraordinary speed, countering the dragon's crushing force. One must acknowledge that the most terrifying aspect of the flood dragon was indeed its biting power. Even the most seasoned terrestrial immortals, particularly those who specialized in physical cultivation, would find it nearly impossible to withstand its bite. Yet, Su Chun held his ground against it, but as time passed, he began to feel the strain. The azure lotus sword blossomed, radiating countless beams of light, embodying boundless sword intent as it sliced towards the throat of the vile dragon. The exquisite sword intent shattered its nerves with devastating force. Yet, Su Huai'an remained unsatisfied, delivering a flurry of strikes within the creature's body. Only when he had obliterated its head did he pierce through its skull with a final thrust. The malevolent dragon lay slain. From its carcass emerged a colossal dragon essence, significantly larger than that of the previous vile dragon. Just as Su Huai'an reached out to grasp it, his body instinctively recoiled, and his sword veered to the left. With a sharp clang, a phantom figure materialized nearby, standing in opposition to Su Huai'an. At a glance, Su Huai'an recognized the identity of the newcomer. The neurotic figure clad in an ice mask could only be the celestial emperor, Di Shirtian. Are you interested in the dragon essence? I certainly am, young brother. Might you relinquish it to me? Di Shirtian bellowed with raucous laughter, flailing his limbs in an uncoordinated manner. How audacious! Su Huai'an chuckled softly, then calmly replied. You ambushed me, and now you dare to speak? If you desire the dragon essence, then come and claim it with your true prowess. Young brother, do you know who I am? Di Shirtian replied without anger, merely posing a question in return. Indeed, you are merely an ancient monster who has lived for a millennium. What significance does that hold? Su Huai'an scoffed. His words struck fear into Di Shirtian, who was taken aback that his true identity had been discerned. Impossible. How could you possibly know? There is nothing impossible. There are many things you remain unaware of. Di Shirtian's mind was profoundly shaken. He believed that after years of obscurity, no one should be privy to his existence. Why had his greatest secret been unveiled by this man before him? Very well. Since you are aware that I have lived for 1,000 years, what audacity do you possess as a mere junior to challenge me? Longevity does not equate to strength. A pig that lives for 1,000 years remains a pig. Truly remarkable individuals often ascend to the pinnacle of human potential within a mere century, Su Huai'an replied coolly. His right hand wielding the azure lotus sword shimmered with a faint glow, aimed directly at Di Shirtian. Acknowledging the inevitability of battle, Di Shirtian ceased to conceal himself. Then allow me to demonstrate the sacred heart technique, forged from my life's labor. 10 strides, 1 kill, 1,000 miles, no path left untrodden. In the blink of an eye, Su Huai'an's form split into 4, encircling Di Shirtian. 1 sword strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, 4 strikes unleashed. Finally, a beam of sword light cascaded down upon Di Shirtian's head. He could no longer defend himself. The sword light cleaved his skull in two. I have said it before. Longevity does not guarantee prowess. Congratulations to the host for self-discipline and strength, vanquishing the celestial emperor, Di Shirtian. Constitution, 20. After dispatching Di Shirtian, Su Huai'an returned Su Weixiong to Weixiong. With his current cultivation, the vast world was but a matter of a single sword strike. In the ensuing years, legends of Su Huai'an defeating various terrestrial immortals continually circulated throughout the martial world. His final appearance was at Wudong, where he once again engaged in profound discourse with Zhang Sanfeng. Subsequently, there were no further whispers of him throughout the martial world. Apart from the 3 women, Li Hanyi, Su Wei, and Weixiong, none were aware that Su Huai'an still roamed the martial realm, albeit destined never to reveal himself again. Host, Su Huai'an, age, 20, realm, ultimate martial arts, shattering the void, physique, 9,999, root bone, 99, 9, heavenly genius, comprehension, 99, 9, chosen one. Martial arts, supreme mind technique, 9 yang divine skill, reverting to essence, 41,250,000. Exquisite martial art, Taiji fist, reverting to essence, 32,150,000. Superior sword technique, blood refining sword method, pinnacle, 86,210,100,000. Superior leg technique, wind chasing leg, mastery, 10,000 and 290,000. Intermediate leg technique, illusory cloud leg, pinnacle, 84,331,000. Basic sword technique, reverting to essence, 38,000,000. 999, 9999. Basic body technique. Pinnacle 15050, 80,000. Basic spear technique, reverting to essence, 75,165,999,000. Rare body technique, gentleman's journey, pinnacle, 8,036,000. Supreme martial art, Indestructible diamond skill. Reverting to essence, 552,453 3 million. Abilities. Alchemist, reverting to essence, 20846 999999999. Medical skill, pinnacle 14000 2000. Talent. Master of all alchemy. There is no elixir you cannot concoct. As long as you desire, you can comprehend various undiscovered and unrefined elixirs. In the current state of unparalleled elixirs, you can create freely. Special physique, medicine jar physique, martial intent, killing sword intent, clear sword heart, 2001000, sword path beyond, 9,999,999,999,999. Kill to curb killing intent. This ability has no boundary division. The more one kills, the stronger their killing intent, spear intent, ultimate realm, unity of man and gun. The way of Taiji, yin and yang generating each other. Ultimate in the mortal realm. It is high time for me to depart.